Having discovered herself as the counterfeit noblewoman, Liliana Snowwhite, she resolutely chose to adopt a laid-back attitude in this world brimming with schemes and stratagems. Embracing the optimistic mindset that every additional day of life is a gain, she resolved to navigate this bewildering new existence as if it were merely a game, having already endured enough turmoil in her previous life. Encountering the true heiress, unraveling the mysteries of her origins, grappling with peculiar magic, conversing with deities in her mind, and deciphering the rules that govern this world, unexpected events continued to unfold, reminding her that this was seemingly not just a simple game. Ultimately, was it the world that chose her, or did she choose the world? Chapter 1. The Villainous Script of the Imposter Heiress 1. It was the 10th day since she had transformed into Liliana Snowwhite. Having not stepped outside her chamber during these 10 days, she languidly yawned while still nestled in bed, even as the sun climbed high in the sky. She had become quite confident in her understanding of the workings of this alternate realm, for it adhered strictly to the clicked tropes of literature. The good news was that she had read this very book the night before her arrival. This place was named Rianoka, ruled by the noble house of Snow White, and the kingdom was called Prince's Kingdom, all aligning perfectly with the book's introductory setting. The bad news was that she had stumbled upon this book in the early hours of the morning, too fatigued to keep her eyes open. After reading the beginning, she had thought it acceptable and merely bookmarked it, intending to continue the next day, leaving her with little more than a few place names and no recollection of the book's title. The good news was that she had encountered plenty of such trite narratives over the years. Based on her experience, she deduced that this was a typical Western fantasy, with clearly defined hierarchies of titles, magic, and so forth. After all, the storylines in this genre rarely deviated from the familiar lost true heiresses, discovered imposters, aloof young dukes, princes with a proclivity for violence, unrequited love, and the ensuing chaos of pursuit. She figured it wouldn't matter much if she didn't know the specific title of the book. Like all protagonists who traverse alternate worlds, she relied on the pretext of an incident involving the original Liliana Snowwhite to feign amnesia, casually engaging the loyal maid to extract information while internally critiquing every established detail. When she heard, "Miss, you went missing during the New Year's celebration in the territory at the age of 2 and were only found by the Lord after several days," she couldn't help but clap her thigh in affirmation. Exactly. This was the sentiment, the essence. Years ago, the daughter had been lost, and now another had been found. Thus, it was highly probable that this Liliana was nothing but an impostor. She adjusted her position on the pillow, seeking comfort for her neck. Perhaps the body had yet to fully recover from the poisoning, for she felt the lingering effects of a prior neck issue, one she had developed from long hours spent on screens. Her gaze drifted to the two maids standing at her bedside. The younger one appeared innocent, while the older one observed her reactions with a cautious demeanor. It was intriguing. Perhaps the entire household, from the master to the servants, was aware that this Liliana was a fake, but refrained from voicing it. Her suspicions were soon confirmed. The tangible evidence lay in her inability to wield a magical gemstone lantern that required only a flicker of magic to illuminate. This indicated that not only did this body lack the Snow White family's signature ability to manipulate ice and water elements, but her awareness of all magical elements in this world was non-existent. Through a series of not overly challenging inquiries directed at the young maid, Kate, she learned that magic was predominantly monopolized by the upper echelons of nobility, with only a scant few commoners possessing any magical abilities. Most of these rare individuals were eventually proven to be of noble descent. She surmised that this arrangement was tailored for the true heiress, while the impostor Liliana was unequivocally a commoner. The original Liliana would have been greatly perturbed by this fact. Her room contained no devices that required magical sensitivity, and the lantern had been specifically requested from her maid. As she repeatedly tested her hypothesis, the maids around her wore expressions of apprehension, seemingly bracing for an outburst from Liliana, anticipating she might erupt in anger over her inability to utilize such basic magical equipment. This was why everything adhered to the script. Liliana pursed her lips, casually placing the lantern on the bedside table, stretching languidly, and then flopping back onto her bed. In a story of this ilk, a spoiled, capricious impostor heiress was as essential as a crucial character in a classic novel, and without her, it might as well be a tale of unfulfilled potential. "Am I still unable to go outside?" She posed this polite inquiry daily, receiving the expected reply. "Miss, you have yet to fully recover. The healer has advised continued rest." Yawning again, Liliana began to drift back into a comfortable slumber. Initially, she had been quite curious about her surroundings, for it was a world imbued with magic. What child hadn't dreamed of receiving an acceptance letter from Hogwarts after watching Harry Potter? What differences existed between a world reliant on magic and one reliant on technology? What was the state of societal development in this kingdom? What were the daily lives of commoners versus nobles like? She felt that any random thought could inspire a comprehensive thesis. Yet, just as her enthusiasm was about to ignite, it was doused by the seemingly endless directive to remain in bed. After a week of deep slumber, Liliana felt invigorated, her body brimming with vitality. There were no obligations to clock in at a laboratory, no rejection letters filled with euphemistic phrases like "your paper is merely research toilet paper," and no weekly progress reports filled with fabricated data just to meet quotas. What a life this was! It was akin to the dreams she had shared with friends during festive seasons, wishing each other wealth and ease, declaring, "I truly don't want to strive anymore." Research? What a farce! Liliana buried her face into her pillow, softer than clouds. In her previous life, she had been struck by a truck while distracted by late-night revisions, and now, she mused on the absurdity of it all. However, she understood that such a lifestyle could not persist indefinitely. The existence of this imposter heiress implied that the true heiress could show up at any moment. Yet, having already faced the metaphorical truck, Liliana felt a sense of relief that permeated her being. Having faced death once, every additional day here is a blessing. Life should be celebrated. The boat will find its way to the bridge when it arrives. Moreover, the script dictated that the true and false heiresses must inevitably cross paths at some juncture. She did not wish to evade this encounter, harboring a deep-seated curiosity about the character of the genuine heiress. After all, the archetypal narratives would merely oscillate between two forms. The fallen princess defeats the wicked antagonist and finds her true love, or the villainess triumphs over the green tea princess and ascends to greatness. Meeting the true heiress would provide her with a clearer understanding of the future trajectory of this world. After all, even as an actress, one might wish to glimpse the script ahead of time. Chapter 1. The script of the wicked adopted daughter 2. Lying in bed for too long grew tiresome, and with her mind wandering, Liliana found herself reminiscing about home and the parents she might never see again. To stave off the melancholy that threatened to engulf her, she decided to explore her room, seeking any diversion to occupy her time after having made up for lost sleep from her previous life. Having once lived in a cramped space that resembled a pigeon loft, Liliana now felt that her bedroom was more spacious than her entire former home. She had always dreamt of possessing both a grand wardrobe and a writing desk in her room. Although this bedroom lacked a desk, the vanity provided ample space for reading and writing. If only there were Wi-Fi and a computer, she mused, she could comfortably remain in this chamber until the end of the tale. Yet, such a scenario was implausible. Her role as the adopted daughter was likely to entail significant responsibilities, leading her to interact with many individuals, some of whom she anticipated would not offer pleasant encounters. Nevertheless, Liliana felt a sense of contentment. To enjoy privileges, one must bear obligations. To wield power, one must shoulder responsibility. After all, why should she be able to lounge idly as a noble lady rather than toil away like a busy scullery maid hidden away in the basement? In this regard, she believed her understanding was profound. One must choose between mental exhaustion and physical fatigue. When one has taken all the good fortunes, the next step may lead to the guillotine. Unable to leave her room, Liliana began to inventory the countless cabinets and drawers, curious about their contents. The wardrobe was filled with an array of garments, just as she had imagined, even including 4 identical dresses adorned with roses, each in varying states of bloom. As summer lingered on, Liliana speculated that if she were to try on each dress as if shopping, winter would arrive before she finished. Are these also my clothes? She wondered, spotting an entire row of children's dresses in the wardrobe. Since these garments were meticulously maintained, she could not discern whether they were old or new. Yes, replied a maid named Megan quietly. She was older and more composed than Kate. These are all the dresses the lady had tailored for you upon your return. You previously forbade the maids from taking them. Return? This implied that the current Liliana, upon arriving at the Marquis's estate, had been gifted such a wardrobe by the Marchioness for the sake of her adopted daughter. Was I close to the Marchioness? Liliana inquired of Megan. When I began working as a maid at the Marquis's estate, the lady had already passed away, Megan answered with grace, her tone indicating deep respect for the former mistress of the estate. The head maid who brought me here always spoke of the lady as the kindest and most benevolent mistress one could imagine. I heard that when the lady lost young Master Joseph in childbirth, the entire estate was enveloped in sorrow, and you wept by her bedside for 2 whole days before the master carried you away in your grief. Would you like to rearrange these garments? Megan respectfully asked. Regardless of their private thoughts, the maids would never contest Liliana's decisions, but would instead exhibit their submission with lowered heads. No, of course they should remain here, Liliana replied without hesitation. She was not foolish. There was no need to hastily declare to a world she had yet to fully understand that she was entirely different from before. In recent days, she had quietly compiled a character list to aid her in quickly memorizing the relationships around her. If she was not mistaken, Joseph Snowwhite was nearly 3 years younger than Liliana Snowwhite, suggesting that when the real Liliana went missing, the Marchioness was likely already with child. Perhaps the Marchioness's untimely death was connected to the disappearance of her biological daughter. Liliana touched her throat, recalling that this body had survived a potent poison, indicating that the medical standards were not exceedingly backward. The mistress, who had access to the finest medical resources, had safely delivered a son and a daughter but perished after the death of a third child. While uncertain, it was plausible that postpartum depression could have contributed to her declining health. So why not seek out her biological daughter instead of opting for a false replacement? The entire household was not blind, and surely for the Marchioness, it was akin to losing a piece of herself. Could a mere similarity in hair and eye color suffice to deceive? Every time she read such scenarios, Liliana wished to pose this question to the enigmatic father responsible for such actions. These highborn nobles, who appeared to wield boundless power, seemed utterly inept at locating their own children, waiting until they reached the age of 17 or 18, when matters of romance complicated the search. Suddenly, snap, they would find them. Never question the tropes within a world governed by tropes. Shaking her head, Liliana gently caressed the exquisite children's garments, their lace and patterns retaining their delicate beauty. Liliana was uncertain of the current trends in this world, but from her perspective, the garments were impeccable in both style and color, a dream for any little girl, reminiscent of a princess from a fairy tale. What sentiments did the Marchioness harbor while commissioning these outfits for a girl who had assumed her biological daughter's identity? Given the timeline, she may have cared for the child for no more than 6 months, yet the seemingly spoiled girl mourned her passing profoundly, suggesting the Marchioness was indeed a kind soul. As Liliana closed the wardrobe door, she shook her head, dispelling the faint trace of sadness that lingered in her heart, much like a cat shaking off droplets of water from its fur. In stories, characters who are flawless and beloved, yet tragically absent, are commonplace. Such figures serve to highlight the flaws of others and ignite various conflicts. For safety's sake, she decided to mark this observation in her character notes. What else is here? Bored with the clothing, Liliana opened a drawer she had not previously explored, discovering not a treasure trove of jewelry, but a neatly stacked pile of letters. The signature on one set made alarms ring in her mind. Lancelot. That sounds somewhat familiar. There's a Snow White here, but Lancelot too. Chapter 2. The husky-like young wolf cub. Are you implying that His Majesty the Emperor personally selected a fiancé for Liliana? While it cannot be said to be entirely unforeseen, one could assert that the narrative is becoming increasingly archetypal. The relationship chart, inscribed in her native tongue and nestled within the vanity drawer, appears poised to unveil a new chapter. Liliana suppressed the urge to roll her eyes at the Cliché scenario, for her thoughts were now consumed by a more pressing matter regarding Lancelot. This, young Duke of the Lancelot family. She bent down to examine the envelopes within the drawer, all bearing the name Christopher Lancelot, adorned with a blue hawk seal. Did that family, particularly the young Duke, happen to have a sister or some relative who is the queen? Liliana regarded the intricate snow wolf motifs scattered throughout her room, the emblem of the Snow White family, which were ubiquitous in the Marquise, perhaps also symbolizing this northern expanse known as Rianoka. She struggled to recall the title of the globally acclaimed book she had perused years ago, in which a pair of siblings named Lancelot had their younger brother plummet from a window, yet the eerie sense of déjà vu sent a shiver down her spine. No, Miss, Megan replied, though my knowledge of noble lineages outside the Snow White family is limited. I can confirm that the Lancelot family has had a queen at least since my great-grandmother's time. Liliana felt a wave of relief wash over her. Fortunately, Megan never pried too deeply, or else she would have found it difficult to explain her sudden astonishment. Just as she contemplated inquiring further, a maid's voice echoed from outside. Miss, young Master Joseph has come to visit you. What could he possibly want? Liliana felt perplexed. She instinctively intended to invite him in, but Megan interjected softly, Miss, you're still in a nightgown. Shall I assist you in changing? All right, Liliana glanced down at herself. Although her nightgown was modest, covering her from neck to ankle, it still felt inappropriate to answer the door in such attire. Reflecting on the time the maids took to assist her in changing before meals, she turned to the grand bed and made a decisive choice. If I lie beneath the covers, would that absolve me from changing? I shall fetch a cloak for you to drape over your shoulders, allowing you to sit on the bed and converse with the young master. Please wait a moment. As Megan spoke, she approached the wardrobe. Oh, your hair is still unbound. Where has that child cake gone? I don't think it matters, Liliana replied casually, prompting Megan, who had already reached out to style her hair, to retract her hand at once. After exchanging a confirming glance with Liliana, Megan proceeded to the door, gently opening it and bowing to the young man standing outside. Good afternoon, young Master Joseph. Here is the lamp you requested yesterday, one that even those without magical abilities can use. Liliana observed Joseph Snowwhite stride into the room, while Megan silently accepted the items from his hands and retreated to the side. Upon her arrival, she had briefly glimpsed the Marquis and his eldest son, Florence Snowwhite. Now, with the presence of this younger son and a healer whose attire was so similar she could hardly distinguish them, these were the only male she had encountered. The samples from this realm were insufficient, compelling her to rely on the standards of her former world. This 15-year-old brother appeared to possess the stature of a young adult, and given his age, he was still in a phase of rapid growth. Consequently, his frame was more slender than that of his elder sibling, and his countenance radiated a vibrant, youthful essence. His thoughts were plainly etched upon his face, particularly his evident reluctance to be running errands for her. Thank you. If I have taken up your time, such matters could easily be entrusted to the maids, she remarked. If possible, Liliana wished to minimize any potential discord with this adolescent. From her own experience, children at this age exhibited unpredictability akin to toddlers just mastering the skill of running. Thus, she promptly asserted that young masters should refrain from such menial tasks in the future. I would think someone ought to teach you how to use that contraption, no? With father absent and Florent preoccupied with your affairs, I too must lend a hand, Joseph stated, plopping down onto a nearby chair and gesturing to Megan, who was still looking down at the floor, to hand the items to her. My affairs? Liliana queried, momentarily bewildered as she accepted the exquisite box from a maid. It was somewhat heavy, which explained why Megan had gently placed it upon her lap. The maids had never informed her of the occurrences beyond her chamber. What was happening? To be poisoned in the very heart of the estate. Surely, this was not a matter of pride for the Snowwhite family? As Joseph observed Liliana, aided by the maid in opening the box to reveal its contents, he scoffed and continued, This news travels fast. Now, with you being the royal betrothed to the south, Florent can hardly keep up with his replies, let alone discern just how audacious the scoundrel must be to dare reach into the Marquis's domain. Liliana pressed her lips together. She was reluctant to engage in conflict with this young master. However, if he expected her to apologize for tarnishing the family name as the most unfortunate victim of this poisoning incident, she simply could not bring herself to utter such words. The young master offered no further commentary, prompting her to lower her gaze upon the delicately carved lamp in her hands. It perfectly aligned with her request from the previous day to provide a stable source of light for reading and writing at night, yet she could not locate the switch. She fumbled about, attempting to touch various parts of it, but the lamp remained unlit. As Joseph opened his mouth, he noticed that Liliana had already discovered another small box within a larger one. Upon opening it, she found a dozen or so stones, seemingly unremarkable aside from their symmetrical shapes, neatly embedded in silvery velvet. Although he had never used these before, he handled them with surprising adeptness. He observed Liliana as she examined the stones, then picked one up and directly set it into a groove on the lamp. After making a slight adjustment, the lamp on her knee emitted a light far brighter and more stable than that of a candle. Chapter 2. The wolf cub resembling a husky. 2. She initially thought that some fancy technique would be required. After all, was it not akin to using a battery? Yet, despite this thought, a smile graced Liliana's face as she acquired what she desired. She could hardly endure the smoky scent that pervaded the air after lighting numerous candles throughout the evening. Regardless of how many candles she lit, she felt the flickering light was insufficient while reading and writing. Having finally regained a pair of normal eyesight, she was unwilling to plunge back into the depths of myopia. It would be prudent to design a switch for energy conservation. After searching once more and confirming the absence of a switch on the lamp's base, she remarked casually, Otherwise, I would have to remove the stone when not in use, which is rather inconvenient. Leaving it in place would be wasteful. Once activated, these magical stones would continuously deplete their magic, rendering a switch meaningless. Joseph squinted at Liliana, as if he were meeting her for the first time, incredulous that she would utter words like conservation and waste. "I have been amnesiac since I awoke," Liliana replied, lifting her head with candor. "Did you not hear?" "You?" Joseph exclaimed, taken aback. "How terrifying." Rising to his feet, he continued, "When I heard from Flant, I thought you were merely employing your usual tricks to distract them. Given that you seem genuinely forgetful, I shall clarify. This was your signature skill in the past." "Young master," interjected Megan, who had been striving to minimize her presence in the room, her tone remaining gentle and compliant. "It is time for the young lady to take her medicine. As you can see, she remains quite frail, spending most of her days in bed. She has been on medication since she was brought here. It has never ceased. Is that remarkable?" Joseph shot Liliana a childish, provocative glance. In that moment, she sensed that he was deliberately attempting to irritate her. The young master was destined for disappointment. Liliana's expression was akin to that of a monk in deep meditation. It was not that she wished to lose face, but upon realizing that she had unwittingly taken on the role of a wicked noblewoman, she had formed a dismal psychological expectation regarding her circumstances at home. It was solely her fault for having read an abundance of cliché literature while evading her research responsibilities. Thus, the young master's words echoed in her ears as nothing more than a repetitive, "Is that all?" If possible, she would have liked to toss him a mocking expression akin to a sweat-soaked soybean. "Joseph Snowwhite, the one seeking trouble, I am your source of amusement." Liliana bestowed upon the young master a nonchalant smile reminiscent of an audience member enjoying a show, and then watched him depart with a distinctly disappointed expression. She even called out to his retreating figure with a remark imbued with the essence of a comedic sidekick, "Thank you," earning her a flustered glare from Joseph as he turned back. Just before his arrival, she had genuinely worried for a brief moment. Would marrying that duke with the peculiar surname lead to her nominal brother spending the rest of his life confined to a wheelchair? "Miss, would you like me to place this lamp on your vanity?" Megan entered, carrying a full tray of potions from the maid outside. "What is the purpose of these concoctions? Must I continue consuming them?" Liliana's face fell. Every day, she was required to swallow those bizarrely flavored, multicolored liquids, and she particularly missed the sugar-coated tablets and capsules from her homeland. She recalled Joseph's earlier exclamations and inquired, "Megan, do you know why I've been taking medicine since I arrived at the Marquis estate? Are there any ailments in my body aside from this poisoning?" This question did not receive an immediate response. After helping her braid her loose hair to ensure no strands fell into the potion while she drank, Megan slowly replied, "They are merely supplements to enhance your constitution. Compared to other regions of the kingdom, Rhiannoch is often quite cold, and ordinary citizens will brew herbal remedies to keep warm when conditions allow." "Do not take Joseph's words to heart too much," the maid added. "You have always been in good health, and you shall continue to be." Liliana refrained from expressing her opinion, sighing inwardly. Honestly, Megan was excellent, with not a single flaw to be found. For instance, she deftly diverted any potential quarrel between Joseph and Liliana, and her remarks after his departure were notably objective and neutral. Yet compared to the impeccably composed Megan, Liliana preferred the company of Kate, whose presence made her feel more at ease. Perhaps for the same reason, she did not harbor any particular disdain for Joseph, as it was difficult to maintain a high level of wariness towards someone whose first impression resembled that of a boisterous husky. Speaking of which, the Snowwhite family crest features a wolf, which is fitting, as huskies share a close relation with wolves. Liliana silently imposed a stereotype upon the young master. "I wonder if there are adorable cats and dogs in this world," she mused, gazing out the window. It was still midsummer, and the sky outside was a clear azure, devoid of clouds. Even on such a sunlit day, she did not find it particularly hot. In a place where winter is long, there must be countless fluffy creatures. Merely imagining them brought a sense of joy to her heart. As Liliana furrowed her brow, pondering why she had not laid eyes upon Kate upon awakening, she consumed the potions before her. Abruptly, the study of Florence Snowwhite was thrust open without any prior announcement from servants. The youth stormed in like a tempestuous snowstorm, making his way directly to his elder brother's desk. Behind him trailed a maid, her expression tense as she failed to halt him. Only after receiving a look of indulgence from the young Marquis did she exhale in relief. gently closing the door after exiting, leaving the two brothers to their discourse. She has truly lost her memory, Joseph exclaimed, bracing himself against the desk as he addressed Florent with fervor. Had it been in the past, the words I spoke to her today would have sent her into a frenzy, smashing every object within the room. Do you know how she treated me today? She addressed me as you. When I left, she even thanked me. Was she pleased with that lamp? Florent, his feather quill gliding swiftly across the parchment, remained undeterred by the commotion. The white-haired youth's writing was aided by a nearby ink pot that replenished itself magically as long as the ink remained wet, allowing him to amend the text at will. What? The utter disregard from his brother left Joseph feeling vexed as he plopped heavily into a chair. Since when have you begun to care about her satisfaction with the gifts you bestow upon her? Chapter 3. Chronicles of Medieval Online Romance 1. I have warned you more than once, is not her. Even if you wish to disregard decorum and refer to Liliana as sister, at the very least, you should use her name. Florent Snowwhite perused the contents he had just inscribed, setting aside the paper and quill before lifting his gaze to his younger brother. Maintaining respect for the future Duchess of Lancelot will not harm you. Come now, Florent. In the days when the royal family had yet to sanction this union, both you and father merely indulge her whims. You have always instructed me on what I must do, yet never provided explanations as to why. Must I simply acquiesce? I am no longer a child. Joseph leapt up as if his tail had been stepped upon, exclaiming, The future Duchess? Just her? The rightful future Duchess should be our sister, whom we have yet to find, the true heiress of Snow White. If you wish to be treated as an adult, you must learn to master your expressions and words, ensuring they are not swayed by emotion. Always remember what can be said and what must remain unspoken. Florence silenced Joseph with a warning glance, lifting the teacup at hand. Father has stated that, regardless of company, there has only ever been one Liliana of the Snow White family, and she is our kin. Joseph gritted his teeth in frustration, his gaze fixed on the teacup his elder brother held. Outside, a maid dusting the furniture let out a startled gasp as the water in her basin abruptly froze, causing the sunlight streaming through the window to refract oddly, casting its rays upon the profiles of Joseph and Florent, similar in visage yet strikingly different in aura. The latter, unhurriedly preparing to continue sipping from the cup of still steaming red tea in hand, found it to be the only liquid in the entire room that had not yet succumbed to frost. There is progress, remarked Florent, glancing at the teapot beside him. Would you care for a cup? In that fleeting moment, the young maid noticed that the basin had returned to its original state, and she exhaled in relief. As she cast her gaze toward the door of Master Florent's study nearby, she was startled away by the penetrating stare of the servant stationed there. Not to mention peering into the happenings within, she was painfully aware that it would take her many years to earn the privilege of direct interaction with those grown-ups. I detest your fatherly tone when you reprimand me, Joseph exclaimed loudly. Just because you are a few years my senior? Just because you are the heir? Why does father confide in you about everything while I remain in the dark like a fool? Is it merely because you are mother's favorite child? How splendid. Because among the three of us, you are the only one who still remembers her. She has entirely forgotten. And as for me, I can only listen to you speak of joy. Florent closed his eyes for a moment, then softened his tone. Do you still remember what initially sparked your anger? I am not angry, Joseph retorted without a moment's thought. I am perfectly fine. Then do me a favor, Florent said, handing a letter he had just pinned to his brother. Before nightfall, deliver this letter to the vice captain of the 1st Night Corps. He knows what to do. When did we establish correspondence with the capital S relief institution? Joseph inquired, though the displeasure still lingered on his face. Nevertheless, he deftly accepted the letter. Isn't there a need for a seal? Why not let a servant send it? Oh, I see. The boy instantly cast aside his previous concerns, and the servants who had aided him in opening the door watched him depart with enthusiasm. In the study, the young Marquis leaned back in his chair. Although he had dispatched his brother with a simple letter regarding a donation of supplies disguised as a secret missive, he appeared somewhat fatigued. However, without his express orders, the servants were left waiting outside the door. After 10 minutes, the maid finally heard the call and entered briskly, awaiting instructions. Fetch Miss Liliana's physician. I wish to inquire about her recovery. Also, ask her personal maid if Miss Liliana has any recent desires. Florent pondered for a moment before amending his request. Just bring the physician. Should I inform Miss Liliana's maid that you intend to visit her personally? The maid, pleased with her astuteness in discerning her master's implication, felt compelled to seize the opportunity to showcase her cleverness on her first day in her new position. "No need," Florent replied, casting a glance at the maid. He had never seen this particular servant in his study, which irked him slightly. Despite the numerous matters at home demanding his attention, it was no justification for Mrs. Pascal, the housekeeper, to assign a newcomer to attend to him without consulting his wishes. "Also, summon Mrs. Pascal for me. Are you saying that after my engagement to the young Duke, I sent him 2 or 3 letters each week?" Liliana repeatedly confirmed with Kate, her brow furrowed in disbelief. "And he responds to each one? Is that why I have an entire drawer full?" She lowered her voice to inquire about the propriety of their private correspondence. Uncertain whether the customs here were conservative or liberal, Kate chuckled softly. "My lady, your betrothal to Duke Lancelot was arranged by His Majesty himself. The entire kingdom is aware of your impending union. Not only is correspondence permissible, but if the Duke were to soar to your window on the wings of the wind tonight, I doubt anyone would dare suggest such an act is improper." "Miss, that assertion is inaccurate," interjected Megan, who had been adjusting the vanity as per Liliana's request, her tone firm. "While exchanging letters is entirely acceptable before your formal marriage, it is paramount that you adhere to the etiquette expected of young nobles when interacting with the Duke. This is crucial for your own reputation and that of the Snowwhite family. Should the Duke indeed arrive at your window this evening, you must graciously invite him through the front entrance of the Marquis's residence, where he will be received with the highest honors of Renoka." "But that lacks romance. I've never met anyone who could fly on the wind," Kate retorted, unfazed by Megan's correction. "Our lady is so delicate, the Duke could easily carry her away. I've heard that Lancelot's lands are perpetually adorned with flowers, filling the air with their sweet fragrance." Stop, Liliana interjected, grabbing a pillow to interrupt Kate's starry-eyed reverie. "That is not romance. That is an unauthorized attempt at breaking and entering. If you witness such behavior, regardless of who it is, they should be met with a swift blow to the head. Megan, she is merely jesting. Do not take her words to heart, as if someone is truly planning to climb through my window tonight." Chapter 3. Chronicles of Medieval Online Romance 2. I have another question. Although they had both been gently admonished, Liliana felt it more prudent to seek Megan's counsel regarding matters of etiquette. "Must I personally respond to the Duke's latest letter? I mean, I am still considered an invalid. Am I not? Would it be impolite to ask you to write on my behalf?" Her inquiry stemmed from the fact that since her arrival, she had not engaged in formal writing with the local script, while both maids appeared literate and capable. During her attempts to create a character profile, she had realized that although she could easily comprehend and converse in the language, writing it proved to be a challenge. In her previous efforts, she often found herself unconsciously reverting to her native tongue. She had assumed she had ample time to adjust, but who would have anticipated that Kate would return after a lengthy absence with a letter from the Duke? "I believe that the young Duke will certainly understand your physical condition, and this letter must convey his concern and greetings," replied Megan. "However, the news of your awakening must have reached Lord Flant and subsequently the territory of Lancelot. Otherwise, the young Duke would not have taken the liberty to write. I think it is most appropriate for us to transcribe your intended response as a reply." Liliana pouted, having initially thought that she could entirely delegate this matter to her maid under the pretext of her poisoning. The comfort of such a life had corrupted her spirit far more swiftly than she had anticipated. In less than half a month, she had become accustomed to instructing her maids to attend to her every whim. It seems imperative that she thoroughly read these replies, lest she remain oblivious to the nuances of their relationship and inadvertently create unnecessary complications in her response. The mere thought of that drawer full of letters caused her head to spin, as if she were prying into someone else's privacy. If Kate's assertions were true, and these two corresponded 2 or 3 times a week, it would be akin to a modern couple chatting into the early hours of the morning, and she felt as though she were an eccentric aunt preparing to eavesdrop on their conversations. In the past, when Liliana read her fiancé's letters, she preferred to be alone. So upon seeing her prepare to open the envelope, her 2 devoted maids silently led the other maids performing chores out of the room. It was for the best, as Liliana had no expectations about the contents of these letters, and having no one around allowed her the freedom to indulge in her thoughts. It was a rare opportunity to engage in something other than admiring dresses and jewelry. Liliana employed her skills in literature review, neatly arranging the envelopes in chronological order across her large bed, and then she brought over the magical lamp that Kate had meticulously cleaned, which required no search for a power outlet. Finally, she kicked off her shoes and sprawled onto the bed, exclaiming how delightful it felt. Though she lamented the absence of a projector and a bucket of chips, she began with the most recent letter, as it contained matters requiring her response. Halfway through, Liliana squinted her eyes in discontent. The less-than-a-page letter was filled with polite, almost official greetings. Frankly, from the perspective of an outsider, it hardly resembled the intimate exchanges of a young couple in love. It would easily pass for diplomatic correspondence between two nations, and many would surely believe it. So, this entire collection of letters contained such content? Well, she shrugged, initially concerned about needing to take notes. Liliana turned over, reclining on the bed with her legs crossed, a posture reminiscent of her nights spent playing on her phone in her school dormitory's upper bunk, a habit difficult to break. One commendable trait of the young Duke that Liliana appreciated was his lack of pretentiousness in his writing. The majority of these letters were friendly enough that even someone devoid of literary sophistication in this world could understand them effortlessly. However, the more she comprehended, the stronger her sense of immediacy became. On the surface, the neat and elegant handwriting of these letters suggests that the sender is a polite and patient individual, capable of responding to 2 or 3 letters each week. This, however, evokes in Liliana memories of her own clumsy, unrequited crush during her middle school days. The most popular boy in class would always graciously reply to her inquiries about academic matters via text. Yet, when she eagerly attempted to steer the conversation toward matters beyond studies, his responses were invariably superficial, such as, "Yes, I find that quite interesting. Huh, is that so? That sounds fun." If she sought to prolong the dialogue, he would deftly interject with, "I have practice to attend to. See you at school tomorrow." While she could not recall the exact contents of her past letters, she noted the compliments about how beautiful she would look in that dress, the gem's color complementing her hair. Having read nearly half of the correspondence, from the crispness of late autumn to the depths of winter, she realized that he had never shared a single detail about his own life, not even a simple remark about the snow falling outside. His conclusions were always along the lines of, "I intended to write more, but I have other matters to attend to," which felt like a refined version of a dismissive, "Yeah, right, sorry, I'm off to take a shower." Perusing these medieval-style chat records, she found herself grappling with the remnants of youthful heartache, while mimicking the expression of an elderly person struggling with a smartphone. She prepared to hasten her pace to finish the remaining letters that evening when a knock echoed from outside her door. "Come in," she said without raising her head. After all, during the past few weeks, the only ones who would enter her room at this hour were Megan and Kate. Liliana's reputation among the maidservants clearly left much to be desired. The others would avoid her unless absolutely necessary, and if they did come, they would find a way to leave swiftly. After so many days, she had grown accustomed to the presence of maidservants bustling about while she worked. The door creaked open, yet she did not hear any footsteps. A gust of wind swept in, causing her to shiver. Although it was midsummer, the temperature plummeted rapidly after sunset, though not to the extent of eating watermelon around a fireplace. "Kate, or is it Megan? Please close the door, thank you." She was engrossed in challenging herself with quantum speed-reading techniques, lying on her bed with her head facing the door, too lazy to turn around to see who had arrived. "I'm a bit cold, but no need to fetch me a jacket. Just closing the door will suffice. Wearing more will only make me sweat. I don't feel like showering today. Drying this mass of hair will be too cumbersome." To her surprise, a man's voice emerged from outside. "How could your personal maid leave you alone in your room? Don't they know you have yet to fully recover?" Chapter 4. A Night Visit. 1. The male voice from the doorway startled Liliana, causing her to turn over in surprise to see the man still standing at the entrance, not having taken a single step inside. "They want to help me with some tasks." She instinctively defended her 2 maids, the bed strewn with envelopes and stationery left unattended. While speaking, she hurriedly searched for her coat to cover her nightgown, only to realize that her previous leap onto the bed had been rather exuberant, and she had no recollection of where her shoes had been kicked off. Liliana Snowwhite stood at the door, lamp in hand. Observing Liliana, fled about the room like a startled wildcat. Bathed in the warm glow of the room, her disheveled long curls, cascading over her shoulders and waist, shimmered with a hue of pale gold, a color that the Snow-White lineage would never exhibit. If he was not mistaken, upon entering, he had seen Liliana entwining a strand of hair around her finger while reading a letter, and now that same lock of hair was precariously jutting out beside her pallid lips in a comical manner. Fortunately, the room was carpeted with thick rugs, so her bare feet were spared the chill as she paced restlessly. He quickly realized he should not be staring at her so intently. Before averting his gaze, he took one last glance around the room. In her haste, Liliana had allowed some of the previously neatly arranged envelopes and stationery to tumble to the floor, and he did not need to see them clearly. The blue wax seal indicated they were all penned by the sole heir of the Lancelot family. 2 minutes later, Liliana was still aimlessly roaming about, and Frantes felt she seemed to have completely forgotten how to use the bell to summon her maids. Mr. Frantes, Megan, carrying a basin of warm towels upstairs, was startled by the man standing at the door, her face reflecting an uncommon fluster as she hurried to Liliana's room. "Good night. No need for greetings. Go help the miss find her shoes and fetch her a coat." Frantes interrupted the maid with an air of simplicity. "I'm terribly sorry," Megan exclaimed as she hastily entered the room. "Please allow me to close the door first so the miss can prepare herself, Mr. Frantes. If he later inquires about your whereabouts, simply say I was in a foul mood and sent you all away, forbidding you to remain where I might overhear." Megan effortlessly found the second shoe beneath the vanity and, while somewhat distractedly styling Liliana's hair, heard her softly instruct, "Afterward, go find Kate and confer with her." If the room were to be left with only the miss, for the sake of her reputation, Mr. Frantes would remain outside the door. While swiftly braiding Liliana's hair, Megan reassured her, "It is only right for the servants to be punished for their mistakes. You need not worry. Mr. Frantes is not a cruel master." A flurry of hurried footsteps was followed by an even more chaotic knocking at the door, as Kate nervously inquired from outside if she could come in. Lillian sighed. Evidently, her 2 devoted maids had noticed Kate's tray and the warm towel basket that Megan had placed on the table. This was due to her casual remark about craving something sweet and sour after dinner, coupled with an inexplicable tightness and slight pain in her face. Instead of guarding the door, they had chosen to search for something in different areas. One might have suggested that the others stay at the entrance, but the second maid, believing her task would not consume much time, took the initiative to return. Judging by the sequence of events and their methods, it was highly probable that Kate was to blame. "Please let Master Fran in," Lillian instructed. She scrutinized herself. Her maids were far more efficient than she. In just a brief moment, the disheveled bed had been tidied, and even her hair had been adorned with a lovely red velvet ribbon by Megan. Casting a sidelong glance at Megan, she whispered insistently, "Find a way to have Kate corroborate our story. If you two cannot remain by my side, I shall be quite troubled. This is my command." Pleased to see her maids ushering Frant into the room, Lillian retreated to a corner, whispering among themselves. She turned her attention to the man who had entered, uncertain whether to curtsy, considering Frant's status as the confirmed heir of the Marquis, which undoubtedly placed him above her and Joseph. She tentatively rose and said, "Good evening, Master Frant." The Snowwhite brothers bore a striking resemblance. Indeed, the Snowwhite family shared uniformity of silvery white hair and blood-red eyes, a palette that danced upon the aesthetic preferences of those from Liliana's homeland. In a different context, perhaps through a screen, Lilian would have relished the opportunity to admire the man's visage. However, in this direct exchange, she was entirely unaware of his intentions. Recalling the little wolf cub that had come to her room earlier, barking incessantly, she felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Never mind, never mind. It's all part of the game, the necessary price for savoring the present, Lilian thought, offering a smile to her elder brother, who towered over her. Come now. Likely fueled by the absence of his true sister, he has spent over a decade fixating on his false sibling. I am prepared, awaiting whether your blade is cold or that cutting board beneath me, which has languished for a decade, is the one that is cold. I have consulted your therapist. You need a few more days of rest and cannot venture outside for the time being. Frant indicated for her to take a seat, showing no objection to her lack of a curtsy. Very well, Lilian nodded, realizing that her desire to go out was not as fervent as it had been upon her arrival, and such reminders from the maids were a daily occurrence. Frant continued, I have conferred with my father. Until he returns from the summer inspection, the Marquis must maintain a state of alert, during which we need to minimize the entry and exit of outsiders, all for your safety. The Marquis had not been at the estate for several days. As Liliana continued to nod, she pondered that the use of the term discussion indicated that the young Marquis before her possessed considerable authority over family matters, a rather impressive feat. considering he seemed to be merely 2 years her senior and was yet to reach the age of 20. However, what precisely was this summer inspection? Was it a survey of the territory or some noble's quarterly hunting expedition? She was utterly perplexed. Is there anything else you desire? They can have all the seasonal goods delivered, arranged in the hall in accordance with the customs of your preferred shops, allowing you to select whatever you wish. Liliana continued to nod instinctively, and after the man's voice echoed in her mind, she subconsciously uttered, "Ah?" It appeared that, for her safety, Florent was patiently preparing to reiterate his explanation. "I understand now." Liliana raised her hand to indicate that further elaboration was unnecessary. She had thought she had become accustomed to the extravagant spending habits of the aristocracy, but the fact that, due to her inability to venture outside, not only could outsiders not enter, but that an entire shop could be brought into the Marquis's residence for her selection, was an astonishing revelation that reshaped her perception of the upper echelons of society. "I do not desire anything," she surveyed her room. The spacious drawers were overflowing with an array of exquisite garments and jewels, suggesting that in Florent's context, the shop was not merely a small establishment accessible to anyone on the street. A moment of silence ensued, during which two pairs of crimson eyes silently met. The people of Rianoka ceaselessly praised the Lord's family's generational legacy of eyes resembling rubies, even composing ballads in their honor. Over the past few days, Liliana had grown weary of the maid's endless compliments regarding her eye color during her daily grooming. Chapter 4. A Night Visit to? I speak sincerely. It is not mere politeness. Liliana broke the silence and addressed Florent. There is already an abundance here, is there not? The physician hopes you maintain a cheerful disposition, as it is beneficial for your recovery, Florent remarked. This statement caused Liliana to tilt her head in contemplation. So, in her brother's eyes, the original Liliana's method of remaining joyful was to indulge in relentless shopping. She resolved not to emphasize that she had not only lost her memory upon awakening, but that her personality seemed entirely transformed. "Thank you. If I think of anything I need later, I shall inform the maid, just as I did yesterday when I expressed my desire for this lamp." She gestured toward the magical lamp that Kate had hastily repositioned on the vanity. "Do you like it?" Florent inquired. "Well, to me, it is merely a battery-operated lamp," she thought, yet since he had asked, she was gracious in her response. "It is just as I imagined, and quite lovely, so I do indeed like it. One point deserves attention. I am uncertain whether Joseph has reminded you." Observing her bewildered expression, Florent glanced at the two maids still lingering in the corner. "Where are the boxes containing the magical or hand them to Miss Liliana?" After Megan deftly retrieved a small box from a long row of drawers, Florent gestured for Liliana to open it. "Now, please take out one of the gems and hand it to me, then close the box." Although perplexed, Liliana complied with his request, placing a diamond-shaped stone into the palm of Florent's outstretched hand. In the preceding moment, the stone had appeared dark in her grasp. Yet upon contact with Florent's skin, it erupted into a brilliant light, akin to magnesium igniting in the air. Driven by chemical instinct, Liliana instinctively recoiled several steps, covering her mouth and nose while shutting her eyes, feeling a distinct dark blue mark manifest at the center of her vision. The air bore no trace of any burnt odor, and when she reopened her eyes, the stone had reverted to its previously inconspicuous state. The two maids exhibited similar reactions. It seemed that despite their daily navigation through the noble's residence, their encounters with magic remained exceedingly rare. These magical ores must not come into direct contact with those attuned to magic. Once sensed, they transition into an activated state. Florent displayed no inclination to mock her, nor did he suffer any harm from the recent phenomenon. The activated magical ore remained unaffected, though its contents would deplete rapidly upon being sensed. How then are they created? Surely, it requires someone skilled in magic to infuse them with power? Curiosity piqued within Liliana, or could they be natural substances? "These are products of naturally occurring veins that have been mined and processed," he explained. "You are correct. The extraction and all processing must be performed by those devoid of magical sensitivity." Florent's tone resembled that of a teacher addressing a student. "Regarding the infusion of magical energy into depleted magical ores, to my knowledge, mages from the Magic Tower are conducting research and experimentation, but thus far, no significant results have emerged." "What a fleeting energy source," Liliana mused. "I suspect the distribution of such stones is not widespread." if they were affordable. They would undoubtedly be utilized on a large scale among the common folk. She recalled how rare this lamp appeared to Kate, murmuring, "I understand now. Those of you who wield magic essentially serve as a power source. Thus, when holding such a lamp, it illuminates, whereas someone like me, devoid of any abilities, must rely on battery-operated lights." Apologetically, she realized she had been lost in her thoughts for a considerable time, and that now was not the moment to ponder the intricacies of magic, especially with a significant figure awaiting her attention. Do you have any further instructions for me? Can you not recall anything at all?" The man gazed into her eyes. Indeed, Liliana met Florence's gaze with composure. "Your inquiry suggests there is something you hope I might remember." Flint slightly turned his face, casting his gaze upon the curtains billowing in the wind behind Liliana. "No, it appears you have forgotten nearly everything," he remarked. "I am merely concerned that if your current state persists, it may be necessary to inform the Capital Academy of a postponement in your enrollment." "The Academy?" Liliana's expression displayed confusion as she instinctively glanced at Megan and Kate. They had not mentioned anything about her needing to attend school, had they? Since awakening, she had primarily posed questions, receiving answers from the maids, who never volunteered information on their own. "It is not a pressing issue. There is still some time before your planned departure to the capital, and we shall assess your condition then." Flant refrained from further explanation, retrieving a pocket watch-like object from within his coat for a quick glance. "One maid shall remain to attend to you, while the other will seek out Mrs. Pascal to explain the oversight from this evening, and seek her judgment on the appropriate course of action." Kate's face reflected fear, while Megan offered Liliana a reassuring glance, following Flant out of the room with a humble demeanor. The towel that Sister Megan brought may have grown cold. "How hot?" Kate exclaimed, recoiling as she reached for the towel in the basin, perplexed by its warmth after being left for so long. "It must stay a little longer. Miss, would you care for some candied fruit?" "Yes, please," Liliana replied, settling down. "Kate, tell me about the academy. Was I meant to attend school? Or had I been attending prior? Has Miss truly lost all memories?" As they maintained their back-and-forth rhythm, Flant halted at the corner of the second floor, turning to face them, the lantern in his hand illuminating the maid's downcast lashes. "Indeed," Megan answered dutifully, "the Miss S demeanor has undergone a significant transformation." "Just as she had a period of sudden silence before?" Flant inquired. The therapist expressed uncertainty as to whether amnesia is a consequence of poisoning, and whether any events transpired before and after her poisoning. "None at all, Master Flant. After the Miss collapsed from the poisoning and until she regained consciousness, you and the Master remained by her side. Aside from young Master Joseph's visit today, she has remained in her room, untouched by anyone other than her maids." "Has she wept during these days?" Flant recalled the tears that streamed down Liliana's pale face, a harbinger of her near-fatal condition, soaking the pillow beneath her. "What was her reaction after Joseph departed today?" "She seemed to have wept at night due to some dreams." Mentioning things that Kate and I could not comprehend in her sleep, Megan hesitated before responding. However, her spirits have been quite good during the day. Young Master Joseph remained calm throughout his visit. The Miss took a liking to that lamp and spent quite some time fiddling with it after he left. "Take good care of her." Having inquired about all his concerns, Flant turned away, resolute that such a poisoning incident must never occur again. Indeed, Mr. Mason and Mrs. Pascal have made their requests known. Henceforth, all food consumed by the young lady at the entrance is first sampled by no fewer than 3 maids. The same applies to the potions, with the exception of a particular one that the young master has expressly instructed should not be tested, as it has been in the young lady's use since childhood. The maids ensure the safety of all other potions before serving them to her. Today, the young lady inquired about the purposes of the medicines she has been taking, as well as why she has been consuming them since her early years, a matter revealed to her by young Master Joseph. After some contemplation, Megan brought this matter to light, informing the young lady that these were merely to enhance her constitution. The young lady did not press further on the subject. To put it succinctly, Mr. Folan is quite pleased with Megan's style of work. She is sufficiently dutiful and principled, yet adept at crafting suitable justifications for matters even she does not fully comprehend. It is precisely for this reason that he assigned her to attend to the suddenly reticent and occasionally hysterical Liliana. Even at her most capricious and unruly, Liliana could find no fault in Megan. Perhaps it would be advisable to let the young lady take a stroll in the garden. The sunshine has been splendid these past few days, and the young lady has been gazing out the window for increasingly prolonged intervals. Noticing Mr. Folent moving towards the study, Megan seized the last opportunity to inquire if she might prepare a windbreaker for her. Mr. Folent hesitated for a moment, recalling how the girl had sneezed several times after standing barefoot on the carpet for a few minutes upon his opening the door that evening. He replied, "Let's wait a few more days. Shortly, someone will come in my name to retrieve some books from the library to bring back to you. If the young lady finds them unsatisfactory, simply return them without further communication with me." As Megan made her way to the hallway, intending to seek punishment for Mrs. Pascal in the basement, she heard Mr. Folent's voice. "Yes, Master Folent," she responded respectfully, bowing towards the corridor on the second floor before taking up a candle and descending the stairs. Chapter 5. The Thematic Essay 1. Should the conclusion simply express anticipation for meeting you at the Capital Academy? Is it appropriate to use honorifics? Do you truly have no idea how I, Liliana, once communicated with that young duke? Writing essays is a daunting task, guaranteed to cost one a great deal of hair. Corresponding with one's nominal fiancé is also quite challenging. Fortunately, the hair of his current body is plentiful enough that losing a few strands is of little consequence. Liliana sat vacantly before the dressing table, contemplating how to reply while allowing the maids to adorn her as if she were a doll. In a sense, she felt like a living model for their dress-up game. When first permitted to roam freely within her chamber, she would change outfits before each meal, not to mention redoing her appearance after her afternoon nap. In total, she spent the majority of her day before the mirror. Although the frequency of these sessions has lessened following her protests, the morning rituals remain an unyielding obligation. Regarding matters involving the young duke, "You have always instructed us not to interfere, my lady." Kate cheerfully adjusted the necklace around Liliana's neck, her demeanor radiating joy. "It appears that the lady-in-waiting, known as Mrs. Packard, has not imposed particularly harsh penalties upon her and Megan. Are there any books here that discuss the academy I am to attend?" She extended her hand and gathered the various thick and thin tomes that Megan had brought back the previous night onto her lap. Last night, she had inquired with Kate about the academy, but Kate seemed largely uninformed about the Capital Academy. After much questioning, Liliana could only ascertain that all the young nobility of the realm would be studying there. This notion was familiar to her, as every tale necessitates a stage where diverse characters unite, and a school is one of the most classic and convenient settings. Upon discovering this premise, Liliana became so excited that she struggled to sleep through the night. She understood that, following the usual narrative arc, the true heiress would undoubtedly enroll at the same time as the false one. In a world imbued with magic, it was highly probable that the true heiress possessed some rare magical abilities, providing a stark contrast to her own lack of skills as a mere pretender to nobility. This signified that she would soon encounter the most pivotal character in her life. Reflecting on the predictable trajectories of the countless works of cliché literature she had read, Liliana found herself drifting into slumber only at the break of dawn. This body evidently lacked experience with sleepless nights, and upon waking late, she began to cough until she consumed a new flavored potion that offered some relief. Therefore, who possessed the patience to respond to the diplomatic correspondence from that young duke? After all, there was over a 90% chance that she would ultimately not become his wife. Liliana gazed longingly at the books in her embrace. Rather than drafting a reply, she yearned for them. She had been overjoyed when Megan brought them back the previous day. She had previously contemplated seeking literature from this world to gain further insight into its intricacies. However, upon awakening, she found this room devoid of even trivial comic books. It seemed that the original Liliana had not engaged with pen and paper beyond corresponding with that young duke, and she harbored a deep disdain for all matters regarding magic. Adhering to the principle of not appearing too dissimilar from her former self, she refrained from voicing this desire. Judging by their covers, these books appeared to contain foundational knowledge regarding magic. There was even one that featured a map on its cover, possibly delving into geography. Perhaps it was the result of prolonged idleness, but as Liliana gazed at them, she was overtaken by a nostalgic yearning for the diligent pursuit of knowledge, reigniting her thirst for new understanding. "I apologize, miss, but we do not possess any books pertaining to magic, so we are unable to answer your question," Megan remarked. Noticing that Liliana had once again become lost in thought, she set down her quill and gently reminded her that the letter remained unfinished. "Or would you prefer to take a brief rest?" Liliana took a deep breath and, with a resounding thud, rested her head against the surface of the vanity. Amidst Kate's exclamations, she deftly raised a hand to signify her well-being, merely seeking to vent her frustrations about being in such a place. You are Liliana Snowwhite, and you have a friend named Li Hua, who has written to inquire about your condition following your poisoning. Please compose a letter to him, without limitations on length, which should encompass the following points. You are to assess the emotional state between Liliana Snowwhite and her friend Li Hua, and embellish your phrasing accordingly. At the conclusion of the letter, feel free to express your sentiments, which may include, but are not limited to, your longing for Li Hua and your aspirations for future endeavors. Such a writing exercise has left you feeling quite despondent. Most distressing is the fact that you have no recollection of Liliana's previous style of correspondence. In a rush to finish reading through a pile of replies, you felt as though this young girl incessantly inquired, I bought this, do you find it appealing? I bought that, do you find it appealing? And awaited responses of affirmation. Yes, it's lovely, that too is lovely. You even sought confirmation from Megan, who informed you that the current Magic does not support multimedia, messaging, nor does it possess a camera. You pondered whether, in your noble estate, there existed a dedicated artist to capture your likeness. Adhering to the principle that the joys of the wealthy often surpass their own imagination, you inquired of Megan. No, miss, do you have such a need? She promptly replied. No, 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 no. You exclaimed, dismissively waving your hand as if to disperse a vague shadow. All right, I understand. What could these two possibly be discussing? You felt a growing heaviness in your head. Must you rely solely on words to describe the dresses you wear daily and the jewelry you acquire? After such descriptions, would it be shameless to ask for an opinion on their attractiveness? Merely contemplating this notion was enough to induce an embarrassment that could compel you to traverse time once more. While you struggled in the northern city of Renoka to respond to your fiancé's letter, a well-organized procession advanced along the southern coastline of Searles. The salty breeze caressed the faces of all present, while the sunlight shimmered upon the occasionally rippling sea. Nearby, civilian fishing boats glided past, and the fishermen aboard recognized the swiftly fluttering blue flag on shore. In accordance with the Searles custom of doffing one's hat, they offered respectful greetings to the young man riding at the forefront of the group. This was the third summer inspection of Duke Lancelot, Christopher Lancelot, who had become quite adept at it. As this year's summer tour approached its conclusion, the atmosphere within the procession visibly relaxed compared to the initial departure. The kingdom is known for its summer inspections in Searles and winter inspections in Renoka for the Knights of Searles. The end of the summer tour signifies that the year's most arduous tasks have been accomplished. At this stage, the focus of the summer tour had subtly shifted. Christopher Lancelot, mounted on his steed, smiled at the civilians in the distance who offered blessings and respect to the nightly procession. Although all members of the order could promptly ride the winds back to the Duke's estate to prepare for their report to the royal family, they remained steadfast in completing the performance. This was not a mere waste of time. Rather, it was one of the most efficient means of garnering the people's hearts upon the unending stage of power. Even those of the highest rank beneath this vast sky must occasionally humble themselves to play the role of an actor. Chapter 5. The Thematic Composition 2. Young Duke. Are you feeling unwell? The commander of the Knights could not suppress his concern as he observed Christoph touch his ear for the third time today with his fingers clad in dark gloves. Maintaining a half-horse distance from him, Christoph was a child the commander had watched grow up, and despite having taken on the solemn duties of pledging loyalty and reverence akin to the old Duke, a small measure of paternal affection lingered in his heart. Of course not. Christoph turned with a smile. Do I appear to be overwhelmed by the rigors of the summer tour? Father, do you still see me as that child who soared to the top of the tower and couldn't he find his way down? The young Duke's self-deprecating humor elicited a wave of laughter from the group as the wind carried the words to the ears of all the knights. 3 years prior, everyone in the order believed that the summer tour weighed heavily on Christoph. Yet unexpectedly, he had never mentioned the harrowing battle that claimed his father's life and drove his mother to despair. His gaze, fixed on the horizon where the sky met the sea, remained profoundly serene. Perhaps it's time to admit that you're aging. The youthful vice commander laughed heartily. Look, Christoph is merely touching his ear. How could that signify discomfort? Clearly, someone has been thinking of him. This time, the laughter was less abundant. Though Christoph did not seem to mind this level of teasing, only the vice commander, Sven Rydell, who had played alongside him since childhood, could joke with him so freely. Whether they laughed or refrained from laughter, all new in sails that their young lord was to be wed to a marquis from the northern realm of Renoka, facilitated by the Emperor's connections. It was rumored that the Snow-White family, guardians of the northern snowfields, possessed hair as white as snow and eyes as red as blood. The subjects anticipated that the future duchess's beauty would complement the young duke's dark hair and deep blue eyes. Meanwhile, gossip regarding the background of the marquis gradually faded among the nobility of Sales, for no one wished to risk offending their future lord by discussing such matters openly at the dining table. The Lancelot family had always enjoyed a harmonious relationship with the royal family, and Kristoff himself maintained a consistently accepting attitude toward the impending marriage. Since their engagement, letters from Renoka had poured in without ceasing, to the extent that Kristoff had grown accustomed to the jests about being overwhelmed by the snowflakes from Renoka. Kristoff had not received any correspondence from Liliana Snowwhite for over a fortnight. Prior to his departure, based on his understanding of his fiancée, he had anticipated at least 10 letters awaiting his response during the summer tour. However, shortly after leading the knights on their journey, he received 2 letters. The first conveyed the alarming news that his betrothed was gravely ill due to poisoning, while the second, from the young Marquis Snow-White, arrived days later. Delayed by his maritime travels, these letters had accumulated at the Duke's residence and were only dispatched as the summer tour neared its conclusion. In his correspondence, the young Marquis briefly recounted that his sister's condition had stabilized. At the letter's conclusion, he discreetly mentioned that, possibly due to the aftereffects of the poisoning, she had experienced some memory issues, though her spirits remained high, expressing gratitude for the concern shown by the Lancelot family from the south. Kristoff was indifferent to whether his fiancée could regain her memories. Although he would courteously respond to all letters, he did not relish the process, and, judging by the previous flood of letters, it seemed Liliana had entirely forgotten that they had ever met. "My lady, this necklace enhances the beauty of your eyes, shining even brighter than the most exquisite rubies of Renoka." From afar, Liliana Snowwhite, having finally completed her response, also fulfilled her task for the day, receiving compliments from her maid on the hue of her eyes. Stretching, she rose and ambled to the window, where the gentle warmth of the midday breeze caressed her face, prompting her to squint slightly and reveal a contented smile. The wind, laden with the scent of the moist sea, tousled Kristoff's hair, and a jest from a friend sparked memories of a winter long ago when he first accompanied his father on a lengthy journey. Beyond the carefree exhilaration of watching the landscapes unfurl beneath him and the distinctly different winter from his homeland, he vividly remembered a frail girl who seemed as if she might vanish at any moment. At that time, she had nestled beneath a branch of a snow-laden tree, attempting to conceal herself with her light-colored hair to evade the search of her maids. The courtyard was filled with anxious calls for Miss Liliana. "It is time for your medicine. What shall we do? The hour for taking your medicine has already passed. Hurry and find her. Miss Liliana, do come out. You will freeze in the courtyard." This was indeed the daughter that the Snow-White Marquis had painstakingly sought after her disappearance. Even as a child, Kristoff had begun to remember the playful exchanges of news among nobles over cups, tales of which were circulating from the north. There were multiple accounts suggesting that the girl who had been brought back was merely a commoner who happened to possess white hair and red eyes. No one knew why the Marquis Snow-White would rather claim a child devoid of any magical talent as his own than continue the search for his true bloodline. Upon discovering the girl not far away, she suddenly turned her head and, like a wildcat, darted away, her skirt lifted, leaving behind only a pair of emerald green eyes, reminiscent of precious jade. The distant, hazy memories of time became vividly clear in the presence of her father, and the man carefully tucked them away in the depths of his mind as he gazed into the distance. This year's coastline, like those of years past, was far from tranquil. A storm brewed over the summer sea, accompanied by restless creatures, which the nightly order fiercely repelled 100 miles from shoreline. For the languid fishing boats, the towering waves stirred by the frenzied winds at the horizon, where the sky met the sea, would merely be a gentle tide lifting them moments later. The once raucous seabirds that flocked near the beach had retreated elsewhere, and the azure sky was now graced only by the soaring presence of hawks, their keen eyes piercing the air. Occasionally, they emitted a rugged cry, powerful enough to resonate in the ears of ordinary folk, reaffirming the Lancelot family's dominion over the winds and thunder, while paying homage to the heroes who had perished in the unfathomable depths of the sea. guarding the peace of the Sales border through generations. They issued a thunderous proclamation to all lurking forces. The glory of Lancelot had not faded and would endure eternally. Chapter 5 Prose Composition 3. Several days later, seated in a chair in the courtyard, basking in the sun and immersed in her book, Liliana once again declined the maid's offer to drape a coat over her shoulders. Just the day before, she had been so warmly wrapped that she had succumbed to slumber at her desk, awakening to find the time had slipped from afternoon to evening, with no recollection of how she had returned to her chamber. Once permitted to leave her room, Liliana's realm of movement expanded to the marquis's inner courtyard, allowing her to encounter more of the household staff. Among them were the meticulous steward, Mr. Mason, who oversaw all domestic affairs, and Mrs. Pascal, who was particularly responsible for the maids. Both embodied Liliana's stereotypical notions of literary stewards. Mr. Mason, a tall, slender gentleman with glasses, exuded elegance, while Mrs. Pascal was short and stout, her curly hair perpetually framed by pursed lips. Their attire was markedly more refined than that of the other servants, and they greeted Liliana with utmost respect and precision. When Liliana first met Mr. Mason, she felt as though his greeting lasted a full 10 minutes, with about 7 or 8 of those minutes lost on her, resembling a recitation of poetry. Surrounding Liliana were primarily maids, while the male servants were more prevalent in the hall and courtyard, yet she seldom glimpsed them during their physical labors. Her attention captivated instead by the ever-changing scenery of the courtyard. Water, an indispensable theme of the courtyard, flowed through various uniquely designed fountains and pools, filling her ears with a gentle cascade as she read, and she had grown accustomed to the sight of rainbows arching across the sky. The books brought by Megan had already occupied her for about a fifth of her time, in her pursuit to simultaneously cultivate her writing abilities. Her efficiency in reading and note-taking significantly diminished. Who knows if that young duke will continue to respond? By then, she might no longer have the excuse of needing her maid to write on her behalf. Moreover, during this process, Liliana realized that even the most rudimentary magical introductory texts presented her with numerous terms she recognized, yet their precise meanings eluded her comprehension. In summary, the abstract nature of these phrases, in her eyes, was akin to the time she first entered university, approaching the remote corners of a library with an air of pretentiousness, poring over the tome Real Variable Functions and Functional Analysis, 4th edition. Fortunately, one of the books contained several sheets of note-like papers, inscribed with eloquent and clear handwriting, which moved Liliana to tears. With that book and the previous reader's generous notes as her foundation, Liliana has now gained a preliminary understanding of the magical constructs of this world. Yet, even at this rudimentary level, it became apparent to her that, at least in this nation, theoretical research on magic seemed to be undervalued. Drawing a familiar analogy, these substantial tomes resembled laboratory access guidelines and safety regulations. Steps for preparing high-purity crystals, how to create eye-catching explosions with limited materials, and essential information for surviving explosions, rather than principles of general chemistry, fundamentals of organic chemistry, physical chemistry, or chemical analysis. Moreover, some concepts she deemed fundamental axioms, such as the classification of magical elements, presented her with 5 contradictory assertions across the 3 books she had completed. Indeed, one of the texts employed 3 different classifications without any explanatory notes, leaving Liliana dizzy and questioning her sanity, contemplating a complaint to the publisher. A sudden gust of wind whisked away a sheet of plain language notes that Liliana had forgotten beneath the weight of those substantial volumes. Just as Kate, resembling a snowbound Arctic hare, prepared to chase after it, the paper fluttered down to Joseph's feet. The passing youth picked it up, and his face instantly flushed crimson as he shouted towards the distant Liliana, sitting in her chair. "Why are you snooping on my things? Where did you find this? Yours?" Liliana's eyes widened, surpassing Joseph's in astonishment. She glanced at the other notes beside her and then back at the agitated Joseph, initially assuming it was the handwriting of a girl. "How could you write like this? This is my handwriting from childhood." Joseph rushed over, snatching the papers from Liliana's hands. "You mustn't look. Give them all back to me. I actually think your writing is quite good. To preserve these precious, comprehensible notes." Liliana resolved to charm the now snarling little wolf cub. "Really, I admire it. Not embarrassing at all. Your understanding is evidently that of an astute individual." Spare me the pretense. I cannot fathom what prompted you to delve into such literature. I must inform you that these tomes are merely worthless scraps of paper for you, as you seem unable to resonate with any elemental essence. Do not squander your time. Joseph raised his hand aloft. Indeed, even with this gesture, Liliana would need to leap to merely graze those notes, yet he deemed it insufficient. From his fingertips, a gentle current emerged, lifting the papers into the air. It appears the texts speak true, even those of Snow White's lineage, who, if tasked with inscribing magic of water and ice elements, would find themselves at a loss without their ancestral home, often possess an affinity for more than just water. However, their aptitude for wielding water and ice magic is so pronounced that other abilities tend to be overlooked. Liliana ceased her futile attempts to reach for the floating papers, recognizing that at this height, her efforts would be in vain. Joseph's words rang true. Though she felt no anger, an undeniable pang of disappointment washed over her. Over the past few days, she has keenly sensed that these books were clearly crafted for those born with the gift of magic, whereas for the ordinary individuals, even the preliminary step of elemental sensing remains unattainable. The sensation of arriving in a world imbued with magic, only to discover one's character is incapable of learning any spells, is akin to the anticipation of freely surfing the internet upon entering university, only to find oneself retrieving a second-hand, sluggish netbook from one's suitcase that takes an eternity to boot. To compound her frustration, all her roommates are equipped with powerful desktops in one hand and gaming laptops in the other, their desks adorned with controllers, while a gaming console dangles from their waist. Is gaming a necessity? Certainly not. One could always practice typing. Yet the allure of watching her roommates revel in those highly acclaimed classics stirs a twinge of envy within her. I advise you to refrain from engaging with such materials, for they only bring discontent. When displeasure arises, one resorts to throwing things, and once the damage is done, one must clamor for replacements. As if deciphering the expression on Liliana's face, Joseph shook his head while gathering the scattered books from the table. Addressing the nearby maid, "You, return these books at once." Upon hearing the command, Kate hesitated, casting a glance at the silent Liliana, awaiting her direction. Is there truly such a notion? Liliana did not signal Kate to heed Joseph's words, nor did she express discontent. After a fleeting moment of disappointment streaked across her mind like a shooting star, she suddenly realized that inquiring directly is far more efficient than poring over those notes. The papers you previously penned assert that the more powerful a magician becomes, the less likely they are to excel in wielding all elements. Is this merely a summation of observable patterns, or is there an existing theory that supports it? What nonsensical ramblings. Have I ever written such a thing? Joseph scratched his head, and just as he let his hand drop, the floating papers descended, revealing that his command of the wind element is merely rudimentary. Well, that is indeed a fact. I find it challenging to articulate my thoughts to you, as you seem indifferent to my understanding. Liliana crossed her arms and casually remarked, "If it does not consume your time, might you share?" The young lady requested that you inform me of her desire to attend the Capital Academy punctually. In the study on the second floor, Florent, who was reviewing the expenditures of the Marquis this month, lifted his gaze. However, his attention did not fall upon Megan, but rather towards the window facing the courtyard. At his behest, the reading desk and chair for Liliana were arranged within his line of sight. Should anyone possess the audacity to attempt to take her life within the Marquis, that individual would, in their final moments, witness the most exquisite mastery of water and ice elemental magic in this kingdom and across this continent. Indeed, the young lady's resolve is unwavering. She does not wish to delay her enrollment. Megan remarked that the young lady eagerly anticipates life at the Capital Academy. Upon receiving the books you sent, she first searched for any content pertaining to the Academy. Regrettably, neither Kate nor I possess the capacity to address her inquiries on that matter. It is clear she is not merely seeking an education. Florent recalled the day he visited Liliana's chamber, where he found her bed strewn with letters. Rubbing his temples, he acknowledged, "I understand now. You may leave." The two individuals in the courtyard were still engaged in conversation, and Florent withdrew his gaze, realizing he need not assign Joseph any tasks today. Chapter 6. The Writing Lesson 1. Several days later, Liliana Snowwhite faced her first formidable challenge since arriving in this world. When Megan initially inquired if her ladyship wished to ride for leisure the following day. She presumed that the skill of horseback riding, much like her ability to comprehend the local language, was inherently possessed by this body. Thus, she readily accepted the suggestion. After several days of poring over books, her neck, unaccustomed to such rigorous study, began to protest. Engaging in other activities would be a welcome reprieve, and it would also allow her to explore new horizons. In truth, Liliana sensed that had she proposed to explore the entirety of the Marquisate, she would likely face little resistance. Yet, she still regarded herself as a guest within this Marquisate, and instinctively felt that meandering freely about her host's domain was somewhat inappropriate. This sentiment intensified as she discovered the drawer filled with jeweled tiaras. Particularly, upon hearing Kate's introduction, she learned that one of the diamond tiaras was a meticulous replica of the ice crystal crown traditionally bestowed upon the matriarch of the Snowwhite family for the most solemn occasions. The original Liliana had insisted upon adding that crown to her collection, prompting the Marquis to ultimately concede and have an identical replica crafted for her. At that moment, Liliana felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Even if the original Liliana had been a spoiled child throwing tantrums to obtain what she desired, the sheer audacity of replicating such a valuable piece of jewelry and allowing an unknown impostor to flaunt it in public seemed excessively indulgent and lacking in propriety. Never mind. Do not dwell on the intricacies of the setting. If your conscience is uneasy, simply refrain from engaging. After all, these items are destined for the rightful heir, the true daughter, and she may as well temporarily hold on to them. Liliana did not ponder this matter excessively. However, having grown accustomed to the mundane existence of an ordinary person, the sudden revelation that her room harbored something exceptionally rare and valuable left her in a state of suspicion for several days. Each night, she would open the drawer to count the diadems. As if in a daze, she thought she could still hear the whispers of the diamond crown speaking to her. Returning to the topic of horseback riding, although restricted to the expansive lawn in the backyard, Liliana was nonetheless overjoyed. Her delight persisted until she stood before her chestnut pony. As she lifted her skirts, intending to mount with a grace reminiscent of the protagonist from various films she had seen, she was promptly halted by Mr. Mason. "Miss Liliana, as an elegant noblewoman, how could you possibly adopt a male riding posture? Are you suggesting that, because I am a woman, I must ride side saddle?" Liliana recalled how, that very morning, she had discovered that Kate had dressed her in a flowy, billowing gown instead of the dashing riding attire she had envisioned. Although this gown was significantly lighter than her usual voluminous skirts, a vague sense of wrongness lingered. She pondered as she gazed at the two stirrups on the same side of the saddle, lost in thought. Just half a minute prior, she had found the people of this world rather fashionable and romantic. Riding a horse was a commonplace affair, yet they had even provided stirrups akin to those on a tandem bicycle. No safety belt was in sight, and with the side saddle posture, a simple jolt could send her tumbling off. Adhering to the principle of not questioning the established norms, Liliana obediently mounted the horse under Mr. Mason's guidance. In the process, she realized that this body appeared to possess no recollection of riding skills whatsoever. Merely attempting to sit upon the horse left her flustered and perspiring lightly, causing the carefully coordinated hat chosen by the maids to awkwardly slide to her shoulder. "Miss, you selected Summer as your steed when he was still a young colt. He has a gentle temperament and will surely not let you fall." Observing Liliana's stiffness atop the horse, unsure of what to do, Mr. Mason stepped forward to take hold of the pony's reins. "Please allow me to lead you in a gentle stroll. Summer has not seen you during your illness, and familiarizing yourselves will ease any fears." Days later, as Florent exited the Reno-Cha Council Hall, he received a report from Mr. Mason, while beside him, the chief financial officer awaited clarification on several inquiries he had raised regarding the previous season's financial report. After instructing the secretary to lead the chief financial officer to the study to wait, Florent turned and remarked, still unable to learn, "I truly did not anticipate that Miss Liliana would suffer such a profound loss of memory." Mr. Mason bowed deeply, expressing his apologies to the frowning young Marquis. In the eyes of Mr. Mason, the frowns wrought by the young girl he had nearly raised himself, as she managed the affairs of the estate and the household of the Marquis, far exceeded those accumulated over the previous 19 years. As the highly esteemed butler trusted by young Master Flant, he found himself disheartened by his inability to even teach Miss Liliana how to ride, a seemingly simple task. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. Miss Liliana resembled a highly vigilant creature. At the slightest hint of her companion loosening the reins, she would unhesitatingly throw herself down to tightly embrace the horse's neck, disregarding all semblance of decorum, until others yielded, readjusted the reins, and assured her that they would never let go again. She seemed resolute in maintaining that rather ungraceful posture, as if until the glaciers at the Rhinoc border melted completely. Let Joseph teach her, Flant thought in a flash, an idea that struck him as a twofold solution. If Joseph were unwilling, he could come to me. However, Mr. Mason, with a hint of trepidation, reported that young Master Joseph had already attempted this, and, in a fit of temper this afternoon, declared he would never again try to instruct Miss Liliana in horsemanship. I felt compelled to bring this to your attention. Under ordinary circumstances, it would suffice to summon Liliana as former riding instructor to the estate. However, Flant had conferred with his father and, until his father's return from the summer inspection, the Marquis's residence was under strict lockdown. If Liliana were a boy, it would be simpler. They could send her to a knight's order for a few days of shared meals and lodging, and she would return fully proficient, just as her brothers had. Flant shook his head, realizing he had no time for such trivial musings. Let me ponder this. He waved his hand, offering Mr. Mason a response that was not quite a reply. Is there anything else? You appear exceedingly fatigued. Please consider resting for at least a day or half a day. The master should have already embarked on his journey home and will arrive in a few days. Although he longed to voice this concern, Mr. Mason found himself unable to utter the words as he observed Flant turn to look at him. The supposed masters of ice and snow, the lords of Snow White, had eyes that flickered with the flame of generations. Mr. Mason could not recall the last time he had witnessed any sign of weakness in those eyes. Perhaps it was on the day of the Lady S burial, or even earlier. None, young Master Flant, he said, bowing to the young lord as he hurried away. Chapter 6. Riding Lessons 2. May I be excused from learning to ride? After Mr. Mason and Mrs. Pascal had both found themselves at a loss, and the confident Joseph was provoked to abandon the task, Liliana began to contemplate evading the riding lesson scheduled for the following day. She deeply suspected that no one in the entire Marquis's household could possibly teach her. Miss, hunting on horseback is an important social activity among the nobility, and there will likely be related events at the academy. Megan patiently encouraged her. I believe you made significant progress today. Progress? Does it refer to the 10 times today that I embraced the horse's neck? Liliana felt rather indifferent about her own state. Her heart ached for the horse, which had visibly slimmed down over the past few days due to her startled antics. Its coat no longer as sleek as when they first met. The next day, despite Liliana's spirits being quite low, Kate still enthusiastically paired a delicate lilac long dress with a matching hat, adorned with a large white ribbon tied into a bow atop the hat. Megan was also busy, since Liliana's previous practice sessions had ended with her hair in disarray. Megan today employed at least double the usual number of hairpins to secure her updo, making Liliana anticipate that, should her hair come undone, it would unleash a storm of pearly raindrops. By the time she dawdled her way to the lawn, she discovered someone was already waiting for her. Her chestnut pony had not come today. Instead, a magnificent silver stallion stood before her, seemingly radiating a sacred glow. Before Liliana could attempt to approach, the horse, sensing her unfamiliar presence, snorted loudly, halting her in her tracks. This horse felt but a horn away from being a unicorn. Should it take offense and strike her with its hind leg, she would be ushered off stage to enjoy a meal and receive red envelopes. Come here, called Florent, who stood beside the white horse, noticing her hesitation. Liliana did not comply. She stood her ground, cautiously inquiring the fully equipped Florent, "Are you here to teach me today?" "Indeed," Florent replied succinctly. "Do not worry, knock will not harm you. Come closer." Liliana, choosing her words with care, was keenly aware that in the past few days, observing various individuals coming and going in the yard, she had concluded that until the Marquis returned from his summer tour, Florent was the acting head of this household and the entire estate. Speaking to someone in such a position required a certain finesse. "Mr. Florent, I have yet to master my own summer. If you can ride knock well, you will naturally be able to ride your own horse," Florent interjected, extending his gloved hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. "Come here, I shall teach you today." This left no room for negotiation. Cautiously, Liliana approached the white horse, which made her own chestnut pony seem like a mere child's toy in comparison. After swallowing hard, Liliana attempted to mount. She managed this initial step reasonably well. However, as she turned to sit sideways on the saddle and placed her feet in the stirrups, panic set in. "Please do not loosen the reins too easily," she began. But before she could finish, Florent deftly mounted behind her, startling her. She nearly let slip a curse in her native tongue, but fortunately, she caught herself just in time, almost biting her own tongue. That action does not serve to protect you. Rather, it is quite perilous. Did you not notice that, during that movement, your feet left the stirrups? At the moment of mounting, Florent nearly had the opportunity to witness Liliana's demonstration of embracing the horse's neck. He understood why everyone else was rendered helpless. With one hand, he gently patted Nock's side to soothe its nerves. His other hand rested firmly on Liliana's waist, preventing her from repeating the actions that had previously left Mr. Mason exasperated and sent Joseph into a fit of rage. Once assured that Liliana had frozen in place and would not attempt to embrace the horse's neck again, Florent withdrew his hand and passed her the reins, reminding her that these were the true instruments of horse control. For a startled adult horse, even a tight embrace around its neck would not deter it from easily throwing off the weight of a rider. Liliana's hat had fallen onto the lawn due to her earlier movements, but Florent showed no inclination to retrieve it. After she grasped the reins on either side, his gloved hands crossed over her arms to take hold of the front reins, guiding Nock to walk slowly under the shade of the trees. "Turn left, good now, right?" After a brief ride, Florent gradually transferred the reins control to Liliana, yet his hands remained in their previous position. As she listened intently to Florent's whispered commands, she nervously adjusted the tension on the reins. With his hands positioned before her, Liliana did not need to worry about whether he was subtly loosening his grip behind her, which provided her some mental relief. However, distractions persisted. Florent's voice was too soft, compelling her to lean in closer to catch his next instruction. The gentle breath of his words tickled her ear, prompting her to voice her concern. "Could you speak a bit louder? That way, our heads wouldn't need to be so close." After several involuntary recoils due to the tickling sensation, Liliana could no longer restrain her remarks. "If Nock hears me speaking, it will know what to do without your guidance." Florent declined her request, gently adjusting her posture with a light touch at her waist. "Sit up straight, yes. Just like that. First, you must convey your trust to your steed, and it will reciprocate with its own trust. Once that bond is established, you need not fear being thrown off. It will protect you until the last moment of its life. If I could ride in the same position as you, I believe I would learn far more easily." Liliana echoed her sentiments about Mr. Mason and Joseph to Florent, expressing that this side-saddle posture felt quite precarious. "Even if I were to carry you like this?" Florent gazed down at Liliana, nestled within his arms, finding it challenging to avoid contact in this position. Her hair would occasionally brush against his clothing as she fidgeted in her anxiety. "But you won't always carry me like this," Liliana shrugged, just as Nock sprang at the sight of a small puddle ahead, nearly causing her to lurch forward. This time, she simply released the reins to grasp Florent's arm. Never loosen the reins. Today, Florent donned a deep black, half-length cloak, observing as the girl's hand rudely wrinkled the silver-threaded emblem of the Snow Wolf family on it. She, seemingly still feeling insecure, attempted to exert more force even as he spoke, though it appeared that a mere twist of his wrist would suffice to free herself. After a moment as contemplation, he spoke in a soothing tone, noting her lack of forward lunging, a sign of progress. They maintained their previous pace, practicing slowly for a while longer. After Liliana directed Nock to complete several large circles on the lawn, Nock began to show signs of discontent. For the horse, its master had been busy for days, leaving it in the stable, eagerly awaiting its turn. At long last, it had the chance to emerge. It was forced to trot monotonously in circles at such an unsatisfactory speed. Nock let out a long neigh towards the adjacent thicket, without a command from its master. It would not act recklessly, yet it sought to express its thoughts. Perhaps a slight increase in speed? Noticing the horse's tail flicking with greater intensity, Florent weighed the situation and inquired of Liliana whether she wished to venture into the woods, where the obstacles exceeded those here, allowing her to familiarize herself with the usual jostle of a hunting scene. However, Mr. Mason had previously stated that entering the woods was forbidden. Liliana cast a glance at Florent, who reiterated that for safety's sake, she could only ride on the lawn. "I stated that you should not enter while practicing alone," Florent replied, But now I am here, and you need not worry about the possibility of an ambush. Then let us proceed as you suggest. I have no objections. Liliana shrugged, acknowledging that in this household, Florent's word held sway, and as long as he was content, all was well. What a demeanor she exhibited, seemingly oblivious to even the most basic noble etiquette. Observing Liliana's various little gestures, Florent felt a sense of helplessness in the capital. She would surely become the subject of ridicule. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and simply guided Liliana forward. Under Florent's guidance, Liliana cautiously began to lead Nock towards the woods at an accelerated pace, appearing more adept than at the outset. The increase in speed made her slightly nervous, but overall, she managed quite well. Upon entering the cool shade of the forest, a sense of accomplishment compelled her to smile. She turned to see how far she had ridden, exclaiming, "Huh, I didn't fall." The absence of direct sunlight made the temperature within the woods noticeably cooler than outside. Yet Liliana remained fully focused on the branches and underbrush jutting across the path. She felt no chill, but rather the gloved fingers of her hands began to perspire. At this moment, Florent had virtually ceased to exert physical control over the reins. Just as he felt that today, as practice had yielded significant results, and prepared to ride a while longer at the forest's edge before returning with Liliana. A flash of white light caught his eye, and Nock, having spotted the silhouette of prey, instantly became animated, snorting excitedly. "Do not let go of the reins." Florent perceived this as an opportune moment. Thus, even upon hearing Liliana's startled exclamation, he refrained from immediately restraining Nock, allowing it to pursue the quarry that had emerged within their line of sight. He tightened the reins, conveying to Nock that if it wished to abstain from the chase, it must communicate its intent. "It does not heed my command," Liliana lamented, realizing that her strength was insufficient to control Nock. The horse, previously constrained and restless, joyfully galloped deeper into the woods, seemingly unperturbed by its rider's anxiety. Liliana exerted all her willpower to resist the urge to loosen the reins out of fear. However, as the landscape abruptly opened up before her, revealing a shimmering lake, she could not suppress a terrified scream. It intends to plunge us into the lake. Chapter 7. The Ice Lake. 1. It was unclear how much time had elapsed when Liliana, trembling, became aware that the horse had finally come to a halt. Yet, she was certain that the distance Nock had raced before Florent managed to rein it in far surpassed the space she had traversed in her moment of despair. As she relinquished the reins and lunged toward Florent, clutching him tightly, she had not yet released her grip around his waist, and her breath remained ragged from fear. Besides the earthy scent of damp soil characteristic of the forest, she detected a hint of spice, soon realizing it was the fragrance lingering in her own hair. It appeared that Megan's efforts to secure her hair with double the hairpins had been in vain, as her locks had once again come undone. Tilting her head slightly, Liliana sought to glimpse their surroundings, but the sight before her elicited an involuntary gasp. In that moment, she completely forgot her earlier trepidation and leaned down for a clearer view. However, Florent halted her movement, for her feet had already slipped from the stirrups, and with her hands no longer grasping the reins, she was precariously suspended from Florent, barely avoiding a fall onto the icy surface. Unable to bend down for a better look, Liliana gazed further ahead, discovering that the lake's surface was entirely cloaked in a solid layer of ice. Having lived in the warmer southern regions, Liliana had no means of discerning the thickness of the ice at present. With the sudden drop in temperature, a milky mist began to envelop the ice, dissipating almost instantaneously as she noticed it. It was truly astonishing. Liliana murmured in awe. Even though she had perused various tomes on magic and was accustomed to the illumination provided by enchanted stones, the efficiency with which the vast expanse of water froze and the mist vanished exceeded her astonishment, instilling within her a primal sense of fear. A chill ran through her as she realized that the man upon whom she now relied, akin to a lifeline, could effortlessly extinguish her life, as though squashing an ant. "Please do not cast me into the lake." At that moment, she sensed Florent's hand gently resting on the back of hers, as if attempting to pry her fingers apart. Feeling her sense of security waver, Liliana clung to Florent like an octopus, exclaiming, "I am still of use." Truly, this is sincere truth. As long as she remained in this world full of schemes for even a single day, the Snowwhite family would inevitably be reunited with the genuine heiress. The two of them were destined to meet. Yet, She could not voice such prophetic thoughts. For the books she had read made no mention of this world's magical ability to foresee the future. That hand remained still, but did not withdraw from her hand's back. She heard Florence's voice from above her head. I merely wish for you to sit properly. If I let go now, you will fall. Indeed, they seem to be too close for comfort. As she protested, I can manage myself. She clumsily began to adjust her posture. Florence silently observed as Liliana initially attempted to free herself, but after a moment apart, her expression revealed a clear sense of insecurity. Gradually, she shifted her hands to his arm, transferring her weight entirely to the hand he had wrapped around her waist, and cautiously stretched her foot to reach the stirrup. Once she was securely seated and had regained hold of the reins, Florent dismounted and, like Mr. Mason and Joseph before him, led the horse along the ground. The wind across the lake was brisk, tossing Liliana's loose hair chaotically across her face. Unable to release the reins to tame her unruly locks, she could only make slight movements of her head, wrestling with her own hair. Wait, according to convention, this should be a moment of ethereal beauty, with her flowing dress and hair dancing in the wind. Thus, it was evident that she was not the protagonist. Liliana thought with a pang of melancholy. She was most likely relegated to the role of the wicked supporting character. Looking at the man gliding across the ice not far away, he was at least of secondary male lead stature. The evidence lay in the fact that the cloak she had nearly turned into a rag had swiftly regained its luxurious appearance, adorned with silver-stitched snow wolf patterns that complemented his white hair perfectly. Wait a moment. He must share blood ties with the true heiress. How could he be a secondary lead with such lineage? It was audacious to assume this was a story devoid of taboo elements. Liliana mentally chastised her narrow-mindedness. Her familiarity with cliché literary tropes should be her sole advantage in navigating this world. Naturally, she needed to broaden her perspective and unleash her imagination, considering any plot developments that the masses might find enjoyable as plausible futures. This world likely lacks orthopedic hospitals, for in recent days, she had only encountered a few therapists who prescribed her medications. She was uncertain whether such treatments required magical abilities. If it merely involved compounding prescriptions, she felt she could give it a try. Chemistry and prescription making were, in a sense, quite similar. After all, professionals should align with their expertise, and she would not squander the years of study she had devoted to her education. Realizing she was thinking too far ahead, she redirected her gaze. From her elevated vantage point, the disparity in hair color between the two faux siblings became even more pronounced. Liliana, while expelling strands of her own hair from her mouth, scrutinized Florence's silhouette. Though at first glance their hair appeared to share a white hue, Florence's locks shimmered like silver under natural light, whereas hers bore a hint of warmth. Both horses and humans traversed the icy surface with remarkable steadiness. Yet it seemed they were devoid of any anti-slip gear. Was this merely a manifestation of magic? Liliana fixated on Florence's feet for a moment, when suddenly, an image of a renowned animated character from her previous world sprang to mind. The aloof and formidable Ice Queen with her flowing white hair, merging seamlessly with the figure of the man before her, nearly provoking a laugh from her lips. Florent, as if possessing eyes at the back of his head, turned to regard Liliana, whose disheveled hair suggested she was lost in a moment of amusement. He refrained from comment, revealing no emotion, and simply inquired, "What is wrong?" Liliana promptly shook her head. She had no intention of foolishly asking whether he could walk on ice while conjuring ice flowers beneath his feet, or if he could create an ice castle from the waters of the lake. Their nominal sibling relationship had not yet reached such familiarity. It was evident from the moment he had withdrawn from her embrace that he was reluctant to continue riding alongside her. Chapter 7. The Ice Lake, too. The posture of sitting sideways on a horse truly felt unnatural. Liliana sensed an ache creeping from her legs to her shoulders, particularly in her lower back. However, upon reaching the lakeside, when Florent asked if she wished to dismount and rest, she recalled that without a maid's assistance, she would struggle to descend, and given that Nock was significantly taller, she dared not simply leap down. Thus, she swallowed hard, shaking her head to feign nonchalance. "I can assist you." As if reading her thoughts, Florent extended his hand toward her. Liliana hesitated for a moment, contemplating that pride would not fill her stomach. Yet, the maids had always allowed her to step onto their hands, catching her as a duo. She could not allow herself to with her calves grasped. Her body instinctively leaned forward as she clung to Florent's neck, a soft exclamation escaping her lips, her long hair cascading toward his face, fortunately avoiding entanglement with the embellishments of his riding attire. Once her feet touched solid ground, Liliana felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. She quickly stepped back to prevent the wind from continuing to whip her hair toward Florent. After setting her down, Florent approached Nock, plucking tender branches from a nearby tree and offering them to the horse, gently stroking its mane as it contentedly fed. Not wishing to interrupt their interaction, Liliana gathered her skirts and made her way to the edge of the lake. The ice covering the lake had yet to thaw. Crouching down, she discovered that the thickness of the ice remained elusive. Even with gloves on, the tips of her fingers felt the sharp chill emanating from the surface. She exerted a little force. The ice surface is solid as rock. By all accounts, she should be able to stand on it, especially since it had just borne the weight of 2 individuals and a horse. Liliana lifted her skirt, maintaining her balance on the lake shore as she extended the tip of her left foot, gently touching the ice. Just as she was lost in a whimsical daydream of possessing magic herself, conjuring ice flowers with each step, she heard Florent's voice behind her. "You can stand on it and play." When had he approached, startled by his sudden presence, Liliana turned to see Nock tethered beneath the shade of a tree, now contentedly grazing on the grass beneath him. "I will not let you fall." Sensing her hesitation, Florent continued, "Now and in the future, I do not wish for any recurrence of the poisoning incident. Upon reaching the capital, you need not fear. No one would dare act brazenly against the daughter of the Snow-White family within the academy." I have a question. If I never learn to ride, can I still attend that academy?" Liliana sought to divert the conversation, not wanting Florent to sense her lingering distrust. So she casually asked about a concern that had been troubling her for days. "Of course," Florent replied without hesitation, "but it would be better if you learned. In the event of any unforeseen circumstance, knowing how to ride is far more advantageous than being confined to a carriage. I am merely considering the worst-case scenario," he added. "I shall accompany you to the capital. If anyone dares to harm you on the journey, I will ensure they regret ever harboring such absurd thoughts." Noticing Liliana's eyes widen slightly, Florent, with a nonchalant tone, added, "However, learning to ride has many benefits. Your fiancé has a large estate in the capital where he invites everyone for hunting each year. It is quite lively. Then I shall make an effort to try again." Liliana held little interest in her fiancé's hunting parties, perceiving them merely as critical plot points where something significant would transpire. Nevertheless, Florent's depiction of riding to escape successfully resonated with her, prompting her to resolve to strive a bit longer. Since awakening from her poisoning, her attitude toward magic had indeed transformed. Florent observed Liliana, who, though hesitant to stand on the ice, was unable to tear herself away, tracing delicate patterns with the tip of her left foot. In the past, she had vehemently resisted the display of magical abilities by others in her presence. To accommodate her feelings, the Marquis had employed only those from non-magical, common backgrounds, from the head steward down to the laborers. A notion unfathomable to other powerful nobles like the Snow-White family, who possessed vast territories. In other regions, many high-ranking nobles would eagerly send their offspring to serve as personal attendants in the households of these grand aristocrats before reaching marriageable age, taking great pride in such arrangements. For the minor nobility, this serves as an excellent opportunity for their offspring to observe and learn from the grandeur of prominent families, becoming familiar faces in the presence of influential figures. For the major aristocrats, possessing a servant of commendable lineage is a distinct emblem of their elevated status. Returning to Liliana, she has ceased exhibiting her unpredictable temper, no longer shattering the cherished possessions she so recently adored. She no longer frequently expresses desires to purchase this or that. In fact, according to Megan, even when responding to the Duke of Lancelot, she has become morose. Even more astonishing is her newfound dedication to her studies. She not only takes notes, but also pursues Joseph with a flurry of questions. The current Liliana, rather than being merely amnesiac, seems to embody an entirely different person beneath her identical exterior. Is this truly a consequence of poisoning? The toxin that afflicted her was indeed potent. Even the most skilled healers within the territory hesitated to claim the reward for rescuing the daughter of the Marquis Snow-White. They humbly acknowledged their uncertainty regarding which of their methods had proven effective. Moreover, Florent, who had vigilantly remained by Liliana's bedside, discerned that had it not been for the pressure exerted by her father, those healers might have declared, after a cursory examination, that further treatment was unnecessary. Yet, he had never heard of anyone possessing such abilities in the present day. Even the nearly mythical dark magic, which exists only in whispered legends, could hardly exchange one's soul. Even if such unknown magic were to exist, a sorcerer capable of executing such feats under the watchful eyes of him and his father, and escaping unscathed, would be of such caliber that the entire kingdom would tremble, certainly not content to remain in the shadows as an assassin. You appear weary. Would it not be better to restore the lake's surface? Florent, lost in thought, was suddenly roused by Liliana's voice. He lowered his gaze and met the young lady's eyes. Cautious, prudent, and tentative, her expression clearly conveyed her effort to conceal her thoughts deep within her eyes, but she was still too youthful. Her untainted gaze, unblemished by the trials of life, was too crystalline to mask her emotions, yet this was not a flaw. He recalled his father's words from the past, which he once perceived as a reprimand. However, his father soon added, "For parents, such eyes in their children are like metals." Florent, I still struggle to discern how to navigate the boundaries between a father and the Lord of Rianoka in my dealings with you. I worry you bear too much too soon, yet I also fret that when you assume this position, you may not bear enough. The formidable father, like a steadfast rock guarding Rianoka, was aging. In conversations that straddled the realms of father and son, as well as lord and heir, his father increasingly cast glances toward the framed photograph belonging to his mother on the table. Florent often found himself pondering. If his mother were still alive, his father would likely be far more stringent with him. "Are you well?" He heard Liliana's inquiry once more. He realized he had allowed himself to drift into daydreams, which was not a favorable state. He averted his gaze towards the lake. While one's eyes may conceal a multitude of emotions, the innate ability to construct barriers within one's body using the elements is an instinct shared by all who wield magic. Yet, he sensed no defenses from Liliana. Whether it was her sudden plunge into his embrace out of fright or her current stance before him, he was certain he could effortlessly freeze the blood coursing through her veins, shaping it into a sword and extracting it from her body. This process would take no longer than a heartbeat, and she would likely remain oblivious to the nature of her demise until the very end. Chapter 7. The Ice Lake 3. Creating ice over such a vast expanse must be quite a taxing endeavor, no? I no longer wish to frolic upon the ice. Please let melt away, so we may sit and rest for a while, Liliana remarked. Previously focused on writing, she now stood closer, gazing up at Frant. She perceived an air of familiarity emanating from him, reminiscent of the oppressive atmosphere surrounding project proposals, midterm reports, final presentations, and the preparations for defenses. Students would emerge from their project culmination in droves, the laboratory's ambience heavy with the scent of exhaustion. Frant remained stationary, observing Liliana as she clumsily lifted the hem of her gown while walking from the lakeside to the shade of the trees. The wind continued to tousle her flowing hair as she crouched down to feel the grass, subsequently sitting upon the ground without a care for any insects that might lurk beneath the turf, capable of eliciting shrieks from a lady. A sudden pang of guilt welled up within him, akin to a wild seed sprouting unexpectedly from a crevice after being nourished by rain. Perhaps it stemmed from Liliana's concern for him, juxtaposed against his unfounded suspicions of extracting a blood sword from her. Or perhaps the seed had always been there, as Frant firmly believed that had he not been distracted by a sudden stroke of good fortune during that period, this young lady would not have had to endure the agony of poisoning. Frant unfurled his cloak upon the ground, gesturing for Liliana to sit there. He patted Nock's neck, unfastening its reins, allowing the horse to roam freely in the woods for a time. After watching the horse disappear into the trees, he remained standing. The wind by the lake was still somewhat brisk. If he were to sit beside Liliana, her fragrant hair would be incessantly blown into his face and among the elements. Wind was the one he had the least proficiency in wielding. This level of magic requires no strenuous effort on my part, he said, restoring the lake's surface to a shimmering brilliance in an instant. Is that so? Liliana replied, looking up at him. She accepted his words with serene composure, wrapping her arms around her knees as she continued to gaze at the expansive lake. The wind carried her soft, almost whisper-like voice to Frant's ears. How wonderful it is. Not knowing magic is of no consequence. Liliana heard Florence speaking behind her, remarking that she was the daughter of the Snowwhite family, destined to be respected throughout the kingdom and closely guarded to prevent any further mishaps. He seemed particularly concerned about the recent poisoning incident, having mentioned it twice in a short span, and his tone suggested he was not merely indulging in pleasantries. Liliana felt an urge to retort. What about when I was still the daughter of the Snowwhite family? But she swallowed the words that lingered at the tip of her tongue. There is no need for such remarks. To voice them now would be akin to flipping over a scale rigged with a magnet while purchasing melons at a market. She possessed neither the skill to make a precise cut nor the courage to ride away on the electric scooter without the vendor's assistance. So, I will not bring shame upon my family for failing all my magic courses. With this thought, Liliana's eyes suddenly sparkled. You actually wish to study earnestly at the academy? She gazed at Florent, momentarily taken aback, only to find him laughing moments later. It was the first time she had witnessed such a vivid expression on his face. Honestly, there was no hint of mockery in Florent's laughter. He was genuinely surprised. Yet, Liliana felt her cheeks flush, and she turned to gaze at the lake, avoiding his eyes. Although she understood that her former self likely did not concern herself with such matters, having diligently studied for many years, achieving top ranks. It was embarrassing for her to face a report card filled with failures, even if she was merely controlling a character. Many individuals possess limited magical abilities. For the vast majority, there lies an insurmountable chasm between sensing magical elements and controlling them for personal use. Liliana felt a gentle hand rest atop her head, the warmth of his palm reaching her scalp as he removed his glove. There was nothing to worry about. As far as she knew, many noble women did not attend magic classes at all. Oh, we can choose our own courses? Liliana thought to look up, but just as his fingers approached her cheek, Florent withdrew his hand. What do they typically study? She inquired. I'm not entirely sure, but it likely involves music and dance. For many, the academy is merely a social venue for interacting with peers, Florent replied. Liliana pursed her lips. These subjects did not seem any more appealing than magic to her, and her struggles with horseback riding had severely dampened her optimistic expectations regarding the innate skills of this body. They did not linger by the lake for long, and soon Florent whistled to summon Knock, who had been frolicking in the woods. On their way back, they exchanged little conversation. Liliana continued to awkwardly side-saddle on her horse while Florent led her mount. The setting sun cast a golden glow upon them, and at that moment, their hair color appeared strikingly similar. I knew it. The final twist of the day occurred when, upon seeing the silhouettes of the maids waiting, Florent suddenly released the rope in his hand. In the next moment, everyone witnessed Liliana nimbly lunge forward, grasping the neck of Nock's horse, exclaiming, I knew you would let go. It appeared that even Master Florent was at a loss when it came to Miss Liliana's equestrian skills. The maids exchanged resigned glances and hurried forward to rescue the still squawking young lady. They retrieved a comb from their pockets to untangle her disheveled hair, which was entangled with twigs and leaves. Florent's intensive equestrian training had left Liliana with sore thighs after lying in bed all day, and her hands, gripping the reins too tightly during practice, were blistered. This body was far too fragile. Mastering the art of horseback riding for escape seemed a daunting challenge, and her running speed, whether sprinting or enduring, was likely insufficient. If the true heiress returned, and she were cast out of the Marquis's residence, would she survive 3 days in this place that resembled Siberia in winter? Alas, why ponder so much? The goal here was simply to survive another day, a considerable gain indeed. Liliana had grown weary of the incessant pressures of her previous life, where she had to contemplate transitioning from elementary school to middle school, worry about entrance exams in high school, and think about which university to attend on her very first day in the classroom. Upon entering the university library, she was met with throngs of individuals already embroiled in the rigors of graduate school preparations. It felt as though each step of life had to be executed with the precision of a meticulously crafted checklist, where a single misstep might set one back in life. In truth, she had obediently navigated her path like a diligent snail, meticulously completing every achievable step according to plans and expectations. Yet, upon awakening, she found herself in a world that would make even Newton furious enough to fell an apple tree. The knowledge she had labored to acquire over 2 decades felt, at best, largely squandered. Although she endeavored to convince herself otherwise, a part of her mind continued to operate in the background. For instance, as she curled up in bed, feeling drowsy after taking her medication, she suddenly sat upright, startling Megan, who was vigilantly stationed by her bedside. It would not be appropriate to inquire about such matters with Megan. Liliana wrinkled her nose and instructed her to fetch Kate. She had questions to pose. Following the recent horseback riding lesson, Liliana found herself warming to Florent. If he were merely a character on a screen, she was certain she would find him appealing. There was no escaping the fact that she was drawn to those with white hair and red eyes. Even though she gazed at her own reflection daily and received compliments from maids, she couldn't help but think that this little girl was truly lovely. From a reader's perspective, it is instinctual to be curious about the future trajectory of characters. Previously, she had speculated that Florent was destined to be a solid male supporting character, with the sole drawback being his familial bond with the true heiress. Is there a precedent for marriage between siblings in the kingdom? After hearing Liliana's question, Kate's eyes widened in shock, and she stammered in response. Alas, the reaction of Kate is rather telling. Even without her response, Liliana has already discerned the situation. It appears that the strikingly featured Florent must embark upon a path of forbidden love, one that is not easily understood by society. Following the expected narrative, it is likely to be a tale fraught with heart-wrenching anguish. Such a scenario is unequivocally unacceptable, not to mention the fact that even in ordinary families, marriages between relatives sharing the same surname would invite scrutiny and gossip. Kate's gestures were almost frantic, as if she were fanning Liliana in her fervor. It was a matter easily surmised, yet she sought confirmation. Liliana waved her hand, bidding Kate to disregard the previous conversation, merely a casual inquiry. Could you please fetch that book with the feather from the table for me, along with the lamp? And do remind the young lady that she is required to join her father for dinner tomorrow evening. A few days later, as Florent perused the documents in his hands, he instructed Megan without lifting his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he reiterated, "She can come down for dinner, correct? There should be no issue, sir." The young lady's health has stabilized significantly over the past few days. She no longer complains of pain and has healed from the blisters and bruises on her hands and legs since ceasing her riding practice. Megan replied respectfully, her head bowed. Tomorrow marks the day of the Lord's summer sojourn at the estate, and the household, apart from Miss Liliana, is bustling with activity. Megan observed that Master Joseph seemed particularly cheerful of late, likely due to the multitude of important tasks he received from his elder brother each day. That is reassuring. Florent nodded, reaching for the freshly poured hot tea. Noticing that Megan had not immediately taken her leave, he finally turned his attention to her. Is there something else you wish to discuss? Miss Liliana inquired of Kate whether there are any precedents in the kingdom for marriages between siblings. Hesitating briefly, Megan felt it necessary for Master Florent to be informed. What? Florent asked. Megan recounted the exchange between Liliana and Kate verbatim. And as she looked at Master Florent, one of the kingdom's foremost manipulators of water elements, he choked on the hot tea he had just sipped, coughing violently. Chapter 8. Time Difference 1. The time of a noble lady is indeed easily spent. Sitting before her vanity, Liliana once again expressed this sentiment, one she had repeated in her mind countless times. In the past, she had pondered whether the sheltered lives of those ancient maidens were not excruciatingly dull. Yet, reflecting on her own situation, having spent nearly a month in this world, confined within the boundaries of the Marquisate, all for the sake of sharing a simple dinner with the Marquis, she had already endured nearly 2 hours of preparation at the hands of her maid. Once the Lord returns, must I descend daily to dine with everyone? The thought of such a life becoming routine sent a shiver down Liliana's spine. Fortunately, Megan quickly reassured her. Today is a welcoming feast in honor of the Lord. Thereafter, should the young lady prefer to dine in her room, that would be entirely acceptable. How did I usually dine before? In recent days, aside from myself, have Master Florent and Master Joseph been dining together downstairs? This reflection prompted Liliana to realize that she had not contemplated this matter before. When I began to serve you, miss, you preferred the kitchen to prepare dinner exclusively for your room. Kate responded, stating that in recent days, she had only seen Master Joseph alone in the dining room, likely due to Master Florent's overwhelming busyness. It is said that the master departed in haste this time, leaving all matters of the estate to Master Florent. Poor Master Florent. He must have scarcely enjoyed a full night's sleep these days. Kate, do you believe it is not sufficient to have the maid dismissed by Mrs. Pascal for discussing the master? Megan interjected sternly, halting Kate's speech. With only the three of them in conversation, her remark caused the little maids assisting in tidying skirts and polishing jewelry to hold their breath. You ought not to use such a pitiful term to describe Master Flant. Unable to turn her head due to the long hair in the maid's hands, Liliana could only gaze at Kate through the mirror and then glance at Megan. Megan, I am rather curious. Does Mrs. Pascal also directly reprimand the maids she deems to be acting inappropriately when both young masters remain silent? Observing the sudden kneeling of the maids following Megan and Kate, Liliana was taken aback by the spectacle. Her intention in making that remark was merely to remind Megan that both she and Kate were Liliana's personal maids. If Megan continued to assert her seniority over Kate, Liliana feared that Kate might eventually feel a sense of imbalance. In her mind, Megan and Kate formed her small team. As the leader of this little group, she felt obliged to foster harmonious relations between them and promptly extinguish any potential sparks of discord, for a cohesive team atmosphere was essential for productivity. Was her last comment to Megan perhaps tinged with a hint of sarcasm? Liliana nervously replayed her words in her mind, hoping to convey her sentiment more delicately. She wished for Megan to grasp her meaning without issue. Who could have anticipated that Megan would drop to her knees? As she knelt, Kate followed suit, and soon the room was filled with maids, all resembling a cascade of dominoes. Leadership is not a role to be assumed lightly, Liliana thought, feeling her palms grow clammy. Had she wounded the hearts of these maids? What could she possibly say now to mend the situation? Aren't you going to continue helping me with my hair? Liliana ventured weakly. All right, everyone stand up. I meant no offense. Please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to express that both you and Kate will certainly accompany me to the academy, and it is vital for you two to get along. Kate is younger and has spent considerably less time working upstairs. If she makes any mistakes, you could discreetly remind her. Addressing her shortcomings in front of everyone may cause her embarrassment. Once she had completed her basic grooming and ushered everyone else out, Liliana spoke to Megan while recalling the day her boss publicly remarked that her presentation sounded as if it had been hastily assembled in half an hour the previous night. Standing before the projector, her face felt as if it were aflame, for while her boss's words were largely accurate, the content had indeed taken her 40 minutes to prepare. Reflecting on that moment, Liliana sighed, "Of course, I did not set a good example either, as I too spoke of you in front of everyone. I apologize for that and assure you it shall not happen again." "You need not apologize to the servants, Miss," Megan replied, her head bowed as if to strike her toes. "I will speak to Mrs. Pascal regarding today's events and accept the consequences." "Ah, that will not be necessary. Just be mindful in the future." Liliana thought to herself that the Marquis's household maintained strict oversight of its staff. Frankly, had she not been new and intrigued by many aspects of this environment, prolonged exposure might have felt quite stifling. In the gentlest tone she could muster, she continued, "Let us consider this matter behind us, Megan. Please, come closer and enlighten me on any details I should be aware of for today's dinner party. Will there be anyone from outside the Marquis's household attending?" Every year, a grand welcoming ceremony followed the winter tour of the knights. The summer tour, however, was typically led by the captain or vice-captain of the First Knight Order, concluding with a dust-cleansing banquet hosted by the Lord to express his condolences. This year was somewhat exceptional. To ensure the young lady's safety, the Lord had ordered several Knight Orders stationed around a main city, personally leading the summer tour. As Megan stepped forward to adjust Liliana's dress and braid her hair, she tactfully continued, "The state of alert has not yet concluded. I believe today's dinner party will only invite a few close acquaintances. Everyone is aware that you have recently recovered from illness and will be considerate, so there is no need for concern. Why the heightened anxiety over her safety as a mere imposter?" While the state of alert was one thing, the deployment of knights was another. Liliana suppressed the urge to scratch her head, for the intricate arrangement of her hair, crafted by the maids, resembled a work of art she was reluctant to disrupt. Despite her insistence that she did not wish to be adorned like a Christmas tree, burdened with jingling ornaments, the transition from her room to the dining hall took considerable time. Fortunately, she had exerted all her effort to convey her desire to forego any tiara. Otherwise, with such elaborate styling, she would have been preoccupied during the meal, fearing that any slight bowing of her head might send the embellishments tumbling into her plate before the watchful eyes of the assembly. As she descended the stairs, she encountered Florent. Before she could greet him alongside the maids, He averted his gaze, seemingly reluctant to make direct eye contact. Had she committed some offense? Since that day they had ridden together, she had not seen him again. Liliana found this bewildering. Was he still bothered by that brief embrace she had given him while riding? Surely it cannot be so. How could the heir to such a vast estate be so innocent? Alas, the absence of a matriarch to guide the children within the household is indeed detrimental. Regardless of gender, when children are raised in excessive naivety, they become susceptible to the deceit of malevolent individuals in society. It is also possible that, deep down, Florent harbors affections for someone else, and maintaining a distance from his nominal sister is a commendable display of virtue. Liliana, in her musings, silently applauded Florent, encouraging him to embody the leading role in this unfolding drama, rather than a mere supporting character. As before, Liliana performed an improvised curtsy towards Florent, unsure of its propriety. When she intended to brush past him and continue towards the dining hall, her arm was unexpectedly seized. Startled, she lifted her gaze and finally met Florent's eyes. Chapter 8. Time Difference 2. I have something to discuss with you. Come with me. With this statement, Florent released her, amidst the bowing of the maid, who diverted her gaze to the floor and walls. A perplexed Liliana struggled to keep pace with Florent's brisk strides, feeling as though she was simultaneously traversing the Marquis's estate while acting as a makeshift broom. The weather was splendid, and the evening sun streamed through the glass windows of the Marquis's residence, casting warm hues upon the various silver decorations that symbolized the Snow-White family. The hurried shadows stretched from their feet to the walls, creating an ever-widening chasm between the two. You were here. I thought you would be drinking with the knights a while longer. Christophe Lancelot had already turned to face the approaching woman before she spoke. The sky had darkened, yet the man standing amidst the profusion of flowers remained strikingly prominent. He smiled at the woman as she approached. Annie, greetings to the winds of sails. May the power of thunder forever bless Lancelot. Despite the man's hand being extended, the woman paused, kneeling respectfully before her cousin in deference to the head of the household. Congratulations on the triumphant return of the knights under your command. Christophe stepped closer, gesturing for his sister to stand upright and link her arm with his, as they began to stroll leisurely through the fragrant evening breeze. Sales required but one lord, and Lancelot but one head of the family. Until the formal ceremony of inheritance was conducted, these titles still belonged to their uncle. According to their original agreement, upon your coming of age, all that was overseen by your father would be returned to you. Annie Stinson gazed tenderly at her cousin, who towered over her. It had been nearly 3 years since they had walked and conversed under the moonlight in such a manner, following her marriage. Let me be clear, I'm not complaining on behalf of father. However, he has awaited this day for far too long. Both Sales and the Lancelot family require a figure of sufficient strength to occupy the highest station to maintain stability. Father is not suited for this role. And gazed intently at her younger brother, noting how the summer sun had darkened his skin slightly. His expression remained unchanged despite her words. She had forgotten when it was that her brother had begun to wear that smile, one reminiscent of the feeble sunlight in winter, whenever in the presence of others. Christophe did not continue the topic introduced by his cousin, but instead shifted his gaze to the horizon. Broaching a new subject, I thought you would linger here for the entire summer. Why the hurry to return? If Stinson has written to urge you, you could simply ignore it and send him away. How could he dare to rush me home? It is my own desire to return, and replied, instinctively lowering her gaze. With her unlinked hand, she gently caressed her abdomen, a faint blush rising to her cheeks as she looked back at Christophe. Oh heavens, why has no one informed me of this delightful news? Observing and enveloped in an aura of happiness, Christophe instinctively slowed his pace. He regretted choosing the path lined with plain pebbles, as the breeze that had previously rustled the branches suddenly fell silent. He removed his coat, shaking off the scent of wine before draping it over his sister's shoulders. Mother says we must wait a while longer before everyone knows, and replied softly, after all, I had only heard that you intended to continue at the academy and did not wish to mention such matters in a letter. But please do not mention it to father. I do not want him to be saddened again, all right? There will be no problems this time, Christophe asserted firmly. It will all go smoothly. I hope so. Finally reaching the lamplight, the siblings settled onto a garden bench, while nearby, servants continued to prune the blooming deep blue flowers. The estate of the Duke remained largely unchanged from the days of the late Duke, and although Christophe claimed he did not mind, their uncle, who temporarily held the title of Duke and managed the affairs of the estate, had adhered strictly to the propriety expected of a guest in the Duke's residence for the past decade. So, this year, you should encounter that Marquis's daughter at school? After a brief silence, and turn to Christophe. I have heard that she has been writing to you ever since her engagement, which suggests she holds great affection for you. Chris, this is a positive development. Indeed. In truth, Christophe was uncertain whether he would see Liliana Snowwhite at the academy. After the poisoning incident, the Snowwhite family had taken on an odd demeanor. The Marquis personally patrolled the entire border, while the core knightly order remained stationed in the main city solely to protect the girl who, as everyone knew, was not of his blood. Given the Snowwhite family's lofty pride, it was unlikely they would go to such lengths simply to protect the future lady of the Lancelot family. Rather, it seemed that all of this was validating his earlier speculations born from a series of coincidences. Previously, he had thought such notions unfounded, but now it appeared that perhaps he had not pondered enough. I wish for you to have a beautiful marriage, Chris. A marriage filled with love will bring you benefits beyond your imagination. You will understand this once you are wed. In the expanse of his vision, a flower gracefully detached from its branch, its deep blue petals nearly merging with the twilight. A gentle breeze gathered the petals, guiding them into the man's hand. As he opened his palm, the petals slipped through his fingers, cascading towards the ground. Into the shadows of a bench where the familiar smile that often adorned his face faded in an instant. He furrowed his brow slightly, appearing somewhat lost. He raised his gaze to the blossoms surrounding him like an ocean, nurtured by his father and brought by his mother from her homeland. After his mother resolutely followed his father into eternal rest beneath the sea, these flowers became a cherished symbol of love, frequently referenced by the people under the skies of sails. Yet, as Christophe beheld this sea of flowers, his mind was first drawn to the tumultuous moments of a past filled with frantic calls, hurried footsteps, and cautious glances. The whispers carried by the wind resonated with startling clarity, reminding him that the carefree days were irrevocably lost. Rather than longing for so-called love, he wished that if one day he must tread the same path as his father, his child might have the opportunity to weep in his mother's embrace before gradually accepting the reality. I will escort you back. When Christophe turned to look at his sister again, his usual expression had returned. He extended his hand to her. I must attend to matters at the knight's order tonight, but I shall strive to awaken before your departure tomorrow morning. Please wait for me. Before entering the room, surrounded by maids, Annie turned back to halt Christophe's retreating steps. Moments later, she emerged with a flat box in hand, presenting it to him. I have heard that the young lady of the Marquis is fond of exquisite tiaras. As Christophe opened the box, Annie gently remarked, "This emerald tiara was gifted to me by the Duchess when I was 10. My mother and I agreed that it would serve as a welcoming gift from our family. It does not represent Lancelot, but rather a token from us, my uncles, aunts, and sister." The Marquis's eyes are red. My mother suggested a ruby tiara would be more suitable, yet I believe this one, having once belonged to your mother, would be fitting. Christophe closed the box, his tone soothing as he dispelled his sister's unease. When she arrives and sails, I will take her to see you. I believe that day is not far off. Now, go and drink with the knights, revel in the festivities. It must have been a long journey. Annie gently embraced her brother, the maid standing by with her coat neatly folded, waiting respectfully. "Good night, Chris." The light elongated the figure of the man as he departed down the corridor, now clad in his coat. Annie recalled the day she was brought to the Duke's estate, when she was still not taller than the height of her shoulder, gazing up at the boy who had now grown into a man. Sales will inevitably return under the guidance of the most powerful member of the Lancelot family, and can only pray that when that day arrives, her brother will steadfastly believe in the unwavering loyalty and obedience that have remained unchanged since the era of the old Duke. With a gentle sigh, she made her way back to her chamber, surrounded by her maids. The moon had risen, casting a silvery glow that rendered the sheer curtains semi-transparent, allowing and to glimpse the distant lights twinkling in the night. The revelry would continue throughout the night, with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. The Lancelot family has always been generous to those warriors who have sworn absolute loyalty after enduring the harshest trials. Chapter 8. Time Difference 3. The last rays of the sun streamed into the snow-white Marquis, and by merely raising her gaze, Liliana could see the sun slowly disappearing beyond the horizon through the stained glass. This meal was particularly uncomfortable for Liliana. She hardly paid attention to what she consumed. The multitude of cutlery and plates overwhelmed her. Her mind was constantly alert, recalling the recent admonition from Florent. She must not address the Snow-White Marquis as master, but rather as father. Thankfully, she was not compelled to call him Marquis father. She sighed quietly within, knowing that aside from her dreams, she would never see her biological parents from the original world again. However, her knife accidentally slipped across the plate, producing a loud, jarring sound. Liliana felt a wave of anxiety as sweat trickled down her back. She dared not raise her head, but her instincts told her that several pairs of eyes were upon her. The maids had never reminded her of any etiquette. In Liliana's room, it seemed that her comfort and joy were of the utmost importance, to the extent that even the previously significant horseback riding lessons ceased when she complained of pain after riding. "Oh, should I not be addressing you as Master Florent?" Liliana recalled her conversation with Florent in the corridor. After turning a corner, Florent finally halted, waiting for the breathless Liliana to catch up, maintaining a polite distance where they could converse audibly. "Should I be calling you brother or something similar? It is of no consequence to me." She sensed Florent quickly divert his gaze to the window upon hearing her use the term brother. "You used to call me by my name and did not employ formalities. But why was I not informed of this from the beginning?" Liliana found it perplexing. "Neither you nor the maids ever corrected me. As for how to address me or Joseph, it is of no importance. You may say as you wish," Florent replied. "Given that there are family retainers at the banquet, I should indeed have informed you of this sooner. I have been quite busy lately. As for the maids, they have no authority to question the actions of their master. So, does that mean I can bestow a nickname upon you and call you whatever I like without concern?" Liliana was incredulous. "As long as it pleases you," was his response, before he brushed past her, leaving her with his retreating figure. Had she done something to offend him? Liliana felt utterly perplexed. She paused, searching her mind diligently, repeatedly confirming that since her last return from horseback riding, she had indeed not encountered Florent. "How long will you be upstairs?" she pondered, when Florent unexpectedly returned, as if he had only realized her absence after descending the stairs. Noticing that Liliana was gripping the hem of her dress in silence, Florent closed his eyes and sighed inwardly. He approached her and offered one his arms, saying, "Allow me to escort you downstairs. You walk too swiftly." "I fear I cannot keep up," Liliana replied, glancing down at her voluminous skirt. "I'm still not accustomed to this. I've been lying in bed for too long, and walking in such a dress is rather exhausting." "Very well. I shall not walk so quickly," Florent assured her. He gently grasped her wrist, encouraging her to release the fabric she was clutching, and once Liliana acquiesced, he placed her delicate hand beneath the elbow of his coat. "If you still feel you cannot keep pace, do not hesitate to inform me." Previously, Liliana had worried that Florent embodied the archetype of a gentle, unrequited love, silently guarding his affections for a lifetime. Yet, it became evident that her understanding was insufficient. He seemed to possess the capricious temperament that is a hallmark of the quintessential male lead, a trait that often incites peculiar conflicts. Whether such a person is suited for a lifetime companionship was of little concern to her. After all, it was not her role to facilitate any domestic squabbles. As she walked alongside Florent, she mused that it was not her affair, and thus she remained indifferent. He appeared undeniably exhausted, and Liliana stole glances at Florent, noting the dark circles beneath his eyes. Though this noble gentleman could never be labeled as a mere cog in the societal machine, he emanated an aura of relentless toil that was more pronounced than during their previous ride. According to her inquiries with Kate, it was said that during the Marquis's winter tours, Florent managed various affairs. However, the Marquis would typically ensure that most matters were arranged before his departure, handling everything that could be resolved in advance and postponing what could be delayed. Consequently, Florent only needed to address unforeseen incidents, while most inhabitants of Rianoka remained indoors, sheltering from the harsh winter. Summer, being the most temperate season in Rianoka, also witnessed a bustling trade, requiring extensive preparations for the autumn harvest. The Marquis's abrupt departure thrust Florent into the demanding responsibilities of lordship and head of the household during this particularly busy time, which was indeed a considerable burden for a young man barely in his 20s. Reflecting on this, Liliana acknowledged Florent's remarkable strength. She recalled her own experience when her supervisor left on a business trip, leaving her with the daunting task of overseeing the laboratory while ensuring its safety. Managing a mere laboratory with a handful of junior colleagues had deprived her of restful sleep, and yet this young man, younger than herself by several years, was responsible for the entire northern region of the kingdom. Is there something on my face? As they rounded another corner, the restaurant came into view. Florent felt unable to disregard the piercing gaze directed at him from the side. He awkwardly inquired, "Is everything all right?" "No." Liliana quickly averted her gaze, as unfamiliar faces began to prepare to bow to them. You've worked hard these days." Florent did not respond to her remark, for a man dressed in noble attire had approached to greet them, seemingly a close retainer of the Snowwhite family. Liliana strained to listen as Florent exchanged pleasantries with the man, anticipating that she might need to extend her own greetings. However, her concerns proved unwarranted. Until Florent led her to their table and seated her, she found no need to utter a word. The reception banquet unfolded like a revolving sushi bar, where each dish could only be selected once, served by formally attired footmen. Liliana merely needed to nod or shake her head at the offerings on her plate. She felt that the footmen's graceful gestures were far more elegant than her own attempts with knife and fork. The array of cutlery and the spread of dishes made the back of Liliana's head spin. She could only sneak glances at the utensils used by Florent and Joseph to navigate the food before her. This behavior, akin to cheating on exam, made her feel profoundly uncomfortable, leading her to resolve that as long as she shook her head at all the food, she would not risk making a fool of herself. After what felt like a prison-like dinner concluded, before she could find Kate to request more food from the kitchen, she heard the Marquis call her name. Throughout the meal, he had been engaged in conversation with others, only briefly inquiring about her health before returning his attention elsewhere. She thought the moment had passed, but then he commanded, "Come with me," along with Florent. Joseph, who had not been summoned, instantly displayed a look of disappointment, watching as his brother and sister followed their father away. Once they were out of sight, he too stood and exited the dining hall. Chapter 9. Father 1. Over 10 servants quietly trailed behind Liliana, including Kate and Megan. Liliana felt compelled to match Florent's pace, but this time he chose to stay close to their father, which proved challenging for her, as she was both hungry and encumbered by her long gown. Fortunately, the silent journey did not last long. They arrived at a room more spacious than Liliana's own bedroom, seemingly serving as both a study and a reception area, perhaps the Marquis's chamber for managing various affairs. However, Liliana did not dare to look around, for once the Marquis took his seat, his gaze shifted towards her. She scarcely dared to breathe deeply, attempting to calm her racing heart from their brisk walk. At that moment, a footman brought her a chair. Once seated, she instinctively lowered her head to observe her hands resting on her lap, seeking to evade the awkwardness of being in the front row of a public lecture, caught in the teacher's scrutinizing gaze. The household staff, even when it came to the impersonated heiress Liliana, would not dare to speak out. One could hardly expect them to share any opinions about the Marquis. After spending several days here, Liliana's impression of the Marquis of Snowwhite remained solely that of the countenance she first beheld upon awakening. At that moment, she was engulfed in a tumult of confusion and disorientation, surrounded by an entirely unfamiliar environment and strangers, with chaotic information crashing over her like relentless waves. It took her quite some time to realize that the language spoken by these people was not one she recognized. Yet miraculously, she understood every word. By the time she grasped this simple truth, the Marquis had long since departed from her chamber. What might this man think of the false daughter he had brought back? Initially, she had entertained the unsettling suspicion that this counterfeit Liliana could be the Marquis's illegitimate child, a notion that filled her with discomfort, especially upon hearing of the once strong affections between the Marquis and his lady wife. Fortunately, this conjecture was swiftly dispelled, as the character lacked any magical abilities. She subsequently delved into her studies, discovering that for ancient aristocrats like Snow White, who wielded magical prowess to dominate a territory, the likelihood of direct family members lacking magical capability was nearly non-existent. Furthermore, from Kate, Liliana learned that the current emperor, when still a prince, had wed the kingdom's first commoner princess, who is now the queen. Even with a commoner's lineage, all 3 royal children possessed magic, albeit with varying degrees of aptitude. Weaving together this information, along with the subtle distinctions between her own appearance and that of the Snow White siblings, Liliana ultimately cast aside her suspicions of being an illegitimate child. She would much rather be a simple peasant, utterly ignorant of magic, than a mere insect crawling beneath the glamorous facade of a celebrated marriage. This afternoon, I overheard Florent mention your intention to accompany him to the capital for enrollment. Still musing and not fully satiated, Liliana was suddenly startled by the Marquis's voice. She straightened her posture and raised her head, almost instinctively poised to stand and respond, as though called upon in class. What, together? She stammered, instinctively wanting to refute the notion that she had ever claimed she would attend school with Florent. Yet, as she turned to glance at him, realization dawned upon her. Accompanying Florent simply meant they would arrive on time. The Academy's curriculum spanned 4 years. And since Florent was merely 2 years her senior, Liliana was indeed entering her first year while he had yet to graduate. Goodness, what kind of illustrious figures must be teaching a prodigy like Florent, who possessed such extraordinary water manipulation abilities? As she marveled internally, she straightened up and nodded earnestly. After a brief pause for contemplation, the Marquis remarked, "Then we must prepare. Communicate your desires to the maids. Mrs. Pascal will inquire about what you wish to furnish in the residence in the capital." After uttering this statement, he turned to Florent. "This journey should not be as hastily compressed as your previous ones. I will have the vice-captain of the main city's knight order accompany us with his personal guard. His experience in protection far surpasses yours. So should any unforeseen circumstances arise on our way to the capital, I urge you to heed his counsel." "Yes, father," Florent replied respectfully from the chair beside her. The purpose of this dialogue appeared to be merely a preparatory discussion regarding their upcoming trip to the capital. Aside from his initial remark directed at Liliana, the Marquis engaged solely with Florent, having asked Liliana only about her recovery during their meal. "Please, rest for now." Seemingly noticing Liliana's slight restlessness, the Marquis finally turned his gaze toward her. "Florent and I have a few other matters to discuss. Do you have anything you wish to say to me, Liliana?" She had initially intended to casually respond with a no and exit the room in search of food, but upon hearing the Marquis's inquiry, she found herself sitting back down after having risen slightly. I do indeed have a question I would like to ask you, or rather, request of you, father." "Go ahead." The Marquis nodded slightly, awaiting her response. "Well, I have lost my memory since awakening." Liliana carefully emphasized this premise, observing the Marquis's reaction as she spoke. "I have forgotten many things. Most things, in fact. I remember nothing at all." "I understand. The healer reported your condition to me this afternoon," the Marquis replied, maintaining a neutral expression. "Your amnesia shows no signs of improvement. Yes, in light of this, I would be immensely grateful if you would allow me the indulgence of attending the Academy as planned." Liliana felt as though the knowledge she had gleaned from her book, The Art of Conversation, was rapidly evaporating in the few minutes of their exchange. These days, she had come to realize that due to her amnesia, she lacked in many fundamental aspects, such as basic etiquette in social interactions. This meal had profoundly impressed upon Liliana that attending the Academy would not be as uncomplicated as she had envisioned. At the Academy, she could not remain secluded in her room as she had at the Marquis's estate, only interacting with timid maids who would not dare voice any dissent. Without proper preparation, even the act of reclining would become a challenge, as finding the right place to do so might prove elusive. The intricate protocols among nobility were as essential as the very air they breathed. Time was limited, and she needed to learn swiftly. The maids, constrained by her status, hesitated to point out her inappropriate behaviors, while Florent appeared to adopt a laissez-faire attitude toward her. Joseph, still a mere child himself, was entirely unreliable for guidance. She believed the Marquis was the person most likely to be concerned about this matter within the household, though in Rhinoka, Liliana was considered one of the highest-ranking noblewomen. Her status would diminish in the capital, where she would encounter individuals of even greater renown. If she were to act inappropriately, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Snowwhite family. Chapter 9. "Father, too, I shall arrange for it." The Marquis readily agreed, seemingly without any suspicion. Liliana exhaled in relief, mentally celebrating her small victory. Was there anything else? Indeed, there was. While it would be theoretically acceptable to inquire with others, consulting him would yield the highest efficiency. Encouraged by her previous success, Liliana boldly pressed on, "There's one more minor issue. Primarily, I am uncertain whose consent is required for this matter. May I bring both Kate and Megan to the academy? However, upon uttering their names, she realized she had not clarified who they were. After all, in her previous life, she had never had the opportunity to converse with such high-ranking authorities. Regretting her impulsiveness, she wondered if she had perhaps overstepped her bounds. Are you only planning to bring 2 maids? As she lingered in her regret, she was taken aback by the Marquis' surprised retort, reminiscent of the tone used by Florent a few days prior when he asked, "Are you preparing to study at the academy? How many does everyone usually bring?" Liliana was perplexed, instinctively glancing towards Florent for guidance. "Bring as many as you wish. Simply compile a list and submit it to Mrs. Pascal." The Marquis, having recovered from his brief astonishment, turned his attention back to Liliana. "Is there anything else?" In truth, there was more to inquire about, such as the meaning behind the stipulations for the residence in the capital. Did attending the academy not imply that everyone resided at the school? However, after the previous exchange, Liliana resolved not to pose any more foolish questions. She merely smiled at the Marquis and shook her head, hoping he would attribute her peculiar behavior to her amnesia. "I am starving." Upon returning to her room, the first thing Liliana did was grasp Kate's sleeve and shake it gently. "Could you fetch me something to eat from the kitchen? Anything will do, except for that foul-smelling smoked ham." Kate hurriedly assented and left the room. As Liliana comforted her growling stomach, she settled at the vanity, contemplating how to make the most of the time before their journey to the capital. She hoped the Marquis would efficiently find her a tutor to instruct her in the etiquette of the aristocracy in this world. Megan was methodically closing each window, drawing the heavy curtains tight. The evening weather had been delightful, yet as night fell, a torrential downpour commenced. This marked Liliana's first encounter with a thunderstorm in this world, reminiscent of those in her former life. Liliana waved her hand to signal Megan to leave one window open. Wrapping herself in a coat, she moved closer, watching the rain cascade down the glass in torrents, while blinding flashes of lightning intermittently illuminated the night sky, followed by thunder that transitioned from a dull rumble to a deafening roar. The speed of light exceeds that of sound. At least this fundamental law of physics still applied here. Liliana pondered the significance of her reflections and sighed. "In my absence, you have performed admirably, better than I had anticipated." The heavy rain did not hinder the conversation between father and son in the study. After inquiring about various matters concerning the territory and the Marquis in a serious tone, a faint smile graced the Marquis's face. He leaned back in his plush chair, one hand gently pinching the bridge of his nose. The furrows on his forehead momentarily softened. With his eyes closed, he declared, "Son, I find great solace in this." Florent lowered his head, aware that if he did not, his father would discern the childish joy concealed within his gaze. "When you lead the nightly order on your first winter patrol this year, I believe that all the subjects of Rianoka will recognize your capabilities." The Marquis's gaze drifted towards the balcony adjoining the study. Without a directive, the servants dared not intrude upon their discourse, and thus the balcony door remained wide open, yet not a droplet of rain penetrated the billowing curtain to dampen the carpet. "The child, upon waking, is utterly transformed. I have tested her. She remains oblivious to any elemental awareness. It indeed appears to be a lingering consequence of the poisoning and amnesia," Florent replied. "Yet, I still worry that upon entering the capital for schooling, she might encounter situations akin to the present, though it is certainly better than before." The Marquis interrupted his son with a long sigh. "In the capital, how to conduct oneself in public is something I need not teach you. Simply take good care of your sister. That is my expectation of you." Late at night, the nightly order returning from the summer patrol was thoroughly intoxicated by the revelry of the banquet. Elder knights, their hair graying, began to tap wooden ladles against the tables, intermittently singing familiar farewell songs of the surgeons. Meanwhile, the younger knights clustered in groups of 3, 4, or 5, indulging in games using copper coins as tokens, or merrily jesting about who would bestow their acquired gifts upon the fairest maidens of the land. The young man, seated alongside the royal ministers, observed it all, hardly refusing any raised cup directed toward him. The alcohol seared his throat, and as he briefly closed his eyes to gauge his capacity for more, he opened them again to find an additional companion seated beside him. This newcomer, while accepting the minister's salutations, smiled and nodded toward the still sober knights. "I wish my brother could witness your return with the nightly order," remarked Christophe, who remained motionless. "You would surely take pride in having a son like you, Chris." Under his uncle's scrutiny, he fell silent for 2 seconds before filling his recently emptied cup and lifting it in a cheerful gesture toward the ministers. After downing the drink, he wiped his damp chin. His prolonged summer patrol had left him with a somewhat prickly stubble, and said, "Let us hope so." Following his sip, the celebratory atmosphere, momentarily stilled by the head of the family's appearance, regained its fervor. Christophe, addressing the royal minister seated beside him in a teasing tone, remarked, "I thought my uncle would not attend today, especially since Lady Stinson is returning to the estate tomorrow. Their father-daughter bond is quite profound. If the head of the family fails to attend the celebration banquet, it may lead the warriors to believe that they are not sufficiently valued by the Lancelot family." With a cheerful demeanor, Wade Lancelot raised his glass towards the royal minister, offering a toast. "May your journey be smooth. And please convey the blessings of Sales to His Majesty. It is indeed a fortune for the kingdom to have the Lancelot family safeguarding Sales." The minister hesitated for a moment, gripping his goblet, before standing up to raise a toast to all present. "Allow me, on behalf of His Majesty, to express admiration and respect to all the warriors. You are the heroes defending the kingdom's borders. It is no easy task. It is surprising that some in the capital think that this season is a good time to take a vacation in Sales." As he wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, the minister sat back down, attentively listening to the conversation between the uncle and nephew nearby. "By the way, uncle, thank you and aunt for selecting the bridal crown for my fiancée." He heard the young duke casually introduce a topic. "Has Annie given it to you yet?" The duke's tone carried a hint of surprise. This child, still so impatient, has been married for so many years. "Annie is probably worried that I won't wake up in time to see her off tomorrow morning," Christophe interjected with a smile. "Her concern is not without merit. I can already feel my vision blurring." The time to prepare for the journey to the capital was at hand. Christophe's fingers gently drummed on the table, creating subtle ripples in the air, allowing him to perceive the delicate fluctuations around him. Just moments ago, the male servants had entered, bringing with them a barrel of aged fine wine. "Uncle, I must trouble you for another year. Annie is worried about it." That child, her words should be taken as jest. As a member of the Lancelot family, serving Sales is a matter of course. What hardship is there to speak of? The uncle chuckled, adding, "I will stay here for you, and when the time is right, I will hand Sales over to you in its entirety. At least these years of unremarkable service have provided an account for your father." The uncle was indeed jesting. Christophe gazed down at the crowd. Throughout the summer inspections over the years, he had often heard that the citizens of Sales were profoundly grateful to the uncle for the stability they had enjoyed over the past decade. The heir, now fully fledged, raised his goblet towards the head of the family, as pairs of eyes, both intoxicated and sober, silently regarded the scene. The wind continuously swept across the lands of Sales, carrying moist air southward to bring ample summer rains to the kingdom, culminating in a torrential downpour over Renoka. On the morning of their departure, Anna Stinson finally spotted her cousin swiftly descending the steps towards her in the dawn light. Having missed the time to bid farewell to the royal minister, she had thought he would not come to see her off. "If you're feeling unwell from last night's revelry, you need not have come," she remarked softly to her brother. Glancing at their parents nearby, "There will be plenty of opportunities to meet again. I'm already here. Why speak such polite words?" Christophe laughed, opening his arms. "But I must admit, I still carry the scent of wine. Do you mind?" Annie smiled softly as she stepped forward, rising on her toes to gently rest her chin upon her brother's shoulder. "Chris," she said, her gaze drifting past him to her parents, an indescribable sense of dread creeping into her heart. In the days since her return, she had heard too many rumors carried by the wind. She opened her mouth once more. "I implore you," Christopher interrupted. "There is a breeze here. It carries voices to all who are attentive. Annie, you need not dwell on anything. Just heed my words." Her grip on his arm tightened momentarily before she gradually released it. He watched as his cousin climbed into the carriage, gradually disappearing from his sight under the escort's watchful eye. Behind him, he heard his aunt emit a soft sob, even though she lived a stable life elsewhere. Bidding farewell to her only daughter was a sorrowful affair. His aunt had his uncle for support and required no consolation from a younger relative. He turned to his uncle, their eyes meeting in silent understanding before they both averted their gazes. The lush greenery of the Duke's estate shielded its inhabitants from the summer's relentless brilliance. The vast courtyard, which had recently bid farewell to the royal ministers and the Countess of Stinson, felt even quieter than usual. Christopher finally found a moment to begin addressing the letters that had been handed to him upon his return to the Duke's residence. "I shall respond to one letter first. Let them wait a while," he instructed a servant approaching him as he opened the envelope. After quickly scanning the contents, he squinted in confusion, refocusing on the letter's beginning. He revised his earlier statement. "Have those individuals return this afternoon. Inform them that I am still suffering from a headache due to last night's revelry." Chapter 10. The journey begins. 1. The period leading up to the commencement of classes was exceptionally busy for Liliana. The Marquis had kept his promise and efficiently secured an etiquette instructor for her, an elderly noblewoman whom she was to address as Aunt Maxim. This aunt was a shared elder between her, Florent, and Joseph. The titles of aunt and uncle here were not distinctly categorized. Liliana paid little heed to this and simply followed suit, calling her as instructed. From their very first encounter, Liliana sensed that Aunt Maxim held an aversion towards her. Particularly after Liliana had expressed her desire for strict guidance during this period, the elderly lady promptly withdrew all semblance of politeness and benevolence, adopting a scowl as she began to chastise Liliana for the numerous unforgivable errors she had committed, from rising from her chair to approaching her with a greeting. "Enough, enough," Liliana thought. "A stern teacher yields a skilled pupil. The sharpness of a sword is forged through grinding. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from enduring the bitter cold." While regretting her initial eagerness to appear diligent and eager to learn, she recited motivational phrases in her mind. During her intense etiquette training, the maids were diligently packing her belongings, box after box, bundle after bundle. Had she not suddenly remembered to inquire about the situation, Liliana would have suspected that they intended to carry away everything from the drawers in her room. For instance, such thick garments are utterly unnecessary in a world long past. Liliana, who had spent 6 years studying away from home, lamented as she instructed her maid to remove all the superfluous items. "And this? What is this object? Why is it stored away?" "It is a mirror that the young lady used in her childhood," Megan hurriedly approached to explain. Even though Liliana had endured much scrutiny from her aunt over the past few days, the mere elevation of her voice still sent the maids trembling. "The young lady has never traveled far. I believe these old possessions might provide you with a sense of comfort in unfamiliar surroundings." "A mirror?" Liliana turned the grimy square in her hand to inspect it, wondering aloud, "Has it become unusable due to rust?" "No, once it had an intact glass surface." Megan pointed to a small groove on one side of the square, curiously noting that this mirror had always been kept in a drawer, encased in a box. Until one day, the maid responsible for organizing your belongings discovered it had shattered. "When did this occur?" Liliana inquired, examining the fragment. "It was after your poisoning. I reported this to you at the time, and you instructed that the maid should not be reprimanded nor the mirror repaired," Megan replied. "The shards were too sharp, so I stored them separately. Would you like to see them, my lady?" It seems that indeed, Liliana recalled, having just traversed into this world, she had been preoccupied with familiarizing herself with people, leaving no time to fret over the condition of a broken mirror. In this room alone, there are 3 or 4 full-length mirrors, so she had waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was a trivial matter. As her fingers traced the uneven texture on the other side of the fragment, Liliana felt as though she suddenly discerned a faint, ethereal hum in the air. But when she concentrated to distinguish it, all that remained was the rustling of the maids tidying up. After some contemplation, she decided to place the completely shattered mirror fragment into the box. It is best to take it along. Why bring carpet? Turning to open another box, Liliana found herself momentarily speechless. She gestured to Megan. "Is this also something I used in my childhood?" "Oh no. It's simply that the woven carpets in Rianoka are thicker and warmer due to the cold weather," Kate interjected eagerly. Ever since Liliana decided to take her to the capital, the young girl had been overjoyed, humming melodies as she worked. Recently, the young lady has taken to walking barefoot across the floor at night, naturally necessitating the finest carpet from home. Under the watchful eye of a flustered Liliana, the maids managed to reduce the packed luggage by at least 1/3. In the course of issuing commands, she learned that the original Liliana had been preparing for her journey to the capital for at least 2 or 3 years, having acquired countless gowns and jewels. Along with the former owner's cherished possession, a dazzling, heavy gemstone crown that dazzled the eyes when worn. In the midst of her bustling life, she received yet another letter from the young Duke Lancelot. Skimming through it with eager eyes, she reached the end, where it stated that there would be no need for written correspondence in the future, as they anticipated meeting in the capital. A smile spread across her face, her eyes narrowing in delight. How wonderful! To her limited understanding, this implied she need not pen a reply. With her spirits lifted, Liliana hummed a tune she had unconsciously learned from Kate as she descended the stairs. She had now mastered the art of retrieving and returning books from the Marquis's library on her own. To avoid appearing too peculiar, she would select a few storybooks along with a tome on magic, only to find herself staying up late, having read most of the stories. While the magic book remained largely untouched, its pages barely turned out of disinterest. However, the act of borrowing books was akin to studying in a university library. The quantity read was never the focal point, but rather the comfort of knowing she had not squandered her time. On her way, she encountered the brothers Florent and Joseph. She had come to understand that she need not bow to Joseph, as Florent, being the heir, held a higher status. Yet, Florent had mentioned that she could freely bestow him with a nickname, a notion that held little appeal for her. Lately, however, her knees ached from bending too often, so she refrained from greeting Florent. The brothers appeared engrossed in conversation, and she chose not to intrude, instead leading her maid downstairs. Florent watched Liliana's retreating figure as she made her way to the library, unconsciously discerning the melody she hummed upon turning away. "Ah, I see why she is in such high spirits. Another letter from the south," Joseph remarked, shrugging his shoulders. Recently, Liliana had been so preoccupied with relearning etiquette that she no longer sought him out for questions regarding magic. Though he claimed it was a waste of time to be asked such basic queries, Joseph felt a sense of accomplishment, as there was no one else in the household to whom he could impart his knowledge. There were moments when Joseph felt a twinge of regret. If only Liliana could sense even a hint of magical elements, he could teach her so much more. The thought startled him. How could he feel a sense of kinship towards such an audacious woman? In just a few days, she and Florent would depart for the capital, leaving him alone with their father in Rianoka. Contemplating this, he found himself nostalgic for the times they shared, knowing that the Marquis's residence would grow even lonelier after her departure. Despite these musings, he said aloud, "I actually feel a bit sympathetic towards that young duke from the Lancelot family. Once she arrives in the capital, he will surely be overwhelmed." As her partner, it was Lancelot's duty to accompany her. Florent shifted his gaze back to his brother. "Joseph, you may find this entertaining now, but one day, you too will have a wife and will be responsible for such matters. Me, I'm not ready for that just yet." Joseph's face flushed an intense crimson. After ruffling his silvery short hair with a hint of frustration, he muttered, "Even if I were to engage in such matters, I would seek a woman whom I find truly satisfactory, not merely acquiescing to marry someone I have never even met." Florent chuckled, as the return of his father granted him some leisure time, allowing him to rediscover the rhythm of daily life and practice swordsmanship and magic with his younger brother before departing. As for Liliana, she had recently been preoccupied with etiquette lessons and packing her belongings. Last night, Megan expressed her reluctance to take along the jewels and crowns she had hoarded like a snow weasel gathering winter provisions, citing her fear of being robbed on the journey to the capital. Well, as long as she is happy, she can have them custom-made in the capital, he thought. After a brief silence, Florent signaled to Megan that she could leave. Young master, Megan, unusually, did not immediately obey the command to depart. Instead, she bowed her head and inquired, "Upon our arrival in the capital, shall I still be required to report regularly on Miss Liliana as well-being? Not on a schedule, but should she contemplate any actions that might embroil her in trouble or danger, I expect you to inform me immediately." Florent furrowed his brow, recalling another matter. "You have reminded me. After we reach the academy, there is another issue I need you to keep an eye on." Chapter 10. The Departure 2. The sharp edge of a sword lunged directly at Florent. Coming to his senses, he stepped back to evade the strike, and then countered with composure. "You are distracted." Joseph, dissatisfied after losing his long sword, picked up the wooden sword and shouted at Florent, "You promised to practice seriously with me today?" "Apologies." Florent gestured for Joseph to continue his assault. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of Liliana, likely due to the impending journey to the capital. With the crown prince's enrollment, The capital academy would gather heirs from 3 other ancient noble families aside from the Rhine family, and, as the sole daughter of the Snowwhite family, designated fiancée to the Lancelot family by royal decree, Liliana was bound to attract considerable attention. Rumors would surely abound. He also recalled his father's demands. This academic year was destined to be anything but tranquil. Of course, if Liliana were to learn of Florence's musings, she would undoubtedly dismiss them with a flourish, saying, "Brother, lighten up. It's all part of the experience. If we don't gather a host of narrative-driving, mythical beasts together, what is the point of the academy? You ought to think of something joyous, such as the 99 chance that you are about to meet your dear sister. Isn't that exhilarating?" At last, the day of departure arrived. They had chosen to set off at dusk, leaving Liliana perplexed and resigned to the arrangements, observing the numerous carts laden with luggage. Although she had already sifted through and removed the most valuable items, she still felt a twinge of unease. Yet at that moment, she had more pressing concerns weighing on her mind. Will we truly make it in time for the start of the school year? Are we only traveling by carriage? Amidst the company of her maids, Liliana quietly inquired of Megan, for she was utterly oblivious to the ways of long-distance travel in this world. The prospect of spending the next 10 days, or perhaps even longer, confined within a carriage that, despite its outward beauty, was powered solely by horses, filled her with a sense of unease. The thought of embarking on such a journey, with no notion of what to expect, caused a phantom ache in her waist, especially in a place devoid of mobile devices to occupy her time on the road. This is also my first departure from Rhinoka, Mississippi. I apologize for my inability to answer your question. Even someone as composed as Megan could not entirely mask her anticipation as she uttered these words. However, I believe there will be no issues. In previous years, Master Flance's departure date was even later than this. This year's early start was arranged with your comfort in mind, considering the potential fatigue you may experience during the journey. The sun had yet to fully set, while the moon lingered in the sky, a translucent silhouette. It was a simple farewell. Liliana stood silently beside Flant, listening intently. Although the Marquis did not speak directly to her, he nonetheless emphasized to Flant the importance of taking care of his sister. Despite often feeling like a mere player manipulating a character through a scripted narrative, Liliana could not suppress a twinge of sorrow upon hearing those words. It reminded her of when she first left for university, when her parents took time off to accompany her on the high-speed train to a city she had never visited. She recalled how her mother meticulously packed 2 large suitcases and a hefty bag, even filling her own backpack to the brim. After settling in at school, her parents returned home empty-handed, reminiscing about how their child had grown. Reluctant to take a taxi directly to the airport from a school gate, they opted to walk 2 kilometers to the subway station. Once on the train, they waved her goodbye, urging her to return to school quickly. Before she had even reached her dormitory, she received a flurry of messages filled with advice on how to wash and dry her clothes, reminders to eat on time, warnings against conflicts with classmates, and admonitions to avoid borrowing money from strange sources. The belongings she had transported from home to school slowly filled her dorm room. Yet they paled in comparison to the worth of Liliana's crown, the hometown she once believed she could return to after graduation. A small corner of a concrete city that would always light up at night, now felt irrevocably lost to her. Why are you crying? Honestly, you'll be back in a few months," Joseph exclaimed, noticing the tears welling in Liliana's eyes. Flustered, he reached for her shoulder, only to withdraw his hand and instead toss her a handkerchief from his pocket. "You were the one who wanted to go to the capital. And now you're the one crying. It's giving me a headache. Luckily, I'm not going with you." In truth, had he not voiced his thoughts, Liliana would have merely felt the tears brimming in her eyes, a fleeting sorrow. For her melancholy stemmed not from leaving the Marquis's residence, but rather from a moment of shared empathy. At that moment, as she opened her mouth to retort, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. A group of onlookers, drawn by the young master's words, turned their gazes towards her. Flustered, she hastily wiped away her tears, feeling her ears grow warm, and she was tempted to retreat into the carriage. Her tear-blurred vision met the Marquis's eyes, and she sensed a moment of surprise from him. He finally reached out and gently patted her shoulder, then addressed the maid behind her, instructing her to take good care of the young lady, reminding her to take her medicine regularly as she was still recovering. "We shall prepare to set off now, father. I will write to you upon our arrival in the capital." When Liliana heard Florence's words, her tears still flowing, she realized he was escorting her to the carriage. "How about you write to Joseph? It would be quite dull for him to remain home alone while we all go to the capital," Florence suddenly suggested before closing the carriage door. "I can write to him," Liliana replied, folding the handkerchief in her hands, feeling a wave of relief as she recognized that her tears had finally ceased. She lifted her reddened eyes to Florent, shrugged her shoulders, and added, "But I cannot say if he will wish to receive my letter." "Of course he will. You are his only sister." Liliana perceived an emphasis and reassurance in Florent's words. Though she was uncertain of his motives, she nonetheless rewarded him with a grateful smile. The dust kicked up by the carriage momentarily obscured the sky, as the sun slowly sank into the horizon, casting its final rays of light upon the vast landscape, turning the long hair of a noble woman resting her head on her maid's shoulder into a shimmering gold. They were approaching a winding, crystal-clear stream, the glacial melt quietly awaiting her not far away. The stream flowed southward, carving through towering mountains, transforming into a torrential river as it surged towards the central plains. It was momentarily halted by the dense jungles of Myriad, where it morphed into a gently shimmering expanse, a wide river cradled in the tender embrace of birdsong. On the fertile land, covered with lush vegetation and crops, people concluded another ordinary day, while the dusk here lingered longer. A leaf upon the ancient tree gracefully disappeared into the shadows cast by its canopy, yearning to reach distant realms, its roots still gripping the compacted soil below. Meanwhile, in sails, the sun had long since dipped below the horizon. Wild winds swept across the ocean, gathering dark clouds and sea spray, dancing with lightning to transform the dark night into another stretch of daylight. As it reached the shore, it took on a tender demeanor, stirring all the flowers that were already precariously perched on their branches under the moonlight. In the capital, the moon ascended high, and the last remnants of sunlight were simultaneously veiled by thick clouds. The deep toll of the bells from the tower startled the birds resting on rooftops throughout the city. The flock drew the attention of a peasant girl hastening towards the relief center, who lifted her head as she brushed aside her disheveled gray-white hair with her unburdened hand. Her blood-red pupils reflected the city lights that had already begun to twinkle. Deep within the palace, a realm that most of the kingdom would never set foot in, there burned an even brighter and more fervent flame. This flame was destined to showcase immense power, to forge eternal glory after vanquishing all foes of delusion, while bearing the weight of a heavy golden crown. It was only when she paused by the stream that Liliana finally realized the necessity of harnessing the power of flowing water, especially for the Snow-White family. Masters of water elements. Without it, traversing in a carriage, no matter how luxuriously adorned, would be a jarring ordeal, making their journey to the capital a venture for the following year. On the opposite bank of the stream lay a small plain at the foot of the mountains. In the twilight, Liliana glimpsed flickering flames, suggesting that someone was casually strumming and singing around a campfire. Though she could not discern the melody clearly, she vaguely recognized it as a tune favored by Kate. She remembered the melody, but never the lyrics. "I once encountered a maiden as beautiful as snow, who left me with a honey-sweet smile. As she passed by, I inhaled an intoxicating fragrance. I picked up my lute and played through the night, entreating the winds to carry my yearning to her. Oh, beautiful maiden of ice and snow, I implore you to remain by my side." Chapter 11. The Fiancé. 1. Liliana now pondered a curious question. Could her fiancé, reputed to soar with the wind, fly faster than a Boeing 747? One could not blame her. The journey to the capital was dreadfully monotonous. She had anticipated a leisurely trip filled with scenic stops to broaden her worldview, yet they found themselves navigating waterways. Initially, it was exhilarating. As the carriage descended over a waterfall with a drop of over 100 meters, she clutched Megan's hand and screamed until her throat was raw. However, as the terrain grew more level, the sensation became akin to that of riding a boat. As for how those horses could be trained to tread water, Liliana deduced, while peering through the window, that the relationship between the carriage and the river resembled that of an airport's moving walkway. The current, now magically controlled for speed and direction, was simply remarkable. Their journey followed a fixed routine, descending into the river at dusk and docking during the day to rest at inns along the way. It seemed that in his earlier schooling days, Florent had omitted the daytime resting phase, allowing him the confidence to depart Renoir just 2 or 3 days before the term commenced. Having acclimated to the jostling of the carriage in the river, Liliana could manage to sleep at night. Yet during the day, she was not allowed to wander about the inn, ostensibly for her safety. Thus, she dutifully remained in her room to catch up on sleep. However, as the distance to the capital dwindled to half a day's journey on land, her excessive slumber led her mind to wander. She mused that the magic of this world seemed rather lacking, as no one had yet mentioned abilities such as spatial teleportation. When she read Harry Potter years ago, it was the allure of apparition that captivated her the most. However, a lack of established parameters means that one must make do with alternatives. She began to mentally engage in a duel of ideas, contemplating the advantages of various magical elements on speed during movement. Fire and metal were swiftly dismissed, while earth and wood, though potentially viable, posed excessive destructive power that rendered them unsuitable for frequent application. Ultimately, water and wind emerged as the finalists. Water, confined to rivers, paled in comparison to the liberating nature of wind. Thus, the initial quandary reappeared. Such musings proved intriguing. For instance, when one envisions a Boeing 747, thoughts of a fighter jet effortlessly follow, particularly the supersonic variety that must breach the sound barrier. This provoked another question. Does a human need to break the sound barrier when flying at supersonic speeds? Could specialized astronaut training enable one to withstand it? Regrettably, due to her insufficient knowledge base, Liliana could only entertain these thoughts in her mind. At this juncture, she found herself quite intrigued by her fiancé. After a week of whimsical pondering, Liliana concluded that he might serve as a formidable ally in her quest to comprehend the physical laws governing this world. In other words, if one could manipulate the wind, perhaps it would also be feasible to extract air from a designated area, simulating a vacuum. This would present an opportunity to verify whether classical Newtonian mechanics still held under low-speed conditions in this realm, and she might even calculate the local gravitational constant. However, given that she had not opened a legitimate mechanics textbook in years, her confidence was not absolute. Do not mistake Liliana for harboring any grand ambitions akin to traveling to another world as Newton. She was merely driven to the brink of boredom. Engaging in any visually demanding tasks within the carriage easily induced discomfort, and her two maids struggled to engage her in any stimulating conversation. By the time she was informed that this would be their final lodging before entering the capital, Liliana had thoroughly familiarized herself with the livestock at Kate's residence, and had heard the tale of the wild snow lemmings that crept into Brother Megan's hearth for warmth during winter, a story she had revisited several times. At one point, Florent joined her in the carriage, following the usual protocol of inquiring whether she needed a break or felt unwell. After his questions, silence enveloped them, leaving Liliana to gaze at Florent, who was engrossed in reading the newspaper or a book. Initially, upon sensing her gaze, Florent would offer her a newspaper, but she would wave her hand, indicating her reluctance to look as it made her head spin. In summary, this dreary journey was nearing its conclusion. Upon arrival in the capital, she would at least enjoy the freedom to roam the academy. Once there, her foremost priority would naturally be to locate the true heiress. What transpired thereafter would depend on the unfolding narrative. Liliana mused that even if the Snowwhite family were to promptly cast her, the counterfeit heiress, aside, her 2-month respite indulging in the life of a noble woman had already proven worthwhile. One must learn to appreciate what one has. Yet, despite her philosophical acceptance, a nagging feeling within her suggested that this story would not so easily absolve her character. She had previously believed that the betrothal between Liliana and the Duke Lancelot was merely a customary bestowal by the royal family. However, after inquiring discreetly with Mrs. Pascal and attempting to glean information from her Aunt Maxim, she found their accounts to be consistent. It appeared that the emperor had no penchant for matchmaking among the great nobility, excluding the perplexing matter of the different magical elements of hereditary succession by common reasoning. If the emperor wished to demonstrate particular affection towards the Lancelot family, he ought to wed a princess of royal blood to them. Such a powerful magical family wielded greater authority over their fiefs than the princely lords she had encountered in her previous studies of history. As a sovereign, it seemed peculiar that he would not consolidate power for himself, but instead personally arrange marriages between the offspring of 2 great lords, one of whom was a confirmed heir. Was he perhaps weary of prolonged peace, yearning for a touch of excitement in his reign? After much contemplation, Liliana surmised that the most plausible explanation was that the Emperor was aware of her true identity as an impostor and harbored a dislike for the Lancelot family. Hence, he deliberately bestowed an imitation Marquis's daughter upon the young Duke. On one hand, if the Lancelot family dared to decline, they could be questioned regarding their loyalty to the crown, providing an opportunity for scrutiny. On the other hand, Liliana had no familial ties to the Snowwhite family, and this union would not deepen their connections, potentially leaving the Lancelots with lingering resentment for not securing the true heiress. Ultimately, this was merely her conjecture. She had heard that the current queen, being of common birth, had borne 2 children of mediocre talent before finally producing a qualified crown prince. By presenting her, a false heiress of genuine common origins, to the Lancelots, the chances of producing gifted offspring would likely diminish. The depths of intrigue were indeed profound. The game of power was not one to be trifled with. Reflecting on her musings, Liliana shook her head in dismay. If her surmise were correct, the betrothal with Lancelot would unlikely be dissolved by the appearance of the true heiress, leaving her with a multitude of scenes yet to unfold. In this scenario, the most aggrieved seemed to be Lancelot himself, unexpectedly thrust into a marriage while simply enjoying a casual gathering at home. Liliana had already envisioned his ensuing narrative, likely revolving around themes of love versus ambition, a furious rebellion for the sake of a beloved, and declarations of retribution against a tyrannical emperor who forbids him from marrying the one he truly loves. In any case, dear sir, your future appears bright. In a world dominated by romantic tropes, political machinations are child's play, not overly complex. Chapter 11. The Fiancé, too. After a restful night, stretching her limbs, Liliana, having completed her morning preparations, descended the stairs while yawning in the gentle morning sunlight. She had become desensitized to the financial prowess of the Snowwhite family. The inn, whether exclusive or simply family-run, had shown no signs of other patrons during her stay. Today, Kate and Megan adorned her with a rather grand appearance, as she sought to realign her biological clock to be awake during the day and slumber at night. In the morning, the drowsy Liliana glanced at herself in the mirror, only to realize that she now resembled a delicate peach blossom that had come to life. Was it because she was to enter the city gates of the capital today? Could it be that someone was coming specifically to see her? Not wishing to try on outfits again, Liliana murmured about her youthful complexion, pondering her age as she hastily consumed a bit of breakfast before preparing to depart. "My lady, you are 17 this year," Kate responded to her mutterings. It was delightful that her casual jests could now flow naturally in the local tongue. It was indeed reasonable for a 17-year-old girl to dress in such a manner. However, Liliana had never adorned herself this way in her previous world, primarily because she felt unable to carry it off. Pink made her look darker. Since childhood, she had detested keeping others waiting, so she had been advising Kate and Megan to awaken her a bit earlier in the mornings. Yet, compared to the large gentlemen surrounding her, she found it quite troublesome to venture outside. Fortunately, neither the knights nor the men from Florent had shown any signs of impatience. As she descended the stairs, she observed 2 men conversing with their backs to her. Initially, she assumed they were knights and paid them little mind. The hotel corridors and staircases were adorned with thick carpets, muffling her footsteps as she dragged her gown down the stairs. Just as she prepared to continue her descent, the dark-haired man turned around as if he had eyes in the back of his head, revealing a completely unfamiliar face. Liliana froze, instinctively halting her progress. Miss Liliana. Beside the stranger stood the vice captain of the knights, who promptly turned to face her, hastening forward to offer his respect. "Good morning. Are you ready? Allow me to inform the knights. They will escort you to the capital shortly." What a Florent! The attire of the unfamiliar man was as finely crafted as Florent's, and in terms of etiquette, she should have awaited the vice captain to introduce them. However, glancing around, she had grown accustomed to seeing Florent's tall figure waiting at the foot of the stairs each time she descended, prompting her to inquire, "Is he not coming with us?" The young Marquis departed for the capital earlier today. "There are matters he must attend to," the vice captain replied smoothly, casting a glance at the dark-haired man beside him. Liliana's question had disrupted the sequence of introductions he had mentally rehearsed, causing him to fumble his words. "Miss, you need not worry." Before the young Marquis left, he should have introduced you to this gentleman, Christophe Lancelot. Sensing the awkwardness of the introduction, the young dark-haired man stepped forward, taking the initiative to engage in conversation as he ascended the stairs, stopping 2 steps away from her. Aunt Maxim's etiquette crash course had instructed Liliana that, as a noble lady, she should gracefully extend the back of her right hand to meet the gentleman's palm for a delicate hand-kissing gesture. However, she was completely unprepared for the encounter with Lancelot and found herself momentarily bewildered as the man extended his hand toward her. Her first instinct was to lower her gaze to her delicate pink dress, then turn to her 2 maids, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. "You knew whom I was to meet today before I did, and yet you dressed me in this manner without a word of warning?" But the 2 maids, like her, wore expressions of bewilderment. Were they equally uninformed? It was then that Liliana realized she had failed to respond to the self-introduction before her. Despite having undergone rigorous etiquette training, she had faltered before even entering the capital. Regaining her composure, Liliana hastily extended her right hand toward the man, who stood a couple of steps below her, yet seemed to tower over her slightly. The summer heat of the capital was far more oppressive than that of Renoka, and she felt beads of perspiration forming from her cheeks to her palms. When Lancelot's lips brushed lightly against the back of her hand, she instinctively withdrew her hand from his grasp. Confusion enveloped her. She wanted to inquire why he was there, but found herself at a loss for how to address him. She was aware that she would inevitably meet her betrothed upon arriving in the capital. Yet she had envisioned such an encounter occurring either at school or in a more formal setting. Her instinct suggested that Florent or some other elder would be present to facilitate their introduction. In a moment of instinctual desperation, she looked up toward the vice-captain of the knightly order, only to discover he had vanished. Did he not find it inappropriate to leave them alone in such a manner? "You can simply call me Chris, as you would in your letters," she heard Lancelot say. How affectionately the original owner had spoken. Liliana realized her current state of mind. She felt akin to someone who had unwittingly stepped into a romantic rendezvous on behalf of another. While such enterprises might yield profit for some, she felt as though she had been thrust into an uncomfortable situation, unable to voice her distress. "Is that so?" Liliana took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure as she navigated this conversation. There was nothing to fear. It was merely the introduction of a new character. She endeavored to relax and managed to present a smile. "I apologize. In a letter I requested my maid to send you, I mentioned that I had lost many memories due to an accidental poisoning, so I find it difficult to recollect what I wrote previously. Indeed, I have been concerned about your well-being since receiving your reply." His smile in response was genuine. Frankly, Lancelot was impeccably handsome, and unlike Florent, who endeavored to project a mature and composed demeanor, Lancelot wore a smile, whether he awaited the vice-captain's introduction or conversed with Liliana. The cheerful and bright young man, indeed. However, due to my previous encounter with his extensive drawer of correspondence, I've already formed a rather unfavorable impression. Liliana has categorized him among those who appear amiable on the surface, yet are fundamentally insincere. She remains wary of such duplicitous individuals, in her mind. They are less trustworthy than Joseph, who, despite his boisterous demeanor, is at least honest about his frustrations. As for her earlier curiosity regarding Lancelot's flying abilities and the desire to seek his assistance with vacuum sealing, those notions have been entirely discarded. Unbeknownst to her, she is unwittingly enacting a well-known idiom from the old world. The Duke of Ye loves dragons. Chapter 11. The Fiancé 3. Though Liliana harbored these thoughts, when Lancelot gestured for her to sit downstairs and await the knight's preparations for departure, she graciously placed her hand upon his arm. It turned out he was also en route to the capital and, by sheer coincidence, had heard of the Snow-White siblings' stay here. Upon visiting, he fortuitously encountered Florent, who had urgent matters requiring an early departure, leading him to voluntarily assume the responsibility of escorting her to the capital. Furthermore, due to his prior commitment to the summer patrol when she had fallen ill, he regrettably could not visit her in Renoka, and he hoped she could forgive him. Such a series of coincidences, one might say, is remarkably improbable. With this in mind, Liliana maintained a smile, generously expressing her sentiments about the importance of patrolling the borders for the security of the kingdom and the safety of its citizens, emphasizing that their welfare surpasses all else. She remarked that he, as a person of noble standing, deserved considerable commendation. Citizens above all? She sensed Lancelot's intrigued gaze upon her, finding the notion rather captivating. No, Liliana felt a wave of dread as she became aware that in her eagerness to flatter, she had forgotten to articulate such sentiments in a more appropriate context, which could be seen as treasonous. What she meant to convey was that, given the instability of the border, it is ultimately the defenseless civilians, unable to wield magic for their protection, who are most vulnerable. Preserving their safety is tantamount to safeguarding the kingdom's precious labor force, thus, in essence, defending His Majesty's reign. Compared to such a noble endeavor, her personal safety truly pales in significance. How terrifying it is to fawn so excessively that one risks stepping into a minefield. Fortunately, she managed to recover her footing. When she saw Megan bringing tea, it was akin to spotting a lifeline. She hurriedly accepted the cup and took several sips, inwardly wishing the vice captain would promptly arrive to announce their departure, thus rescuing her from her dramatic exchange with Lancelot. The Knights of Snow White are indeed quite efficient in their operations. As if responding to her silent plea, the vice captain entered to signal their readiness to depart. With a sigh of relief, Liliana stood and beamed a particularly radiant smile at him. The day was overcast, and upon lifting her gaze, she could only discern the faint glow of the sun behind thick clouds. The previous night's gentle rain had failed to dissipate the heaviness in the air, though the weather had cooled somewhat. Standing at the doorstep, Liliana hesitated for a moment. The light rain from the previous night had mingled with the dust on the ground, rendering it muddy and uninviting. She felt a pang of regret for the light-colored dress she had just donned that day, knowing that trailing it on the ground would surely ruin its hem once she entered the carriage. Yet, despite her reservations, the path ahead must be traversed. Summoning a knight to magically dry the ground would only lead her down the path of a spoiled, capricious heiress. Thus, Liliana paused for merely a second at the threshold, her hand resting decorously on Lancelot's elbow, while her other hand attempted to lift the hem of her dress. Upon stepping outside, she immediately sensed something amiss. Her body felt lighter, as if an invisible platform was lifting her gently off the ground. The sensation of weightlessness was fleeting, and now her feet hovered a few centimeters above the earth, ensuring that even the naturally falling fabric of her dress would not touch the muddy ground. It was the air currents. Although Liliana could not perceive any magical elements, she felt the gentle breeze caressing her ankles. The surprise of being elevated from the ground instinctively prompted her to clutch Lancelot's arm for safety. However, the novelty of experiencing magic soon overshadowed her initial trepidation, and she took a small step forward. The sensation beneath her feet was akin to pressing her hands into a memory foam pillow. "Thank you," she exclaimed, making an effort to keep her tone composed. Yet her gaze met Lancelot's sparkling eyes, revealing her delight. After a symbolic inquiry regarding her feelings about sharing a carriage with him, Kristoff settled into the seat opposite her. The maid beside her had maintained her head bowed since boarding, avoiding any eye contact with him. The strict discipline of the Snow White household was indeed well known. The reality of meeting you was markedly different from our correspondence. To be candid, the disparity was so vast that it felt as if they were two entirely different individuals. He could scarcely fathom that the girl who once filled pages with letters about purchasing various items now sat before him, engaging in earnest discussions about borders, labor, personal safety, and the delicate balance of kingdom interests. Particularly striking was her audacious statement regarding the status of commoners. Her demeanor was utterly composed, devoid of any recognition of the incongruity between her words and her station. Since his childhood visit to Rianoka with his father, Kristoff had not encountered Liliana again. Several possibilities crossed his mind. Perhaps she deemed it beneath her to respond personally, seeking someone else to write on her behalf. Or perhaps she had been feigning indifference in her letters. Regardless of the truth, each scenario was far more intriguing than he had anticipated. It must be due to her memory lapse, he mused. Compared to her initial fluster upon seeing him, Liliana's responses had become quite fluent, though he could still sense her wariness and distance. It is rather peculiar that, at the moment when he completely commanded the currents of air surrounding her, she felt no sense of peril. Instead, she reveled in the experience, oblivious to the fact that her nights only exhaled in relief once she had safely boarded the carriage. Christopher was convinced that had he exhibited even the slightest hint of a threat towards Liliana, the knights would have unhesitatingly confronted him. The instructions left by their master evidently did not encompass complete trust in him, leading that young master to ponder whether half of the elite of the Snow White Knights would suffice to engage him in a reciprocal duel. However, more pressing than this was his desire to uncover the reason behind the capital's sudden turmoil that compelled the typically self-reliant Liliana Snowwhite to depart in haste. Both individuals sat within the carriage, their thoughts consumed by their own reflections, one replaying events, the other indulging in mild sarcasm. Liliana was still mulling over Lancelot's recent remark, internally critiquing the stark contrast between her online persona and her real-life character. Was it truly so strange to contemplate the discrepancies between one's digital existence and physical presence? While entertaining such thoughts, Liliana maintained a composed smile and ventured, "I believe some individuals may find that their correspondence differs significantly from real-life interactions. The vastness of distance and the barriers of communication can profoundly influence one's impression of another. Indeed, face-to-face dialogue is the most authentic." She gazed expectantly at Lancelot, hoping this perceptive man, who clearly possessed more than one layer of insight, would grasp her underlying message. Forget the affectionate words previously exchanged between the past Liliana and yourself. I'm no longer in a position to address you with such endearing nicknames as Christopher. Pen pal? Lancelot echoed with a chuckle. Is this how you wish to define our relationship? Coughing slightly, Liliana found herself at a loss for words, lowering her gaze as her cheeks flushed with heat. She struggled to assert in front of Lancelot that they were betrothed. Mercy upon her. A woman of advanced age who had known only a few unrequited crushes and remained single. Fortunately, Lancelot did not linger on the topic during their ensuing conversation. When Liliana addressed him as the young duke, he merely raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement, reciprocating by appending Miss to her name. As the carriage drew nearer to the capital, Liliana's eyes caught sight of the city walls that outlined its silhouette. To her surprise, these walls, serving as the kingdom's capital's visual barrier, did not evoke the cold, forbidding nature of the walls surrounding the city of Rianoka. Instead, they appeared quite beautiful, exuding a welcoming aura. In her eyes, the sparkling adornments embedded in the walls seemed to be delightful decorations, harmonizing beautifully with the grand flags draped overhead. Upon arriving at the Snow White residence in the capital, Liliana realized that Lancelot did not immediately relinquish her hand after disembarking from the carriage. The steward, accompanied by the footmen and maids, stood in a neat line at the entrance, eagerly awaiting her arrival. The threshold of the residence had been meticulously polished, yet she experienced a sudden sensation of weightlessness, lowering her gaze to discover that she was once again suspended in the wind. This time, Lancelot had lifted her higher, allowing her to meet his gaze without the need to tilt her head. To be at the mercy of someone capable of wielding magic, manipulating the elements around her, was an exceedingly perilous affair. Now, turn around and observe those knights. Do you see their stances? Should I make any further moves, they would likely attack me without hesitation. Lancelot's voice, carried by the breeze, clearly reached Liliana's ears. She felt her long hair fluttering in the currents, as if she would be swept away by the wind if she did not firmly grasp his hand. Should you discover others attempting such acts against you, suppress any naive smile and swiftly seek out a trusted individual to request their protection. In the next moment, Liliana was gently set back on the ground, the air enveloping her returning to the stifling stillness that precedes a summer downpour. Thank you for the warning, she replied, still shaken from the vivid lesson. Looking up, she found no malice in the depths of his cerulean eyes, nor any other sentiment. I shall remember. All members of the Lancelot family shall offer you their unwavering protection, wherever you may be in the kingdom. The man gracefully bent down to bestow a gentle kiss upon the back of her hand, a farewell to conclude their escort. It has been a pleasure to meet you today, Miss Liliana. Chapter 12. The Capital Residence. 1. The servants of the estate busied themselves upon Liliana's arrival. The steward, Hawk, was the first to guide her on a tour, presenting the surroundings as if Liliana, having grown to 17, had never ventured beyond Renwick before, as though this were her inaugural stay at such a residence. The Snow White family's estate in the capital was considerably smaller than the Marquis' manor in Renwick, primarily due to the absence of the vast, unending woods behind it. However, the courtyard, encircled by the buildings, was more expansive, adorned with a plethora of blooming flowers. The pink blossoms, climbing along the walls, bore a striking resemblance to the roses of the bygone world. Their hues varied, some appearing on the verge of being swept away by the wind, while others remained quietly nestled within their buds. A delicate mist emanated from various sources in the sunlight. Rainbows, gentle breezes, and flowers effortlessly immersed one in a serene and leisurely atmosphere. Aside from the similarity in the servants' attire to that of the Marquis's estate, the architectural styles of the two edifices were distinctly different. The Marquis's manor exuded a sense of heaviness, perhaps due to the biting cold of winter, its interior decorations. Aside from the row of portraits of past heads of the family, alas, these images did not move nor speak, were comprised of stern reliefs, statues, and imposing banners of the family crest that seemed to compel one to tread with decorum within its confines. The residence here features an abundance of floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing sunlight to flood the space. Even on a gloomy day like today, the light-colored interior enhances the overall brightness within the building. The corridors are adorned with several exquisite landscape paintings and decorative pieces that Liliana finds difficult to comprehend, yet instinctively beautiful. Small tables hold vases filled with fresh bouquets. After the maids tidy her room, Liliana comfortably reclines on her bed for an afternoon nap, undisturbed until a thunderclap outside, sharp and resonant, jolts her awake. While in Rionoka, she had compelled herself to practice dining etiquette by joining others in the restaurant. Although feeling somewhat drained and wishing to remain nestled in bed, she learned from Kate that the kitchen had prepared an array of local delicacies to welcome them. It seemed unreasonable to decline their hospitality upon her arrival, so she allowed the maids to assist her in a simple yet presentable manner before proceeding to the dining hall. Illuminated by candlelight, the dining room was otherwise empty save for the servants awaiting her. It appeared that the news of her acceptance of magical items had yet to reach the capital. Once seated, she inquired of the attentive butler, "Mr. Hawke, has Master Florent not returned yet?" Her question arose from the torrential rain outside. Despite the doors being securely closed after her entrance, the curtains and candles flickered in the gusts of wind seeping through the building's crevices. Earlier that day, the vice-captain of the Knights mentioned that Florent had arrived in the capital for urgent matters. However, night had fallen, and his absence caused Liliana a twinge of concern regarding what affairs he might be attending to and whether he was in any danger. Though she continuously reminded herself that her purpose in this world was merely to navigate the narrative through Liliana's character, the heart is, after all, a tender thing. Since becoming Liliana, Florent had shown her nothing but kindness and had never placed her in uncomfortable situations. Their interactions had been devoid of conflict. This trip to the capital had afforded them a week of companionship, albeit mostly with Liliana inside the carriage while Florent remained outside. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown accustomed to the frequent sight of him not far from her. In her previous life, Liliana was a diligent soul. When she ventured out with close friends for leisure and travel, it was often she who bore the responsibility of planning and organizing, breaking the cycle of indecision that plagued her companions, who would repeatedly ask where they should go, when they should leave, and lament the long absence from outings. She meticulously managed timelines, contemplating departure times, arrival at destinations, ticket collection, and ensuring that ample time was allocated for lengthy queues, a task she did not detest. Not that she relished it, but who wouldn't prefer to be pampered, having everything handed to them? Yet, in Florent's presence, Liliana discovered that she could truly embrace a carefree existence, free from the burden of overthinking. Although during the day the young Duke assured her that the Lancelot family would protect her in times of peril, Liliana understood that if such a situation truly arose, she would undoubtedly seek out Florent without hesitation. The servants in the estate could not elucidate Florent's whereabouts, merely informing her that the young master would return once he had concluded his affairs. Liliana refrained from inquiring further. Instead, she began to quietly savor the meal before her, earnestly appreciating the capital's culinary delights and desserts, finding a measure of contentment in her solitude. Is the young lady still awaiting the return of the young master? As night fell, the staff of the capital estate observed Liliana pacing slowly in the entrance hall, the whispers ceasing abruptly upon the arrival of Mr. Hawke, the butler. With a serious countenance, he surveyed the assembled servants, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Liliana's figure. However, he quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat with a deliberate cough as a warning. He did not wish for the two young masters, particularly Florent, to perceive him as lacking in authority over the staff. For many years, Hawk had harbored resentment over Mason's earlier promotion to the position of the master's personal attendant. He had fallen behind, and in his lifetime, he aspired to earn favor by diligently serving Florent for 4 years in the capital, hoping to return to Reenac with him upon the young master's ascension to the title of Marquis, thereby supplanting Mason as the steward of the Marquisate. Liliana was unaware of the servant's imaginative speculations regarding his sister's concern for her elder brother. She had merely overslept in the afternoon and indulged herself at dinner. With a torrential downpour outside, she could not stroll in the courtyard, and instead paced the spacious entrance hall as a substitute. For the rain was so heavy that it was unlikely anyone would visit at such a time. In her school days, when she struggled with experiments or felt troubled, she enjoyed walking around the playground at night. Running was out of the question, but she could take a few laps and pridefully convince herself that she had exercise for the day. Suddenly, a noise emanated from the door, and the sound of the rain and thunder became distinctly audible. Liliana turned her head, only to see Florent, clad in black, stepping in from the downpour. The distance from her sofa prevented her from discerning his expression, and she remained seated, watching as the maids and footmen hastened to his side. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, causing her to instinctively shrink back behind the sofa. After a moment, a deep rumble of thunder echoed in her ears. Chapter 12. The Capital Estate, 2. As Florent entered the entrance hall, Liliana had just counted her 5th circuit and was contemplating sitting down to rest and drink some water before heading upstairs to check on him. From his perspective, he noticed Liliana seated on the nearest sofa, having changed into a light white gown after her afternoon bath. Her long hair styled into a bun favored by married women, though he could not tell who had arranged it for her. How impressive, thought Liliana, observing the torrential rain outside. Despite the downpour, Florent emerged completely unscathed, not a single strand of hair dampened, even clad in a coat amidst such oppressive heat. After taking a few steps in the foyer, she felt her hair draped over her shoulders like a heavy quilt, finding it thoroughly dry to the touch. She removed the hair tie, repurposing it as an elastic to secure her hair into a ponytail. Yet, even with her hair tied back, the heat persisted. Ultimately, she sent Kate upstairs to fetch a sufficiently large hairpin, and she styled her hair into an updo. The aesthetic appeal was secondary. What truly mattered was the refreshing sensation around her neck. "You're back. Did everything go smoothly?" Liliana inquired, pleased to see Florent return in pristine condition. It seemed there was no need to worry about misfortunes accompanying thunder and rain. Observing him shed his coat and hand it to a maid, she politely asked, "Have you eaten?" "I'm not hungry," Florent replied, neglecting her initial question. They stood in the foyer in silence for half a minute, with Florent avoiding her gaze. Just as Liliana felt the awkwardness of the silence becoming unbearable, Florent finally spoke again. "If you feel something is lacking here, please inform Mr. Hawk." "I believe everything is quite satisfactory," Liliana responded candidly. Previously, her request to Mrs. Pascal for a bookshelf in her room had evolved into the creation of a cozy study, fully equipped with bookshelves brimming with diverse romantic literature. A particularly exquisite translucent bowl adorned her desk, filled with dried petals that, when inhaled, evoked the essence of spring. Sensing that Florent was not inclined to engage in further conversation, Liliana wisely bid him good night, indicating her intention to retire for the evening. Was she truly waiting for his return? Florent watched as Liliana ascended the stairs, her hairdo slightly disheveled, an icy crystal-shaped hairpin barely managing to secure most of her hair, allowing several strands to cascade chaotically over her shoulders. The capital was considerably warmer than Briar Noir, lending her cheeks a faint flush, yet the nape of her neck remained paler than her hair. He felt the seed of guilt within him begin to sprout. His negligence had once brought her perilously close to death. Nevertheless, upon receiving news that morning, he had unhesitatingly chosen to journey to the capital, entrusting her safety to Lancelot. Whether Lancelot's visit was a mere coincidence mattered little. What was paramount was that entrusting Liliana to him was the right decision, as Florent had assured himself that morning. Upon her arrival in the capital, she ought to spend more time with her fiancé to nurture their bond, never again posing the absurd question of whether the maid had a sister to marry her brother. Yet, some matters would inevitably reveal themselves once she reached the academy. Florent had a nagging feeling that Liliana had become significantly more astute since her amnesia. If, at that time, she were to discover what he had abandoned her for today, would she react as she once did, throwing a tantrum and weeping while hurling everything within reach to the ground? Or would her response be even more intense? What should he do to both reassure her and fulfill his father's demands? Tomorrow afternoon, the principal will be accompanied by your teachers to pay their respects. Where would you like to receive them? This matter could easily be conveyed by the maid, yet he still called out to Liliana. The principal and the teachers, upon turning around, found Liliana wide-eyed, her finger pointing at her own nose. To greet me? Do I need to prepare anything? She asked nervously, gripping the stair railing tightly. Surely, they wouldn't be bringing a stack of papers to conduct a preschool assessment, would they? You need not worry. The principal is merely performing a customary greeting for the esteemed new student. He may inquire about your thoughts on the course arrangements and living accommodations. Apologies, but in her imagination, anyone capable of teaching Flant must be a master of magic, and naturally, the principal overseeing such adept individuals would be a paragon among them. The very notion of such a high-ranking figure personally showing concern for her, a novice, regarding course selection felt as absurd as Albus Dumbledore visiting Harry Potter's uncle to ask about Dudley's high school subject choices. Yet Flant's tone did not suggest jest. This cursed aristocratic system surely left the principal feeling quite indignant, having achieved the pinnacle of academia while still bowing to the whims of frivolous youth. Living accommodations? She seized upon a key phrase, tilting her head. I thought we would be residing here. Can we also stay within the academy? The academy provides housing for all students. Although it certainly lacks the comforts of home managed by a steward, Flant nodded. Upon hearing this, the proud butler Hawk raised his head. It is perfectly acceptable for you to reside here. And what about you? Will you stay here or on campus? Liliana pondered that, as a new student, it would be wiser to remain low-key and not seek special treatment. If Flant was residing on campus, she would do the same. She believed that no matter how modest the conditions of this noble academy, it could not possibly be worse than her university's 6-person dormitory in the old campus. Me? Flant paused, hesitating before responding. I stay here more often. Then I will too. Deciding to follow the crowd, Liliana nodded cheerfully. However, she soon felt it prudent to review the class schedule first. If there were early morning and numerous evening classes, staying on campus might be preferable, as sleep was of utmost importance for students. Oh well, we shall see how it goes. Liliana concluded. I will meet the principal and teachers in the grand reception room on the first floor and ask the kitchen to prepare some refreshments. Is that arrangement satisfactory? I will instruct the kitchen to prepare everything adequately, Miss Liliana. Mr. Hawk interjected timely, slightly bowing. Should you have any further instructions, feel free to let me know at any time. Yes, that sounds quite appropriate, Flant remarked. Go rest in your room, Liliana. Just as she turned, she heard Flant calling her from behind. Confused, she turned back to await any further directives from him. Why did he suddenly wish to inquire if she had enjoyed her time with Christophe Launcelot today? What did that have to do with him? His sole task was to ensure her safety, nothing more. As he observed the young girl gazing at him with confusion in her crimson eyes, Florent felt a momentary haze cloud his own vision, prompting him to divert his gaze. He merely uttered, "Good night." "Ah, you too, rest early. You've worked hard these past few days," Liliana responded, offering him a casual curtsy. In the capital, Florent was regarded as the authority, and the unfolding narrative was yet to be revealed. Nonetheless, showing him respect could never be amiss. "Young master, the vice-captain of the knightly order is still awaiting you in the reception room," Hawk reminded as he watched Liliana's silhouette vanish at the staircase's end. "Very well." Florent averted his gaze and turned to walk in another direction. Chapter 13. Healing and Light. 1. Ryla Green struggled awake from a nightmare, relieved to find that the droplets cascading onto her face were merely rain leaking from the roof, not the clattering debris she had feared. Exhausted, she reached up to tousle her dusty hair, letting out a string of expletives. The dawn had yet to break when she retrieved a shimmering badge from beneath her pillow. This emblem had been bestowed upon her by a noble young master, who had been toppled against the attic's glass and subsequently struck by a drying rack she had sent tumbling down, purportedly as a token for future reparations. This object served remarkably well for etching on brick walls. Within moments, she had drawn a line upon the wall beside her bed. Her night vision was poor in this body, so Ryla extended her hand to carefully trace the marks she had inscribed in recent days, mentally tallying the correct characters to account for how many days she had spent in this world. She could afford to sleep a little longer, if her labor were required. They would certainly come to knock on the attic door. Recently, the frequency of their disturbances had significantly diminished, seemingly due to a sudden, generous donation from the northern nobility. The administrators of the orphanage, only known to her through conversation, had torn each other apart in disputes over the allocation of these funds, leaving those scavenging for scraps too preoccupied to nitpick at her, a mere small fry. As for the colleagues she had come to know, who toiled from dawn till dusk for free bread and vegetable soup, she had only shared a single meal of meat soup with them. That pot of soup contained little more than grease and remnants of what seemed to be bones gnawed clean, as though previously devoured by some unknown creature. Life appeared quite arduous, yet upon returning to her attic, Ryla still had access to a small stove and was rarely compelled to scrub floors or wash pots. If the orphanage resembled a microcosm divided into hierarchies, Ryla likely ranked among the upper tier, for one must possess a certain skill to avoid starvation. Although her magical abilities seemed to be a gift inherited from the original inhabitant of this body, there was an air of unearned privilege surrounding them. Yesterday had been tumultuous, and even as the relentless sound of raindrops dripped from the roof echoed in her ears, Ryla wrapped herself in her damp blanket and drifted back to sleep. It was not until a boisterous knocking at the door roused her from slumber that she sprang from her bed. "Ryla Green, have you forgotten what day it is? By the gods, you cannot still be asleep." The sunlight streamed through the window, momentarily blinding her as she struggled to awaken from a hazy slumber, her mind gradually processing the inquiries posed from outside. Moments later, the attic door swung open, revealing Ryla, her short hair tousled as if it had been through a nest. Casting an impatient glance at the cafeteria lady who had consistently provided her with special meals, their eyes locked for 3 seconds, and then Ryla's blood-red pupils widened in realization. Today was the day of enrollment at that prestigious academy, the Royal Capital Academy of the Principality. Can you fathom how many have endeavored, only to be thwarted in their quest to gain admission? Before Ryla could finish her thought, the cafeteria lady lightly tapped her forehead with a rolling pin, producing a sound that echoed, affirming the adage that a good head is worth cherishing. The lady began to scold her. "Child, do you intend to attend such a noble place dressed like that? And what about your hair? It's a tangled mess. Where? I shall head to the kitchen and demand they fetch me a knife to tidy it up." At the mention of her hair, Ryla instinctively touched the stubble at the nape of her neck. Cutting her hair short had been, in her estimation, the wisest decision she made upon becoming Ryla Green. Previously, she had lived with a neat bob, and she lacked the patience to tend to long locks like those of the kitchen workers, who spent hours caring for their waist-length tresses. "Cut it, Ryla. Ryla Green, are you even listening to me? That is the Royal Capital Academy, a place filled with nobles." Ever since the academy had sent her the enrollment notice, Ryla felt as though the lady had recited this particular point 100 times in her ear. If you could marry a nobleman, even one without a territory, just a title, your life would be entirely transformed. "Is that really a school?" Ryla retorted. "It sounds more like everyone is there to get married. Is it a proper institution?" The moment she spoke, the rolling pin struck her forehead decisively, silencing her for good. Undoubtedly, the fervor of the locals regarding that academy far exceeded the acknowledgement of the mundane world she had previously inhabited. In their eyes, if a commoner could attend, it signified a step into the realm of nobility. Consequently, after receiving her acceptance letter, the attitudes of those she frequently encountered at the orphanage bifurcated. One faction treated her as if she had already ascended to nobility, eager to curry favor, while the larger group simply harbored envy and resentment, unable to seize the acceptance letter for themselves. Even if they did, it would be futile, as admission was not merely contingent upon that single letter. They lacked the magical abilities that Ryla Green possessed. In this era, commoners who wielded magic were exceedingly rare. Although some individuals may cruelly whisper behind her back that Ryla's magical talents are utterly insignificant when compared to the formidable powers wielded by the grand nobility capable of moving mountains and filling seas. In the eyes of the children at the relief shelter, Ryla is nothing short of a deity. She possesses the ability to instantly dry dripping clothes, rekindle dying fires into roaring flames, and summon the wind to send fallen leaves spiraling through the air, showering them upon everyone. With her command over all elements, she appears to be an omnipotent being. Of course, some attitudes remain unchanged. Ryla considers the woman before her to be one of them. Thus, despite the woman's voice rising to a shrill pitch resembling a bird's frantic squawking echoing across 2 streets, Rilla finds herself unperturbed. Look at your hair. I shall prepare a pot of hot water for you to wash it properly. You cannot go to school with such a disheveled mop that no longer reveals its original hue. First impressions are paramount. If Mr. Bond were to see you in such a state while wearing the dress he has prepared for you for the Capital Academy, he would undoubtedly faint from sheer indignation. Today is merely for filling out the course schedule. The official school opening is the day after tomorrow. Rilla extracted the crumpled enrollment notice from her pocket. I won't take long on the way back. Wearing a dress is cumbersome, and they might mistake me for some noble child, which would reduce the trouble. However, if she were to encounter some noble young master, she shuddered at the thought. The woman was kind-hearted, yet her advanced age seemed to have left her mind occupied solely with recipes and fanciful tales. Those men's heads had not been battered by her rolling pin. Thus they naturally sought refined young ladies of their own standing. Alas, this blow was severe. Rilla felt tears stream down her cheeks. Although she could instinctively use her magic to heal the swelling on her forehead, the pain lingered with a delay. Rilla, Sister Rilla, a child's voice echoed urgently from downstairs. The innocent call resonating through the dim staircase of the attic before footsteps followed. A noble lord is waiting for Sister Rilla at the door. Chapter 13. Healing and light to a noble? What would they possibly want with me? Rilla's immediate thought was that they had come seeking her healing abilities. Yet the secret of her capacity to heal ailments and wounds without reliance on potions was known only to Mr. Bond, who had inadvertently witnessed her treating Aunt Susan. This matter had not yet spread. It was quite unfortunate. Really, at that time, Rilla had just crossed over and was unaware of her specific abilities. Relying solely on her years of experience cultivating fungi in the laboratory, she could immediately discern that the fish Aunt Susan had left to cure in the kitchen stone pit was infested with golden spherical mold. The thriving colonies of mold evoked a twinge of jealousy within Rilla as she wondered why her carefully nurtured cultures would perish at the slightest deviation in temperature, while here they flourished on fish doused in who knows how much salt. Given that Aunt Susan is responsible for the sustenance of all the lower-tier staff at the relief center, as well as the bi-weekly charitable distributions, Rilla felt compelled to remind Aunt Susan that the fish should not be prepared as a meal for everyone, and that the stone pit must never be used again. She suggested seeking out the local drunkard to barter for some food in exchange for inexpensive, high-proof spirits, in order to thoroughly disinfect the pit. Despite frequently striking Rilla's head with a rolling pin, Aunt Susan held a certain fondness for the young girl. Rilla's proficiency in magic and her willingness to assist made her a valuable asset. When a large pot in the basement kitchen was filled with water, it would take a long time to produce even a few bubbles over a wood fire, but with just a few gestures from Rilla, Aunt Susan could immediately begin adding ingredients to the pot. Thus, when faced with Rilla's warning of, "If you do not heed my advice, I shall never assist you again," Aunt Susan chose to compromise. However, it was an entire fish. Aunt Susan astutely seized upon the flaw in Rilla's argument. She could choose not to share it with everyone, opting instead to consume it herself. On an otherwise ordinary evening, Aunt Susan collapsed. By the time Rilla arrived, she was burning with fever, her consciousness foggy and her body racked with relentless vomiting and even convulsions. Fearing that Aunt Susan had contracted the plague that had previously swept through the outskirts of the city, most residents of the relief center dared not approach her quarters. Only Mr. Bond, who had self-studied a bit of potion-making, attempted to care for her at her bedside. Having gathered the likely circumstances, Rilla remained unperturbed. But after assessing Aunt Susan's condition, she pessimistically concluded that even if a fish abundant in penicillin were to miraculously appear, it would be of no avail for Aunt Susan's affliction. "I cannot save her." Mr. Bond, who was wiping his half-broken glasses with his clothing, reached a similar conclusion. His concoctions could barely remedy a common cold or minor cuts for paper. "And what of me? I wield magic. Can I assist you in potion-making?" At that time, the newcomer Rilla did not fully comprehend what capabilities the healers truly required. Instinctively, she wished to save the kind-hearted, albeit sharp-tongued, plump woman. "The potions I know do not necessitate the use of magic. Alas, Green, even if we manage to procure a recipe, we cannot gather the required ingredients." Mr. Bond had completely resigned himself. After uttering this, he began to murmur a prayer. "O Susan Pearl, may you reunite with your child under the witness of the Holy Spirit. May the Holy Spirit have mercy on your gentle soul. Please hold her hand, child. She may not have told you, but if her daughter had not perished, she would be of your age, and thus she always saved the finest morsels for you." Although Rayla did not believe in divinity, upon hearing Mr. Bond's words, she sat gently at Aunt Susan's bedside and took hold of her feverish wrist. At first, Rayla believed that the aunt had ceased her convulsions and gradually calmed down due to mistaking her for her own daughter. Her body temperature began to drop, and her breathing transformed from rapid gasps to slow, elongated sighs. Rayla experienced a miraculous sensation, as if she could perceive the struggle occurring within the woman's body through the gentle grasp of her hand on the woman's coarse skin. A chaotic scene, akin to the static of a television screen, flickered before her eyes, with golden orbs spreading throughout her vision, fiercely engulfing the various irregular tufts of fur that still resisted. Rayla felt compelled to assist those tufts, wishing to infuse them with strength. She lost track of what transpired afterward, only to find herself savoring the white porridge that Aunt Susan had prepared 2 days later. The residents of the relief home assumed that the plague that afflicted Aunt Susan had also been transmitted to Rayla. Yet, miraculously, both of them recovered under the attentive care of Mr. Bond. "I hope you can forgive me for temporarily assuming a false title, Mr. Bond expressed with evident concern upon visiting Rayla after learning of her awakening. After nervously twisting his hands for a while, he explained, "If I am not mistaken, it is due to my great-grandfather. They say he possessed some noble blood, though in the past, marriages between nobility and commoners were not regarded with pride. They often remarked that only a fallen noble would wed a commoner. However, times have changed. The esteemed queen of the kingdom hails from common origins, and our lives are far better than before, much improved. Yet, in any case," Mr. Bond furrowed his brow, hesitating before continuing, "because of my great-grandfather. I have read some of the books he left behind. Your talent is extraordinary, Green. If word of it reaches the nobility, you would undoubtedly be revered as a distinguished guest. But you might never again lead a peaceful life, with such a precious ability manifesting in a commoner. I am uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse for you, so I have temporarily concealed the truth. Please do not blame me." Rayla, interrupting Mr. Bond's anxious ramblings, sat up and methodically inquired about her situation. It turned out Mr. Bond believed that Rayla possessed the rare ability to heal others through magic without the aid of any potions, an ability regarded as sacred and typically associated with divine incarnations. Mr. Bond was truly a good man. Quickly grasping the implications, Rayla Green realized she was drenched in cold sweat. An orphan residing in a relief home, suddenly endowed with such rare magical prowess, would likely be treated either as a mere tool or as a symbolic figure. In any case, her future would undoubtedly lack tranquility. At that moment, Rayla had yet to contemplate the mindset with which she would navigate life in this new world. To be honest, even after the passage of 6 months, she had not arrived at a conclusion. In that instant, she first expressed her gratitude to Mr. Bond for his discretion, preparing to deliberate on her future plans gradually. Chapter 13. Healing and Light. 3. Mr. Bond faithfully honored his commitments. Even if it meant clandestinely concocting remedies to sell to commoners to supplement his income. He never sought out Ryra to request her magical assistance for healing. Until now, Ryra had not heard any whispers about her possessing extraordinary magical abilities at the relief house. Interestingly, she had come across numerous tales of inept healers boasting of their light magic, only to be exposed and expelled from noble households. Just the night before Mr. Bond approached Ryra with a troubled expression, revealing that a small village on the outskirts seemed to be afflicted by an outbreak, and the villagers had somehow learned of his prior success in healing 2 patients. They sought his help, aware of his own limitations as merely a mediocre healer skilled only in following prescriptions. He contemplated the plight of an entire village in need and ultimately decided to visit Ryra, hoping she would accompany him. Without hesitation, Ryra agreed to join Mr. Bond, partly as a gesture of gratitude for his discretion regarding her secret, and partly because she had learned that the former family of her current body had perished in the same outbreak that had struck the capital's outskirts last spring. She felt a pressing need to do what she could for the original owner of this body. Mr. Bond's treatment of patients was a private affair, concealed from the management of the relief house, adhering to the principle of swift and discreet action to avoid alarming others. After a brief preparation, Ryra disguised herself as Mr. Bond's assistant and followed the villagers seeking help departing the capital under the cover of night before the city gates were locked. As they left the city, rain began to pour. The villagers traveled in an uncovered cart drawn by oxen, prompting Ryra to utilize her control over water elements to create a shelter from the rain for all aboard the cart. To her surprise, one of the villagers remarked on the remarkable magical prowess of Mr. Bond's assistant, expressing disbelief at such skill. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought this young one along, Mr. Bond replied, patting Ryra, who was disguised as a boy, acknowledging her abilities. What's the fuss about? Ryra yawned, rubbing her eyes. Do you think I'd let Mr. Bond venture out at this hour without my assurance? Her words were met with an eerie silence, but too drowsy to care, Ryra inquired. Will we reach the village before dawn? No one answered, prompting her to frown and ask again. Has everyone fallen asleep? Of course we can, finally replied the one in charge of driving the cart. As they ascended into the mountains, the rain intensified, surpassing Ryra's capacity to manage it. The villagers suggested taking refuge in a nearby cave until the downpour subsided, for if the oxen were to slip into the adjacent river, they would have no choice but to proceed on foot. Ryra found their reasoning sound. Such heavy rain would not last long. She helped Mr. Bond disembark and guided him in the direction they indicated, casually picking up a branch along the way to use as a torch. Rilla entered the cave, hurriedly drying the clothes of herself and Mr. Bond before searching for firewood to warm themselves. She heard Mr. Bond's voice laced with concern. I fear that if those people intend to cause us trouble, you must disregard me and ensure your own safety. What? Are you suggesting that they may harbor ill intentions towards us? Rilla turned to observe those still occupied with the ox cart outside the cave. What do they possibly want? We have no money. I do not know. I can only hope that I am being overly suspicious. May the heavens protect us. Mr. Bond shook his head. Though I have lived many years, you are still young and possess many spells. You will surely lead a prosperous life ahead. Hush! Rilla widened her eyes, signaling Mr. Bond to remain silent. She sensed a tremor beneath her feet, as if something was approaching from afar, or as though something beneath the earth was awakening. Fear caused her voice to quaver. An earthquake, a flood, or a landslide. Whatever the danger may be, Mr. Bond, we must leave this place at once. As she tugged Mr. Bond out of the cave, those who had led them up the mountain had vanished completely. At that moment, she could not ponder their intentions. Instead, she rummaged through her scant knowledge of survival skills, dragging Mr. Bond through the dense forest, tumbling and crawling, momentarily forgetting her magical abilities that could have adjusted the obstructing branches to clear a path. We cannot run downhill, away from the river, and avoid low-lying areas. We must ascend to the stable slopes. Rilla mechanically repeated these phrases she had dredged from memory. Yet, Mr. Bond soon exhausted his strength, as loose stones continually rained down upon them. Both bore wounds from the lacerating branches. We cannot stop. We will perish here. Rilla grasped Mr. Bond's arm, desperately using her magic to manipulate the falling stones and debris away from them, while hastily employing healing spells to restore his ability to walk. Do you see that slope ahead? If we climb it, we should be safe. It's not far. Child, do not let me be a burden to you. There is no time for such thoughts. Stand up, Mr. Bond. I have healed your wounds. The distant sky heralded dawn, and Rilla beheld the trees toppling nearby. Aside from the earthy scent of soil and grass and the sting on her skin, this was her first experience of nature's chaos from a sorcerer's perspective. The elements she usually commanded now brewed a formidable force of destruction, advancing towards her. In a flash, she felt the ground give way beneath her and the surrounding branches, as if animated, ensnared her waist, lifting her into the air. In that instant, she cursed with every foul word she had learned here, reaching out to ignite flames to fend them off. No, no, no. I'm here to help. A young male voice interjected in her ears. Do not worry. You are safe now. Leave it to me. I sincerely apologize for my earlier misstep. While at the station, I inadvertently overheard a group of individuals with nefarious intentions, and in the ensuing darkness of night, I lost track of them. Approximately 20 minutes later, the man who had appeared so unexpectedly began to elucidate the situation to them. Standing upon the hillside, Ryra gazed upwards as the sun gradually ascended from behind the mountains. Were it not for the conspicuous landslide scars visible on the mountain, the recent events would have felt like an exceedingly vivid nightmare. Before her, the valley unveiled an astonishing spectacle. Enormous boulders dislodged by torrential rains, along with the earth they had swept along, came to an abrupt halt. The once murky waters transformed into the clearest torrents Ryra had ever witnessed, surging forward with great vigor, only to be gradually subdued by the dense jungle, which absorbed the flow back into the earth. During this summer of abundant rainfall, the area where the flow had been forcibly halted was more aptly referred to as a gravel beach, revealing cracks that only appear in extreme dryness. Resembling the yearning lips of an infant craving nourishment, the small expanse of land that had suddenly elevated, transporting Ryra and Mr. Bond up the slope, had now sunk back into the valley. Trees, once leaning precariously, began to straighten themselves with a gentle rustling sound, stretching their fractured branches back toward the sunlight. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she might have never believed that someone could possess such terrifying and transformative power over nature. A power embodied by the man standing beside her, sharing in the observation of this extraordinary scene. "I am Crowl, Ryan," he introduced himself as the valley regained its tranquility. With the faint sounds of birdsong in the background, the young man turned to them, extending an invitation. "Please allow me the honor of escorting you from this place." Chapter 14. A Corner of the Rainy Night. 1. Miss Green. As Ryra descended the stairs, Crowl Ryan stood in the hall of the relief station, emanating an almost luminous presence, starkly contrasting with his surroundings. Upon seeing her, his eyes brightened, and he hastened toward her. "You appear to be in splendid health. It seems you have made a full recovery. How is the elderly gentleman?" "I have brought a healer from the estate who can prepare medication for him." "No need," Ryra replied vaguely, her hand instinctively brushing against her still sensitive scalp. After returning home last night, she had already tended to Mr. Bond. Upon hearing that a nobleman had come to escort Ryra, the excited Aunt Susan nearly yanked Ryra's hair from her head, attempting to straighten her disheveled locks with a rough-toothed comb. Had Ryra not vehemently resisted, Aunt Susan would have insisted she properly don that dress before descending the stairs. Under Aunt Susan's eager gaze, Ryra cleared her throat and surrendered, acknowledging the man with a respectful bow. "Good day, Lord Ryan. Just call me Crowl. The title of Lord Ryan belongs to my father and will soon belong to my brother," he replied with a smile, curiously surveying the arrangements of the relief station, as if it were his first visit to such a place. Was this noble truly prepared to fulfill the promise made during their return journey the previous night? Could there truly exist such a benevolent soul in this world? Rayla nodded somewhat awkwardly at the man, indicating that she would henceforth refer to him as Crowl. This orphanage was, in fact, managed and controlled by a viscount, and the common folk often found their favorite pastime in cursing this nobleman, claiming he exploited the institution for his own reputation while pocketing the donations meant for the needy. Consequently, Rayla harbored a rather unfavorable impression of the aristocracy. However, this individual had indeed saved both her and Mr. Bond. The reason was that while resting at an inn, he had overheard some drunken patrons conspiring to coerce an elderly healer in the capital to relinquish a formula for curing the plague. These individuals intended to take the formula to other plague-ridden areas and reap significant profits. According to Crowl's account, he initially dismissed their ramblings as mere drunken chatter, but was taken aback when he encountered them again a few days later while conducting business in the capital. Alarmed by the earlier conversation, Crowl followed them to the orphanage, just in time to see the disguised villagers escorting Rayla and Mr. Bond away. "Why didn't you stop us at that time?" Rayla asked bluntly upon hearing this. "To be honest, I wasn't sure who you were," Crowl replied, somewhat sheepishly scratching his flaxen hair. "Then I noticed you possessed magical abilities, and I was uncertain how powerful your magic was. I feared that if I drew too close, you might sense my presence, and if you were in league with them, it could lead to complications. So I decided to follow you. After all, if they intended to do you harm, I could intervene directly." He paused before continuing. "However, the rain became so intense that I, who am least skilled in manipulating water, lost track of you. When I finally managed to find you again, the conspirators were already discussing abandoning you, seemingly taken aback by the presence of a magical lady accompanying the old gentleman, and worried about attracting the ire of the nobility. I had planned to enter the cave to locate you, but I sensed signs of a landslide due to the torrential rain, which I had to address. After all, it's no wonder I despise water. In any case, I am truly relieved to have rescued the old gentleman and the lady in time. I have already sent word to my household staff. They should soon arrive with a carriage to fetch us. Let us rest here for a moment while I make this place more comfortable. Are you certain there are no villages nearby in need of aid due to the plague?" Mr. Bond inquired. I will have my servants scout the area, but I believe there are none. No one resides on this mountain, Crowell replied, crouching down to assess Mr. Bond's condition, meticulously cleaning the mud and grime from the old man's clothing. Sir, I am not adept at detecting internal injuries. I can only palpate your bones. So please inform me if you feel any pain. Impressive indeed, Mr. Bond praised sincerely. To achieve such a level at such a young age. If I am not mistaken, you must hail from the Ryan family. You truly are one of the kingdom's most skilled manipulators of earth and wood elements. Huh, I still fall far short of my elder brother. I hardly deserve such a title, Crowell replied modestly. After Mr. Bond expressed his belief that he was not severely harmed, Crowell rose to his feet and, smiling at them, remarked on his own inadequacies, stating that had his father or elder brother been present, they would have been able to directly avert the landslide. He insisted that he did not require assistance. Ryla gestured to halt Crowell's approach towards her. Having just discreetly healed the significant laceration on the inner side of her right arm, it would not bode well if discovered. During the majority of their wait for others to arrive, it was Crowell and Mr. Bond who engaged in conversation. The young man appeared quite loquacious, speaking with an ease that ranged from discussing the clouds in the sky, foretelling a looming downpour, to addressing the common misconception regarding the wood element, asserting that even they could not revive withered plants. Thus, each year's pestilence remained a significant concern for his father and brother. When he mentioned his routine attendance at the Capitol Academy, Mr. Bond proudly patted his leg and introduced Crowell, stating, Master Ryan. This young lad has also received his admission notice from the esteemed Capitol Academy this year. Ryla, who had been leaning against a grand tree, half listening and dozing off, roused herself as she sensed the conversation had shifted to her. She opened her eyes to meet Crowell's expectant gaze. I should have anticipated this. Miss Green seems capable of manipulating all elements, and her talents are remarkable, which is no small feat for many nobles. Receiving an admission notice is only natural. Isn't it said that the more eclectic one's abilities, the less effective they become? Ryla shrugged, feeling a twinge of hunger. You can only manipulate earth and wood. But if you were to attempt to kill me here, I would undoubtedly be powerless to defend myself. I find that perspective rather narrow-minded, albeit widely accepted in mainstream literature. Crowell replied earnestly, gazing at Ryla. Many believe that those adept in earth manipulation must also excel in wood. However, it is merely a coincidence that our family possesses both abilities. Each of the 4 noble families in the kingdom governs 2 of the 8 elements, thus giving rise to the theory of elemental classification. If, one day, a remarkable sorcerer emerges capable of mastering all 8 elements with exceptional prowess, those texts will surely be rewritten. Ryla found his words intriguing. This extraordinarily talented nobleman possessed such a humble viewpoint, indicating that not all nobles could be generalized. Furthermore, she was astonished to learn that he could discern which wild fruits in the forest were edible and which were poisonous, and that he could even dig up turf to uncover sweet roots beneath. Unlike my elder brother, who bears the weight of familial responsibilities, I relish wandering the forest during my leisure time, from dawn until dusk, Crowell explained, seemingly aware of Ryla's gaze. However, the woods here differ from those in Merid. It is best not to consume unfamiliar fruits. I believe our companions will soon arrive, so let us first satiate our hunger. Chapter 14. A Corner of Rainy Night 2. By the time they returned to the relief house, evening had fallen. A torrential downpour, accompanied by thunder, swept through the royal city. Crowell kindly instructed his servant to halt the carriage near the small entrance to Mr. Bond's residence. This alley, typically devoid of foot traffic, allowed Mr. Bond to discreetly sell potions to the nearby townsfolk. Miss Green, if my memory serves me correctly, tomorrow marks the day for the freshmen to report to the academy. Just as Ryla had opened the carriage door, poised to gracefully alight, Crowell called out to her. May I accompany you on your way? You are also a freshman? Ryla inquired, puzzled, recalling how familiar Crowell had seemed with the academy during their conversation earlier that day. Contrary to a first-year student. Haha, no, this is my 3rd year, Crowell replied. I have some matters to attend to at the academy, and I would be honored to escort Miss Green. Upon noticing Mr. Bond's gaze, Ryla pondered for a moment and decided to accept the goodwill of her benefactor. Very well, thank you immensely. After aiding Mr. Bond back into his home and tending to his injuries, Ryla became acutely aware of her own fatigue, having not truly slept since the previous night. Upon returning to her attic room and briefly freshening up, she collapsed on her bed, falling into a deep slumber almost instantaneously. Curiously, she and Mr. Bond had vanished for an entire day, yet the staff at the relief center seemed utterly oblivious to their absence. On her way back, she even devised a few excuses, though they would go unused, as she was not adept at deceit. Unbeknownst to Ryla, in another corner of the capital, events were unfolding at the estate of the enigmatic Hans Braun, the operator behind the relief center. Having concluded yet another day of indulgent revelry, the Viscount Braun now knelt trembling on the lavish hand-woven carpet he had procured at great expense, the sounds of rain and thunder failing to penetrate his ears. I will keep your secrets concerning the actual expenses of the relief center and the destinations of those donations from all the high nobles and the royal family. The man seated at the head of the dining table finally spoke, his voice hoarse and foreboding, his hood obscuring his eyes. Hans Braun dared not lift his gaze to glimpse the visitor's identity. As before, the man bore only a plain longsword, devoid of any gemstones. In return, my sole request is that you assure the safety and well-being of Ryla Green. I shall dispatch someone to ascertain the girl's whereabouts. Although the Viscount's intoxication had dissipated upon the abrupt intrusion, his tongue still stumbled over his words. For the sake of the Holy One, Ryla Green must have slipped away on her own. I have upheld our agreement. Not only that, I provided her with ample care, allowing her to reside in the attic undisturbed. Of course, it was an oversight not to notice her disappearance in a timely manner. It was the folly of those fools at the relief center. They failed to inform me. I shall punish them. Very well, you may take anything of value from here. Whatever it may be. The Viscount's retort was met with a profound silence. He felt his corpulent heart racing within him, driven by fear. The last time it throbbed with such intensity was due to this uninvited guest, though he could not be certain it was the same individual. 2 months prior, a man cloaked in a hood had emerged like a specter from the shadows of his study. One hand brandishing a sword against his throat, while the other revealed account books he believed securely locked away in the safest corners of several estates. Volumes that would never again see the light of day. After a brief silence, the Viscount observed the dark boots before him shift as the man rose, followed by the unmistakable sound of a sword being unsheathed. Terrified, the Viscount shut his eyes tightly and heard the frigid warning. Not only are you oblivious to her whereabouts, but you also indulge in revelry in such a place, utterly unaware of her disappearance until my arrival. There shall be no second chances, Viscount. Should Ryla Green find herself in peril due to your negligence before the Emperor has you hang from the city walls, I will first sever your head with this blade. The thunder suddenly crashed in his ears, accompanied by the resounding downpour of rain upon the ground. When he finally mustered the courage to lift his gaze, the man had already departed. The massive oil painting he had recently acquired for the dining room crashed to the floor, its exquisitely crafted crystal frame shattering into fragments. The sharp scratches from the beauty's visage to her slender waist made the Viscount tremble involuntarily. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his face, trailing down to his waist, where he confirmed he had sustained no injuries. I instructed you not to restrict Ryla Green's movements, merely to observe her safety from the shadows. She has returned safely to the asylum, so I can forgive this oversight, but only this once. The downpour continued unabated, and in a shadowy corner untouched by the capital's illumination, a conversation unfolded, audible to only 3. This time, the individuals conversing with the hooded man were a pair of peasants, kneeling on one knee. It was our laxity in monitoring the asylum that allowed the young lady to leave the capital at such an hour, resulting in unforeseen circumstances for which we cannot absolve ourselves, stated the man on one knee. Whatever punishment the young Marquis deems fit, we shall bear it without complaint. Upon hearing this response, the man's tone softened significantly. He handed his sword to the woman among the couple. In the capital, every action must be taken with the royal gaze in mind. Communication is fraught with obstacles. I empathize with your difficulties. You have both done much for your father and earned his trust. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched you to ensure the young lady's safety upon receiving the news. I hope you do not betray his expectations. As he removed his hood, Florence Snowwhite gazed up at the night sky, illuminated by flashes of lightning. His eyes and hair yet to regain their original hue. The streets of the capital lay deserted under the relentless downpour, and he walked swiftly through the rain, unaccompanied by any followers. The residence of the Snowwhite family was merely 2 streets away. The torrential rain did little to wash away the anger and trepidation that swelled within his chest. He had yet to ascertain what had transpired with Rayla that day. All he knew was that she had returned safely to the asylum, escorted by the second son of the Ryan family. Florent was uncertain if he were to lose his younger sister, who had been cautiously investigated for 15 years, only to finally receive concrete news. Would his reasons still permit him to inquire about the whereabouts of Lord Brown and the two clandestine agents cultivated within the household with such composure? He had nearly failed to fulfill his father's singular, poignant request before embarking on this journey, to take care of his sister. At that moment, the image of Liliana's eyes flashed through his mind, brimming with tears at their father's instruction. Taking a deep breath amidst the downpour, Florent shook his head and conjured a small flame to ignite the hood in his grasp, watching as the ashes were swiftly washed away by the rain. Like his father, Florent harbored a profound disdain for everything related to the capital, everything that had come from the capital, everything that had shattered their tranquil existence 15 years prior. As the effects of the altering potion began to wane, and he confirmed he was still unpursued, he shed the remaining disguises. The heir of the Snowwhite family, with silver hair and crimson eyes, returned to his estate. "Welcome back. Did everything go smoothly?" The soft voice of a girl reached his ears as he stepped into the foyer. Florent paused. The night had deepened, and he had not anticipated Liliana waiting for him there, clad in a simple white dress. She appeared as though she were seated upon a delicate cloud, neither angry nor questioning his whereabouts, merely peering at him with concern. When he remained silent, she approached him. "Have you eaten?" she asked, tilting her head to gaze at him with eyes mirroring his own. She was blissfully unaware of his day's endeavors, knowing nothing at all. Florent felt as though he had missed a clap of thunder from outside. His eyes drifted over Liliana's coiled hair, deliberately skimming past the neck and a small portion of her shoulder that was exposed, before addressing the butler. "Hawk, I am not hungry." Chapter 15. 2 Sneezes 1. Liliana had presumed that life in the capital would mirror her days at the Marquis of Rianoka's residence, eating, sleeping, and idling away the days until the academic year commenced with the opening banquet. However, on the very second day of her arrival in the capital, Kate and Megan appeared at her bedside, bearing a hefty stack of letters, unveiling a cascade of dazzling invitations within. The envelopes containing the invitations were adorned with a myriad of family crests, each more intricate than the last. One could almost compile a comprehensive guide to the flora and fauna of this world from the wax seals alone, and many of the designs left Liliana utterly perplexed. Surely, I cannot be expected to attend them all? With a furrowed brow, Liliana disregarded all formalities and swiftly checked the dates and hosts, discovering numerous conflicts. For instance, the tea party invitation from Miss Betamod was scheduled for this very afternoon, coinciding with her meeting with the headmaster and teachers. Aunt Maxim had previously stated that invitations for social gatherings should be dispatched to guests at least a week in advance. Would it be feasible to respond now, declining attendance for an event commencing this afternoon? Should one fail to respond, the host would presume your absence. Megan had evidently discerned the essence of Liliana's transformation into a recluse during their recent interactions. "If you wish to avoid all gatherings, allow us to handle the responses," she suggested. I think I shall not attend any. I know not a soul, and does Florent even permit my departure?" Liliana had perused the invitations, which included tea parties, dinner gatherings, balls, and book clubs, all of which could easily expose her hasty etiquette training. Even though Aunt Maxim had insisted she memorize the names of several prominent noble families, she gazed at the lengthy list, feeling utterly lost. Attending one gathering while skipping another might easily offend. Thus it seemed wisest to simply decline all invitations. "I have one more question, Megan. Please refrain from responding in the Florent manner of "do as you wish." As she was being styled, Liliana sorted the invitations into several categories, lost in contemplation. She required assistance. Some events sounded like mere tea gatherings for noble ladies, while others, like the ball invitation from Prince Andrew, raised concerns. Am I, a betrothed woman, permitted to dance with other men? I cannot recall if Aunt Maxim addressed this matter. Generally, such invitations are extended to both you and His Grace, the Duke of Lancelot, or solely to the Duke, inviting him to bring a companion, Megan explained. If the Duke is unavailable, yet you are eager to attend the ball. "I do not wish to go, I do not wish to go. I merely inquire," Liliana quickly interjected. Although Aunt Maxim had not explicitly stated it, The tone and expression with which she introduced the three princes indicated that Prince Andrew was viewed most unfavorably in her eyes. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. The mandatory events could be managed, but those that were optional and might involve Lancelot's storyline could be set aside. Indeed, after an unexpected initial encounter with her fiancé, Liliana swiftly devised a fundamental strategy for their interactions to minimize contact as much as possible. Lancelot undoubtedly possessed a profound intellect, and she had no intention of unwittingly facilitating his schemes while she counted his coins. Nevertheless, she recognized that she had heard Aunt Maxim speak of the composition of the Lancelot family. A young individual, having lost a father to war and a mother to despair, might have managed a modest yet fulfilling life if of ordinary lineage. However, Lancelot, as the sole heir of the family estate, exhibited remarkable talents from an early age, rendering him susceptible to becoming a pawn in the schemes of those with ulterior motives. Liliana pondered that, if compelled to choose, it would be far preferable to wield the power to utilize others rather than be a mere tool for exploitation. Thus, although she resolved to minimize her interactions with Lancelot, her impression of him was not entirely unfavorable, as he had kindly reminded her to safeguard herself, a matter that none of her acquaintances had broached. Despite their awareness of her lack of magical ability, Christopher Lancelot's characterization bore the hallmark of a quintessential protagonist, a conclusion Liliana had reached at this stage. Yet, this realization drew her identity perilously close to that of a pseudo-heiress villainess. Regardless, her foremost objective upon arriving at the academy was to swiftly locate the genuine heiress, a task she deemed too delicate to entrust to her maidservants. She believed that even someone as naive as Kate would ponder deeply if asked to find a girl with white hair and red eyes at school. Nevertheless, Liliana remained confident that the deity of schemes would endow the true heiress with some unique abilities, and she envisioned herself identifying the girl amidst the throngs of onlookers. Achoo! Ryla, guiding Claw through the relief house, suddenly sneezed. She shook her head and wiped her nose with her sleeve. Miss Green, have you caught a chill? Claw inquired with concern, prompting Ryla to reflect on her fortune that Aunt Susan had not accompanied them. Had she witnessed Ryla's wild antics before the nobleman, she surely would have chastised her with a rolling pin. Indeed, their prolonged stay in the countryside yesterday had taken its toll, and it seemed that aside from the elderly gentleman, there were no capable apothecaries among the staff at the relief house. Clearly, the facilities and personnel here were in dire need of improvement. I'm not ill. It's nothing, Ryla replied, shaking her head. Since mid-July, she had found herself inexplicably sneezing at times, occasionally in succession. Perhaps her body was allergic to some unknown element in the air. Listen, do not entertain any thoughts of writing to us for donations. Those funds would inevitably end up in the manager's pocket. If you wish to show compassion, consider bringing some sour bread on the days when free food is distributed. Those vampires disdain such bread, yet the staple remains perpetually insufficient. Vampires? Claw inquired with keen interest. Is it the nickname you've given to the managers? Because they resemble insects in the rainforest that suck the blood of animals? This analogy struck him as particularly vivid. Yes, that is correct. It's a colloquial term among the common folk. Ryla responded somewhat awkwardly. Well, there is nothing else of interest to see. The basement is quite disheveled, and it would be best for you to avoid it in your current attire. Chapter 15. 2 sneezes too. I believe the time is ripe. Claw extracted a resplendent pocket watch adorned with various gemstones from his pocket. Surrounding him were several children from the orphanage, their eager eyes glistening with hope, as they understood that being near such a well-dressed gentleman might yield a few coins. Miss Green, once you've changed your attire, we shall set off. There is no need to rush. I've allocated time for lunch. What? Must I change? Ryla glanced down at her outfit and then at Claw's bright, discerning gaze. Sighing, she conceded, knowing he had witnessed her using her sleeve to wipe her nose moments prior. With a tousle of her hair, she muttered, "Then you proceed as you wish," and hurried toward the attic. As Ryla's figure vanished into the depths of the attic, Claw kindly retrieved some change and sweets from his pocket, offering them to the children encircling him. Do you all admire Miss Green? This question elicited a cacophony of responses. Ryla, with her magical abilities, was quite popular among the children. Claw listened with a smile as they eagerly recounted tales of how Ryla used her magic to assist them, rewarding each story with a coin from his pocket. I have a story too, piped up one child, after sharing their tale and receiving a coin. The children joyfully scampered away, startling a flock of sparrows pecking at seeds on the grass. A frail little girl cautiously approached Claw, unable to penetrate the circle of larger children. Though she knew the stories, she had not received a coin, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "All right, you may speak," Claw said patiently, kneeling down. "I'm listening, dear miss. Once I slipped on the ground and fell, and my face hurt terribly. Sister Ryla hugged me and blew on it, and then it didn't hurt anymore, nor did it bleed." The girl spoke softly, her voice dwindling as she continued. "But Sister Ryla said I had a nightmare while napping, and that such dreams shouldn't be shared, or else I might truly fall. Does that story count?" "Of course it does. It is quite an interesting tale," Claw replied, retrieving a larger, glimmering silver coin from his pocket. "However, Sister Ryla is correct. Such dreams should not be spoken of indiscriminately. Aside from sharing it with me today, have you told anyone else?" The little girl timidly shook her head, her innocent, yearning gaze fixed on the silver coin in Claw's hand. "Good child," Claw smiled, placing the coin in her palm. "Keep it safe, lest the stronger boys take it from you before you can use it." As Ryla emerged from the attic, awkwardly clad in the dress Mr. Bond had purchased for her, the time for lunch distribution at the orphanage was fast approaching. Thus, Claw stood alone in the courtyard, awaiting her return. After 2 days of somber, overcast weather, the capital finally basked in a splendid sunlit day, the golden hue in the young man's eyes radiating warmth akin to the sun itself. Rayla harbored grave doubts regarding the dress she wore, which Mr. Bond claimed was procured at a price so astonishingly low that it was purchased from a couple no longer able to fit into their old garments. The delicate lace adorning the dress bore no signs of wear, appearing almost ethereal. This was the most cumbersome attire she had donned since her arrival, with the hem trailing perilously close to the ground, yet it fit her as though it had been tailored exclusively for her, with layers of gossamer fabric even concealing a slender necklace that matched the dress's hue. Could it be that Mr. Bond, fearing she might be ridiculed in the aristocratic academy for her attire, had spent his savings to buy her a new gown? Rayla, who had merely assisted Aunt Susan with errands at the market, was utterly oblivious to the worth of such quality clothing, but she felt an overwhelming sense of discontent. Had she known to inspect the package upon receipt, she could have instructed Mr. Bond to return it, thus sparing them unnecessary expenditure. The enrollment notice from the academy stated that Rayla need not prepare tuition fees, as the royal family would finance the education of those commoners selected through special distinction rather than by their own application. Furthermore, this year, a noble whose name intriguingly resembled that of Snow White in her original tongue had generously offered to cover 4 years of accommodation and living expenses for these students, akin to a full scholarship. Yet, the peculiarity lay in the fact that Rayla had never participated in the academy selection process. When had they discovered her existence? Ever since her inexplicable arrival in this world last March, she had resided in a charity house, receiving the enrollment notice in July, with no one having conducted a magical aptitude assessment during the intervening 4 months. According to the accounts of those around her, the original inhabitant of this body had also lost all her kin during the outbreak of plague in the spring, finding herself alone and bereft, having trekked from a nearby village to seek aid at the charity house. By the time Rayla Green arrived at the charity house, she appeared exceedingly frail, and out of concern for potential contagion, the institution initially denied her entry. It was Mr. Bond who, unable to bear the sight, relocated her to a relatively secluded attic, providing her with water and sustenance. Rayla deduced that the 3rd day after the original inhabitants' arrival at the charity house coincided with her own arrival in this world. The time lapse was insufficient for the original to participate in any selection process, as she was bedridden in the attic. Rayla could not fathom this matter. When she had inquired about the academy's location and the criteria for her eligibility, the elderly messenger, perched in a carriage, had regarded her with disdain, never allowing his toes to touch the ground of the commoner's district. "Everything you need to know can be found within the envelope, Miss Green. Please remember all the times indicated," he had declared before hastily urging the driver to depart, as if lingering any longer would result in contagion. Yet, the letter itself failed to elucidate the reasons for their determination that Rayla had been selected through special distinction. Aside from the customary congratulations, the communication merely pertained to the commencement of the academic term, lacking even a receipt for the tuition fee waiver application. In this era devoid of identification cards and household registration books, it remains a mystery how they ascertain that the Rayla Green reporting in is indeed the Rayla they seek. The letterhead was notably thick, approximately 2 to 3 times the usual paper Rayla employed, leading her to fantasize, prior to opening it, whether it contained cash intended for her tuition. A thought crossed my mind, and I wonder if it would be too much trouble for you to assist me. If it poses an inconvenience, feel free to disregard it. Rayla approached Crowell with an awkward gait, clutching a gleaming metallic badge adorned with exquisitely intricate patterns, its thin edges marred by traces of wall scuffs. Instinctively, she reached to wipe it on her sleeve but restrained herself, merely brushing it with her fingers before handing it to Crowell. I have heard of a pawn shop in town that caters to nobility. Perhaps I could pawn this there, as I might appreciate its value more. Crowell paused momentarily, casting a glance at Rayla before accepting the badge. Miss Green, may I be so bold as to inquire where you acquired this? A rather juvenile, noble child bestowed it upon me after he accidentally crashed into my window while flying with magic, Rayla shrugged. He claimed that if I presented this to him in the future, he would compensate me tenfold for the window, the clothesline, and medical expenses. Yet, months have passed without any settlement. I refuse to stoop to the level of such a child, and this badge appears to be of greater worth than the items he damaged. School invariably incurs expenses, and I cannot continually rely on Mr. Bond to provide for me. Hence my intention to pawn or sell it. Key. In a corner of the palace, a 17-year-old youth clad in splendid attire suddenly sneezed, momentarily forgetting what he was to say to the middle-aged woman sitting on the bed, gazing at him with gentle eyes. Mother, do not worry about me. Focus on your recovery, he said, extending both hands to grasp her frail wrist, which his thumb and forefinger could encircle entirely. Both my royal sister and brother have attended the academy, and father has stated that all members of the royal family must enroll. The great nobles are obliged to send their heirs to the capital according to tradition. It would be unreasonable for me to be exempt. They may even gossip about you behind your back. The queen reached out to caress her son's face. Her once lustrous golden hair had dulled significantly due to the lack of improvement in her health over the past 2 months, and her emerald eyes had lost much of their sparkle. The woman, once regarded by commoners as a symbol of preciousness, was aging rapidly under the duress of illness. Yet her tone revealed a hint of resignation. Charlotte, how many times must I remind you? You are the crown prince, the future emperor, the hope of the royal family. You must not indulge in the frivolities that your sister and brother have. I have done nothing of the sort. Mother, the crown prince replied, blinking. I have neither arranged a betrothal nor invited young noble ladies to my palace for all-night dances, nor am I obstinately pursuing marriage with a man decades my senior. I merely wish to visit the academy. It would be quite inappropriate for me to send away those I have just escorted and then convey that I shall not attend. What ball invitation? Just as anticipated, the attention of the queen has been deftly diverted. And what mischief is Andrew up to now that he cannot remain composed for even a few days? I too have heard the rumors. The crown prince silently muttered an apology to his elder brother and then, with righteous indignation, reported that his brother had issued ball invitations to all noble women under 30 in the capital, while not a single nobleman, including the husbands of those young ladies or the betrothed of the unmarried, had received an invitation. Absurd. Such an action that tarnishes the dignity of the royal family. The queen abruptly turned to a nearby maid and commanded her to summon the crown prince into the palace to see her. And what of that Betty Maud? If she cannot reign in Andrew's antics with her charms, why is she being considered for the future crown princess? Mother, please do not be too angry. My brother has not behaved this way for just a day. The crown prince hastily patted the queen's hand, sensing that he might merely find this amusing and had no genuine intention of hosting a ball. Amusing? One day, should you suddenly find a mysterious woman in the palace claiming that the illegitimate child in her arms is your nephew, the queen paused, her thoughts momentarily interrupted by the common vernacular that slipped from her lips. She closed her eyes, allowing the tumult of emotions within her to settle before gently grasping her youngest child's hand once more, her gaze softening with tenderness and affection. Charlotte, you must not follow in Andrew's footsteps. I can only place my hopes in you. Do you understand? I understand, mother. The crown prince had heard this sentiment far too many times. His mother never shied away from expressing her favoritism. His siblings, with their mediocre magical abilities, were destined to be incapable heirs to a kingdom. At times, He pondered how different things might be if his mother were to share even a fraction of her affection with his brother and sister. They would not be the subject of her ridicule. What splendid weather! Upon leaving the queen's chamber, the crown prince gazed up at the azure sky dotted with clouds. Squinting against the brightness, he felt no hunger and had no intention of partaking in lunch. Finally, he would be able to leave the palace starting tomorrow. The last time he had sneaked out was several months prior, his mind brimming with thoughts of evading the guards and enjoying a longer stroll outside, only to accidentally collide with a window of an attic. He had been caught by a temperamental common girl residing within. At first, he had mistaken her for a boy, who has hair so short that it resembles a man's. He had promised to compensate her for the window. Yet after that encounter, he found no further opportunity to leave the palace. However, he had managed to discover the girl's name through a contact. Remembering that the girl seemed to possess some magical ability, the crown prince had a sudden inspiration. He penned a letter to the headmaster of the capital academy, detailing all the information he had gathered about the girl and earnestly declaring his belief in her extraordinary magical talent, hoping the academy would consider her for exceptional admission. The subsequent events transpired with astonishing ease. Soon after, he received a letter from the headmaster, expressing his trepidation and stating that he had added Ryla Green to the list of civilian admissions, inquiring if there was anything further he needed to do for Miss Green. There seemed to be no need for further discussion. The crown prince had decisively inscribed a note of dismissal. In his view, if this impudent young lady were to capture the attention of a minor noble and become his wife, she would be liberated from the squalor of the charity house. A gesture of gratitude that would suffice to compensate for the countless windows he had inadvertently shattered. The golden sunlight illuminated the youth's golden locks as he briskly descended the grand staircase of the palace. The passing attendants and maidens bowed reverently, to which he nonchalantly gestured for them to continue with their duties. Prince Charlotte, the third and youngest offspring of the reigning emperor, was widely acknowledged as the sole heir apparent capable of succeeding to the throne. He was contemplating a clever scheme to alleviate the tedium of his remaining days ensconced within the palace walls. His azure eyes, as clear as the cerulean sky, surveyed the majestic fortifications of the royal city, knowing that come tomorrow, these walls would no longer confine him. Typically, noble males in the kingdom awaited their 18th year to enroll in academia, for it was deemed more vital to secure a suitably matched marriage alliance than to pursue education. Among the aristocracy, there was a notable preference for unions where the male was older, resulting in noble females entering school at 17, while males commenced their studies at 18. However, he could not afford to wait another year. With the precedent set by the noble heir Florence Snowwhite, who had applied for admission at 17. He eagerly approached his father, requesting to join the academy at the same age, though he refrained from admitting that life in the palace had grown rather dull. It remained uncertain how many of those lofty justifications his father believed, but ultimately, permission was granted. Ryla Green, he murmured to himself, feeling buoyant at the thought of soon reuniting with her. He was curious to see if, upon discovering his true identity, she would still dare to tug at his ear and hoist him from the ground. Chapter 16. Opening Ceremony 1. Liliana, brimming with enthusiasm, gracefully maneuvered through the corridors bathed in sunlight streaming through the windows. This was her inaugural attempt at hosting guests in the capacity of a mistress, particularly the future principal and faculty of the academy. She regarded this as a final rehearsal in etiquette before her entrance into the institution. Before she could reach the foyer, she encountered Florent, accompanied by a man of considerable girth, whose belt seemed to be stretched beyond normal proportions. The man, with a glistening visage, exclaimed upon seeing her, "Ah, this maiden, as pure and beautiful as the snow, must surely be the sister of the young duke. I never anticipated such an honor today. May I inquire if I might?" Liliana, adhering to the proper decorum, extended her hand, oblivious to the slight furrow in Florence's brow. The man gently kissed the back of her hand, his tone obsequious and warm. "You, like this splendid sunlight, have brought solace to my shattered heart." "Thank you, Miss Snowwhite." What calamity had led to such a broken heart? What had transpired? As Liliana was about to casually inquire, Florence stepped forward, grasping her recently withdrawn wrist and pulling her slightly behind him. As a noble, to consider the common folk is a commendable and selfless act. We shall certainly continue to support your orphanage. I express my deep regret regarding your ordeal last night, Viscount Brown. However, since the capital is directly under royal jurisdiction. Why not report that shameless scoundrel's reckless attempt on the lives of nobles to His Majesty and seek justice? An assassin. Liliana's eyes widened behind Florent, instinctively tightening her grip on his arm as she leaned in to listen carefully. It seemed the imperial city, under the sovereign's foot, was not as peaceful as it appeared. Yet, it appeared that the individual before her had not been harmed. He simply sought Florent's assistance after failing to apprehend the assailant. His Majesty has far too many concerns on his plate. I am merely a humble viscount. I cannot trouble His Majesty with such matters. The Viscount's voice faltered comically, reminiscent of someone who had overeaten. Then, I shall not intrude further. Please extend my regards to the Marquis. Miss Snowwhite. Oh, a farewell required a courtesy. But given the Viscount's rank, it need not be overly grand. Liliana felt a sense of satisfaction that she no longer needed to consciously recall how to respond. However, Florent seemed reluctant to let her step out from behind him. He turned, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulders, shielding her from the Viscount's gaze. My sister's health has been poor since her unfortunate incident, and the long journey to the capital has exacerbated her discomfort. I ask for the Viscount's understanding, as I must escort her home to rest. The butler will see you out. Liliana obediently leaned against Florent, feigning a few coughs, and then ascended the stairs under his escort. As the Viscount's footsteps faded around the corner on the lower staircase, Florent released her. Liliana silently noted the Viscount's surname in her mind, intending to mark it later upstairs. Florent clearly disapproved of him, suggesting a potential past grievance between this individual and the Snowwhite family. The afternoon reception proceeded smoothly, as Liliana had little that required her direct involvement. The refreshments were diligently prepared by the kitchen and served in an orderly manner by the maids in the parlor, allowing Liliana to maintain a pleasant smile for the majority of the time. The headmaster who arrived was not the white-bearded, whimsical figure she had envisioned. Rather, he appeared to be a diligent, slightly anxious middle-aged official, his well-tailored attire effectively concealing any signs of burgeoning girth. During lunch, concerned about leaving a poor first impression on the headmaster and teachers, Liliana tentatively inquired if Florent was free to accompany her to the hall that afternoon, emphasizing that she would only require a brief moment of his valuable time before he could return to the parlor without further obligation. Florent readily agreed, seeming not to have plans to venture out that day. Good afternoon, Count Rothsburg. At 2:15 in the afternoon, the residence promptly welcomed its guests for the day. Liliana stood beside Florent, having specifically instructed Megan and Kate to assist in her adornment, ensuring she appeared both cultured and graceful. Following Florent's initial greetings, she smoothly embraced the role she had rehearsed in her mind. She anticipated that after a few casual exchanges, they would proceed to the drawing room. However, Florent's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at the individuals behind the principal. Had the Count just returned from a visit to His Highness the Crown Prince at the palace that morning? Following Florent's gaze, Liliana observed that there was indeed more than one carriage, and the second one bore ostentatious gilded embellishments that resembled a bird dancing in flames from a distance. Though she wished to maintain an air of mystery, nothing could escape Florent's keen perception. Once pleasantries were exchanged, Principal Roots's tone with Florent noticeably relaxed. Before I fulfill my duties as principal, I am entrusted by His Majesty, the Emperor, illuminated by the light of the Holy Spirit, to extend his regards to Miss Liliana Snowwhite, who is visiting the capital for the first time. The royal concern was evidently more than mere words, as the principal spoke. A young woman, adorned as exquisitely as Liliana, gracefully approached, cradling a golden tray that held a delicate box. Liliana noted the woman first offered a smile to Florent, suggesting they were acquainted, which was hardly surprising given her courtly status, likely equal to that of Liliana's. Should she be the daughter of a royal marquis, Liliana would typically be required to pay her respects. Your Majesty, please allow Miss Snowwhite to see if this gift meets her approval, the principal said, as he personally opened the box on the tray, revealing something that nearly dazzled Liliana's eyes. It was an oval brooch, its brilliance emanating from a rose encircled by 2 rings of resplendent diamonds, reflecting the radiant sunlight into Liliana's gaze. The rose's deep crimson petals and translucent green leaves sparkled as if bathed in divine light, and it took her a moment to realize her mouth had agape in astonishment. Fortunately, she refrained from exhibiting an even more naive reaction, such as reaching out to touch it. Liliana cast a pleading glance at Florent, akin to that of a relative unexpectedly presenting a substantial red envelope, leaving her uncertain of its acceptability. And unsure of any past familial obligations her parents may have had with this relative, she felt compelled to seek her parents' silent approval through her gaze. Florent's expression was somewhat peculiar. Since the arrival of the royal guests, his lips had been pressed tightly together. Perhaps sensing Liliana's silent plea, he spoke directly. "The Snowwhite family is deeply honored by your majesty's esteemed consideration. Please allow me, on behalf of my father, to express our gratitude." Following his declaration, Meghan stepped forward to securely receive the tray from the court lady. "Miss Snowwhite, do you fancy this gift?" Just when one thought the matter concluded, Principal Roots continued to inquire with a smile. "Her Majesty has specifically requested that I convey your thoughts upon my next visit to the palace." Was there to question? Which brave soul would dare to respond negatively at such a moment, to declare utter dislike, or even to express indifference, thereby trampling upon the dignity of a sovereign before the public eye? Whether the box contained a diamond brooch or merely a soiled rag, Lady Liliana would be compelled to nod fervently and exclaim her delight. Might the interactions among the nobility involve less artifice and more sincerity, thus conserving the precious lives of all involved? While Liliana silently critiqued this notion, she endeavored to maintain an air of dignity as she guided the principal and a female teacher who followed him toward the parlor on the first floor. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Florent and the court lady ascending the stairs. Alas, the lady had even linked her arm with his. Liliana felt her inner gossip-monger leap with excitement. What on earth, Florent? Though that lady is indeed quite lovely. Must you vie with Lancelot for the leading role in this tale? One ought to broaden their horizons. After contemplating this, she promptly admonished herself. It is not uncommon for individuals of similar ages to engage in normal interactions. Upon closer examination, she realized that she shared no blood relation with Florent, and circumstances dictated that arms must be linked when necessary. "Miss Snowwhite, this is Mrs. Ada Johnson. You may seek her counsel and assistance regarding any issues you encounter at the academy." Upon entering the parlor, steaming tea and exquisite pastries awaited them. As Principal Roots introduced her, the raven-haired woman seated behind him rose and performed a graceful curtsy to Liliana. "Ah, no need for such formalities, Miss Snowwhite." Liliana began to rise in response, but the principal quickly interjected. Mrs. Johnson retrieved an envelope from her bag and handed it to the waiting Kate before taking her seat. "Is this my class schedule?" Upon opening the envelope, Liliana discovered a densely written letter of greetings alongside a nearly blank sheet of paper. Initially, she assumed the blank paper merely served as a wrapper for a key, but upon further inspection, she noticed a few scattered notes. Art appreciation, art appreciation, art appreciation, 3 sessions each week? Liliana's tone unmistakably conveyed her disbelief. Are there truly 3 sessions of art appreciation scheduled for me every Wednesday? After journeying such a long distance, was she relegated to merely viewing 3 films weekly, a stereotype often associated with engineering students regarding elective courses and appreciation? Yet, this sentiment seemed to pass through Principal Roots' ears as if it were a non sequitur. He responded immediately. "We have, of course, taken into account your physical condition. Miss Snowwhite, these courses are not compulsory for you. Your health will always take precedence. Above all, I hope you recognize that being here is indeed a privilege. Many of your forebears have rendered remarkable service to the kingdom. The realm honors their sacrifices and grants you, their descendants, the privilege of being here, a well-deserved reward. However, I implore you to comprehend that you must carve out your own glory. I take great pride in representing the esteemed principal, the Honorable Countess Michelle Prince Roots, who bestows her blessings upon you, hoping that the Academy of the Capital will serve as the starting point for your luminous futures." On the other side of the city, Rayla Green sat in the hall alongside her fellow students, attentively listening to the robust words of the bald old lord delivering his address to the new students. The number of newcomers was not particularly large. Students sat together in small clusters, yet there was a noticeable disparity in their attire. Rayla's formal garb stood in stark contrast to that of her peers. Initially, she had thought that, since there were other common students like herself, her attire would not seem out of place. However, after surveying her surroundings, Rayla realized that even among commoners, there existed distinctions. Unbeknownst to her, she was the only student admitted this year under exceptional circumstances, lacking any background. Most other common students attending the academy came from merchant families who had amassed considerable wealth, eager to attain higher social standing. Their attire was often more elaborate than that of some ordinary nobles, as their parents aspired for them to gain entry into the aristocratic society through this institution. Following the welcome, I believe it is pertinent to inform you that at the Academy of the Capital, whether you hail from illustrious noble lineages or are the offspring of ordinary commoners, regardless of your magical aptitude, I assure you that the Academy treats all with impartiality. You will have equal opportunities to acquire the finest knowledge provided by the realm's most talented individuals and authorities from the Mage Tower, should you aspire to academic excellence. The Mage Tower will also open its doors to you upon graduation. Concurrently, the Academy imposes a collective expectation upon all of you. Students who violate the Academy's regulations will face unconditional expulsion. This is no jest, and I hope you regard it with the utmost reverence. I have observed that all new students have attended this gathering punctually, as per the notification letter, an auspicious beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish for you to thrive during your time at the Academy of the Capital. Now, please locate your respective instructors as indicated on the letter to fill out your course schedules and collect your keys. Should you have any inquiries regarding your courses or seek counsel, do not hesitate to approach them. The Academy has arranged a welcome reception with cold refreshments for new students, and those in need may proceed to the dining hall to enjoy a meal before dinner. However, I have heard that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will be joining us for enrollment. Upon uttering this statement, the hall was engulfed in a flurry of whispered conversations. Rayla observed the noble ladies as they unfurled their fans, concealing much of their faces while conversing with familiar companions, occasionally allowing snippets of their discourse to drift into her ears. He was not present. Chapter 16. Opening Address 3. Have you begun to ponder the whereabouts of His Royal Highness, even before selecting your courses? How very unrestrained you are, Elena. I merely inquired out of curiosity, yet you were the one who rambled on about this matter in the carriage. The first voice was evidently perturbed, as the old man had stated that all newcomers were present, prompting her question. Naturally, rules apply equally to all. However, a select few enjoy a special form of equality. Do these nobles, who have perpetually basked in privilege, remain oblivious to this fact? Upon overhearing this exchange, Rayla shrugged her shoulders, astonished by the childishness displayed by these noble young ladies. Did you catch a glimpse of that woman's hair? My goodness, when was the last time she washed it? Commoners have no particular standards, so there is no need for alarm. But she will be attending classes with us, sporting such hair. What if there are infectious pests lurking within? Should I inadvertently brush against her? Might I contract some illness? I have heard that the plague among the common folk has yet to be fully eradicated. It would be splendid if the Academy, as in days of yore, were exclusively for the nobility. I just washed my hair this morning, Rayla declared as she confidently approached the two noble ladies, flashing them a toothy grin. Shall I show you my class schedule? Just so you know, I do not intend to compromise on my habits, if you wish to avoid my presence. You simply must refrain from selecting the same courses as I. Is this how it is going to be? Rayla mused, observing the two young ladies, who were now in a state of panic, tugging at one another as they hurriedly exited the hall. With her hands on her hips, she surveyed her fellow newcomers, projecting her voice robustly. Is there anyone else who needs to consult my schedule to avoid sharing class with me? Time waits for no one. I have matters to attend to. Well, I suppose this will do, Liliana said as she scrutinized the paper in her hands. Though her handwriting could not be deemed exquisite, it was at least tidy and legible. After placing her quill back into the inkwell, she gently blew on the paper before handing it to her companion, Megan. By the way, I have a small query. Do not hesitate, Miss Snowwhite. Prior to their arrival, Headmaster Root had not anticipated spending nearly an entire afternoon at the Snowwhite estate. The young lady before him expressed considerable dissatisfaction with the meticulously arranged art appreciation course designed exclusively for her. Taking her preferences into account, they had even hired a tailor, well-versed in the fashion of the kingdom's nobility, as one of her instructors. Furthermore, they sought the royal approval to enlist an artistic master, who had previously designed crowns for His Majesty, to teach her how to create her own diadem. In summary, to ensure that Lady Liliana Snowwhite, the daughter of the Marquis of Snowwhite and future Duchess of Lancelot, was thoroughly content. The headmaster had lost a few strands of his already thinning hair. Thus, we learned 2 months ago that this esteemed young lady might be unable to attend the academy due to poisoning, his first reaction was, in fact, one of relief. From its inception, the academy was established to serve the progeny of royalty and nobility. Heirs from illustrious families have graced its halls. And this has been one of the paramount reasons proclaimed by the royal family for founding the capital's academy at the dawn of the kingdom, to provide the young nobles scattered across various territories with opportunities for communication and mutual learning. As they prepare to inherit their family legacies and assume their responsibilities, it is hoped that they will cherish the bonds formed during their studies, fostering cooperation among territories to usher in a peaceful and prosperous future for the kingdom. Over the course of more than 2 centuries since the kingdom's establishment, while conflicts over land among lesser nobles have occasionally arisen, the 3 prominent families controlling the northern, southwestern, and western borders, alongside the royal family, have maintained a relatively stable and harmonious relationship. This equilibrium has been a fundamental cornerstone for the rapid development of the principality into the most powerful nation on the continent. However, this balance is now experiencing subtle shifts. As the principal of the Capital Academy, Michel Roth spends much of his time nurturing relationships with the noble students who currently wield power. This is one of the significant advantages of his position, allowing him to perceive undercurrents that might easily be overlooked by others. Most notably, a decade ago, to placate the suddenly bereaved Lancelot family, the emperor first posthumously elevated the late Marquis Lancelot to a dukedom as a gesture of mourning. Subsequently, to maintain a semblance of fairness, he found justification to bestow a dukedom upon Marquis Ryan, while the Snowwhite family was conspicuously omitted, amid speculation that the royal family's relations with the North were cooling. 8 years later, the emperor unexpectedly arranged a marriage alliance between the Snowwhite and Lancelot families. This engagement quickly became the topic of conversation among the nobility, with some aspects discussed openly, such as the emperor's intentions, while others, like Miss Snowwhite's lineage, were whispered in private. Principal Roth was acutely aware that, regardless of whether the young girl before him, her cheeks puffed in contemplation, hailed from nobility or common birth, she currently occupied a significant position that drew the attention of both the royal family and 2 major noble households. Moreover, with her elder brother and fiancé still attending the academy, it was difficult to ascertain whether her presence or that of the unruly crown prince was more disconcerting. "I noticed that there are no courses related to magic on this syllabus," she remarked, her understanding evident, as she acknowledged her inability to sense the elements and engage in magical studies like her peers. Unbeknownst to Liliana, as she sat expectantly across from the principal, he was mulling over deeper thoughts while savoring delightful refreshments. I wonder if there's a precedent for me to apply for an audit?" There's certainly no problem," he replied. "Indeed, my dear, you may select any courses that pique your interest. It is your right, even if there are scheduling conflicts. We will make the necessary adjustments for you." After a brief pause, Principal Roth turned to Mrs. Johnson. "Madam Ida, please prepare a complete course list anew for Miss Snowwhite. There is no need for adjustments. The timings for these courses have long been established, and alterations would adversely affect other students." Liliana knew well that they must have heard of the original owner's deep concern regarding her inability to wield magic, hence the complete omission of all magic-related classes. She promptly instructed Megan to retrieve the previous schedule, determined to replace all the art appreciation courses with magic classes, leaving only one to grasp the historical and cultural essence of this kingdom. Chapter 16. Opening Address 4. With great enthusiasm, Liliana diligently rearranged her timetable, appreciating the absence of reliance on internet speed to secure her classes. She faintly recalled the days when students would go to great lengths to enroll in an easy elective course, one that required no final examinations or elaborate reports. Some even resorted to writing external programs for the already faltering academic website. Each year, the struggle for classes resembled a battle of wits against crashing pages, while now, she leisurely sipped tea and nibbled on pastries, marking her choices on paper. Who could have imagined such a scenario? All other magic classes seamlessly fit into her schedule. Yet the course's wind element, usage and territorial expenditure and trade, beginner clashed in timing. The latter indeed had 2 sessions each week, but one commenced at the ungodly hour of 8:30 in the morning. The thought of attending an early class was utterly unappealing. Even without morning exercises, she had no desire to rise so early. Liliana found herself in a quandary. Had it been any other course in literature, history, or music, she would have readily swapped it for the wind element class. However, territorial expenditure and trade, a subject inherently tied to finances, held considerable significance. Miss Snow White, the Duke of Lancelot will not participate in this course. Principal Roots observed the girl furrowing her brow in indecision, her quill dancing over wind element usage. Her schedule was already brimming, a rarity even among noble ladies. For these young women, acquiring knowledge at the academy was secondary. The paramount objective was to secure a husband who would satisfy both themselves and their families during the golden years between 17 and 21. Viewed from this perspective, Miss Snow White appeared to have little need for extensive free time to engage in the various social events organized by the academy. Yet, were courses such as Modern Continental Warfare History, Part 1, Classification and Distribution of Magical Creatures, Volume 1, Design of Magical Auxiliary Equipment, Understanding Magic, or in Geography of Neighboring Countries truly essential for her? Why should his participation concern me? If he were to appear in the same classroom, I would gladly drop this course. Still entangled in her dilemma over whether to endure an early class, Liliana blurted out a response to the Principal S statement without a second thought. Upon catching a glimpse of the Principal S' bewildered expression, she hastily sought to redeem the original owner's image, which had been one of fervent letter writing. What I meant was, I understand that the Duke will not be attending the freshman course with me, but that is of no consequence. Very well. Early classes it shall be. I shall seize this opportunity to learn as much as possible. One never knows when such knowledge may prove useful. With a decisive flourish, Liliana declared, I am an adult now. I shall not choose. I shall embrace all. History of Modern Continental Warfare, Classification and Distribution of Monsters, Climate and Agriculture, Field Marching, and Elemental Sensory Enhancement. Must one enroll in all these courses? Are you certain such a selection is necessary? Upon submitting her course schedule, the middle-aged woman with a serious expression and 3 furrows on her brow inquired, Miss Green, would you like me to provide you with the course schedules of previous freshmen for reference? Your schedule appears rather full. This may hinder your participation in other social activities. Do social activities count toward credits? Rayla scratched her head, noting that her letter did not mention this matter. Credits? The term seemed foreign to the middle-aged woman. No, Miss Green, you are certainly free to forego any social engagements. Then it matters little. I doubt those nobles would wish to socialize with me anyway. Rayla felt compelled to clarify a more pressing concern. Teacher, regardless of how many courses I select, I need not pay additional tuition, correct? Of course, Miss Green. The middle-aged woman appeared perplexed by the notion that Rayla held such a belief, suggesting that the academy's tuition was not calculated by credits. Nor did the concept of credits even exist here. But social activities. Very well, Rayla nodded in satisfaction. Although she had received her admission notice rather unexpectedly, this place seemed capable of offering her a deeper understanding of the world, particularly the nation in which she found herself. Relying solely on Mr. Bond's tattered and partially missing old books was insufficient. Others had not taken nearly as long in selecting their courses. By the time Rayla finalized her schedule and copied it for her pocket, only a couple of other freshmen remained in the auditorium. Time passed swiftly. Evening had arrived. The academy, nestled against a low mountain, was nearly enveloped in the warm hues of twilight. The wisps of lingering clouds in the sky resembled flickering flames, while the thicker clouds bore a resplendent golden edge from the setting sun. Amidst the sunset, a few carriages prepared to descend, and more freshmen readied themselves to head to their residences with the keys they had received. Even though most hailed from noble backgrounds, not all could afford the luxury of a residence in the capital conveniently close enough for daily commutes to the academy. Rayla remained unaware that as she casually glanced from the steps of the auditorium, the pure white spire visible in the distance belonged to the very heart of the kingdom's authority. At that moment, someone stood expectantly in the palace watchtower, gazing in her direction. Their eyes may have briefly crossed in the void, yet it was evidently insufficient to draw their attention to one another's presence. Miss Green, I'm here. Crawley Lane, who had previously escorted her to the auditorium's entrance, remarked as she completed her course selection, indicating his intention to show her around afterward. Rayla waved in response to his direction, observing him close a small notebook and tuck it away. Uncertain if he had attended to the matter, he mentioned needing to resolve at school today while she was in the auditorium. The events unfolded rather smoothly. as Crowell erupted into laughter after reviewing her course selection list, prompting Ryla to inquire, slightly annoyed, if she had chosen any particularly amusing classes. No, of course not. Even someone like my father would concede that all the courses offered by the Academy hold some degree of significance. Crowell returned the schedule to Ryla, observing, "But this timetable is quite packed, Miss Green. It seems you have little time for anything other than attending classes." Isn't that the privilege of the nobility? Ryla shrugged. The Academy does not offer evening elective courses. All classes are scheduled during the day, and Ryla considered her timetable rather lenient. During her busiest days, she would attend classes from 8 in the morning until 5:30 in the afternoon, followed by evening lab sessions that often extended past 9 o'clock. As for the misguidance into pursuing a direct doctoral program, weekends had lost their original significance. Life had become merely a cycle of eating, sleeping, and nurturing cultures in the laboratory, punctuated by moments of prayer on her way to the lab that the petri dishes wouldn't perish due to her left foot crossing the threshold of the laboratory that day. Today, Ryla did not intend to stay overnight at the Academy. After attending the freshman reception to fill her stomach and doing her utmost to pack some food for the children at the orphanage, after all, leftovers would only go to waste. She hardly believed the nobles would consume day-old food, and regrettably, this dress had no pockets to carry anything. She planned to return to the orphanage to bid farewell to Mr. Bond and Aunt Susan. There was no public transportation from the Academy to the capital's common district. Even carriages were self-hired by the nobles and merchants. Ryla felt that once the semester commenced, she would no longer have the liberty to visit the orphanage at will. She couldn't always trouble Crowell as she had today. "Oh, I have something to say." Just as she had said her goodbyes, the thought of an important matter struck Ryla. She abruptly lifted the carriage curtain and, addressing the now bewildered Crowell, insisted, "If the badge I gave you is of no value, please do not keep it for yourself, and then offer me money, deceiving me into believing it was pawned for a sum. I wish to sell it precisely to avoid Mr. Bond spending his own money to buy me something while misleading me into thinking it was obtained at an unexpectedly low price. If you do the same, the purpose of selling the badge would be negated." "Very well, Miss Green." Crowell was momentarily taken aback by her words, but then smiled and extended her hand through the window for a brief handshake, assuring her, "I promise you, I shall not do such a thing." Chapter 17. The Rose Brooch 1. I took a glance at your schedule. In the evening, as the last remnants of fiery clouds lingered on the horizon, a gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, finally offering a hint of coolness. Liliana, having dined alone, sat drowsily on a bench beside the rose wall. She had merely intended to take a stroll and rest for a moment, yet the ambience was exceedingly pleasant. The gentle breeze, imbued with the faintest scent of blossoms, caressed her cheeks like a tender hand, evoking a sigh of contentment. As the voice of a man suddenly pierced her reverie, she initially chose to ignore it, continuing to bask in the enveloping embrace of drowsiness. Had she fallen asleep again? She heard him continue, warning that once at the Academy, she could no longer afford to doze off outdoors. "I have not fallen asleep," she replied, eyes still closed, drifting in and out of consciousness. "I am merely savoring nature and feeling a tad sleepy." Clearing her throat awkwardly, Liliana shifted slightly on the bench, motioning for Florent to sit beside her. She had not seen him during dinner and had assumed he was out on a date with that court lady. Is there something you need from me? You seem to mention something earlier? A class schedule? It appears you have quite a few courses lined up." Liliana listened to Florent's observations. "But what if I insist on taking all those classes?" She tilted her head, pondering, "In the end, as long as I'm happy, that is what truly matters." After a brief silence, she noticed Florent nodding, his face lighting up with a smile. "Then that settles it. Moreover, you previously mentioned that it wouldn't matter if I performed poorly on exams. Outside of classes, there seems to be little else to engage with at the Academy. You could join those young ladies for shopping, dining, attending operas, and you would receive numerous invitations to various events." Florent continued, "I have arranged for a knight to accompany you, ensuring your safety during your outings." As he spoke, he noticed Liliana's apparent disinterest in his words. She had once been quite passionate about such activities, even complaining about the long winters in Rianoka that hindered her from attracting renowned designers. Suddenly, he recalled that since her amnesia, she had forgotten how to ride. "Liliana, do you still remember how to dance?" Unsurprisingly, he was met with only a fleeting, guilty glance in response. "This will not do. As the new semester commences, the Academy will soon host a welcome ball, and some members of the royal family may attend. While you could use your health as an excuse to avoid attending, it would not be wise to remain lethargically seated all day, dozing off if a maid were to momentarily overlook you. Moreover, the Emperor has even sent gifts today via count routes, and although we did not mention it today, there will come a time when you must express your gratitude in person. I will inform Lancelot. Florence sighed inwardly. He had intended to discreetly visit the Academy to see Rayla and write to his father, but was impeded by his classmate, Maria Edwards, the Empress's maid. For the most part, he will be your dance partner, and if he serves as your practice companion, you will learn more swiftly. Would it be too much trouble for him? Liliana quickly waved her hands, feeling it was against her principle of minimizing contact. He must be quite busy. To ask an heir to spare time to teach me to dance would require inviting him over, which seems rather bothersome. You are his fiancée. Even if you have not forgotten how to dance, it is essential for you both to spend time adapting to each other's dancing habits. In the future, such occasions will be plentiful: your wedding, his investiture ceremony, and various festive celebrations. Ferland patiently explained to Liliana that he had not yet formally succeeded as the Lord of Sales, and that during this year in the capital, he would not be so occupied as to lack time to accompany his fiancée in dance practice. Did something unpleasant occur yesterday? Noticing the evident reluctance on Liliana's face, Ferland furrowed his brow. The vice-captain had clearly informed him that Lancelot had amused her greatly with wind magic on the way. So was there something else that the knights had overlooked? No, Liliana hurriedly waved her hand. I simply feel that such trivial matters do not warrant a fuss. If the young duke has any objections, please do not force him. After your marriage, it will be his responsibility and obligation to care for you, Ferland stated. If he finds such matters troublesome now, the Snowwhite family may reconsider your engagement. Even though your union is the royal expectation, it does not bind us to comply. That seems rather severe, Liliana thought, feeling a bead of cold sweat form as Ferland's expression turned grave. She hoped that her minor concerns would not lead to unwarranted discontent between the royal family and the two noble houses. Such a burden was beyond her means to bear. I will diligently practice my dancing, so do not worry. For a fleeting moment, Liliana contemplated whether she might express her desire for Ferland to teach her instead of the young duke. Would he reject her if she said that her preference lay with him? However, she found herself unable to voice such sentiments. Ferland's words underscored Lancelot's duties to her, implying that he bore no such responsibilities. Previously, when he had taught her to ride in the face of the Marquis's restrictions, it had been a reluctant concession. Dancing, being far more intimate than riding, would certainly not meet with his approval, especially if it involved her reaching out to embrace him. When did the young lady from the palace leave? On her way out of the courtyard, feeling the silence was rather stifling, Liliana endeavored to spark a conversation. That was Miss Maria Edwards. She merely exchanged a few words with me before returning to the palace. At that time, you were still in the reception room with Count Roth, so she did not come to bid you farewell, Ferland replied. Thus, Liliana could only nod, finding it difficult to continue the conversation. To inquire further about the nature of Edward's relationship with him would seem intrusive. She settled for a courteous compliment, stating, Miss Edwards truly appears to be an elegant and refined lady. Indeed, Maria Edwards was an impeccable noblewoman, a sentiment Ferland readily endorsed. Otherwise, she would not have been summoned to the palace by the Empress each holiday, despite having studied at the Capital Academy for 2 years. Typically, such young ladies would leave home at the age of 14 or 15 to serve as high-ranking ladies or maids in more affluent noble households, only to return to their families at 17. Rather than being forced into marriage by my parents at an age when I am left with no choice, I would prefer to strive for my own decisions first. Flant recalled the words Maria had spoken to him in the study that afternoon. Flant, we have shared a commendable relationship since childhood. You are aware that I possess no remarkable magical abilities, so there is no need to fret about my lineage undermining the Snow-White family's future heir's control over the ice-water element. Therefore, if one day you find yourself contemplating this matter, might you remember me as a potential candidate? Chapter 17. The Rose Brooch, too? It seemed my words had come out rather abruptly. Taking a sip of tea, I looked up to see Maria smiling, her expression frozen in surprise at the desk chair. I had thought the Marquis would urge you to consider it this year, especially since everyone speculates that Duke Lancelot will officially ascend next year, followed closely by his marriage to your sister. It is not unusual for Liliana to marry before me. Given our similar ages. Flant cleared his throat, caught off guard by Maria's choice of topic. He endeavored to appear nonchalant, yet an unnatural expression lingered on his face. Well, you are not entirely mistaken. Such matters should not be handled with excessive caution due to the crown prince's situation. It is unnecessary, Maria. Setting her teacup down, Maria replied. All right, I truly only intended to propose a potentially viable suggestion, nothing more. Please refrain from wearing that grave expression, as if I were donning a wedding gown to coerce you into marriage, all right? It has nothing to do with that scoundrel Andrew Prince. Flant knew he was lying. He had indeed been racking his brain to find the right words to prevent Maria from recalling the royal banquet where the empress had bestowed a marriage proposal upon her, only for the crown prince to publicly disparage her unremarkable appearance. I simply have never given these matters proper consideration. I will take your words seriously. May I add a few more thoughts? Maria turned around, lifting her skirts as Flant escorted her to the carriage heading back to the palace. Of course, Flant replied. This summer has been dreadful, has it not? I heard some things at the palace, and when I saw you this afternoon, I was quite taken aback. I truly believe you ought to cast everything aside and take a few days to rest, Maria remarked, the brilliant summer sun illuminating her cheeks, which bore the charm of freckles. I cannot speak to other matters, but at least when it comes to marriage, you cannot please everyone, Flant. Do you have any idea how many young ladies of royal blood in the capital wish to marry you? Therefore, regardless of whom you ultimately choose, someone will inevitably be disappointed and in tears. Thus, you must accept that encountering situations where perfection is unattainable is an inevitability. For we are no longer children who can frolic aimlessly in the snow all day. Maria rose on her toes, gently brushing her nose against Flant's cheek. When you cannot satisfy everyone, it is best to follow your own heart. I hope you find some ease in your life. As for what I said earlier, it was merely a suggestion. If you have someone you cherish, I will bless you. Even though I am well aware that my words will not coax you into slumber, I cannot help but indulge in idle chatter, feeling as though, even before the inevitable passage of time has rendered me old, I have already become somewhat garrulous. Maria steadied herself by grasping Florent's arm as she settled into the carriage, casting him a smile. Until we meet again at the academy. One day, I must conjure a grandiose reason to deliver a sound thrashing to Andrew Prince, Florent mused, his gaze fixed upon the carriage that bore Maria, gradually vanishing from sight. This was not merely for the public humiliation he had inflicted upon Maria with his taunts regarding her appearance, but also for the audacity of sending an invitation to a private ball directly to Liliana, who was already betrothed. Did he regard the Snowwhite family with such contempt? Are you well? It was only upon hearing Liliana's voice that Florent realized he had drifted off in thought, a state of distraction that had become increasingly frequent of late. Your expression just now, Liliana hesitated, sensing that Florent appeared vexed about something. Was it due to her mention of that lady-in-waiting? Yet, after complimenting her elegance and poise, she had refrained from further comment, and they continued their journey in silence for a brief while. Nothing, Florent replied swiftly. You should return to rest. By the way, the brooch sent from the palace requires some care from the maids. They will bring it to your room once it has been attended to. How meticulous, Liliana thought, nodding in acknowledgement. No wonder that vast assortment of jewelry dazzled the eyes at any moment. It was supported by an immeasurable amount of human, material, and financial resources. When Megan was summoned to Florent's study, it was already deep into the night. As she pushed open the door, she could not suppress a shiver. A mist, akin to white smoke, poured forth from the gap. Simultaneously, she felt a distinct sting on her cheeks. In such a capital, characterized by sweltering rains and heat during the summer, she felt as though she were stepping into the boundless winter snowscapes of Renoka. The young master was still gazing at the rose brooch he had placed within a suspended orb of water. Megan silently contemplated retreating to wait outside. But she heard Florent's voice beckon, "Stay here. If you are cold, move to the window." The maid nodded, her attention drawn to the smooth orb encasing the brooch, which was freezing at an astonishing rate. At the precise moment the translucent tendrils brushed against the surface of the brooch, she was certain she heard a distinct sound, as if something were cracking within. Even her typically composed demeanor faltered at the thought. Was Master Florent about to use magic to destroy such a beautiful piece? However, she soon realized that the sound of shattering did not emanate from the brooch itself, but rather from the ice orb that had nearly solidified around it. The transparent water was once again filling the gaps in the ice, or perhaps upon contacting the rose, the ice was melting back into water. Megan sensed the temperature in the room continuing to plummet, the icy tendrils extending once more toward the seemingly delicate branches and leaves of the rose, followed by another crack. This cycle repeated thrice. By the time Megan could scarcely feel her fingers, the rose brooch was finally encased entirely within the spherical ice. The study's light cast a soft, ethereal glow upon it, illuminating the exquisite piece ensconced in its frozen prison. After a moment, the ice began to vanish into thin air. If Liliana were present, she would undoubtedly reflexively associate this phenomenon with the concept of sublimation, a process whereby solid ice transitions directly into gas, absorbing heat and consequently lowering the temperature of the room. Fortunately, this transformation did not persist for long. Megan observed that, similar to the ice that had previously resisted the encroaching chill, the small ring of ice encircling the jewelry dissipated at a slightly slower pace. A meager comfort, perhaps. She heard Florent's final assessment, and after uttering those words, he fell silent for a brief moment, turning his gaze toward Megan. As for my subsequent request, you are permitted to decline. Please do instruct me, sir, Megan replied demurely. Remove your gloves and pick it up. This could inflict harm upon you, even threaten your life. Regardless of what transpires, I assure you that you and your family will receive ample recompense. Florent stated calmly. You may refuse and leave, forgetting everything you have witnessed here today. However, should I hear any related rumors, you may execute me without hesitation, sir, Megan nodded, recognizing that completing her master's cruel statement was also part of her duties as a maid. She hesitated for a moment. The intoxicating crimson of the rose petals now imbued with a sinister allure, evoking images of blood slowly dripping onto the carpet after a sharp object had pierced her fingertip. More scenes began to crystallize from the hazy shadows. The small, precarious cabin that always swayed in the wind and snow but had never collapsed. The lofty mansion that required one to strain their neck to behold its pinnacle, and then the faces of her parents, now indistinct, along with her brother and sister-in-law. The last time she had seen them during a winter's day. Ultimately, she conjured the image of the snow weasel, salted upon the crackling firewood. She recalled Miss Liliana's eager tone in the carriage as she remarked, "It sounds delicious," though in truth, the taste was far from delightful. The meat of the snow weasel was rather coarse, barely sufficient to satisfy hunger. Florent observed as Megan slowly extended her hand toward the brooch on the table, her fingers trembling slightly at his words. The likelihood of the brooch simultaneously harboring protective magic and a curse was exceedingly low. However, Florent preferred that someone entirely unacquainted with magic, like Megan, touch it first, just in case. After all, he was not well versed in those esoteric arts forbidden from public literature. Nothing occurred. The brooch lay quietly in Megan's palm, and she even felt a faint warmth, as though something that had long been stolen was gradually returning to her surroundings, alleviating the sharpness in her cheeks. She lifted her gaze to Florent, awaiting further instructions. Take it back to the lady. Let her wear it if she wishes. Or forget it if she does not, Florent instructed. I shall write to Mrs. Pascal, requesting that she send your due reward to your home. Thank you, sir. Megan carefully wrapped the brooch in her gloves and placed it in the tray, asking no further questions as she turned to leave the study. Chapter 18 School Regulations Article 3, 1. On the evening of the third day of the new academic year, Megan arrived at Florent's room. After organizing her thoughts, she chose to report truthfully that she had been following Miss Green for the past few days at school. If Liliana were to hear this statement, she would undoubtedly leap to her feet in vehement protest, exclaiming, "Is this stalking? It is merely a series of coincidental encounters. Are artificially manufactured coincidences not coincidences?" They had chosen so many identical courses. This could only be described as an intricate fate woven between genuine and false riches. How could one hastily conclude that she was stalking? Liliana's journey to discover the true heiress of Snow White was not without its challenges, yet it unfolded with remarkable ease. She vividly recalled the night after selecting her courses, when excitement kept her awake until the early hours. The following morning, while seated in the carriage, she coughed lightly and continued to reminisce about the familiar plots she had encountered in her readings. In her mind, she had meticulously crafted a quartet of characters for the enigmatic heiress, the heir of the Lancelot family, the heir of the Snow White family, a younger son from the Ryan family who was still studying despite rumors of the heir's marriage and the royal prince. The absence of a scene where four men with vividly colored hair descend the staircase, eliciting a chorus of gasps from infatuated women, felt akin to a finger-licking good chicken without the savory juices, like popcorn chicken stripped of its crispy shell, or Coca-Cola losing all its carbonation due to a loosely sealed cap, edible and drinkable, yet ultimately devoid of the soul-stirring satisfaction found in indulging in junk food. Liliana had thoughtfully assigned personalities to the other two men she had yet to meet. Florent, with his cool exterior and warm heart, was surprisingly considerate, while Lancelot harbored countless hidden motives, embodying both an iceberg and a schemer. Remaining was a nurturing figure radiating human warmth, alongside a lively, carefree fool who perpetually uplifted the team's spirit. The true heiress could desire any type of man. She had encountered every conceivable narrative with protagonists and supporting characters, and should the heiress require it, she could effortlessly weave a tale in public like a seasoned storyteller. With such thoughts, Liliana reclined back against the soft cushion of the carriage seat, reveling in her cleverness. What value was there in merely poring over papers while cocooned in blankets? Staying up late to read comics? She even devised a slogan for herself: "All your efforts will surely yield returns, whether in this world or the next." How inspirational! She wiped away the tears that had formed from stifled laughter. As Kate let out a gentle gasp, Liliana's gaze drifted through the carriage curtain towards the approaching Capitol Academy. The sprawling, light-colored buildings occupied the hillside, with soaring spires reaching for the heavens, artfully following the terrain to outline the peaks, imparting an initial sense of formidable grandeur and oppressive majesty from the increasingly clear monumental architecture. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice the grand, arched windows, intricately carved and adorned with vibrant stained glass, breathing life into the surroundings. The sharp spires, softened by an abundance of curved reliefs, are further warmed by the gentle morning light, evoking a natural admiration for the sacred and the beautiful in the heart that had just been awed into submission. It is a spectacle akin to a marvel in a game like Civilization VI, where even a novice like Liliana, lacking any architectural sophistication, would feel compelled to claim it for herself given the chance. In this enchanted realm, constructing monumental edifices with the assistance of elemental mages would surely be a simpler endeavor. Liliana remained unaware that the headmaster's visit the day prior was, in fact, her personal commencement ceremony. She was still anticipating a gathering of all new students to hear the headmaster's address, which would conveniently allow her to seek out the true daughter of the Snowwhite family. However, upon disembarking from the carriage, she was promptly escorted to the classroom by Mrs. Ada Johnson, leaving her in a state of bewilderment as she embarked on her first class, Composition I. It was particularly awkward, as it seemed she was the only one to have brought a maid into the classroom, believing it to be a common practice since Mrs. Johnson had not objected. The classroom layout was unlike what Liliana had envisioned, with a small space on the first floor shaped like a perfect hexagon, each step descending into tiers where sets of desks and chairs were arranged, 3 levels in total, with a center designated for the instructor's lecturing. When Liliana arrived, no other students were present, so she chose a seat in the middle tier facing the door, with Megan and Kate flanking her. One arranged her quill and ink bottle while the other fanned her. Initially, she thought little of it until the first boy to enter the classroom paused. Clearly taken aback at the sight of her, he even retreated for a few moments, seemingly confirming he had not wandered into the wrong room. At that moment, she realized her entrance was perhaps more ostentatious than she had intended. Following him, 2 more boys and a girl entered, prompting Liliana to quietly urge Megan and Kate to step outside first. The other students did not greet her nor initiate conversation. However, with only a 15-minute interval between morning classes, once everyone settled into their seats, a sound akin to distant chimes resonated from the walls surrounding them. The writing class felt somewhat tedious. Liliana had initially been diligently taking notes, contemplating how these formal correspondences could be utilized in her replies to Lancelot. Yet, as she continued, it dawned upon her that they were all in the capital now and need not exchange letters, causing her enthusiasm to wane significantly. Stifled in this manner for an hour-long class, with no breaks in between, she realized that if Mrs. Johnson continued to escort her back and forth daily, she would miss her chance to inquire about the whereabouts of the true Snow White heiress. In her state of distress, Liliana, guided by Mrs. Johnson, made her way to another classroom on the first floor. This time, she instructed Megan and Kate not to accompany her inside. As the saying goes, one may search high and low, yet find what they seek effortlessly. The moment she entered the classroom, she caught sight of a girl with striking red eyes seated directly opposite the entrance. A sudden thrill coursed through her heart. Chapter 18, Rule 3-2. It must be her. Liliana felt an unwavering certainty, though she could not fathom why. The girl bore no resemblance to Fulent or Joseph, lacking their silvery hair that shimmered under the light. Instead, her hair was a dull, ashen hue, crudely cropped to her earlobes, and her complexion was decidedly sallow, darker than that of the aristocratic youth seated above her by at least 2 shades. Yet those eyes, the girl possessed a gaze almost identical to Fulent's, and even the subtle frown she wore mirrored his expression. The tenderness that characterized Fulent's seemingly monotonous phrase, "As long as you are happy," transformed into a spirited vigor within this girl. Such is the wonder of lineage. Had I truly observed Fulent Snowwhite's eyes with such seriousness before? At that critical moment, Liliana found herself momentarily distracted. "Have you chosen your seat?" Came a cautious inquiry from behind, the voice belonging to the boy who had been startled by her 2 maidens in the previous class. Embarrassed, Liliana forced a smile and quickly settled into a seat opposite the girl. The hexagonal design of the room was splendid. Sitting face to face allowed her to observe discreetly. Elated, Liliana paid little attention to the course introductions or the professor's self-introduction, instead straining to hear when the professor would confirm the student roster and when the girl would respond, "Rayla Green." How delightful! Liliana eagerly took notes with her quill, never anticipating that on the very first day of school, she would acquire such invaluable information about the true heiress. Mi salvici. Just as she nearly punctured the paper with her quill and toppled the inkpot, she heard the boy above her softly remind her that the professor was calling her name. Yes. Still lost in her own world, Liliana instinctively raised her hand to respond. It was only when all eyes turned towards her that she recalled the custom of standing to greet the professor seated at the center. "I apologize, Aunt Maxim. I've embarrassed you. I hope you want tea come all the way from Renoka to reprimand me." After properly bowing and taking her seat once more, Liliana covered her burning cheeks, oblivious to the fleeting look of confusion on Rayla's face due to her earlier antics. With the conclusion of this class, Liliana's first day at school also drew to a close. She politely thanked Mrs. Johnson for her guidance throughout the day and subtly indicated that her assistance would no longer be necessary, for how else could she approach Rayla Green? In the ensuing 2 days, Liliana diligently marked her schedule for every class where she could encounter Rayla Green. She suspected that the girl, like herself, had chosen all the introductory courses in elemental magic. Yet unlike her, Rayla could actually wield magic. It seemed she possessed a modicum of proficiency in each element. Truly, she embodied the essence of a protagonist, and Liliana silently applauded the genuine heiress, appreciating her spirited demeanor. She recalled that both her readings and Joseph's opinions had previously asserted that no magician could specialize in all elements simultaneously. Perhaps Rayla Green was destined to be the first versatile magical prodigy in history. After all, a heroine must possess something unique to set her apart. Following 2 days of study at the Capital Academy, Liliana had gained a more profound understanding of the institution's purpose, which starkly contrasted her initial whimsical fantasies of attending Hogwarts and riding broomsticks. She now perceived that the Academy's aim was not merely to impart magical knowledge. As Florent had suggested, many individuals were not there to learn at all. For first-year students, the only class in which they were permitted to use magic was element usage, while the 3rd rule of the Academy strictly prohibited the use of magic in any form or location, barring exceptional circumstances. Violators faced expulsion, and their families could be deemed treasonous to the crown. Having explored her family's library prior, Liliana was familiar with the concept of a week in this world. It resembled the 3 phases of a week in her former life, consisting of a 10-day cycle. The first 8 days corresponded to the 8 elements, arranged in the order of fire, metal, wind, thunder, ice, water, earth, and wood, while the last 2 days were designated as the Dark Obscuration Day and the Radiant Day. Although she had briefly researched the origins of these names, which seemed to stem from the religious doctrines of this world, Liliana, lacking interest in such matters, simply referred to the final 2 days as the weekend. The Academy's timetable confirmed her understanding, as no classes were scheduled for those last 2 days. To aid new students in memorizing their schedules, the Capital Academy organized a 1.5-hour introductory course for the corresponding element each afternoon on elemental days. For instance, on the first day, known as Fire Day, the fire element usage class commenced at 2:30 in the afternoon and concluded at 4. Thus, when Liliana first heard the rather youthful fire magic professor sternly emphasize the school rules to the class, she found the regulations ludicrous. While it mattered little for her, who could only sit on the sidelines and observe, it posed a significant limitation for students capable of controlling fire, as they had merely 1.5 hours every 10 days to learn how to wield the fire element, with no opportunity for practice at other times. What could one possibly learn in such a fleeting span? However, the following day, during the class on golden elements usage, Liliana finally began to comprehend the rationale behind the regulations concerning the crown prince and the heirs of those prominent families. Their abilities were astonishingly exaggerated, and without certain restrictions, it would not be difficult for them to cause harm or even obliterate the entire school. Such limitations were genuinely intended to safeguard the personal well-being of both teachers and students. On the very first afternoon of school, Liliana noticed numerous noble girls, much like herself, who possessed no control over the fire element, yet still flocked to the teaching area out of curiosity. With her heart and eyes filled with the essence of a true aristocrat, she found little interest in the other young ladies. When someone approached her to extend greetings, she merely returned the courtesy and then turned away, attempting to nonchalantly position herself closer to the genuine aristocrat she wished to observe. By the next day, the number of girls at the same teaching venue had doubled. From the attendance list, it was evident that many were not newcomers. Without Megan and Kate, Liliana, whose combat prowess was virtually non-existent, struggled to navigate towards the area where Rilla Green was situated, all the while being cautious not to reveal her eager gaze. After only a few steps, she found herself perspiring and breathless, realizing that her physical condition was rather disappointing. Her daily exercise of merely strolling in the courtyard post-dinner was evidently insufficient. It was the crown prince. I have caught sight of his golden hair. Oh my, it shone like sunlight. The delighted laughter of the girls filled Liliana's ears. Miss Maud's information was indeed reliable. The crown prince would indeed grace the academy this afternoon. Liliana internally remarked, this scene surely warranted the presence of at least a couple of distinguished noble ladies to match the fervor of their excitement. Chapter 18, School Regulations. Article 3.3. The location of this lesson mirrored that of the Fire Element course, with a similar structure. On an outdoor platform strewn with large black stones, the instructor began with a brief introduction before calling students, in order of the list he held, to demonstrate their magical abilities. Before the young teacher lay an array of already ignited bonfires, dry wood piles filled with weeds, several dry branches, one damp branch partially submerged in water, and a branch completely immersed in a bucket of water. The requirement was to ignite those branches in firewood without utilizing any element other than fire. Liliana observed and meticulously noted the performances of all participating students on paper, substituting names with descriptions based on hair and eye color when necessary. Based on her records, Rilla Green's performance ranked second. She managed to produce a wisp of smoke from the waterlogged branch, while a certain boy succeeded in setting his branch ablaze. Holding her breath, Liliana, who dared not even exhale, could not contain her excitement when she witnessed Rilla Green's branch emitting smoke. She gently applauded her with a few light claps, as many girls, like herself, were merely spectators, and when their names were called, they struggled to ignite even the first pile of dry wood. Today, she held a quill with eager anticipation, gazing at several metal plates of varying thickness before the instructor, curious to determine whether Rilla Green's mastery of the gold element was equally commendable. As expected, Ryla's performance surpassed that of the preceding male students. She caused a metal bar, roughly the thickness of Liliana's index finger, to visibly bend. Once again, Liliana applauded Ryla's remarkable display. It seemed that the manipulation of the gold element was particularly challenging, as the overall performance of the class today was not on par with yesterday's. Despite her own lack of knowledge, Liliana diligently continued her notes, embodying the role of a teaching assistant with enthusiasm. The young man who had reminded her in yesterday's history of warfare class flushed crimson. unable to bend even the thinnest silver metal sheet. He received gentle encouragement from the teacher, who seemed to reassure him that there was no need for haste. Through the course of elemental resonance enhancement, his magical abilities could indeed be amplified. Ah, Your Highness. The instructor glanced at the list in hand and turned toward the eager blonde youth approaching him. I believe you should not be concerned. Do not fret. Uncle Michel assured me that you would treat all of us as you do others. Otherwise, my departure from the palace would hold no significance. He replied in a cheerful tone, effortlessly levitating the formidable metal block that none had dared challenge until now. All right, please step back for your safety. Rest assured, I will not harm anyone. Liliana watched in awe as the enormous metal block, resembling gold in texture, began to dissolve into liquid in midair. Even having witnessed Florent freeze an endless lake in an instant, she was still astonished as Lancelot took her hand, guiding her through the air currents. She found herself standing up, her curiosity piqued. She did not wish to retreat, but instead desired a closer view. In her previous world, the melting point of gold exceeded 1,000 degrees Celsius under standard atmospheric pressure, yet now, the molten metal danced under the guidance of youth. Liliana struggled to find words to describe the manner in which these substances moved through the air. Their movements were undoubtedly graceful and rhythmic, swirling around the young man in forms reminiscent of spheres or silk, causing one to confuse his radiant hair in the sunlight with the liquid metal. The air shimmered, distorted by the high temperatures radiating from the liquid metal, rendering the distant trees and atmosphere in her vision undulating. At that moment, although many were drawn to the calm youth at the center of the platform, seemingly unaffected, they dared not approach any closer. Even the curious Liliana instinctively retreated after taking a single step forward, as the youth displayed yet another form of terrifying, overwhelming power. Your Highness, if this continues, you may trigger an alarm, the instructor cautioned from the side. Ah, would someone truly condemn me for creating my own spectacle? That would be utterly absurd, he mused. Though he spoke thus, the crown prince obediently waved his hand, causing the liquid suspended in the air to plummet to the ground. Even through the throng, Liliana seemed to hear the tiles emit a mournful crackling sound. Most of the flowing gold rolled away, reshaping into solid masses, while some flew directly into the crown prince's palm. Just as Liliana instinctively turned her face away, expecting his hand to be scorched like a carbonized delicacy, she heard the crown prince utter, "Here, this is for you. Though it has taken some time, I am not a man of empty promises." Oh my! He was extending the object in his hand to Raylagrin. Yet, Liliana was not the only one eager to discern the unfolding scene. Standing on a chair was undoubtedly a rather rude act, unbecoming of noble decorum, being of only average height among the noble ladies. Liliana could not clearly see the interaction between the two, but she did catch Rayla's booming voice. This is property of the Academy, right? But everything here belongs to the royal family. Take it, no one will ask for it back. Oh dear, had these two known each other before coming to school? Truly, she was the heroine, receiving gift from the crown prince even during lessons. Liliana's concerns clearly diverged from those of the other noble ladies. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, longing to return to her seat and take meticulous notes with her quill. Raylagrin must surely be the protagonist of this tale, Liliana reaffirmed in her heart. Aside from the crown prince, the first time Liliana saw Crowell Ryan at school, he was conversing with Rayla, indicating a friendly and familiar relationship. Initially, Liliana had intended to follow Rayla for lunch after class, but upon exiting the classroom and calling for Megan and Kate, she lost sight of her. It was not until she neared the dining hall that she spotted Rayla engaged in conversation with a man. Liliana made an effort to keep her gaze discreet as she observed the man, who wore a warm smile and regarded Rayla with tender eyes. They stood by the corridor leading to the dining hall, adjacent to a grand stained glass window adorned with intricate patterns. Behind them, the window depicted an epic battle between the divine symbol of light and the demonic symbol of darkness. Liliana recalled having seen similar illustrations while researching the origins of the darkening day and the radiant day. At that moment, the short-haired girl with crimson eyes stood beside the divine figure, basking in its radiance, while the man stood close, leaning slightly to hear her words, making it appear as though the long sword in the divine's hand was piercing through his body with perfect precision. From Liliana's perspective, sunlight filtered through the stained glass, casting vibrant hues upon the man, causing her to momentarily overlook the distinctive traits of the Ryan family. Later, while dining, She discreetly observed him again and confirmed that he was indeed Crowell Ryan. Chapter 18, Article 3, 4. On the evening of the third day of school, Megan, with a furrowed brow, made her way to the study to report to Florent about Liliana's new semester experience. Meanwhile, Liliana lay in bed, blissfully flipping through her character relationship notebook, which had been densely filled with information about Ryla Green gathered over the past days, especially the blank pages she had reserved for the true heiress. It was widely known that she had boldly retorted to a noble who mocked her hair on the day of course selection, which made the chattering noble women hesitant to speak in Ryla's presence, uncertain of her unpredictable reactions. Liliana had crafted a spider web illustrating the relationships surrounding the true heiress, with herself proudly marked as one of the arrows, though a small question mark indicated her uncertainty regarding the future trajectory of their relationship. To better organize her thoughts, she enthusiastically drew a table beneath the web. In the battle status section, she noted that the second son of the Ryan family had developed a solid friendship, scoring 5 points, while the Crown Prince had given a gift during class, though Ryla stormed off in anger afterward, earning a point for at least some interaction. Indeed, Liliana intended to use this table to track the interactions between the leading lady and several potential male leads. It was delightful. Previously, she could only observe the protagonist's entanglements from afar, while the plot twisted like a pretzel, leaving readers unsure whether to invest in or abandon their stocks. But now, her situation had changed dramatically. She was a close-up reporter, witnessing the romantic developments of Miss Ryla Green in real time. However, upon seeing the remaining 2 lines with 0 points, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The other 2 male leads seemed to have never graced the school, displaying little enthusiasm. Were they waiting for the god of plot to provide the storyline? In such a fiercely competitive world of tropes, the leading lady would not simply become their wife while lounging at home, singing and eating hot pot, caught up in the excitement of observing the unfolding narrative. Liliana almost forgot her own affairs. She shifted her quill to the side where she had written several adjectives. After 2 days of observing Ryla Green, Liliana had tentatively concluded that she was quite a remarkable person. During today's class on elemental usage, she witnessed Ryla instinctively intervene to stop 2 overly excited girls from approaching the Crown Prince as he prepared for a perilous performance. Ryla mostly kept to herself, and it seemed she attended even more classes than Liliana, as living on campus allowed her to partake in the early morning sessions more conveniently. She was diligent in her studies, her quill appearing quite worn, with most of its feathers nearly frayed. Apart from the outdoor elemental usage class, she took extensive notes in every lesson, embodying the image of an earnest and dedicated student, perfectly aligning with the initial portrayal of a beautiful and kind-hearted Cinderella protagonist. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to remain cautious and observe for a few more days, seeking an opportunity for engagement. Liliana contemplated that if the protagonist were a benevolent character, her role as a supporting character would lead to a more favorable existence, provided she refrained from causing any disturbances. She had not previously considered the advantages of selecting multiple courses. Had she known, she would have filled her schedule completely for the first morning class. Perhaps, by sharing classes daily, they would develop a camaraderie over time, and the role of the protagonist's close friend would be far more secure than that of a malevolent supporting character. After reflecting on her circumstances, Liliana felt a sense of optimism for her future, even joyfully bouncing around her room several times. For now, she decided to let herself revel in happiness, as long as she did not bully Miss Green. After Megan's report, the usually reticent Florent shared his thoughts. He had been cautious in approaching Liliana, fearing that any provocation might upset her, which is why he had only discreetly observed Rayla from afar during Liliana's nap time. Despite his carefulness, did Liliana manage to discern Rayla's true identity? He had specifically researched this year's freshman enrollment list and noted a girl from a southern merchant family with red eyes and light hair. Yet why was Liliana so particularly drawn to Rayla, who had been discussing her lineage within the academy? However, Megan had not reported any such conversations. According to her, most students were rather intimidated by Liliana and seldom initiated interaction with her, merely exchanging pleasantries. Florent felt a headache coming on. He truly hoped that Liliana's amnesia, showing no signs of recovery, would continue to diminish her suspicions regarding her true lineage. He had initially assumed she would attend the academy only once or twice a week according to the school schedule, allowing her to focus primarily on her fiancé and consequently pay little attention to Rayla's presence. Yet now, it was impossible to directly advise Liliana to keep her distance from Rayla Green, as such words might provoke her even further. If Liliana truly intended to harm Rayla, could he rely on the inexplicably close Clawline to intervene? Speaking of Clawline, what did he truly know? How had he come by this information? Florent had yet to uncover anything definitive, but he was skeptical that the Ryan family would suddenly show goodwill toward an unfamiliar commoner. The title, power, and territories he could not secure from his father, Duke Ryan, were being sought after to compensate for his biological daughter through marriage to the Snowwhite family. His calculations were not entirely misguided. Both he and his father would certainly support Rayla's future husband to ensure her well-being. Liliana was still awake, disturbed and anxious. Florent raised his head as he ventured into the courtyard late at night and noticed the light still shining in Liliana's room. Since arriving in the capital, he had observed her jovially strolling through the courtyard after dinner each evening, aimlessly wandering without purpose, occasionally stopping to admire and smell the blooming flowers. Florent casually plucked a flower, the evening dew glistening on its delicate petals, reflecting the soft moonlight, akin to the tears of the divine, weeping for humanity. With a wave of his magic, he halted the dew's descent, watching as it gradually solidified and transformed into a tiny ice blossom. He recalled the previous day when the maids had gathered the fallen flowers, adorning Liliana's hair and the buttons on her skirt. In a childlike manner, she twirled in the clearing, only to instinctively turn her back to him upon noticing his presence. After a few moments, she glanced back to see if he had departed. Could he trust her? The amnesiac Liliana, now remarkably docile, occasionally revealed a hint of mischief, believing that she would not harm Ryra, that they could coexist peacefully. Could he dare to hope for such a future? Chapter 19. The Signal 1. Ryra Green opined that, aside from Crow Wren, who seemed relatively sane, nearly every noble in the academy harbored some form of eccentricity. The most eccentric of all was undoubtedly Crown Prince Charlotte Prince. She had never anticipated that the prince of a grand kingdom would turn out to be the very child who had bumped his head against the glass in her attic. Had his brain been scrambled from that impact? During class, he unexpectedly produced a chunk of gold from a teaching tool, offering it to her as compensation, nonchalantly claiming that the entire academy belonged to the royal family and that no one would object. God forbid anyone would, she thought bemused. Realizing that all eyes had converged upon them, fixated on the gold nugget he clutched in his hand, which appeared to be neither bird nor beast. Ryra surmised that the gazes of the delicate noble ladies around them were akin to those of starving individuals eyeing salted meat during a charity event. Having witnessed the chaos hunger could incite, she had no desire to entangle herself further with a prince who resembled a walking morsel of meat. In any case, Crow had already exchanged her badge for money, which, as she had anticipated, was sufficient to cover the shattered glass and the broken drying rack. She had no intention of accepting anything further from the prince. Money was indeed a valuable commodity, and she was in need, yet she had been raised to reject money that was not earned through clear means. The second most eccentric individual was that Princess Anna, whose title was ostentatiously long. Every time someone nearby elaborated on it, it felt like a lengthy preamble. Snow White's lineage, Lancelot's heritage, and a royal family, essentially a proclamation of their untouchable status. Her stature was such that she need not attend the opening ceremony, much like the prince. Ryra harbored no interest in such fragile young ladies. Rather, she felt a twinge of pity. These fortunate girls, blessed with youth and free from want, were far luckier than those in the orphanage. The educational resources available to them were beyond the wildest dreams of commoners. Yet, their horizons were confined by the era they inhabited, their loftiest aspirations limited to marrying a man of noble birth to perpetuate a life of affluence. Ultimately, as long as they refrained from critiquing her in her presence, she preferred to maintain a respectful distance from them. After all, she could not single-handedly alter the deeply ingrained perspectives and values shaped by years of her family's environment. All she hoped was for them to understand that she, Rayla Green, was not there for matchmaking and that there was no competitive relationship between them. However, the little princess appeared blissfully unaware of what occupied her mind all day long. Aside from her need to return home in the evenings, she seemed to follow Rayla like an unshakable adhesive, leading Rayla to suspect that the princess had somehow previewed her class schedule, as they shared so many overlapping courses. Each time they attended class, the princess would sit across from Rayla, adorned with a bewildering smile, her glimmering eyes casting an unsettling gaze upon her. After class, she trailed behind Rayla, pretending to be distracted by her surroundings whenever Rayla glanced back, as if she could remain unnoticed. And as for her two maids, it was impossible not to notice the conspicuous entourage they formed. Rayla had contemplated approaching her to inquire about her intentions, yet her own classes were numerous, leaving her little time to navigate between floors. During lunch breaks, she had attempted to draw closer to the princess, but every time she turned around, the girl would swiftly lead her maids to a different location. After afternoon classes, the princess hastily returned home without partaking in dinner. As Rayla was still unfamiliar with the academy, she resolved to gather information about her surroundings, certain that she would eventually confront the little princess to seek clarity. Why was the crown prince impervious to the scorching heat surrounding metal? This was due to his elemental barrier. Let me consider how to articulate this more understandably. For everyone, the instinct to protect oneself inherently prevents the loss of the elements necessary for bodily function. This is quite comprehensible. If all the water elements within a body were extracted, that person would cease to exist. On the evening of the second day of school, after dinner, Clowell patiently addressed the questions Rayla encountered during class. For those of us capable of wielding elements, we can proactively construct barriers for ourselves. You might consider this a more advanced instinct. Otherwise, everyone would be at a severe disadvantage against water mages, who could unconditionally drain the blood from their opponents' bodies. It seemed to make a degree of sense. Rayla had never contemplated using her magical abilities for harm, but upon hearing Clowell's words and recalling his intervention during a landslide, as well as the Crown Prince's demonstration of magical prowess, she realized that those with such power could easily wreak havoc. Are you suggesting that due to the existence of barriers, water mages cannot directly manipulate the water elements within their opponents' bodies, and fire mages cannot casually ignite the clothing of their adversaries? Laughing, she mused that igniting clothing was far too crude an act, unbefitting the decorum of a duel. From a feasibility standpoint, the difficulty would increase significantly. Even those with only a basic understanding of elemental magic could form barriers around their bodies that were far stronger and more complex than the average person is. For the elite mages, if they could not directly bypass these barriers, employing their preferred elements to launch direct attacks would be the most efficient strategy. Clar gently picked up a twig from the ground and rested it lightly against Ryla's shoulder, continuing, moreover, the act of shattering barriers to directly claim another's life is often regarded as an ignoble tactic due to its perceived cruelty. Yet, the strategies of attack are manifold. Some individuals will stop at nothing in their quest for victory. If this piques your interest, you might consider attending the Academy's annual swordsmanship tournament, where, once the overtime commences, participants are permitted to wield magic. Given the character of His Royal Highness, he will undoubtedly partake, making this year's event particularly captivating. Have you ever participated? Ryla attempted to seize the twig from Clar's grasp while he was momentarily distracted, but just as she raised her hand, Clar had already evaded to her rear. The twig lightly brushed the tips of her hair, causing a slight tickle at her neck. She instinctively recoiled, conceding defeat. You are so skilled. You must have achieved commendable ranks. I have not garnered any accolades, Clara replied with a smile. My brother secured the first place for 4 consecutive years during his time at the Academy. I fall significantly short of his prowess. In my first match 2 years ago, I lost to the young Marquis Snowwhite. Clara gazed upward at the gradually dimming sky, where faint stars began to emerge. In that instant of entering overtime, he pierced my shoulder with an ice dagger. Chapter 19. The Code of Contact, too, but you mentioned there would be barriers, Ryla interjected, perplexed. No, I am aware that such barriers are not of a physical nature. They do not shield the body from piercing harm. If you were engaged in close combat, it should be quite challenging for him to manipulate water elements in such proximity, unless he resorted to cheating and had prepared an ice dagger in advance. You somewhat misunderstand. A barrier is not merely an enclosure. Within a certain range, no element can be manipulated. If that were the case, 2 magicians standing too closely would find themselves unable to wield their elements. It is not so. A barrier functions like the skin of the body, merely a basic line of defense for sustaining life. Furthermore, the surroundings at that time were quite arid, which actually worked to my advantage. I simply did not anticipate that the young Marquis would use his own blood as a material for the dagger to save time. This is the cunning nature of water mages, who can sacrifice themselves when cornered. Did he ultimately secure first place? Ryla pondered, finding the description of this Marquis, Snow White, somewhat deranged, willing to use his own blood for a school competition. The surname rang a bell. Was he not the brother of that little princess? No wonder his sister exhibited peculiarities. He ultimately lost to the young Duke Lancelot, Clara mentioned, invoking another name associated with the little princess, which she suspected belonged to her husband. Thus, it appeared that the little princess's status was indeed far more exceptional than that of ordinary noble maidens, as few dared to converse with her. Compared to his brother-in-law, Florence Snow White lacks a bit in practical experience. To my knowledge, the young Duke Lancelot has been independently leading his knightly order on southern campaigns for several years now. In the summer, the depths of the seas near Searles are teeming with magical beasts capable of stirring water elements, making it entirely reasonable to lose to someone of such illustrious military accomplishments. May I enroll in this competition? Oh, all those titles like Duke and Marquis are giving her a headache, Ryla inquired, pondering whether direct participation would yield more experience than merely spectating. Well, no girl has ever participated in this contest. Apart from the heirs of noble families engaging in friendly exchanges, others aspire to secure placements that grant access to various knightly orders. Do you wish to join a knightly order and become a knight? If so, you would be the kingdom's first female knight. I am uncertain. To be honest, I still know very little. However, since the knightly order has not explicitly barred women from participating, I suppose I could give it a try. Ryla stretched luxuriously under the moonlight, feeling as though she had garnered a wealth of knowledge tonight. Clower was akin to a teacher at her eyes. Glancing up at the sky, she realized how late it had grown. The night had fallen, and she must return, feeling somewhat guilty for having taken up his time. Haha, I often find myself with nothing to do. Allow me to escort you back, Clower replied, continuing to walk leisurely beside her. Ryla looked up at his profile illuminated by the moonlight, and, sensing her gaze, the young man offered her a gentle smile. Ryla could not quite fathom why Clower treated her with such kindness. Whenever she had questions, he would linger at the academy until dusk before returning to his estate. In her previous world, where she had often secluded herself in laboratories, she had never encountered a peer of the opposite sex who treated her so well. Nevertheless, Mr. Bond and Aunt Susan had also been kind to her, their presence fostering her belief in the existence of a considerable number of good people in this world, thus maintaining her hope and anticipation for life. Days passed in a tranquil manner, and Ryla found herself adapting well to life at the Capital Academy, as if she had returned to the days of her initial university experience, moving between different lecture halls and classrooms. The noble ladies who had once mocked her ceased to trouble her. While the academy did not provide special meals, she could dine heartily without concerns and even take leftovers for supper. Ryla often found herself in the dining hall late into the evening, carrying food with little regard for the opinions of those around her. During the weekend, Ryla hesitated. Although Clower had offered to escort her back to the orphanage, she ultimately decided against troubling him and declined his invitation to visit his home. Venturing beyond the academy's protective boundaries, she sought a secluded grove to practice the use of elemental magic. Previously, she had relied on instinct to cast spells. Now, with formal lessons, she realized that if only one element were permitted to be wielded at a time, her abilities could only be deemed mediocre. For instance, during her first fire element class, without first expelling moisture from the damp branches, she found it impossible to ignite them directly. Reflecting on the Crown Prince, Ryla recalled the grand display of elemental prowess in her gold element class. The text stated that the emperors of the kingdom, in a fit of rage, could reduce vast forests to ashes in an instant. The thought of such terrifying power being passed down to a seemingly foolish prince felt absurd, akin to handing a nuclear button to a 3-year-old as a toy. Had she possessed such abilities, she would undoubtedly have swiftly introduced that group of feudal aristocrats who squander their days in idleness to the essence of the new era, where banners of red flutter majestically in the skies. However, envying the talents of others proved futile. Through extensive readings at the library, Ryla gained a deeper understanding of the magical world. The vast majority of sorcerers' potential is predetermined at birth, rendering effort and innate talent nearly inconsequential in this realm. Yet, Ryla was resolute in not conceding to this fate. Even with the rumored possession of the extraordinarily rare light magic, she aspired to grow stronger. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could she cease to live in constant fear of her healing abilities being exposed, thus avoiding a life dictated by others. Moreover, relying on the provision of items from the academy to support the orphanage was not sustainable. After 4 years, she would graduate. And to ensure a better life for the residents of the orphanage, the most effective path was to become a formidable sorceress herself. Rella hoped the others at the orphanage would comprehend her choices. Mr. Bond certainly would. He encouraged her to focus on her studies at the academy. Although Aunt Susan also advised Rella to refrain from returning to the orphanage, her reasoning stemmed from a desire to prevent the academy's elite from discovering Rella's humble origins. She harbored hopes that Rella would catch the eye of a young noble and ascend to the status of a noblewoman. On the second week of Thunder Day, as if to facilitate the lesson, the afternoon class on Thunder Element utilization was enveloped in thick, dark clouds, ominous with the threat of impending lightning. After the lesson, Rella, once again sensing that she was being followed, found the situation intolerable. Even if it meant skipping dinner to play hide and seek, she was determined to confront the little princess shadowing her daily. If the girl had something to say, she should speak directly. If it came to a scuffle, Rella was prepared to engage, but she did not wish to be pursued aimlessly. Chapter 19. The Secret Signal 3. This rough plan unfolded with an astonishing ease. Resolute in her decision, Rella took a deep breath and deliberately slowed her pace as she approached a previously scouted, less populated area. Spotting that the little princess's 2 maids had yet to arrive, she rushed forward, seizing the slender, delicate arm of the isolated girl, seemingly fragile enough to shatter with a mere squeeze, and dragged her behind a nearby statue. Noticing the girl's instinctive desire to scream, Rella swiftly covered her mouth. Leveraging her height to pin the girl against the wall, glaring fiercely, "Do not scream. Answer my questions satisfactorily, and I shall release you. I am utterly alone, unencumbered by connections. I fear not nobles such as yourselves." The girl resembled a long-haired cat suddenly caught, initially struggling, but soon became compliant. Rella frowned as she observed the disarray of the bow and the girl's slightly curled hair, her face a portrait of alarm. The girl's red eyes, reminiscent of Rella's own, widened in surprise, evoking memories of an endearing, Instagram-famous plush cat in the previous world, adorned with a bow that would topple over with a gentle push, rolling onto its back for affection. However, regardless of whether it is a ragdoll, a Persian, or a domestic cat, she has no cat food in her pocket. So what exactly does she intend to do? What is happening? Liliana gazed in bewilderment at Rella, who had cornered her against the wall. Previously, at a distance, she had not perceived the height disparity between them. But now it was evident that Rella's tall stature aligned perfectly with that of a noblewoman. In the Marquis's residence, Liliana was considered short, as many of the maids working at home surpassed her in height. "Did you hear what I said?" Suddenly confronted with this question, Liliana nodded vigorously, her nerves palpable. Until now, she had felt it was not yet the right moment to engage Rella Green in conversation, as she wished to understand what kind of person she was. However, with the plot unfolding in this manner, she had no choice but to muster her courage and proceed. You're Anna, Princess Anna, correct? Why do you follow me incessantly? What is your purpose? Clarify here and now, Rella inquired frankly, eschewing any preamble. No, my name is Liliana. Despite Rella covering her mouth, Liliana felt compelled to rectify this misperception promptly. She spoke in a muffled tone. "I'm not a princess either." "Close enough. Fine. Liliana it is," Rella shrugged dismissively, shaking her short hair. Observing Liliana's gaze darting toward the corridor, Rella leaned against the wall with one hand, effectively sealing off any possibility of escape in that direction. She was determined to resolve this matter today. Otherwise, she would not be able to sleep. "Do not change the subject, Liliana. You have been trailing me since the first day of school. What is your true intention?" Had she, perhaps, been cornered? A mere faux noblewoman, a villainess in a script, was being cornered by the genuine noble protagonist? What a turn of events. Liliana felt her mind racing, teetering on the brink of confusion. What should she say at this moment? Would it be too hasty to lay everything bare? At that instant, in her state of disarray, Liliana unexpectedly heard an exceedingly familiar, yet undeniably aggressive phrase that she would never expect to encounter in this realm, leaving her utterly aghast. Rella, noticing Liliana's face flushed under her grasp, pondered whether she had been too harsh on such a fragile lady. Yet, this girl seemed rather inept. Even a 3-year-old from the orphanage could carry a bag of food and run swiftly. She suspected that Liliana struggled to even lift the smallest basket of bread. As she hesitated, contemplating whether to loosen her grip to allow Liliana some air, the latter suddenly became animated. Seizing Rella's sleeve and shaking it while mumbling the offensive words Rella had unwittingly uttered. Hey, those are not kind words. Good children should not imitate such language. Rella panicked. This little girl seemed to have the same penchant for learning curse words as the children from the orphanage. Thankfully, no one else around understood the meaning. Mountains fade in the daylight. The yellow river flows into the sea. Liliana found herself engulfed in a tumult of chaotic thoughts. All the familiar tropes and narratives seemed to fade away. She began to murmur incoherently about various elements from her homeland. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus. She sensed Rella gradually loosening her grip over her mouth, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. Sulfur, chlorine, argon, potassium, calcium. Odd numbers change. Even ones remain constant. Suddenly, a rush of fresh air filled her lungs as she adjusted her breathing, wiping away the physiological tears that streamed from the corners of her eyes. Symbols, quadrant. Rella completely released her, repositioning herself to lean against the wall with her arms crossed. After speaking, she tentatively added, the Yangtze River flows eastward. The waves wash away the heroes. Liliana, brimming with excitement, raised one hand as if she had entirely forgotten that she had been forcibly brought here. One is the celestial flower of the ethereal garden. I've never had the patience to finish that. Rella shook her head. One is flawless jade. If you were to ask me anything else, I would be a loss. No worries then. Weakness and ignorance have never been barriers to survival. Arrogance is. Rella nodded, having obsessively finished that tale. Was that like a prompt for her to pose a question? Yet, she could not immediately recall anything universally known. Her previous life had been rather uneventful. Well, there's that white fruit fly. Revitalize. Liliana immediately interjected, her joy propelling her into an ecstatic dance, causing Rella to think that if there were a cat tree here, she would have surely climbed to the top. And the protein queen. In a matter of moments, they had confirmed the astonishing fact that they were from the same hometown. Yet this encrypted conversation persisted. While the two girls explored their mutual interests and the similarities in their pasts, elsewhere in the academy, 2 other dialogues related to them were unfolding. Nevertheless, let this light-hearted moment be dedicated to these 2 souls who unexpectedly arrived in this unfamiliar world, guided by fate to find each other. Let the girls hide in a corner of the vast edifice that covered most of the hillside on this somber afternoon, sharing in this foolish manner the memories they could only cherish secretly for days. Memories that had become dreamlike reflections of their bygone pasts, and the hometown that perhaps they could never return to. Chapter 20. Intersection 1. Your Highness, Christophe Lancelot, with a cheerful disposition, ascended the steps, addressing the crown prince who had been persistently following him since exiting the palace and had shamelessly hitched a ride in his carriage to the capital academy. No matter how you phrase it, I shall not duel with you. You will participate in the tournament this year, won't you? We'll be competing on stage regardless. What difference does it make whether it's sooner or later? I have dedicated over half a year studying wind magic to defeat you. Do you have any idea how much I have sacrificed for this? The crown prince was not inclined to relent. Do you really think I cannot make it to the finals? Do not underestimate me, Christophe. Although my mother and father never allow me to personally suppress the beast uprisings at the front lines, I practice daily with the knights. How could I ever dare to underestimate his royal highness, the crown prince of the kingdom? Christophe jested with a hint of mockery, uncertain if he would partake in what he deemed a rather tedious tournament this year. However, even should he choose to participate, whether the crown prince would stand opposite him remained a question mark. At least for now, this seemingly overly sheltered future monarch appeared to lack the reckless abandon that characterized the likes of Florence Snowwhite. Nevertheless, he replied, your prowess is beyond doubt. I have heard from His Majesty that you nearly triggered the entire Academy's alarm during your first lesson. Then let us engage in a proper contest, the Crown Prince declared, raising his voice as Christophe approached the magical barrier of the Academy. This is not a request, Sir Lancelot. It is a command from the Crown Prince. My sincere apologies. Your Highness, Christophe retorted, but I must attend to a command from your father, the esteemed king." Upon hearing this, Christophe did not even raise an eyebrow. Having anticipated that this young man would inevitably wield his status against him, for which he had already prepared a response. "Time is of the essence. I must take my leave. What urgent matter has your father assigned you?" The Crown Prince's expression shifted to one of confusion, quickly followed by excitement. "Has there been a sudden beast uprising near the capital? I cannot possibly be unaware of such a development. Christophe, whatever it is, please take me along." "Your Highness, I regret that I cannot comply, for I am to fetch my fiancée and accompany her to dinner." As Christophe stepped into the barrier, he turned to the Crown Prince and bowed slightly. "Given the circumstances, I would appreciate a moment of privacy. Is that truly what His Majesty summoned you for?" The Crown Prince found it hard to believe. "He genuinely treats you like a son. I have never seen him show such concern for my royal sister's marital affairs. His Majesty, despite his numerous responsibilities, remains ever mindful of his subjects, fearing that I, having lost my parents, might unwittingly neglect my own life's milestones while serving the kingdom. He has arranged everything meticulously for me, and I, along with the entire Lancelot family, am profoundly grateful." The dark-haired man placed his right hand over his heart, his tone humble, and his deep blue eyes conveyed sincere emotion. "Your Highness, may I take my leave? In our realm of ceorls, it is considered improper for a husband to cause his wife to wait for their first meal together after marriage. You see, I've already been chastised by His Majesty today, but you are not yet married. Wait, I shan't take up your time. I shall accompany you," the Crown Prince insisted. "By the way, I have another matter on which I seek your counsel." Rubbing the back of his head, he realized he would have to relinquish his desire for a spirited contest with Christophe today, but another vexation surfaced. "You see, I wish to gift something to a girl, yet she refuses to accept it. What should I do to ensure she receives it?" Christophe paused momentarily before responding calmly. "Such matters of winning a woman's favor, Your Highness. Surely you have more suitable advisors for counsel." Alas, alas, the Crown Prince has already learned his lesson. Our mother has decreed a 3-month ban on his participation in any social gatherings, while our father has directly reduced the expenses of his residence by 1/3. The Crown Prince discerned the underlying meaning of this statement. Understanding that sending the invitation to that extravagant ball into the hands of Christophe's fiancée, it was indeed a misstep on the part of the Crown Prince. He felt it inappropriate to elaborate further, especially since, due to the poor example set by his elder brother, "Even the birds that occasionally perch on the steps of my palace are subject to our mother-esque scrutiny. If they are female, she insists on having them driven away. You cannot imagine how much effort I expended to persuade her to allow me to attend the academy for my studies. However, in matters such as these, I find myself unable to assist." Christophe sighed. "Your Highness, my fiancée and I are separated by great distances prior to her arrival in the capital. Our communication has been limited to mere letters." "Writing a letter? Ah, I comprehend now. Very well." Christophe did not quite grasp what the Crown Prince had understood, yet the golden-haired youth nodded with evident satisfaction. For a considerable time, Christophe had believed that Charles, the Crown Prince, was merely feigning his public persona, for it was difficult to imagine that the current emperor, a man of mediocre magical talent, had maintained his throne for decades through the delicate balance of political maneuvering, ultimately producing a son whose naivety was almost inscribed upon his countenance. Nevertheless, the Crown Prince's character was undoubtedly a marked improvement over that of his elder brother. The Empress forbade Andrew from making any public appearances in social settings for 3 months. On the surface, this appeared to be a punishment, yet in reality, it served to shield him from the ire of offended nobles. Today, the Emperor also broached this matter, his tone ostensibly apologizing for the folly of his eldest son, yet implicitly conveying a desire for him to refrain from further troubles. "I have heard that you have once again allowed the expansion of Maraden, my child. Excessive forbearance is not always a virtue." Before he could respond, the topic swiftly shifted. As the Emperor spoke, he gazed at a map at the far end of the hall, a map meticulously redrawn by the palace artists each year. Despite the annual updates, the map could hardly keep pace with the actual territorial changes. Each subtle shift of borders, drenched in blood, was a testament to conquest. The man seated upon the throne, adorned with a crown, surveyed it all. "Your Majesty, how can you claim that I have permitted this?" Christophe leaned back against the chair, speaking with evident discontent. "You are well aware that all affairs of sales are still under the control of my uncle. A household cannot have 2 masters, even if I find his decisions questionable. It is difficult for me to intervene directly. Your uncle is merely concerned for your youth, wishing to alleviate your burdens. His actions are evidently satisfactory to the emperor. Once you are married and have established a household, he will surely have no reason to retain control over everything. Speaking of which, your fiancée, he has been in the capital for quite some time now. Before she becomes entangled in the responsibilities of the duchy, take the opportunity to spend more time with her. Kristoff nodded in agreement. Indeed, after escorting Liliana Snowwhite to the outskirts of the capital, he had not seen her again. This was intentional, as he wished to ascertain whether Liliana, who had previously written to him at least twice a week, would make the effort to seek him out. Chapter 20. Intersection 2. It was abundantly clear that his fiancée, he had completely forgotten him. Upon learning that she had filled her class schedule to the brim, returning to the Snow White estate in a carriage after each lecture, declining invitations to any events, and remaining indoors on weekends, he resolved to pay her a visit in the coming days, even without the emperor's prompting, while also fulfilling her brother's request to accompany her in social dances. What time is it now? Are you not already late? The crown prince turned to glance at the carriage waiting outside the academy, noticing only a few individuals. Your Highness, my fiancée, he has spent the entire day attending classes. She deserves some time to rest and organize herself, Kristoff interjected, shaking his head. It would be rather inconsiderate to have her feel exhausted before sharing a dinner with a lady. You still claim you cannot assist me? Is this not proof to the contrary? The crown prince, feeling disgruntled, was about to retort further when he observed a maid hurrying down the steps. Initially indifferent, he heard the man beside him call out to her, I have seen your highness, and I have seen the young duke. Although she appeared flustered when not addressed, the maid's greeting and curtsy were executed with precision. The crown prince recalled her face, recognizing her as one of Miss Snow White's personal attendants. It is of little consequence to overlook this, although it is deemed a classic. I believe the male lead is in fact quite. On the other side of the academy, an underground gathering was fervently underway. Liliana confidently expressed her personal views on a renowned film, while Ryla, having just missed a classic line, mentioned her intention to catch a glimpse of it when time permitted. The female lead, previously dismissive of his attentions, suddenly found him irresistible upon announcing her desire to give up. Was this not simply inviting discomfort upon herself? How many dramas and television series have you watched in the past? Ryla found it astonishing. Liliana's barrage of questions was nearly impossible to keep up with, as it seemed she had never encountered a soap opera that Ryla had not seen. Do you all have so much leisure time at school? Not really, Liliana replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Our supervisor is quite strict. It's just that I tend to take my graduate studies rather lightly. Suddenly, she remembered that Megan and Kate were waiting for her, in her excitement of unexpectedly meeting an old acquaintance. She had entirely forgotten that the two maids would be waiting for her at their designated spot after class. She had no idea how long her conversation with Ryla had delayed her, and they must surely be worried for her safety. Shall we dine together later? I will inform them that we shall have dinner before returning. Liliana looked eagerly at the girl who was a head taller than her, nearly forgetting the taste of dining with her roommates and classmates. All right then, please wait a moment. As Liliana was about to dash outside, Rayla seized her arm, extending a hand towards the butterfly knot that had slipped from her hair, intending to assist in readjusting it. The young ladies of nobility were quite particular about such details, as they would not wish to appear disheveled and attract unwarranted gossip. However, Rayla was unprepared for the silken texture of Liliana's hair. With the merest touch of her fingertip, the butterfly knot cascaded to the ground. I apologize, she quickly uttered. I seem to be inept at this. Not to worry, I can have Megan assist me later. I'm not particularly fond of these adornments anyway. They're rather heavy and often tug at my scalp. Liliana deftly retrieved the fallen knot, holding it in her hand. Come, I shall inform the maids to prevent any unnecessary commotion. Just as Liliana finished her sentence, at the academy near the magic tower, the flustered maid Kate, resembling a headless chicken, finally spotted a potential savior. She hurried over to report, Young master, the young lady has gone missing. What happened? Speak slowly and clearly, Florent replied, his brow furrowing immediately. He noticed that Kralin, who had been walking alongside him in silence since their initial greeting, also came to a halt. Didn't she only have one class this afternoon? Yes, because you specifically instructed this morning that Lord Lancelot would be coming to escort the young lady for dinner tonight. Megan and I arrived early to wait for her at the appointed place, intending to make her look splendid before her meeting with the Duke. Get to the point. Florence's frown deepened. He would have preferred Megan to be the one here, but this was not the time for picky thoughts. He glanced at his pocket watch. Half an hour had passed since her last class was scheduled to end. Why are you here instead of searching for her at her classroom? We checked her classroom, but there was no one there. Sister Megan suggested we split up to search. I, myself, am not very familiar with this area, and I happened upon this place while searching. There is no need to panic. Using magic indiscriminately within the academy triggers alarms, and we have not heard any. As Kate spoke, her nervousness causing her tongue to trip over itself under Florence's increasingly stern demeanor. Crowlin interjected gently. The classroom for the elemental magic lesson is quite remote. Perhaps Miss Snowwhite has merely lost her way after class. Seeing Florent move towards her direction before Crowlin had finished speaking, Kate instinctively felt the need to follow him as a maid. However, that unfamiliar young master had just assisted her, and she felt compelled to express her gratitude. As she hurriedly bowed in acknowledgement, she heard him say, "I shall accompany you. I am also looking for a friend in that vicinity." What a kind soul. Kate expressed her gratitude with a warm smile towards the young master, whose hair seemed to blend a hint of honeyed warmth. She then turned and hurriedly pursued his footsteps. Meanwhile, Liliana emerged from the shadows behind a statue, accompanied by Ryla, making their way to the spot previously agreed upon with the maid. Standing on the path, they glanced around anxiously. The sky was ominously overcast, and not even the chirping of birds could be heard in the woods. Ah, they must be searching for me. It's always a search for a person, sometimes a futile endeavor. I wonder if they left someone here to wait. Never mind. I shall first seek out the coachman at the carriage. If they cannot find me, they will eventually come this way. Are you hungry? Perhaps we should head to the dining hall for a meal while awaiting my return. It shan't take long. It matters little, for the route to either the main gate or the dining hall is the same. It has been so long since I conversed in our native tongue that Ryla felt a sense of dissonance. The power of habit is truly formidable. You are remarkable. Even now, I struggle to navigate these halls, as every corner seems to mirror another, especially those hexagonal classrooms. I often find myself bewildered after just a few turns. Liliana remarked, naturally linking arms with Ryla, reminiscent of the affectionate camaraderie she shared with her roommates during her schooling days. Chapter 20. The intersection 3. Ryla stiffened, not only because she was unaccustomed to such intimacy, having always been a solitary figure, but also due to her resolve to decipher the routes around class schedules. All for the purpose of confronting Liliana today. Indeed, she still had not grasped the true motivation behind Liliana's prior surveillance. Could it be that she sensed their shared origins? Yes, indeed. It was a surge of familiarity that compelled me, Liliana replied, feeling a twinge of guilt as Ryla questioned her about the reasons for her earlier following. Liliana was not yet ready to unveil the entire truth to Ryla. The unexpected wall confrontation today had thrown off her rhythm. Currently, Ryla seemed less astute in her studies than Liliana was, unaware of the peculiarities of this world and the significance of her own status. She resolved to learn more about Ryla, to ascertain her genuine character, while also granting herself some time to clarify everything before the semester concluded. In her heart, Liliana promised herself that she would not cling to the position of Snow White's daughter, as the intricacies of the plot would not permit her to linger. Yet, divine architect of narrative, allow her to utilize this academy as a resource to better understand this nation and continent, preparing herself for the uncertainties that lie ahead. Though she had often reassured herself to take each day as it comes, when faced with the impending departure from this newfound life, she couldn't help but hesitate. However, perhaps by that time, I would have become good friends with Rella, as she has read so much and could do many things for the protagonist. I knew Megan would wait for me here if she couldn't find me. Upon entering the hall, Liliana cheerfully greeted the maid with a hand that was not holding Rella, exclaiming, "Hey Megan, I'm here." The maid turned around, visibly taken aback upon seeing her and the girl beside her. At that moment, Liliana was also startled, for she noticed two men appearing behind the maid, one of whom was her fiancé, whom she had only met once. Goodness! The maids had reminded her that evening she was to dine with Lancelot, which she had completely forgotten in the excitement of Rella's sudden appearance. "Oh, what a coincidence to see you here." At that moment, the golden-haired and blue-eyed prince smiled broadly and waved in their direction. She felt Rella, whom she was holding, take a step back, her every joint expressing reluctance. "Miss." Before she could respond, a call from Kate echoed down the corridor. Looking towards a voice, she saw a serious-looking Florent approaching, followed by, a flaxen-haired man, crawling. This was quite the grand spectacle, unprecedented, as the heroine and all the male protagonists gathered in one place. Liliana's eyes sparkled as she seemed to hear the theme song resonating from the void. The awkwardness of forgetting her dinner appointment had been cast aside, and she contemplated whether she should temporarily withdraw and leave this magnificent stage for the protagonists to shine. Then she noticed that Florent, who had been moving swiftly and was closest to them, had now come to a halt, utterly stunned, his face displaying a peculiar expression as if his central processing unit had overheated. Meanwhile, Kralin was beaming at them. Well, more precisely, at Rella, whom she was holding. "Well done, young man. The gentle demeanor has become increasingly appealing over the years. Keep it up, and the future is bright." In contrast, the prince, what are you grinning about? Can't you see the young lady isn't particularly impressed with you at this moment? Approaching her with such a cheerful demeanor might cost you points. Look, she is nearly losing her grip on Rella, and it seems she is about to flee. "Hello, miss. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Christopher Lancelot. You must be the new student this year?" At this moment, she heard Lancelot, who had now reached them, extending greetings to Rella. Liliana thought this display was quite ordinary, striking a tone of neutrality, lacking any remarkable flair, especially since it was their first meeting, and he already seemed to be at a disadvantage, not realizing it. "Dear Duke, as it happens, I am currently taking Miss Snowwhite to dinner. May I kindly request her back for a moment?" "Thank you, and I hope you both enjoy your time at the academy." "Ah, I see," Ryla mused, realizing that this man was indeed Liliana's fiancé. He seemed quite amiable and dependable. Since they had prior arrangements, it was only proper to adhere to the principle of first come, first served. She swiftly relinquished Liliana's arm, which she had been holding, to him. "All right, enjoy your meal. Shall we meet again tomorrow?" "Goodbye," Ryla said to Liliana. "Wait, don't leave, Ryla Green," Liliana exclaimed, still holding on to Lancelot's hand, as she watched Ryla dash away towards the direction of Crowell. The prince, feeling a twinge of reluctance to pursue her, noticed that she appeared to have companions already. That second son of the Ryan family. Why was he always present whenever she wished to converse with Ryla Green? Then, until tomorrow, Liliana murmured regretfully, watching Ryla vanish at the corridor leading to the dining hall. Turning around, she saw Florent approaching her. Inside, Liliana felt a surge of anxiety. "Brother, why are you coming over to your fake sister? At least greet your real sister." If he continued like this, she would have to mark him 0 again today. "Rest assured, I shall return Miss Liliana to her residence on time," Lancelot assured Florent as he held on to her. Florent responded curtly, glancing at Liliana, yet refraining from saying anything further. He appeared rather unwell, which stirred a hint of concern in Liliana. Surely, he and T finally succumbed to his stomach ailment? She wondered if he had even realized that the one he had just encountered was his biological sister, knowing that might uplift his spirit somewhat. Florent exchanged a glance with Megan. After the maid curtsied and turned to follow Liliana and Lancelot, he felt a semblance of clarity beginning to emerge from the chaos in his mind. Gradually, he recognized that he should not linger here any longer, lest new troubles arise. "Ah, how dull. Sir Snow White, you seem to have nothing to do either. Shall we engage in a match?" The prince, abandoning his pursuit of Ryla Green, turned around, cheerfully inquiring, only to find that the grand hall was nearly empty, save for a few daughters from unknown households who were secretly observing him. Chapter 21. Accounting Internship 1. This was Liliana's first dining experience since her arrival in this world. Although her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Ryla Green, her curiosity compelled her to explore her surroundings. Judging by the guest's formal attire, it was evident that Lancelot had brought her to a very upscale restaurant, its opulent decor rivaling that of the Academy's Grand Hall. The elegantly spiraling staircase ascended gracefully, obscured by lush indoor greenery, while magical light fixtures, gleaming at varying heights, adorned either side of each step. The carpet beneath her feet was reminiscent of the thick, plush variety found in the Marquis Renoka's estate. However, Liliana's keenest observation was directed towards the attire of other women. Perhaps influenced by the climate, the noble women of the capital donned garments that were considerably more revealing than those in Renoka, with the unmarried appearing more modest than their married counterparts. Within the academy, Liliana had not perceived a significant difference in her own attire compared to these capital ladies. Yet here, the dresses of those affluent women frequently revealed shoulders and décolletage. As she ascended the staircase, Liliana had already glimpsed several instances of bare skin, including a particularly exquisite woman who displayed a generous expanse of her back. Such a cut would have been scarcely acceptable in her previous world. The woman's dark, flowing hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, her porcelain skin subtly visible beneath, revealing a hint of an alluring waistline. Unable to resist, Liliana swallowed hard. Previously, she had believed her own visage to be quite admirable, often tilting her head and winking at her reflection, exuding a delightful youthful charm. However, she had found such expressions to be overly affected, leaving her feeling rather cringeworthy. It was evident that no matter the place, there always existed someone more extraordinary. Once the captivating older sister turned a corner and vanished from sight, Liliana found herself wistfully glancing back. The further she ascended, the fewer guests there were, and the decor became increasingly exquisite. Liliana pondered the peculiar design choices of these establishments. Why must the ascent for the higher-class clientele be so laborious? After a full day of classes and an exhilarating conversation with Rella that had drained her energy, fatigue began to set in. She had nearly stifled a yawn while in the carriage. Fortunately, Lancelot had refrained from engaging her in conversation throughout the journey, allowing her a moment to clear her mind. Yet, Liliana found it impossible to calm her thoughts. Both she and the genuine heiress had traversed worlds, and while she had encountered such narratives before, she had not anticipated experiencing it herself. Though she and Rella were certainly strangers, she could genuinely grasp why meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land ranked among life's greatest joys. Moreover, their unexpected encounter had unfolded harmoniously. Liliana had previously prepared several gifts for Rella, uncertain of how to present them. Now, with the newfound camaraderie allowing them to affectionately refer to one another as fellow countrymen, what more justification did she require to assist a compatriot? She resolved to gather the feather quills and notebooks she had set aside and bring them to school for Rella the following day. Additionally, she felt compelled to gift Rella a few dresses. Despite the number of days since the start of school, she had yet to see Rella change her attire. Although Rella utilized water magic to maintain cleanliness, relying on a single garment was hardly practical. Liliana's wardrobe overflowed with dresses. Yet Rella was notably taller and appeared to possess a more favorable figure. Her clothing would not fit directly. Thus, she would need to purchase ready-made garments or enlist someone to create them. Perhaps it might be possible to invite Rella for a shopping excursion over the weekend. Watching movies, strolling, dining, sipping milk tea, and shopping for clothes with my roommate feels like a memory from a past life. Reflecting on it brings a wave of nostalgia. Despite my former self lacking even the courage to glance at the menu of such elegantly decorated restaurants, Christophe gazed at the girl seated across from him. Throughout their journey, she had not uttered a single word, yet the expressions on her face shifted like the changing skies. One moment her lashes drooped as if she might drift into slumber. The next her posture straightened, her face alight with joy, only to be followed by a fleeting moment of contemplation as she pressed her lips together, before inexplicably amusing herself. Her eyes sparkled as she admired the lights on the staircase, the carpet beneath her feet, the passing ladies of high society, and the celebrated opera star. Yet she remained oblivious to his presence. To be honest, before meeting Liliana, Christophe never perceived his relationship with his fiancée as challenging. After all, she had always been the one to initiate correspondence, requiring only his timely responses. Now, finding himself in a situation where her eyes held no regard for him, where she seemed absorbed in matters seemingly unrelated to him, was entirely unexpected. He had previously worried that Liliana might become overly attached upon arriving in the capital, and he chuckled at his own presumptions. The citizens of the kingdom have crafted numerous proverbs regarding the illustrious noble families, and the Lancelot family is no exception. One such saying goes, "Those bearing the name Lancelot shall never face an uphill battle." This adage is quite comprehensible. The Lancelot family is renowned for their mastery over the elements of wind and thunder, effortlessly guiding the winds to blow favorably towards them. Should they ever lose this ability, they would undoubtedly find themselves at a loss in adverse conditions. While such expressions are mere jest, Christophe found himself momentarily perplexed as he regarded his fiancée. For an instant, he seriously contemplated whether he should write to Annie for guidance regarding this peculiar situation. as he truly struggled to fathom the thoughts of a girl of 16 or 17. Today, he had conversed at length with the Crown Prince. In one statement rang with absolute sincerity concerning matters of women, he was at a loss. For nobles of their stature, women would flock to them in droves if they desired companionship, much like Prince Andrew, who, despite potentially becoming a powerless royal duke in the future, would have women vying for his attention with a mere beckoning of his finger. If one has heart, I'llJust set on such pursuits, rest assured when the time comes, suitable candidates will be eagerly arranged for them, requiring only to choose from a list that aligns with their preferences. Some individuals meet their future spouses only once or twice before marriage, fulfilling their duty to produce a suitable heir, after which they lead separate lives in different estates, living in mutual indifference until one of them passes away. This scenario is, of course, extreme. Even in arranged marriages, many experience a period of genuine affection in their youth with their partners, yet such moments are often fleeting. Most marriages transition from sweetness to bitterness, ultimately crumbling to dust. It is a rarity to find couples like Christoph's uncle and aunt who treat each other with mutual respect. The notion of writing a letter to his cousin felt more like self-mockery, a fleeting thought that Christoph quickly cast aside. Maintaining the status quo seemed satisfactory enough. Regardless of the initial circumstances, the outcomes tend to converge. He merely sought to fulfill his obligations as the husband of Liliana Snowwhite, striving to meet her desires until her interest waned. The enigmas surrounding Liliana bore little connection to her essence. In Christoph's eyes, she was simply a girl preoccupied with clothing and jewelry, untouched by the tumultuous affairs of Circe or the chaotic coastal borders in summer. Surely, she could not have begun this journey without any aspirations, Christoph mused, convinced that if such a moment arose, writing to his cousin would not be too late. Chapter 21. Accounting Internship 2. May I pose a question regarding the academy? Just as Christoph resolved to let the evening's dinner conclude in silence, he was taken aback by Liliana's initiative in broaching a topic. Of course, their gazes met, and he found himself contemplating how her striking crimson eyes might harmonize with emerald green irises, transforming her demeanor. The girl appeared even more exquisite than he had imagined. When he first encountered her amidst the snow, she had seemed frail, a mere wisp of bones. Now, though still slender, she exuded vitality. What do you wish to know? Why is there no post-class assignments or examinations at the academy? Who evaluates whether we have genuinely absorbed the knowledge? Liliana vowed she had racked her brain, even drawing inspiration from the peculiar taste of something that resembled animal brains, to conjure up a less awkward subject. Why, oh why was she, a mere purveyor of counterfeit scripts, burdened with orchestrating such an elite matchmaking affair? Oh, Ryla, the deity of schemes, rescue me from this torment. Liliana felt utterly drained, finding no pleasure in food. In truth, the day's fare was predominantly sweet and sour, with a hint of spice. Many dishes offered a citrusy freshness reminiscent of lemons. However, if not for the presence of her fiancé, an exasperating entity, Liliana believed she would have relished the meal. No, she could not remain idle. If this marriage faltered due to her negligence, Renoka and Circe might find themselves at odds, perhaps even drawing the royal family into conflict. A sense of tragic resolve surged within her. She had indulged in the Snow White household for 3 months without recompense. At the very least, she ought not to repay kindness with ingratitude. Upon settling down, she compelled herself to cease thoughts of Ryra and focus on the conversation. However, lacking in matchmaking experience, her mind wandered to absurd inquiries about the acreage of her family's land and the number of cattle they possessed. Eventually, she resolved to leverage her academic strengths and discuss studies instead. For instance, she found the territorial trade course quite intriguing, a matter that had perplexed her since the previous week. Yet, post-class, there were no similar problem sets, nor any specific case studies with data to apply the knowledge she had acquired. Had they not encountered such challenges? Typically, they did not. From the moment Christoph was introduced to the concept of numbers, under the tutelage of the financial officer of sales, he gradually engaged with fiscal expenditures, beginning with the daily expenses of a modest kitchen and expanding to monthly costs, then to the expenditures of all household staff, and ultimately encompassing the entire estate as finances. He progressively integrated the complexities of various trade transactions until he could effortlessly comprehend all financial records. This skill development concluded prior to his arrival at the academy. Thus, he would never choose such courses. Those heirs, already established from birth, systematically receive their education, coming to the capital not for learning. In truth, the royal family and several prominent noble houses were acutely aware that the education at the academy was merely a fade. All noble offspring studying there served as hostages to the royal family for a term of 4 years, offering loyalty and obedience to the central authority in exchange for their territories. "What? You want me to attempt managing your household expenses?" Liliana exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. More precisely, it pertained to the expenditures of the Lancelot residence in the capital, which currently housed only her. The various expenditures were relatively independent of sales and did not involve income, thus the details were not complicated. Christophe nodded, realizing that his fiancée wished to take charge of finances. Some formidable women indeed sought to control their husband's territorial finances after marriage. He had not anticipated such ambition from Liliana. If she desired to oversee it, so be it. The financial officer annually complained to him about insufficient staff, becoming overwhelmed during peak times. It seemed a fitting role for a novice. But what if I miscalculate? Liliana queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. She had always regarded Lancelot as a person unperturbed even in dire situations. How could he casually suggest she manage the accounts? Such matters could not be indiscriminately shared with outsiders. Aren't you concerned I might leak that data? If you miscalculate, I will point it out. Isn't your intention to practice and identify areas where you lack mastery? Christophe chuckled at her words. As for leaking, are you certain you wish to proceed in that manner? All assets under my name will eventually be yours, and any losses I incur will also be yours. Had he already considered her one of his own? Liliana, taken aback, set down her knife and fork. To be candid, having a profound understanding of the narrative ahead, she had never truly regarded this engagement as significant. Even if it were to come to fruition, it would most likely pertain to him and the genuine Liliana. Furthermore, if one were to indulge in such matters, one would at least choose content of some value. Liliana listened as Lancelot continued to earnestly advise her, noting that even those most concerned with Myncere's affairs typically showed little interest in the monthly influx of vegetables and meats to the capital's kitchens. It was absurd for him to present it as if she were genuinely contemplating such duplicitous conduct. Liliana felt an urgent need to reassess her impression of Christopher Lancelot. She now found herself thinking that this man, despite his age and multitude of experiences akin to Megan, should embody the persona of one who gracefully navigates the world of allure while maintaining an air of nonchalance, having only ever opened his heart to the heroine to mend past wounds. Why, then, did he appear to be veering off course? Christopher, of course, was oblivious to Liliana's internal musings about his age and weariness. At the present, he was a sprightly 21 years and 7 months old, still radiant in every conceivable aspect. He smiled at his fiancée, inquiring, "So, do you wish to use the expenditures for my estate as practice? If you deem it necessary, I can have my servants compile the records from the past few months and send them to Snowwhite Manor tonight. You may calculate the results yourself and then submit them for comparison with Sears' version." Liliana hesitated for only a moment. She found this proposition quite feasible. Her greatest revelation since entering the Academy of the Capital was that even in a world governed by such tropes, possessing a skill to sustain oneself was a prudent choice. Regrettably, this version did not afford her the luxury of magic, but lamentation served no purpose. She must seek alternative paths. The knowledge of mathematics and the sciences she had acquired over the first 20 years of her life could not be squandered. After 2 weeks of classes, she discerned that accounting and herbalism seemed the most promising and viable avenues, especially since they did not rely on magic. During her skill acquisition, there would undoubtedly be further opportunities to be alone with Lancelot. Serving as his bookkeeper would also provide them with common ground for conversation. Perhaps in the future, she could even request a letter of recommendation from him, ideally containing a line such as, "During her 6-month internship at my establishment, Liliana demonstrated exemplary performance. I recommend her for employment at your esteemed company." This would greatly simplify her job search once she exchanged identities with Rella. "I will work diligently." A sudden sense of fulfillment washed over her, as if she had discovered her life's direction. She nearly clenched her fist to deliver a speech akin to a new employee's welcome address. Chapter 21. Accounting Internship 3. Such a trivial matter had brought her such joy? Christopher observed Liliana as she beamed and nodded at him, her bright, sparkling eyes finally reflecting his image. It seemed that their interactions were not as intricate as he initially presumed. He had misjudged her based on their correspondence. Today, he had been burdened with a plethora of time-consuming conversations instigated by the Crown Prince. Yet the prince had inadvertently reminded him of an important task. He still had not prepared a gift for Liliana. Originally, he intended to present and with the emerald diadem that had once belonged to his mother as a simple gesture of convenience. However, it now appeared that her interest in such items had waned. Perhaps he should consider a different gift, one that would elicit the same joy from her upon receipt. Much like the previous occasion when he escorted her home, Liliana observed Lancelot as he helped her down from the carriage and guided her by the arm to the entrance of the estate. Several maids and footmen awaited them at the door, yet Florent was absent. Only Hawke, the butler, was present to extend his regards to Lancelot. Clearly, Lancelot was not perturbed by such trivialities. He politely kissed Liliana's hand before bidding her farewell, watching as she entered, surrounded by her maids. The capital estate of Snow White resonated with the soft melodies that Liliana hummed after dining with her fiancé. The delicate notes were occasionally drowned out by distant thunder, only to resurface moments later. The servants exchanged knowing glances, although Hawke strictly forbade them from discussing their superiors. They understood that Liliana was in high spirits due to her successful meeting with her true identity and her newfound role as an accounting intern under her fiancé, the future lord. Life was indeed splendid. After organizing the items she would take to the academy the next day, the excitement of the afternoon began to wane. Suddenly, Liliana recalled Florent's dismal expression when he had seen her earlier that day. She had not encountered him since returning. The busy maids and footmen gathered around the flickering candlelight, enjoying a hearty stew made from a communal pot, with some already dipping their bread into the savory broth to finish their meal. Those not on duty that evening were more leisurely, as Mr. Hawke was ensconced in his room, allowing them to exchange light-hearted banter in small groups. The male servant's main focus was on the newly hired, curvaceous kitchen maid, whose playful demeanor captivated them. Every time she tightened her apron around her waist, they felt a tightening in another part of their being. After instructing her two personal maids to assist with her packing, Liliana descended the stairs alone, lantern in hand. A male servant was animatedly recounting a risk coupon, and as a seasoned listener, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Heavens, Miss Liliana, what brings you to the basement at such a late hour?" exclaimed one of the more robust maids, startled. If the head maid or Mr. Hawke were to learn that the lady had overheard their private jest, it would likely be the last time they gathered for such merriment. "Oh, it's nothing to be alarmed about," Liliana replied graciously, waving her hand that held no lantern. "I merely wish to inquire whether Mr. Florent has had his dinner upon his return this evening." The young master's maid and male servant exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain of how to respond. Ultimately, it was the newly appointed cook, whose laughter resembled the chime of silver bells, who broke the silence. She could not fathom why the others appeared so troubled. The young master had mentioned upon his return that there was no need to prepare dinner, so the butler instructed them to share the dishes that had already been prepared. Liliana observed that Florent had worn a pained expression. Yet how could one with a stomach ailment forego a meal? While it was somewhat admirable that he occasionally suffered from mild gastric discomfort, he must hold out until the day he could elicit the heroine's sympathy. She hastily inquired, "Has the young master summoned a healer for his ailment?" This question fell upon the cook, whose domain was the kitchen, rendering her unable to answer. Another maid responded, "Miss, Master Florent did not instruct Mr. Hawke to call for a healer." "Very well, I understand. Please continue your activities." "Is that a deck of cards?" Liliana's keen eye spotted a cluster of card-like objects haphazardly piled in the corner of the table, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. "Ha, miss, you must be mistaken." A male servant quickly gathered the items and tucked them into his pocket. "What are you two lingering for? Escort the young lady upstairs." "It's all right. I prefer not to have anyone accompany me." "Enjoy your game." Liliana waved her hand dismissively. Engaging in card games for amusement was acceptable, but gambling could disrupt their camaraderie, regardless of winning or losing. The lives of these servants were rather intriguing. Liliana found it somewhat inhumane to confine them all to the basement. Yet she recognized that such matters could not be resolved by her mere words. It was all merely a part of the narrative. Once she became an ordinary person, she would dutifully reside in the basement as well, which seemed fair enough. Carrying the lantern, she approached the door to Florent's chamber, an area she had never ventured to before. Both she and Florent had reached the age of marriage, and even in a typical household, siblings of this age would be advised to maintain a respectful distance. Not to mention, they shared no blood relation. To be honest, Marquise Snowwhite likely permitted them, a young man and woman, to reside together in the capital, knowing his son would only adhere to the necessary decorum in public, entirely averse to any form of physical contact otherwise. Thus, considering her late-night visit to check on Florent's health, even if she merely stood at the threshold and did not enter, would it not seem rather abrupt? How vexing! Just as she was about to knock, Liliana recalled how Florent would immediately release her hand the moment they were out of sight. Surely, nothing untoward could occur. After all, they were nearly 20. If he lacked the awareness to seek a physician when unwell, how could he ever aspire to be a lord? Liliana glanced at the lantern she held, feeling that the battery was running low, its brightness no longer as steady as at the outset, now exhibiting a perceivable flicker. The thunder had ceased, replaced by the rustling wind that swept outside the window, a distinct chill permeating the corridor as the capital transitioned into autumn. Regrettably, I shall await the opportunity to encounter him during breakfast tomorrow, though it seems unlikely, mused Liliana. Ever since she commenced her studies, her interactions with Florent had significantly diminished. Limited to fleeting glimpses of him during her strolls, he refrained from approaching her, merely standing at a distance to observe the flowers in the courtyard before departing. Within the academy, it proved challenging to spot him, as the realms of senior and junior students appeared to seldom overlap. Silently, she retracted her finger, which had been poised to knock on the door. The flickering light of the lantern illuminated her visage, casting her shadow upon the corridor wall. The shadow hesitated momentarily before silently trailing its owner away. The draft was quite brisk. She pondered whether many flowers would fall in the courtyard by morning. As she ascended the staircase to return to her chamber, she reflected that the season of blooms would inevitably pass. Yet they would blossom again next year, if only she could witness their beauty once more. The sound of the wind obscured her footsteps, and she remained oblivious to the presence of another drawing near from behind the door she had just exited. Different sources of light simultaneously illuminated two pairs of similarly hued eyes, both parties hesitating before ultimately making the same choice, a choice deemed correct as they both silently acknowledged. Chapter 22. Full investment in stocks. 1. Well, I must say, Rella exclaimed, cheerfully directing two maids who were laden with large packages to find her friend Liliana after dinner. Thank you, but truly, I do not need any of these items. Rella crossed the room, navigating past piles of borrowed books that she had yet to finish, beckoning Liliana, who had been sitting obediently in a chair, attempting to suppress her curiosity about her surroundings. She then opened several drawers beneath the desk for Liliana to see. See, I am not deceiving you. Upon my arrival, I discovered this room filled with various stationery. Look, here are combs, clips, and towels. These clips are too ornate to be used for loose sheets of paper, so I left them be. They should belong to the academy, and it would be improper to exchange them for money. Then why do you not use them? I noticed that the quill you employ in class is entirely stripped of its feathers, Liliana remarked, genuinely puzzled. Having observed Rella's quill in such a state that she had prepared an assortment of supplies for her studies. Well, it seems the Capital Academy is rather considerate, providing such meticulous and thoughtful provisions for ordinary students like Rella, she mused. Liliana's accommodations at the academy consisted of a standalone villa with a small courtyard, which she utilized during her midday respite. Everything within had been arranged by Kate, using items from the Snowwhite household, and the aesthetic and layout bore a striking resemblance to her chamber in the estate. In contrast, Rella's room was not detached from the main building of the academy. It was a regular hexagonal room located in the northwest tower, seemingly housing all the common students collectively, although devoid of curtains and adornments. The space was ample and functionally equipped. Moreover, by opening the window, one can gaze upon the entire hillside. On clear days, the expansive view evokes a sense of boundless freedom. Liliana believes this scenery surpasses her two-story abode, which only offers a view of the lake. The lakeside is plagued by insects, and, on overcast days, the humidity is overwhelming, while sunny days cause the sunlight to reflect blindingly. Additionally, this place is in close proximity to the restaurant. She mused about taking a nap. The journey from the restaurant back to the dormitory takes nearly 20 minutes, enough time to indulge in another dream. I contemplated that such things are perhaps only relevant for newcomers. Use a little, save a little. Rira cleared the papers haphazardly piled on the other chair. She rarely entertained guests and had no intention of tidying up. That quill was a gift from an elderly gentleman at the asylum. Although its feather was frayed, it was not the nib that was worn. It need not be used as a makeshift shuttlecock. What was there that could not serve a purpose? Don't worry about conserving it. Use what you need, and just let me know if you run low. Liliana patted her chest, assuring, before I leave the Snowwhite household, you'll have plenty of these supplies. You mentioned arriving in July, which was several months later than I, Rira remarked. In such a short time? You've already decided to marry according to the original arrangements for this identity? Rira naturally assumed that Liliana's reference to leaving the Snowwhite household implied marriage to her fiancé. Although the man who took her to dinner appeared somewhat refined and courteous, it was only September. It seemed absurd that Liliana would determine her future companion in just 2 months. Are you doing this willingly? Of course, I'm not doing this willingly. This engagement was decreed directly by the Emperor. Neither Liliana nor Lancelot possesses any choice in the matter. Liliana remained unaware that their dialogue had gradually drifted from the same plane of understanding. As long as she did not encounter Lancelot, her attitude toward the engagement was quite relaxed, as she genuinely believed that the true subject of the engagement was Rira, who stood before her. It's not that serious for me. I can manage to coexist with him for the time being. If you later find him agreeable and wish to choose him as your leading man, I shall promptly send you my engagement letter via express delivery, in its original condition. Sharp and pointed, Liliana endeavored to convey these sentiments, which she could not yet articulate through her sincere gaze. You must believe me, Rira, I am unconditionally on your side. Quickly, let us transform my role from the villainess to your confidant. This is too submissive. The Emperor dictates whom you shall marry, yet you are not truly Liliana Snowwhite. This identity is yours to live out. Why not strive to lead the life you desire? With her arms crossed, Rira gazed at Liliana's fluttering eyelashes and sparkling eyes, feeling a surge of frustration for her complacency. She was on the verge of speaking, yet pondered if Liliana's use of the word temporarily indicated an intention to familiarize herself with her surroundings before making further plans. Not everyone possesses the ability to act on a whim, as I do. My undergraduate classmates often remarked on my hasty approach to tasks, seemingly indifferent to the feelings of others. The girl across from me is currently the only companion I have in this vast world, appearing delicate and fragile. I must exercise a gentle demeanor around her. Should you require assistance at any point, do not hesitate to ask. It would be my pleasure to help. I have decided to accept the items gifted to me by Liliana, lest she feel awkward requesting aid later. Oh, the virtuous girl can indeed be a source of trouble. Remember, I have accepted your gifts, and it is only right that I assist you in return. Yes, you. My concern stems solely from the fear that you may not have sufficient supplies, without any ulterior motives. Liliana felt a wave of warmth. She had successfully endeared herself to me today, and her next plan was to take me shopping for clothes. Although preparing gifts could be construed as attempting to curry favor with the leading lady, Liliana found her affection for me growing stronger. As she surveyed the disarray of books and notebooks strewn about the room, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Fortunately, she had instructed the 2 maids to wait outside. Otherwise, she feared that Megan and Kate would instinctively begin tidying up upon entering. Her own room had been in such disarray for so long that she could not even see the strands of her own hair scattered about, leading to a sense of guilt whenever she disrupted any arrangement. Life has become so fulfilling. The days spent at the Marquis's estate, filled only with sleep and meals, felt like a distant memory. With great enthusiasm, Liliana threw herself into her new endeavors. Lancelot was efficient in his duties. The very next morning, after agreeing to assist her with the accounts, a whole box of ledgers had already been delivered to the estate by the time she groggily sipped her milk at the breakfast table. Liliana couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Kate, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she waited for her to unpack the contents. The little girl had assumed it contained some rare gift, only to be met with the sight of thick ledgers emerging from the box, which prompted a question mark to swirl above Kate's head. Chapter 22. A comprehensive stock purchase, 2. The young duke seems utterly devoid of romantic sensibility. While Megan was fetching an umbrella for Liliana, Kate softly murmured, adjusting Liliana's sleeves, how could someone so charming and beautiful possibly present such an ill-suited gift? In truth, it was not a gift at all. Once the accounts were settled, they would need to be returned. Liliana blinked and tilted her head at Kate. Have you forgotten what Megan and I reminded you about discussing matters so casually? With practiced ease, she swiftly grasped Kate's collar, as if holding a little chick. Remember this. There's no need to kneel or repeatedly apologize. Previously, while confined to the household, Kate's occasional missteps seemed trivial, but now that they were at the academy, Liliana worried that Kate's impulsiveness might lead to trouble. The little maid's spontaneous remarks, while amusing to her, might not be received as kindly by others raised in the rigid hierarchy of nobility. With aspirations in mind, time seemed to accelerate with remarkable swiftness. Liliana's life became unprecedentedly structured. She would rise in the morning and set off for the academy, check her schedule for classes shared with Rayla, attend lectures together, partake in both lunch and dinner with Rayla, and upon returning home, she would meticulously calculate the monthly accounts of the Lancelot estate, noting discrepancies between her calculations and the ledger, pondering the reasons behind them, while diligently recording any perplexing questions that arose. Of course, it was not always possible to dine with Rayla. At times, Liliana would spot Crown Prince Crowley approaching from a distance, prompting her to instinctively concoct an excuse to slip away. If the Crown Prince approached them with a beaming smile, Liliana would scarcely have time to evade before Rayla would seize her hand and dash away. In summary, the scorecard of the romantic observer, Liliana, revealed that Crowley was far ahead, while the Crown Prince languished at the bottom with negative scores due to Liliana's evident disdain, staring blankly at the 2 zeros in the middle. Oh, deity of tropes. One would expect the male lead to possess at least one commendable trait, would they not? Liliana found herself perplexed while analyzing the various characteristics of these 4 individuals. Among them, the Crown Prince, Charlotte, held the highest noble status in terms of military prowess. Only Christophe Lancelot had truly seen battle and won the prestigious Academy tournament for 3 consecutive years. Regarding tragic backgrounds, Christophe, who lost both parents at a young age, and Flan, who lost his mother and sister early in life, could certainly vie for sympathy, while Crowley, with parents intact and siblings at his side, seemed to lead a life of modest contentment, albeit lacking in distinctiveness. However, after sharing a lunch with Crowley, Liliana found herself utterly captivated. Sincerity and warmth proved to be the ultimate weapons, rendering all else trivial in comparison. It was the second week of the month, the final day before the weekend, following 2 nights of gentle rain. The pathways of the academy were carpeted with leaves that crunched underfoot, a sight only visible in the morning. As they were swept away by noon, Liliana, having accumulated several questions regarding the Lancelot estate's accounts to discuss with Professor Moss, who taught territorial expenditure and trade, arrived at the dining hall later than usual. Upon noticing that Crowley was already seated with Rayla, she initially hesitated to join, not wishing to be a third wheel. Yet, Rayla saved her a spot, waving cheerfully as she entered. The hexagon had evolved to bear unique significance in the cultural development of the principality, and the dining tables in the Academy's cafeteria were also hexagonal in shape, though not particularly spacious. Some nobles, exuding grandeur, would even bring 2 attendants to serve them, Liliana mused, sneezing slightly at the thought, as she had never witnessed more than 4 individuals dining at the same table simultaneously. I hope you do not mind my impudent intrusion. As she settled into her seat, Crowley promptly offered his apologies. Liliana quickly waved her hand, insisting there was no need for such formality, as she was the one who had intruded. The meal left Liliana with the impression that it truly belonged to a narrative world crafted from the pages of a book. Crowley fulfilled all her youthful fantasies of a gentle, all-knowing senior in a white shirt, whose smile seemed to radiate warmth akin to sunshine. At that moment, Rella was inquiring about the optimal ratio of elite magical knights to ordinary soldiers within the kingdom's various knightly orders. Both of them had struggled to comprehend a certain formation the professor had mentioned in today's field march, survival and strategy class, as he often assumed his students were already well-versed in many topics, leaving the 2 girls grappling to keep up. Upon hearing the question, Crowley casually snapped a thorny branch from the floral centerpiece to illustrate his explanation for Rella. As his fingertips brushed the flower, petals and thorns cascaded onto the beige tablecloth, prompting a soft gasp from Liliana. Isn't magic prohibited within the academy? I previously mentioned to Rella that it is indeed permissible, but one must exercise caution in controlling its application, Crowley replied, placing a finger to his lips in a gentle, shushing gesture. His smile reminiscent of a mischievous child who had just played a prank with two younger sisters. Let us envision the petals as knights and the thorns as soldiers. They typically form the backbone of the knightly order. In the midst of his explanation, a rose-hued petal was inadvertently nudged beneath the table by Crowley's elbow. Given its significant role in the demonstration, Rella, fully immersed in the moment, promptly moved her chair aside and crouched down to retrieve it, lifting the heavy tablecloth and diving beneath the table. Liliana distinctly observed that as Rella's head dipped below the tabletop, Crowley extended his hand to shield the space between Rella and the table. He carefully controlled the height of his hand, ensuring his fingers did not directly touch the girl's short hair, while also guaranteeing that if Rella were to suddenly rise, his hand would protect her head from colliding with the underside of the table. In that instant, Liliana, unable to suppress her emotions, covered her lips with her hand, feeling her heart flutter for Rella. She was reminded of a certain herb introduced in their introductory herbalism class 2 days prior, which, when pinched, released a green juice that stained the fingertips, leaving behind a sweet and tangy scent reminiscent of green apples. Liliana adored that herb known as regret, as its fragrance embodied a vivid recollection of the youthful days marked by haste and innocence. Chapter 22. Full Warehouse Stock Purchase 3. What are you smiling about? Rella, having found the general with satisfaction, sat back at the table, her eyes reflecting an odd light as goosebumps rose along her arms. Having recently liquidated her assets to invest heavily in the stock of the gentleman seated beside her, Liliana could not articulate her thoughts directly. She stammered slightly before inquiring of Rella, her gaze furtively drifting towards Crowell, pondering whether the two had made plans for the weekend. Do you have any arrangements for the next couple of days? Well, I intend to read and practice magic. Rella replied with a nod. Is there something on your mind? Would you like to come over to my dormitory tonight? Liliana felt that extending an invitation to Rella to visit Snow White's estate was rather premature, especially since Rella seemed less inclined towards the aristocratic lifestyle. Thus, she had specifically instructed Megan and Kate to remain in her dorm during class hours instead of accompanying her. I'll be staying at the academy today. We can chat more and spend some time together. If only she could persuade her to share a bed for the night, as girls often found solace in discussing their thoughts under the covers when the lights were dimmed. To facilitate this, she had approached Flant in advance to request permission to stay at the academy for the entire weekend. She sensed Flant's hesitation, yet he eventually acquiesced. By the way, you're not feeling unwell, are you? Upon receiving permission, Liliana's spirits soared, and recalling her earlier concerns, she casually asked, unaware that this marked their first conversation in 4 days. She had inadvertently reverted to addressing Flant with formal respect. No, why do you ask? Flant inquired, his brow furrowing as he pondered why Liliana harbored such misconceptions about him. She seemed to perceive him as vulnerable, overwhelmed by his current situation, which was the last impression he wished to convey. Huh? I merely inquired with the maid after returning home on Thunder Day and learned that you hadn't had dinner that evening. I hope you won't penalize them. Liliana replied somewhat awkwardly, sensing Flant's displeasure in his tone and gaze. I believe that regardless of how busy one is, it is essential to eat well. You're still young, and it's crucial to take care of yourself to avoid future ailments. I had an impromptu engagement that evening and dined out before returning. Flant clarified. Oh, I see, Liliana said, offering an embarrassed smile, realizing she had speculated without sufficient information. Just consider my previous words as mere folly and disregard them. She felt that her relationship with Flant had grown increasingly distant since arriving in the capital, likely due to the limited interactions she had experienced while confined in the Marquis's estate. From another perspective, the world did not revolve around her. As someone who had yet to succeed in rewriting her narrative, she should not expect to forge close ties with all pivotal characters in the plot. Surviving day by day was sufficient. In any case, with everything in place, Liliana's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Rella, akin to a spider's spirit adorned in a beautifully decorated lair awaiting the arrival of Tang Sung, hoping for her acceptance of the invitation. All right, I suppose, Rella said, slightly turning her head away, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Liliana's fervent gaze. Rayla is not particularly adept at navigating the sticky intricacies of female friendships. In the past, she observed her roommates, who seemed inseparable, and felt no envy. She found it tedious that a simple meal or a trip to the library necessitated waiting for one another. These past few days, Liliana has insisted on accompanying her to and from classes, a situation in which Rayla feels ill at ease. However, she perceives Liliana as remarkably fragile. Given her performance in the numerous elemental magic classes, revealing a complete lack of sensitivity to elemental forces and a physical constitution that is far from robust. Since they both arrived in this peculiar world from the same place under mysterious circumstances, Rayla believes it is her duty, as one capable of magic, to protect the defenseless Liliana. It is imperative that they establish trust. Only then will Liliana seek her aid in times of trouble. Nevertheless, Rayla contemplates withholding the knowledge of her unique healing magic from her compatriot. Growing up with parents who worked far from home, she often heard tales of encounters with kind-hearted strangers, as well as cautionary tales of being misled by fellow countrymen. Over the years, two phrases have become etched in Rayla's mind. The first being to keep one's financial matters discreet while abroad, and the second indicating that some thoughts are best kept to oneself, as voicing them may lead to misfortune. Perhaps it is this very reason Liliana's fervent desire to befriend her contrasted with Rayla's reluctance to fully unveil her secrets that led Rayla to unexpectedly agree to stay overnight in Liliana's dormitory. Although it seems the academy lacks a dormitory supervisor to check on students, Rayla feels a compelling urge to sneak back to her own room upon seeing the bed, large enough to accommodate at least 10 small children rolling about. She casts her gaze towards a substantial sofa positioned near the window, which is twice as wide as the bed she slept on at the orphanage. Perhaps she could sleep there. After all, she has not needed a blanket lately. Rayla awkwardly brushes her hair, which she had hastily dried with magic, resulting in a fluffy, ball-like appearance due to excessive dryness. Since Crowell taught her tricks for utilizing magic within the Academy's protective boundaries, she has begun to use magic more freely to enhance her life. Essentially, the Academy's protective measures have a threshold. As long as one does not cross a certain limit, they are generally overlooked. She suspects that Liliana has previously relied on the two maids downstairs to tend to her long, blanket-like hair, as she now struggles with a small comb, her brow furrowed in concentration, battling her damp locks. This struggle renders her reminiscent of a cat, one whose fur is too long to groom adequately, ultimately collapsing in exhaustion from the effort. Rayla enjoys watching such videos during her leisure time. Why doesn't Liliana summon the maids downstairs for assistance? Rayla pondered whether the absence of the maid since her arrival at the quaint little building was an effort to make her feel more at ease as a guest. How considerate of her! It truly seemed as if she wished to forge a friendship, and thus, Rayla felt compelled to reciprocate. With this thought in mind, she cast aside her earlier awkwardness and boldly plopped down on the edge of the grand bed, patting the space beside her. She beckoned to Liliana, saying, "Stop combing your hair and come here. Let me dry it for you directly." Chapter 23. Candlelit Conversations 1. Oh, how I wish I could wield magic. After experiencing the sensation of her hair drying in an instant, Liliana clutched her pillow and lamented, "I am utterly envious of you. You can utilize every element. That move you performed yesterday was simply magnificent. I don't ask for much. Just a 1 or 2 day trial would suffice." "Is that what you call it, the grand translocation?" Rayla mused, recalling that she had merely shifted a slightly curved mound of earth a few meters. "You have yet to witness truly formidable earth magic. Have you seen Crowlin use it?" Liliana inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned in closer. She had invested her interest, and if there was ever a moment to delve into the backstory, it was now. "Did you two know each other before?" "Not all. We only met 2 days before the school year began. We were complete strangers prior to that." Rayla's candid response left Liliana somewhat disheartened. Her open demeanor lacked the shyness typically associated with romantic interests, giving the impression that she was about to boast about her encounter with her brother. "Do you not find this world to be somewhat unjust?" After recounting her rather mundane tale of encountering a mudslide while disguised as a villager in distress, which ultimately led to her meeting Crowlin, Rayla turned to Liliana, who lay beside her on a shared pillow. Some individuals are simply born with an abundance of talent, while others, regardless of their relentless efforts, cannot hope to match the abilities that those fortunate souls possess from birth. Perhaps, but it's not merely this world that harbors such disparities. In my previous high school, there were prodigies who never needed to study, yet consistently ranked among the top in exams, and even won awards in competitions. Talent is an insurmountable reality. I perceive it a bit differently, Rayla replied earnestly. In our realm, we hold the belief that diligence can compensate for inadequacy. Even if one cannot rival those rare geniuses who emerge once every few centuries or millennia, with effort, one can surely witness progress. However, since I began my magic lessons and practice privately, I find myself unable to identify any aspects where practice can bridge the gap. What I could not achieve before remains beyond my reach. I see, Liliana noted, sensing the hint of disappointment in Rayla's tone. She offered her consolation, saying, "Consider this. In terms of raw talent, you would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 in our grade. Moreover, unlike those who specialize in a single field, you excel in every element, and many professors have praised you for this remarkable versatility, which is indeed rare. However, I still harbor a dislike for places where everything is predetermined from birth." Ryra glanced at Liliana and surmised, "I suppose you are a city dweller, having been born in a bustling metropolis." Upon observing Liliana nod in affirmation, Ryra turned her gaze towards the ceiling and remarked, "I was raised in a village," which is quite reminiscent of the original Ryra Green, yet I was rather foolish in my youth. I was not sent to kindergarten by my grandparents until the age of 5, and after completing elementary school, my parents took me to the city. On the very first day of middle school, during English class, I was utterly bewildered by the teacher's discourse. When she inquired if anyone was unfamiliar with phonetics, I raised my hand, oblivious to what phonetics entailed, and the entire class erupted in laughter, leaving me perplexed as to what was amusing. The English teacher lent me her unused device, a small gadget, instructing me to learn alongside its recordings. I merely repeated what I heard. However, in the second year of middle school, my father had an accident that left him with a broken leg, rendering him unable to work. With a modest compensation, he returned to the village with my sister and me to cultivate the land. Before transferring schools, I intended to return the gadget to the English teacher, but she refused, stating her pregnancy rendered it unusable, thus gifting it to me. She further inquired if I could download new materials onto it, to which I replied in the negative, as we had no computer at home, and my parents forbade my sister and me from visiting internet cafes. She then took the initiative to download a plethora of resources for me, encouraging me to persevere with my studies, assuring me that my English would improve. Upon returning, I continued my education in a town school where few students were genuinely invested in their studies. My father, my sister, and I often discussed the dire consequences of neglecting education, warning that without it, one would inevitably end up like him, groveling for menial work, only to be discarded when unable to labor further, leaving our family's land untended and barren. My sister, however, was resolute in her refusal to pursue her studies, failing to gain entry into high school and subsequently opting to work in the city. Each day after completing their labor, my parents would sit on stools, listening as I practiced English with the device. At that time, my English had become the best in my class, while my Chinese lagged behind. Yet it was sufficient for me to gain admission to the town as high school. My parents expressed their intention to save money for my university education, urging my sister to do the same. After 3 years of frugality, when the acceptance letter arrived, I suddenly discovered a form for tuition reduction and a loan application devoid of interest. If I were successful in applying, my father could use the savings to treat his leg. Attending university was my first experience at a train station, with my sister riding an electric bike to escort me. A burlap sack hung from the front footrest, while I carried another sack on my back, along with a jug of water. Before I boarded the train, my sister handed me 3 100-yuan bills, cautioning me to keep them hidden from prying eyes, advising that I could purchase food along the way, and if I ran out of money, I should call her instead of our parents. I never contacted her for money, knowing her struggles. Each time I called, I could hear the commotion on her end, as she shared a room with many others, while landlords frequently raised the rent. Upon arriving at school, my first task was to seek out my counselor to submit my loan application. She informed me that, given my circumstances, I was also eligible for additional financial aid and scholarships. If my academic performance were commendable, I could receive a scholarship amounting to tens of thousands annually, far more than my parents could save a year. Initially, I believed I could take on part-time work during my free hours. However, our undergraduate campus was rather remote. On one occasion, after finishing a shift, I was inadvertently struck by an electric bike and fell into a nearby ditch. The reckless rider sped away before I could catch them. resulting in a fractured elbow and stitches on my face. The class monitor and committee graciously covered my hospital expenses, which promptly consumed my entire scholarship for that year. I realized it wasn't worth the strain of working while attending classes, as I often found myself dozing off from exhaustion. Consequently, I ceased my part-time endeavors. It's truly difficult, Liliana murmured. Actually, it's not too bad. University life has improved significantly for me. Really. The school even deposits some money into my meal card each month, Rayla replied, reclining with her legs crossed. This is the first time I've shared this with anyone. I feel somewhat embarrassed. In Chapter 23, during a candlelit conversation, Rayla recounted how, in her senior year, her counselor suggested that she could pursue graduate studies, inquiring if she was interested in furthering her education. Graduate programs also offered interest-free loans, and the national scholarship amounted to 20,000 yuan annually, surpassing the undergraduate amount. After contemplating, I expressed my desire to enroll. At that moment, I was unaware that I should have applied to a slightly lesser institution for a degree in computer science, which would have allowed me to earn a living post-graduation. Our field, even at the doctoral level, offered modest financial returns, yet it was still preferable to my parents' agricultural income, and it afforded me the opportunity to work within the city. To save time, I opted for a direct doctoral program. Indeed, it was only later that I realized I had ventured into a precarious field of study. Liliana sighed, reflecting on the irony of my situation. Why choose such a path? Education should not rob one of restful sleep. Your major seems manageable, Rayla countered. Have you ever witnessed a reaction kettle explode? It's terrifying. Liliana shook her head. I haven't tea, but I've heard the tales. Indeed, encountering such incidents must leave one in utter disarray, Rayla nodded, acknowledging the inherent dangers. That is precisely why my mother vehemently opposed my pursuit of fields like electricity or chemistry, fearing I might be assigned to climb poles and handle high-voltage wires. However, regrets are futile. Having arrived here, I feel that much of what I've learned is practically irrelevant. Rayla sighed. Had I foreseen such challenges, I would have preferred to deliver takeout or parcels after completing my undergraduate studies, at least contributing to the household for a couple more years. I still have over 30,000 yuan in loans to repay. When I arrived, my card had just received this month as subsidy, 600 from the school and another 600 from my employer. I remain uncertain whether my family will need to contribute further. Rayla exhaled deeply, but soon adopted a more buoyant tone. Yet, my family's situation has improved compared to before. My sister and brother-in-law have opened a small restaurant in town, and when I visited, their business seemed quite steady. Even if repayments are necessary, we are not at a point of dire straits. My parents can still rely on their resources. Once I was a novice in middle school, utterly ignorant of phonetics and unable to solve quadratic equations with ease. Yet against all odds, I eventually pursued a doctorate. Although I have yet to attain my degree, I find myself here. If Ryla Green had not possessed any magical prowess from the beginning, she might have perished on her journey to the capital. Ryla murmured, turning her face away, only to discover that, unbeknownst to her, Liliana's eyes were brimming with tears. My parents have only me as their child, Liliana noted, catching Ryla's gaze. She turned her face back, crystalline tears cascading down to her hair. I can hardly bear to think about what they must be enduring, especially since they surely believe I am lost. I should not have carelessly crossed the street. I was merely staying up late to read comics, not for scholarly pursuits. Then, I was struck by a vehicle, and upon opening my eyes, I found myself here, certain I could never return. Yet, they remain oblivious to everything. Wait, you were hit by a car? Ryla said, astonished. I felt as if I had simply taken a nap, only to awaken and discover I was in a different place. Initially, I thought it was a dream so vivid it felt real. Ryla had intended to express a simple sentiment, but inadvertently brought Liliana to tears. Flustered, she hurried to wipe her tears away. Listen, now that we have arrived in this place, we must take it one step at a time. It is indeed likely that we cannot return, but wherever we may be, our families surely wish for us to thrive. If ever a day comes when one of us has the opportunity to go back, it would be wonderful for both of us to return. One could convey the message of safety to those who could not return. What do you think? With solemnity, Ryla extended her pinky finger towards Liliana. Observing the girl, Liliana slowly extended her own finger to entwine with Ryla's. Then, with an air of newfound determination, she sat upright and fixed Ryla with a resolute gaze. Ryla, Liliana's eyes, still glistening with tears, reflected the weight of her words. After hearing Ryla's tale, she felt that a girl like Ryla, who had endured so many trials and ultimately forged her own path, must lead a life filled with brilliance. She was determined to restore everything that belonged to Ryla. Wiping her reddened eyes, she adopted a serious expression. What I'm about to tell you, you must listen to intently. It concerns this world and your truth. What are you talking about? Ryla furrowed her brow. We are within a book. I read this book just the night before I arrived here, Liliana affirmed with a nod. Though it may sound absurd, it is true. A book? You have read it? Ryla struggled to align her thoughts with Liliana's. Does it include us? It should. I believe it does, Liliana replied firmly. Does it reveal what our fate will be? Although Ryla found these notions utterly preposterous, Liliana's earnest demeanor prompted her to inquire further. Here lies the crux of the matter. Liliana sighed, recounting that she had only glanced at the beginning of the book, which mentioned that Rianka was the current name of Snow White's domain and that the name of the country aligned as well. However, the most crucial characters had appeared, and she had fallen asleep before witnessing them. Could it be, perhaps, a mere figment of your imagination? Rila pondered, wishing to express herself without excessive bluntness, yet struggling to find a more subtle approach. I found it quite bewildering upon my arrival here. Might it be that you convinced yourself you had seen it? Absolutely not. All the elements here are quite cliché. Nobility, princes, these are typical tropes, Liliana replied, gently patting Rila's hand. Please, allow me to finish my explanation. Liliana's impassioned narration continued for approximately 40 minutes, beginning with the origins of Liliana Snowwhite and Rila Green, then delving into the four male protagonists intimately connected to Rila's fate, ultimately returning to the essence of this world, a hodgepodge of all the conventional plots within a Western fantasy romance, with Rila as the very centerpiece. The heroine of this tale. Are you implying that I am Liliana Snowwhite, while you are Rila Green? Rila, unaccustomed to such revelations, struggled to keep pace with Liliana's thoughts. No, you are indeed the genuine Liliana Snowwhite. I am merely an inconsequential supporting character, born into a humble family, which is why I cannot sense any of the elements. Liliana patiently reiterated her earlier explanation, and your role is to thwart me, to prevent me from forming any romantic connections with those men. Rila reached out to touch Liliana's flushed cheek, noting it was warm but not feverish. Yet I have no intention of pursuing any romantic entanglements, so your premise is fundamentally flawed. Well, that's because the plot has not progressed to that point. Liliana ran her fingers through her hair, then pointed at Rila's short locks. Have you ever seen Florence Snow White? The man who approached us in the hall that day. Before Crowl Ryan? Your eye color is identical, is it not? I bet if your hair were thoroughly washed, its color would match his perfectly. If you don't believe me, I could summon a maid to prepare hot water and wash it for you. Please no. The fervent look in Liliana's eyes reminded Rila of the two maids downstairs who had regarded her as if they were butchers preparing to scrub pigskin, intent on submerging her in the bath. Thank goodness my hair still appears gray and lacks luster. Otherwise, your identity would be compromised. My purpose in sharing this with you is to restore your true identity. You're the one worthy of the title Liliana Snowwhite. Liliana gazed earnestly at Rila. And what of you? If you cease to be this noble lady, what will become of you? Rila found herself incredulous. Chapter 23. Candlelit Conversations 3. And I shall return to my true status as a commoner, allowing the unfolding of the narrative to dictate my path. I perceive that Snow White's family is quite benevolent. Perhaps they might bestow upon me a modicum of financial assistance. Subsequently, I shall seek a place to settle and contemplate how to navigate the days ahead. Should my role diminish entirely, I believe that embracing a humble existence would not pose a challenge. Liliana tilted her head thoughtfully. Cinderella pondered for a moment before addressing Liliana. Do you consider your previous life, specifically in that former world, to be a quintessentially ordinary existence? Of course, Liliana replied without hesitation. I am but an ordinary person. Firstly, you have always resided in a city, a privilege afforded to merely 50% of the populace, if not fewer. Let us approximate that figure, Cinderella remarked. Secondly, after completing your 9 years of compulsory education, you gained admission to high school, which also aligns with that 50%. Now, you are 25. Furthermore, you succeeded in the National College Entrance Examination, securing a place in one of the nation's most prestigious universities. I'm uncertain of the acceptance rate in your region. I am part of a rather exclusive honors college, where the postgraduate retention rate is 60%, Liliana interjected, beginning to grasp Cinderella's implication. Nonetheless, Cinderella continued. There is no nonetheless. At the very least, I possess magical abilities, do I not? Encountering bandits would pose no significant challenge for me. Moreover, can you elbow your way through a crowd to snatch a loaf of bread? You are neither as tall nor as robust as I am. I grew up in a village, adept at fishing in rivers and climbing trees to extract bird nests. In every regard, I appear far more suited to the life of a commoner than you. Cinderella extended her finger to gently poke Liliana's forehead. Have you forgotten what I just conveyed? Our primary objective here is to survive, to avoid placing ourselves in perilous situations. Your current circumstances cannot be exchanged for mine. Truly, you would not endure. Do you not yearn for my present way of life? Liliana blinked in confusion. I do not, Cinderella replied, scratching her head. She sat cross-legged opposite Liliana, counting off her fingers. Wherever I venture, I am followed by a throng of onlookers. Upon encountering a familiar face, I must greet them with a smile, even if I cannot recall their name. Merely removing the adornment from my hair each day consumes half an hour. The emperor insists I marry someone whose face I have never seen, or else it may incite conflict among the factions. I implore you not to believe such absurdities. If a conflict were to arise, it would be their intention from the start, using you as a pretext to incite blame. Moreover, I surmise that wherever you go, you must submit reports, correct? That day, when I tried to converse with you, your maid could not locate you, and your brother nearly dragged you back home. What is there to cherish about such a life? He is your brother too? Liliana could not refrain from defending Florent. He is actually rather kind. Yet he is the brother of Cinderella Green, not mine. I have but one sister, Cinderella replied, taking Liliana's hand with sincerity. Your assertions, such as this world being fictitious, are matters I believe warrant further contemplation. Yet there are matters I can share with you at this very moment. If I were truly the embodiment of Rella Green, what would you restore to me from my former life? I would likely have little to say. However, you are well aware that I am not. Rella inhaled deeply and continued. I have arrived here, just as you have, and there is no question of restitution between us. Do refrain from displaying an expression that suggests I am in debt to you simply by occupying my current position. I have grasped the history between Liliana and Rella. It is akin to a child being mistakenly exchanged at a clinic. Can one truly hold the child accountable for such an error? Ultimately, it is the adults who concocted this predicament, and it bears no relation to the original Liliana. Why should you assume the burden of responsibility? Liliana lowered her gaze to Rella's hand, which enveloped her own. Rella's palm was larger, calloused at the knuckles and fingertips. The contact sent a tingling sensation through Liliana's hands, which had remained untouched by labor for over a decade. She softly corrected Rella's perception, but I assure you, the narrative will ultimately guide you back to your original identity. The conventions dictate that our whispered conversations are rather unorthodox. As I mentioned earlier, by design, I was meant to be the villain, the one who would harm you. But you did not, Rella interjected. I have stated that I have no desire to engage with those men. I refuse to believe that anyone would dare force me into such a situation. Let them attempt it. I assure you, I am not one to be trifled with. In the past, when the villagers bullied my parents for having only 2 daughters, trampling our crops with their cattle, I wielded a mop and confronted them directly, delivering a swift reprimand. From that day forth, I made it clear that they and their cattle would steer clear of my path. Rella waved her hand. Your sharing of these experiences today is for my benefit. You are indeed a good person. I too shall make my stance clear. You may continue your life in peace. I cannot embody the role of a noble lady. That is a mantle only you can assume. Let us each play to our strengths and navigate the future step by step. Should any divine intervention arise to disrupt our lives, regardless of who we become or the fortunes we face, rest assured, whatever sustenance I possess will be shared, and I shall not allow you to be wronged. Likewise, Liliana exclaimed, placing her hand atop Rella's. Whatever you lack, whatever you desire, speak to me, and I shall procure it for you. I will be your doorman, your fairy godmother. Why you seek to take advantage of my seniority? Rella's eyes widened. Let us simply be sworn sisters. Claiming a godmother is unnecessary. Consider this. Liliana replied, your hair was once white, but due to the neglect in the orphanage, it has turned gray. Thus, you are Cinderella, and every Cinderella requires a fairy godmother to fulfill her wishes. The prospect of discovering your newfound potential filled Liliana with joy. You must attend the prince's ball. It appears a grand ball is imminent. I shall ensure your gown and glass slippers are all arranged. Not on your life. Do you think I must dance with the crown prince? Then I shan't attend. Rella shook her head vigorously. Ah, but how did you come to know the crown prince? The hour has grown late, yet Liliana feels no hint of sleep. The night's discoveries have proven remarkably bountiful, yet her thirst for gossip remains unquenched. Why do you harbor such disdain for him? Chapter 23. Candlelit Conversations 4. That individual lacks common sense. Ryla inhaled deeply and began to recount the tale of an incident one morning when a stranger crashed through her attic window. The story was simple, easily conveyed in a few words. I certainly refused the gold coins he offered afterward and wished to sever ties with him altogether. I know that you noble ladies of your stature are eager to wed him and become the queen. But guess what? He pressed gold into thin sheets and pinned a letter on one, slipping it through the crack of my dormitory door. Wow. So the crown prince has indeed written a love letter, using gold leaf as stationery. What a showman. Liliana quickly calculated points for the prince in her mind. What did it say? It stated that the letter was a form of compensation, instructing me to keep it safe. He also mentioned that my admission to this academy was his idea. He had written to the headmaster on my behalf, and he insisted that I should not treat him as I did before, kicking him or tugging at his ear when he lay motionless on the ground. I thought he might be dead, so I approached to check for signs of life. Suddenly, he sprang up, and in my surprise, I accidentally kicked him. Ryla frowned as she recounted. As for the ear-tugging, he was shouting and causing a scene. I feared that he would attract the entire orphanage's attention after shattering my window. So I pulled his ear to hush him. My kindness was met with ingratitude. What nonsense is this? Liliana thought. As the points she had just awarded the crown prince swiftly diminished, she sighed silently, realizing that such a letter was better left unwritten. How could it end with such a threatening tone? With emotional intelligence akin to that of a 3-year-old, what could he possibly do to contend with Clolarain? Fortunately, she had never invested in his stock. Even if it plummeted, she would feel no regret. My story is essentially concluded. Ryla nodded. What about you? You just mentioned our relationship. Have you encountered anything amusing during your time here? Me? It seems there is nothing of note, Liliana replied. As you mentioned, there is always someone shadowing me. Moreover, when I arrived, the original Liliana had just been poisoned, and I was confined within the Marquis's estate for several months without permission to venture outside. Reflecting on her experiences compared to Ryla's adventurous escapades, Liliana felt her own tale paled in comparison. Yet, it was only natural. The significant events were undoubtedly centered around Ryla, while the supporting characters like herself led mundane lives devoid of noteworthy narratives. Nevertheless, she elaborated on her life over the past 2 months, describing the northern land of Renoka, as well as her biological father, brother, and younger sibling. As she spoke, weariness began to creep in, and as the night deepened, a chill settled around her, prompting her to cocoon herself in her blanket. Wait a moment, Ryla interjected, recalling you mentioned that Snow White is Ryla Green's biological brother. How come you suspect he wishes to pursue a romantic relationship with Ryla? As the conversation drew to a close, Ryla suddenly sensed something amiss. Isn't that rather inappropriate? To target your own sister? Is he not deranged? Surely, you must be mistaken. Ah, you see, this is indeed a rather peculiar classification. It may not be suitable for all ages, yet at this moment, Liliana is caught in a liminal state between dreams and wakefulness, which is quite captivating. I will recommend a few pieces to you later. Rayla did not fully grasp what had been said, but she retained the memory of Liliana's assertion that Florence Snow White is a strange man who harbors romantic feelings for his own sister. Although Rayla harbored doubts about the truths Liliana shared tonight, she prudently added Florence Snow White to her mental list of individuals to avoid in the future, alongside the Crown Prince. Rayla closed her eyes to rest for a while, and soon the girl beside her had fallen into a deep slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she observed Liliana tightly cocooned in her blanket, despite the spaciousness of the bed. Liliana had curled into a tiny ball at the edge, her face buried within the covers, revealing only her tousled hair, unkempt from lack of combing, confirming that Liliana had fully entered the realm of dreams. Rayla gently extended her hand to touch a small patch of skin on the nape of Liliana's neck. Earlier, She had heard Liliana casually mention that the original host had just ingested a deadly poison before her arrival, raising Rayla's concern that remnants of the toxin still lingered within Liliana's body, rendering her as fragile as a leaf in the wind. Everything seemed relatively normal. Rayla was still inexperienced with healing magic and had found no relevant texts at the academy, relying solely on her instincts to explore. Based on her prior experiences, when faced with wounds or ailments, Rayla would vaguely perceive their locations before channeling some of her energy. She herself was uncertain about this process, only aware that it was somewhat depleting. Whether healing others or herself, she always felt fatigued afterward. It was reassuring to note that the potion-making techniques in this world seemed advanced, allowing Rayla to relax. Just as she intended to withdraw her hand, she suddenly encountered a profound emptiness. It was akin to sailing through a galaxy of stars and unexpectedly glancing up to behold a black hole, quietly suspended in the distant reaches of her vision. It appeared merely as a tiny singularity, yet Rayla distinctly sensed that all matter, information, civilization, and even light traversing the cosmos for millennia would succumb to its pull, becoming distorted, folded, and ultimately consumed, annihilated. Strangely, Rayla did not feel fear in the face of this sensation. On the contrary, a sense of familiarity arose within her heart, as if an alien sorrow were extending its tendrils toward that void. Even knowing it was a one-way journey, she yearned to reach out once more. However, this moment was fleeting, and in the next heartbeat, everything returned to its previous state. Rayla heard Liliana's steady breathing. The girl unconsciously nuzzled Rayla's palm with her head, and then turned over to continue her slumber. Liliana dreamt a dream she would forget upon waking, surrounded by a profound silence, deeper than the desolation of winter's death. In an instant, the universe seemed to dissolve, leaving her standing in the void, gazing around in bewilderment. There was nothing here, not even a medium to carry forth her calls. Then, she finally perceived a faint hum, as the solidified void rippled, creating tangible waves upon her retina that leisurely spread outward. She lifted her gaze in the direction they flowed. Light from countless light years away, yet untouched by the void, seemed to be approaching her steadily, as if traversing each kilometer with unwavering resolve. Liliana beheld it, yet felt no joy of being found. Instead, she was enveloped by a sorrow that seemed to have accumulated over millennia, a narrative of what had become our past. She observed as the light touched the void, fracturing into countless particles, yearning to fall but rendered still, longing to escape yet ensnared once more. A faint hum resonated again, this time recalling the Renoka folk tune that Kate often hummed, transforming into a buzzing melody, a scattering of light, weaving unfamiliar words that allowed her to hear the weighty resonance of the profound. I share this with you, my dear child. Chapter 24. Howl 1. Duke Lancelot. Thank you for sending the accounts of your estate as per our previous agreement. I find them immensely beneficial during my practice. Although it seems the expenses for your estate in August have already been submitted to the Ceres for reconciliation, I have enclosed my calculated results as a reference along with the returned ledger. Once again, I express my gratitude. Should you trust in my abilities, I hope to continue managing the accounting for your household's expenses in the upcoming months. Yours sincerely, Liliana Snowwhite. Having set down her quill, Liliana examined the still wet letter, mentally rehearsing the tone of her words. She felt uncertain. Her lack of experience in job applications was evident. Initially, she began with a dear, as per her habit of writing English essays, but after reading it, she deleted it and rewrote the salutation. After 6 days, she reconciled the expenses of the previous 3 months and calculated a month's worth herself. She wondered if such efficiency would impress Lancelot, but she remained unsure. Regardless, she spent her free time diligently working on these accounts. So be it. This was merely one path to take. She set the letter on the corner of her desk to dry, then picked up the letter from Joseph that had been sent to her from Renoka, delivered to her hands that very morning. She had not anticipated a reply from Joseph regarding the letter she had written to him from the capital, for she felt it to be rather dull, merely relaying mundane information about the academy, information he likely had already received from Flant. The silver-white snow wolf wax seal appeared exquisite no matter how many times she gazed at it, and as she tore open the envelope, she hesitated to mar its beauty, opting instead to carefully cut it open with a small knife. Joseph's response bore a length similar to her original letter, filling a page. Liliana yawned, leaning back against the soft armchair, lifting the letter to read. The sunlight, no longer as fervent as midsummer, streamed evenly through the sheer fabric. And, as she tilted her head, she could see the gentle ripples of the lake reflected on the wall, a sight that brought her a sense of comfort, almost prompting a sigh. Regardless of the realm in which one finds oneself, weekends invariably pass with remarkable swiftness. This weekend marked Liliana's inaugural experience in the Academy's dormitory, and to her surprise, she found herself utterly at ease and joyous, even feeling a notable increase in her productivity. In the estate, the mere presence of Florent, an adult male, rendered it impossible for her to lounge in a nightgown with unkempt hair and no makeup, as she was now able to do, even as noon approached. However, the blissful moments were drawing to a close. Lancelot had dispatched someone yesterday to inquire whether she would be amenable to practicing social dance that evening. The individual was simply extending a helping hand, and it was evident that he had far more pressing matters than she did in his daily life. Thus, it would be unreasonable for Liliana to be choosy about the timing, especially since Lancelot was, after all, her prospective employer whom she sought to impress. It seemed Lancelot was unaware that she would be remaining at the Academy over the weekend, for after delivering Liliana's message, the servant returned to inform her that Lancelot would be at the palace that afternoon and hoped to escort her to the Snowwhite estate. It appeared that her fiancé had a reasonably good rapport with the royal family, as he was able to visit them on weekends. As Liliana nodded in agreement, she pondered whether her previous speculation that the royal family disapproved of Lancelot and had intentionally paired him with the Snowwhite family's false daughter as his bride might have been misguided. Yet, it was also possible that visiting the palace did not constitute a mere social call. With her vivid imagination, Liliana envisioned a lineup of noble youths seated in anticipation, playfully twisting their expressions as Lancelot approached. "Hey, Chris, one among us has a wife who is a completely non-magical commoner. Guess who it is? Oh, wait." She had forgotten that the queen also hailed from common origins. Such remarks would surely invoke the royal family's wrath. Liliana concluded her delightful mental performance, discarding the implausible narrative into the proverbial recycling bin. Today, Ryla had ventured outside the academy to practice magic, leaving Liliana without a companion for her meals. After lunch, she would need to prepare herself, as she was uncertain of when Lancelot would arrive. With a sigh, she decided that dining at the restaurant was unnecessary. Having indulged in a leisurely morning, she felt no hunger and resolved to let Megan and Kate concoct something simple to tide her over. Determined, she gazed out of the window. The previous evening, after the sun had set, she and Ryla had strolled by the lake. The nearby detached residences seemed to be privileges bestowed upon the royal family and 3 other noble houses, yet apart from her presence, none appeared to be occupied. Across the lake, a glimmering golden structure nestled within the forest seemed to belong to the royal family, though she had never encountered the crown prince in this vicinity. Perhaps she could even embark on an evening jog along the lake to enhance her fitness. For now, it appeared that this tranquil lake, situated in a depression atop the mountain, was hers to enjoy. There remained a stack of invitations to peruse. With another sigh, she resolved to first finish reading Joseph's reply. To her astonishment, he had enclosed a vibrant red leaf after she remarked that the leaves of the grand tree outside her window would transform into a beautiful crimson hue come autumn. The young man was quite commendable. She hoped that he would remember to do the same when he encountered a young lady who captured his affection. Liliana recalled the amusing incident when the crown prince had written a letter to Rella. It struck her as both humorous and indicative of the urgent need for emotional intelligence education to be included in the upbringing of these aristocratic progenies, thereby enhancing their romantic endeavors, elevating the quality of marriages, and fostering harmonious family dynamics, which would ultimately contribute to the development of well-rounded personalities in future generations, a value immeasurable in the long run. Establishing a crash course in romance appeared promising. She flipped through her notebook, jotting down yet another idea on her designated page. Now it was time to address the invitations, which continued to flood in despite her having never responded to any of them. While she found some events intriguing, her most pressing task at present was to focus on self-improvement. Although engaging in social gatherings could potentially expand one's network, Liliana had always maintained that such connections were fundamentally exchanges of interests. The attention one could attract was proportionate to the potential benefits one could offer others. Presently, These incessant invitations were directed at the daughter of the Snowwhite family, the fiancée of Lancelot, and once she lost those titles, her worth in the eyes of others would diminish, rendering the investment of time in socializing rather unwise. Yet, one must still engage in superficial appearances. Perhaps she should select 1 or 2 events to attend next week to avoid being labeled as aloof. As she perused the invitations in chronological order, she noted the exuberance of Miss Betamod, the soon-to-be royal consort, who seemed to be perpetually organizing various activities. Liliana mentally counted that since arriving in the capital, she had declined Miss Maud's invitations no fewer than 5 times. Oh well, perhaps she would attend once. She set aside an invitation to an art exhibition. An art exhibition seemed agreeable. One need only nod in agreement and smile, allowing her to stroll through and sign in before departing. Contemplating further, she retrieved an invitation to an opera premiere. The previous time she had dined out, she had attempted to catch a glimpse of the beautiful women, and Lancelot had informed her that the stunning black-haired lady with the exposed back she encountered earlier was an opera star. Thus, her interest in immersing herself in the aesthetic experience of the opera house was piqued. While savoring the sandwiches served by her maid, she continued to peruse the invitations. After finishing her meal, she found nothing particularly enticing in the remaining options. She empathized with her maid's burden of responding to these invitations and mused about having a stamp made that read, "I'm busy. I want to attend to alleviate their workload." Speaking of which, the instructor of the Earth Magic class mentioned that Earth mages could manipulate stones. Perhaps she could enlist Clow Lorraine for the stamping task. She wondered if he had accompanied young Rella today. Thinking to herself, "I've invested in your success. You must strive to excel." As these thoughts occupied her mind, she stood up, intending to stretch a little. However, as she left her chair, she was suddenly confronted by a vast expanse of dark greenish-black before her, accompanied by a faint, indistinct hum in the air, which gradually became clearer. Complex, dense patches of vibrant colors filled her entire field of vision, resembling a colossal screen of snowflakes. Had she been seated for too long, causing a sudden drop in blood pressure? Instinctively gripping the edge of the table, Liliana endeavored to take deep breaths and blinked her eyes, inadvertently knocking over the ink bottle beside her. Chapter 24. Howling, 2. The spots visible to Liliana multiplied, becoming increasingly crowded as they danced erratically before her eyes. This swarm-like behavior sent a shiver down her spine, invoking a primal urge to dispel them from her sight. As this thought crossed her mind, the spots began to vanish rapidly. However, Liliana then felt a sudden constriction in her breath. What was happening? She struggled to pat her chest, wishing for the peculiar sensations to cease, yearning to summon the maid outside for assistance. Her perception of time blurred within her mind, the discomfort seemingly enduring for ages. Yet the ink bottle that had fallen from the table remained silent, without a sound of impact on the ground. "Miss," she suddenly heard Megan calling her from behind. As the maid's voice reached her ears, the flow of time resumed its normal pace. Liliana sensed cold sweat trickling down her forehead, her palms clammy. She wished to speak, only to find she lacked the strength to part her lips. "What is wrong? Are you unwell?" she heard Megan ask anxiously. In truth, she felt better, capable of breathing normally again, her vision restored to clarity, yet she had momentarily lost all strength to articulate her thoughts. "Miss, hold on. I will go summon the guards outside to notify the young master." Unprepared for Liliana to suddenly lean all her weight upon her, Megan found herself kneeling alongside her as she tried to support her. A few days prior, amid the sweltering heat, Liliana had instructed her and Kate to temporarily remove the carpet, fearing that Liliana might worsen her condition by sitting on the cold floor. Now, eager to send a message, she called out, Kate, hurry up here." Though her call did not reach downstairs, Kate rushed up, panic evident on her face. Just as Megan shouted and attempted to help Liliana back toward the bed, she heard a sound starkly different from the usual bell that signified the start of classes, a piercing shriek that abruptly pierced her ears. Megan's face turned pale with fright, for the sound bore an eerie resemblance to the alarms her brother had described, warning of winter beasts attacking the borders of Rhiannoch under the cover of a blizzard. "I am feeling better," she heard Liliana begin to speak, her voice weaker than usual, yet least indicative of consciousness. "What is that sound? Can you hear it?" "Yes." "Miss, there must be some situation unfolding outside." Liliana felt Megan's grip on her hand tremble slightly. "But do not be afraid. Young Master Florent assured me that this place was previously where he rested at the academy, and it is imbued with his magic. You are safe here. Upon hearing Megan's words, Liliana felt a semblance of reassurance, even finding the strength to ponder. If someone as seemingly rule-abiding as Florent secretly employed magic within the academy, it appeared that the so-called third rule of the academy was hardly followed by those who could wield it. The howling continued, reverberating and spreading around the academy, leaving Liliana unable to distinguish whether the distant sounds were echoes from the valley or emanated from some other source. After being assisted to her bed by 2 maids, she felt somewhat better. Compared to earlier when she could barely utter a word, she now felt as if she had just completed an 800-meter sprint at full speed. Aside from the absence of blood in her throat, the sensation of her vitality being drained was nearly identical. However, she recalled that her cheeks had been tenderized by Kate's ministrations, and upon reaching to touch her face, she noticed her right hand was completely clean. How curious. She distinctly remembered knocking over the ink bottle with that very hand, feeling the viscous ink seep between her fingers. How could there be no trace of ink left behind? Megan, where are you going? She wished to ask the maid to check the ink bottle on the floor, but found Megan had already darted towards the door. Do not run outside. Miss, I'm going to stand guard at the entrance below. Regardless of where the strange occurrences arise, the academy will surely confirm your safety at the earliest opportunity. Once they arrive, I shall request they send word to the estate. Megan replied, glancing back, rest assured, I shall not step outside the door. What if the visitor harbored ill intentions? What if the magic left by Florent had faltered? Liliana wanted to stop Megan, but she found it difficult to speak, each word requiring an arduous effort. Kate, ever obedient to Megan's commands, remained dutifully at her bedside, leaving Liliana to watch helplessly as Megan descended the stairs. Miss, neither the table nor the floor bears the ink bottle, despite the haunting sounds from outside. When Liliana softly inquired, Kate bent down to inspect the table by the window. Upon rising, she drew the curtains tightly, as if believing this would somehow render the room more secure. How perplexing, Liliana thought, her mind struggling to comprehend. Even if the ink bottle incident were merely a figment of her imagination, the invitation letter still lay piled on the table. And how could a quill that required constant dipping in ink possibly be without its ink bottle? At last, the sharp sounds from outside ceased. Yet Liliana felt an echo lingering in her ears. Shortly thereafter, muffled voices drifted up from below, though she could not discern their content. Fortunately, Megan soon returned upstairs, speaking softly to Liliana, Miss, all is well now. Please rest. The academy's guards have checked in and reported that the noise was caused by a student practicing magic on campus, which triggered an alert. The guard is quite busy and must report to his superiors immediately. We must send word to the estate ourselves. Such a rarely observed school rule, once broken, elicited such a terrifying effect. To be honest, when the noise first erupted, Liliana had braced herself to witness a monstrous creature emerging from a lake formed by a volcanic crater, spewing flames in all directions. Believing an event was unfolding centered around her. However, she had felt so unwell that she had scarcely had the capacity to worry about Rayla. Fortunately, as the protagonist, Rayla would surely come to no harm in the end. However, it is essential to advise Rayla to exercise caution when practicing magic within the academy. Such a considerable commotion would undoubtedly attract her attention, even from a distance. Yet, in truth, while Rayla was situated at the foot of the academy, engaged in her magical practice, she noticed only a flock of birds suddenly take flight from the mountain, hearing nothing else. She wiped the sweat that had trickled down her chin, her ears filled with the gentle babbling of the stream at her feet. As she practiced her water elemental magic, her mind wandered to the truths about Rayla Green's lineage that Liliana had disclosed. She believed Liliana had no intent to deceive her. However, this body exhibited a rather lackluster control over water and ice elements, which seemed uncharacteristic of the Snow-White bloodline. Or perhaps, was this the price of possessing healing magic? Rayla gazed at her hands, lost in contemplation. Without the convenience of an instant search engine, sifting through the vast sea of books for useful information demanded considerable time, and her understanding of light magic remained woefully inadequate. I will run swiftly to find a stableman and notify the mansion. Observing that Liliana still lay languidly curled up in bed, devoid of energy, the two maids hesitated to disturb her. Kate volunteered, Megan, you stay here to look after the young lady. The young master will surely arrive shortly with a healer upon receiving the news. You are more astute than I. You will manage to answer his inquiries when he arrives. Very well. Megan pondered for a moment, conceding to Kate's reasoning. The ingredients used for lunch had all been sourced from the mansion, and, as per their usual practice, both Megan and Kate had sampled the food beforehand to ensure it was free from toxins. Why, then, had the young lady, who had been so lively in the morning, succumbed to such a state? Just before that sharp sound erupted, while downstairs cleaning the furniture, Megan had felt a fleeting moment of breathlessness and noticed that the water in the basin seemed to have diminished significantly. However, she had quickly ascended to check on the young lady's condition. Perhaps it was merely a moment of panic that had led her to misjudge the situation. My lady, close your eyes and rest for a while. The young master will soon come to take you home. At this moment, the mountaintop had returned to tranquility, as if the earlier shriek had been nothing but an illusion. Megan carefully tucked the covers around Liliana and gently arranged her long hair. Liliana nodded slightly, her eyes closing. Weariness was encroaching upon her mind, and in her drowsy state, she realized she had forgotten to instruct Kate to relay a message to Lancelot. Although she could not fathom why she felt this way, it seemed unlikely she would be able to practice their dance together tonight. Perhaps she would append an apology at the end of her letter. Time slipped by, and suddenly, Liliana awoke with a start, finding herself alone in the room. She still felt drained of strength, but she needed to investigate the situation immediately, for she was certain she had just heard Megan scream from downstairs. Chapter 25. The Royal Night. 1. She felt that sleep was not an option. Earlier, she had sensed her body was severely fatigued, reminiscent of the lamentations one might utter after a weekend of hiking, when the following day one's legs feel as though they belong to another. However, at this moment, Liliana found little time for regret. The cry that had just jolted her from slumber was steeped in terror. What could provoke the typically composed and serene Megan to emit such a sound? She felt that her heart, which had just begun to regain its calm, now raced as if it were hearing the piercing howls from outside for the first time. There were multiple footsteps echoing from downstairs, and it seemed that Megan was speaking as well, her tone filled with agitation. As Liliana opened her door, a cough escaped her lips, prompting her to cover her mouth and nose. It appeared that something was ablaze below, yet she could not perceive any evident smoke around her. Megan? With one hand braced against the wall for support, she pressed forward, striving to call out, "Megan, what is happening?" Upon uttering her voice, all the rustling sounds from downstairs abruptly ceased, yet Megan did not respond. Liliana realized that she could not view the impending events as a scripted narrative, as she typically would. A profound sense of unease and fear gripped her, making her acutely aware that the heart racing within her chest was the very essence sustaining her life. She sensed that the thump of her heart was nearly drowning out the heavy footsteps ascending the stairs. Should she have been so reckless as to expose her presence upstairs? Liliana felt her legs weaken, uncertain whether it was due to physical frailty or sheer terror. In mere seconds, her mind raced through countless thoughts, critically reviewing every decision she had just made. She quickly understood that those individuals, especially the ones ascending the stairs, were undoubtedly coming for her. Thus, whether she remained in her room, descended voluntarily, or even leapt from the window, she, a person devoid of magic and might, clearly lacked the means to escape this besieged building unscathed. These choices would not alter her fate, but they could very well influence Megan's outcome, causing her palms to sweat profusely. Megan's scream was most likely a reaction to an unwarranted intrusion into the building. Either the magic left by Florent had failed to take effect, or it had proved ineffectual against the intruders. Regardless, Megan was in a perilous situation downstairs. Yet she had been speaking moments ago, indicating that, for now, her life was not in immediate danger, though that was merely a temporary reprieve. Liliana felt compelled to reveal herself, hoping to divert the attention of those approaching her, perhaps reducing the likelihood of harm befalling Megan. However, if Liliana could not protect herself, she could hardly expect them to show mercy and allow Megan to remain as a witness to their actions. At this moment, her sole hope lay in stalling, delaying time. She pinned her hopes on Kate, who had left earlier, not having been ensnared by them, and on Florent, who might come in response to the news of her ailment, or on Lancelot, who would honor their arrangement from the previous day to escort her back to the manor. She should have glanced out the window more often to gauge the time. Liliana had no idea how long she had slept. The footsteps were nearing the second floor. Was this to be her curtain call? How ironic it is that despite her extensive psychological preparation, when the palpable fear of death reverberated in her ears, she discovered that she lacked even the courage to stand firm. She had placed too much trust in the Academy's security measures. Yet, she had heard that on clear days, one could see from the Academy's tower a cluster of pale buildings. The palace. Surely, even on weekends, they would not allow the Academy to be so brazenly invaded? Another possibility loomed. What if the intruder was indeed someone from the palace, a master or perhaps a favored hound, who could roam about their own garden without a care? It seemed her mind had not yet succumbed entirely to terror. Determined to protect Megan, Liliana ascended the staircase, and as she reached the platform, she noticed someone climbing the stairs, clad in armor adorned with exquisite gilded insignia. It resembled the mark of the court lady she had seen riding in carriages, a bird with a long tail ablaze like a fierce flame. Aside from a hexagonal emblem, it was one of the most common totems in the capital's academy, representing the phoenix of the princess royal family. "You are most disrespectful." Liliana overheard Megan exclaim excitedly from below, seemingly unaware of Liliana's presence before the crowd. "Do you understand the implications of your actions?" Liliana tightened her grip on the handrail. The man in armor towered over her, obscuring much of her view, forcing her to lean forward to ascertain Megan's condition. She saw Megan kneeling on the ground, surrounded by several men resembling soldiers, all drawing their swords, pointed menacingly at her head and neck. The maid, who usually exuded elegance and grace, now appeared disheveled. Her hair, which seemed to have been glued into place, was now a chaotic mess. The pale floor was speckled with dark ashes, and upon closer inspection, the uneven strands of hair near Megan's temples raised a troubling thought. Could the burnt smell she had detected upstairs emanate from Megan's hair? According to the Academy's guards, "You are the only student residing around the summit today." The man's voice echoed from within his armor, muffled and somber, perhaps due to the metallic resonance. "Do you have anything to refute that?" "Refute?" Liliana hoped her voice did not tremble too severely. She yearned to descend the stairs to check on Megan's injuries, but the cold armor barred her passage. "I have nothing to refute, nor do I know what I would need to refute. Will you explain to me what you just did to my maid downstairs?" She intended to unleash a barrage of questions to assert her authority. Yet each word now forced her to pause for breath. "What justification do you have for directing so many swords at her? And what right do you have to obstruct me from checking on my maid's condition?" To dare obstruct a royal knight's path was a crime sufficient to warrant 100 deaths. That she could still speak was a testament to the grace of his majesty. The knight ascended another step, and Liliana instinctively recoiled slightly in fear. "How exactly did she obstruct you?" Liliana spoke slowly, articulating each word with deliberation, both to buy time and because speaking had become a laborious task for her. She slightly lifted her head, attempting to mimic the cadence of Florence's usual speech. "My maid had always been composed, and I could not believe she would rashly engage in any inappropriate actions. Of course, should she truly exhibit any rudeness, I would ensure she received the punishment she deserved. I surmised she was merely informing you that I was resting upstairs due to ill health and requested you wait outside for a moment, granting me a little time to rise and prepare myself." If it were Kate, Liliana would genuinely worry about her maid's lack of composure. However, since it was Megan, she believed it was highly probable that the other party had acted in a most discourteous manner first. Thus, her confidence in speaking was considerably bolstered. "Was this not a form of obstruction, Sir Knight?" Chapter 25. The Royal Knight, 2. Liliana's inquiry was met with silence, and she felt her assumption had been correct. In her haste to investigate the situation, she was clad only in a thin nightgown, and to her, this ankle-length garment seemed perfectly acceptable for stepping outside to receive a delivery in her former world. Standing before a throng of strangers, she felt no discomfort. Yet to Megan, the scenario was entirely different, even without the rigid barriers of class. Being confronted by unfamiliar individuals who forcibly enter her space while one was still resting in their chamber was undoubtedly a grievous affront. Devoted to the Snowwhite family, Megan would exhaust every means to obstruct these intruders and preserve her master's dignity. What difference did it make? What difference did it not make? The knights of the kingdom ought to prioritize the safety of the royal family, and a derisive laugh emanated from behind the armor. "After all, she is merely a commoner. Should I slay her here, no one would raise an eyebrow." "An impressive declaration, Sir Knight." Liliana gazed at the soldiers below, even in her weakened state. She could distinctly sense their scrutinizing stares. Her gaze fell upon the academy guard stationed near the entrance, responsible for the safety of the mountaintop. He appeared visibly anxious, seemingly unprepared for such an occurrence. "What say you?" Speaking so loudly rendered Liliana dizzy, yet she grasped the railing tightly, striving for all below to hear her voice. "You are soldiers, most of you having come from the corners of the kingdom, sworn to serve His Majesty, yearning for glory and achievement, correct? Will you stand by and allow such a distortion of His Majesty's benevolence to brazenly transform the power in your hands into violence, believing you need no justification to slay the parents, wives, daughters, brothers, and sisters of others?" Silence. Liliana had not anticipated her words would elicit agreement, but she felt that even if her statement could sway one of the soldiers brandishing a sword at Megan, it would be a victory. Yet soon, she found herself bereft of the energy to focus on anything else. Her recent words seemed to have provoked the armored man, who began to ascend the stairs with heavy footsteps, the clanging of metal growing ever closer, cornering Liliana against the platform railing with no avenue for retreat. "The Marquis of Snow White and the young Marquis will not let you off." Liliana heard Megan's increasingly agitated cries. "How dare you treat Megan this way? Allow me to negotiate with them. You need not speak for now," as she observed the glinting tip of the sword drawing perilously closer to Megan's neck. Liliana interrupted Megan's words. The knight had made it abundantly clear that he cared little for Megan's well-being. Uttering even a single additional word of offense could place Megan's life in jeopardy. Her mind buzzed from the earlier loud exchanges, akin to being struck while confined within a sack. It was becoming a struggle to maintain her composure and remain standing. Why, of all moments, did Liliana find herself spiraling into uncontrollable thoughts? She had to force herself to concentrate in order to discern the knight's continued discourse. "We have already wasted too much time due to your and that maid's ramblings. Let us be succinct." The man took another step toward the pale-faced Liliana. "I possess entirely valid reasons for standing here. You, for triggering the Academy's alarm with your magic," he pronounced from his elevated stance. "And I shall represent the royal authority to interrogate and execute you." "Me? Use magic?" Liliana nearly laughed at the absurdity of the man's statement, but she was simultaneously gripped by a chilling realization that the man before her was exhilarated by his final two words. How preposterous! She shut her eyes, allowing herself a brief moment to regain her composure, then shifted her gaze toward the entrance. Aside from the royal knight before her, the only one in the academy who would dutifully greet her every morning and noon was the guard, who had some knowledge of magic. She must win him over, even if each utterance made her head throb more intensely. "You, who know my maid's humble origins so well, are oblivious to the fact that I lack any magical ability? You speak." To her surprise, the knight directed the command at the guard. The young man, with sandy hair, turned crimson with urgency. His prominent freckles seemed to have vanished at that moment. Casting a helpless glance around, he finally stammered, "Miss Snow White, I can only report to the knight that from this morning until now, you are the only one residing in the Wakano Lake area and its vicinity." "You are correct. That is indeed the truth," Liliana replied soothingly to the young man below, then turned her attention back to the knight. "However, it is also a well-known fact that I possess no magical abilities, not even the most fundamental element perception. Perhaps that is merely your disguise. The Magic Tower's judgment cannot be erroneous. Someone has utilized potent elemental magic in the Wakano Lake area," the knight coldly retorted. "Perhaps." Liliana was incensed, stifling a laugh. She could not fathom how he could be so brazen. "You have proposed a possibility. I can do the same. In such an expansive mountainous region surrounded by dense forests, you have thoroughly conducted your searches and confirmed that no outsiders could have infiltrated during this time. Regardless of how you may twist your words, your suspicion remains paramount." The knight interrupted Liliana's words. "I have the authority to take you away for questioning." He had not phrased it this way before. What had begun as an accusation and execution had now morphed into an investigation. Liliana exhaled shakily, feeling somewhat relieved that, at least for the moment, he dared not act against her in plain sight. The situation had become clearer, and she felt justified in her stance. She would not hesitate to repeat her earlier words, even before the emperor, if only her strength permitted it. However, the malice emanating from this knight was palpable, and being taken away by him would surely not bode well. Liliana resolved to buy herself some time. This man had not once addressed her by name, and, as she rapidly recalled their earlier conversation, a sense of dissonance washed over her. I am merely a newcomer, unfamiliar with the Academy's regulations. Liliana took a deep breath. Which rule have I actually violated? The third rule of the Academy, the man answered without a moment's hesitation, though his tone was growing impatient as he took a step closer. Now within reach to seize her arm. I am unaware of what the third rule entails. Liliana recalled that the final sentence of the third rule stated that the family of the violator would be deemed as conspirators against the royal family. Did this knight truly dare to declare the Snowwhite family guilty of treason in the name of the crown? Liliana chose to gamble on her intuition. She spoke slowly to the knight. Please recite it to me, word for word. He would not dare. In the midst of her ragged breathing, as fatigue threatened to pull her down, Liliana felt vindicated. Almost simultaneously with this realization, a sharp pain pierced her arm, and the air around her grew suddenly scorching. She was seized and lifted by the man, and she heard Megan scream, along with the taunting words, "What do you think you are?" through the gaps in his armor. Liliana caught a glimpse of eyes that were obscured, yet she was certain that those sunken sockets brimmed with malice towards her. As he spoke, he unceremoniously hurled her to the ground and then grasped her long hair, the soft strands becoming ensnared in the metal seams. Overwhelmed by the acrid scent of singed hair, Liliana could no longer maintain her composure. "Let me go." Tears streamed down her cheeks, each drop a testament to her turmoil. Even if she were merely a character destined for a tragic fate, even if her recent actions had been misguided, she had not committed a single wrong since her arrival, nor had she coveted anything that did not belong to her. All she desired was to lead a simpler life, to exist as a mere supporting character within the pages of a book. Was this the price she had to pay for merely drifting along since her arrival? She pondered in a haze. She yearned to struggle, but found herself devoid of strength, desperate to urge Megan to prioritize her own safety, yet words failed her. Gasping for breath, she sought solace in fresh air to temporarily alleviate the pain coursing through her scalp and limbs, her vision blurred by tears and cold sweat. Her body trembled uncontrollably, a reaction to the knight's last words as he had thrown her down. There is no need for her to reminisce. The man, akin to a brute, clutched her hair and dragged her down the stairs while reiterating his earlier words. A filthy, despicable wretch. Chapter 25. The Royal Knight 3. The fog of confusion enveloped Liliana, dulling her perception of pain, yet fear coursed through her taut nerves, leaving her feeling as though she had been cleaved into two entities. Her body, limp and devoid of resistance, was dragged down the staircase like a sack, while her spirit remained on the landing, trembling in despair. "Sir Knight." The external voices reached her ears in a distorted blur, drawing near and receding. Is it truly appropriate to treat Miss Snowwhite in such a manner? The pain radiating from her scalp grew numbed, as something damp trickled down her earlobe and cheek. The air she inhaled felt as if it were ablaze, overwhelming her senses. As her hair was released, Liliana attempted to evade to the side, only to be seized again by the knight, who grasped her right forearm. The searing touch of metal against her skin elicited a soft whimper, resembling a cornered beast. Powerless to fight back, it is perilous to be manipulated at will by someone wielding magic. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, a voice emerged, urging her to seek out those she trusted, imploring them for protection. Struggling to lift her eyelids, she noticed that the guard merely stepped forward to intervene briefly before retreating, while the soldiers stood like voiceless statues. The sole person she trusted, her maid, might be in even greater peril. Why must she rely solely on the goodwill of others, passively awaiting salvation, devoid of her own strength? Save me. Liliana felt the softness of grass gliding beneath her forehead as the earthy scent invaded her nostrils, reminding her that she was now outdoors. Despite being bathed in sunlight, she perceived herself trapped in a sunless hell. Her strength had waned, unable to sustain her anger. Pain and weakness pierced her pride, and she finally succumbed to a feeble whimper, pleading into the surrounding silence. Trust mattered not, whether human, divine, or specter. Anyone who could bring an end to her suffering would suffice. Please, save me. Perhaps she finally succumbed to unconsciousness, for Liliana experienced a fleeting sense of relief, as the iron grip dragging her seemed to vanish, leaving her feeling weightless, as though floating above the ground. The wind caressed her sunburned skin, reminiscent of her mother's soothing touch upon her fevered brow in childhood. Through her blurred vision, she beheld countless particles shimmering with brilliant light, akin to gazing upon a grand meteor shower through iridescent soap bubbles. Liliana perceived them plummeting at great speed from the clear sky to the earth below. The trails left behind dissipated like ripples upon water, painting the azure heavens with ever-shifting, resplendent hues. Such a beautiful sight, akin to gazing upon a sacred goddess, her gown gently swaying in the breeze. Meanwhile, the crackling sound filled Liliana's ears. Her hair, which had been roughly yanked, now danced in a fluffy manner. It was reminiscent of being led by her parents through the static corridor of a science museum, where her mother would loosen the hair ties, allowing her to witness her hair standing magically in the air, while her father captured photos of her. The photography studio across the museum always produced exceptional identification pictures. In an era before smartphones possessed camera functionalities, her mother would take her there to queue for passport photos, preparing for summer vacations on sun-drenched islands, indulging in peculiar flavored ice creams on the beach. With wide-open eyes, the tears cascading down her cheeks made everything around her sway uncertainly. A multitude of particles vanished, transforming into stars within the blurred focus of her pupils. Liliana observed tiny planets gliding gracefully along their orbits, leaping with each transition, accompanied by dimming or flickering lights. The planets on the outskirts of the galaxy crumbled, escaping and plunging into the torrent, while the self-spinning stars began to tremble. The galaxy merged in a dazzling halo and fleeting darkness, as if engaged in a dance, countless orbs swirling until they became two brilliant stars rotating around a singular point. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to a meteor striking the lake's surface, shattering the illusion. Suddenly, her ears were filled with the howling wind, as the pain and cold, delayed by hallucination, surged into her senses. Liliana let out a fearful sob, her mind retreating to the earliest memories of seeking security, curling up in search of familiar scents. Yearning for warmth, longing to nestle in her mother's embrace. Her mother was far, far away. This realization dulled her thoughts. Yet, something indeed seemed to touch her cheek. Warm to the touch, not metallic, akin to human skin. Unable to lift her hands, she could only sense it with her cheek. Near her lips was a roughness, like a scar yet untouched by the passage of time. Don't look down. Feeling a desire to glance around, Liliana found herself restrained by the man holding her, who firmly pressed his forehead against hers, attempting to stabilize her restless head with gentle force. He could have effortlessly supported her with the wind, but he feared it would frighten her. Even in those fleeting seconds of unconsciousness, her body instinctively sought to cling to him. Lancelot. The proximity blurred Liliana's vision into a deep blue expanse. She blinked laboriously, unaware that her hot tears were smearing across his nose. Is that you? I can't see clearly. It's me. Kristoff tilted his head back slightly, wishing to wipe away her tears with the wind. Yet he feared that she could no longer bear any external force. The wrist resting on his shoulder bore a ring of angry, blistering burns. Her feet caked with dirt and weeds, and her face marred not only by tear stains but also by visible abrasions and bruises. He was oblivious to how many more scars lay beneath her fragile nightgown, pondering if holding her this way would inflict even greater pain. Do not let go of me. I am too high, and I feel a sense of fear, Liliana exclaimed, sensing Lancelot's grip beginning to loosen. She quickly clutched the fabric within her reach. All right, she thought, exerting all her strength, while Kristoff perceived her hand merely brushing his shoulder. Nevertheless, he complied with Liliana's plea, drawing her closer, allowing her head to rest against his neck once more. If you're still afraid, close your eyes. My maid is still confined within. Please, save her. Liliana strained to recollect the events that had just transpired, feeling her endurance waning. Before she succumbed to unconsciousness, she must articulate the situation to gain Lancelot's trust. I merely asked them to wait. I cannot wield magic. Yet he proclaimed that I triggered an alarm warranting my execution. I have felt unwell since after lunch. I know. I rushed over upon receiving news of your maid. Kristoff reassured her. He felt Liliana's tears cascading down his neck, reminiscent of rain that had not touched his garments for many years. The warmth of the tears she had left upon his cheek had faded, leaving a damp chill in its wake. She trembled in his embrace, her breath shallow yet insistent on completing her thoughts. Kristoff recognized that until she received concrete assurances, she would not feel safe. This was the reason she endured pain while striving to remain conscious. I, along with the maid who delivered the message, shall bear witness for you, he stated patiently, despite his desire to first address the assailant on the ground. In any presence, I shall testify on your behalf. And my maid? Her lips brushed against the long, shallow scar on his neck, a remnant from summer patrols. Once you awaken, dear maid, you will see her. Kristoff sought to console Liliana, yet he could not free his hands due to her insistence not to let go. In that moment, he recalled his childhood. Every night spent waiting by the window for his father's triumphant return, when his mother would kiss his forehead to lull him to sleep, assuring him that his father would come home safely. Liliana's forehead sensed an unfamiliar warmth, soothing the sting of her nearby wounds. I promise you. He finally uttered the words she longed to hear, allowing her consciousness to drift down from the winds. Chapter 26. Sleepless Night. 1. From the day Miss Snow White arrived in the capital, the steward and head maid knew that this residence would eventually welcome its future mistress. They replaced the grand chandelier with more exquisite jewel-toned lights in the hall. With their master's permission, they directed the footmen to store away the somewhat grotesque monster skulls that hung in the corridors as memorabilia, replacing them with vivid masterpieces depicting the sky, sea, sunlight, and fields of flowers transported from the Duke of Searle's estate. Although winter has yet to arrive, the specially ordered blankets from Reno have already been cleaned and tended to by the maids, spread across the hall as if a beach had been directly transported indoors. The blankets evoke a strong sense of nostalgia, and after a single trial laying, they were neatly put away, awaiting the visit of Miss Snow White. The day of the future mistress's arrival would undoubtedly be one of chaos, with all servants prepared for the inevitable tumult, even the chief male servant, who would complain incessantly about having to work a little harder. However, the manner of her arrival today surpassed everyone's expectations, as the master carried the unconscious Miss Snow White, wrapped in his coat, and burst through the doors of the villa with the force of the wind. Pandemonium ensued. There were not many servants in the villa, but the butler was adept at directing the situation. First, he instructed the kitchen to halt their planned dinner preparations. Then he ceased all routine tidying and cleaning. The male servants promptly obeyed the butler's orders, primarily tasked with conveying messages. The quickest-witted among them was led by the stableman to the residence of Snow White, while the healer was summoned with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, the head maid, accompanied by several of the most seasoned maids, ascended the staircase to attend to her. Upon receiving the directive, the cook resumed dinner preparations in accordance with the healer's suggested menu, while the healer commenced brewing potions in a well-maintained apothecary. A group of lower servants, led by the chief male servant, swiftly began arranging the guest rooms, with the remaining few on standby. Miss Snow White would be resting in the room of the young duke, and only one guest room was needed for the young marquis. The course maid, typically relegated to scrubbing kitchen floors in the basement, was also temporarily requisitioned, having no time to change into the attire suitable for upstairs duties. The young girl in her coarse linen dress nervously conveyed the head maid's instructions to the chief male servant. Is the master not resting? Should we prepare 2 rooms? The chief male servant impatiently shook his head, dismissing her. Don't make a fuss. The butler instructed me. This lowly maid, accustomed to adhering to the will of the exalted chief male servant, nevertheless found courage in the hierarchy of servants, aside from direct commands from a master. The butler's words were considered law. She repeated with determination. The butler said that once you finish one guest room, you are to head downstairs to arrange the dining room. Arrange the dining room? ISNT, that's Cecilia's task. The chief male servant grumbled in dissatisfaction, yet he could only mutter as he adjusted his cuffs and made his way downstairs. Fine, I understand. That foolish old man always makes me do extra work. Noting that the course maid lingered in place, he shot her a fierce glare before forcing a smile. All right, you're no longer needed here. Return to the basement. It is truly lamentable. Who could bear to inflict harm upon such a beautiful young lady? As she departed the room, accompanied by a few maids, the head maid could not restrain herself from retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the evident wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. It was terrifying, unimaginable. All right, you all may go downstairs. I shall remain here alone. Cecilia, is Miss Snow White's condition truly dire? The butler stepped aside to allow the line of maids to descend quietly, his tone turning grave as he observed the head maid still dabbing at her tears. What did the healer say? Oh, nothing, Mr. Baker. The healer mentioned that the most severe injuries Miss Snow White has sustained are the burns and sprains on her arms. Those wounds will heal with rest and regular application of ointment. I have already sent someone to prepare the medicine. The head maid shook her head. But it is truly horrifying, Mr. Baker. Who would dare to commit such vile acts against a lady of noble standing? Is there anyone in the entire capital who is unaware that she is soon to become the mistress of our sales? This is not a matter for us lowly servants to comment upon, the butler sighed. The master has lived under the scrutiny of countless eyes since childhood. Perhaps it is the identity of the master's fiancée that has led Miss Snow White to this unfortunate fate. However, he cannot share such thoughts with a woman like the head maid, fearing that she would lose her peace of mind at night. On a brighter note, Cecilia. The master appears to hold considerable affection for Miss Snow White. If she can find happiness, is that not what we all desire? Indeed, the master has remained by her side since returning home, never letting go of her hand. It is a truly touching scene. Miss Annie. Oh no, the Countess of Stinson. I can never seem to remember to call her Countess. She will surely feel relieved to know. However, we must remind everyone to keep their mouths shut outside. Rumors could create chaos. The head maid sighed in agreement. You need not worry. I will convene all the servants after dinner to emphasize the importance of discretion. The butler nodded. Very well, Cecilia. You should also go downstairs and tidy yourself up. If the master wishes to summon you later, what will he think of your current expression? It will not be for a while. Miss Snow White shows no signs of awakening. The master will likely stay with her. For dinner, aside from leaving a portion in the dining room for any potential guests, we should prepare to serve the rest in the bedroom. I fear the master may not be in the right mood. Let us avoid preparing overly hot dishes, shall we? You are so preoccupied that you have lost track of time. It is nearly dark outside. Do not concern yourself with the kitchen. I have everything arranged. As they heard a commotion from downstairs, the butler and head maid hurriedly moved towards the sound. What trouble has arisen now? Let it not be the medicine for the lady. The busyness continued into the night, until the butler's commands filled everyone's ears. After an uncontrollable series of yawns, he finally signaled a portion of the staff that they could take their leave for rest. Today, more than half of those on duty exceeded the usual number, including the chief male servant, who had appeared displeased since dinner began. Lord Snow White, as the evening enveloped the surroundings. The young Flant Snow White raised his hand to interrupt the greetings of those who had come to welcome him while stepping down from the carriage. He had just departed from the royal palace, and an aura of chill seemed to cling to him, as if the autumn frost of the capital had crystallized upon his very being. The chief male servant, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from further conversation. Accepting the coat that had been almost thrown at him, he recognized that, for both this esteemed guest and the future mistress still slumbering in the master's chamber, it was indeed inappropriate to exchange evening salutations. Chapter 26. Sleepless Night 2. Lord Marquis, please this way. As they reached the grand hall, the butler approached. That old fellow could never bear to see someone accomplish a task alone. Always calculating how to usurp another's credit from the moment he opened his eyes each day. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, the servant could only bow to the noble guest and quietly withdraw. The door to the room stood ajar, a faint glow emanating from within. Flant silently awaited as the butler tapped thrice upon the door before respectfully pulling it open to gesture for him to enter. The youth's crimson eyes scanned the interior, where a single dimly glowing magical stone lamp illuminated only the shadow of Lancelot seated at the bedside, failing to reveal the person he yearned to see. As more light flooded the room, Flant discerned Liliana curled up on the bed, nestled close to Lancelot. She lay with her eyes closed, still asleep, yet as if sensing the shift in light, she turned her face away, seeking refuge in the shadows cast by Lancelot's form beside her. The movement brought her physical discomfort, prompting her to furrow her brow and emit a soft sound of distress. It was only upon his approach that Lancelot rose, and Flant noticed that one of his hands was still gently held by Liliana's delicate grasp. When Lancelot shifted to relinquish his hand, the girl's fingers clutched momentarily at the empty air. "Do not fear," Lancelot softly assured, having noticed Liliana's movement. He reached out to gently smooth back her hair from her forehead, whispering comfortingly, "You are in the safest place. I'm still here." Lancelot showed no intention of departing. Naturally, This was his estate, his chamber, and it was entirely fitting for him to care for his fiancée, and tenderly sit by her bedside to console her. Flant pressed his lips together, stepping a little closer. Now he could see every wound on Liliana's face, treated with salve, each one having mostly subsided. Yet the pallor of her surrounding skin rendered them strikingly vivid. The traces of the ointment extended to her temples and into her hair, and Flant noticed spots of dried blood staining the pillow upon which she rested. She had indeed awakened briefly before. Just as Flant extended his hand, fingers hovering near the wound on her forehead, he heard Lancelot's voice behind him. Had you arrived sooner, you might have exchanged a few words with her. Not everyone can respond to the Emperor's summons by sending only a single retainer. Florent felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he withdrew his hand and turned away. He understood that, both emotionally and rationally, it was inappropriate to direct his ire toward Lancelot, who had rescued Liliana at this moment. His anger had already been vented within the palace, yet an insistent unease continued to spread within him. Florent realized, quite unconsciously, that he had clenched his fist. He ought not to linger in the academy, examining why none of the magic, powered by magical stones, had proven effective, nor should he endure the nausea of accepting the Emperor's reassurances regarding the Snow-White family. He should have disregarded all else and come directly here to take Liliana back to their home, to his side, where she would be safest. What discontent plagued this young master? Christopher felt he had conducted himself impeccably. After deciding to bring Liliana back to his abode, he had sent word to the Snow-White estate, not to seek permission, but out of courtesy to inform them of the situation. He found it unsurprising that Florence Snow-White had only now arrived. This individual had always adhered to propriety, avoiding any incriminating behavior in public. It was easy to become entangled with the scheming denizens of the palace. The relationship between the Snow-White siblings seemed rather distant. Since the Emperor had bestowed the betrothal between him and Liliana, social gatherings where both he and Florent appeared were often punctuated with jests, to which Florent's responses remained notably cool, revealing little affection for his sister. Everyone was well aware that Liliana Snowwhite was not truly Florent's blood relative. Compared to the Marquis of Snow-White's unwavering insistence on this false daughter's identity for over a decade, Florent's demeanor was, in the eyes of the aristocracy, entirely reasonable. It was only natural that a noble heir of pure lineage would not indulge a commoner who might tarnish the family's bloodline. Christopher, however, was not part of this aristocratic circle. He considered that he had discerned the truth behind Liliana's origins. Following this deduction, he found it understandable that Florent and Liliana were not close. For the Snow-White family had long passed down not only the art of manipulating ice and water, but also a stubborn temperament that made submission more challenging than death itself. His speculations regarding the Snow-White siblings' relationship were corroborated by the incessant stream of letters from Rhinoc, which overwhelmed him like falling snowflakes. He certainly did not attempt to probe into his fiancée's rapport with the Snow-White family in his replies. Who knew how many times those letters might be scrutinized before reaching the girl's hands? Instead, he sensed a palpable loneliness within the mundane, detail-laden accounts she shared, as if she clung to him as a lifeline, yearning to share everything with him, as though no one in her environment cared to listen. Christopher had no siblings by blood. His closest kin among his peers was a cousin. He assessed that the bond between the Snow-White siblings was even more tenuous than that between himself and his cousin. Before Anne's marriage, he had listened to many of her heartfelt confessions. Although some of her words had merely drifted in one ear and out the other, he had at least been present to hear her out. He discovered that even when he offered no opinions, his cousin's mood inexplicably improved after their conversations. Christophe squinted slightly, for he had just witnessed the barely concealed irritation in Florent's eyes when he turned away from Liliana after being interrupted. Such a demeanor should not grace the countenance of a brother who disregards his sister. Had all his previous judgments been erroneous? Or was it merely the compulsive need of the young master to be involved in every matter resurfacing? Yet, he had previously entrusted Liliana to him for her journey outside the capital. Christophe later conducted a brief inquiry, but gleaned no insights into Florent's hasty purpose for entering the capital. He had never been particularly interested in the Snow-White family's activities there, believing that overly virtuous individuals seldom stirred up trouble. He assumed that Florent thought once they arrived in the capital, Liliana would no longer be under Snow-White's purview. What then? was provoking such emotional fluctuations in Florence Snowwhite? Kristoff felt a spark of intrigue and contemplated several possibilities, the most absurd of which, if unrelated to himself, mattered little. However, the girl still slumbering in bed was his fiancée, and he did not partake in the peculiar whims popular among certain nobles. How would the palace deal with that night? Even though the other party clearly wished to avoid conversation, Kristoff sought another topic. Chapter 26. Sleepless Night 3. It was unspoken, but would not exceed the removal of titles, demotion to commoner status, and a permanent ban from future associations. Florence spoke with a heavy tone, mentioning that reports of students wielding magic and their specific locations came from the magic tower. While the only information concerning Liliana's residence in the lakeside area stemmed from the guards, the school regulations were explicitly stated. He merely needed to assert that he was fulfilling his duty to patrol the academy. If he treated other students similarly, the emperor might only reprimand him lightly. Kristoff nodded, feeling no turbulence within, for he glanced down to see Liliana burrowing into the bedding like a shell into sand, disturbed by their conversation. Let her rest. We shall speak elsewhere. I will have the butler summon her maid to attend to her, he suggested. Speak? About what? Florent was momentarily taken aback. His sole purpose for being there was to check on Liliana, who had been reluctantly residing there. Did this fellow believe he was a servant delivering a late-night report? Were it not for Liliana already being asleep, he would not have permitted her to stay the night. Lord Snowwhite? Kristoff observed once more the expression on Florent's face. I need to assess my sister's condition, Lord Lancelot, Florent replied stiffly, asserting that regardless of the royal family's eventual stance, he must report the truth to their father. Naturally, the bond between siblings is profound, a sentiment I have often regretted not experiencing myself, Kristoff remarked with a slight smile. Then I shall await you downstairs. As the door closed behind him, Florent exhaled deeply, for he found no pleasure in the company of Christopher Lancelot. This disdain stemmed not only from having been bested by him for 2 consecutive years, but also from the tone and demeanor of the man, who previously had to remind himself, in light of the impending familial alliance, to maintain a facade of cordiality in social settings. Now, the thought of this individual possibly becoming Liliana's future husband was even more irksome. Go inside, Christopher instructed the 2 waiting maids in the corridor upon stepping out of the room. If you feel unwell, you may rest. I assured your mistress that she would find you in good health upon awakening. I am unharmed, your grace, replied Megan, her head bowed respectfully, the bandage still visible around her neck. I implore you to allow me to attend to the mistress this evening. The sound of the 2 maids entering the room caught Florent's attention. Was this a refusal to grant him solitude with Liliana? He considered it a mark of generosity to overlook the fact that, when the butler had opened the door, only Lancelot was present with Liliana. To have the tables turned on him, with Lancelot brazenly asserting ownership despite the imperial engagement, was quite vexing, particularly since Liliana's surname had yet to change from Snowwhite to Lancelot. Noticing the gaze Florent cast upon her, Kate lowered her head, anxious that her absence in protecting the mistress might incur punishment. Yet, she felt justified. At that moment, she had informed the coachman that, although the mistress had not commanded it, news of her ill health warranted notifying the Duke Lancelot to prevent him from arriving under false pretenses. Thus, she had asked the coachman to drop her near the palace to seek out Lancelot's servants. As a maid of her standing, she could not enter the palace. She could only watch as Lancelot's male servants conversed with the sternly armored guards at the palace gate. After a lengthy wait, she finally saw the Duke Lancelot appear in haste, merely confirming, "Is your mistress still at the academy?" She nodded, but soon realized she had no knowledge of whether Lord Florent had received word and taken the mistress. A sudden gust of wind swept past her, causing her to stagger back, and when she looked around, it was merely her and the male servant exchanging glances. As she boarded the Lancelot carriage to head toward the academy, she glimpsed through the window a bolt of lightning striking the mountaintop, yet she heard no unusual sounds. The academy's hall was already teeming with a myriad of expressions, and when Kate sought to return, she was informed that the mountaintop was under the guard of the royal knights, forbidding entry to anyone. In her frantic state of despair, the male servant approached her, stating that the Duke requested her return to the ducal residence. Throughout the afternoon, she was assigned by the head maid of the ducal house to tend to the injured Megan, who had not disclosed what transpired in her absence. Yet Kate dared not inquire. From the day she entered the Marquis's estate as a maid, the admonition to refrain from questioning or speaking, and to bow her head in labor, echoed in her ears. Countless servants had been ruthlessly dismissed for their inability to restrain their tongues. Some harbored resentment, yearning to divulge their experiences within the Marquis's household, only to vanish completely into the boundless snow of Rianoka, never to be seen again. "Allow me." Frant declined the assistance of two maids, bending down to adjust the blankets, revealing Liliana's face from the bedding. Her skin, untouched by the medicinal poultice, had turned a rosy hue from being smothered. He had been exceedingly cautious, yet his fingers inadvertently brushed against a bruise on her cheek. The girl's eyelashes fluttered momentarily before she slightly opened her eyes, meeting Frant's gaze with a look of bewilderment, as if she could not comprehend her surroundings or recall the man so near her. Surely, she had not lost her memory again. That unfamiliar expression stirred a sense of déjà vu within Frant. He recalled his initial reaction upon discovering her amnesia, rather than concern. He had exhaled a long sigh of relief, believing that Liliana's loss of recollection concerning her identity rendered her safer than his sister, who had just received concrete news. In truth, it was Liliana who had continually suffered since he reclaimed Rayla. He had explicitly promised Liliana that no further horrors would befall her. Liliana? He found himself inexplicably using the diminutive she had once bestowed upon herself in childhood. There had been a time when the little girl insisted that all the maids refer to her thus, gazing at him with her crimson eyes, hoping that after he called Joseph with joy, he would follow with her name. For many years prior, he had never responded to her unspoken hopes. The anger and resentment inherited from his father allowed him only to fulfill her tangible desires. When had she cast aside that nickname, as one discards worn-out garments and ornaments? He was entirely unaware. The girl seemed to have merely opened her eyes for a fleeting moment. Frant was uncertain if she had truly seen him. Almost instantaneously, she succumbed to slumber once more, her brow furrowed. He noticed a tear slipping from the corner of her eye, reminiscent of when she had been poisoned. The tear glided slowly down her cheek. This time, it did not mingle with her long hair, but fell onto his fingertips. Still here, Liliana thought hazily, her vision enveloped in chaos, everything a blurred and swaying shadow. Yet this vast emptiness was not what she yearned for. The recent joy of returning home had merely been a fleeting dream. Those dreams had been so vividly crafted that she wished to experience them once more while they lingered in her memory. Chapter 27 Multilateral Talks 1. Liliana could not recall how she returned to the Snowwhite estate. Her mind retained no memories of being rescued by Lancelot. It was not until 2 days later that she genuinely felt her strength had returned to normal. Prior to that, she had been in a state of intermittent consciousness, waking briefly before succumbing to sleep once more, feeling worse than during her initial recovery from poisoning. The therapist attributed this to Miss Snowwhite experiencing immense fright, which kept her spirit in a state of tension, rendering her easily fatigued. However, Liliana suspected that her excessive drowsiness might also be due to the therapist administering an excessive amount of sedatives. After all, knowledge is indeed valuable. Unlike when she first arrived, bewildered by various medicinal broths, she could now discern one or two common remedies among them. Upon awakening today, she felt remarkably well and without assistance from a maid. Adeptly propped herself up in bed. Observing her struggle to rise, Megan hurried to fetch a pillow to support her back and helped pull the blankets up to her waist. "How long have I been in a daze?" Liliana mused, her gaze fixed on the crackling fireplace in the bedroom. "Is it already winter?" "Miss, today is October 2nd, Megan gently replied, using a warm towel to wipe Liliana's hands. Following Liliana's line of sight, she continued, "Oh, you mentioned the fireplace. After you said you felt cold last night, the master had us light it. It's raining today, and the temperature outside is indeed quite low." Did she say that yesterday? She had no recollection. In this world, there were no distinctions between large and small months. Each month uniformly consisted of 30 days. This meant she had slept through an entire day yesterday. Counting on her fingers, Liliana felt her mind was blank. She lowered her gaze to her stomach, which felt equally empty, and looked up at Megan with longing. "Megan, I'm a bit hungry. I'll notify the kitchen." Kate, who was folding clothes nearby, raised her hand. "How wonderful. The therapist said that if the miss has an appetite, it indicates her condition is improving. If she were to eat only a little like in the past 2 days, the master and the young duke would surely be even more worried." Liliana attempted to move the arm that had been roughly yanked by the knight, feeling a lingering ache in her wrist and elbow. The burn on her forearm had begun to scab, though she was unsure whether the blisters had burst on their own or had been later punctured. Due to Liliana's fair skin, the dark scabs that had not yet begun to peel away appeared quite conspicuous. "Do not worry, Miss Megan." Noticing Liliana gazing at her injured wrist, assumed she was distressed about the scar and gently reassured her. The therapist said that as long as you apply the medicine regularly, your skin will ultimately leave no trace. Liliana did not feel particularly sorrowful. She merely thought it a pity and wondered if this body had a propensity for scarring. She possessed only a rudimentary understanding of medicine, aware that some wounds, when aggravated, could leave behind unsightly scars resembling elongated, coarse worms. This particular scar was situated at a spot that would inevitably be exposed with the slightest tug of her sleeve, rendering it conspicuously visible. It evoked a sense akin to that of a person who, after meticulously caring for a smartphone for 17 years without a blemish, had it fall into their hands and shatter within 3 months. "Have you applied any ointment here?" Liliana inquired, pointing with her uninjured hand towards the scar on Megan's neck. "It appears not to be very deep, yet your hair seems noticeably severed. Your bun lacks its former fullness. Does it still hurt? Perhaps you should rest. I estimate I won't be able to rise from bed anytime soon. Kate can assist me with the essentials." Megan shook her head, retrieving a comb to aid Liliana with her hair, applying a gentler touch than usual, deliberately avoiding the roots and scalp, merely untangling the ends that had knotted from prolonged confinement to bed. After Kate entered the room bearing a tray of food, Megan excused herself. In a secluded corner of the corridor, the maid discreetly wiped the corners of her eyes, as a commendable servant. She could not allow her emotions to surface and influence her mistress's mood, even if such feelings stem from gratitude. Taking a deep breath, she restored her customary gentle demeanor upon raising her gaze. If only the young master could delay his departure a tad longer, she mused regretfully. The young master was evidently concerned for the young lady. Since her return to the estate, he had spent most of his days in her chamber, only briefly stepping away when the young duke paid a visit. The young lady appeared to be in relatively good spirits at that moment, though it was uncertain whether she would feel fatigued again before the young masteress returned. With the assistance of 2 maids, Liliana lacked the energy to ponder the events that had transpired, yet those occurrences had been mulled over repeatedly by 2 men over the past 2 days. One was ensconced in the royal palace, while the other occupied a small lodge atop the mountain where the incident occurred, both wearing contemplative expressions. Christophe Lancelot's countenance bore a hint of ennui. He had deliberately postponed his entry to the palace by 2 days, both to express his dissatisfaction and to avoid encountering a few superfluous individuals. Today, it seemed, he had achieved a significant portion of his aim. Given the incident that transpired on the Academy's grounds, the principal, Michel Roth, would undoubtedly accompany him. The absence of those old men from the Magic Tower was rather fortunate. He wished to avoid appearing disrespectful, but also had no desire to engage in tedious discourse with them. Christophe was acutely aware that the probability of the monitoring array set up by the Magic Tower at the Academy malfunctioning was virtually nil. Something must have transpired atop the mountain to trigger the alert, a point that required no further debate. After returning from the palace, he intended to head directly to the Snowwhite estate, contemplating as he listened to Michel Roth speak, pondering whether Liliana's condition had improved. He had longed to ascertain if she had noticed anything amiss prior to the alert being triggered, but he could not risk provoking her with such inquiries. He could only first ask her 2 close maids for a brief account. The Snowwhite family is notoriously strict regarding their reputation, and her brother firmly asserts his disapproval of Liliana spending the night at Lancelot Manor without a formal marriage. Time and energy are limited, and he could not extract any valuable information. The only remark from a young maid was that she felt slightly unwell while washing dishes. However, the essence of the matter shifted completely when that night began to treat Liliana Snowwhite with unyielding violence. Chapter 27. Multilateral Discussions 2. I hold complete trust in Your Majesty. Your Majesty has always shown me great consideration, and I have been in a state of shock since the occurrence of this event. Christopher's statement was genuine, setting aside his doubts regarding Liliana's lineage. Even if she were merely an ordinary commoner, he could not fathom what benefit the Emperor could derive from instructing the royal knights to publicly harm her. Currently, the girl still bears the Snowwhite surname, and the emperor has personally bound him to her through a marriage contract, which signifies that regardless of what transpires with Liliana, both the Snow White and Lancelot families cannot and will not remain indifferent. At present, Old Ryan is engaging in numerous covert maneuvers in Millet, many of which are conducted with an FA of compliance, showing no desire to maintain appearances in the capital. Christopher believes that even the crown prince, seated across from him, understands that the royal family should not simultaneously oppose the other two families. This matter must have been instigated by someone, yet that knight remains tight-lipped. Look, although the crown prince is somewhat naive, he is not foolish. Christopher silently listens as he continues, "Your Majesty, it appears that there are individuals within the kingdom capable of bribing royal knights. If we simply eliminate him and spare the mastermind, such occurrences may continue in the future. What the crown prince has articulated is indeed a concern of mine." Christopher seamlessly continues the conversation, his tone grave. "I believe that the knight's actions cannot possibly reflect the will of those within the palace, much less that of your Majesty. However, your Majesty knows that I have not yet formally inherited my father's title, and my opinions cannot presently represent those of the Lancelot family, nor the sentiments of the subjects of Silas. I also concur that downplaying this incident as a mere intrusion by magical beasts would mitigate its repercussions. Yet, should any well-meaning individuals convey the news to the south, alerting the irascible old ministers of Silas to the treatment of their future mistress by a knight hailing from the royal knights, your Majesty, you are aware that I am merely a person who recklessly navigates through hordes of monsters, and I have never been adept at dealing with those shrewd old men. I only recall hearing Count Rothbury speak of how your Majesty governs effectively and appeases the populace, yet I could never learn that art." Christopher casts a glance at Count Rothbury, who appears restless and visibly worn from sleepless nights. If a resolution cannot be provided, even if that knight is killed, he fears that they will not find peace. If indeed such matters cause a rift between the esteemed Sales and his Majesty, how shall one atone for such transgressions? The corners of Count Roth's mouth twitched, longing to smile, yet the current circumstances rendered such an expression wholly inappropriate. Had this been in a theater, he might have offered his sincere admiration for the young duke's splendid and seasoned performance. He dabbed at his increasingly thinning hairline with a handkerchief, which had scarcely left his grasp since the alarm was raised at the Academy on the last day of September. The previous occasion the Academy had triggered an alert was due to the Crown Prince's whimsical experiment years ago, wherein he sought to ignite the forest beyond the palace's reach. That incident was swiftly and quietly resolved, leaving no further repercussions. However, this time, the situation was evidently more complex. Count Roth could not have anticipated that the second-tier knight, dispatched by the royal knights to ensure student safety at the Academy, will be so obstinate as to unilaterally invoke the third regulation against Liliana Snowwhite. Indeed, Michel Roth did not suspect that this knight was in any way compromised. The capital academy, situated adjacent to the royal palace, was heavily guarded by numerous knights stationed just beyond a narrow valley, and common folk rarely dared to approach the vicinity of the academy. Since its establishment, the academy had never faced an invasion. Thus, the task of patrolling the grounds had become monotonously uneventful, offering little opportunity for valorous deeds. Consequently, the ambitious young knights, who had aspired to join the royal knights, were often reluctant to serve in such an uninspiring post. This year marked the 13th year of Oliver Smith's tenure as a royal knight at the academy, coinciding with Count Roth's own appointment as headmaster. Hence, Roth felt an added sense of familiarity towards him. Although Smith held no title nor noble lineage, Roth had always respected those who had shed their blood for the kingdom, and routinely advised the academy as faculty and students to treat him with the dignity befitting a nobleman. When unburdened by trivial matters, Roth enjoyed strolling through the academy, lost in contemplation. Occasionally, he would come across the patrolling Smith, and the two would walk in silence for a while, exchanging a few words now and then. Over the span of 13 years, Roth would not claim to fully understand Oliver Smith, yet he believed that this taciturn knight had consistently exhibited unwavering dedication to his duties. Admittedly, the man possessed certain irksome traits. He would not hesitate to impose a modicum of discomfort upon students, be they young lords or ladies, who, in their arrogance, disregarded the academy's regulations. Had it not been for Roth's discreet support and protection from behind the scenes, Oliver Smith might well have struggled to maintain even this position of patrolling the academy. Roth had previously pondered that perhaps it was precisely due to his inflexible character that he had been removed from the palace during his prime. However, regardless of the circumstances, Smith had certainly overstepped this time, particularly since Liliana Snowwhite was utterly incapable of wielding magic. To be frank, Roth would have preferred to confront the wrath of Florence Snowwhite head-on, as he had 2 days ago, rather than sit here and endure Christophe Lancelot's veiled malice, disguised as casual banter. Upon hearing the Crown Prince excuse himself, stating that it was time to visit the Queen, Roth hastily echoed his sentiments, affirming that he was already aware of how to publicly address this matter and requested permission to return to the Academy to immediately address any rumors in accordance with His Majesty's wishes. How was the child faring? The Emperor finally spoke once Christophe was the only one left seated. The moment those words escaped his lips, Christophe comprehended that the Emperor had yet to decide how to deal with the knight who had harmed Liliana. For several days, she had spent more time asleep than awake. Her injuries considerable. Fortunately, aside from the first night, she had not suffered any further fevers. Christophe replied that she had likely never encountered even the weakest magical beast while wandering the wilds throughout her childhood. So how could she possibly endure such an ordeal? Furthermore, he had rushed to her side only after receiving word from a servant, as Liliana had already been experiencing significant physical discomfort prior to the incident. Neither he nor her brother had thought it prudent to inform the royal family of this, since the Emperor had not inquired why he had hastily excused himself that day. There was no need for him to volunteer information. Despite their mutual disdain, the two men maintained a certain tacit understanding regarding such matters. Chapter 27, Multilateral Discussions 3. Christophe heard the Emperor exhale a long, heavy sigh. Though the Emperor had just turned 50, and despite the constant attention of an entourage of servants devoted to preserving his appearance, the golden hair visible beneath his heavy crown now showed signs of weariness and decline. The Emperor was not the originally designated heir, having ascended to the throne in haste. He had managed to govern the kingdom thus far with a mere fraction of the magical prowess possessed by his late brother. The burdens of state affairs and the relentless machinations of court life had visibly taken their toll on his health. Yet, there was little to lament. There were many who would eagerly seize the opportunity to wear the crown if Prince were to relinquish it. Once the decision to grasp the scepter and crown had been made, one must inevitably bear the corresponding burdens. Christophe continued to lounge casually in his seat, casting a glance at his right hand, where the ring symbolizing the head of the Lancelot family had yet to be placed upon his thumb. This ring had been reforged numerous times since its inception. The reason was simple. Neither the lords who wore it nor the knights who pledged their fealty could leave behind anything for their families to remember them by once they were claimed by the sea. Spend more time with her. The scepter struck the ground with a heavy thud as Christophe looked up to see the Emperor, who had approached to pat his shoulder. The child must be terrified. Do not let her be alone. Certainly. Christophe raised his gaze from his shoulder and beheld a pair of eyes that had begun to exhibit signs of cloudiness. Your Majesty, he stated, this is indeed within my purview. His shoulder was patted twice more, the force of the latter being considerably greater than the former. Christophe rose and bowed respectfully as he escorted the Emperor away, soon to be joined by attendants who would lead him from this secluded courtyard, which was not typically accessible to the external ministers. What odds do you believe the entire royal knights could have against Christophe? The Emperor inquired as he stepped into the gentle rain. The Grand Knight, who had not yet had the chance to report the results of the interrogation of Oliver Smith, was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Knight reflected on the rumors surrounding the Duke of Lancelot's prodigious talents, which were said to eclipse those of his father. The scene he had witnessed 2 days prior had indeed reshaped his understanding. According to the descriptions provided by soldiers on the scene, Smith's knightly armor, along with the metallic prosthetic arm that had dragged Miss Snowwhite, was shattered into fragments in the blink of an eye by the wind blades. Moreover, the lightning, which had been seen tearing through the clear sky, had never once struck the ground, indicating that much of the Duke's actions were merely acts of intimidation and warning. Had he unleashed those thunderbolts upon the earth, the Lake District and even the entire Academy would likely have been reduced to ruins. The Academy's defenses had not been re-triggered, raising questions as to whether the elemental fluctuations caused by the Duke had exceeded the monitoring capacity of the magical tower's array. This matter would require further verification in collaboration with the magical tower. Until then, the Grand Knight's judgments regarding Christophe Lancelot were solely based on his performance in the Academy's competitions, where it was evident he had never truly exerted his full strength. The Crown Prince is maturing rapidly. Given time, he shall not easily yield to the Duke of Lancelot, the Grand Knight replied. Thus, in your estimation, the entire royal knights combined possess less than a 50% chance of victory, the Emperor remarked, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. I dare not speculate recklessly. The Grand Knight bowed his head. Wind can fuel fire, and thunder can gild gold. The princely family has never clashed with the Lancelots, and they shall not in the future, the Emperor said slowly. The Grand Knight was uncertain whether this statement was merely an expression of the Emperor's sentiments or if he intended to convey this message beyond the palace to signify the royal stance. Beyond a narrow valley, Liliana Snowwhite was navigating through the stringent barriers set by the royal knights. Not a single knight dared to halt him or inquire if he had received permission from the palace. All silently watched him exit the Volcano Lake district, a place where even a bird was not permitted to fly freely. Today, Liliana reaffirmed a crucial fact. All the magical stones he had left in that small building had ceased to function. Was this the work of that night? Liliana harbored doubts. Those magical stones were sourced from the premier mines of Renoka, containing a remarkably high purity of ice elements. The Knights of the Royal Order are primarily adept at manipulating the elemental force of fire and gold. Regardless of whether they possess the capability to dismantle the protective enchantments constructed from magic stones within a short span of time, the mere act of depleting such a substantial quantity of magic stones is no trivial feat for an ordinary mage. According to Megan, the knight entered the small building without encountering any resistance, which suggests that the magic stones had likely been entirely exhausted prior to this event. Before the alarm sounded, I was downstairs polishing the furniture, at which moment I felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Upon regaining my composure, I noticed that the water in the basin had diminished, though I could not ascertain whether this was merely an illusion. Ascending the stairs to check on the young lady, I found her pallid, with lips tinged a ghastly blue, appearing on the verge of fainting. Flant revisited Megan's account. Both she and another maid had mentioned the inability to breathe. Was this also the cause of Liliana's symptoms? Yet, none of them had elemental barriers. If they were all subjected to simultaneous attacks, their experiences should have been uniform. The two maids quickly returned to normal, while Megan stated that Liliana was rendered so weak afterward that merely standing became a Herculean task. To endure such treatment from that night in her frail condition was unbearable. Flant felt his breath quicken, akin to the moment he sat in the palace listening to the guard responsible for the mountaintop lake area recount the events. Upon hearing that Liliana, clad only in a nightgown, had been dragged by the hair up to the second floor in full view of the soldiers by that second-class knight, he nearly lost control and retaliated against the guard before the Emperor. Before Flant could regain his senses, the guard lay lifeless on the ground, eyes wide in shock, his throat and mouth frozen, unable to utter another word. Yet, such a response was unnecessary on his part. The Emperor had resolved to publicly declare that a rampaging magical beast had inadvertently breached the Academy's mountaintop lake area on September 30th. Regardless of how absurd this excuse sounded, it meant that the majority of those who had witnessed the truth, regardless of their innocence, would be compelled to remain silent forever due to this falsehood. As for the knight, Flant was uncertain whether he was indeed being directed by the individual who had caused Liliana's poisoning. Oliver Smith had been at the Capital Academy for many years, a person Flant had previously overlooked. Before this incident, he was merely aware that the knight responsible for the Academy's security had received some criticism from fellow students for his strict demeanor. Flant surmised that the Emperor was unlikely to publicly execute him, but it mattered little. Once that man became a commoner, his fate would no longer concern the royal family. Now was not the time to be swayed by emotions. He aimed to complete the investigation and return home swiftly, hoping that when Liliana awoke today, she would find him by her side. Perhaps she would feel better. She had been awake for a little longer yesterday, and while leaning against him to take her medicine, she had mentioned feeling cold, indicating a gradual restoration of her awareness of the external world. He had brought along the letters he had left for Liliana in the small building, as well as scattered books and notes, prepared to take them back for her. Those letters were freshly written, carefully pressed, and left to dry by the bedside, thus spared from the wind's grasp. As the protective magic was shattered, rain began to sweep into the house, causing a letter, soaked from the previous night's downpour, to fall into disarray. Yet, this letter was addressed to that scoundrel Lancelot. If it were to be dampened, so be it. He was now as stuck as a tongue frozen to a metal pole in winter, unable to break free, returning daily to meander about. Florent did not permit himself to delve into the letters written by Liliana, even though one was intended for their brother Joseph. He merely cast a cursory glance at the neat script of her address, indicating that at least on that fateful morning, she had still been in good health. There was another peculiar matter that crossed Florent's mind. He had discovered a fallen quill in Liliana's room, yet there was no ink bottle to be found nearby. Not even a shard. Ah, hello. Someone stepped into his path. Were it anyone else, Florent would have likely dismissed them, but the individual before him was none other than Ryla Green. The young man halted, silently standing still, awaiting the first words from his sister after 15 years apart. Mr. Snowwhite, greetings. The words seemed to escape her with great difficulty, as if summoned by immense resolve. I would like to inquire about Liliana's condition. I have heard she was injured due to a beast intrusion. As her friend at the academy, may I visit her? Chapter 28. A Mutual Journey. 1. Her brother informed her that she was currently unable to receive visitors. During dinner, Ryla prodded her food with a fork, her mind heavy with thoughts. For the first time since arriving in this world, she had lost the determination to eat her fill at every meal. Crowl, did you not say that the mountaintop is home to the highest-ranking nobles in this country? How could a beast have suddenly breached that sanctuary? I have lived in the capital for several months and have not heard of any beasts prowling near the outskirts of the city. Furthermore, it was precisely because Liliana had been injured that she needed to treat the wounds inflicted by the beast attack, yet she could not directly confront her brother about it. Ryla deeply regretted not having confessed to Liliana about her healing magic that fateful night. Had she done so, Liliana would have sought her assistance immediately. Liliana had been prepared to renounce her status as a noble and reveal the truth of her lineage. Yet Ryla hesitated, torn about disclosing her own circumstances. Ryla felt utterly inadequate. Compared to the sincere Liliana, she felt as hypocritical as a rat, having pilfered from her comrades while still lamenting her own plight. Do not worry excessively. Both the Snow White and Lancelot families employ numerous top-tier healers. Crowl replied, without directly addressing her question. I have heard that Miss Snow White was previously poisoned and managed to recover. She should heal swiftly this time as well. Indeed, she was poisoned not long ago. Surely, one cannot be this unfortunate. Upon being reminded by Klaus, Rayla found the entire situation she had heard about over the past few days to be steeped in absurdity. The probability of such misfortunes befalling her in succession seemed exceedingly low. Could it be that the beast was unleashed by the very person who poisoned her? Rayla Klaus said, momentarily suppressing his smile as he gently grasped her wrist, which rested on the table. After casting a cautious glance around, he continued in a hushed tone. Miss Snow White's status is peculiar. Such matters should not be spoken of openly, as they may lead to complications for you. It was quite exasperating for her, as she found all nobles, aside from Klaus, to be bothersome. Even though Klaus was a rarity among the normal folk, he too was reluctant to speak plainly about the situation, fearing that Liliana might discover that Rayla felt utterly powerless in this predicament, causing her to anxiously stab at the meat on her plate with a fork. After listening to Liliana's impassioned discourse the previous night, which suggested that various men in this world would inexplicably fall in love with her due to her being the very center of it all, Rayla remained on high alert, especially regarding the man whom Liliana referred to as one of the 4 male leads. Flant Snow White, at this moment, was the only one connected to Liliana. She had skipped an entire class, and in return, this individual seemed unwilling to divulge even the state of Liliana's injuries, leaving her at a point where she contemplated resorting to leveraging her appearance for information. However, even that hope was dashed as he turned away without granting her another word. Was this truly her brother? He was certainly not even as worthy as her sister's pinky finger. Left in a state of agitation, Rayla scratched her head. According to Liliana, he was still oblivious to her true identity, which was somewhat comforting. If he maintained such an attitude, she need not worry about him being unwittingly ensnared by some narrative-driven affection. In any case, she wished for no entanglements. Matters of the heart held no allure for her. With that thought, Rayla swiftly withdrew her hand from Klaus's grasp. After absorbing Liliana's peculiar and chilling remarks, she had been seriously contemplating distancing herself from Klaus as well. Yet, on the final day of the weekend, calamity struck Liliana. Upon her return to the academy, Rayla, unaware of the happenings, was met with mysterious expressions from everyone she encountered. At this juncture, Only Klaus seemed suitable for discussing the matter. It appeared that the magic circle was indeed a troublesome entity. Furrowing her brow, Rayla listened as Klaus explained why she had not heard the warning sounds of the beast triggering at the foot of the mountain. Are you saying that regardless of the commotion within the academy, it remains utterly silent outside the magic circle? Indeed, Klaus affirmed, as long as the formation remains effective. He nodded, adding that this soundproofing magic had seemingly not existed during their elder brother's time at school. It appeared to have been established following an incident a few years prior, where a false alarm had unleashed a cacophony that incited panic among the nobility and commoners alike in the capital. Consequently, the magic tower had been instructed to install this system around the academy at the behest of the palace. The specifics of its workings eluded him, as the study of magic was a highly intricate discipline, demanding a profound mastery of elemental control, a pursuit that many might only scratch the surface of in their lifetimes. This contraption is troublesome, Rilla thought with a sense of melancholy, realizing she had overlooked everything at that moment. It was only when she noticed the sudden flash of lightning against the clear blue sky that she felt something was amiss. Had she heard the warning sooner, perhaps she could have made it to the mountaintop in time. I truly wish to assist you, Klaus remarked, perhaps sensing Rilla's lingering glances, though she had refrained from voicing her thoughts. However, our family has only maintained a rather ordinary relationship with the Snowwhite family. If it were a matter concerning the elder heir, the young Marquis might consider it, but my words hold little weight. No, it's quite all right, Rilla quickly interjected, raising her hand. This is my own matter. I shall ponder it further. Please, do not trouble yourself. The following day, after attentively listening to an entire lecture on classification and distribution of magical creatures, Volume 1, Rilla encountered the resplendent crown prince in the corridor, where a throng of admirers surrounded him. Under normal circumstances, she would have taken a wide berth to avoid this rather unrefined individual. But today, she hesitated. To stop or to continue on, this was indeed a dilemma. Rilla comprehended Klaus's words from dinner the previous night. His family and the Liliana family shared a mediocre rapport. Among the nobility, where social standing dictated interactions, Klaus was the second son, while Liliana's brother held the position of the eldest, leaving little common ground for dialogue. Following this logic, Rilla remained rooted as she observed the jovial crown prince striding toward her. It was evident that, in this realm, the royal family held the highest rank. And as the future leader, the crown prince's words ought to carry considerable weight. Hey, Rilla Green, he called out as he approached, hands clasped behind his back. Bowing slightly to greet her. Are you still finding your time here agreeable? Quite agreeable, Rilla replied stiffly, taking a step back to widen the gap between herself and the golden-haired youth. Thank you for the opportunity to study here. Think nothing of it. The crown prince waved dismissively. However, if you wish to express gratitude, why did you run away when we first met? Did I not compensate you for the item I inadvertently damaged? Because I was quite busy, Rilla said, taking a deep breath to keep the conversation flowing. I enrolled in many courses. Oh, do you still have classes ahead? The crown prince tilted his head, and perhaps due to his preoccupation with concerns for Liliana, Rilla felt a peculiar similarity in their expressions at that moment. Yes, I have another class on elemental sensitivity enhancement. Rilla realized that lingering with the crown prince in the corridor would surely lead to tardiness, and she bit her lip, deciding it was futile to fret over being late again, having already skipped classes. Haha, what is that? It sounds rather intriguing. The crown prince, in high spirits, noted that Rilla Green, who usually avoided him, was now engaging in conversation. Klaus, her constant companion, was notably absent. He signaled for the girl to lead the way, saying, I shall join you to listen as well. In order to subtly present her request, Rilla patiently accompanied the crown prince to the classroom venue, enduring yet another extravagant display of ostentation. She continued to tolerate his insistence on dining at the cafeteria, listening to his complaints about how the food there paled in comparison to the palace's delicacies, how the utensils were crude, and how the environment was noisy. She felt an overwhelming urge to jab the fork in her hand into the chest of this spoiled brat, who, despite being born with a silver spoon, incessantly grumbled about his circumstances. Reaching her limit, Rilla took a deep breath and interrupted the crown prince, saying, Well, Your Highness, since coming to the academy, I have made a very good friend. It was appropriate to refer to him as such. Rilla was not quite sure how to address the nobles with their myriad titles, nor did she have any interest in studying them. When she greeted Florence Snow White the previous day, she had cleverly referred to him as Sir, and it seemed he had not taken offense. "Oh, I see," the Crown Prince pouted. "Why are you still talking about that Crowell line when you've already dined with him? He is merely a second son, without any claim to family inheritance, and has shown no exceptional abilities. I fail to understand why you wish to associate with such a person. He treats you well. Does he not treat you poorly?" He had written her letters, wagering that few noble ladies in the entire capital had received missives penned on thin gold leaf. She had been injured during the beast invasion 3 days ago. Rella was uncertain if the Crown Prince was aware of this. Not one to beat around the bush, she decided to address the matter directly. "I wish to visit her." "Oh, you mean Liliana Snow White," the Crown Prince exclaimed, drawing out the syllables. "You will certainly be refused by Lord Snow White." He was referring to Florence Snow White, Rella surmised, feeling as though she was inching closer to her goal. How splendid. "Yes, he told me that Liliana requires rest." "Oh, you seek my assistance, then?" The Crown Prince suddenly grasped the situation, scratching his head. "If I were to go, I would certainly take you along. I have wanted to see her for days. But that rascal Snow White won't allow me into his estate. He doesn't even let the palace healers through the door." "Why?" Rella found it hard to believe. "He doesn't welcome me." The Crown Prince nearly let slip a secret, feeling a chill. This girl's captivating crimson eyes were so mesmerizing that one could easily become entranced. On reflection, her eye color bore a striking resemblance to that of the Snow White siblings. Shouldn't the Crown Prince be among the highest echelons of the kingdom? How could someone of such stature be turned away? Rella felt a sense of confusion. Was it her understanding of the world that was flawed, or was it merely that this Crown Prince was failing miserably at his role? This matter truly cannot be assisted. The Crown Prince could only offer Rella a look of regret. The situation had indeed arisen due to the royal knights, and he had no desire to offend Florence Snow White at this time, in an effort to appease the Snow White family. This year's taxation on the magical ore of Renoir is surely set to decline. Duke Ryan has long harbored grievances regarding the inconsistent taxation standards imposed by the royal family on the territories of the three noble families. Now, he has even more cause to voice his discontent. Nevertheless, Rira remains undaunted. With no shortcuts available in her pursuit of the Crown Prince, she rolls up her sleeves with fervor, determined to pave her way forward, all while attempting to encounter Liliana's fiancé at the academy. Although the couple has yet to formalize their union, it seems perfectly reasonable to cast a glance in his direction at such a time. If Liliana were aware of the immense effort Rira was investing in order to see her, she would surely be moved to tears. However, at this moment, oblivious to Rira's endeavors, Liliana is flustered and blushing as her maid announces the visit of the young duke, hastily concealing her books beneath her pillow. Just as she anticipated, despite feeling she has regained much of her vitality, the healer remains hesitant to allow her to rise from her bed. It was only after she playfully remarked that lying idle would only lead her to dwell on past events that Frank permitted the maid to retrieve a few light-hearted romantic tales from her bookshelf to divert her attention. Liliana initially sought an excuse to move about, not genuinely wishing to engage with such fantastical narratives, for she knows that no matter the world, such plots invariably stray from reality upon closer inspection. However, having voiced her intentions, she resolved to feign interest in one or two books to spare her maids from their sorrowful expressions, which suggested she was on the verge of death. While sifting through the books, she stumbled upon a crumpled, antiquated pamphlet nestled within a hollowed-out tome. Upon opening it, she discovered it to be a handwritten manuscript. Liliana's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A manuscript, mysteriously concealed among other books. Could it be the legendary magical tome that grants mastery upon mere reading? Eagerly, she turned to the first page, only to fall into silence after perusing a few pages. Clearly, such miraculous tomes were reserved for protagonists alone. What she held was merely a rather risque and candid tale of a noble maiden and a shepherd boy. She surmised that this manuscript was not suitable reading material for someone of her noble standing. Most of these books had originated from the Marquis of Renoir's estate, possibly hidden away by some ancestor, inadvertently brought back by the maids during their tidying. She shook the fragile pamphlet, fearing it might disintegrate at any moment. Perhaps a relic passed down from centuries ago. Her rational mind sternly advised Liliana to abandon such unnutritious literature. After all, having perused numerous texts over the years, did she not recognize that the themes of such tales were mere repetitions? She resolved to set it aside and engage in more fruitful contemplation, pondering the true meaning behind the last words spoken by the royal knight. 10 seconds later, Liliana dismissed Megan and Kate, who wished to remain by her side, expressing her desire for solitude. Once the maids departed, she maliciously turned the page of her manuscript. Just as Kate knocked and announced herself at the door, Liliana was engrossed. Witnessing the noble lady being coyly led away by the shepherd boy towards the little shed to roll out the woolen blanket. Upon hearing that Christopher had come to see her, she panicked and hastily stuffed the book beneath her pillow with her still recovering right hand, shifting her position to press the pillow firmly beneath her. The pain was excruciating. This was the price of disregarding reason. She bent over, cradling her right arm, lamenting inwardly that there was nothing worthwhile to see, far less captivating than what she had previously encountered. Chapter 28. A Mutual Journey. 3. When Christopher was granted entry into Liliana's chamber, he found her already attended to by the maid, her attire and appearance meticulously checked. She wore a light-colored coat with fur over her nightgown, her long hair loosely gathered into several strands, with 2 small locks cascading before her face, concealing faint traces of her bruises. The majority of her hair hung freely behind her. A noticeable blush adorned her cheeks, rendering her complexion significantly improved compared to the previous days. "I was just reading," Liliana stammered, awkwardly extending her left hand to grasp the tome on the bedside table titled Beyond Time, The Epic of Dual Deities. This book, borrowed from the Academy, contained a vocabulary and phrasing that far exceeded Liliana's literary comprehension in this world. She retained it for its remarkable hypnotic effect. Merely reading a page would induce yawns, and by the time she reached the second page, her eyelids would grow heavy, often leading to slumber before she could finish 2.5 pages, more effective than any potion. Its significant contribution to her recent absence of nightmares was undeniable. "Is your hand manageable?" Christopher observed Liliana struggling with one hand. Before she could employ her right hand, he approached and placed the hefty religious tome upon his lap. "Shall I read it to you?" "No need, I just finished a section." Liliana felt no deceit in her words. She was merely perpetually revisiting the first section, which, within her limited understanding, recounted 2 deities twirling and dancing without any purpose, just dancing. "Very well." Liliana watched as he obligingly set the book aside, then scrutinized her closely, reaching out to touch her cheek and forehead, seemingly assessing whether she had a fever. Was her face still flushed? "I would like to take her for a stroll in the courtyard below." He had scarcely sat down when Florent arrived. Liliana overheard Christopher relay to Florent that she had wished to venture out yesterday, and today, as weather was indeed pleasant. "The therapist advised that she should primarily rest and recuperate," Florent replied. "Primarily resting suggests that the therapist believes she cannot remain in bed indefinitely," Christopher remarked. They all asserted that her slow recovery stemmed from mental strain. Being cooped up in her room, her mind consumed by those matters, was counterproductive to her mental health. "I did not conspire with him." These words were entirely his own creation. Liliana endeavored to convey her innocence to her brother with wide-eyed sincerity. Yet she could not resist casting a glance at Christophe, who was closer to her, and to her surprise, they shared a certain unspoken understanding. "If she feels unwell after going outside, I shall simply carry her back," Christophe thought, perceiving this as a matter not worthy of debate. "Should you, Sir Snow White, be granted the privilege of leading troops on winter patrol by the Marquis in the future, you will come to comprehend the importance of not leaving newly minted soldiers, who have endured their first harrowing battle, to recuperate alone. They require communication and, if their health permits, gentle outdoor activities to aid their recovery." Has Christophe been contemplating the psychological aftermath of combat and the corresponding therapies for soldiers, even in this era? Liliana listened intently, intrigued. "Sir Lancelot, my sister has been in poor health since her poisoning. I kindly ask that you refrain from applying your battle-hardened experiences to her, and avoid discussing the gruesome realities of the battlefield in her presence," Florent remarked with a furrowed brow. She would certainly not feel discomfort while remaining indoors. "Why introduce such a possibility?" Liliana timidly interjected, feeling as though the 2 men were bickering over whether taking a house-trained pet cat outside might induce stress. However, she was not merely a kitten meowing and pawing at the door lock. She had her own considerations. It was crucial that she did not go out now, for if the maid were to tidy her bed, she would undoubtedly discover the scandalous book hidden beneath her pillow, thus obliterating her reputation before it had even been established. I noticed a marked improvement in my health yesterday. If I wake tomorrow feeling similarly well, it will mean my condition has stabilized for 3 days, Liliana proclaimed, raising 3 fingers of her left hand to the 2 men. I believe this indicates that I am not in dire straits. To be prudent, I shall consult the healer's opinion tomorrow morning. If they concur with my assessment, and the weather is favorable, I shall venture outside, and everyone will feel at ease. Will that suffice? The matter concluded with unanimous approval of Liliana's proposal. Christophe did not linger long that day, and before his departure, Liliana called out to him, expressing a desire to discuss something further. Florent, already on his feet, glanced at the pair but said nothing, departing the room ahead of them. Actually, I would like to request a small favor from you, Liliana said, gesturing for Kate to retrieve a letter that Megan had penned for her the previous night and placed in the drawer of her vanity. I have made a friend at the academy. She is the lovely lady you greeted when you came to escort me for dinner last time. Do you remember her? Liliana inquired of Christophe, hoping he would not respond in the negative, for that would warrant a deduction in her mental score sheet regarding him. Indeed, there was a young lady, Christophe recalled, nodding in acknowledgement. The incident occurred so unexpectedly that I am unable to return to the academy at this moment. I would like to ask for your assistance in delivering a letter to her, as I fear she may worry about my well-being. Liliana glanced at Christophe. In truth, it would suffice for a servant to take the letter to the academy. However, Liliana perceived Christophe as having taken her place as fiancé. Thus he had little private interaction with Rayla. At present, Christophe had become her savior. With no means to repay this future lord, she resolved to play a supporting role, creating opportunities for him and Rayla to interact, transforming herself from a stumbling block in his romantic pursuits to a stepping stone. Having heavily invested in Clorin stocks, Liliana felt she had entirely set aside her personal interests, to the point of being moved by her own selflessness. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not inquire about to whom you are writing or the contents of your letter. Christophe did not immediately acquiesce to her request. He regarded the letter with a slight dimming of his smile. But I wonder if you can comprehend, he said. Please share your thoughts. If I fail to grasp them, I shall ask questions. Liliana nodded, casting a glance at Kate, who discreetly exited the room. What I must convey is an unfair and unpleasant decision for you. I apologize that no one, including myself, has sought your opinion or considered your feelings throughout this process, as it is entangled with far too many complexities. Christophe pondered for a moment before responding. However, rather than conceal the truth from you, spying and altering the letter you intended for your friend, I believe it is preferable to speak candidly. Is it not your intention to suppress the events of that day, or to present a narrative that is more palatable for everyone? Liliana tilted her head. Is that not a perfectly reasonable course of action? If it were not handled this way, it would indeed be peculiar. Even if it were entrusted to me, I would make the same decision. Upon witnessing Christophe slowly blink in agreement, Liliana scratched her head with her left hand. The royal knight attacking the daughter of the Marquis of Snowwhite, the fiancée of Duke Lancelot. One could only dread the sensational rumors that would ensue were this to be widely disseminated. Spare her. She has already had her share of misfortune. Let us not cast her as the Archduke Ferdinand of the Sarajevo incident. Liliana shook her head and remarked, in my view, the most prudent course would be to declare that I suffered an accidental injury, without a single mention of royal knights or the like. Of course, the scheme devised by your multitude of astute minds will undoubtedly surpass any thoughts I could conjure while bedridden. Liliana continued, so rest assured, I have omitted any mention of that day in my letter. Revealing the truth to my friend at this juncture would only embroil her in trouble. I merely informed her that I was not seriously injured to alleviate her worries. Moreover, even if you did not suggest it, I would have insisted that you review the letter to ensure there was nothing amiss, as you are far more adept in this regard. You see, I have not sealed it yet. Liliana gestured for Christophe to examine the envelope, indicating her intent to have him review it before affixing the seal. The man did not immediately take the envelope that she offered with her left hand, which left Liliana feeling a tinge of confusion. To be honest, from the very beginning, I knew I was destined to marry a beauty, yet that was the extent of my knowledge. Christophe was momentarily taken aback by Liliana's words, and it was only upon being called by name that he regained his composure. After accepting the envelope, he smiled, realizing today that the woman he was to wed was indeed one of the most intelligent in the entire kingdom. Chapter 29. The Song of the Wood Sparrow 1. The next day, after indulging in a leisurely sleep, Liliana stealthily retrieved her handwritten manuscript from beneath her pillow, intending to indulge once more in the tale of the noble maiden and the shepherd boy before lunch. Christophe, as her devoted messenger, had already been waiting along the path that first-grade students traversed on their way to the dining hall. His presence drew the attention of several students. Despite it being his final year at the Capital Academy, he had attended only a handful of classes, and for many of his contemporaries, they had only seen him in the competitive events of the previous 3 years. However, for those noble maidens, a man who already had a fiancée, he was clearly no longer a primary target to pursue, especially considering that his fiancée, he was no ordinary individual. Christophe. From a distance, Christophe sensed someone flitting behind the bushes. The next moment, he heard the cheerful voice of the Crown Prince. "What are you doing here?" "Your Highness." He bowed in greeting. "Wouldn't it be more appropriate for me to ask you that? Do you still require the enhancement of elemental affinity through the course?" "Don't say that. I find the subject itself quite engaging." For the Crown Prince, as long as he was not confined within the palace, there were enjoyable experiences to be found in every corner. "Aren't you going to continue keeping Miss Snow White company at home? Is she feeling better?" With the attentive care of the healer, "She is recovering well. After all, she is not a formidable magical beast." Noticing that many were slowing their pace to eavesdrop on their conversation, Christophe continued. "However, she was indeed greatly frightened. I hope such incidents never occur again." "Come now, don't be so formal." The Crown Prince felt uneasy at Christophe's use of the term subject. "Christophe, listen to me. Your Highness, please allow me to take my leave." Christophe spotted the ashen-haired girl emerging and immediately abandoned the Crown Prince to approach her, leaving behind a courteous remark. "I wish you good health today." What do you want with her?" The Crown Prince turned, a puzzled expression on his face as he assessed Christophe's direction. "This Rayla Green is quite intriguing. A girl of common birth can attract the attention of so many illustrious nobles. I find myself increasingly curious about her." The Crown Prince wondered if she had an elemental magic class in the afternoon. Perhaps he would attend to see for himself. "Are you saying this is a letter from Liliana, addressed to me?" Rayla's eyes widened in astonishment. She had been racking her brain on how to find Liliana's fiancé, who seemed to rarely appear at the academy, and unexpectedly, after class today, she encountered him directly and received the most coveted news from him. Indeed, however, her right arm injury has yet to heal. The letter was penned by a maid, who entrusted me with the task of delivering it to you. Christophe gestured towards the blue falcon wax seal on the letter, explaining that, in a moment of haste yesterday, he had stamped it with his own seal, an act for which he had previously received her consent. Rayla, indifferent to the significance of the seal, eagerly tore open the envelope and began to read. "Dear Rayla, I am Liliana, and I hope you are not frightened by the various rumors you may have heard about me. I am currently well. However, my therapist insists that I remain at home for the time being. I should be able to return to school in a while. It disheartens me to think of the numerous classes I will miss at the start of the term, and I may need to borrow your notes later on. In any case, do not worry about me. I have merely sustained a minor injury due to an accident, and I shall recover swiftly. I look forward to the day we meet again. Take care of yourself. Liliana." Following Liliana's signature were the jumbled initials of the names they had exchanged during their late-night conversation, appearing to be scrawled with her left hand, a stark contrast to the neat handwriting preceding it. Rayla was assured that the letter was indeed a product of Liliana's own will. "It is Sir Lancelot, is it not? May I pose a few more questions?" Rayla inquired, glancing up at the man who stood patiently, awaiting her to finish reading. He seemed to anticipate her desire for further inquiry. "That depends on what you wish to ask, Miss Green," Christophe replied kindly. As a mere commoner, he thought it unnecessary to ponder too deeply. It was clear that Liliana enjoyed her company, and sharing some unimportant details with this girl would not pose any issue. "My fiancé wishes for you not to be overly concerned about her circumstances, so I shall endeavor to be as forthcoming as possible regarding her situation. That is because she regards you as a close friend," Christophe instinctively added. "I kindly request that our conversation today remains confidential." "Splendid. I assure you I shall not speak of it to others. I merely wish to know how she is faring now. Where exactly is she injured? What is the most serious area? Are her wounds currently affecting her daily life?" It seemed his fiancé, he had forged a commendable friendship at the academy, Christophe mused, pondering how they had grown so close in such a short span of time. After being inundated with a barrage of questions, even he found himself at a loss for words. This girl appeared carefree in her interactions, yet possessed an alarming fixation on numerous particulars. As Kristoff discerned her intent to deduce the nature of Liliana's encounter with a specific beast through his descriptions, he began to navigate the conversation with careful circumlocution, seeking an opportunity to extricate himself. Nonetheless, his dialogue with Miss Green today had drawn his attention to a matter he had previously overlooked. Was this girl truly just a simple commoner? The prominent families of the kingdom have long established their roots during the era of the Old Dynasty. After centuries of propagation and migration, it is quite natural for their bloodline descendants to be scattered across the continent. Physical characteristics are no longer a swift means of identifying noble titles. In the capital, golden-haired, blue-eyed aristocrats abound, and not every surname bears the prefix prince. However, aside from her strikingly pure, blood-red eyes, Ryla Green's manner of speaking, particularly her furrowed brow when anxious, bears such resemblance to Florence Snow White that it evokes a sense of familiarity. Frankly speaking, had it not been for the frequent encounters with the young master over the past few days, during which he consistently wore a disgruntled expression, Kristoff might have overlooked this detail. Being in the same cohort indicates that Liliana and Miss Green are of similar age, aligning perfectly with the timeline. Kristoff finds this intriguing. He had previously pondered why the usually aloof Snow White family, uninterested in capital affairs, suddenly began to invest heavily in the construction of the Capital Academy this year, donating substantial funds and resources to enhance the lives of common students. The warming of this relationship had led him to speculate whether the royal family had secretly reached an agreement with Rhinoc to exempt them from taxes on mining magic stones. However, it now seems that he was overthinking. These actions might merely be a roundabout way to care for their own daughter. Chapter 29. The Song of the Wood Sparrow, 2. Nevertheless, Kristoff is too indifferent to verify such matters. Regardless of her identity, Ryla Green has little bearing on him. If she is indeed the daughter of a marquis, he would merely be entitled to an additional ticket for the theater in the future. His only concern might be whether this Miss Green, upon discovering the truth of her lineage, would resort to harming Liliana in her quest to reclaim her identity. Yet, Kristoff believes that the two young ladies currently get along quite well. Ryla Green's displayed concern for Liliana does not seem feigned. Thus, he resolves to let them be. There is no need for him to preemptively obstruct his fiancée from befriending Miss Green, especially considering Liliana's lack of friends in the capital. Moreover, he cannot easily predict what thoughts occupy his fiancée's mind daily. He thinks that since Liliana is capable of discerning the implications of her circumstances on the stability of the four families and even the entire kingdom during her dazed moments in bed, he need not worry over her social interactions. The clever girl will not come to harm. Should she face any setbacks, he is more than capable of supporting her. It is a pity, he muses, that she lacks magical abilities. Otherwise, he could contemplate some audacious actions with profound consequences, provided, of course, that his speculations about her lineage are accurate. Perhaps to seize the best sunlight of the afternoon, Kristoff was informed upon his arrival at the Snow White residence that Liliana had already gone to the courtyard. The autumn in the capital arrives with a ferocity that rivals that of the Beards. The cold front from the south can sweep away the lingering warmth of summer in just a day or two, even with servants diligently sweeping from dawn till dusk. The courtyard remains littered with fallen leaves that have yet to fully lose their moisture. Wrapped in a cozy embrace by her maid, Liliana gazes quietly at a small flock of sparrows, pecking at the fresh fruits that have emerged from the wilting blossoms of the once lush and beautiful flower beds. She is certain that just moments ago, she spotted a nimble little creature with a bushy tail, perhaps a squirrel from this world. Life is indeed wondrous. Delicate flowers fade in the autumn breeze, yielding fruits that nourish the surrounding fauna. The little creatures, in preparation for the impending winter, inadvertently carry seeds to distant lands where plants cannot thrive. When the ice and snow melt in the coming year, new life will flourish once more in the gentle spring breeze. In the past few days, Liliana has refrained from deliberately recalling the events that transpired on that fateful day, focusing instead on restoring her strength. However, as her health gradually improves, an increasing number of questions begin to swirl in her mind, and avoidance proves futile. She decides to sit here and calmly organize her thoughts. The foremost question, of course, concerns the motives of the royal knight. Assuming the knight's mind is intact, he must be aware of the consequences of his actions. Liliana furrows her brow slightly, unconsciously twisting a slender twig she picked up from a bench. Continuing to ponder, two possibilities arise. The first, he knows, but does not care. This individual seems intent on harming Liliana, even at the cost of his own life. But what gain could he possibly derive from such an act? After a moment's contemplation, she contemplates another angle. Sacrificing a knight alongside Liliana could certainly create chaos within the royal family and two other prominent houses. There must be someone who stands to profit from such turmoil, perhaps even to a most advantageous extent, suggesting that the knight may have been coerced and that a more sinister mastermind lies behind this scheme. Yet, she had only decided to stay at the school that day. She had not resided in the Lake District prior. Making such a convoluted trap, hastily laid, seemed likely to be exposed. Furthermore, if the intent was to sow discord between the royal family and the two noble houses, the knight should have acted with precision and lethality, rather than engaging her in a discussion over the school's regulations. The second possibility is that the knight was solely targeting Liliana, acting on a whim after learning from the Lake District guards that she resided there. This is not outside the realm of possibility. Even now, recalling the gaze behind that armor sends shivers down her spine. The knight had called her a mongrel. Without needing to seek confirmation from those around her, Liliana could ascertain from his tone and expression that the word carried a venomous malice far exceeding its literal meaning. Did the original owner of her body have a vendetta against this knight? Yet, the original Liliana should have been living in Renoka since being taken to the estate of the Marquis of Snowwhite, with little chance of intersecting paths with a royal knight in the capital. Even if the original was headstrong and arrogant, it hardly seems enough to compel a royal knight to forsake all prospects merely to harm her. Or is it possible that this incident is merely a continuation of the original's poisoning? Liliana shivered, for the poisoning incident had been the catalyst for her arrival in this world. Until now, she had regarded the event with a certain detachment. But after experiencing firsthand the terror of a life threatened, she found it increasingly difficult to dismiss everything occurring around her as mere plot devices. By the way, what does bastard truly mean? Although Liliana had inherited the linguistic abilities of her predecessor in this realm, the term initially struck her as unfamiliar. She could only reconstruct its spelling based on its phonetics, and from the roots, she attempted to infer its meaning. Instinctively, she recognized it as an insult. Upon reflection, could it imply a hybrid of wild animals? Was it suggesting that, as a commoner, she was unworthy of being acknowledged as the daughter of a noble? Yet, considering her past experiences in another world, such terms could also be interpreted more broadly as scoundrel or rogue. Were there other references to consider? Would this world's lexicon include words that seemed too informal for noble discourse? As Liliana forced herself to recall every possible detail from that day, she remained oblivious to her increasingly rapid and anxious breathing, her hands unconsciously snapping the twig she held, brown powder embedding itself beneath her nails. Suddenly, she felt her hair stirred by an unnatural breeze, and, as if jolted awake, she raised her head to see a man approaching her. She offered a faint smile and attempted to rise, only to realize she was drenched in cold sweat and her legs felt somewhat unsteady. "Are you cold?" Christophe inquired, bending down to observe Liliana, who had evidently been lost in thought. A mark from her teeth lingered on her lips. "If you do not wish to remain outside, I can take you back." Liliana shook her head. She wanted to ask Christophe whether he had delivered the letter to Rayla, but before she could voice her question, she hurriedly inquired, as if she regarded him solely as a courier. "I have delivered everything. Your friend is quite worried about you." Sensing her thoughts, the man added, "She wishes to see you. If you were already my wife, I would grant her request, but as you reside here for now, it would be prudent to seek your brother's approval." What did he mean by "if you were already my wife"? This man spoke such words with utter nonchalance. Liliana recalled yesterday when he had abruptly lamented that he was to marry such an intelligent woman. At that moment, she felt her face redden more than when she had concealed it beneath her pillow, stammering and forgetting what she had just said. Indeed, she would feel shy over such declarations. Perhaps she had momentarily forgotten the fears that had plagued her due to unpleasant memories. Christophe was quite pleased with himself, even if he did not comprehend the source of her embarrassment. He spoke nothing but the truth. She was destined to be his wife, and that fact would remain unchanged. Even with the emergence of Rayla Green, who is suspected to be the biological daughter of the Marquis of Snowwhite, the unshakable truth remains intact. Kristoff has always possessed an unwavering confidence in his fact-based conjectures. Chapter 29. The Song of the Wood Sparrow. 3. Upon learning that the letter had been delivered to Ryla, Liliana's spirits improved significantly. She continued to sit in her chair, observing the nearby birds that flitted about, pausing occasionally in their search for food. She promptly intervened to prevent Kristoff from attempting to catch a plump little puffball of a bird with the wind for her amusement. Kristoff expressed that he saw no issue with his intentions, citing his playful interactions with his falcon at home, which would even peck his palm with its beak when dissatisfied with the play. Liliana could only laugh in disbelief at this remark. The birds in her garden, even with their tail feathers, were scarcely larger than a human hand, making any comparison to the large falcon, which sounded like an eagle, utterly absurd. Nevertheless, was not the falcon the very emblem of their Lancelot family crest? It appeared they truly kept such creatures as pets. She wondered whether the Snow-White family possessed the shimmering silver wolf depicted on their crest. As the sun began to wane, Liliana suggested returning to her room to rest. Kristoff did not insist on remaining for dinner. After several days of not dining in the dining hall, Liliana found herself face-to-face with Florent, who was already seated. Thoughts of Ryla wanting to visit her surfaced in her mind. "What is it?" Florent seemed to notice her lack of appetite and inquired. "Is your meal unpalatable? Or do you feel unwell?" No, Liliana shook her head. "Aside from a bit of pain in my right hand, I feel nearly recovered. The truth is, I made a good friend at the academy, and she wishes to visit me." Florent's refusal was so abrupt and decisive that Liliana's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed he had never denied any of her requests before. Why was this occasion different? "You should be pleased that I am merely asking for a brief meeting. I promise not to mention anything regarding that day. Her intentions are solely to express concern for me. Nothing more, I assure you." Liliana attempted to argue further. "If you're apprehensive, you could send someone to oversee the meeting." Florent shook his head again and laid down his cutlery, stating, "Do you have any idea how many people have wished to visit you in recent days? If word spreads that you are now able to receive guests, they will swarm to you like flies, disrupting your peace. Is that what you desire?" Though she mused that the omnipotent Florent could quietly bring Ryla over without others knowing. Recognizing the unyielding tone in his voice led Liliana to relent. She recalled the times he had been overwhelmed while managing affairs both within and outside the Marquise during the Marquise' summer excursions. Only now did she realize that even while studying in the capital, Florent remained responsible for a portion of the affairs concerning Rianoka. Thus, if he so firmly refused her request, it would be prudent for her to acquiesce. Yet this presents a splendid opportunity to bond with my beloved sister. As Liliana dined, she mused internally, recognizing that Florent's shortcomings were akin to Kristoff's. Both were overshadowed by the inordinate amount of time consumed by her counterfeit existence. Gradually, she began to perceive Kristoff as more amiable. Observe him dutifully delivering messages and thereby securing a chance to converse with Ruella. Ignoring Liliana's counsel resulted in immediate regret. Nevertheless, the message has been delivered, and at least Ruella need not fret over her safety. As for matters of the heart, time is on their side. Aiding one person equates to aiding none. Moreover, such matters ought to respect Ruella's own sentiments. Liliana contemplated, for her meddling could inadvertently cause Ruella distress, transforming good intentions into mischief. After ambling a couple of laps around the hall to aid digestion, Liliana resolved to return to her quarters. Justifying her pursuit of the conclusion of the tale of the noble maiden and the shepherd boy as a matter of seeing things through, rather than a mere desire to witness the steamy romance unfold. Over the past 2 days, her vibrant spirit had become increasingly palpable, allowing her 2 maids to feel at ease, leaving her in her room to study late into the night. Retrieving a long-forgotten manuscript from beneath her pillow, she settled at her writing desk, stretching her limbs and cautiously flexing her right wrist. The evening breeze wafted gently through the window, casting moonlight through the sheer curtains, while the chirping of birds heralded the return of friends, reminiscent of her school days when she would hastily complete her homework and then turn to her phone for amusement. In those days, accessing content on her phone was exorbitantly costly. Not only did each chapter require payment, but data usage came at a price as well. It was an era when $5 could barely procure 20 units of data, and Liliana dreaded her parents scrutinizing her phone bill. Goodness, Was this not simply a fanciful narrative detailing the exploits of a noble maiden and her shepherd suitor? The further she delved, the more disquieting it became. Upon hearing the noble maiden express concern over her brother's fears of impending war, an ominous premonition took root within her. Eagerly flipping through the subsequent pages, she soon discovered that the young man intended to gain a title through battle, thereby presenting a legitimate proposal to the noble maiden. The shepherd boy met his demise, and with the fall of the dynasty, the noble girl ceased to be of noble standing. From the day he departed, she had received no tidings of him. When she confirmed, through the disheveled and ravaged faces of her compatriots, that her beloved had perished, trampled by the very sheep he tended. In the first battle he had partaken, she had already transformed from a youthful maiden into a woman with graying hair. Years of toil for survival had rendered her fingers no longer delicate. A mere prick from a spindle would draw blood. Her gaze was no longer as clear as melting snow, and her voice lacked the lilting gentleness of a mountain sparrow. I have never harbored resentment towards my current existence. Curiously, it mirrors almost precisely the life I envisioned on that first night spent with him in the drafty wooden shed. Save for one crucial detail, I once believed he would remain by my side forever. Thus, the manuscript conveyed the innermost monologue of the maiden's heart. Sometimes, I find myself resenting him. Why did he never come to inquire about me? If only he had come to inquire before his departure, I would have readily expressed my willingness to abandon everything and accompany him. I never contemplated extending my previous life. Rather, I yearned for him to liberate me from the confines that ensnared me and take me anywhere. Yet, resentment ultimately transforms into sorrow. For I must confront the question of why I never openly conveyed these sentiments to him. Liliana turned to the last page of the manuscript, which read, She stood atop a high hill, observing the wind sweep through the grass below, witnessing the sun tint the distant snow with crimson hues. Realizing that her life had effectively concluded many years prior, akin to a sparrow that, having discovered a slender branch fallen from a great tree, yearned to alight, only to watch it silently vanish into the wildfires sweeping across the plains. What is this? Why does the first two-thirds of the book culminate in such an ending? Is this not a deception? Caught off guard, Liliana was left in disbelief. She harbored a strong aversion to tragedies, often requiring reassurance of a happy conclusion before continuing with her reading, as her emotional sensitivity rendered her prone to tears, no matter how contrived the narrative. Miss, the young master has arrived. While internally cursing the author, she heard Megan's voice at the doorway. Having prepared an emergency plan, Liliana hastily stowed the manuscript into the drawer where she kept her character sketches, wiped her tears with her left sleeve, took a few deep breaths, and informed Megan that she could enter. Chapter 29, The Song of the Wood Sparrow. For, upon entering Liliana's room, Florent was immediately struck by the sight of her sitting on the bed, draped in a cloak, with her eyes glistening red. The girl's eyes were moist, her lashes fluttering, and the tip of her nose was noticeably flushed, a clear indication that she had recently wept. Florent felt a throbbing headache. He anticipated that Liliana would be upset with him for rejecting her request, which prompted his visit. Could it be that she had cried since returning to her room after dinner? Yet, she had, as usual, taken a walk in the courtyard. Perhaps her solitary reflections upon returning fueled her anger and sense of grievance, leading to tears. What to do? Florent even thought that it would be better if Liliana, like in the past, vented her frustrations by shouting and throwing things rather than silently brooding and weeping, which seemed far more detrimental to her health. Nevertheless, Florent genuinely wished for Rayla and Liliana to maintain a distance in their friendship. He had been receiving updates from Megan about the relationship between the two girls, but had previously struggled to find a suitable reason to limit their interactions. He believed that the truth of their respective backgrounds would inevitably harm both of them, and Florent deeply wished to prevent Rayla from attracting attention from others within the academy. Even if Rayla did not openly acknowledge that her presence beside Liliana would draw notice, the fact remained that she was his sister. Despite their disparate upbringings, they bore some resemblance. When they walked side by side, it practically guided everyone in the capital to draw connections between Rayla and the Snowwhite family. In this moment, when Rayla's true identity must remain concealed, it is indeed preferable that as few people as possible discern her reality. Moreover, with the crown prince and the young heir of the Ryan family displaying such keen interest in Rayla, Florent finds himself perplexed about the source of their fascination. I can agree to anything except for meeting your friend. He sighed inwardly, realizing that he could not easily concede on matters concerning Rella, yet he wished to spare the recovering Liliana any distress. His words elicited a puzzled glance from the girl, but almost instantaneously, Liliana perked up. Then, I wish to attend the academy. Although she was uncertain why Florent had suddenly made such a statement, sensing his softened stance, she promptly raised her left hand and declared, "If you cannot come, then I shall go. If I go to the academy, I will be able to see Rella. Ah, but you cannot go out yet." In truth, as soon as the words left his mouth, Liliana understood that the likelihood of Florent permitting her to attend the academy was virtually nil. Nevertheless, witnessing the fleeting look of discomfort on his face, a result of his own inconsistency, felt like a small victory for her. At that moment, an idea struck Liliana. Through her days of rest, she had gradually discerned that Florent was the type who responded better to gentle persuasion than to stern logic. Rather than enumerating facts or engaging in lengthy discussions, it seemed that a playful appeal would yield better results. With his demeanor already softened and the opportunity presented to her, Liliana resolved to seize the moment. After all, if she could not even fulfill her fundamental desire to see Rella, what right would she have to act as her fairy godmother in the future? She began her final effort, knowing that failure would mean relinquishing her hopes. She feigned great concern, mumbling to herself as she burrowed beneath the covers, pulling the blanket up over her head. Fortunately, this body possessed a naturally sweet voice, allowing her to feign a childish tone without straining her throat. "Brother is a big liar. His words mean nothing. I'm going to sleep now." She turned her back to Florent, grumbling in a muffled tone, "Good night." Megan observed the young master, helplessly seating himself at Miss Liliana's bedside. He gently lifted the blanket that enveloped her head, encouraging her to emerge and not be smothered. In truth, Florent's behavior was somewhat unconventional. While he had previously stayed by her side out of concern for her fear during her slumber, now Megan could not voice her thoughts. She lacked the authority to comment, and could only stand quietly by the door. "Very well, this week on a quiet afternoon. I will find a way to bring your friend to see you," she overheard from outside, causing Liliana, tightly cocooned in her blanket and feeling that her final attempt was destined to fail, to suddenly listen intently. Yet, she knew she could not linger too long, nor could she stay overnight. "Once you have finished your afternoon tea, I shall send her back." The blanket, which had been rustling with movement, finally settled down, and Florent saw Liliana emerge from within. With tousled, slightly curled, long hair framing her face, Liliana's eyes sparkled with a vibrant light, no longer glistening with tears, but rather brimming with joyous excitement. "Really?" she heard Liliana cautiously confirm. A faint smile involuntarily crept onto Florent's face, as if he too were touched by the girl's elation. He reached out to smooth a small strand of hair that had fallen from her forehead to her nose, but swiftly resumed his serious demeanor, emphasizing that this time she could not visit frequently. "Hooray," Liliana thought, her heart buoyed by future possibilities. As she glanced up, she caught Florent gazing at her intently. Oh no, did her expression betray her delight? Quickly, she masked her emotions with a yawn. "I'm really tired," she said, attempting to appear natural. To avoid further revealing her feelings, she yawned again, which led to a genuine yawn, causing a tear to escape from the corner of her eye. "Thank you, Florent. You must not disclose anything that transpired that day," Florent instructed, his tone firm. "This is for the safety of your friend. You wouldn't want her to be troubled by those lurking around, would you? I will find a way to inform her about the meeting. You need not concern yourself with that." Liliana nodded obediently. This was the standard Florent way. Once a promise was made, he took charge from her hair to her toes. Another yawn escaped her lips. "Sir," Megan approached Florent with a gentle tone. "If the young lady feels fatigued, may we assist her with her evening routine? Good night." Liliana sat on the bed, bowing slightly toward Florent, reflecting on the adage that practice is the best teacher. After listening to Aunt Maxim recount etiquette until her head spun, she had gradually become accustomed to the customs of the capital. "Yes, good night," she replied. Upon hearing his response, Megan dutifully lowered her head and opened the door for Florent, completing her bow with precision until the sound of his footsteps faded down the corridor. If I had known the conclusion in advance, I would have halted the tale at its happiest moment, never turning the page again. Alas, in my ignorance, I can only sigh. It wasn't until she finally lay in bed, eyes closed, slowly succumbing to drowsiness, That Liliana reflected on the two sentences inscribed on the back cover of the manuscript titled The Song of the Wood Sparrow. Unbeknownst to her, many years later, she would still recall this thin book, its passages somewhat blurred, requiring context to decipher. By then, she would have learned not to shed tears so easily. However, the memory of the woman gazing across the fields would still prick her heart like a gentle needle. O divine, benevolent, and omniscient goddess, why do you allow such misfortunes in this world? Chapter 30. The Bond. 1. With the certainty of seeing Rella over the weekend, Liliana settled down. Naturally, her composure was largely enforced by circumstance. After the pain in her right arm subsided, she began to entertain the thought of returning to school, a notion she dared not voice to Florent. After all, she had painstakingly persuaded him to bring Rilo over, and to push her luck further might result in losing everything. The two maids were perplexed by her desire to return to the Capital Academy, expressing sentiments akin to Kate's, that one should never revisit a place that had caused the lady harm. Given that the lady was soon to be wed to the young duke, no one would dare question her decision to never return. However, for Liliana, the trauma of her experience lingered, overshadowing even the physical injuries she had endured. What if Christopher had not arrived in time? If a similar incident were to occur again, would she remain as vulnerable as she was now? Like meat on a chopping block? Liliana understood, well, that human kindness was fleeting and could be depleted. The favors owed to her, by virtue of her fabricated identity, were as flimsy as a child's haphazardly constructed tower of blocks, ready to collapse at the slightest gust of wind. Without magic, and with little time to train her physical abilities, it was evident that she could never possess the self-defense skills that Ryla had. She could only enhance her strength through other means, ultimately seeking the power to secure her own protection. In essence, hiring bodyguards and establishing a 24/7 security agreement seemed far more reliable than waiting for her fiancé, whose return date was uncertain. Of course, Christopher had saved her life, and she would undoubtedly repay him if, in her lifetime, she found someone worthy of his regard. This was an unspoken promise. Yet, as she pondered her situation, she realized that true strength was not simply bestowed upon her. Her understanding of the expansive principality of Prince was still in its infancy. Surveying her surroundings, she recognized that the Capital Academy, with its wealth of resources and materials, remained the quickest avenue for her to grasp the world around her. After considerable reflection, Liliana concluded that refraining from action was counterproductive. Now was the time to learn as much as possible. When she no longer held her identity as Liliana Snowwhite, as Ryla had pointed out, she might find herself with neither the strength to fight for bread in a crowd, nor the means to escape dire circumstances, which could prove far more tragic than facing a knight's attack. The realization of her predicament jolted her. Notions of complacency and living day by day were mere words spoken in times of peace. When faced with real challenges, her heart raced faster than anyone else's, each beat echoing a fervent desire to survive for another 500 years. She craved purpose. Idleness only led to troubling thoughts. As she strolled in the courtyard with Christopher, she used the same excuse she had previously employed with Florent to broach the subject of wanting to continue her studies. I believe there is no harm in considering it. I do not endorse your brother S. approach of shielding you from any discomfort, encasing you in a crystal bubble to become a mere ice sculpture. Liliana struggled to comprehend the metaphor Christophe had shared, as she could not perceive the atmosphere enveloping the Snow-White estate. Christophe continued, asserting that her identity would inevitably lead her into troublesome situations. Understanding the source of hostility was far preferable to remaining in ignorance. At the very least, after an unexpected incident, she must be able to discern which among those approaching her were truly trustworthy. Who could argue otherwise? Liliana nodded vigorously, nearly dislodging the large pink bow from her hair. Do I have your trust now? The man suddenly inquired with a smile, his gaze fixed upon her. I have always trusted you, Liliana replied without a hint of hesitation. In such moments, it was imperative to respond smoothly and seamlessly, ensuring her leader felt at ease. Well, after that incident, the insincerity in such words has diminished somewhat, Christophe reflected, recalling their journey from the outskirts of the city, when he had assured her that Lancelot would provide her with protection. Although the young girl had nodded eagerly, her eyes had clearly conveyed disbelief. As his future wife, Liliana needed to cultivate a sense of identity with Salus, Only by fully embracing herself as a part of Salus could she hope to stand by his side, nurturing and safeguarding that vast expanse of land as its future mistress. Were Liliana merely an ignorant and inept noble girl, satisfied with abundant material provisions? Kristoff would not have pondered such matters. These thoughts had only recently emerged in his mind. Regardless of how long he could accompany her, the Lancelot family would ensure her lifelong comfort, even if he were to vanish like his father after a campaign. Her sole responsibility would be to support their child through the most challenging times. Afterward, whether she chose to remain in Salus as the mother of the young master, return to Rianoka, or even remarry another noble, was beyond his jurisdiction. Yet the girl before him possessed her own opinions on many matters, her interests seemingly extending beyond the romantic notions that would soon be dismissed as childish fantasies, as evident from her academic schedule. Kristoff had praised Liliana as one of the kingdom's most intelligent women, but that was merely a compliment intended to please her. Throughout the kingdom's over 200 years of history, many noble women had wielded influence equal to that of men, and their prowess was not confined to nobility. There were those who, after witnessing their fathers and brothers perish in battle, skillfully navigated treacherous waters to rescue their lands. Others used their enchanting beauty and cunning to unsettle vast territories. Some even took on the responsibilities of family leadership in place of their young heirs until the children reached adulthood. The task of a widowed woman fulfilling the duties of a family head was by no means simple, especially when her children had not yet grown strong enough to protect her. Merely avoiding being overshadowed by seasoned retainers while ensuring enough loyal aides for her children was a daunting challenge in itself. Kristoff recalled a remarkably talented noblewoman from the kingdom, who, as a widowed mother, adeptly managed the estate left by her husband, flourishing it beyond expectations. The nobles who had scorned her abilities and sought to annex her territory found themselves suffering the consequences of their ambition and folly. By the time she bequeathed her position to her children, the estate had even expanded beyond its original boundaries. Her offspring secured for her a lifelong honorary title that could not be inherited, making her perhaps the first woman in the kingdom to be granted such a distinction by the royal family outside of the customary line of succession. This was nearly a century ago, and as Kristoff pondered this, he realized that in the nascent days of the kingdom, following a costly war, some families with dwindling male heirs chose to designate their daughters as heirs. 2 centuries have swiftly passed, and it is rare to find not only female heirs, but even noble women who dare to assert themselves alongside men in the pursuit of power and prestige. The delicate girls of today are increasingly raised to resemble exquisite gifts, awaiting unwrapping on their wedding nights. Presently, Kristoff assessed that Liliana did not quite resemble a mere ornament lacking substance. Given time, he believed he could cultivate this young girl, still bearing the innocence of youth, into a mistress capable of representing Sales with aplomb, even in his absence. Of course, this endeavor would require considerable time. While Liliana could articulate her thoughts on various matters with impressive clarity, this merely indicated her willingness to engage in contemplation. She still had a considerable distance to cover before attaining true competence and cunning. This suggested that, if necessary, he might eventually entrust her with the authority of the family until their offspring came of age. Simultaneously, even the most modest fishmonger in Sales understood a simple truth. A sharp knife easily fillets fish, but also poses the risk of self-injury. The more astute and capable Liliana became, the more imperative it was for him to ensure her unwavering loyalty to Sales. He did not perceive this as a particularly daunting challenge. During his lifetime, he could bind her through the appropriate emotional ties, calculating precisely enough to avoid overwhelming her to the point of abandoning everything to follow him into the depths, yet not so superficial as to allow her to relinquish Sales' interests at the first opportunity. A man who had relied on instinctual calculation for many years believed that this was not a difficult task. In this intricate game of human hearts, his opponent, even if she were a clever girl, remained merely that, a clever girl. Taking 1,000 steps back, even if he faltered, the remaining members of the Lancelot family would not allow Sales' interests to be easily compromised after his demise. It was acceptable for her to remain skeptical. The man, who had unknowingly circled back to his original thoughts, realized that he and Liliana had ample time to nurture their trust. Kristoff, he heard the girl calling him. Ever since recognizing him atop the academy's peak, Liliana had ceased to address him with the formality of titles and surnames, growing more familiar in her manner. She spoke with a hint of a Renoir accent. Her slightly exaggerated retroflex sounds at the end of her words were quite endearing. For the moment, he refrained from coaxing her into addressing him with a more intimate title. Christophe found himself unexpectedly anticipating a life after marrying Liliana, one in which they would not have to endure farewells or the constant back and forth of their current existence. Although the foreboding feeling that he might replicate his father's fate lingered in his heart, the time spent in her company seemed far more delightful than he had previously imagined. He gazed into her crimson eyes, envisioning their original hue, and listened intently. Chapter 30. The Bond 2. What became of that night? After ensuring that no unwelcome servants were nearby, Liliana cautiously inquired. Florent refrained from discussing such matters with her, seemingly believing that merely hearing others mention that day's events would render her incapacitated. Thus, she could only turn to Christophe for answers. There is still no conclusion. Christophe hesitated before speaking the truth. It was evident that the matter was complex, and Liliana nodded, realizing that a resolution would not be forthcoming anytime soon. She wondered if they would interrogate the knight. If he revealed his motives during the questioning, would she have the opportunity to learn of them? She heard Christophe suddenly ask, "Would you blame me for not taking his life on the spot?" "Not at all," she replied, lifting her gaze to find his question was posed with great seriousness. She straightened slightly and responded earnestly, "On the contrary, I am quite relieved you did not do so. At that moment, I would have wanted to urge you not to kill him, but I lacked the strength. Because you want to know why he did what he did?" Christophe led her to the long bench where she often sat and paused. A gentle breeze whisked away a leaf that had just settled upon it, startling a few small birds foraging nearby. Indeed, it is not solely because of that. In the absence of a maid, Liliana smoothed her skirt and cloak after taking a seat. Although she presented a different narrative to the outside world, the truth had a way of emerging. One should never be overly optimistic about such matters, right? Given the current circumstances, everyone knows I cannot wield magic. Thus the knight's actions were baseless and unreasonable. Public opinion would undoubtedly side with us. Liliana had already replayed this situation in her mind several times over the past couple of days, so she did not need to articulate her thoughts as she spoke. However, had you killed him outright, people would have begun to speculate. Their focus would not have been on a royal knight accusing a woman who was entirely devoid of magic of using sorcery without any evidence. Liliana wished to shrug her shoulders, but this gesture had been sternly reprimanded by Aunt Maxim during etiquette lessons. Settling for a slight tilt of her head, she mused that the common folk would only remember a powerful noble heir who had slain a royal knight without royal conviction. She let out a soft sigh. Such matters cannot be attributed to them. The vast majority of common folk will, in the course of their lives, never be able to nurture a child deserving of attending the prestigious academy in the capital. Yet, their offspring are likely to find themselves on the battlefield, transformed into soldiers. Despite the considerable chasm that exists between soldiers and knights, as the teacher had once articulated, they are bound to empathize with their circumstances. Were I among their ranks, I too would adopt such a perspective. What right do I possess to expect them to feel compassion for me, who stands in a lofty position in their eyes? She paused momentarily before continuing. The hearts of the people are exceedingly fragile. Even trust that has been cultivated over decades or centuries can fracture due to a mere trifling incident, and mending it is far more challenging than shattering it. Liliana gazed into Christophe's eyes, sensing that if he could contemplate the psychological well-being of new recruits, he must have pondered such matters as well. "I have heard that every year monstrous beasts invade from the sea to the land. Indeed, your talents are exceptional. Yet it is impossible to defend the extensive and convoluted coastline single-handedly. If because of my presence, you were to erode the trust of those who must engage in perpetual warfare, it would be a grave misstep. Therefore, sparing his life is undoubtedly a prudent decision." Liliana joyfully concluded her thoughts, expressing her perspective. Did I perhaps say too much?" While she rejoiced in articulating her thoughts, a flicker of concern washed over her. The man before her was the sole individual willing to listen to her opinions. And Liliana realized she had gradually forgotten the initial label of cunning that she had affixed to Christophe, a reminder to remain vigilant. She even briefly lost sight of her role as an innocent noble maiden and began to wax eloquent. Had she become so buoyed by his complimenting her intelligence? It was merely a fleeting thought. In an instant, Her earlier eloquence faltered, and she began to stammer, turning away to sit upright, no longer meeting Kristoff's gaze. "I know nothing. I speak nonsense." After a brief silence, Liliana suddenly heard Kristoff say, "I fear the king may reconsider." "Reconsider what?" Liliana turned to him, puzzled. "What if he discovers your remarkable intelligence and retracts his intention to marry you to me?" Kristoff's eyes sparkled with mirth. "That is something I cannot accept. I suddenly feel that that fellow, Folent, has his reasons for orchestrating those formations here. Otherwise, I would genuinely wish to take you away at this very moment and return to sales." To be honest, had this statement been conveyed to Liliana through a mere sheet of paper, she would have considered herself well-versed in the myriad romantic expressions found in countless tomes. Such syrupy and sentimental declarations had long ceased to elicit any profound reaction from her. She would merely furrow her brow, smile slightly, and dismiss them with a casual remark. Yet, the wisdom of her ancestors rang true. Words on paper can only yield insipid outcomes. Kristoff, with his impeccably handsome countenance, uttering such sentiments, regardless of how many times she heard them, still quickened the pace of her thoughts, as if a cooling breeze had stirred the fan in her mind. "Ahem, what are you saying? Given that I have yet to unravel the complexities of this man's character, a faint concern lingers within me that he might indeed whisk me away as if I were a mere chick." Liliana rose, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she lifted her skirt, leaving Christopher behind to stride toward the courtyard corridor. "I believe I shall return to rest now, Your Grace." "Do as you please." He had thought that she was delighted when he praised her intelligence last time. Was his judgment so flawed? Left in place, Christopher furrowed his brow, contemplating his recent words before pursuing her. However, he recalled that she had indeed appeared quite pleased. Such emotions should not be misread. Or perhaps, such remarks should not be made too frequently. It seemed that interacting with a fiancé, he was distinctly different from engaging with others, he mused. In his past experiences, anyone who relished flattery would not grow weary of hearing it, no matter how often it was spoken. He realized he had less experience with women. In the past, that refined fellow had advised him to exercise patience in social settings and to interact more with noble women. Otherwise, he would be ill-prepared for his own wife. He had dismissed the advice then, but now it seemed there was merit in his words. Should he mention to Annie in his reply about his recent interactions with Liliana? After some thought, he decided against it, although his cousin had not mentioned a word in her letter. The news he had gathered from her husband's territory indicated that the Countess was still in poor health, and it was unnecessary to burden her with his concerns at such a time. It was a pity, though. Liliana had taken the initiative to discuss the night. He had intended to inquire about the events atop the mountain that had raised alarms before the knight's arrival, but there was no need to rush. What good are sweet nothings? Even if I spoke flowery words, they wouldn't add any extra points to your emotional score. Upon returning to her chamber, Liliana sat for a moment at her desk, pulling out her notebook to jot down a note regarding Christopher. This man attempts to charm the outside judges with his flowery speech. The honest and upright judges shall deduct 10 points. However, she reconsidered and adjusted it to 5 points. It wasn't that terrible after all. Yet, she profoundly doubted that Ryla's character would appreciate such flattery, so she settled on a score of 10. However, since they had broached the subject of the night, once she was permitted to venture out, might she request Christopher to escort her to the place where the night was being held? After stowing her notebook away in a drawer, Liliana began to ponder other matters. Even if the chances of extracting the true motives from the knight himself were slim, she was eager to attempt it, for the clues available to her were woefully scant. That night should still be confined within the palace, and Liliana felt that Christopher had a favorable rapport with the royal family. She simply wondered if he would agree. Chapter 31. Irreversible. 1. After receiving the message sent by the Snowwhite family, Ryla settled down. Rayla's composure stemmed from the fact that her life had become busier than usual. The girl diligently assisted Liliana by transcribing various course notes to prepare for the weekend, while energetically gathering information related to magical beasts. What intrigued her most was the nature of the magical creature that could appear out of thin air on the Academy's mountaintop without being witnessed by any other students. If such a stealthy yet dangerous creature truly existed, her previous assessment of the world's peril had been overly optimistic. Unable to find answers within the vast library, Rayla decided to wait near the magic tower to consult Professor Geller, who was responsible for teaching first-year students about the classification and distribution of magical creatures. However, the professor offered no clear answers. He vaguely mentioned that some magical beasts associated with lightning-rich or indeed possessed the ability to summon lightning. When Rayla inquired whether there were exceptions to the general rule that a creature's danger correlated with its size, the professor evaded the question, claiming he had pressing matters to attend to in the magic tower, and hurried away towards the towering structure that defied the laws of structural mechanics without magical support. Rayla felt an unsettling strangeness surrounding the incident involving Liliana and the magical beast. The Academy's accounts of Liliana's injuries varied widely, yet they were remarkably unified regarding the day's events. A magical beast had invaded the mountaintop lake area, where Miss Snow White happened to reside, resulting in her injury. The Royal Knights, responsible for ensuring student safety, apprehended a second-class knight for gross negligence, and the mountaintop lake area was placed under strict lockdown, prohibiting unauthorized entry. Based on Rayla's experience, even the loss of a single puppy in the countryside would spark countless rumors. One neighbor might claim the owner gave it to a nephew in a neighboring village, while another might say it was sold to a dog dealer, leading to 3 distinct versions of the tale. So why was it that such a significant event here had everyone suddenly in agreement, each speaking with the confidence of having witnessed the entire ordeal from the mountaintop? Was it a display of simple-mindedness? She certainly did not perceive this group of nobles as being particularly naive. One of her favorite characters in a beloved book had a famous saying, "Unusual occurrences must harbor some mystery." There was undoubtedly something amiss beneath the surface. She was eager to unravel the mystery, initially planning to ask Liliana directly over the weekend. However, after receiving a message, Rayla hesitated. Her blunt inquiry might seem inconsiderate of Liliana's feelings as a first-hand witness. Thus, she resolved not to press the matter unless Liliana broached it first. After all, time was on their side. Once Liliana had fully recovered and was free from psychological scars, it would not be too late to inquire. For now, healing and recovery were paramount. At long last, the time had arrived on the afternoon of the obscure day. As agreed, Rayla skillfully evaded the eyes of others and ventured alone down a narrow path at the foot of the Academy's hill, not far from the main road. To the untrained eye, the nearby fork in the road appeared utterly mundane and devoid of any visitors. However, having recently perused numerous tomes on magical formations, Rayla sensed an unmistakable discord between the elemental distribution and the surrounding terrain. As she approached, she noticed a fleeting distortion in the air. A carriage materialized before her, and a man gestured politely, inviting her aboard. "No need, I can manage on my own," Rayla elegantly waved off his assistance, lifting her skirt slightly above her knees and effortlessly leaping onto the carriage's platform. She opened the door and bent to enter, only to discover another occupant within. Flant Snowwhite sat upright on one side of the carriage, engrossed in the day's newspaper. Upon her entrance, his expression remained unchanged, and he calmly greeted her. "Good afternoon, Miss Green." Good afternoon," Rayla replied, taken aback by the presence of such an imposing figure. She had never shared the confines of a carriage with any noble aside from Crowley Lane, and as he offered no further conversation, she felt no inclination to initiate dialogue herself, especially with her imminent meeting with Liliana in mind. With the curtains tightly drawn on both sides of the carriage, they sat in silence, one absorbed in reading, the other in notes. "Miss Green," the man spoke suddenly before disembarking. Noticing Rayla pause in her note-taking and turn her attention, Flant continued, "My sister has a strong disposition. She will assuredly claim that she is fine. However, she still endures nightmares every night. Therefore, I hope that during your conversation, you refrain from inquiring about that day's events or showing any interest that might compel her to recount them. I kindly ask for your promise, Miss Green." Flant's gaze bore into Rayla's eyes. Rayla pondered, recalling Liliana's earlier remarks about her brother's apparent detachment due to knowing she was not his true sister. Yet here he was, concerned about her nightly dreams. Was that not a sign of closeness? Very well. Without hesitation, Rayla nodded in agreement. She had already resolved that her primary aim for this visit was to tend to Liliana's wounds. Although her curiosity about the events was piqued, it was vital not to provoke her patient. The carriage soon arrived at the grand entrance of his estate. Once more, without any assistance, Rayla, invigorated and determined, followed Flant as she gracefully disembarked, causing the knight who had been waiting with outstretched arms to awkwardly retract his hand and scratch his head. A girl imbued with vibrant water elements lifted her gaze to the sky, her blood-red eyes narrowing as she deliberately squinted, attempting to concentrate and gauge whether the area was enveloped in a magical formation predominantly composed of water elements. "Miss Green," she heard once more. As she sensed delicate patterns emerging in the air, her reverie was gently interrupted by the soft voice of the maid. "Miss is waiting for you in the courtyard. Please allow me to guide you." By the time she turned her attention, the elusive Florence Snowwhite had vanished without a trace. Ryla was certain she had only been distracted for a mere moment. How astonishingly stealthy he was. Had he truly come specifically to fetch her? A shiver coursed through her, and she felt goosebumps rise on her arms. Liliana's impassioned discourse echoed once more in her ears, prompting her to shake her head vigorously, commanding herself to dispel such absurd thoughts. What a beautiful place this was, reminiscent of stepping into a museum. Yet, one could only imagine how eerie it might feel to traverse this echoing hall at night. Ryla followed the maid through the grand foyer towards the courtyard, observing her surroundings along the way. The carpet beneath her feet was so thick that each step felt as though she might sink into it, making walking or running rather cumbersome, and a light-colored fabric would surely require considerable effort to maintain. The carpet bore an embroidered image of a hound. Though it lacked ferocity, clearly, the artist had never encountered the sort of vicious dogs that would lunge at a passerby in the countryside. What a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Ryla sneezed and considered wiping her nose with her sleeve, but refrained. Along the way, she encountered no one. She recalled Liliana mentioning that the house was inhabited solely by herself and her brother. Could it be that they granted the servants the weekend off? How humane of them. Ryla, upon entering the courtyard, she spotted Liliana, swathed like a glutinous rice dumpling, joyfully waving at her. Despite the absence of sunlight, Liliana sat beneath a large umbrella, beside a long table laden with an array of teas and refreshments, with another maid standing by. In that moment, Liliana resembled a princess from a fairy tale. Finally reunited with a fellow villager, Ryla initially felt a surge of happiness upon seeing that Liliana appeared to be in good spirits. However, her joy was swiftly tempered as she realized her seat was at the far end of the long table. This simply would not do. She had come to tend to Liliana's wounds. Yet with the table stretching at least 5 or 6 meters from end to end, conversing would require craning her neck. And having 2 people observe her would render her healing magic unusable. "Miss Green, please take a seat. What would you like?" Megan offered as she pulled the chair out for her guest, only to find Ryla standing still with a rather displeased expression. The resemblance to Master Florence was uncanny. She could now fully comprehend why he had insisted that no unauthorized individuals appear in the hall or courtyard that afternoon. "Anything is fine, even plain water." "Please, do not trouble yourself," Ryla replied, remaining standing as she scrutinized her chair and glanced at Liliana. "May I drag my chair over to sit beside you?" "I'll do it." Kate rushed over, only to witness Miss Green making the chair leap slightly before shaking her head and deftly lifting the chair with one hand, striding over to sit beside her mistress. Kate discreetly stuck out her tongue, truly a testament to the formidable strength of Miss Green. "Oh, Miss Green, such matters should be entrusted to our servants. Allow me, Miss Green." With a gentle tone and assertive movements, Megan took the chair from Rayla's hands and placed it beside Liliana, leaving just enough space for 2 individuals to stand comfortably between them. "Master Florent has instructed us to prevent the 2 from whispering to one another," Megan explained softly. "Our lady's right hand has yet to fully recover, so she requires our assistance during meals. I hope you do not mind." Liliana pondered whether Florent had given Megan additional instructions, perhaps doubting her discretion in keeping secrets from Rayla. It was somewhat exhausting, but she reminded herself that she had initially suggested he send someone to listen in if he was concerned. "Wow, you can make the chair jump now." Casting aside those thoughts, Liliana clapped her hands in delight. "I remember during the first elemental wind class, you couldn't even lift that piece of wood." "Yet," Rayla lamented, "I still cannot make it float directly. If only I could fly." If she had the ability to soar, she could effortlessly bring food to the orphanage daily and sneak over to Liliana's window at night, making her endeavors infinitely more convenient. But there was no time for such musings. Her letter had stated that she could only stay for half a day. Alas, time is limited. Let's not dwell on other matters. "How is your injury faring?" "It's nothing to worry about," Liliana assured her, extending her right arm as the nearby maid promptly bent down to help her roll up her sleeve. Rayla's eyes widened as she examined the area closely, noticing the circle of scabs and skin that had not yet fully healed. Liliana explained, "You see, the worst part is right here. There's only a faint trace remaining." I said there's no need for concern, didn't I? Liliana winked at Rayla. If it weren't for those healers being so stubborn, I believe I could have returned to school by now. Oh, my notes. I brought them with me. Rayla intended to hand the materials directly to Liliana, but the maid intervened once more. Well, the rules of nobility are indeed quite tedious. It's best to heed the doctors regarding health matters. My notes are more detailed than usual. Feel free to ask me about anything you find unclear. Rayla scrutinized Liliana once more, comparing her appearance to her memories. She indeed appears well. If that wound is the most severe, Liliana is quite fortunate. In her recent studies on magical beasts, Rayla had discovered that each creature was more terrifying than the last. The texts indicated that magical beasts typically coexisted with large magical or veins, exhibiting significant size variations, having mutated over time in environments rich in elemental energy. Different regions also showcased remarkable species disparities among these creatures. Fortunately, Rayla did not inquire about the events of that day, prompting a sigh of relief from Liliana. She had promised Florent that she would not divulge anything, and even without his warning, she would not bring it up herself. Her only concern was that her secrecy might lead Rayla to believe she did not trust her. As Rayla remained silent, Liliana felt a sense of relief and began to enthusiastically introduce the exquisite pastries laid out before them. Could we perhaps have those two maids step away for a moment? Rayla inquired, her disinterest in the array of treats evident, as she yearned to confide in Liliana about her secret. That won't do, Liliana replied with a playful tongue gesture. I promised Fulent that they would accompany us throughout the day. Isn't that simply surveillance? Rayla blurted out, causing Kate nearby to shudder thrice, while Megan maintained her composure, diligently pouring tea for the two girls, akin to a robot focused solely on executing her duties, oblivious to the conversation unfolding. Liliana, too, felt a tremor in her heart. She feared that Rayla might form a negative impression of Fulent. Was this not an unconscious fulfillment of the role of a malicious supporting character? To divert from this precarious topic, she quickly pointed to the table, promoting, "This one is delightful. It has a crispy shell with a soft interior. I had the chef attempt to fold it and wrap it in jam or cream. Do try it and let me know if you enjoy it." But alas, Rayla had not come merely to dine and sip tea. She felt anxious at the prospect of the two maids remaining constantly by her side. How could she disclose her healing magic to Liliana, let alone assist her with her scar? This delicacy seems to be a culinary invention from Myrid, Rayla thought, attempting to communicate her intentions through her gaze. Yet, the two girls lacked the necessary rapport, leaving Liliana engrossed in her dessert recommendations. By the way, how have you been with that young Master Ryan from Myrid? You refer to Lord Crow Ryan? As the two maids dutifully presented various pastries at Rayla's behest, she found her hands bewildered and ultimately set down her cutlery to engage directly. I've been busy attending classes and organizing notes for you, along with reading borrowed books from the library. I've been grabbing quick meals from the dining hall, so it has been several days since I've seen him. Is that so? Liliana, realizing only then, asked Rayla, "You truly haven't dined with Crow in days?" Huh? Liliana exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Suddenly, she grasped a subtle truth. Although she had never consciously obstructed Rayla's interactions with the male leads, it dawned on her that following the night incident, Kristoff and Fulent had been compelled to spend their days with her, diminishing their time at the academy. Rayla, preoccupied with transcribing notes for her, had reduced her interactions with Crow, while the Crown Prince had already fallen behind and appeared to have temporarily set aside this latecomer. In retrospect, had she inadvertently interfered with Rayla, the protagonist's relations with the male leads? Was this the very essence of divine inevitability? A jolt coursed through Liliana as she cast her gaze skyward. Her clear eyes reflected nothing but the overcast skies of the day. Liliana was suddenly struck by a more terrifying possibility. What if, despite her desire to surrender, fate would conspire to thrust upon her a storyline akin to that of a villainous knight, relentlessly compelling her to embrace the role of a wicked supporting character? No, please, Liliana internally lamented as she thumped her head against the tablecloth with a soft thud, eliciting gasps of surprise from a maid and Rayla. I am unharmed. But my fate is so cruel. Liliana whimpered, reaching out to Rella with open arms for a comforting embrace, nuzzling her fluffy head into Rella's bosom. Why must the divine compel me to undertake such deeds? Chapter 32. The Code 1. Across from the carriage returning to the academy sat Liliana Snowwhite. Yet Rella was too preoccupied to regard this potential brotherly figure. Instead, she focused on the coarse cloth bag resting on her lap, which contained a tome titled Beyond Time, the Dual Deity Epic. Following her abrupt head collision with the table, Liliana's mood had evidently soured. Yet before Rella could decipher the source of her discontent, the coachman traversed the courtyard to announce that it was time to depart. Oh dear, Rella sighed inwardly. Had it not been for the tall maid obstructing her, she could have seized even 5 seconds of direct contact with Liliana. Not to mention, she could have effortlessly removed the scar from Liliana's wrist or, as she had done previously, discreetly conducted a preliminary full-body examination. Rella was gradually reducing the time spent on treating superficial injuries and becoming accustomed to the fatigue that followed her use of magic. Given time, she might master the art of healing without drawing any attention. However, her limited access to literature left her uncertain about the precise nature of her light magic and its elemental application. Exercising caution, she refrained from practicing indiscriminately within the academy's confines. Her methods outside the institution were rather crude. She would first inflict a wound upon herself with a sharp object, then time how long it took for the scar to vanish completely. Naturally, she avoided testing near major arteries and veins. With a bit of concentration, the healing speed of her body was astonishing, prompting her to include avoid injury in public as a personal guideline. Yet, rapid recovery did not equate to a lack of pain. After several experiments, Rella discerned some preliminary patterns in her healing magic. She could continuously wield her powers to heal, but each instance would leave her with varying degrees of exhaustion. The extent of physical exertion correlated generally with the severity of the wound, though exceptions existed. Due to her insufficient sample size, Rella sought animals around the academy and fortuitously discovered a rain-soaked, flightless sparrow. After mending its broken wing, she had anticipated a greater drain on her energy. However, the moment the sparrow soared into the sky, she felt no unusual fatigue. Perhaps the absolute expenditure of stamina was contingent upon the individual creature. Rella diligently documented her hypothesis in the experimental log she had written in her native tongue. However, despite the progress she believed she had made in her healing magic, Rella found herself quite dissatisfied with her visit to Liliana's home. She had accomplished none of her intended tasks and returned only with a large box of uneaten desserts to serve as her evening snack. Yet, her excursion was not entirely fruitless. Upon hearing that Rella was about to depart, Liliana, who had previously been enveloped in a cloud of gloom, instantly brightened. With remarkable dexterity, Liliana retrieved a thick book from beneath the table, declining the maid's assistance, and handed it directly to Rella, requesting her to return it to the academy. Initially, Rella had not given it much thought as she reached for the book, only to realize that Liliana had not immediately relinquished her grip. The girl's eyes, strikingly similar in hue to Rella's, darted to the book in her hands before returning to meet Rella's gaze. With a gentle tap of her fingertip against the cover, she indicated, "I find this book rather intriguing. Perhaps you could read it before returning it." Their thoughts finally aligned, and after a confirming nod, Liliana released her hold, allowing Rella to secure the book into her bag. There must be something significant within its pages. Once the carriage arrived at its destination, Rella eagerly leapt down, only to realize that the large box the maid had prepared was left behind. Just as she contemplated turning back, the carriage door swung open, revealing Liliana Snowwhite extending the box towards her. "Thank you," Rella said, swinging her bag over her shoulder and accepting the box with both hands, feeling a wave of gratitude for the man who had permitted her to meet Liliana that day. She pondered uttering a few more words, but found herself at a loss for pleasantries. After a few moments of contemplation, she finally managed, "Well, I wish you a safe journey. If the pastries inside are among Liliana's favorites, you ought not to consume them if you cannot finish them today." She heard the silver-haired youth gently caution her, noting that she liked to include fruits, which would spoil overnight. Such concerns were likely the preoccupations of their noble class, Rayla mused. If only some withered, day-old apples could find their way into the orphanage's dinner, the children might brawl for a chance to grab a piece. Besides, her stomach was quite resilient. and given the recent drop in evening temperatures, she could hang the box outside her window to freeze it further, utilizing it as a makeshift refrigerator. That large box would undoubtedly suffice for her breakfast the following morning. Though she entertained these thoughts, Rayla still nodded in acknowledgement of Florence's well-meaning advice. Initially intending to bid farewell and depart, she then heard Florence say, "November brings the ball. As per tradition, all newcomers are expected to attend. Should you find yourself lacking in anything, feel free to write to the Snowwhite residence." Realizing he had perhaps divulged too much, he regretted that these matters should have been entrusted to the shadows in the capital, who could discreetly procure items such as dance dresses and shoes under a different pretense. Observing the girl's expression shift from confusion to wariness, Florent felt a pang of remorse. The sight of the coarse cloth bag strapped to her back pained him. That material was unfit even for the lowest-ranking maid in the Marquis's household, yet she clutched it like a treasured possession. While preparing her dormitory, Mingming had thoughtfully stocked various daily necessities in seemingly normal storage spaces, all appearing modest yet lavish. However, the maid reported that Ruira was reluctant to use them. Each time Florent recalled the maid's words, he felt a pang of sorrow. His sister, who ought to have been one of the most esteemed women of Renoka, was leading a life where she had to meticulously ration even the most ordinary items at the prime of her youth. "My sister mentioned that you were her first friend at the academy. She often speaks of you at home." Florent felt rather awkward. He had previously been so averse to her associating with Liliana, yet now, when seeking an excuse, this was the first thought that came to his mind. She couldn't return to the academy yet. If, as her brother, he failed to look after her friend during her convalescence, she would surely be displeased upon learning this. Ruira envisioned a small cat, curled up in a corner, huffing at its own shadow after feeling wronged. She imagined that Liliana's anger would possess a similarly minimal impact. This brother seemed rather decent. He was not as peculiar as she had envisioned, at least demonstrating concern for Liliana in his words. Ruira scratched the back of her head with the hand that wasn't holding the box, nodding to indicate her understanding. As for the ball in November, as long as it wasn't counted for credits, it was of little consequence. Moreover, it was only early October, and she did not intend to dwell on it. By the time she returned to the academy's entrance, evening was approaching, but having eaten a hearty meal in the afternoon, Ruira had no intention of visiting the dining hall again. Once inside her dormitory, she eagerly retrieved the thick tome titled Beyond Time, the Epic of the Twin Gods, from her bag. After a brief glance, she discovered a thin piece of paper lodged in the middle of the book. Ruira, who cherished her books dearly, noted that the adhesive used by Liliana resembled glue. So she conjured some moisture from the air to dampen the edges of the thin paper, carefully tearing it away without damaging the pages. However, aside from the last 3 characters, which she recognized as the initials of Liliana's name, the other letters appeared to belong to this world and were arranged in a seemingly nonsensical manner, akin to gibberish. Was it encrypted? Ruira produced her nearly depleted quill and retrieved a used piece of draft paper, finding a blank space to transcribe the thin paper's contents. After examining the short lines of gibberish multiple times, she discovered no hints for deciphering. The line associated with the initials was the shortest at the end. It must be the signature. A spark of inspiration struck Ruira as she began to transcribe the alphabet of this world onto her draft paper. Sure enough, upon comparison, each letter shifted 3 places forward in the alphabetical sequence revealed Liliana's spelling. It turned out that Liliana had subtly indicated this by tapping 3 times on the book cover. Chapter 32. The code 2. This girl appeared delicate and unassuming. Yet her courage surpassed her appearance. Ruira mused inwardly. She had contemplated whether to seize the opportunity of sending notes to confide in Liliana about her ability to wield healing magic, yet ultimately hesitated. Those notes could easily fall into the hands of Liliana's maids, even if composed in her native tongue. The use of entirely unfamiliar characters might draw undue attention, especially given that both she and Liliana hailed from the same region. What were the odds that they would both cross paths? Who could guarantee that there weren't other compatriots in this world? Were those compatriots benevolent or malevolent? After much deliberation, she concluded that it would be most prudent to convey her thoughts directly when they were alone. Thus, she tore out the page she had written in her native language and incinerated it. Liliana likely shared her line of thought, as she had refrained from using the more transparent vernacular of their homeland. To her surprise, reading a letter had stirred her emotions, reminiscent of a father engrossed in his favorite spy dramas at home. As she deciphered the original text, a thin sheen of sweat formed on her brow. The coherent message read, "Dear Rayla, I kindly ask for your assistance. Due to the constraints of brevity, I cannot elaborate on the reasons behind my inquiry, but it is of great significance to me. Do you know the specific meaning of the term bastard as it is used colloquially among the common folk? I have a general understanding of the connotation, yet I wish to delve deeper into the context in which it is typically employed. I am uncertain whether I have spelled it correctly. If not, could you suggest phonetically similar words? This paper is to be destroyed after reading." Rayla furrowed her brow, perplexed by Liliana's query. Why would she inquire about such a term? In Rayla's mind, bastard was far from a favorable designation. Among the children at the orphanage, the most prevalent spread of language, aside from illnesses caused by sudden temperature changes, were the profanities learned from the streets. She often observed those innocent faces playing on the grass, uttering words that were far from polite. To her, it seemed entirely ordinary. Learning coarse language from the village elders was an integral part of her rural upbringing. She understood that those children were oblivious to the meanings of their utterances. And the more anxious the adults became, the more gleeful the children appeared. If left ignored, their enthusiasm would wane, and they would cease their raucous outbursts. Whether others shared her perspective was uncertain. Most adults lacked the energy to admonish the children, muttering a prayer for divine mercy as they passed. Yet, if certain words slipped from the children's lips, Aunt Susan would drag them down to the basement, rinsing their mouths with scalding water until they spat out the foam with grimaces, promising never to utter such words again. The term bastard was prominently featured on Aunt Susan's blacklist. Rayla tapped her temple with the uninked end of her quill, recalling an incident where a few older children had ganged up to snatch a little girl's lunch. Attempting to wrest the bread from her grasp, the slender girl, undoubtedly weaker than the larger child towering above her, resorted to a clever ploy. She ascended the central statue of the Holy Spirit within the chapel of the orphanage, stuffing her mouth with all the crusts of bread. Frustrated by their inability to acquire the food, several children encircled the statue, hurling insults at her, claiming her mother had once engaged in illicit activities in the slums, resulting in her being a nameless child without a father. In that moment, Rayla felt a surge of anger. Yet before she could navigate through the throng vying for the relief meal, she witnessed Aunt Susan, in a whirlwind of determination, parting the crowd and charging toward the children. Aunt Susan produced a rolling pin from the depths of her apron and began pursuing the fleeing rascals, her ample arm adeptly seizing the most vociferous among them and dragging him towards the basement amidst a torrent of curses. The little girl, trembling in fear atop the statue, was unsure how to descend. Ultimately, it was Mr. Bond who stood below, while Rayla climbed the statue to bring the frightened child down. The girl's face was flushed crimson, as the bread crust lodged in her throat prevented her from swallowing. Yet she was reluctant to expel it. Rayla was particularly struck by the girl. Having witnessed her stumble and fall in the church, her face soon smeared with blood. Rayla recalled her own childhood, devoid of parental presence, when the older children in the village, disdainful of the chickens and ducks, bullied her. However, those bullies soon learned that she would retaliate without regard for the consequences. And ultimately, it was they who came to fear her. Rayla had discreetly taught the girl methods of resistance, yet the timid child merely nodded in agreement each time, never putting those lessons into practice. Each subsequent instance of bullying found her submissive, regardless of how many times it occurred. It was clear to Rayla that one must forge their own resolve. Some matters must be tackled independently, as others have their own lives to lead, unable to revolve solely around you. Yet, this truth eluded the little girl, and Rayla could not compel her to understand. With a sigh of resignation, Rayla gently lifted her, tending to the wounds on her face, soothing her by claiming she had merely dozed off during her nap, assuring her that nothing had transpired. Lost in thought, Rayla recalled her inquiry to Mr. Bond regarding the girl's origins. He had informed her that the child was brought to the orphanage by a woman from a slum on the outskirts of the capital, who was gravely ill. The woman had left her child behind, taking nothing, simply stating it was for the child, and had never returned to the orphanage, likely having succumbed to her illness. Thus, was the term bastard employed to refer to a child of unknown paternity, or was it more specifically aimed at the mother-esque survival methods in the slum? Suddenly, Rayla remembered receiving her acceptance letter from the capital's academy, recalling whispers that she was merely the product of an illicit liaison between a noble and their lowly servant, and that those without acknowledged lineage were deemed bastards. At that time, Rira paid little heed to the two casual remarks she had overheard. They were merely gossiping, weren't they? Furthermore, she regarded the vulgarities of this world as trivial compared to the invectives she had heard from the elderly women in her rural hometown. Those illiterate rural matriarchs could hurl insults that revolved around their immediate family members, extending to 18 generations of ancestors, and would continue for an entire morning. Often provoked by something as mundane as a free-range chicken inadvertently pecking at a loofah they had nurtured by the field's edge. However, upon reflection, and in light of the children's words, she realized that the term in colloquial usage bore at least two meanings. First, a child with at least one parent of ambiguous identity. Second, a descendant resulting from the union of nobility and commoners, who is subsequently denied recognition. In simpler terms, it was a derogatory term for illegitimate offspring. But why was Liliana interested in understanding this? Rira found herself perplexed. Was the beast she encountered a product of interspecies hybridization? But what connection did this have to the vernacular of the common folk? She flipped the thin paper over several times, suddenly seized by inspiration, igniting a flame beneath it. Even as the paper began to smoke, no further characters emerged. Could someone have used this term to insult Liliana? While munching on a dessert from the box as a late-night snack, another possibility crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Although Liliana claimed her true identity was that of a commoner, this matter was likely as secretive as her own ability to wield light magic. In a world laden with rules and regulations, even Clowell, the second child in his family, could not converse on equal terms with Florence Snow White, the heir. Who would dare to employ such a term, which even Aunt Susan would find utterly distasteful, to insult Liliana? Never mind. When the time came to explain things to Liliana, she could simply ask her why she wanted to know the meaning of that word. For now, what was the point of speculating? With a wave of her hand, she summoned a flame from the candle to ignite the thin paper. Rira stifled a yawn. Intending to delve into the hefty tome titled Beyond Time, the Epic of the Dual Gods. Liliana had mentioned it was quite intriguing, and perhaps she genuinely felt that way. 10 minutes later, she jolted back to reality, realizing that if she continued reading, she would surely succumb to slumber and drift into a sweet dreamland. The nonsensical language inscribed in that ancient book possessed an exceptional hypnotic quality. What a curious thing. It was impressive that Liliana could engage with such literature. She muttered to herself, setting the thick book aside and commencing her study of another volume borrowed from the library, Introduction to Magic Circles, Element Chain, Volume 1. The water element is presently regarded as the most accessible for use in magic circles, possessing both excellent concealment and chain-forming capabilities. As Rira read, she habitually took notes on the nearby scrap paper. Her handwriting was diminutive. In this world, paper was a precious commodity, and books were considered luxurious items reserved for the leisure of the nobility. Thus, a competent magic circle creator generally needed to possess exceptional control over the water element. Why does it seem that the water element magic capable of crafting magical circles and the wind element magic that allows one to soar through the skies are far more exhilarating than her rare light magic? Rella gazed at her palm, shaking her head. While healing certainly holds its merits, she yearned to be a valiant warrior charging forth into the fray rather than merely a healer providing support from the rear. Alas, one must learn to be content. Clenching her fist, she resolved that regardless of her location or abilities, she possessed the confidence to carve out her own destiny, a realm not only accommodating for herself, but also for the entire shelter, now inclusive of Liliana's presence. Chapter 33. The Fairy Godmother. 1. The incident of the monster invasion had seemingly faded from the minds of the young lords and ladies within the academy, even overshadowing the new young royal knight, whose popularity among the noble women surpassed that of an event that had transpired over 10 days prior with no further developments. The noble ladies lamented, sighing over the fact that a man, not yet 30, had already entered into an early marriage as a first-class royal knight. At this rate, a barony was surely on the horizon for him, and should he achieve further feats, he might even be elevated to a viscount. After class, Rella entered the dining hall and noticed that an event seemed to be taking place. Several exquisite partitions had created a small space within the hall, and the usual hexagonal tables had been replaced with long tables draped in deep red tablecloths. A throng of young women, still clutching colorful folding fans even as autumn deepened, stood or sat at the tables, engaged in lively conversation with their companions. Their maids flitted about like bees, bustling in the limited space to provide service. Among the crowd, Rella recognized a particular young lady, not because of her vibrant participation in organizing various activities at the academy, but due to her affectionate manner of addressing Chlorlane as brother each time they met. Initially, Rella had assumed she was Chlorlane's biological sister. The young lady had casually greeted her with a good afternoon, to which Rella politely responded, "Good afternoon, Miss Lane." This was Betty Mode. After the gathering dispersed that day, Chlorlane had introduced her, mentioning that their families shared a distant connection. She was currently engaged to the Crown Prince, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, will become the future Crown Princess. Why didn't she correct me? You didn't mention it either, just let me misname her. Rella found it curious. Shouldn't these nobles take their titles seriously? When she addressed the young lady as Miss Lane, she sensed not only a lack of irritation, but also a joyful smile gracing the young lady's face, her lashes curling in delight. Chlorlane did not respond directly to her musings, instead offering a smile as he remarked, "My sister is named Charlotte, only 14 years old. She loves lively gatherings, and I believe she would adore you." Why? Rella struggled to grasp the logic connecting Chlorlane's statements, receiving a somewhat exasperated glance from him in return. As if to say, is it because I appear lively? In summary, Rella later recalled that the young lady was named Betty Mode. Whenever she approached Clowell to converse, Rella referred to her as Miss Mode. However, ever since she discovered Rella's change in address, the young lady ceased to greet Rella proactively, merely exchanging a few pleasant words with Clowell before hastily departing, seemingly overwhelmed with busyness. Alas, will Miss Snow White return to the academy? Originally just passing through, Rella unexpectedly overheard a remark from behind the partition. Will she attend the ball? What difference does it make whether she attends or not? Elena, do you truly have the audacity to invite the Duke of Lancelot? I merely inquired. Why must you always misconstrue my words? Speaking of which, Miss Snow White has indeed been rather unfortunate. It has been over 10 days without a single word, and she even encountered a beast at the academy. I have never seen a beast myself, though my brother once brought back a beast tooth as a gift for me. Who, I wonder, would consider such a thing a suitable present for a sister? I have never seen one alive. Was that lightning the result of the beast's presence? It truly seems formidable. If one were to encounter such a creature, would not Miss Snow White sustain severe injuries? Once the topic was broached, the young ladies chattered excitedly, entirely forgetting that the scattered rumors had been repeated ad nauseum over the past few days, with some new versions even originating from their own imaginations. If, as you say, she is disfigured, then how unfortunate for the young Duke. It is common knowledge, and now her appearance is compromised. I would argue that it is rather cruel for His Majesty to insist upon this engagement. You speak so animatedly. Why do you not dare to enter the palace and voice these opinions? You claim it is common knowledge, yet I remain oblivious to what you are discussing. Should someone silence you, do not involve me in your plight. Have you consumed fire, or this morning? Who has offended you? Your desired dance partner has turned to invite another. Why direct your ire towards me? You would do better to vent your frustrations upon your disappointing father and brother. How much territory remains under your family's control? I feel sympathy for you, fearing you may not even be able to afford a respectable dowry by the time you wed. If someone were to marry me solely for material gain, I would refuse. It is perplexing who is so consumed by such matters, utterly devoid of shame. My family's territory may be small, but what else could I expect from a father and brother who have instigated territorial conflicts for 3 consecutive years? Well then, let's all calm down. I would argue that Miss Snow White is indeed fortunate. She need not concern herself with anything, as His Majesty has arranged everything for her. Alas, is it not true? It seems His Majesty has never bestowed marriage upon a noblewoman of an outside lineage. Princess Mary wedded an elderly count. Yet Miss Snow White is to marry the Duke of Lancelot. The age difference between the princess and the Duke is quite significant. Otherwise, it would hardly be Miss Snow White's turn. Even if one has never attentively listened to a single class on elemental magic, family members would surely inform you that fire, metal, wind, and thunder interact with one another. It is quite apparent that you possess a wealth of knowledge, unlike Princess Mary, who is devoid of any magical talent. I have heard whispers that Her Majesty the Queen has long desired to entrust the princess to the young Duke, but the princess herself was reluctant. Even after the princess became a widow, the Queen broached the subject again, only to be met with the Emperor's resolute disapproval. You seem to know everything, as if you were a beacon within the palace. I have never encountered such fanciful gossip before. How curious it is that these noble young ladies choose to hold their gatherings in a restaurant. I had assumed that the Academy had designated spaces for their social engagements. But alas, even the small table I usually occupy has been removed. As I pondered where to find another empty table to dine, I suddenly heard a gentle cough from a woman nearby. Previously, many had been eavesdropping on the gossip concerning Princess Mary, and now it appeared that Betty Mode, who had remained silent until now, was poised to speak. The others gestured for silence, eager to hear what the future empress might reveal. After all, among this crowd, she alone had the honor of being summoned to the palace by Her Majesty from time to time. I have witnessed magical beasts with my own eyes, including those that summon lightning on clear days, an experience that still sends shivers down my spine. Once the surrounding chatter subsided, the young woman with deep brown hair made a remark wholly unrelated to what everyone had anticipated. However, this piqued my interest. I had been investigating the possibility of a creature that could stealthily infiltrate the Academy without alerting the knights and guards, yet possessed the capability to incite alarm and summon lightning across the sky. Though eavesdropping may not be entirely ethical, given that they were convening in a restaurant, perhaps they wouldn't mind if other patrons overheard their conversation. With that thought, I took a seat at a nearby table, eager to listen further. "Oh my, Miss Mode, that must have been perilous," exclaimed another. "Indeed, I had never heard you mention it before, Miss Mode. Were you injured at that time?" I had thought Miri to be a safe place. I had no idea it harbored magical beasts. "Well, that is all in the past now," Betty Mode replied leisurely, retrieving a steaming cup of green tea from a passing maid's tray. Nevertheless, it was quite terrifying. Fortunately, a tall and handsome noble happened to pass by and rescued me. He is the heir of his family, you know. Out of gratitude, I allowed him to escort me home, and then, well, she sighed softly, sipping her tea. He went on a mad spree of writing letters, professing his love at first sight and wishing to marry me. After I rejected him, he even followed me discreetly when I went out. Oh my goodness, how could such a repulsive thing happen? Did you not punish him, Miss Mode? Does it even need saying? After being spurned, he shamelessly persisted. Young Duke Ryan would certainly not allow such a person to continue harassing his sister, and neither would Lord Clowell Ryan simply stand by and do nothing. Alas, my brothers are exceedingly busy in a vast expanse of myriad. They bear the weight of countless responsibilities. Miss Maud smiled gently, yet they have always regarded me as their dear sister. After my engagement, they were profoundly saddened, for upon marrying His Highness Andrew, I would reside in the capital and would not be able to see them often. With a sigh, she examined the exquisite teacup adorned with beautiful aquatic flowers in her hand. Despite the passage of time, I still find it difficult to acclimate to the cuisine prepared by the capital chefs. Then why not let the chefs from here come here? The girl named Elena interjected curiously. I too find it hard to enjoy the food here. I wrote to my mother, and she sent a head maid who has cared for my needs since childhood to accompany me. Not every household has enough maids at their disposal. Elena came the slow, mocking voice of the girl who often provoked others with her questions. Indeed, the expenses for maids alone in the Ryan household might very well rival the annual expenditures of our modest territory. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Maud? Indeed, replied Miss Maud. By the way, you mentioned that individual. He sounds rather fearsome, especially as an heir. What is his name? Has he taken a wife? We ought to know, so we can avoid discussing marriage prospects at home. Miss Maud coughed a few times, her brow furrowed as she whispered her complaints. Oh dear, I find myself unwell again. Truly, whenever the temperature drops even slightly, I feel ill. This ailment is beyond the healing skills of even the palace physician. How did the conversation stray so far? What magical beasts? The ones that can summon lightning? Ryla thought her head was buzzing as if 100 orioles were chirping within her mind. She realized she had foolishly hoped to glean useful information from those young ladies. Shaking her head, Ryla resolved to hasten through her meal, seizing the opportunity to rest before returning to sleep for a while. Chapter 33. The Fairy Godmother 2. In recent days, Ryla began to sense she was being followed again. Goodness, could it be another acquaintance from home? This time, Ryla was quite adept. She discreetly led the person to a secluded spot and swiftly confronted them without disheveling the young girl's hair. Ryla even felt a tinge of optimism, thinking that with another companion, they would number 3, and according to the rules, they could form a small group, thereby planting the seeds of truth and striving for greatness. I mean no harm. The voice was familiar. Ryla recalled it belonged to the girl named Elena. You are so rude. Let go of me. The noble young lady showed no awareness of how her actions had strayed from noble decorum. She stepped back, huffily checking her appearance, then looked up at the tall Ryla. I came to find you out of kindness. I don't have your belongings on me. You have no classes at the moment, do you? Come to my place, and I shall give them to you. I have classes. My entire day is filled with them. Rayla crossed her arms, realizing that her time was limited before the commencement of Introduction to Herbs. If her sole intention was to amuse herself at her expense, she would take her leave. I am exceedingly busy every day and cannot afford to entertain you, the young lady huffed. Observing the girl stamp her foot in frustration, Rayla thought, if that rascal Mabella finds out, I shall be the subject of her ridicule. Are you free tonight? You don't have any classes, do you? The girl inquired. Although Rayla confirmed the absence of classes, she remained perplexed about the girl's intentions. Confounded, Rayla watched as the girl turned on her heel, lifting her skirt as she departed. However, since the girl had made such a statement, Rayla decided against lingering in the library after dinner. She returned to her dormitory, wondering if the girl named Elena would indeed come and knock on her door. As the final bell of the evening tolled at 8, Rayla heard a soft rap on her door. Goodness, how can a lady's room be in such disarray? The girl hesitated when she saw the door open, having no intention of stepping inside. A middle-aged woman beside her extended a hand to prevent her entry, as if there were some unsightly matter within. What is it that you seek me for? Rayla leaned against the doorframe, feeling somewhat exasperated. After all, she had not invited the girl over. Well, this and that. Choose one, the girl replied. Although I cannot gift them to you, I can certainly lend you something for the ball. Rayla gazed in bewilderment as the girl directed her servant to produce 2 exquisitely wrapped boxes. The girl opened them to reveal a ruby necklace and a set of sapphire bracelets and earrings. My mother just sent these a few days ago, and they were delayed at the shop for a bit of care. What does this mean? Rayla was utterly baffled, yet sensed that the girl was not there to cause trouble. Her tone softened, and she uncrossed her arms. Why would you lend me these? You previously spoke to me rather rudely, and I was aware that you heard it. Yet, you bore no grudge, and even assisted me during our first class on gold elements. The girl turned her neck, adhering to the decorum of nobility. I must come to apologize. When? Rayla raised her hand to grasp her hair, recalling that this was the very girl who had mentioned her unkempt locks at the start of the term. But when had she saved her? The memory eluded her, save for the prince's ostentatious display during that class. It is of no consequence. Did I not retort at the time? I frightened both you and your friend away. Rayla regarded the matter as trivial, having forgotten it almost instantly. It was astonishing that the young lady had held on to it for so long. I accept your apology, but I do not require the items. Keep them. They appear quite valuable. Do not lose them. But these are splendid treasures. Although our family cannot compare to those affluent clans with their minds. Look, this necklace complements your eyes beautifully. My mother chose it for me. The girl was not about to concede easily, taking the box from her maid and thrusting it into Rayla's hands. The ball is imminent. You cannot attend without any adornments, can you? As she scratched her head in contemplation, Rayla recalled something significant and resolutely returned the jewelry box to the young girl, stating earnestly, I apologize, but I already have a fairy godmother. What is that? Clearly, this world did not possess the tale of Cinderella, as the girl looked on in bewilderment. Well, you see, I have a good friend who has already informed me that she will assist me with matters related to the ball. Rayla thought this explanation should be comprehensible, and thus she declined the necklace, expressing her gratitude. However, thank you. I remember you're a kind person. Ah, you are truly popular. Even borrowing jewelry requires a cue, and it's remarkable that those highborn nobles are fond of you. I have noticed that the crown prince has been spending a great deal of time with you lately. He surely will invite you to be his dance partner, Elena remarked with a hint of regret. My parents also hope I could interact more with His Highness at the Academy. You should tidy your room, as His Highness's impression of you may be affected upon seeing it. The girl peered into Rella's room and suddenly had an idea. How about I have my maid assist you in cleaning up? No, that's unnecessary. Rella, already reflecting on her own disarray, realized that her room could afford to be a tad messy. Thank you, but you should hurry back. Indeed, miss, night has fallen, and returning to the other residence will take time. You have yet to write to the lady and the young master today, the maid advised nearby. Very well. If you won't borrow it, I shall take my belongings. The girl waved the jewelry box before handing it to the maid, adding, You can come find me if you change your mind. What could she possibly regret? Rella pondered, recognizing the sparkling item as undoubtedly valuable. Should she borrow it and later misplace it, it would only serve to burden her with debt. However, the girl's earlier remarks sparked her curiosity, prompting her to inquire. Do we all have to have a dance partner? Why else? Elena found the question perplexing. Ah, indeed. No one has likely taught you these things since you were a commoner. The girl cleared her throat, adopting a teacher's demeanor. If a woman at the ball is not invited to dance, it may leave others with the impression that she is unpopular. This is undesirable. So it is best to have a dance partner. Even if you do not dance with him throughout the event, at least you should participate in the opening dance. Rella thought to herself that she was indifferent to what others might think of her popularity. She asked, if someone invites me to dance, can I refuse? That situation becomes complicated. It depends on the status of the person. Refusing in front of everyone can be damaging to their pride. However, if the individual is truly unpleasant, then of course one should refuse. Elena nodded as she spoke. If His Highness invites you to be his dance partner, other men will likely refrain from asking you to dance. That simply will not do. Absolutely not. Rella shuddered at the thought of spending an entire evening listening to that lad foolishly remarking how this hall pales in comparison to the palace's grandeur. Then if I have a dance partner, I can refuse others' invitations, right? Ryla inquired. Indeed, should you find yourself unable to decide, you could have them duel. The victor would earn the privilege to dance with you, Elena replied earnestly. However, I would not recommend it. For both His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress have attended the Academy's ball, and with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince present this year, it is even more likely that their Majesties will be in attendance, the young lady added. It would be best not to create too much commotion in their presence, as it might provoke their disapproval. Ryla reflected, realizing that she could not treat the ball lightly. Regardless of whether the Crown Prince would indeed invite her, as Elena suggested, it would be prudent to secure a partner first. After much contemplation, she decided that Chloral would be a reliable choice, and she resolved to find a moment to inquire if he had a partner. With her mind made up, she waved farewell to the noble young lady, who had come with 2 boxes and left with 2 boxes. Chapter 34. Autumn Rain 1. Young Duke, our lady has expressed her desire to be alone today, the butler, Hawk, reported nervously, having been turned away by the young lady several times. He took the liberty of adding, once her spirits have lifted, I shall remind her to write to your lordship, so you need not make unnecessary trips. What on earth has transpired? Kristoff asked sternly. Having heard from this butler for 2 consecutive days that Liliana wished to be alone and avoid visitors, he had set aside 3 days for this visit, only to receive the same response. Is the young Marquis not at home? Hawk sensed that young Master Frank was perhaps even more eager than Kristoff to unravel the mystery behind Liliana's sudden decline from her previously stable demeanor. The therapist had been coming and going for days, stating that aside from the time needed for the scar on her arm to heal, she was almost completely recovered. Yet everyone could feel that something was amiss. The young Marquis is not at home, Hawk dutifully conveyed, adhering to his master's instructions. If you wish to leave a message, I shall faithfully deliver it. That will not be necessary. The young lad may very well be in the study, merely choosing not to engage with me, Kristoff replied, unperturbed. Please inform Miss Liliana that I stopped by and wish her well. Of course, young Duke, Hawk said, bowing respectfully as he saw Kristoff off. He exhaled deeply only after the carriage had completely vanished from sight, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his brow. The autumn rain fell gently, enveloping the entire capital in a thin mist, while the fallen leaves, soaked by the rain, rendered the courtyard messier than ever. However, the male servants were unable to tidy the leaves as they normally would, for Miss Liliana remained lost in thought in the corridor connecting to the garden. I understand. If he comes again, respond in the same manner, Liliana said without turning her head, gazing at the fine drizzle. Thank you. Forgive me, miss. But do you require some hot tea? Despite the crackling of the charcoal nearby, Hawk felt an unusual chill in the corridor's draft. There's no need, Liliana said, casting a glance at the 2 maids who stood at a distance, ever watchful. With a sigh, she added, I've expressed my desire to be alone. You may attend to other matters, as there is no need for your presence here. Liliana had never indulged in such petulance before, but to be truthful, it felt rather gratifying. No one dislikes having their whims treated as sacred truths by those around them. Once the butler departed, she continued gazing at the now desolate garden. She longed for the corridor to resemble the garden walkways of her homeland, where benches seamlessly integrated with the surroundings, inviting one to rest at leisure. Allowing her to prop her feet up and sit with her knees drawn close. The essence of her contemplations over the past few days could be distilled into a singular question. How should she navigate the days to come? With yet another sigh, she reflected on her actions over the past 4 months. Upon deeper consideration, she realized she had been living in a state of disarray. She had claimed to be merely coasting along with the narrative, yet had failed to embody the original character's audacity. She yearned for a tranquil life of her own, yet had not made any genuine efforts to break free from the confines of the plot, let alone any significant achievements. Her sole endeavor had been to request an account of the Kristoff family's finances, relying solely on the connections of her original self's fiancé. Each day was filled with a sense of satisfaction, as she believed she could predict the unfolding events around her, quietly critiquing and strategizing potential futures for others, all while awaiting the next act to unfold. Who was she truly living as? Was she Liliana? If the original character were still present, she would likely wish to expel this interloper from her body with a swift blow. Was she herself? Not entirely. Although she had previously led a life of routine, she was not one to passively accept everything presented to her. Perhaps it was the perception that this was merely a book, not the real world, that led her to assume the role of an observer and to convince herself that she was a player, distanced from the events transpiring in Liliana's life. Upon her arrival in this world, she had thought that since it was a narrative and much of the setting and plot could be anticipated, she would guide Liliana to adhere to the storyline without causing any disruptions. She planned to bide her time until the true heiress appeared, hoping for a chance to exchange identities, deferring any further complications, as it was ultimately Liliana's tale and not her own life. Later, upon reuniting with Rayla, who deemed the idea of an identity swap unwise, Liliana felt undeterred. She believed that as long as she guided Liliana with good intentions, clarified everything with Rayla, and fostered a genuine friendship, she could still maneuver Liliana towards a favorable conclusion. At first, she perceived this mindset as harmless, whether it was troubling events or joyous occasions. They were all attributed to Liliana. She remained detached, truly embodying the philosophy of not finding joy in external possessions or sorrow in personal losses, effectively rendering herself devoid of strong emotions. However, gradually, the distinction between herself and Liliana began to blur. Initially, her recognition of Rayla as a being in the real world marked a turning point, and then the Knight's attack incident made her acutely aware of the threat to her own life, causing the boundary to waver precariously. After a period of lethargic recuperation, a conversation with Rayla compelled her to confront a disquieting possibility. She might have to live eternally as Liliana, and in this world, the events destined to unfold for Liliana might occur independently of her own volition, although she had often joyfully mocked the deity of scheming in her thoughts. The realization of its possible existence rendered many things devoid of meaning, even somewhat repulsive. She found herself temporarily disinterested in the covert letter she had penned to Rayla, as she was ensnared in a mental quagmire, fixated on the belief that the Knight's attack was a punishment for her role as the wicked antagonist, who had been lethargically neglectful. The plot began to contrive reasons for her to monopolize the male protagonist's time or intrude upon the heroine's narrative, objectively obstructing the heroine's romantic arc. From this perspective, exploring the Knight's motives became futile, for everything was merely a game orchestrated by the deity of scheming. Humans were but puppets in a banal theatrical performance, vacantly executing prescribed actions at the divine's behest. What significance remained in such a scenario? In her previous life, during festive seasons, she would solemnly pray for peace and blessings with her parents. Yet if one day it were proven that all the intricacies of human existence have been inscribed at birth, immutable as a period, what would be the purpose of striving? Life's toil largely serves to enable one to make desired choices at critical junctures. Now, if one were to proclaim that all struggles are merely guided by an automatic navigation system, then everyone might as well recline in the driver's seat and slumber, for the final destination would remain unchanged. Having absorbed the doctrine for over 2 decades that she was the architect of her own fate, the novelty of this so-called literary world was rapidly fading in Liliana's perception. Watching a play was delightful, and initially participating in it was enjoyable. However, if forced to adhere to an unwanted script to its conclusion, it became utterly unenjoyable, bordering on the terrifying. Compounding Liliana's confusion was her uncertainty regarding what the right course of action entailed. Upon encountering the knight's attack, she instinctively believed it was a wrong choice in the narrative. Subsequently, she pondered whether her aimless existence since arriving had left her unprepared. Now, she felt as if her failure to fulfill the antagonist's role had led to her being thrust into a predetermined storyline. These conflicting conjectures spun relentlessly in her mind, leaving her utterly bewildered about the right course of action for the future. Liliana found herself yearning for home more than ever, longing to return to her original world. She no longer wished to remain in this realm conjured by a mere book. She sought to reclaim the authentic reality where she could exercise her will, regardless of the unpleasantness that awaited her in the future. Chapter 34, Autumn Rain 2. Today, we are honored to host the young Marquis Snowwhite, who will demonstrate the pinnacle of water elemental magic for all first-year students. We kindly ask everyone to observe attentively and learn. This afternoon's elemental magic class was bustling with activity. To be precise, the familiar faces from the first class were present. No one anticipated that Lord Florence Snowwhite would accompany the professor today, leading to a significant increase in attendance during the half-hour break following the 3:30 dismissal. There were even more men than usual. As Rayla glanced around, she noticed many unfamiliar faces, likely upperclassmen drawn by the young lord's popularity. Of course, Rayla was unaware of how rare it was for Florence Snowwhite to attend a regular water elemental magic class. This was primarily due to the Crown Prince's insistence, as he eagerly participated in courses that held no utility for him. Whether they were fire elemental or gold elemental classes, he would readily demonstrate whenever prompted, often losing himself in the joy of the performance. For most young nobles in the school, the opportunity to witness Florence Snowwhite showcase ice-water elemental magic was limited to an annual competition, and many of his adversaries had already succumbed to his sword before they could wield any magic. Thus, upon hearing that he would be attending class, those who had indulged in wine the night before and were currently lounging in their estates hastily summoned their servants to prepare their horses for the occasion. Time was limited today, preventing a demonstration of the foundational process of constructing a water elemental magic array. The class time flew by, and before long, the bell signaling the end of class echoed from afar. Florent addressed the throng still gathered around him, glancing at the professor beside him, indicating that this would be the conclusion of the session. A few gasps arose as Rayla, along with her classmates, looked skyward, where countless translucent patterns began to emerge beneath the somber rain clouds. In an instant, as the designs became fully discernible, they began to fracture and disintegrate, tiny ice crystals gently descending upon their hair and garments, imparting a shiver of refreshing coolness. This was Rayla's first experience witnessing a magic array being deconstructed, and surprisingly, it bore an aesthetic allure devoid of any violence. Her eyes widened in astonishment, only to realize that the tall figure with white hair had vanished from the crowd. She had intended to inquire when Liliana would return to school. Perhaps we should head to the dining hall. I might encounter Clowell there, Rayla contemplated. However, as she turned a corner, she felt a sudden tug on her arm, startling her into an immediate state of alertness. "It is I, Miss Green. I apologize, but I have pressing matters to inquire of you." Rayla found herself grasped by the wrist by Florent, and she realized that the icy blade she wished to conjure at her fingertips had not even manifested as ice, let alone a blade. This technique, which she had previously mastered, now led Rayla to suspect that some of the knowledge conveyed to her by Claw was not entirely accurate. It was evident that when there exists a considerable disparity in power concerning a specific elemental domain, a higher-tier mage could, through some means, strip other mages of their dominion over that element. "Can you become invisible?" Rayla pondered, convinced that upon her arrival, the area had been barren of any hiding spots, with no one descending from the sky. Would such magic not trigger an alert? Merely a few trifles, hardly worth mentioning. Florent replied succinctly. "To be brief, Miss Green, ever since you met my sister on the last day of obscurity, she has resisted the presence of others, insisting on solitude. I must ascertain what transpired between you that day, and I hope you can recount it to me in detail." "Huh?" Rayla momentarily forgot to withdraw her wrist from Florent's grasp, her urgency prompting her to ask, has she sought the healer's assistance? She appeared nearly recovered that day. "This is precisely what confounds me. The healer stated it was not a physical ailment. If no discernible cause could be identified, Florent would not have journeyed to the academy to seek out Rayla, spending an afternoon assisting with lessons to avoid seeming overly peculiar. We spoke of nothing else. Ryla assessed in her mind that, indeed, Liliana's emotions had seemed somewhat askew towards the end, yet this should not pertain to the book with the note she had received. Thus she resolved not to disclose this matter to Florent. There was little else to mention. She introduced me to various pastries and inquired about the subjects taught at the academy. Or would you prefer I recount every word verbatim? In alignment with the report she had given to Megan, Florent fell silent after hearing Ryla's recollections. She then asked, "Could you allow me to see her once more?" Ryla felt it was evident that there were matters Liliana was reluctant to share with her brother, and it was now her turn to intervene. With a serious demeanor, she stated, "There are things she is not comfortable discussing with you, her brother. I am of her age and can comprehend her better. You have mentioned that she considers me a good friend. Could you grant us some time alone? Perhaps she will confide in me regarding her thoughts." "I mean, without a maid hovering nearby," Ryla emphasized. Ahem. Being so bluntly reminded that Liliana's maid was acting as a watchful, I made Florence somewhat uncomfortable. "Well," I asked, "is it permissible or not?" Ryla observed his silence, neither nodding nor shaking his head, and waved her hand before Florence's eyes. "Please, give me a definitive answer." Megan noticed that the sky outside had not yet darkened, yet the young lady had already dined and retired to bed, still insisting that she did not wish for anyone to be present. At the master's silent behest, Megan gently knocked on the bedroom door. "Miss, I've already said that I am tired and have rested." Liliana lay in bed, devoid of any inclination to engage with the world. The room was shrouded in darkness, with not a single lamp illuminating the space. Frowning, she closed her eyes and replied, "You need not concern yourselves with me. Go and rest." Outside the door, silence reigned momentarily until she heard a series of resounding knocks. No one in this estate would knock in such a manner. "It is I." She recognized Rayla's voice, momentarily taken aback, before sitting up in bed. "I have spoken with your brother. Allow me to enter and share a few words with you. He has consented, and they shall not intrude." In under 20 seconds, the tightly shut bedroom door swung open, revealing Liliana's face peering through the crack. A flicker of animated expression crossed her features, surprise mingled with confusion. "Rayla, what brings you here?" Once inside Liliana's chamber, Rayla closed the door securely and ensured no one was eavesdropping outside. The two girls embarked on a whispered conversation. "All right, I understand now. I see what you were thinking," Rayla said, sitting cross-legged on the expansive bed, which was even larger than that of the lakeside cottage. She shifted restlessly, feeling that remaining still would cause her to sink ever deeper into the plush mattress. Rayla preferred a firmer bed. The softness of this mattress left her feeling lethargic the following day. Summarizing Liliana's sentiments, Rayla discerned that her friend felt a lack of meaning in her life here, perceiving everything as hollow and insipid. After hearing Liliana's rambling confessions, Rayla felt she comprehended the situation entirely. "Just wait a moment." "Oh no, you can sleep first. I'm uncertain if I will have time tomorrow." Liliana looked on, bewildered, as Rayla sprang to her feet and headed toward the door. "I will consult your brother to see if he agrees. Given your circumstances, even if he disapproves, I will proceed regardless. Honestly, I intended to discuss this with you that very night, but then you encountered that beast, and it was delayed. I knew that your previous mindset would lead to complications if it persisted." Rayla turned at the door, waving her hand with boldness. "Rest now. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you out." Chapter 35. A new journey begins too. 1. Rayla did not return. "She wishes to take me out? Why? Where to? Surely, Florent would never consent." A myriad of questions swirled in Liliana's mind, yet these inquiries strangely brought her a sense of calm. After Rayla's departure, Megan and Kate tentatively inquired if they should enter to attend to her, but Liliana declined once more. She crawled back into bed, wrapping herself in the blankets, staring at the unlit ceiling in a daze. It was comforting to have someone with whom she could speak freely in this place, she mused. Though no issues had been resolved, articulating her thoughts lightened her heart somewhat. She gradually drifted into a light slumber, convinced that only a few minutes had passed when she was jolted awake by the sound of someone striking her pillow. "Get up, we're heading out." As she opened her eyes, she was startled to see a figure clad in a black hooded robe holding a lantern at her bedside. "Megan?" She tilted her head, trying to discern the long hair peeking from beneath the hood, yet the voice sounded unmistakably like Rayla's. "It's me. I took a potion and disguised myself as your maid." Rayla lifted her hood, revealing that she had merely altered the color of her hair and eyes. Liliana, unaccustomed to Rayla's long hair, felt a twinge of surprise. Without turning around, Liliana saw Rayla toss another dark hooded robe toward her. "This is what your maid found for you. Time is of the essence. We must not dawdle." "Miss Green, why are you here so early?" gasped Kate, who had rushed in, breathless from lighting candles. "I'm here to assist the young lady with her grooming. You should wait outside." "Very well. I cannot be of much help here." She instructed Liliana, "Gather your hair up completely, avoid any flamboyant dresses, and forego all adornments. The attire should resemble what I'm wearing, otherwise, wearing the hood would be pointless." Pointing toward the door, Rayla added, "Your brother and I will wait for you outside. Once you're ready, we shall depart." "What is happening?" Liliana was filled with questions as she observed Kate rummaging through the wardrobe. "Do I also need to drink the potion to change my appearance?" "You need not drink it, and I know little else, except that Miss Green and the young master worked tirelessly throughout the night." After Liliana had changed her clothes, Kate swiftly began to braid her hair, while Megan prepared breakfast and the medication Liliana would require. Though it was still early and Liliana likely was tea hungry, it would be necessary later. Miss Green had not specified when they would return, so the midday medication was to be packed as well. As she stepped out of her room, the rain continued to fall, and Liliana felt the chill that precedes dawn. The mansion's windows were foggy, and a thin layer of ice seemed to have formed outside. The corridor was dimly lit, with illumination concentrated on the magical stone lanterns held by Rayla and Florent. The wonders of bloodline are truly remarkable. Even with Rayla's altered hair and eye color, their similar attire, and the proximity of the light cast shadows that accentuated their striking resemblance. Liliana found herself involuntarily glancing at Florent, pondering if he truly remained oblivious to the connection between him and the girl standing beside him. "Let us go," she heard Rayla say, casting a questioning glance at Florent before beckoning to her. "Stop dawdling. We're pressed for time." Kate held a thicker cloak and an umbrella, while Megan carried 2 large food containers. The vast mansion seemed to contain only the 2 of them still laboring, as everyone else remained lost in sweet slumber. "Allow me," Rayla said, deftly taking the 2 large boxes from Megan. "Thank you for helping with my hair." Liliana, with a perplexed expression, grasped the hem of her slightly elongated hooded cloak and followed closely in the footsteps of Rayla and Frant. This marked perhaps her inaugural venture into such late hours since arriving in this world. The ancient and desolate mansion amplified every minute's sound, and had it not been for the presence of others, Liliana would likely have succumbed to fear. As a grand door swung open, a gust of wind, mingled with cold rain, struck her face, leaving her feeling taut and uneasy. The light from her lantern illuminated the ground, revealing distinct patches of white frost. "Please, miss." A young man, clad similarly in dark attire, extended his hand towards Liliana with courteous intent. "I have endeavored to warm the carriage a bit." "Thank you." Liliana recognized him as George Williams, the knight whom Frant had mentioned would accompany her as a guardian should she wish to stroll through the capital. "Could you assist my maid with her belongings? I can manage to board the carriage myself." Frant boarded another carriage, and, through the window, Liliana's eyes widened as she gazed outside. Was it merely an illusion created by the night? It seemed as though the carriage had momentarily vanished from her sight. "Where are we headed?" At last, she posed this crucial question to Rayla. "I intend to take you to the city gates," Rayla replied, her demeanor vibrant and lively, incongruous with the fatigue of a long night. "Your brother mentioned that it is perilous near the gates at this hour, so we might ascend the city walls for a better view." Upon reflection, the walls would indeed offer a superior vantage point. I had feared today might not come to fruition. Upon my arrival, I was informed that the general populace cannot approach the walls freely. Yet your brother is hardly an ordinary individual. What purpose do we have on the walls? Liliana, clutching a hot water bottle gifted by Kate, grew increasingly bewildered. "You shall discover the reason upon arrival," Rayla replied. "If you feel weary, you may rest a while longer." "Very well," Liliana said. Her curiosity piqued as she peered out through the gaps in the curtain, fluttering in the wind. To her astonishment, even on such a frigid autumn night, she could discern scattered figures along the road, appearing to be those tasked with patrolling the noble estates nearby. Moreover, she noticed a rider approaching the carriage occupied by Frant, causing their own carriage to halt momentarily before resuming its journey. Liliana caught a glimpse of the phoenix armor worn by the rider, prompting her to avert her gaze in discomfort. Deprived of the illumination emanating from the noble estates, the avenue leading to the city gates grew increasingly dark. with the roads extending to either side becoming ever narrower. The once spacious and resplendent noble mansions were now replaced by dense clusters of humble dwellings. These structures, uneven in height and long overdue for a fresh coat of paint, appeared as though they would soon merge with the encroaching night, leaving only vague outlines in Liliana's vision. She heard the distant and melancholic chirping of sparrows, a sound that clearly did not originate from the plump little birds that inhabited her garden, having thrived solely on foraging seeds. The medium-sized sparrows, some of them chirping as they spread their wings and soared into the deep blue night sky, while others perched upon the rooftops of the houses, preening their wings that appeared to be formed from the solidified darkness of night, all the while listening to the distant calls of their companions. "Look, that is where I reside," exclaimed Liliana suddenly, having overheard Rella. She leaned forward to gaze in the direction Rella had indicated, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a spire-like structure through the carriage window. "It's all right. We should be able to see it again soon." With a heart full of questions, Liliana reached her destination. As she prepared to disembark the carriage alongside Rella, she noticed two carriages had already halted near the brightly lit area by the city wall, one bearing Florent. But whose was the other? The question was swiftly resolved. Just as her foot was about to touch the ground, a peculiar breeze brushed past her ankle, lifting her gently, while the rain descending from the sky altered its trajectory, steering clear of her cheek. Chapter 35. A new journey begins, too. Good evening. Perhaps having just greeted Florent, Christophe approached the two girls from behind the carriage. Unlike them, clad in black hooded robes, he wore a darker, thicker cloak over his usual attire. "Good evening, Your Grace," Liliana offered her hand, allowing him to bend down and kiss the back of it. She felt somewhat uneasy, instinctively refraining from addressing him by name, having expressed her reluctance to see him in the days prior. Despite this, Christophe's demeanor remained unperturbed, as if he bore no ill will. The maid beside Liliana was an impostor, and Christophe discerned this almost immediately. The darkness obscured her face, rendering her indistinguishable from Liliana, both of them shrouded in hoods. He recalled that the taller maid had always been the more composed one, yet at this moment she awkwardly followed the flustered younger maiden bowing, her movements appearing stiff despite being technically correct. Never mind. He was merely requisitioned for assistance, so there is no need to expose the ruse. Christophe was unaware of Liliana's reasons for ascending the city wall at this time. To the palace, he had claimed that his fiancée he had been feeling confined lately, and the healer suggested that gazing afar and breathing in the fresh air of dawn would aid her recovery, hoping to gain permission to take her to the wall for a view. Such requests typically would not be sanctioned swiftly, given the significance of safeguarding the capital as fortifications. Yet, at this moment, the palace was eager for any means to placate both families, and the missive sent at 10 o'clock had surprisingly yielded permission within 2 hours. "Is Florent not joining us?" Liliana asked, feeling as though she were being handed over to someone else, and since Rella, her maid, could not speak, she had to inquire herself, though the protective magic of the capital's wall originated from the Snowwhite family. The royal family generally prefers that heirs like your brother do not approach this barrier lightly. "Except in special circumstances," Christophe replied. "I see. In times past, Liliana might have pondered the reasons behind her circumstances, yet now she was disinclined to dwell on such matters, deeming them mere constructs. "Let us be on our way," she declared. "I shall ensure her safety upon the ramparts." As they passed through Florent, Liliana overheard Christophe addressing Florent, expressing a desire to suggest that he escort her back later, but refrained from voicing it. "Best not to waste words on that. Wouldn't you agree, Sir Snowwhite?" "I shall remember your assistance today, Sir Lancelot." Florent furrowed his brow and gazed skyward. "I believe it prudent not to occupy more of your precious time. So then, my lord, if you please." At that moment, a small retinue emerged from the shadows beside the rampart stairs, their armor clattering with each step. Liliana instinctively took 2 steps back. "Fear not," she heard a voice reassure her, as she looked up to find the man who had returned to her side. "I am here. No one would dare harm you. It's all right. They are merely living beings." Ryla, standing nearby, was puzzled by Liliana's peculiar expression, mistakenly believing her fear was solely due to the armored figures. She feigned tidying the stray strands of hair escaping from Liliana's hood and whispered, "Didn't you just hear them speaking? Their voices seemed somewhat familiar. Is that not Ryla Green?" Christophe raised an eyebrow, catching the dialogue carried on the wind between the two girls. What a curious combination indeed. the signs of Snow White on an excursion at such an hour. To be included in this venture is both a privilege and a testament to trust. I can walk by myself, Liliana asserted, prompting Kristoff to respond. Having noticed the narrowness of the staircase, it may be easier to traverse if we do not crowd together. Liliana, unusually reticent today, clearly exhibited a state of distraction, a stark contrast to her demeanor in previous days. Kristoff wondered if her current disposition had anything to do with him. He had anticipated that she would inquire why he could not simply carry her aloft, and he was prepared to explain the presence of numerous magical or embedded within the walls. Should she press further, he could elaborate on the protective measures surrounding the ore. Yet it appeared her interest had waned. Kristoff chose not to insist on holding her hand, releasing it and saying, "Very well, I shall follow you." Unfortunately, the questions he wished to address swirled wildly in Ryla's mind, who longed to ask but reminded herself of her position as a mere maid, and to keep her gaze lowered like the young girl beside her named Kate. "I am the maid of Miss Snow White," Ryla stated, glancing at the man next to her as knights barred her passage up the ramparts. Had not Florent informed Sir Lancelot that part of the plan included her assent? "She cannot be without a maidservant at her side," Kristoff replied languidly. "I presume such trivial matters need not be explicitly outlined in correspondence that disturbs the palace at this late hour. Or should I seek the Emperor's verbal consent myself? The regulations in this place seem rather lax, for with but a word from Lancelot, passage was granted." Ryla, who possessed scant knowledge of the intricate relationships among the various families and had no understanding of the man before her or his ties to the palace, pondered the absurdity of transforming one's appearance with a mere potion to gain proximity to the city walls. It felt remarkably flawed. The walls towered ominously high, and as the autumn rains soaked the steep and narrow stairs, the challenge of climbing intensified sharply. Even halfway up, Ryla found herself panting. Turning to glance back at Liliana, she noticed her companion was equally fatigued, yet she remained silent, resolutely climbing with her lips pressed tightly together, teeth biting down with effort. Fortunately, as they reached the latter part of their ascent, the rain ceased and the dawn began to break, rendering the escort's lantern unnecessary. Ryla felt herself gradually adapting to the incline of the staircase, even daring to quicken her pace, fearing for Liliana's safety should she stumble. As the first light of dawn stretched across the horizon, Ryla finally led Liliana to their destination. She regarded the man behind Liliana, who appeared as unperturbed as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll, contemplating how to broach the subject of needing a private conversation with him. "I wish to be alone for a moment. A maid will suffice for my company," she heard Liliana say to Lancelot. "Is that acceptable? I have been similarly advised by your brother, and thus I shall honor the agreement." Kristoff observed with satisfaction as Liliana's cheeks regained some color from the exertion of climbing. "I shall remain here with this knight, but if you find yourselves in peril, I will immediately end your discourse and escort you to safety." Ryla felt a surge of delight. Once they were alone, she promptly grasped Liliana's hand. After their long ascent of the city wall, both girls' palms radiated warmth. "Let us hurry. We must explore over there. What shall we see?" Liliana, still bewildered from their exhausting climb, allowed Ryla to lead her to the side of the wall facing the capital. Through the hexagonal apertures in the wall, Liliana glimpsed the city below, still shrouded in slumber, with much of its expanse cloaked in darkness, awaiting the dawn's light. Only a few distant pinpricks of illumination faintly outlined an area where they had commenced their journey. Above the lights, the majestic silhouettes of buildings emerged against the gentle curves of the low hills, while the pinnacle emitting a radiant glow akin to stars unmistakably belonged to the tower of the mage's keep. "There lies the orphanage," Ryla discerned, prompting Liliana to cease her distant gaze. Following Ryla's pointing finger, she could only see a mass of darkness. "It is normal that we cannot see well. We must conserve our candles." Suddenly, Liliana spotted a small glow emerging along the previously darkened thoroughfare. As the first beam of light flickered to life, others soon followed, each little burst of illumination departing from the singularly lit area towards the city gates. "There will be more vehicles. They have arrived," Ryla declared, darting towards the outer edge to catch a glimpse. "Come and see." At this moment, the sky was gradually brightening, allowing Liliana to barely discern the carriages approaching the city wall, only to be halted by soldiers on horseback carrying lanterns. It seemed that the carriages were not meant for transporting people. The rear compartments were open and appeared to be filled with numerous items. Just then, with a resonant blast of a horn that vibrated through her eardrums, Liliana heard the jarring, grating sound of heavy metal clashing, followed by the muffled creaking of bearings as the sturdy city gates began to slowly open. She watched as the carriages creaked and groaned while passing through the gates. And amidst the nocturnal chirping of crows, voices began to emerge in the darkness. Chapter 35. A new journey begins. 3. That area was the largest slum on the outskirts of the city. Noticing Liliana's gaze directed toward a vast expanse outside the city gates, where the darkness undulated like low hills and flickering lights danced erratically, Rilla remarked. I have never ventured there. Mr. Bond warned me it was too dangerous and made me promise never to go there alone. Our relief center distributes food once a week, and they find ways to circumvent the guards' inspections to come and get food. Sometimes the guards, feeling pity, turn a blind eye. There are also those who abandon their children at the doors of the relief center. A woman once came holding a child, claiming she was nearing death with no hope of recovery, stating that she bore guilt, yet her child was innocent. Aunt Susan, seeing her plight, offered her a bit of leftover bread for the journey home, but she declined, saying it should be saved for the child. As she departed, she knelt before the statue in our church to pray. I do not know what she murmured. I once asked Mr. Bond why. Knowing so many were starving outside the city, they did not venture forth to offer alms. He replied it was due to fear of theft. Moreover, even within the city, the prepared bread never remained uneaten. Each time the food baskets were distributed, a few would always be missing, as long as they were unseen. Those in need would take everything they could carry. Rilla took a deep breath of the morning air and continued. I recall a time shortly after I arrived here. The food distribution had just ended when a man limped over, pleading for something to eat, claiming he had been hungry for several days. Feeling sorry for him, I gave him my unfinished crust of bread. Can you guess what happened next? After Liliana slowly shook her head, Rilla snorted through her nose. He scoffed at the scraps I offered, declaring he was once a person of stature. Right then and there, I ate all the crust in front of him, Later, I learned from Aunt Susan that he was a habitual offender, never arriving on time. He would always seek out new faces to feign pity, and when given food, he would pick and choose. If he had been drinking, it was even worse. He could not be shooed away, boasting to anyone who would listen about how wealthy he had been in his youth. Look over there. Do you see that slow-moving cart? Those little lights are from an ox cart. Typically, only those who drive the horse-drawn carts possess the necessary documentation to deliver goods into the capital. Consequently, they can only transport items to the city gates, where residents venture out to receive them. This transfer often results in a nearly 25% increase in the price of the goods. Thus, many commoners emerge to purchase items, and after a while, one can observe that barren stretch of land devoid of trees, where a market convenes daily. It disperses only when the city gates close at night. I have accompanied Aunt Susan on errands to this place. I have heard that during festivals, there are additional activities, but I have yet to experience such an occasion. Are the goods transported by the carts solely for the nobility? Liliana inquired. As they conversed, various horse-drawn vehicles gradually increased in number, and the thoroughfare leading to the city gates became increasingly lively. Indeed, I am not certain, Rayla replied. Those carts adorned with intricate designs are undoubtedly designated for the nobility. There are also individuals who purchase high-priced goods from the city. They lack the authorization to enter the capital and may have bribed the guards or, like the inhabitants of the slums, found ways to circumvent them. These individuals are uncertain if they will be able to return after leaving, yet they are reluctant to depart from this place. I have encountered one or two such individuals near the city gates, who asked if I could assist them in procuring items from the market outside the city, yet they were unwilling to provide any advance payment or deposit. Initially, I found this perplexing. Considering their attire, it was evident they were struggling to survive in this city. Why would they not leave? As Rayla spoke, her brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing again. Upon reflection, there are myriad reasons that compel people to abandon their homes. Perhaps to some, this city appears sufficiently vast and superficially splendid, making it seem a mark of honor to be a part of it, even if it means merely existing in its shadows, ultimately leading to a demise akin to that of a creature in the sewers. When you first mentioned to me that this world is a mere fabrication, a mere book, I felt bewildered. Your words seemed to carry a semblance of truth. Many aspects, including the nature of individuals, indeed resonate with reality. Rayla turned to look at Liliana beneath the soft dawn sky. To be frank, even standing here again, I remain influenced by your words, concerned that those few individuals might develop inexplicable feelings towards me. However, upon further contemplation, your assertions do not hold entirely true. At the very least, claiming that your brother harbors no feelings for you is utterly unprincipled. He has sought me out at the academy due to your lack of spirit these past few days. When I proposed bringing you here, he hastily made arrangements overnight. As someone with a sister, I can attest that even biological siblings can exhibit such concern. In any case, given our limited interactions, I find most of those individuals to be quite normal, with the exception of that prince. Yet, what place is devoid of its eccentrics? I then recalled my initial arrival here, when I knew nothing and was unaware of my surroundings, much like the first time I accompanied my parents into the city, observing the throngs of people and vehicles along the roadside. I often frequented this vicinity back then. I did not merely observe, I also listen. I hear tales of a plague that annihilated a village overnight, and the agonized pleas of those stranded outside the city gates, unable to enter. I listen as they kneel and call out numerous names, yet none respond. Liliana follows Rayla's gaze towards the slum, its contours gradually becoming distinct, resembling a patchwork of vibrant fabrics. In the fading twilight, she perceives tiny figures bustling about like ants, while the wind lifts a tattered piece of canvas into the air. I have encountered malevolence, individuals who sought to lead Mr. Bond and me to a desolate place to kill us over a non-existent prescription. A tale I have shared with you. Simultaneously, I have met many who, despite having no connection to me, have shown me kindness. Liliana turns her head and sees the silhouette of the Capital Academy unfurling before dawn, appearing both as a sacred cathedral and a cold, colossal entity. It looms atop a low hill, surveying the royal city spread out beneath it alongside the palace it backs, while the kingdom's sovereigns remain in deep slumber. I ponder that even if you have perused a book describing this place, I still feel that what I behold transcends any narrative. Tears swell in Liliana's eyes, blurring the horizon tinged with the soft red of the rising sun. She comprehends why Rayla has brought her here, grasping the lesson Rayla intends for her to learn. I see no fairy tale, no princess destined to fall in love with a prince for a blissful life. Rather, I witness the suffering and injustices akin to the real world, deceit and bullying, sorrow and indignation. Yet, I also witness beauty and tranquility, feeling warmth, trust, and unconditional love. These do not stem from the predetermined narrative of choosing a man, as you suggest. The wind tousles Rayla's hair, loosened from her ascent of the city wall, and her eyes reflect the slowly rising sun. She states resolutely, what I perceive is humanity. Thus, I cannot acquiesce to your assertions regarding my inevitable future. I refuse to believe in such notions. If I were to believe in fate, I should have embraced what my cousin once said, that I was destined to become a wife to an old man from the neighboring village, thus sparing my family from hunger and allowing my parents to have another son. I reject such a notion. I declare it nonsense. I desire to study, to become a scientist, and to bring my family to the city, save for you, the rambling old crone. Had I not ventured here, I would still hold hope for achieving my aspirations. Even if I were unable to do so, I would never resign myself to becoming the wife of an unfamiliar old man. I have reflected earnestly from the moment I arrived until now. Not a single occurrence has been dictated by some vague voice in my mind that compelled me to act. Not one. I wish to recollect the causes and effects of every experience I have encountered. There are instances where I acknowledge my inadequacies, others where I exerted my utmost effort, and some that I shall revisit when my capabilities are enhanced. My readings outside my field of expertise are few. Many I have only delved into upon obligation. Yet, I perceive that certain books, often overlooked, contain profound wisdom. As human beings, what does it mean to be human? We are entities endowed with complete and independent personalities and dignity, unequivocally not mere puppets in the hands of an unseen puppeteer. Primarily, one must be the master of oneself, bearing responsibility for every decision made. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the city walls, they cast a glow upon Ruira's face. Beyond her words, Liliana could only hear a low, resonant hum, as the sturdy walls trembled slightly for reasons unknown. Beyond the gaze of the two girls, a colossal magical or embedded in the walls slowly adjusted its position, guided by the rotation of its metallic pedestal, aligning with the celestial observations of the previous night made from the magic tower. In the air, transparent water elements intertwined into simple chains, which then merged to form intricate patterns, spreading from the walls into the sky in a hexagonal lattice, ultimately converging at the verdant pinnacle of the magic tower. Therefore, do not fear. There is nothing to be afraid of. Here we stand, embarking upon a new life. Ruira grasped Liliana's hand, pulling her from the shadow cast by the walls, inviting her to stand side by side and witness the earth beneath them bathed in the light of the rising sun. It is better without deities. Even if they exist, what of it? Moving mountains and filling seas, slaying dragons. Our ancestors accomplished such feats. Can we not? Now I possess magic. Liliana hastily wiped away her tears with her sleeve. The morning air surged into her lungs, chilling as if laced with ice shards. Yet, she felt warmth radiating from Ruira's palm, allowing her to truly sense the sun ascending, bestowing new energy upon the world for yet another day. An imperfect, unromantic, and non-fantastical world, real, yet teeming with life. Chapter 36. A Mutual Choice. 1. Staying awake through the night does not render one drowsy by morning. On the contrary, during those fleeting hours, one might feel invigorated as if fueled by an elixir. It was in this fleeting vitality that Ruira Green completed her morning lessons on geography of neighboring lands and climate and agriculture. Aye, surely, this body cannot withstand sleepless nights indefinitely, Ruira optimistically mused. My goodness, she must have dozed off in the carriage returning to the academy, for she felt more alert and focused than usual. If she could manage to sleep fewer hours than others each day, would she not, over time, gain the equivalent of an extra half a lifetime? This thought was swiftly discarded that afternoon, precisely after finishing lunch. The warmth of the food filled her stomach, and as blood redirected from her brain to her abdomen, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness crashed upon her, threatening to engulf her entirely. She returned to her dormitory in a dazed state, as if in a dream, and promptly kicked off her shoes before burying herself beneath the covers. When she next opened her eyes, she instinctively presumed it was morning, for the outside world appeared to be dimly lit. After a moment of sluggish contemplation, she tilted her ear to count the chimes reverberating from the bell tower, and then she shot upright, clutching her hair in dismay as she realized she had overslept 2 entire periods of Earth Elemental Magic class. The broken window effect is indeed fearsome. After her initial class absence, she had since experienced being late and sleeping in, each occurrence adding to her growing list of transgressions. Although the Academy did not enforce attendance checks or set any form of assessment, she was not like those noble students who merely sought to pass the time or find companionship. Each missed class represented a tangible loss. Unforgivable, simply unforgivable. After dinner, she dashed toward the library like a resolute shooting star, intent on making amends for her afternoon absence, when she was halted at the entrance. Crowell, holding a hefty tome titled Genesis, chuckled at the sight of her tousled hair. I was just wondering why I hadn't seen you this afternoon. Ryla initially felt perplexed, but then her eyes sparkled with realization. Were you invited, like Mr. Snowwhite, to demonstrate magic for us first years? Mr. Snowwhite? Huh. You ought to refer to him as Lord Snowwhite. Simply calling him Mr. may not distinguish him from his brother. He might find such a title disrespectful of his status, Crowell replied. Indeed, I was invited by the Magic Tower to perform some simple demonstrations, a first for me. My brother is far away in Millet, so they could only seek my assistance. I think you are already quite impressive, Ryla asserted without hesitation, for she had never met Crowell's brother and could not envision what a higher tier of Earth Elemental magic might entail. What a pity that I accidentally overslept and missed it. No matter. Ryla anticipated Crowell would inquire about her tardiness, but Crowell merely gazed out the window. If you are interested, I can replicate the demonstrations from this afternoon. Adhering to the principle of borrowing a book before departing, Ryla casually selected a volume from the first floor before following Crowell away. They arrived at the hexagonal flower bed, which was now nearly deserted. Ryla had named this place the hexagonal flower bed, uncertain if it bore any official designation. Since the beginning of the term, no one had distributed maps or provided any explanations. Students were left to navigate the classrooms and facilities on their own. Some areas were restricted by magical barriers, making them seemingly inaccessible despite being right before one's eyes. This place would likely be enchanting in spring, with the pristine white square stones arranged in 6 concentric layers, forming a hexagonal structure that had still been vibrant with greenery when September had commenced. At this moment, it appears that many annual plants have been cleared from the flower bed, leaving only dark, barren soil in some layers, while the soil in other areas does not share this hue. Rilla is uncertain if there is any particular significance to this. At the pinnacle of the flower bed stands an exquisite statue of a goddess, occasionally tended to by a dedicated caretaker, its form bathed in a soft glow under the moonlight. The goddess's eyes, gently lowered, tenderly observe the steps that extend before her, regardless of whether any devoted followers have come to pay their respects. Rilla has never held belief in such matters. Her skepticism only deepened upon arriving here. Thus, she harbored no objections to Krawl's intention to disturb the soil of the flower bed. Her thoughts were preoccupied with another concern. Would the presentations made during class trigger any alarms? The Academy's threshold for vigilance is indeed quite high, and I personally surmise that it primarily monitors for destructive forces. Krawl crouched down, raised his head, and winked at Rilla, as if to say that everyone here understands the impossibility of abstaining from magic entirely. Why make things difficult for one another? If the threshold is so elevated, could it be that the magical beast encountered by Liliana was of a higher caliber? The journey to the city gate to enlighten her felt exceedingly rushed, and upon descending the city wall, it was evident that Liliana was somewhat fatigued, especially after a night devoid of rest. As they boarded the carriage, both succumbed to slumber, leaving no opportunity for further conversation, nor did Rilla know when Liliana would return to her regular classes. Nevertheless, mental well-being surpasses physical health in importance, and Rilla hoped that her earlier words would bolster Liliana's spirits. As for the scar on Liliana's wrist, it could be treated at a convenient time. It did not impede her daily life, and Liliana herself seemed unfazed by it. Once she returned to school, the two would leisurely contemplate their future plans. You can manipulate this soil and the small stones to create little mud figures. Beneath the moonlight, Rilla crouched on the ground, intently watching as Krawl orchestrated a line of little mud figures running in formation. Could he also control larger mud figures, perhaps even those of human size or greater? She turned her gaze toward Krawl, recalling how he had once restored the summit of a small hill after a mudslide. Such mastery over elemental forces demands an exceptional level of skill, distinctly different from merely restoring terrain. Krawl seemed to discern Rilla's thoughts, yet he refrained from confirming his abilities. With a wave of his hand, the soil at the base of the flower bed returned to its original state. That will suffice, as my invitation was rather hastily extended, and I had not prepared extensively. That was truly remarkable, Rilla applauded enthusiastically. She believed Krawl's demonstration, though seemingly simple, held boundless potential. It appeared that for a soil elemental magician, crafting a humble abode was merely a matter of moments. The ability to manipulate Earth freely, undeterred by the laws of physics, was enough to inspire envy in countless architects from a world where boundless imagination was constrained by the analysis of forces. Ryra now perceives the earth element in a new light. If she possessed a strong affinity for it, she could devise a means to construct shelters for everyone at the orphanage. Should the space prove insufficient, she would gladly dig several layers underground, ensuring each individual had their own private room. The tattered tents in the slums would be replaced with sturdy brick houses. There is a saying, if only I could build countless grand houses providing shelter for all the destitute under the heavens, so that they may smile in comfort, steadfast against the storms. Regardless of education or literacy, Ryra yearns to provide homes for them. Will you attend tomorrow's Wood Element class as well? Ryra inquired, her anticipation palpable. She felt that after her conversation with Liliana on the city wall that morning, her own mindset had become considerably clearer. Her words were not solely directed at Liliana, but also served to persuade herself. She made a resolution, rather than attempting to foresee the future actions of those around her. She preferred to rely on her past observations to ascertain their true characters, whether it was Krawl or Florent or anyone else in her vicinity. As long as they had not engaged in any behavior that unsettled her, there was no need for her to form prejudged notions or distance herself from them. Matters of affection were not occupying her thoughts. However, she did consider Krawl to be a commendable friend, while Florent was a wonderful brother to Liliana. Chapter 36. Mutual choice, too? Come on, I have nothing pressing to attend to. I spoke with Professor Wood, and if he requires assistance, I can serve as his aide indefinitely. Crowl nodded. Unlike the young Marquis of the Snowwhite family, they are burdened with numerous territorial matters. By the way, Professor Wood must have some connection to the Ryan family, as he teaches both Earth and Wood element courses. Although he is somewhat balding, the remaining color of his hair resembles Crowl's, albeit a shade darker. Ryra believed Crowl would excel as a teacher. He could elucidate the questions she struggled with in class in just a few words, and so far, there had been no instance where he could not provide an answer. Thus, Ryra found it hard to believe Crowl's claim of idling beneath a large tree when he had nothing to do. She suspected he would bring a book along, even if he sat there all day. I haven't seen you around the academy lately, Ryra remarked, running her fingers through her hair. Upon seeing him, she noticed it seemed longer than their last encounter. That's because you've been quite busy, Crowl replied as he accompanied Ryra towards her residence in the northwestern tower. The young man continued to smile, though his tone carried an air of melancholy. As for Miss Snowwhite's matters, I am of little help. Ryra wished to dispel the rumors surrounding Liliana, asserting that the tales of severe injury and disfigurement were utterly unfounded. However, the intricacies of the noble circles were too convoluted, and Ryra feared that her words could do more harm than good. Moreover, if Crowl were to inquire how she knew so much, her clandestine visit to Liliana would surely be revealed. Thus, Rayla remarked, after all, I have so few friends here. You count as one, as she does too. Approaching the northwest corner near the tower, Crowl halted. Ahead, a handful of students were still engaged in laughter on the small patch of ground beneath the tower. Rayla turned around as they walked. She found herself moving faster than Crowl, especially when silence enveloped them. Having had her second-hand bicycle stolen twice during her school days, she had grown accustomed to briskly traversing the school grounds alone, often forgetting to slow her pace even when accompanied. Are you aware that there's a dance in November? Crowl inquired, gazing into Rayla's eyes. Freshmen usually participate. It serves as a rather formal welcome ceremony for the royal family. I know. I've often overheard them discussing it lately. Rayla nodded, suddenly recalling that she had yet to ask Crowl if he would be her partner. Do you have a dance partner? Seizing the moment, she directly posed a question to avoid forgetting later. It seemed that Crowl had intended to speak, but hesitated, allowing her to interject. He paused and replied, I do not. That's splendid. Would you mind doing me a favor and being my partner? Rayla stepped forward, her foot crunching on the fallen leaves, the moonlight illuminating her eyes with a gem-like clarity. However, I must inform you that I do not dance at night. So if you seek someone to dance with freely, you need not agree. Generally, as soon as she finished speaking, she heard Crowl laugh. Such inquiries should be made by gentlemen. But I'm rather pressed for time. You are an upperclassman and not obligated like us. Rayla felt no embarrassment. There was no trace of shyness on her face, only an eagerness to know Crawl's response. I believe it is the same whether asked by a man or a woman. It is merely a matter of mutual choice. Rayla, Crowl asked softly, his gaze serious as he looked in her eyes. I wonder if I'm the first person you have invited? Rayla nodded. Had Crowl not brought up the dance, she might have forgotten about a misunderstanding due to Liliana's psychological issues, and she resolved to draft a handwritten reminder upon her return, having previously relied too heavily on her phone. Then why not ask His Royal Highness? Crowl continued, speaking softly. He seems quite taken with you. Perhaps he will invite you himself. Goodness, Rayla frowned, clutching the book in her arms. He does not like me. I believe he has simply grown weary of the palace and finds everything outside novel, yet nothing compares to his home. You need not be so indirect. I understand. What do you understand? Crowl asked, bemused, as the girl reached out to pat his shoulder in a comforting manner. You already have a dance partner. Or perhaps you wish for one who can dance, remarked Rayla with a shrug, asserting that such matters should be addressed directly. It is only natural in such settings for individuals to desire to pair with those they hold affection for. Yet, I have not observed you in the company of any young ladies lately, she added. Miss Betty Mode is already engaged, and you mentioned that you were related to her. Otherwise, I would not have sought your assistance. You are entirely mistaken, Crowl replied earnestly. I possess no dance partner, and am indifferent to whether my partner can dance. Had he not inquired just now, I would have asked if you would be willing to be my partner. Why bring up the Crown Prince then? Rayla scratched her head, questioning his relevance to our matters. I find it somewhat difficult to believe, she continued. Crowl chuckled, as the evening breeze stirred the branches overhead, tousling his warm-colored hair. Rarely do people think of me first, especially with someone of the Crown Prince's esteemed status in existence. I believe he pales in comparison to you, Rayla stated without hesitation. If we were to discuss status, it is merely a gift from his parents, bearing no relation to his own efforts. Such sentiments you may express freely in my presence, Crowell cautioned, glancing around. Rilla, whether in reference to the former or the latter, refrained from voicing such opinions in the company of others. Yet, she truly felt this way, even considering that Charlotte Prince's character hardly resembled that of a crown heir. If that fellow were to inherit the throne, she genuinely worried for the future of the kingdom in the decades to come. However, she was not foolish. She understood Crowell's intentions were for her benefit, recognizing that some thoughts ought not to be spoken carelessly. So, shall we consider the matter of the ball settled? You have agreed to be my partner, and should you change your mind, kindly inform me in advance. I will not change my mind, Crowell affirmed. They observed a small flock of sparrows emerge from the thicket. These birds had taken up residence at the academy year-round, unafraid of humans, casually wandering and foraging for fallen twigs and fruits on the ground. The bolder among them even approached their feet, tilting their heads with wise gazes. Do you enjoy birds? Crowell inquired, watching as Rilla bent down to extend her hand toward the ground-dwelling birds. The little sparrows immediately flitted away, yet she remained unperturbed, simply smiling at the sight. I do, Rilla replied. Before returning to the village with her parents, her English teacher in the city had advised her, you must be like a bird, unafraid of hardship or exhaustion, never content with the mountains and forests before you. Thus she aspired to be a bird, soaring high, flying far, navigating through storms, transcending forests, to behold a broader and more splendid world. Chapter 37. The Visit of the Ant. 1. The Snowwhite family's residence in the capital welcomed a new guest on the second radiant day of October, signifying the restoration of normalcy within the household. An unceasing stream of invitations cascaded like snowflakes toward the residing young Marquis and the soon-to-return Miss Snowwhite. Liliana led the household staff, who had gathered early in the hall, and at last, the sound of the carriage coming to a halt resonated from outside. Surrounded by her maids, she gracefully lifted her skirts and approached the door, where she expertly curtsied to the elderly woman disembarking from the carriage, greeting her with, "Welcome, Aunt Maxim. This place is considerably brighter than when I resided here." Aunt Maxim unceremoniously used Liliana's arm as a support, squinting as she surveyed her surroundings. The butler, Hawk, appeared somewhat anxious, yet fortunately, the elderly lady refrained from voicing any criticisms. Turning her attention back to Liliana, she scrutinized her from head to toe. You seem to have gained some weight, my dear. I heard you had quite a harrowing encounter with magical beasts. It seems the reality isn't as exaggerated. But where is Florent? My brother received a letter this morning and went out, saying he would certainly join you for lunch and dinner tomorrow. The butler led the way as Liliana escorted her aunt to the room that had been meticulously prepared in advance. Having specifically instructed the butler to ensure a room on the second floor, close to the stairs, due to her aunt's mobility issues, Florent was known for his meticulousness, though he ought to focus more on the younger ladies. At his age, lacking even the most basic updates was quite unbecoming. Once there was a Miss Edwards, who was quite dignified, yet she was publicly rejected by the crown prince for marriage, although she was indeed innocent. It was unreasonable for Florent to pursue a woman deemed unworthy by such a scoundrel. Aunt Maxim took a cane from a maid and continued her chatter as they walked. Compared to Renoka, this place feels as though summer lingers on. She then inquired, You weren't left with any scars from that beast, were you? A little on my wrist, Liliana replied, indicating the mark from a metal burn that had neither faded nor lightened, but rather deepened in hue. The healers were perplexed by it, constantly altering remedies, which had even caused her an allergic reaction. However, Liliana found nothing remarkable about it, reasoning that it merely indicated her body had a tendency to scar. Let me see, the elderly woman commanded, halting her steps and beckoning Liliana to extend her hand. The male servants, preoccupied with moving luggage, discreetly turned their backs. She bent down, her fingers, though carefully tended, still appeared notably frail, brushing over the wound. The long, pointed nails made Liliana feel quite uneasy. How does your fiancé feel about it? What do you mean? Liliana was somewhat puzzled. He sent some medicine over. Some men are averse to seeing scars on their women. They believe that blemishes on a woman's skin resemble cracks on a precious gem. Aunt Maxim remarked sharply. You are not yet wed, and you must understand these matters. Do not bring any disgrace upon the Snowwhite family. I personally find nothing disgraceful about it. If he were to renounce our engagement due to a scar on my wrist, I would remind all the unmarried ladies around me that he is not a suitable match and express my gratitude for his decision to refrain from marrying me. Liliana responded with calm resolve. What merit is there in marrying a man who assesses a woman's worth based on her physical imperfections? Liliana had already braced herself for the impending storm that her words would invoke from her aunt. To her surprise, the elderly woman, adorned with exquisite gloves, clicked her fingers on the staircase, lifted her chin, and proclaimed with an air of haughtiness that she was not entirely incorrect. With her head held high, she leisurely ascended the stairs. The tasks of hosting her aunt, sharing a midday meal, and practicing dance with Christoph later that evening were all meticulously accounted for in Liliana's mind, and she nodded in reassurance. Liliana found herself quite content with her current life. Although some thoughts remained stubbornly entrenched, she no longer tormented herself with unnecessary worries. Rayla was right. Regardless of the circumstances, one must live as an independent thinker. Many of her past notions had ensnared her rather than liberated her. To symbolize her resolve, since returning from the wall after witnessing the sunrise, Liliana had cast aside her notebook filled with plot predictions and character evaluations into the fireplace. In its stead, she embraced her schedule, as she was set to officially return to the Capital Academy the following day, and it was evident that her agenda would become increasingly packed. The responsibility of hosting Aunt Maxim was a task she had voluntarily undertaken, seeking to hone her skills in this role of a young lady. Liliana felt herself lagging significantly behind Rayla, both in intellectual awakening and action. She could not perpetually wait for Rayla to run ahead and then turn back to pull her along. That would be quite embarrassing. The girl eagerly awaited her return to school, having resolved to view this place as a genuine world. This shift in perspective liberated her from the anxiety of whether her actions might disrupt the romance between the protagonists, leading her to a fate as a malicious antagonist. Now, she was determined to pursue activities that she deemed appropriate and meaningful for her future. There was another crucial matter she was eager to discuss, one that Rayla assured her would dispel any fears. On the wall, Rayla had expressed a hint of trepidation regarding Christoph and the Royal Knight, who were at a considerable distance from them. After much hesitation, she had said, "When you return to school, come to my dormitory, and I shall tell you." The nature of her identity made it rather inconvenient to share secrets with Rayla. To secure Florence's consent for her return to school, Liliana had agreed to the condition that Knight George Williams would accompany her as a guardian throughout. She pondered whether she might be the first ever to bring a knight from her family's order into the academy as a retinue. When Principal Roots visited, he indicated that the academy also intended to enhance her protection. Liliana simply hoped that her entourage would not be overly ostentatious the following day. If Christoph suggested adding more people tonight, she would certainly protest. Well, she thought, it was already too late. In the eyes of others, she was the unfortunate first victim of a beast attack at the academy. She remained unaware of the rumors circulating within the institution and what ridiculous forms they might have taken. After ascending the stairs several times, Liliana found herself feeling somewhat warm. Florent explained to her that Aunt Maxim had come south to the capital to escape the harsh winter, as her advanced age made her legs ache intolerably during this season. Currently, the residence housed both her and the aunt, who were sensitive to the cold, and even before winter had officially begun, the fireplaces within the manor were diligently ablaze. Chapter 37. The visit of the aunt, too. Preparations for returning to the academy were nearly complete. Liliana summoned her 2 personal maids and Sir Williams, solemnly reiterating the most crucial point, that should anyone inquire outside, she was to claim she had been attacked by magical beasts. Naturally, Mr. Williams, I lack the authority to command you directly, as the teacher had instructed in class. Liliana understood that the knights of the family's order owed their allegiance solely to the Lord, yet she deemed this request not unreasonable. The young Marquis had previously instructed his subordinates regarding this matter. The knight politely bowed his head in acquiescence, for within the manor, devoid of armor, he was to heed the directives of his lady during her time of need. Very well, Liliana felt satisfied. She had heard that Mr. Williams had recently wed. How unfortunate that his new bride would be sent on an extended assignment to the capital immediately after their marriage. She wondered if the Snowwhite family had any provisions for such circumstances. "Kate, come here." In the afternoon, Liliana observed the young maid diligently managing her wardrobe of dresses. She had decided against commissioning a new gown for the ball, and intended to select one from her existing collection. She beckoned Kate to pause her task momentarily. The question of whether to allow Kate to accompany her to the academy had occupied Liliana's thoughts for several days. After much hesitation, she had permitted Kate to attend the previous meeting. After a few more moments of deliberation, she felt reassured in her decision. Kate was a good child, yet her words and actions occasionally lacked precision. As a personal maid, Kate was among the few privy to the truth surrounding Liliana's attack. Though the complete details had never been disclosed to Kate, Liliana feared that even the slightest information could slip from her lips, prompting the Snowwhite family to expel her without hesitation. If the situation escalated, it was not inconceivable that silencing her could be deemed necessary. Even Kristoff, who had been relatively candid with Liliana regarding the incident, had refrained from revealing how the soldiers present at the scene and the guard responsible for the mountaintop patrol had been dealt with. Liliana sensed that their fates were unlikely to be favorable. Predictably, should Kate divulge any secrets, her own outcome would be far more tragic. Rather than risk a dilemma later, Liliana believed it prudent to take preventive measures. In this precarious situation, she resolved to keep Kate at home, minimizing her exposure to outsiders. However, articulating this reasoning might convey a lack of trust in Kate, which could hurt her feelings and lead her to harbor other thoughts, rendering all of Liliana's efforts futile. Kate, I've been contemplating the recent visits of a young duke, who frequently comes to practice dancing with me. It is essential to have a reliable individual at home to oversee the preparations for the evening, be it pastries, decorations, or the management of my dresses and jewelry. I feel uneasy in trusting such matters to anyone else. Unbeknownst to her, Liliana began to mimic the smile often worn by Kristoff, and she inquired Kate, "Do you feel confident in managing these arrangements for me?" "Indeed, miss," Kate replied, her enthusiasm evident as she nodded eagerly. "Is it truly such an important task you are entrusting to me?" "Of course," Liliana affirmed, nodding with deliberation. "I believe these preparations will require considerable time and thought. So you need not accompany me to the academy for the time being. Remain here at the estate and focus solely on these preparations. You know how much I wish for the young duke to be pleased, do you not?" "I understand." Kate appeared entirely unperturbed by the request. Liliana's final remark was made with the knowledge that Kate was a girl fond of romantic tales. Previously, when Liliana had perused books at home, Kate had always shown great curiosity, yet she only knew a handful of common words and could not read or write as fluently as Megan. As Liliana watched the little maid joyfully depart with a basin and towel, she felt a sense of accomplishment as she checked off another item on her agenda. A twinge of guilt arose for deceiving such an innocent child, but she quickly reassured herself that this was, in fact, an act of protection for Kate. Without consulting Florent, Liliana felt no need to seek approval for every decision. She believed that she could take charge of certain matters, and if Florent disapproved, he would surely approach her. Tonight's dance practice was far more nerve-wracking than the previous day's initial session, as Liliana sensed the stern gaze of Aunt Maxim, who sat on the adjacent sofa, watching her intently. Each time she executed a turn at the correct angle, she could see Aunt Maxim shaking her head or covering her face with a fan, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone brighter than the spotlight itself. This caused Liliana to instinctively reflect on whether she had made any mistakes that warranted such a reaction from her aunt. The pressure to avoid errors made her forehead bead with sweat and her body tense. The content of today's practice with Kristoff mirrored that of yesterday, comprising merely two very simple pieces, thereby minimizing her chances of making significant mistakes. Yet counting meticulously, she realized she had inadvertently stepped on Kristoff's foot 5 or 6 times since they began. "I'm sorry," Liliana thought, feeling akin to a counter that added one more with each lapse in focus. At times like this, I should refrain from smiling. Her anxiety compounded as she heard Kristoff's laughter. The warmth in her cheeks intensified, and her gloved fingers began to perspire. She lifted her gaze, irked by his blatant mockery of her missteps, and thought, "Is he not afraid that I might intentionally tread on him next time?" Women are truly enigmatic, Kristoff pondered. Perhaps the Academy ought to offer a course on deciphering the inner thoughts of one's fiancé. It might very well become the most captivating class he has attended in 4 years. His betrothed had inexplicably shut him out for several days, reportedly languishing at home in solitude, and no one seemed to comprehend the reasons behind her behavior. Then there was the excursion to Snowwhite's estate, where they ventured to the city gates in the dead of night. Truth be told, he somewhat regretted adhering so faithfully to his promise. He hardly paid attention to her conversation with Ryla Green, merely observing from a distance as Liliana oscillated between tears and laughter. Eventually, both girls grew weary of climbing the walls, and he thought it best to carry her down, but she insisted on walking unaided. Upon arriving at the Snow White residence, he alighted from the carriage for a final glance, only to discover through the curtain that she and Ryla had both succumbed to slumber, leaning against the maid in the middle. When Liliana was roused, she groggily rubbed her eyes, reached out to kiss him, and bid him farewell. In that moment, he sensed a marked improvement in her mood. Despite her voice being hoarse from the wind atop the walls, her speech regained its vitality. He even exchanged a glance with Florence Snow White, both of them sharing a similar expression of bewilderment. Was Ryla Green truly that remarkable? Chapter 38. Dance Practice 1. Kristoff felt that Liliana's current demeanor seemed somewhat altered compared to the past, though he could not quite articulate what had changed. If pressed, he would mention how she had recently shot him a glare and muttered something about his laughter being unwelcome. Previously, she had not overtly expressed discontent in his presence, at least not through explicit verbal cues. Kristoff had not intended to offer Liliana guidance beyond what their dance instructor provided. Firstly, he was no expert in the art of dance himself, and secondly, he believed that making mistakes, stepping on his toes, even, was inconsequential. It was beneficial for her to move more freely. In Kristoff's eyes, Liliana had never been fond of venturing outside, confined by her brother and reduced to merely walking laps around the courtyard. Her physique was ill-suited for a journey to the seaside at sails. It seemed that even a slight breeze might whisk her away. A fragile constitution was unacceptable. Kristoff held little admiration for the recent trend among noble women in the capital, who had begun to flaunt their delicate health. Perhaps influenced by the Queen's illness, these ladies eagerly proclaimed their susceptibility to ailments, even setting aside time in social gatherings to sip on medicinal concoctions. He contemplated how Liliana might one day oversee affairs in sales before their children reached adulthood. Without a stable constitution, the likelihood of her authority diminishing was a concern. The sheer intensity of managing territory matters might prove overwhelming for her. Alas, she was currently upset, and Kristoff felt compelled to take measures to uplift her spirits. At such a moment, praising her intelligence would only yield adverse effects. He proactively suggested taking a brief respite, and as Liliana retreated to a corner to sip her drink, he consciously approached the Countess Novak, whom Liliana referred to as Aunt Maxim. "Ah, has Annie departed?" Upon returning, having refreshed her appearance with the assistance of a maid in the lavatory, Liliana discovered that the sofa, which had recently accommodated Auntie, now only bore the presence of Kristoff. "I requested the Countess to grant us a moment of solitude, and she, being understanding, acquiesced to my request while gently reminding me to refrain from any impropriety." Kristoff rose, signaling to the nearby musicians to prepare their instruments. Impropriety, indeed, was a concept that seemed to glide past her thick skin. Such remarks would likely pass through her ears without leaving a trace. A truly noble young lady might have turned crimson at such words. Liliana cleared her throat, fiddling with the grand bow on her belt. Kristoff, observing Liliana's bashful demeanor, found her dress today even more exquisite than the previous day's attire. In truth, everything she donned appeared magnificent, prompting him to consider commissioning several more designs to ascertain which suited her best. Alone with her thoughts, Liliana pondered Kristoff's earlier words, acutely aware of the throngs surrounding them. As the music began to play, she surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, to these nobles, the musicians in the room, along with the waiting maids and even the dance instructor they had hired, were hardly regarded as worthy of acknowledgement. Previously, Liliana had perceived no issue with this. In literature, the narrative naturally centers around a select few characters, rendering others insignificant by design. Yet, upon viewing everything here as a reality, she began to feel a sense of unease regarding the privileges she currently enjoyed, particularly after being shown the slums outside the capital by Ryla. She was stunned to realize that such stark contrasts existed even amidst the grandeur of the royal city. Considering this from another perspective, if the royal household is thus, what of other realms? Perhaps it is best to practice for now. Relieved of the piercing gaze that had once unsettled her, Liliana felt considerably at ease. Even if she made a minor mistake, she no longer instinctively glanced to see if Auntie had noticed. The music she heard seemed more melodious. Indeed, I believe Miss Snow White performed admirably. It was evident that this dance instructor possessed a profound grasp of the art of language. After all, yesterday, when Liliana felt akin to a rigid puppet, this instructor managed to extol her for 3 uninterrupted minutes. For your next step, my lady, I suggest you attempt some eye contact with the young duke. You need not always lower your gaze to your feet, as this might lead to further errors. Oh dear, how much more awkward this became. Were they truly to gaze at one another like this? Moreover, given their height disparity, maintaining such a posture was exhausting for her. The music continued for less than 10 seconds before Liliana once again lowered her head. Let us converse about something. At that moment, she heard Kristoff speak. It seems we haven't had a proper conversation in quite some time. There are matters I have longed to inquire about. What matters? Liliana lifted her gaze. Surely he did not intend to delve into the event preceding the Academy's heightened alert, akin to what Florin had done. She wouldn't mind sharing, but with so many outsiders present, was it prudent to discuss this now? It would be better to save her questions for another occasion. That must be what he was alluding to, Liliana mused, as Kristoff continued. And you? Do you have anything you wish to ask me? Indeed, she did have a question, one concerning whether he could arrange for her to meet that night. Yet such a topic was hardly suitable for this setting. Liliana furrowed her brow in contemplation. There was another matter she had intended to discuss with Florent, but she surmised it would be just as well to ask Kristoff. If we wish to assist those affected by calamities such as plagues or incursions by monstrous beasts, must we solely contribute to the relief funds? She inquired. Well, as you may have heard from sails, each year along the coastline, sea creatures wreak havoc, Kristoff replied. Although designated areas have been established where civilians are not permitted to dwell, many still rely on fishing for their livelihood. There's a saying among the folk, the greater the storm, the more plentiful the fish. Thus, a sense of luck often prevails, yet more frequently, the destructive reach of the sea beasts is unpredictably vast, resulting in losses despite all preventive measures. Liliana listened intently as Kristoff elucidated, finding that raising her head was no longer a burdensome task. She had not even noticed the most intricate part of the entire composition, which she had almost tripped over herself. If it were you, would you compensate those civilians who defy the knights and soldiers' prohibitions, venturing out to sea only to encounter a beast's assault? Kristoff unexpectedly posed a question back to her. She initially responded, "We are merely engaging in casual conversation, correct?" Indeed, Kristoff affirmed, one hand grasping her wrist while the other rested on her waist, guiding her in a spin. "It is merely a dance floor's idle chatter, Miss Snow White." The sudden shift to a more formal address surprised her. Was he playfully extending a temporary invitation for the ball? Or was it a nod to her occasional reference to him as the young duke? Liliana replied, "I am inclined to refuse." She had just contemplated how to assist the civilians, yet now she was unwilling to offer compensation. Kristoff found this intriguing, uncertain whether Liliana's thoughts aligned with his. He gestured for her to continue. Chapter 38. Dance Practice 2. I believe fear of death is instinctual, particularly for those civilians who lack magical protection. Therefore, those who would rather face the peril of beasts than forego the chance to fish must possess compelling reasons. They urgently require the income from fishing, willing to wager their lives for it. Liliana articulated, her thoughts flowing. Indeed, should compensation be provided, it might only embolden them further in pursuing such perilous endeavors. Even if one were to perish in the sea, they could leave behind a meager compensation for their family. Yet what the frail, the elderly, and the sickly? Might they be coerced into venturing out to sea under such dire circumstances, in exchange for this paltry gain? Even the slightest compensation cannot wholly eliminate this peril. Liliana, troubled, puffed out her cheeks. However, having reached this juncture, it was clear that her family must be in dire straits. To remain apathetic would be profoundly inhumane. It is indeed a difficult predicament. She lifted her gaze to meet Kristoff's eyes, likening their situation to a variant of the trolley problem. While it is challenging to gather so many mischievous children on the tracks, the reality is that many fishermen would undoubtedly take such risks. Sails, on the other hand, do not offer such compensations. First and foremost, setting sail during the close season is a direct violation of the law, and the mere lack of punishment is a form of leniency. For many years, there have been numerous youthful fishermen who have perished or suffered injuries each summer. Kristoff remarked that his grandfather had introduced a reward system if a fishing village refrained from violating the sailing ban during the summer patrols. All villagers would be entitled to a reduction in their autumn taxes. Ah, how splendid! Liliana's eyes brightened. Perhaps her perspective had been too narrow, and this initiative must have been quite effective. It was decent, yet entirely eradicating the issue remained impossible. Kristoff nodded, acknowledging her previous points. In light of the broader damages caused by the beasts that come ashore, each year a specific budget is allocated to assist the civilians who have been injured or who have lost family members. However, this funding must undergo numerous layers of distribution and verification. Without these processes, it is likely that the funds would be misappropriated along the way. Kristoff continued. Yet despite these mechanisms, there are still instances where those in dire need do not receive the assistance they require. Indeed, Liliana nodded, grasping the inherent dilemma. Thus, in such times, relief agencies must be called upon to respond swiftly, channeling resources to the areas most severely affected. This process would undoubtedly be more expedient. Yet, it still cannot guarantee that everyone will receive help. Can it? Liliana inquired, noting that while the relief agency in the capital is situated within the city, many in need reside in the outskirts, struggling to obtain the necessary documentation to enter. Regarding these individuals, I wish to inquire whether it will be possible to organize some benevolent. She found herself at a loss for words, failing to recall the term corresponding to charity in this world. After a moment's reflection, Liliana continued, to assist them as winter approaches, providing them with clothing and fortifying their shelters. Are these actions feasible? The man fell silent for a few moments before responding. I admire your sentiments, but I would not recommend such actions. I suspect your father and brother would not agree either. Why not? Liliana pondered, unable to comprehend. Surely this was a noble endeavor? Good deeds are relative. To the civilians you wish to aid, they may feel gratitude for your kindness, even venerating you as a saint among mortals. Kristoff gently drew Liliana into his embrace, leaning down to whisper in her ear. The current Capital Academy was once a grand cathedral devoted to the Holy Spirit, a sanctum of worship established 262 years ago by the Church. Yet now, within its hallowed walls, only a solitary statue of the Holy Spirit remained. Liliana felt a fleeting pause in her breath, but it was not merely the warmth of the man's breath against her neck that rendered her momentarily breathless. Kristoff's words were strikingly candid. She understood the inherent risks in her desires, which was precisely why she sought his counsel. What astonished her was that if Kristoff held any faith, he ought not to speak of the Holy Spirit in such a tone. The residents here often recited phrases honoring the Holy Spirit, leading Liliana to believe that most were devout worshippers. However, Kristoff's insinuation clearly suggested not only his lack of belief, but also that of the royal family. What then do they believe in? The legendary demon slain by the Holy Spirit with a long sword? Or are they utterly atheistic? If you wish to assist those in need, consider donating to the relief house, allowing it to act in the name of the church, he suggested, noticing her furrowed brow, thinking her worries still lingered. After all, the circumstances in the capital are unique. Should you wish to undertake such endeavors and sales, you need not ponder so deeply. There, you may pursue anything your heart desires. Anything? Liliana, coming back to her senses, found his words somewhat exaggerated, unable to stifle a laugh. Such grand proclamations ought not to be made lightly. Of course, I have my conditions, he replied in a serious tone. Should she continue this conversation? Liliana had yet to determine how to navigate her identity amidst her engagement to Kristoff. From her perspective, she harbored no aversion to this man. He had saved her life, yet she believed that did not obligate her to marry him at the emperor's behest. In both her former world and this one, she yearned for a marriage akin to that of her parents, often listening with delight as their friends chuckled and shared tales of her parents' romantic past during gatherings. She cherished her family and longed for a similar happiness in her own life. Thus, she felt that while marriage may not be an indispensable part of existence, love must be an integral component of it. This belief was a significant reason she still delighted in tales of romance at her age. Clearly, at least for now, they did not share love. Most of their interactions stemmed from the obligations and responsibilities inherent in their engagement. The future she envisioned for herself remained hazy, especially since only a few days had passed since she resolved to break free from the constraints of the narrative. Yet, the silence was growing awkward, prompting Liliana to inquire. What requirements does the young Duke have for his future wife? I ask of you but one thing. As the previous conversations had been lighthearted, Liliana was taken aback when she noticed Kristoff's expression and tone suddenly shift to seriousness. The amusement that had danced at the corners of her mouth faded in response to his gravity. If I were to perish one day, please at least accompany our child through those most challenging times, Kristoff said amidst the lively melody of the dance. This is my sole request of you, as your husband. The one demand you must adhere to. She stood frozen, momentarily forgetting the subsequent steps, marking the first time in this practice that she had inadvertently stepped on his foot. As for the rest, Kristoff resumed a more relaxed tone, stating, if I wish to seek your love, I believe it is something I must earn the right to ask for. At the conclusion of the final piece, Kristoff leaned down to gently kiss the back of Liliana's hand, a gesture he had performed countless times before. Yet this time, she felt an unfamiliar tension, distinct from a nervousness she had experienced upon their first meeting. For a moment, she was lost in thought, from merely reading his letters. She had formed an image of him, initially planning to dismiss every word he uttered, believing it wise to disregard the smile on his face and the phrases that escaped his lips. Yet now, she found herself drifting far from that initial resolve. Liliana realized that the music had ended, and what now resonated rhythmically in her ears was the sound of her own heartbeat. Chapter 39, Kaleidoscope 1. In the early morning. The Capital Academy's library was remarkably sparse, or rather, this grand hexagonal tower, housing a vast collection of the kingdom's literature, had seldom seen a throng of visitors. Even if someone wished to indulge in the elegance of hosting a book club, the few expansive platforms on the first floor that basked in the glorious sunlight would suffice. Each floor was formed by 3 glass-stained windows and 3 rows of bookshelves, interweaving and ascending in a staggered manner. If one stood on the ground level and gazed upwards, they might momentarily feel as if they were within a spinning, hallucinatory realm. Liliana had affectionately dubbed this library the Kaleidoscope, though regrettably, only Rella comprehended her reference. At the heart of the kaleidoscope resided what was claimed to be the largest magical auxiliary apparatus in the kingdom. During the second lesson of Magical Auxiliary Device Design, Understanding Magic Crystals, Liliana and her classmates toured the extraordinarily intricate vertical lifting device, powered by 2 enormous gold element magic crystals embedded in the basement and the ceiling. Its exquisite design showcased an array of exposed metallic gears and chains, imparting a distinctly steampunk aesthetic to the magic elevator, a conclusion Liliana reached after a visit. Why not construct such a marvel near the city walls? Upon awakening after a day spent in slumber, Liliana pondered whether the cost of creating one had escalated to a point that made replication unattainable. In summary, with the aid of this elevator, students can access any desired floor, subsequently traversing to the corresponding bookshelves via the elegantly extending metal suspension bridges from the center. The suspension bridges on the bottom 5 levels, when unused, remain retracted, adorned with meticulously cultivated flora that derive energy from their attachment to the metal. These plants' blades glimmer with a unique sheen reminiscent of metals or minerals due to their absorption of golden elements under light. Many young ladies are particularly fond of the Hoya blossoms on the bridge of the second floor. Their flowers resemble pearls, and during full bloom, the clusters can illuminate a small area like nightlights. All books within the library are available for students to borrow freely. Those that are restricted are not foolishly placed in a designated area that invites theft, for they were never intended to be housed here from the outset. As for the higher collections in the library, they're not shrouded in mystery, but rather occupy a somewhat awkward position. Simply put, those who can view them do not. And those who are permitted to do so generally only flip through them are the staff who routinely come to clean. Lord Snowwhite, the disinterested administrator, noticed an unusual visitor and rose to bow to the silver-haired youth entering. "Good morning. May I assist you in finding your way?" he inquired. Florent waved his hand dismissively, indicating he did not require assistance. He had a clear recollection of where the book he sought was located. 42, gold. "I wish you a prosperous day," the administrator replied, pressing 2 gloved fingers on the adjacent large dial before continuing to bow respectfully. The heavy gears began to emit a creaking sound. Florent mused that this mechanism seemed to be slowing down. He was still recalling the details that Liliana had described, the sensation she had felt prior to the alert, discomfort, difficulty breathing. These were sentiments echoed by the 2 maids. What lingered in Florent's mind was Liliana's final remark about spilling an ink bottle. Yet finding no trace upon her hands, uncertain whether she had misremembered. He had indeed noted this at the time and searched the room, confirming the absence of any ink bottle. Liliana had penned a letter that morning, a fact corroborated by Megan, indicating that an ink bottle must have existed in the room at some point. According to inquiries overheard at the palace, the knight had only reached the second-floor landing and had never entered Liliana's chamber, suggesting that the disappearance of the ink bottle bore no relation to subsequent events. I suspect Kristoff will inquire about this matter as well, Florent reflected. After concluding their discussion regarding the incident, Liliana remarked, I believe it's not a problem to inform him. What is your opinion? Florent nodded in agreement, recognizing that both families shared a temporary alignment of interests in uncovering the trigger for the alert. Perhaps wary of his uncle, who still held the position of family head. Lancelot had cultivated a close relationship with the royal family over the years. This granted him a greater degree of freedom in the capital than others, allowing him to deliver a letter to the palace late at night to inform them of his intention to take his fiancée to the city walls to witness the sunrise the following morning. A request that was promptly approved. The administrator thoughtfully opened all 42 levels of the suspension bridge leading to the 3 side bookshelves, though it was unnecessary, as there was a passage connecting the bookshelves with the stained glass wall. Following his recollections, Florent made his way to the towering bookshelves, remembering that it was the 3rd level from the top to the right. Certain elements can be interconverted, albeit at the cost of some of their essence during the transformation. This fundamental concept was inscribed in the new curriculum for Liliana and her peers. The simplest illustration of this principle is that water can freeze. Ice can melt back into water, soil can nourish trees, and what can be used for kindling. Gold is regarded as the most noble of elements, not only due to its association with the current royal family, but also because pure gold is widely considered an immutable element, the pinnacle among the 8 elements. Furthermore, fire and lightning are deemed 2 extraordinary elements, for they possess instability that can lead to their abrupt disappearance and resultant destruction. Before the establishment of the Principality of Princes, fire and lightning mages were long referred to by the old dynasty's church as the servants of the gods of magic. In those times, people dared not openly declare their dominion over these 2 elements, a sentiment shared by both the princes and Lancelot families. According to Liliana and her 2 maidservants, the situation back then did not resemble a mere transformation. It was as if objects vanished entirely. The classification of various natural and man-made items into the 8 elemental categories is a matter of considerable debate, with differing schools of thought igniting spirited discussions among the oldest elders in the magical tower for days on end. Yet, the notion that the world is composed of elements is a widely accepted truth, serving as the foundation upon which many theories in the ongoing compilation of the theory of elements by the magical tower are built. Not only did Megan mention a perceived reduction in the water level of the basin, but when considering these elements together, the inability to breathe could also be interpreted as the wind element around them being depleted, or as if the wind element in that space had mysteriously ceased to exist. Regardless of how one categorizes it, the ink bottle cannot be classified as belonging to the fire or lightning elements. Water and wind are relatively stable elements, and the sudden, complete disappearance of these elements within a specific time-space continuum is beyond the capabilities of conventional magic. Although to an ordinary observer, a water element mage like Florent could seemingly cause a body of water to evaporate swiftly, in reality, Florent merely dispersed the water in a form imperceptible to the naked eye, a fundamental skill in constructing magical arrays. Florent accurately retrieved the tome titled Genesis from his memory, yet it had transformed into a newly revised edition, reworded in contemporary language. What he sought was the original hand-copied manuscript written in the script of the old dynasty. While waiting for the administrator to retrieve the thick tome and check the borrowing records, Florent casually leafed through the latest edition of Genesis in his hands. He found the various descriptions within to be rather awkward. The revered act of divine creation, the legendary pinnacle of light magic, was rewritten as the hem of a holy garment, and the great annihilation he intended to research was transformed into the scepter of the demon god, bearing little relation to its original meaning. Upon glancing at the cover, he noticed the authoress name was one he had no recollection of. Florent? Just as the young man furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to continue reading, he heard a gentle call from behind him. "Maria, what a surprise to see you here," he replied, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Good morning. I heard that Miss Liliana returned to the academy today. It is indeed splendid news that she has regained her health. Maria Edwards smiled, looking up at Florent. I had considered not intruding, but if you permit me to visit her, a throng of others would undoubtedly follow suit. And I would not wish to complicate matters for you. I have prepared a small gift for her. From her small satchel, Maria retrieved a slender box, and Florent recognized it as one containing a handkerchief crafted by Maria herself. His mother had always cherished the handkerchiefs designed by Maria's mother. Whenever they visited, they would present such a delicately wrapped gift to the Marchioness. Please do convey this to her, she added. Perhaps I should not have broached that matter so abruptly before. She continued, after handing over the gift. A brief silence ensued as both struggled to find words. Maria cast her gaze down at her toes, sensing that he no longer knew how to converse with her. If that is the case, perhaps we should forget those words? No, Florent replied, feeling an uncomfortable flush. He recalled how Maria had withdrawn from social gatherings ever since being humiliated by Andrew Prince regarding her appearance. He did not wish for her to be perpetually affected by such incidents. Maria, would you care to attend this year's Academy Ball? Are you truly inviting me? Maria looked up, surprise evident in her eyes. Do not adopt that tone, Florent countered. I extended an invitation to you in my first year. I'm most grateful. But since autumn, the Empress Dowager's health has been poor, and now the Queen herself is unwell. I have merely taken a moment to select some reading materials for the Dowager, and I must return shortly. A hint of melancholy glimmered in Maria's gaze. Thus, I cannot confirm my attendance. It will be better for you to seek another lady to accompany you to avoid disappointment. Do not concern yourself, Florent reassured her. Who can guarantee that others will not dampen my spirits? The Dowager is unlikely to keep you from me for the entire evening, and you cannot remain her maid forever. Come with me. Consider a respite. Is this suggestion still related to that incident? Maria inquired softly. I do not wish for you to be perpetually influenced by that scoundrel, Florent replied earnestly. You do not deserve such treatment, nor should you confine yourself from the world. Maria lowered her eyes in silence for 2 seconds, then looked into Florent's eyes. Regardless of whether she bowed her head or raised it, her posture remained impeccably straight. She spoke, I'm truly grateful for your invitation to ball. However, do not pity me, Florent. I have never considered myself a subject of pity. Even if everyone in the kingdom, like Prince Andrew, deems me an inferior being, I know I am not, and thus I am not. If you continue to approach me with this patronizing attitude, I retract my previous words regarding us. The girl performed a curtsy, a gesture reserved for servants, and urged him to forget this foolishness. Maria, meanwhile, the administrator, wishing to vanish into a pile of scrolls to lessen his presence, discreetly raised his head to catch a glimpse of the young Marquis, Snow White, pursuing Miss Edwards. He glanced at the half-turned pages in his hand and pondered where he had left off. Had he truly examined all those turned pages with care? How ridiculous it was for someone of his age to eavesdrop on the gossip of the youth. Now he would have to sift through it all again. Even the most tedious subject, documentary writing, seemed remarkably intriguing upon resuming classes. On the other side of the academy, Liliana was happily traversing the corridor, preparing to meet Rayla in the modern continental warfare history classroom. A small entourage followed her, Maid Megan, Knight George Williams, and the newly assigned Mrs. Ada Johnson from the academy, all of whom were the costs of returning to school, prompting a sigh from Liliana. Plans often falter. After bidding farewell to Christopher last night, Aunt Maxim called her into her room for a stern reprimand, declaring that her waltz was utterly unacceptable for the ball. Upon discovering that Liliana had selected an overwhelmingly packed schedule for herself, the elderly lady remained undeterred. Time, much like regret's juice, could always yield results with a bit of effort. Liliana now lacked any time for a midday rest. She could not even have lunch with Rayla at school. After the second lesson, she needed to return to practice dancing, and following her afternoon classes, she would hastily prepare to dance once more with Christopher. What did she do? She was determined to prove that she had fully recovered and was ready to return to school. As for the skill of dancing, she believed in the adage that having many skills is never a burden. She was exuberantly embracing her new life. Miss Snow White, not that classroom. Mrs. Johnson's warning came too late. Having not attended classes for nearly a month and walking briskly, Liliana misremembered the precise location of the modern continental warfare history classroom. Pushing open a door nearby, that classroom appeared to be vacant for the upcoming lesson, yet an old gentleman, hunched over, stood at the bottom of the room. seemingly pruning a nearly withered plant hanging from the ceiling. "I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon." Liliana had never encountered the elderly man before. Was it when the door to the senior classroom creaked open, allowing the light from outside to flood in, that the plant emitted a faint cry? "I shall close it now. My apologies, Professor." "Catherine." The light streaming in from behind Liliana illuminated the old man's face, revealing a look of confusion, astonishment, and a hint of joy. He set down the shears he had been holding and began to walk toward the door. "Catherine, is that you?" At that moment, the three individuals behind Liliana had positioned themselves to shield her, forcing her to rise on her toes to glimpse the wrinkled visage of the old man peeking through the doorway. "Professor Kulkos, this is Miss Liliana Snowwhite." "Mrs." Johnson stepped forward to steady the elderly man's trembling arm. "What brings you here? Please rest for a moment. I shall summon a guard to escort you back to the tower." "Professor, I must implore you to halt." The elderly gentleman appeared frail, yet he effortlessly shrugged off Mrs. Johnson's supportive grasp. Sir Williams stepped forward. "Do not be alarmed. The professor has merely mistaken you for someone else." Liliana, feeling a pang of sympathy for the old man's expression, gently patted Williams' arm, indicating for him to step aside. "Professor, I am but a new student here this year. I sincerely apologize for the interruption." "Ah, yes, my apologies." The eyes of Snow White are indeed characteristic of her lineage. Upon noticing the color of Liliana's eyes in the light, a clear disappointment flickered in the old man's gaze. "Savoy's child, how foolish of me. She has been gone for so many years. It is impossible for her to still be so youthful. Please go and contact the guards, Mrs. Johnson." The bell signaling the commencement of class rang, and Liliana needed to hurry to the classroom. She turned to the three individuals beside her and stated, "I have no further matters here. I shall proceed to class now. Megan, kindly assist the professor here, while Williams accompanies me into the classroom. Allow me to lend you my arm." Following the directive, Megan moved alongside Mrs. Johnson to help the elderly man once more. The resounding toll of the bell drowned out the old man's soft sigh. How reminiscent. "I thought you had returned to visit me quietly, Catherine." Chapter 40. The Gift 1. Yet today is not a holiday, is it? Despite posing the question, Liliana felt a surge of happiness within. The evening's dance practice had been canceled, as Christopher had claimed he wished to present her with a gift and take her out for dinner. Over the past few days, she had been dancing at noon, only to continue again in the evening. During her afternoon elemental magic class, she felt as though she could sink into her chair and drift off to sleep. Her arms and legs ached, unrecognizable as her own, along with her neck and forehead. Whenever she lowered her head while dancing, Aunt Maxim would conjure ice particles from her drink and unceremoniously flick them at her head. The ice particles were small enough not to cause pain, yet the sudden chill would jolt Liliana from her fatigue and confusion, keeping her senses in a constant state of alertness. Must gifts only be given on holidays? Kristoff sat across from Liliana, suggesting that if a reason were to be sought, it would be to celebrate her previous meticulous accounting. "Are you interested in tackling something more intricate?" Liliana hesitated. The implication that Kristoff believed she was ready for advancement was indeed a positive sign. Yet, she had been rather preoccupied lately. Her classes and dance practice consumed the majority of her time, and she was also busy coordinating items for Rella's ball. All while a plan was brewing in her mind, though it was not yet fully formed. Once she had refined her thoughts and put them to paper, she would seek Kristoff's counsel. Very well. Ultimately, Liliana resolved to reassess her schedule to see if she could carve out some time. After all, she was still quite young at 17 and had been going to bed early. Staying up a little later should pose no issue. Therefore, I shall procure some trade dealings from Searles. They're considerably more complex than the mundane expenses of a household, Kristoff stated. You needn't worry about inadvertent leaks, as all the data has been handled by the Treasury officials, making the calculations somewhat simpler than reality. It appeared he had prepared a set of exercises for her, even if it sounded as though it was the Treasury officials who would be burning the midnight oil. Liliana silently expressed her gratitude to the unseen Treasury official, hoping that this workload did not burden him unduly. As they passed by the tailor shop where Rella's custom dress was being made, she glanced outside the carriage. She wondered whether the dress would be ready by the weekend. Indeed, she had never worn a bespoke garment before, and she had no notion of a tailoress efficiency. Originally, Rella had suggested that Liliana simply choose a dress from her wardrobe for the ball, but their height and build differences were quite significant. Rella, opting for a compromise, proposed altering an existing dress by lengthening the sleeves and hem, insisting that they should not squander money. Liliana approached the tailor with Rella's measurements, only to be informed that modifying a dress originally crafted for Liliana's specific dimensions would require considerable effort, including sourcing local fabric from Renoka, and the labor cost would not be less than creating an entirely new gown. When Liliana suggested finding a fabric of a similar hue, the tailor firmly rejected the notion. She believed her brand had garnered the favor of many noble women due to its precision and attention to detail, and her creations must not display any flaws at a ball attended by royal members. Why must business minds be so rigid? If she were to choose a tailor less esteemed in noble circles, from the steward's expression, it would not be long before rumors spread throughout the capital that Renoka was on the verge of ruin, and that Miss Snow White could not even afford a decent dress. Reluctantly, Liliana conferred with Rella once more, attempting to persuade her they would be at the academy for nearly 4 more years, and such occasions would only increase. If they were to invest, they should do so in attire of high quality, suitable for various environments. This cannot be considered a waste of money, nor does it relate to indulgence. The crux of the matter is that altering a dress is not cost-effective. Furthermore, custom shoes and dresses should be negotiable. Rella is particularly obstinate when it comes to financial matters. She insists on settling accounts with Liliana. In response, Liliana proposes that everything be regarded as borrowed from the Snow White family, to be retrieved by her after the ball and returned to her care. Rella can borrow them again if needed, which allows her to forego writing an IOU to Liliana. What need is there for an IOU? That entire wardrobe rightfully belongs to the original Rella Green. However, if such a statement were made, Rella would undoubtedly launch into her usual monologue on self-ownership. Liliana refrains from further comment, simply assuring Rella that she will not be extravagant, and then returns home to make arrangements. Ultimately, Liliana herself is unaware of how much was spent on Rella's custom dress. A tailor was summoned to select fabrics and discuss requirements, and, after a couple of days, several designs were presented for selection, with no mention of money throughout the entire process. Upon reflection, it seems that during her time here, she has yet to even see what money looks like in this world. Have you ordered a new dress? Christophe inquired, noticing that Liliana has been gazing thoughtfully at the popular tailor's shop favored by the capital's elite young ladies for quite some time. Just for myself? No, I haven't. Liliana shakes her head. There's so many dresses at home that I have enough to wear. Christophe feels a twinge of disappointment. He is eager to see Liliana don the fashionable styles of the capital. The dresses from Renoka appear rather heavy, lacking the lightness of those from the capital, where the warm climate encourages a more daring and open style. She would look lovely in anything, and he longs to dress her in various outfits. Christophe finds it surprising how such trivial thoughts can elevate his spirits. Perhaps he should gift her a dress? It turns out that Christophe has invited Liliana to dine at his residence in the capital, and she initially assumes it will be a repeat of their previous restaurant outing. Upon alighting from the carriage, she curiously surveys her surroundings. Although she has visited before, her previous state of disorientation left her with no lasting impression of the mansion. I must warn you that the gift I am bringing is somewhat dangerous for others, Christophe remarks in a teasing tone as he helps Liliana down. So it's best not to demonstrate in public. We wouldn't want to inadvertently attract those pesky insects who are eager to pry into your affairs and cause you nightmares. That is not my intention at all. What could he possibly be bringing her? This question piques Liliana's curiosity. The dinner is indeed sumptuous, yet it pales in comparison to the allure of a gift that could be used for combat. She strives to suppress her anticipation, maintaining an air of elegance as she finishes the final course of dessert. Chapter 40. The Gift 2. Miss Snow White thoroughly enjoys tonight's dinner, expressing her appreciation for the hard work of everyone involved. Just a floor below, at the long table in the basement, the butler, Baker, commends the kitchen staff for their efforts in preparing the evening's banquet. Cecilia, you'll also need to assist Miss Snow White this evening. Has the knight accompanying her been well taken care of in the adjoining hall? Certainly. It is indeed delightful that the young lady has recovered so swiftly. She appears so delicate that I had presumed she would require an extended period of convalescence before being able to move. The head maid did not linger in the basement for long, quickly ascending with 2 other maids. The master will soon escort them to the courtyard. I believe I shall be able to ascend shortly to tidy up. You all should eat quickly. Once you finish, return to the kitchen to prepare dinner for those on duty upstairs. The butler nodded, urging the others to muster their spirits. "I speak of you, Phil. Have you caught another cold?" Christopher's personal servant muttered in reluctant protest, straightening his back to assert that he was not ill. He surveyed the other servants at the long table, gloomily stating, "I am merely fatigued. Given that the master does not require my service today, may I not rest?" Despite having done nothing that afternoon, he had offloaded all tasks assigned by the butler onto others and had slipped out for a while, leaving his intentions unclear. The young maid, who had witnessed everything, felt a surge of discontent but dared not meet the gaze of the personal servant, instead focusing on her burlap apron. The master possesses many admirable qualities, yet why would he choose someone like Phil Floss as his personal attendant? He always carries himself as if superior, creating a rift with the other servants. I have heard whispers of his many vices, yet the master consistently turned a blind eye. The young maid simply could not comprehend it. Could it truly be, as the cook suggested, that the master is fond of Phyllis' appearance? A shiver ran down her spine at the thought. As night fell, the chill in the air grew increasingly biting. Though wrapped in a cloak, Liliana shivered as she followed Christopher into the courtyard. Curiously, she gazed at the lights hovering above her head, uncertain if they were flowers or something else entirely. From a distance, they appeared as scattered specks, like erratic dust dancing in the air. She wondered if this was akin to the Marquis fountain, a unique spectacle crafted by elemental forces. "Your brother may deem it unwise for me to entrust you with such an item. Despite the numerous protective measures taken, it can still be considered hazardous." Upon hearing this, Liliana felt a surge of anticipation, nodding with a hint of trepidation. She unconsciously held her breath as Christopher donned gloves from a tray held by a nearby servant before opening an adjacent box. It resembled a pen from a bygone era. Christopher placed the pen in her palm, and Liliana felt its intricate texture. The pen was cool to the touch, yet its luster suggested it was not metal but rather a dark, jade-like stone. "Look, this is the switch. Just press it gently. Do not be overly cautious. Even if you aim it at me, it could not harm me." Though he spoke reassuringly, Christopher still held Liliana's hand, guiding her to the cylindrical object to press it. In an instant, a blinding flash of lightning shot forth from one end of the pen, striking the column nearest to Christopher, which was adorned with a metallic ring. She even heard Megan behind her gasp in unrestrained astonishment. A miniature electric stun gun. Though my understanding of electricity has faded significantly, I can intuitively sense that the current released by this device is substantial, with voltage sufficient to pierce the very air. After a brief moment of astonishment, Liliana was engulfed in immense excitement at the thought that Christoph intended to gift her such a practical item. She had anticipated something more conventional, perhaps a necklace, bracelet, or earrings. Strangely, it seemed well known that the original owner had a fondness for headpieces. She had even unwrapped 2 more from the consolation gift she received post-rehabilitation, one of which was from her nominal father, the Marquis Snowwhite. I had originally requested that they craft it to be more aesthetically pleasing, ideally in the shape of a ring, so it could be worn as an accessory. However, the craftsman attempted several designs but deemed them unsafe, given that the academy was filled with individuals capable of magic. Even the thunder, or, after undergoing multiple layers of treatment, could easily be depleted. "Would you like to try again?" Liliana pressed the button once more. A wondrous sensation enveloped her. There was no recoil, and she watched as a flash of lightning illuminated the courtyard, striking a nearby pillar. The robust arc branched out mid-flight, as if it possessed a magical essence of its own. Unable to contain herself, Liliana covered her mouth with the hand not grasped by Christoph. "I could use this for self-defense." She looked up at Christoph, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "How wonderful. Thank you. Yet, it cannot be utilized at any moment." Observing the gleam in her eyes, Christoph felt a surge of happiness as well. Despite his reluctance to dampen her joy, he opted to convey the truth. Simply put, you can only use it when someone assists you in activating the thunder or within. Once the ore is activated, it will deplete instantly, rendering the device unusable thereafter. "Do you mean to say that I must have you hold my hand, as you just did for it to work?" Liliana inquired. "No, I can remain detached from you." Christoph replied, stepping back to indicate she should press the switch once more. Another bolt of lightning surged forth, and this time, Liliana did not instinctively retreat. However, it is imperative that a trusted individual who can manipulate the thunder element is present. Otherwise, this device could pose a danger to you. Indeed, Liliana reflected. She was not adorned with any insulating gear, and she even wore metallic jewelry around her neck and wrists. Based on the rudimentary electrical knowledge she had nearly forgotten, without Kristoff's control, the lightning would undoubtedly seek the shortest path, striking her metallic-clad body first. I understand now. Since I lack magic, I cannot activate the Or within. It is as though you anticipate my intended use of this device and activate the Or for me in advance. I merely pressed the button to release the elements contained within. With this newfound understanding, Liliana felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that she was merely a human launchpad, with Kristoff being the true wielder of magic. However, she had gained a modicum of agency, should someone attempt to attack her. If a friend familiar with the device were nearby to assist her, she would be able to act. Upon contemplating this realization, Liliana's spirits soared once more. She possessed knowledge of certain fundamental principles, enabling her, when necessary, to direct the flow of electricity through the metallic objects worn by others, or even her own jewelry. An ability far superior to merely waiting for someone to rescue her. Chapter 40. The Gift 3. This button was crafted from magical Or, signifying that should it be touched by another who possesses magic without appropriate precautions, it would be rendered inoperative, thus affording a measure of safety. Kristoff patiently continued to elucidate these concepts to her. While such matters could be directly discussed with a craftsman, he preferred to bask in the radiance of Liliana's sparkling gaze. Unless in an unforeseen circumstance, refrain from using it in my absence unless you have another equally trusted lightning mage present. Even with gloves, uncontrolled lightning elements can easily cause harm. Kristoff was uncertain of the extent of Liliana and her companion's knowledge in their lightning magic classes, so he opted for a simplified explanation of certain properties of lightning elements for the uninitiated. He himself had never attended the Academy's lightning element course, yet he had recently received an invitation for new student instruction at the Magical Tower and thought he might as well demonstrate, especially on rainy days when the abundance of water elements made caution paramount. She understood. It was a matter of conductivity, and Liliana nodded. This device was undoubtedly costly, best reserved for life-saving occasions. Contemplating this, she intended to return it to its box. Enjoy it. I shall create another once you have finished using it. Just as she thought this, Kristoff remarked, "This is a prototype. I may have the craftsman produce more later. We should make it refillable, as discarding the main unit each time would be wasteful." Liliana raised her gaze, pondering whether such devices would also prove beneficial for soldiers. In truth, this apparatus was originally conceived by that fellow Sven as an unconventional weapon intended for soldiers of common birth, entirely incapable of wielding magic. A notion Kristoff had not anticipated Liliana would consider. Its significance was limited, as the magical or within the device still required activation by a lightning mage. For an adept lightning mage, these or pieces were more effective when worn directly, thereby mitigating the risk of accidental harm among soldiers. Kristoff explained that he had recalled this long-overlooked trinket while perusing his old notes, realizing it could serve as a gift for Liliana. "Ah, indeed, that makes sense," Liliana nodded, acknowledging her prior assumptions. "Shall we try it again?" He grasped Liliana's hand. Kristoff was aware that she would cherish this gift, yet he was surprised by the depth of her delight, as he guided her to unleash a bolt of lightning that spiraled around the courtyard's columns before soaring skyward. Her joyful expression evoked memories of his own childhood. The night he first left the ground solely through his own strength, a night he had likely spent awake in wonder. This reminiscence made him hesitant to pose the next question. However, they were all part of today's agenda. After much deliberation, as they returned to the restaurant to rest, he finally spoke. "Liliana, I wish to inquire further about the events that transpired atop the mountain that day." Coincidentally, she too sought to learn about the night's current state, having just noted the unsettling atmosphere in the courtyard regarding those prior matters. Liliana nodded, glancing at the surrounding maids, who silently withdrew, the last to leave being Megan, who gently closed the door behind her. Has the inkwell vanished? After listening to Liliana's account, Kristoff fell into deep contemplation. Liliana observed that both Kristoff and Florent shared a similar focus. Their conversations bore little distinction, and they swiftly directed their attention to the missing inkwell. "Is there no magic that could cause objects to disappear?" Liliana queried, a question she had also posed to Florent. In her estimation, the art of vanishing items should be quite common in magic. However, Florent informed her that, apart from the elements of thunder and fire, The other elements could only transform into one another, never directly vanish, evoking a sense of dynamic conservation among the elements, save for thunder and fire. It was not entirely implausible. Liliana sensed that the people of this world had yet to grasp the concept of energy. If energy were to be incorporated into the elemental system, perhaps introducing the notions of thermal and electrical energy could elucidate why the thunder and fire elements might vanish, thereby forming a theory of elemental energy conservation. This question did not receive an immediate response, and after approximately half a minute, Christophe remarked, "No one has witnessed it firsthand." His expression was oddly different from the one he bore in the courtyard. A sense of unease washed over Liliana as she inched closer to Christophe, softly calling his name. Christophe snapped back to reality, releasing the cup he had unconsciously gripped tightly in his hand. He had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet this particular one had never crossed his mind. "Impossible, this cannot be," he insisted. The evidence lay in the fact that the summit of the academy had not suffered extensive destruction. Had annihilation truly occurred, Liliana would not have survived. The numerous esteemed heads of the Lancelot family had perished one fateful night at sea under mysterious circumstances, and no conclusions had ever been reached. In those battles, neither the heads of the family nor the accompanying knights or soldiers had returned. Yet, an ancient legend persisted along the coastline. The old dynasty's church believed the sea to be the dwelling place of the demon god, ruling over all magical beasts. Among them, the most malevolent and terrifying was known as Annihilation, a being whose mere touch or gaze could erase all from existence. It arose from the depths of the ocean, and everything it touched or beheld was rendered void and non-existent. It embraced the sun, light falling into its embrace, and it sang a mournful song. Though its voice was swallowed by the silence, it rose, continually ascending, until the sea engulfed the world. These few lines, recorded in the Genesis of the Celsus ballads, had haunted Christophe's dreams for a long time. After the passing of his father and mother, he often dreamt of them walking upon the sea, only to watch helplessly as their figures were slowly engulfed by a vast expanse of darkness rising from the depths. Yet, legends are merely legends, and sails. The demise of the Lancelot family's lords, swallowed by oblivion, is essentially a riddle that eludes understanding. Why would those at the pinnacle of power meet their end so effortlessly, leaving no trace behind? There were others with ulterior motives who seized upon these tales, spreading rumors that the Lancelot family were merely servants of the demonic deity, obediently returning to its side. No one desired to uncover the truth of his father's fate more than Christopher. He meticulously scoured all records regarding the Lancelot family within the Duke's estate, yet found no significant clues worth noting. During his summer inspections, the sea did not reveal the scenes depicted in the ballads, but each expedition further convinced him that ordinary sea monsters could not possibly have caused his father's demise. Perhaps he was overthinking. Christopher compelled himself to refrain from sinking into those memories. Regardless of the legends, annihilation is indiscriminate, vast, and could never be confined to a mere ink bottle. "You do not appear well," Liliana said with concern. "Shall I summon the steward to fetch a healer?" "There's no need," Christopher interjected, firmly grasping Liliana's hand. He lifted his gaze to reveal a faint smile. "In a moment, your knight shall arrive to take you away, and I will be unable to see you for several days while I am away from the capital. So, please, stay with me a little longer." Chapter 41. Christopher must have been contemplating something, Liliana thought anxiously on her way home. However, he said nothing, and her indirect inquiries yielded no answers. Their final moments together were, quite literally, just that, companionship in its simplest form. He took her hand and led her to tour the first floor of the building. Liliana was particularly intrigued by a room filled with the bones of magical beasts, despite the rumors suggesting she had been attacked by such creatures. She had never truly seen one, nor could she fathom the terror of animals so profoundly altered by the abundance of elemental forces. She also noted the differences in vernacular between Sales and Rianoka. For instance, the terminology used for houses in the capital differed. The Snowwhite family seemed to refer to all residences not belonging to the marquises as certain estates, while Christopher's classification was more intricate. He referred to this residence as a villa and mentioned that his family possessed another garden on the outskirts of the capital, suggesting that these two combined represented their estate in the capital. Such closely related, but not entirely synonymous, terms nearly confounded Liliana. "Safe travels," she said as they parted ways. although she was unaware of Christopher's destination or intentions. Upon reflection, she felt somewhat foolish. After all, a man who commanded the winds would surely find favorable breezes wherever he went. She has now come to realize that the information she can glean from Christopher is entirely dependent on what he chooses to disclose. Within certain boundaries, he may speak candidly. However, once those boundaries are crossed, he becomes utterly reticent. One reassuring aspect is that he would not concoct falsehoods to deceive her. Yet, discerning the truth remains challenging due to the scarcity of reliable sources. At present, it can be said that Liliana approaches most of what she hears from Christopher with an attitude of trust. Thus, when she inquires about the whereabouts of the knight, expressing her desire to meet him, Christopher responds that it is impossible, stating that even he cannot gain access to him. Liliana leans towards believing this, as there is little use in doubting, given the current state of affairs. It is unlikely that Christopher will alter his stance and agree to take her to the royal dungeon. Does this mean the lead has come to an end? Sitting in the carriage, Liliana scratches her head, reflecting on the explanation she received from Rella regarding the hybrid. It seems that this knight must be aware of her true identity as a commoner, but the number of individuals privy to this knowledge should be considerable, as her utter lack of magical ability makes it impossible to conceal. Is it because she is a commoner that a death sentence has been placed upon her? This knight, an extreme proponent of bloodline superiority, must believe that her presence in the esteemed position of Lady Snowwhite tarnishes the noble lineage of her family. Yet, how peculiar it is that he, a knight of the royal order, would risk his future, freedom, and even life merely to champion the cause of the Snowwhite family. It is such an absurdity that even within the confines of a narrative, one might criticize the author for such a convoluted plot. Realizing she was digressing, Liliana quickly shook her head. It seems the trail regarding the knight must end here for now. As for Rella, she had to fabricate a response about not recognizing the term "I see" to temporarily deflect her inquiries. Rella had looked at her with palpable anger, as if she were ready to unleash a torrent of frustration for having gone to such lengths only to require a translation of a word that Charlie did not comprehend. Fortunately, the class began shortly thereafter. She must wait a while longer until the fervor surrounding this matter subsides and people's attention shifts elsewhere before she can reveal the truth to Rella. Liliana feels that day is not far off. She has only recently returned to the academy, and everyone has lost interest in her beast-related adventures, their focus now directed towards the upcoming ball. There is also a question that weighs heavily on Liliana's mind. Why would Christopher be willing to marry a false noblewoman, a genuine commoner, as his wife? Previously, she felt it unnecessary to dwell on the logic behind this. It seemed to fit the common narrative trope, a character archetype wherein a false heiress requires a fiancé, while a true heiress would not. Such clichés are rampant. Yet, upon casting aside these thoughts and examining the situation from a realistic perspective, Christopher's attitude towards this engagement appears exceedingly strange, almost submissive to the point of acquiescence. He seems to accept whatever is offered without question. Does he truly need to adhere so closely to the will of the royal family? Between the royal family and Lancelot, who is in need of whom? Who is courting favor with whom? These matters remain unwritten, and Liliana finds it challenging to obtain accurate information from those around her. She can only gauge the situation based on her instincts, which suggests that the relationship between the parties is not entirely unfavorable. The likelihood that the royal family and Kristoff are unaware of Liliana's lack of descent from the Snow-White lineage is slimmer than the chance of the sun failing to rise tomorrow. After all, her inability to sense elements is an undeniable flaw that cannot be concealed. If this engagement is not merely a ploy by the royal family to vex the Lancelot family, then what role does Liliana truly play within it? With gloved fingers, Liliana gently caresses the box containing her gift, recalling the words Kristoff spoke during their second practice of the dance steps, particularly at the climax of the final piece. His sincerity rendered her momentarily speechless, almost as if she were a fish ensnared in the whirlpool hidden behind his gaze. Liliana does not possess the vanity to believe that the original owner's beauty, combined with her own essence, would be sufficient to captivate Kristoff's heart. Genuine affection and sweet words can be feigned, yet the time and energy Kristoff invests in her are tangible. If he merely intended to maintain a superficial engagement, he would not exert himself so. Much like this gift, Liliana carefully opened the box to examine its contents. Kristoff mentioned that it is a customary token according to the customs of sales, a gift for an engaged wife. She is uncertain whether such formalities truly exist in the southern part of the kingdom. Yet he could have easily presented her with any piece of jewelry without incurring any criticism for being dismissive. Conversely, this particular gift seems less suited for a noble lady, and yet she finds herself quite enamored by it. Amidst this joy, Liliana also experiences a sense of trepidation. She has been taught from a young age that all seemingly complimentary gifts come with an unmarked price that will inevitably be demanded at some future moment. What then does Christophe seek to gain from this engagement? From her? This is certainly not a question one can pose directly, or might she uncover the answers? What direction will their engagement ultimately take? Will she be relegated to passively accepting all that transpires, or might she endeavor to exert her own choices within it? The authentic world is inherently complex, chaotic, and elusive, as the true nature of humanity is intricate and ever-changing. Megan observes the subtle shifts in the expression of the young lady seated across from her. The girl ultimately shakes her head, turning her gaze toward the window, where the streetlights filtering through the curtains illuminate her face, making her eyes resemble two flickering flames. Let us discuss this later. She hears the young lady mutter to herself before looking at her. Megan, look over there. The wings of that statue appear translucent once illuminated. Indeed, Megan had not noticed this before. She smiled and replied, "It is beautiful, my lady." Chapter 41, Second Translation, 2. Upon returning home, Liliana felt a sense of relief at not encountering her aunt waiting at the door to drag her off for more dance practice. At the dining table, she spotted Florent, who was simultaneously reading a book and enjoying some fruit. "Good evening, brother," she greeted Florent, prompting the young man to set aside his book and turn his attention to her. During their previous encounter on the city walls, she had been rebuked by Rayla, who accused her of lacking conscience, while insisting that Florent treated her exceptionally well. In truth, her remarks to Rayla had merely been illustrative, employing the names of several men to convey a conventional narrative, not to imply that Florent was unkind to her. As for Christophe, whether he could be deemed a good man in the conventional sense remained a question in Liliana's mind. But there was no doubt in her heart that Florent was indeed a good person. This was an assertion beyond dispute. Rayla remarked that even biological siblings could be indifferent, and although Liliana had no siblings of her own, she felt Rayla's assertion was not exaggerated. She had begun to refer to Florent as brother in both public and private settings. Admittedly, she still felt a slight unease, as she had never had a brother before, and in her family, cousins were always addressed by their names. However, she believed that with time, this would become second nature. What was this? She observed as Florent summoned a maid to bring over a tray, upon which rested a delicate box. The colors of the box and ribbon were understated and elegant, precisely to Liliana's liking. "This is a gift from Miss Edwards to celebrate your recovery," Florent explained, noting Liliana's keen interest as she examined the box closely. Indeed, girls understood each other's preferences better than anyone else. Just as he could not fathom the worries that had plagued Liliana in recent days, Rayla's visit had resolved everything. Let them continue to bond, Florent thought, having finally convinced himself that Liliana and Rayla genuinely cherished one another, and their harmonious rapport was an undeniable reality. He ought to be grateful to the divine for this, rather than contemplating ways to distance them. "Is it Miss Maria Edwards?" Liliana suddenly recalled, the courtier who had brought her the brooch from the palace. Oddly enough, she had never worn that brooch. With the royal family expected to attend the ball, she decided she would don it as a token of respect and gratitude. "Yes," Florent replied. "She had intended to meet you, but was occupied with affairs at the palace and entrusted me with delivering it." "Oh, did you dine together?" Liliana inquired as she seated herself. The maid served her a hot drink, but she waved her hand, indicating she was quite full. "Gossip," Liliana sensed the tantalizing fragrance of intrigue. "Not at all," Florent quickly refuted. "I merely encountered her by chance after escorting you to the academy this morning." "Brother, are you daft? A mere coincidence. And she just happened to have a gift for you?" Liliana glanced down at the packaging, which bore elegantly penned greetings, clearly indicative of careful preparation. Oh, how foolish she had been to think that a man like Florent, so conventional in nature, could possibly harbor feelings for her dear sister. Everyone here had their own lives. No one was orbiting around anyone else. In retrospect, Liliana felt a deep sense of embarrassment. It was her excessive indulgence in trivial literature that led her to stay up late the night before being struck by a dump truck. coincidentally engrossed in a story that bore a striking resemblance to her own circumstances. Those ensnared in rigid thought patterns are often impervious to reason. After all, the notion of traversing realms is inherently implausible. Upon awakening to discover that her original identity was but a fade, and upon further inquiry, realizing that the original's temperament was far from amiable, she swiftly fell into a predictable narrative. Reflecting upon the situation, it became evident that aside from the identity of the original, little else aligned with reality. The Snowwhite family had not persecuted Liliana, nor had they neglected her. If anything, they had indulged her excessively, granting her every whim and even replicating the lady's crown for her amusement. Obsessing over trivial details is indeed counterproductive. Liliana recalled her past folly of attempting to derive a conclusion from a heap of inconsequential data, employing several software programs to ultimately produce a curve with 12 parameters, only to have her resultant work dismissed by her employer as mere academic detritus, unworthy of publication due to the embarrassment of her name being associated with it. Rejecting preconceived notions and wild imaginings, she resolved to learn from her painful experiences should she ever find herself in a similar predicament again. "How has your dance practice been lately?" she heard Florin inquire. "Quite well, as long as Aunt Maxim doesn't constantly wear that expression reminiscent of an elderly subway passenger struggling with a mobile phone. I genuinely believe my dancing has improved. The instructor mentioned we could practice new steps next time." Florent had not attended any of her dance rehearsals, having heard that Aunt Maxim was rather exacting and critical of her performance, uncertain if Liliana could withstand such scrutiny. He only noted that Liliana's appetite had notably increased. After the incident involving Liliana's injury had settled, Florent wrote to his father, expressing a desire for Aunt Maxim to come to the capital to reside with them. On one hand, Aunt Maxim had been suffering from leg pain since last winter, and relocating to the capital for the winter would benefit her health. On the other hand, he felt that many of Liliana's affairs, particularly those concerning Lancelot, were beyond his purview and would be better managed by a female elder. It is commonplace for brothers to oversee their sisters. In some families, fathers who have passed away leave their heirs to take full control of their sisters' marital affairs for the benefit of their estates. Florent, however, found such practices distasteful. Yet, the fact remained that he and Liliana were not blood relatives, and both were of marriageable age, yet unmarried, which made him feel it somewhat peculiar to dictate the boundaries of Liliana's interactions with Lancelot prior to a formal union. In summary, Aunt Maxim was an excellent choice. She had no children of her own, and following her husband's death, the management of the title and estate was bequeathed to her cousin's son as per his will. Not wishing to remain there, she returned to Renoka, residing for many years in a house belonging to the Snowwhite family. Though her temperament was somewhat eccentric, she was well-versed in the various etiquette and capabilities befitting a noblewoman. She could serve as a mentor for the amnesiac Liliana, while Liliana, as a younger relative, could provide companionship to her aunt. She was delicately piercing a piece of fruit with her fork when she heard Florin call her name, prompting her to lift her head in acknowledgement. "Have you not allowed one of your maids to go out lately? Are you concerned about something?" As for Kate's situation, she had assumed that Florin had not mentioned it for several days and that she could manage it on her own. Florent's tendency to scrutinize every detail was perplexing. One could hardly fathom how he would cope with managing such a vast estate in the long run. Noticing the absence of other staff in the dining hall, she pondered what signal Florent had just given for them to leave. "If you're worried she might let something slip, you could simply send her back to Renoka," he suggested. After listening to Liliana's reasoning, Florent remarked that the guard escorting Auntie had yet to depart, and she could accompany them. No, Liliana shook her head in refusal, asserting that she had committed no wrongdoing. Moreover, she had considered delivering a message to Christophe at the palace, and had she not taken that initiative, she might have sustained far graver injuries. She believed she deserved a reward instead of being dismissed. In truth, he had only arrived slightly later than Lancelot. Florent found his emotions tangled. He had rushed to the academy upon receiving news, while Lancelot had the advantage of flight. "Let us proceed with your suggestion," he conceded, recognizing that Liliana's plan was reasonable. However, from his perspective, he would have opted to send that maid away to a secluded house in Renoka, completely severing her connections with any figures from the capital. As for a reward, he thought it sufficient to make her the head maid there, with a salary slightly higher than her current one. Chapter 41. Second translation, 3. Liliana. Just as she speared another piece of fruit, Florent called her name again. Perhaps it was merely her impression, but it seemed that since her injury, the frequency with which Florent uttered her name had markedly increased. You saw nothing at that moment, did you? It appeared he was inquiring about the events on the mountain. Liliana glanced at the hefty tome Florent had just set aside, titled Genesis, a work seemingly akin to the epic of the dual gods, both of which lay beyond her literary comprehension. No, aside from feeling dizzy when I first stood, everything appeared a blur. Liliana reiterated her previous statements to Florent. She had provided ample detail before, but had quickly regained her composure. I wasn't paying attention outside the window, but if there had truly been a significant commotion, I surely would have noticed. She was not lying. She had no reason to deceive him, especially regarding a matter that could threaten her life. Florent gazed into Liliana's eyes, contemplating her sincerity. Upon receiving his father's confidential letter, there was no longer a need to investigate matters concerning the royal second-class knights. It aligned closely with his initial suspicions. Although he agreed with most of his father's viewpoints expressed in the letter, Florent found himself unable to maintain the detached attitude his father exhibited. The confirming facts, though consistent with his conjectures, only added to his frustration, yet there was no utility in being vexed. All he could do now was await the royal family's self-imposed penance. The father has always believed that the marriage contract, personally issued by the emperor, signifies that the Snowwhite family has fulfilled all its obligations and responsibilities towards Liliana. Initially, Florent concurred with this perspective, yet he now contemplates the fact that Liliana is still unmarried, and even while residing in the capital, she continues to share the same surname with him. Thus, even after receiving his father's letter, he remains preoccupied with pondering the cause behind the activation of the Academy's defenses that fateful day. At first, he suspected that the activation was a case of a knight's deceptive ploy, but based on Liliana's and her two maids' descriptions, that does not appear to be the case. The concept of annihilation remains elusive, though it is merely a legend never witnessed by anyone. Each version depicts it as a cataclysmic disaster, leaving no survivors. From another perspective, perhaps the ink bottle did not vanish, but rather relocated elsewhere. Florent fell into silence, his slender fingers gently tapping the poorly translated new edition of Genesis. Compared to the complete disappearance of numerous elements due to annihilation, the trick of making small objects vanish only to reappear elsewhere is commonplace. Such performances can be found in the bustling market, where audacious artisans boast of extraordinary encounters, claiming to have garnered the favor of demonic entities, thus mastering dark magic. Most spectators are merely entertained, yet some may be deceived, including nobles who are eager to achieve certain ends through unconventional means. It is only due to the church's diminished influence, rendered almost powerless to intervene in the kingdom's daily affairs, that such deceit can occur. Centuries ago, those revealing the mastery of fire and lightning elements would have been seized and executed by the church, though even then, there were charlatans who claimed to wield light magic, professing to be reincarnations of divine beings, a ruse still perpetuated today. "Go and rest," he said, observing that the fruits on the plate had been nearly consumed by Liliana. He surmised that she no longer had an appetite, yet due to her strenuous dancing practice over the past few days, she had eaten more fruit than usual. Though it was still too cold, if she grew hungry again, she could indulge in pastries, he thought, casting a glance at Liliana. Good night. After watching her retreating figure, Florent resumed perusing the book. Why did he not retire to the study? It dawned on him, as he endured the poorly edited pages, that he had been sitting here as if waiting specifically for Liliana's return, when Maria's gift could have easily been delivered by a maid. He stood, took the book, and ascended the stairs. Once he departed, the maids and male servants silently commenced their tasks, preparing the various rooms in the hall for the day's end, and arranging for the following day. In the beginning, creation emerged from the void. On the first day, he comprehended creation. On the second day, he grasped the essence of dissolution. On the third day, he began to stroll, thus giving rise to the heavens and the earth. On the fourth day, he commenced to spin, and with each rotation, the heavens and the earth exchanged places. The divine named this transformation time. On the fifth day, the divine continued to revolve, embarking on a journey to explore the heavens and the earth, endlessly reaching out to them, while all creation swirled around him, finding the vastness unsatisfactory. On the sixth day, he manifested the wind, binding the heavens and the earth together. On the seventh day, he brought forth the soil, introducing curves into the previously boundless expanse. On the 8th day, he created wood, as green began to blanket the ground. To avoid relying solely on himself for the sustenance of creation, on the 9th day, he conjured water. On the 9th day, he resolved to create something that would accompany him eternally. Thus he fashioned gold and crafted an unparalleled crown, bestowing it upon the king who governed the earth. On the 10th day, he folded the heavens and the earth, then unfolded them once more. Although nothing had changed, he traversed from one end to the other. Florent cast aside the pristine tome of Genesis borrowed from the Academy, having only perused its latter sections without paying heed to the beginning. The prologue furrowed his brow to such an extent that it could have clutched a sheet of paper. This new edition, in its attempt to flatter the royal family, sacrificed logic, awkwardly appending a line about the crown crafted of gold, given to the king who ruled the earth. Yet, whether in Genesis or other theological texts, the sanctified brother, who had not yet fallen into darkness, was said to have created the Holy Spirit on the 11th day, with humanity being fashioned on the 12th day. How could it be that, before humans even emerged, the demonic had already fashioned a crown for the king? Such a significant theological work had been revised without the church's approval, directly overseen by the Tower of Demons. Taking a deep breath, Florent returned his focus. He felt that his speculations were somewhat unfounded. If someone were adept in dark magic, their means of obtaining such power became irrelevant. What mattered was that this individual could easily disrupt the entire kingdom without needing to lurk in the shadows to harm Liliana or to abscond with her inkpot, triggering the Academy's alarms and summoning the royal knights. Such a convoluted scheme, fraught with potential pitfalls, hardly bore the hallmark of a masterful conspirator or someone wielding formidable magic. Unless, of course, this matter was not aimed at Liliana at all. Leaning back in his chair, he let his fingers weave through his hair, recalling how his aunt used to frighten him by saying that his uncle always combed his hair back, resulting in his current baldness. He chuckled briefly before quickly returning to a solemn demeanor. Could it merely be a warning? The Capital Academy, once the site of the sacred cathedral, stands in close proximity to both the royal palace and the Tower of Magic, rendering it a place of great significance. Florent gazed out the window. Tonight, with neither rain nor wind, it was a tranquil autumn evening. Chapter 42. The Sophisticated Spectator. 1. Liliana never anticipated that she would be summoned by His Royal Highness after class. However, as her next lesson was an art appreciation class attended solely by herself, she took the liberty of inviting the prince to accompany her, deeming it rather impolite to leave the instructor waiting alone. It had been nearly 2 weeks since she returned to the Capital Academy, and her life had been a whirlwind of activity, which she found quite satisfying. Yet, there were aspects that left much to be desired. She and Rila had not conversed for over 10 days, and she had yet to find an opportunity to visit her dormitory to hear the secret that had been promised atop the city wall. She was genuinely eager to uncover what the pangolin had to share. However, the difficulty of the dance steps introduced this week had risen sharply, and she stumbled considerably during practice. Her aunt was quite watchful, and, as a struggling learner, she felt embarrassed to request a break. Nonetheless, there were advantages to her busy schedule. She now slept remarkably well. Her limbs felt foreign from the rigorous practice, and she would fall into slumber the moment her head touched the pillow. After the ball, Liliana pondered whether her aunt might be willing to teach her to ride horses. She believed that with the elder's determination, she could surely remedy her tendency to cling to the horse's neck. His Royal Highness did not stand on ceremony with Liliana. Upon her invitation, he cheerfully accompanied her towards the classroom. He exhibited none of the airs one might expect from royalty, and although their encounters at the academy had been infrequent, he was always in high spirits when she did see him. Moreover, the prince's smile was entirely distinct from the ceremonial grin of Christopher. His golden locks seemed to radiate sunlight, and his cerulean eyes sparkled with joy. One could not discern the source of his delight, yet it was effortless to join in his merriment. To describe him, albeit somewhat irreverently, yet aptly, Liliana felt the prince resembled the foolish son of a landlord. Initially, she adhered to the narrative conventions, believing that the most esteemed suitor would most likely be paired with the heroine. However, she soon realized that Rila harbored a strong aversion to him, fleeing at every encounter. Setting aside those so-called conventions, Liliana comprehended completely why Rila held no fondness for the prince. The prince exuded an aura of blissful ignorance regarding the hardships of the world, which, frankly, did not align with Liliana's expectations of crown prince. Even when comparing him to Flant and Christopher, who were both heirs, the prince seemed excessively naive. Of course, being merely 17, he was of the same age as herself, while Flant had yet to reach 20. Although she had never witnessed Flant at 17, Liliana believed that 2 or 3 years was insufficient for transformative change, unless extraordinary circumstances had dramatically altered his environment. Perhaps His Highness shared a common language with Joseph. Liliana recalled the letter she received from Joseph a few days prior. Despite the letter brimming with indifference, she hastily prepared the belated birthday gift. Joseph's birthday coincided with the day of the Marchioness's passing, which led Liliana to surmise that the household would not celebrate him with great fanfare. This year, given the royal knight's attack she had endured, it was likely that Flant had forgotten to extend his birthday wishes to his brother. As expected, Flant had indeed overlooked it, but he had since compensated with a gift and even prepared one for Liliana as well. Thus, Joseph's discontent stemmed not from a lack of presents, but rather from the absence of any mention of his birthday in Liliana's latest correspondence. Or perhaps he had deduced that the 2 gifts sent together were, in fact, from their brother. After exchanging several letters, Liliana became convinced that correspondence, akin to online chatting, inherently allows one to unveil traits that do not exist in reality. For instance, Joseph's letters, infused with a distinctly playful tone, belied the temperament of a rather irritable adolescent. "I understand, Your Highness," Liliana nodded. "Did Christophe obtain a special permit from you?" "Ah, no need for formalities," the crown prince replied, "whenever Christophe addresses me with such reverence. It unnerves me." With a gentle wave, the crown prince continued, "Indeed, since he was reluctant to compete with me, I proposed that if I were to lose the match, I would grant him that item." "Your Highness," Liliana exclaimed in astonishment, "how could you so readily relinquish something of great importance to another? Christophe is not just anyone." The crown prince countered, "Besides, it is merely a trinket." He tilted his head, adding, "In any case," he stated that he would return it to me on the day I surpass him, which, I confess, is not imminent. However, I require it now. Might you assist me?" "How may I assist you?" Liliana inquired, perplexed. He wouldn't expect me to request the item from Christophe, would he? "Christophe holds you in high regard," the crown prince asserted earnestly. "If you speak with him, he is likely to oblige." How did he arrive at such a nonsensical conclusion? Liliana mused. Yet she found herself at the classroom door. Regret washed over her, for the day's lesson was on jewelry design, a subject that clearly would not pique the crown prince's interest. To her surprise, he appeared more engaged than she was, correcting several teachers on the current ownership of renowned royal jewels. "The kiss of the rose is not in possession of my royal sister," he stated knowledgeably. Indeed, it was a cherished treasure of his family. The other details were accurate. The brooch was originally designed by their great-grandmother, with the rose motif etched by their great-grandfather using magic, making it the late matriarch's favorite piece. The jeweler, embarrassed by such a blatant correction, bowed and apologized. "I was mistaken, for it was rumored that Her Majesty intended to bestow this most treasured brooch upon the next princess of the royal family, leading me to believe it now belonged to Princess Mary." Indeed, father had contemplated such a plan. The crown prince spoke halfway, perhaps realizing that it was a domestic matter, and thus concluded his remarks succinctly. The princess, who had a peculiar disposition, did not favor jewelry and therefore declined the offer. Over the past few days of observing various titled young ladies at the academy, aside from Rella, Liliana had yet to encounter a girl utterly disinterested in jewelry. With the ball approaching, conversations revolved around gowns and shoes, and even Liliana, who previously knew little about the capital's shops, could now name a few of the most popular jewelry stores. The teacher was quite loquacious. Initially, Liliana expected him to showcase images of renowned jewels, but instead, the lesson was filled with tales and anecdotes. The session concluded with a model trying on several pieces of jewelry that he had designed himself, which turned out to be rather engaging, aided by the crown prince's enthusiastic support. Chapter 42. The Sophisticated Spectator, 2. After class, upholding the manners of gentlemen, the crown prince offered to escort Liliana back to her carriage. As they walked, he suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh, I forgot. I actually came to see you. Asking for your help was merely incidental." "Ah." Liliana was momentarily taken aback and then chuckled awkwardly. "Well, we did attend a class together, So I suppose that counts as a visit. No, I mean it. I know exactly what happened, he said, leaning closer. Liliana instinctively took a small step back, creating distance from the exuberant prince. Hearing this, she nervously glanced around, relieved that no one was nearby. I want to see you before. But Lord Snowwhite forbade me from coming. He was upset with us. The sentiment felt unjust. The heir to the throne appeared unfazed. Despite being dismissed by the son of a marquis, Liliana pondered for a moment, considering the implications of the crown prince frequently playing with Christopher. Goodness, might Christopher one day trick him into a drilling expedition at sea in sails? Was it possible that he was a more skilled actor than she anticipated? Liliana felt a flutter of anxiety within her. Well, Your Highness, I'm quite well now, she replied, spreading her hands. I've been back to classes for over 10 days. But I see that you still have an injury on your wrist. The crown prince pointed her arm, concealed by her sleeve. Liliana had been wearing long sleeves for days. Did he notice the slight lifting of her sleeve when she donned that intricate bracelet during class? It was merely a scar that had yet to fully heal. Automatically, she touched the scar through her sleeve. It no longer pained her, so it was of little concern. A scar, is it? Then try this. Liliana watched in confusion as the crown prince rummaged through her splendid attire and produced a small vial, presenting it to her. This is specially made by the royal healer. It's very effective, and you won't find it elsewhere. My scar isn't like others. Just applying some healing balm, won't restore it to its original state. The crown prince flashed a smile at Liliana. Yet I always seem to inflict wounds upon myself. My mother sought many individuals to concoct this remedy, which I carry with me at all times. While I cannot entirely eliminate the marks, they are less conspicuous now. As he spoke, the crown prince rolled up a portion of his sleeve, revealing large patches on his arm that could more aptly be termed imprints. The difference in hue from his natural skin was minimal, with distinct lines apparent at the edges. Hey, don't wear that expression. Practicing magic inevitably incurs injuries. After adjusting his sleeve back to its original state, the crown prince tilted his head. If Chris were to remove his shirt in front of you, would you faint? Your Highness, Liliana raised an eyebrow. Is such a remark appropriate to share with a lady? If she weren't someone well-versed in the myriad of experiences found across various realms, her cheeks will be flushed enough to fry an egg. I advise you to choose your words more carefully. Do not be shy. I estimate that by next year, you'll be wed. The youth seemed entirely unperturbed by the implications of his words, continuing with enthusiasm. Ah, how delightful. You needn't worry about selecting a dance partner. Must your Highness truly concern himself with such matters? Liliana chuckled. With a long sigh and a hint of sorrow in his eyes, the crown prince replied. The lady I wish to invite has informed me that she already has a partner. He must be referring to Rella, who indeed has chosen Cloraine as her dance companion. Liliana believed Rella was making the right choice. Dancing with the crown prince could lead to an unexpected throw if he continued to speak so freely. Amidst the vast expanse of the world, how could there be only one flower? Liliana decided to feign ignorance, convinced that many beautiful maidens awaited the prince's invitation at the academy. Indeed, thus I have already accepted Elena Carl's invitation. Liliana was taken aback as the crown prince's melancholy dissipated in less than 3 seconds. She is quite an interesting girl. So you may inform your friend that she need not meet me to flee. He was aware of Rella's amicable relationship with her, wasn't he? Truth be told, Liliana found conversing with the crown prince less effortless than she had envisioned. Amidst their casual exchanges, he occasionally dropped remarks that made her feel as though he was privy to all her thoughts. It was a rare day of splendid weather, and perhaps due to her long absence from the outside world, Liliana struggled to recall the last time she beheld such a beautiful sunset. After bidding farewell to His Highness and promising to discuss the matter of special permission with Kristoff upon their next encounter, she departed from the Capital Academy in a carriage. Meanwhile, a lavishly adorned carriage came to a halt before the palace gates. The occupant wore a broad smile as he strode confidently past the numerous guards, heading directly toward the palace where the Empress conducted her daily affairs. Along the way, he noted his attendants and guards pausing to offer respectful greetings, which greatly pleased him. The setting sun cascaded down the high steps like molten gold. The man lifted his gaze to behold a woman approaching him with measured grace. He furrowed his brow momentarily, only to reveal a more radiant smile, gently opening his arms towards her. Your Highness Andrew, Maria Edwards halted a few steps away from the man, ensuring he could not reach her. With her eyes downcast and a polite tone, she conveyed, "The Empress Dowager has been unwell of late and is not receiving guests." "Maria, this is rather dreary." Prince Andrew, the second child of the reigning emperor and empress, and the heir apparent, took a step closer. Maria's eyes flickered up for an instant. She pressed her lips together, refusing to retreat. "Am I not a guest to my great-grandmother?" "Your Highness," Maria maintained her calm demeanor. "I have informed you that the Empress Dowager wishes for you to continue your period of reflection at home as per the sovereign's wishes, to gain their forgiveness soon. But I've been obediently confined at home for over a month now. I have never been so compliant." Maria, the golden-haired, azure-eyed man, feigned innocence. "I have missed so many intriguing happenings in the capital, like the plight of that beauty from the Snow-White family, truly heart-wrenching. I have yet to even meet the delicate Snow-White. Do not be so rigid. Tell my great-grandmother that I am aware of my mistakes and that I long to see her. Surely, that cannot be a crime?" The man took another step forward, and Maria nimbly retreated, evading his hand reaching for her waist. She stood her ground, still composed. "Then please wait here for a moment, Your Highness. Do not disappoint me." "Dear." Watching Maria's retreating figure, the man brushed his long hair back from his shoulders, his murmured tones still filled with affection, yet his smile faded, replaced by mockery and arrogance. He savored his final words slowly, like a horse chewing the last tasteless mouthful of hay in the trough, lamenting, "I can only rely on you now." Chapter 42. The Elevated Spectator 3. In recent days, the Empress Dowager had been sighing frequently. It seems that with age, one is prone to such reflections, as memories long thought faded suddenly sharpen with unsettling clarity, reminiscent of a long overdue chime echoing, illuminating the interconnections of cause and effect in the already dimmed vision of age. "Let him return," she said after a moment of silence to the maid waiting for her response. "Just tell him I have fallen asleep, or devise a reason yourself. Do not let him linger in the palace until nightfall. If his father finds out, it will only incite further ire." "Understood." Maria anticipated this response. Rising from beside the Empress Dowager's bed, she softly instructed the other maids to close some windows of the palace before the evening breeze stirred. The elder watched the young woman depart, sighing once more, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet, the regrets she harbors throughout her life are far too numerous, rendering her feelings for the girl akin to a mere speck of dust lost in an expansive ocean, causing a fleeting discomfort when it brushes against her eyes. And then it is but a momentary pang. Intrigued less often, she always appears weary whenever I wish to see her. Upon hearing Maria's announcement, Andrew Prince's smile flickered for an instant. He fell silent for a moment, then continued in that gentle tone, "Maria, do think of another way for me. The Empress Dowager holds you in great affection. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager falls ill every autumn. It has become an old affliction. Otherwise, there would not be so many healers in the palace at this time." Maria replied with the decorum befitting a maidservant. As the sun set, "The Empress Dowager expressed concern for your health. I implore you to return to the residence for rest." The man chuckled softly, casting a glance at his newly crafted leather boots, before hastening up the steps towards Maria. This time, he moved swiftly, seizing her wrist with force, drawing her closer to him, compelling her to stand before him. "Pray tell, with your monotonous recitation of rules and lack of any flexibility, who would find you captivating?" Andrew's tone remained warm and intimate, reminiscent of a long-lost lover's tender whispers. The waning sunlight reflected in his sea-like eyes, suffusing them with an even deeper affection. "To possess a face that is merely tolerable, one that could serve as a mere doll within a household, at the very least, would not irk me. Yet you lack even this basic attribute, and still, you flaunt your pride? Please release me." Maria lifted her gaze, enunciating each word clearly. "Release me, Prince Andrew. You have no right to treat me in such a manner." "Huh, I have no power." "Indeed, all power belongs to Charlotte. From his birth, everything has been his, and no one dares to contest him." "You do not mean that, do you? You imply that only the old lady lying within can treat you thus, correct?" The man did not relinquish his grip. Instead, he leaned closer to her. "Maria Edwards, do you truly believe that old woman holds you in high regard?" His eyes sparkled with mirth. "I am the very scoundrel they wish did not exist. All the nobility of the kingdom knows me well. Yet, she insists on uniting us, stubbornly urging me to wed you, Edwards. Ask yourself, if she genuinely regarded you as family, why would she push you into the flames?" The old woman perceives me as an irredeemable mad dog, fearing that one day I might inadvertently bite her beloved grandson, tarnishing his resplendent throne. And you, Edwards, are merely a sturdy leash in her eyes. She wishes to tether me to you, while how I treat you is of no concern to her. I feel a sense of injustice on your behalf, dear. Aside from your somewhat unappealing appearance, you have committed no fault. Do not think me overly harsh. You women scrutinize our status, lineage, capabilities, and wealth. In comparison, we merely require you to possess a pleasing visage, and that is already quite generous. Feeling the woman's struggle, Andrew exerted a slight force. Oh, so you intend to confront me with ice? Is this what Florence Snowwhite has taught you? He nearly forgot her affection for him. How she could not bear to hear a single disparaging remark made against him, willingly remaining by the side of the old woman, enduring her torment, initially hoping she might whimsically grant her the title of goddaughter, thus elevating her status to that of a marchioness. After a fleeting moment of freezing her hand, Andrew extended his other hand, effortlessly grasping the woman's chin, compelling her to look up at him. You see, that old woman is utterly oblivious to your widely known ulterior motives. He leaned closer to Maria's ear, whispering, "Stop deceiving yourself. Does she not know? She is fully aware and unwilling to aid you. Not only is she reluctant, but remember, she is the true architect of your misfortunes. Do you think Florence Snowwhite would desire what I have no use for? Oh dear, Edwards, please do not fall ill as well. My great-grandmother still requires your care." Suddenly releasing his grip, Andrew Prince looked down from his lofty position as the woman crumpled helplessly onto the steps from her previous struggle. Well then, since my great-grandmother is still unwell, let her focus on regaining her health. The man brushed off his impeccably neat attire, restoring his cheerful demeanor. Tell my great-grandmother I shall return tomorrow. Maria felt herself trembling as the guards on either side of the steps and the maidens standing above silently witnessed the entire scene. Yet they did nothing and said nothing. Having roamed the palace for so long, Maria sometimes found it difficult to distinguish between statues and living beings, just as now. She could not differentiate between pain and numbness. She pressed her hands against the ground, rising to her feet, inhaling deeply to compose herself as she began to tidy her disheveled hair. The wind swept through her upright figure and the tearless cheeks, while she carefully concealed her emotions. Yet, at such close quarters, the freckles scattered across her face and the slight unevenness were still visible. She breathed deeply once more, slowly exhaling, her gaze directed towards the sky, where the moon hung faintly amidst the lingering embers. From a moment, the Empress Dowager suggested she find an excuse. Maria had foreseen the inevitable outcome. She turned away, gracefully lifting her skirt as she walked towards the palace behind her. You are correct. I invited you. Indeed. I do feel remorse for those matters. In the wind, she recalled another's voice. Had I known your refusal that first year was due to the Empress Dowager insisting you be that insufferable dance partner, had I known that scoundrel would abandon you alone at the academy before the performance, I would have waited at the door to deliver a sound thrashing. Had I known the Empress Dowager would still bring up your engagement to that rogue at last year's banquet, I would not have returned to Rianoka so soon. I would have made him regret the very moment he spoke so insolently, with blood streaming from him. These thoughts enveloped Maria's heart, steeped in a bittersweet mixture of warmth and acidity, akin to sugar-infused liquid regret. Flant harbors no affection for her, not even the slightest hint of romantic sentiment. He merely possesses an instinctual desire to safeguard all that pertains to him. She exists solely as a childhood companion of Flant, a mere fragment of his entirety. Maria comprehends this reality and despises herself for occasionally contemplating the possibility of exploiting it. Consequently, the gentleness and pity with which Flant treats her only serve to magnify the sorrow reflected in his crimson gaze. She is acutely aware of her unworthiness, yet she finds herself irresistibly drawn to him whenever he is near. His voice, his visage, and all that is associated with him evoke the last vestige of sweetness amidst the bitter years. Reminiscent of the magnificent glaciers she once beheld during her childhood in her homeland, seated beside him in a carriage, the girl extended her finger, delicately brushing the corner of her eye, as if to sweep away a snowflake that had fallen there after years of drifting through the air. Chapter 43. Special Permission. 1. Have you found someone to learn dancing with? After the first class of Earth element lessons, Rella observed Crawley conversing with Professor Wood about the recent teaching content from distance. Liliana approached Rella, inquiring about her weekend plans, her eyes widening in surprise. I thought you had no interest. If you had mentioned it earlier, we could have learned together. Ahem. Rella nudged Liliana's waist with her elbow, urging her to lower her voice. I just feel that Crawley has always been the one helping me. It doesn't seem fair. Rella harbored no interest in dancing. The realm of art was not within her life as purview. To put it plainly, she might catch snippets of the school street performances as she passed by. But one should not expect her to stop, engrossed, waving her phone like others in a moment of nostalgia. However, after Crawley had agreed to be her dance partner, Rella returned to her dormitory, contemplating while magically tidying her attire. She realized that accepting Crawley's assistance without reciprocation felt quite unjust. Yet, given Crawley's stature, Rella felt incapable of offering him anything in return. She certainly could not first incapacitate him to rummage through his ailments and discreetly remedy them. After much thought, Rella concluded that, while she may not grasp much else, accompanying her dance partner should be viewed as an obligation. Thus, she ought to invest some time in learning to dance. In her pursuit of knowledge, Rella had grown accustomed to sourcing free materials for study, relishing the joy of acquiring knowledge that felt like a gain against the cost of a training course. Thus, she set off with determination to the Kaleidoscope Library, searching high and low, and upon the librarian's recommendation, borrowed several books on dance to return to her dormitory. The conclusion of her studies was that videos represent a remarkable human invention, serving as a vital conduit for the dissemination of knowledge. Some concepts cannot be adequately conveyed through mere text or static illustrations. Seeking Crawley's help would only complicate matters further. Enlisting Liliana's assistance would undoubtedly lead her to the grand estate of Snow White's family, a connection Rella wished to avoid. Liliana remarked that the possessions of the Snow White family rightfully belonged to her, a statement that Rella was reluctant to acknowledge. Indeed, her lifelong efforts could scarcely amass even a fraction of what a family with a century-long legacy possessed, and she was in dire need of funds to pursue her various aspirations. However, she was not entirely selfless. She cherished the freedom that came with her identity as Rayla Green, a freedom rooted in her status as an orphan commoner. The adage to eat the soft food of others is to be indebted resonated within her, and accepting too much from that realm, even through Liliana's hands, made her feel as though she would lose the conviction to declare, I do not wish to fulfill the duties of a daughter of the Snow White family, nor those of a noble young lady. I seek to be myself. What would the original Rayla Green's attitude be toward this? Occasionally, Rayla pondered such matters, yet she remained unfamiliar with her predecessor, as the inhabitants of the orphanage knew little about her. The original owner had left her nothing but this body and an inexplicable gift for light magic. In light of this, Rayla resolved to act according to her own inclinations, and should she later discover any desires or goals left by the original owner, she would then contemplate her choices. Ultimately, the list of potential allies was amended to exclude the two individuals closest to Rayla at the academy. After some reflection, she sincerely approached Elena Carl, sharing her predicament. Oh, not a problem at all. Though time is limited, you will certainly grasp the basic dance steps, Elena responded cheerfully upon seeing Rayla seek her out. As the young girl circled around Rayla, she exclaimed, You are simply too tall for me to lead you in the male steps. But fear not, I have a solution. Thus, during the subsequent afternoons, not only was Liliana subjected to Aunt Maxim's rigorous training at home, but Rayla, under Elena's guidance, also practiced dancing with her friend Marabella Dog in an empty classroom. Who could have imagined that the two girls who once scorned her unkempt hair at the start of school would now be engaged in this endeavor, one calmly directing from the side while the other, brow furrowed, incessantly urged her to dance. I must say, your hair could use a wash. I can have my maid attend to it, Marabella insisted, her concern still evident. Oh, Elena, I absolutely detest you for making me do this. Watch your step. My shoes are new and quite expensive. You need not worry about her. If she is unwilling, no one can compel her to participate. She simply adores playing the role of teacher, Elena remarked, humming a melody to assist them. The gentle song echoed in the classroom, which was occupied solely by the three girls and a few maids. No, you both made mistakes. Let us start over. Why don't you attempt the male steps and see how it goes? She added, already assuming the role of the Crown Prince's dance partner. Although Marabella's tone was laced with sarcasm, She nonetheless stepped back, following Elena's instructions to initiate the gesture of inviting Rayla to dance, pondering what it would be like should she eventually become the crown princess. "Wait, you mean to say you danced with that fellow?" Rayla inquired, her movements somewhat stiff as she cast a sympathetic glance toward Elena. These young ladies possess a certain charm, and although they are all pampered noble women, Rella finds her perspective on the students at the Capital Academy undergoing a transformation. "Well, your dress and shoes are still in the midst of intricate detailing, making it impossible to try them on this weekend. However, they assure that they will be ready in time." Liliana felt a twinge of disappointment when Rella mentioned her recent dance lessons with other girls, as she had not sought out her company, but rather that of others. Leaning closer, she reminded Rella, "I still recall you had something to share with me. Will you be able to come to school this weekend?" Rella inquired. I cannot. Kristoff has been away from the capital and will only return this weekend to practice the new pieces with me. Aunt Maxim will never allow me to go out to play at such a time," Liliana explained, revealing her initial plan for Rella to visit her home. Feeling overwhelmed with busyness lately, Rella gently brushed her fingers against the scar on Liliana's arm through the fabric of her sleeve, noting that it was not an urgent matter and could wait until the hectic period subsided. Though not pressing, it was a conversation that needed to be held privately. Liliana pondered what secret Rella wished to divulge. As they awaited their class, she discreetly showcased the gift Kristoff had bestowed upon her last time, and indeed, Rella expressed great interest in it. Rella's greatest regret was not selecting the course Magical Auxiliary Device Design, understanding magical, or, as its schedule conflicted with elemental sensory enhancement. After more than a month of classes, Rella concluded that the latter was rather futile, while the former constituted the very foundation of magical craftsmanship in the kingdom. "Let us find a time to conduct experiments with it," Rella suggested after Liliana elaborated on its principles, indicating that she should keep the device safe. "I find it rather perilous as you describe it. Do not misuse it." "Of course, even if I wished to, I could not activate the magical or within," Liliana replied. She hoped that by showing Rella the device, they could find a moment to test it together and see if Rella could activate the magical or in what effects might ensue. In summary, both girls' weekends were intricately linked to dance. Rella's lessons were considerably shorter, as she intended to master only the most fundamental aspects to avoid standing idly in the dance hall. After Rella completed the tune hummed by Elena for the third time with relative fluidity, Marbella released Rella's hand, declaring the lesson concluded. Rella did not insist on continuing. Having grasped the basics, she felt capable of practicing alone. Thus, in the woods beyond the academy's boundaries, after completing her routine magical exercises for the weekend, Rella began to tread lightly upon the carpet of fallen leaves, gracefully spinning in accordance with the steps etched in her memory. Her melodic humming gradually quickened, slightly off-key. Yet the girl remained oblivious to this fact. A light sheen of sweat glistened on her brow as she finally steadied herself, revealing a smile of contentment. Unbeknownst to Rella, a solitary figure perched upon a tall, evergreen tree nearby silently observed her every movement, absorbing it all with keen eyes. The ignorant yet audacious bird alighted upon him, mistaking him for a rather peculiar branch, albeit one that radiated warmth far exceeding that found elsewhere, pecking affectionately at the sweet berries that dangled from the boughs above his head. For 3 years, this secluded grove had been the refuge chosen by Crowell. Strictly speaking, it was Rilla who was the intruder in this small, tranquil woodland. Chapter 43. Special Permission 2. It was not until the afternoon of the dusky day that a message was relayed to Liliana, confirming that Kristoff would indeed be visiting that evening. Liliana exhaled in relief. Practice sessions devoid of Kristoff's presence were far more stringent, as he would often assert. "Let us call it a day," whereas she would retort that it was not so simple, for her aunt would glare and impose an additional 2 hours. During Kristoff's absence over the past few days, to say that she eagerly awaited his return felt somewhat exaggerated, yet thoughts of where he might be, what he was occupied with, and when he would come back had incessantly swirled in her mind. "Indeed, I possess an item acquired from His Highness." After dinner, with practice still some time away, the servants busied themselves with preparations while Kristoff seized the moment to stroll with Liliana in the courtyard. He had grown quite familiar with this garden. "He actually came looking for you? That was unexpected," he remarked. Liliana nodded. "He mentioned it would be useful and wished to borrow it. Has that item now become your possession?" Liliana pondered aloud, feeling somewhat peculiar as she relayed the conversation. "Before His Highness can defeat you, You truly shan't return to him? Every demand was initiated by him. Kristoff replied innocently. He pursued me, insisting that we compete. I have merely acquiesced throughout. When the day arrives that you sell him off for labor in the mines, that too will likely be a product of your compromises. Liliana sighed internally, then inquired, so do you agree or disagree? I disagree. He must learn a lesson. If certain things hold great significance for him, they ought not to be relinquished so easily. Otherwise, I would not have consented to a duel with him. Kristoff displayed no hesitation, asserting His Highness possesses a childlike disposition. Today, in his eagerness for a straightforward contest, he may gamble a city tomorrow on a whim, which would be detrimental to the realm. It was a wholly irrefutable rationale, reminiscent of an elder brother attempting to discipline his mischievous younger sibling. Liliana mused, realizing that her role as a sister-in-law had been skewed by Kristoff's assumption that their future children would naturally reside in sales. As an outsider, she deemed it prudent to refrain from meddling. What precisely is this permission? For the Crown Prince had not articulated his intentions clearly that day, leaving Liliana somewhat bewildered. Were they discussing a tangible object? This is it. Kristoff removed a ring from his left thumb and gestured for Liliana to extend her hand, subsequently placing it upon her right hand's ring finger. Upon hearing a faint rustle, Liliana curiously observed as the ring, a signet, adjusted itself to perfectly encircle her ring finger. However, the gold-red gemstone set within the band appeared decidedly incongruous with the ring itself. Truth be told, it was not an aesthetically pleasing piece of jewelry. This special permit, allowing the use of magic within the confines of the Capital Academy, meant that wearing it would not trigger the alarms set by the magic tower. Kristoff elucidated that he had acquired it with the knowledge of His Majesty, to serve as a restraint upon the prince, preventing him from acting too freely beyond the palace walls. How splendid it would have been to possess such an item at that moment. The knight, no matter how many mouths he had, could never have laid the blame for triggering the alarms at her feet. Do you desire it? Kristoff inquired, noting the glint of interest in Liliana's gaze. She could not hide her thoughts. Her eyes reflected her desires, her curiosity, and her aspirations, even if her lips remained sealed. I am no magician. Possessing it would serve no purpose. If I were to misplace it, it could lead to peril, Liliana replied, reluctantly removing the special permit from her finger. Moreover, if the prince were to discover that you had gifted it to me, he would undoubtedly pester me until I returned it to him. My resolve is not as steadfast as yours. Then take it as an opportunity to strengthen your will to refuse, Kristoff suggested, surprising Liliana with his response. Given the multitude of companions surrounding you, parting with it would be quite the challenge. What if I falter and end up returning it to the prince? Liliana's eyes widened in concern. Then it would be a failed exercise. You shall have to seek another opportunity to practice, Kristoff replied nonchalantly. I too am curious. The prince possesses quite the repertoire of persuasive tactics. How long do you think you can withstand his charms? Do not underestimate me. My resolve is not so easily swayed, Liliana retorted, placing the ring back upon her finger with determination, waving her hand before Kristoff as a sign of her acceptance of the challenge. Lady, His Grace the Duke, came a gentle announcement from behind, as Megan informed them that all preparations were complete and invited them to follow her. More practice awaits, Liliana sighed, unable to suppress her exasperation. She secretly hoped her aunt would refrain from observing today. She felt she performed better when her aunt was absent, though the reality was that without her presence, her minor missteps went unaddressed. Would you like me to request Lady Novak to refrain from interrupting our rare time together? Kristoff asked, observing the girl resting her hand on his arm with a knowing smile. The expression in her eyes clearly indicated her wish. It seemed that during Kristoff's brief sojourn in cells, his fiancée, he had endured considerable hardship. If I fulfill your request, will I be rewarded? He inquired, leaning closer to Liliana. This was a strategy suggested by that gentleman, who firmly believed that affectionate gestures, slightly beyond the bounds of propriety, could enhance the bond between betrothed couples. Yet, one must consider the individual. Interpret it as you would your most adept venture, where risks and rewards are intertwined. Sven, ever the gentleman, remembered to add a disclaimer. Should you find yourself receiving a slap from your esteemed lady, do not hold me accountable. Upon returning this time, Aside from listening to the nightly order report on how they had tidied up the islands that were ravaged by the sea-beast sudden assault and observing the agricultural charity efforts of the Earth Mages from Millide on those barren rocky islets, Kristoff primarily spent his time absorbing the earnest counsel of his childhood companion, Sven Rydier, who regaled him with tales of his marital bliss. Although my beloved left a mark on my face with her nails before my departure, I'm certain of her love for me. In the past, Sven had relished boasting about his wife before Kristoff, particularly during the period before his engagement to Liliana. Back then, Kristoff found Sven's incessant prattle tedious, perceiving his remarks as trivial, believing that interactions with his spouse bore no significant distinction from those with others, perhaps even simpler, as marriage transformed two individuals into a joint entity, alleviating many considerations. However, upon revisiting these stories, Kristoff found them far more amusing. For instance, when Sven recounted how his wife inexplicably grew angry with him, and after much inquiry, he discovered it was due to his failure to remove his socks before bed for 3 consecutive nights, a matter his wife had repeatedly emphasized. Kristoff recalled Liliana's recent unwillingness to see him, noting that she had not imposed any demands upon him, thus eliminating the possibility of forgetting to comply. Chapter 43. Special Permission 3. More significantly, this marked the 3rd year of Sven's marriage, and Kristoff had anticipated that the novelty of their changed lives would have faded by now. Yet, Sven seemed undeterred in his desire to boast, eagerly informing Kristoff at their farewell that he would teach him the art of argumentation at their next meeting, assuring him of victory, though he would leave Kristoff to endure a few nights alone thereafter. Auntie appeared quite amiable, imposing a stricter demeanor, evidently. His fiancée, he was not the type to be easily swayed, yet she remained unperturbed. Ultimately, Annie was dismissed as Liliana emerged, donned in her dancing gown, leaving Kristoff waiting alone on the sofa she often occupied. Liliana found herself in a quandary. Kristoff had just expressed a desire to reward her, and she hoped she had not misinterpreted his intentions. Surely, it was of that nature. The musicians were ready, and the maids withdrew to the walls. The crystal chandelier, illuminated by numerous magical stones, gleamed resplendently. The first waltz of the evening awaited only the signal from the couples in the center of the dance floor. Hesitating, Liliana eventually inquired, "What kind of reward do you desire?" Indeed, she had not misinterpreted. She was no fool, and his gaze could not possibly suggest a request for her to assist with the household accounts. Lowering her head, she sought to correct her habit of gazing at her feet. The voluminous skirts chosen by Auntie in recent days rendered her unable to see where her feet were positioned, the back of her gown resembling a grand mop. Kristoff smiled as he gazed at Liliana, longing for a kiss, the kind of kiss bestowed by a mother upon her son before he departs for battle and upon his return. This moment was his earliest impression of marriage, even though his journey back to Sales was not to the battlefield. He had merely listened to the knights recount their routine efforts to tidy the garden, which the sea beasts annually ravaged. Among the remnants left behind by fleeing foreigners, he reluctantly collected various items, while also gathering the remains of the unfortunate, posting notices in hopes that someone might claim them. In such circumstances, what reward could she possibly give? Liliana mused. It would amount to nothing more than a kiss, and any affection beyond that seemed impossible. Kissing the forehead, the cheeks, the bridge of the nose, and the lips, truth be told, these gestures held little significance for her. A modern woman could hardly believe that a mere brush of lips against a man's skin meant she belonged to him for life. Kristoff, after all, kissed the back of her hand daily. According to local customs, elder women greeted younger ones with a kiss on the cheek. Even Aunt Maxim, despite her dissatisfaction with Liliana's dancing, would insist on a cheek-to-cheek greeting, chiding her with a finger poke to the forehead in her frustration. Yet, she did not immediately fulfill Kristoff's expectation. What boundaries should they maintain during their engagement? Until when would this engagement last? If it were never dissolved, would she truly have to marry him? If they called it off, would they then become like strangers, never to disturb one another again? These were questions Liliana had yet to resolve, ultimately returning her to the initial query. What did Kristoff Lancelot truly seek from this perplexing engagement? Yet, she recalled Rilla's words. "I just feel that it has always been Clowell helping me, and that doesn't seem fair." Perhaps Kristoff felt similarly. His companionship during her injuries, his support in her dance practice, his gifts, and even his initial act of saving her life could all be viewed as obligations stemming from their engagement. However, This engagement was a shared responsibility, and since their first meeting, she had not done anything particularly special for Christophe. If the title of fiancé were regarded as a role, Christophe's performance was undoubtedly exemplary, while she needed to contribute some emotional value to the relationship, ensuring that she did not merely passively enjoy the privileges of being a fiancé without reciprocation. After all, it was just a kiss, Liliana reasoned, one that would not significantly alter the nature of their relationship. She could not believe that Christophe, having grown up, had never been kissed by a girl from Sales. During her studies of climate and agriculture, she learned that Sales, due to its warm climate and coastal lifestyle, fostered a distinctly different culture from the inland farming communities, particularly in coastal regions, where both attire and customs were the most liberal in the entire kingdom. 3 pieces of music had passed, and Christophe had set aside his failed attempts, harboring no expectations of receiving anything of value from Sven. He observed that Liliana had made significant progress. Although she had spoken little to him today, her errors were markedly fewer than before, and she had not stepped on his feet at all, save for a near mishap with her own dress. It seemed that the duet was no longer a concern. He wondered if Countess Novak had instructed her in the group dances. The steps for such dances were relatively simple, requiring merely a grasp of the basic principles of position changes. Christophe believed that with Liliana's intellect, she wouldn't need to undergo rigorous training. During the intermission, Christophe sat upon the sofa, feeling somewhat bored while Liliana was escorted by a maid to attend to her appearance. To pass the time, he played a few wind instruments that the musicians had left on a nearby chair. Wind element mages were typically decent musicians, as controlling airflow to produce melodies from distant instruments was an effective means of honing one's precision in wind element manipulation. Upon his return, he had also perused the collection of tomes in the Duke's residence, yet the myriad legends and records concerning annihilation aligned with his own memories, yielding no new insights. Thus, aside from awaiting the Emperor's ultimate decision regarding that night, he found himself at an impasse. As he watched Liliana approach, surrounded by maids, he reflected on how fortunate he was to have acted decisively that day, flying straight to the night without a moment's hesitation. Even without the permission he had fortuitously acquired from the Crown Prince, he would not regret having shattered the knight's armor and arm. "Shall we rest a little longer?" he inquired, observing Liliana as she settled beside him, likely in need of more juice. Christophe paused, as she drew closer, too close for comfort. He could see the wisps of hair cascading down her cheek, as well as the fine, lighter-than-hair fuzz on her face. If she leaned in any closer, her eyes would blur in his line of sight. To maintain balance, and perhaps to prevent him from retreating, she gently grasped his arm. The girl's lips and nose brushed lightly against his cheek, causing him to blink in surprise, a sudden itch blossoming at the nape of his neck. While the light-hearted sounds in the hall seemed to falter momentarily. "You have my gratitude," he heard Liliana say, quickly regaining her usual posture, even more poised than usual. With an air of nonchalance, she accepted the juice handed to her by the maid and began to hum along to a piece by Celsus, likely one she had never heard before. Chapter 44. The Disguise Potion. 1. Today marked yet another successful rejection of the Crown Prince's advances. Liliana encouraged herself, setting a small goal to ensure that before the ball, she would not allow the Crown Prince to reclaim that permission ring. However, the Crown Prince's persistence is indeed remarkable. Ever since he discovered that Christophe had entrusted the precious permission ring to Liliana for safekeeping, he has made it a point to report to her whenever he visits the school, never causing a scene or making a fuss, yet undoubtedly being a source of vexation. To be fair, Liliana does not harbor as much disdain for the Crown Prince as Rella does. Setting aside his royal status, he possesses a rather amiable disposition, remaining cheerful despite being rejected numerous times, and each time they meet, he approaches her with unbridled joy. The completion of his objective draws ever closer. As the final radiant day of November approaches, and various rumors and requests regarding the upcoming ball are being clarified or confirmed, Principal Roth believes that, with the increasing number of commoners within the school, it is essential to foster an atmosphere devoid of social status during such events. As this marks the first formal social gathering for the freshmen, he hopes everyone can partake in the festivities on equal footing. Consequently, this ball will permit all invitees to utilize disguise potions, while also providing freshmen with the recipes, ingredients, and specialized courses necessary to concoct these potions, allowing them to modify their hair and eye colors according to their desires. Coupled with masks, This will enable them to temporarily conceal their true identities on the dance floor. The intention behind this initiative is to afford all participants the opportunity to explore one another's hidden facets, perhaps revealing a more authentic self. This was articulated by him to the assembled freshmen in the auditorium. Of course, participation is entirely voluntary. Principal Roth promptly clarified to those students who did not exhibit enthusiasm that both the masks and potions are optional, and they may still adhere to traditional practices by dancing with their pre-invited partners. Most students were quite pleased, eager to secure dance partners for the opening waltz, fearing they might be left without someone to dance with. After the opening dance, many would abandon their partners to invite others, and this masquerade ball evidently introduced a plethora of uncertainties and excitement. In no time, discussions shifted from attire and footwear to the colors of hair and eyes, and the kaleidoscopic library saw its shelves emptied of books detailing the recipes for disguise potions and the special ingredients required for various color effects. One might suspect that this is a strategic encouragement for learning devised by Principal Roth, as the freshmen have never shown such fervor in the introduction to herbalism class, to the extent that their professor was deprived of lunch for 3 consecutive days. Meanwhile, the capital's elite costume shops swiftly rolled out a variety of custom mask services, with an astonishing speed of design and style catalogs that raises suspicions of an insider arrangement within the academy. Due to the overwhelming enthusiasm of the attendees, the professor found it necessary to repeatedly emphasize to everyone that the consumption of various potions with differing effects in a short span of time, or the excessive use of a single potion, would undoubtedly impose a certain burden and harm upon the body. There exists no elixir capable of rendering your eyes golden in the first half and silver in the latter, nor a potion that can alternate your eye colors between gold and silver at will. Indeed, Miss Carl, regardless of how many times you inquire, this is simply unattainable. If you were to simultaneously consume 2 potions with opposing effects, you would only find yourself dizzy and weak, likely missing the entirety of the ball. As for growing long hair, how about that? With only 10 days remaining until the ball, Liliana hurriedly arrived at school with an entire ensemble prepared for Rayla. Sitting cross-legged on Rayla's dormitory bed, she admired the effect of her carefully curated outfit. True to her specifications, the skirt had been slightly gathered, just enough to reveal a hint of the shoe's upper as Rayla walked. She was thoroughly pleased. To achieve such length in hair, Liliana gestured at her chest, indicating that one could fashion an elegant updo, or if one desired to conceal the slight exposure of the back, braiding was also an option, allowing the hair to cascade down to provide coverage. Either would suffice. Rayla felt her lack of expertise in fashion acutely, having allowed Liliana and the maid to fuss over her appearance, and she began to worry whether she could still perform the movements she had learned while wearing such shoes. How much did these shoes cost? Rayla thought, noting the sparkling surface that clearly suggested they were quite valuable. Oh no, this fabric is dyed with a juice from a certain flower, I inquired, and it is quite affordable. Initially, Liliana had wished to procure a pair of glass slippers for Rayla, but first, Rayla would surely deem it extravagant, and second, how hard must those glass shoes be? After a night of dancing, one would not need a knife to trim the heels, as they would surely be bloodied and bruised. And voila, here is the mask crafted by me and the maids. Most of the work was done by Kate and Megan. I was merely a hindrance in the process. I requested scraps from the seamstress, and the final outcome feels no less special than their custom masks. Liliana unveiled a mask adorned with long feathers from the last box and held it up to her face. Try it on. I fear it may be a bit heavy. If it is, we can remove the chain around the edge. Indeed, it felt heavy as the mask slid down Rayla's proud nose upon wearing it. Liliana quickly noted this in her small notebook, promising to make adjustments upon her return. Well, the color of the eyes can be settled later. It is best to finalize the hair first, as this will aid in coordinating the color of the belt. Rest assured, all accessories are ready-made and require no additional crafting. Liliana directed Rayla to twirl, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Rayla's tall figure was akin to a walking mannequin. She felt an immense sense of accomplishment. Is it truly necessary to be so particular? Rayla asked, somewhat resigned, gathering her skirt as she sat on the bed. As long as it fits, that is sufficient. There is no need for such extensive considerations. Yet we have all resolved to participate, so we must ensure there are no regrets. Liliana's perspective on such matters diverges significantly from that of Rayla. Both of us have invested considerable time and energy. It stands to reason that we should not falter at the crucial moment. And what about you? Rella feels that from the moment Liliana entered, her sole focus has been on her appearance. What do you wish to become? As for me, Florin advised against consuming that potion. Liliana blinked, striving to infuse her tone with a semblance of nonchalance. Thus, I shall proceed with my original plan for attire. Why? Rella found this puzzling. Is it not a common potion? Because during my previous bout of poisoning, I ingested numerous medicines, expressing concern about potential health repercussions. Liliana shrugged and instinctively pressed her hand to her shoulder. Recalling that her aunt was not present, she exhaled in relief. Naturally, I shall heed the doctor's counsel. After all, I will merely dance with Christopher, so it matters little. Does he prohibit you from dancing with others? Rella inquired, her brow furrowed. No, not at all. But my dancing skills are rather rudimentary, and I cannot alter my appearance. If I were to dance casually with others, it would be easy to expose my true identity, which would bring shame to the Snowwhite family, and I would feel quite guilty. Liliana waved her hand dismissively. Come, lower your head. Let me see which of these two earrings is more appealing. Oh, you have not pierced your ears. It's possible I did. But after a long hiatus from wearing earrings, they have closed up. Rella touched her earlobe. She had never had her ears pierced, and it felt heavy just to look at. Well, if you do not wish to wear them, then do not. By the way, Megan, don't I have a box of clip-on earrings in my room? Liliana closed several jewelry boxes resting on her lap. Nearby, Megan took them and neatly placed them in a box, responding, Yes, miss, those are from when you were a child. Then I shall check to see if any match this outfit. Liliana nodded. After trying on the attire, she sent Megan away, leaving only Liliana and Rella in the room. Liliana gazed expectantly at Rella, who fiddled with the dormitory door for a while before finally returning, clutching the grand dress. Now, she was finally ready to share her secret. Chapter 44. The Disguise Potion. 2. Why are you not the least bit astonished? Although I had employed the rudimentary protective measures I learned over the past few days with the magic circle on the dormitory door and windows, Rella and Liliana recounted my proficiency in light magic in hushed tones, finding it somewhat dissonant, as Liliana remained remarkably composed, as if she had been privy to this information all along. Ahem, rest assured, I had never heard of such a thing prior, in this world. Liliana scratched her head, uncertain how to articulate her thoughts. If she suggested that this felt like part of a larger scheme, Rella would surely chastise her. When she had initially tried to apply formulas rigidly, she sensed Rella's elemental magic prowess. The ability to wield all elements sounded impressive at first, yet in class. Her performance was not particularly outstanding compared to the heirs of the four families. Now, it was revealed that there was indeed light magic. Although Liliana had burned the notebook filled with her plot speculations, she felt a sense of comfort akin to a compulsive individual finally using a straw to extract every pearl from the bottom of a bubble tea cup. However, this was a secret not to be disclosed to others. After her moment of solace, Liliana sensed an undercurrent of danger. She feared that Rella's kindness might lead her to aid anyone she encountered without a second thought. Rella, if you wish to avoid a life of constraints, you must conceal this ability for now. Once word spreads, you may find yourself trapped. Indeed, I understand that utilizing this power requires careful planning, Rella nodded. I have yet to grasp the full extent of this magic. A significant reason for my arrival at this academy was to investigate the nature of light magic. Yet my findings thus far have been rather limited. I will escort you out of the academy shortly and tend to the scar on your arm, Rella declared, reaching to roll up Liliana's sleeve. Wait, no. My entire family knows about the scar on my arm, and after all this time, it remains unhealed. If you heal it all at once, they will surely suspect something unusual about our meeting today. Liliana quickly clasped her arm tightly, stepping back several paces, forgetting that she wasn't on her usual spacious bed, nearly stumbling to the ground. I'm currently using a salve gifted to me by the Crown Prince. It works quite effectively, Liliana said, rolling her sleeve up slightly to show Rella, reassuring her. It has faded considerably, hasn't it? In a few days, when only the edges retain a faint trace. You can help me with the scar, and they will undoubtedly have no suspicions. All right, come to me whenever you feel it is appropriate. Such minor scars do not require much time, Rella agreed. Is that fellow still pursuing you? Liliana glanced at the ring on her finger. To obtain this permission, The Crown Prince had even gone so far as to express a peculiar fondness for Miss Snow White, claiming it felt as if he were encountering a long-lost sister. She truly wondered how much longer she could endure such nonsense. After Sir Williams had taken the salve to be examined by the family healer before returning it to Liliana, she diligently followed the healer's advice, applying it twice daily. The circle of scars on her arm no longer deepened in color, and the healing tissue visibly flattened. Do not give it to him, truly. Ever since Liliana confided in Rella about this matter, Rella had staunchly aligned herself with Kristoff, reminding Liliana daily, bolstering her resolve. If you easily return that ring to him, he will learn no lesson. If he continues his treasonous and foolish ways, the entire kingdom will suffer. In the ensuing days, as Liliana listened to Rella share her research findings from the past 2 months, she realized she had never been so attentive during previous group meetings. Liliana proposed a new avenue of inquiry, to delve deeper into theological texts at the library, as there might be more extensive accounts concerning light magic. It is apparent that this is not conventional magic. Thus, consulting reference books is unlikely to yield any results due to its rarity, and there is probably no existing theory to support it. Liliana pondered momentarily, realizing that this indeed presents a viable line of thought. Within such contexts, notions of healing and rebirth are invariably associated with the divine, and those endowed with such abilities are often bestowed with the title of saintly figures. Consider this. When do we most commonly speak of light? It is during the weekends, a fact I have verified, and this designation originates from religious traditions. Are these not merely fabrications meant to deceive? What significance could they possibly hold? Ryla harbored a deep-seated aversion to superstition. Not necessarily. Liliana waved her hand dismissively. Myths, to some extent, reflect the cultural characteristics of their regions. Moreover, some narratives stem from the creative expressions of individuals attempting to comprehend phenomena beyond their understanding, indicating that certain tales are indeed rooted in factual occurrences. There are ancient myths from distant regions that, on the surface, appear entirely unrelated yet share strikingly similar plots, which is a crucial element in tracing cultural origins. Presently, our resources are rather scant, and we lack direction. However, I consider this a worthwhile avenue to explore. If you're disinterested, I can undertake further research. How is it that you seem to know a bit about everything? Ryla scratched her head, reflecting. Sometimes I think you are more suited to the humanities. I do not intend to belittle the humanities. Those students have ample time to peruse various texts. It is unfortunate, though, they only grasp fragments, lacking depth. My mother often says that my interests resembled duckweed, drifting from one pond to another, never taking root. Liliana retrieved a notebook and jotted down a few lines as a reminder. However, you are correct. I nearly pursued a degree in the humanities. Our teacher remarked that I excelled in mathematics and sciences during my first year, suggesting it would be a waste of focus on the humanities. My parents urged me to reconsider, and not wishing to argue with them, I acquiesced to their plans, believing that any field of study holds merit. You only specialize in your second year? Ryla found this intriguing. In our first year, we were given the option to choose after only a few days of classes. I assumed it was the same everywhere. The two girls reminisced about their school days for a while. Regrettably, time was limited, and they could not venture outside the academy to experiment with the small gift Kristoff had given to Liliana. With some time still available, Liliana suggested that Ryla don the dancing shoes once more so they could practice a circle dance. I truly cannot comprehend the significance of such spinning movements. Once Ryla slipped into the dancing shoes, she felt as though she had relinquished some control over her body. The skirt felt akin to shackles. Even taking a few steps within the room nearly caused her to trip. It was reminiscent of a group of fools engaged in a frenzied dance, and the nobles appeared quite enamored with it. One must adapt to local customs. During my journey from Rianoka, I witnessed ordinary folk dancing around fires in the evenings. Liliana had already begun to twirl, extending a hand toward Ryla. Here, the people lack television, internet, and even access to books is limited. There must be some form of entertainment to infuse life with joy. After a moment's hesitation, Ryla placed her hand in Liliana's, joining her in the dance. Elena had briefly taught this circle dance, describing it as a part of the opening performance, remarkably simple, devoid of gender-specific steps. Partners dance in pairs, each revolving around their own center while tracing a circular pattern with their feet alongside one another. I sense this dance step evolved from their mythology. Liliana cheerfully noted that the first stanza of that epic recounts two deities twirling in a dance. "You are truly impressive," Ryla sincerely complimented. I glanced at that book before returning it, but I simply couldn't engage with it. Liliana stuck out her tongue, admitting I couldn't either. I only managed to read the first stanza. At that moment, Ryla accidentally stepped on her skirt, causing both girls to tumble to the ground. Dazed for a fleeting second, they exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Chapter 45, Birthday 1. Each time she played with Miss Green, the young lady's spirits soared. On their way back to the mansion, Megan quietly observed Liliana as she fiddled with her little notebook, muttering to herself about the desirability of contrasting black hair. The young lady longed to partake in the academy ball by consuming a transformation potion and adopting a new appearance. Megan had witnessed the look of disappointment on Liliana's face after hearing Florence's words, yet she said nothing, simply nodding in acceptance. She poured her enthusiasm into designing a disguise for Miss Green, as if this effort could compensate for her own exclusion. Then, I experimented by adding a touch of mustard yellow. Initially, I had seen a handwritten recipe suggesting its inclusion in dark-hued transformation potions, though it did not specify the effects. Today, we tried it, and the shine of our hair improved dramatically. A few days later, during the final practice before the ball, Liliana excitedly recounted her findings to Christopher. All the mustard yellow prepared in the classroom was snatched up, yet one cannot use too much. I saw someone add half a pot at once and wait for half an hour, only to find no hair growth at all. Isn't that a bit dull? She mused, glancing up at Christopher, aware that, in his world, an academy ball might not seem particularly significant. Only someone like her, who had never attended a ball in her 2 lifetimes, could hold such fervor. "I find it quite fascinating," she expressed sincerely, her animated countenance revealing the joy she derived from discussing others' hair growth failures. Yet, as if realizing she ought not to mock others, her expression shifted to one of gentle humility. At first, he believed Liliana to possess a temperament that utterly shunned social gatherings. After all, she had been in the capital for quite some time without participating in any public events. Admittedly, there were objective reasons for her situation, but her level of introversion nearly rivaled that of Miss Edwards. However, it now appeared that Liliana was genuinely anticipating this upcoming ball. Moreover, she did not express indifference regarding her inability to utilize the disguise potion as vocally as she pretended. Otherwise, she would not constantly dwell on related matters. "Do you wish to alter the color of your hair and eyes like those individuals?" Although her feelings were evident, Kristoff still opted to inquire. "Oh, I cannot consume that potion," Liliana swiftly replied. "As I mentioned to you before." "No, I mean setting aside these superficial factors," Kristoff interjected, lowering his gaze to Liliana. "Do you genuinely desire to undertake this endeavor?" She hesitated, and Kristoff patiently awaited her response. She harbored thoughts, but was somewhat reluctant to make decisions for herself. This was the conclusion Kristoff had drawn after spending time together. Liliana preferred to seek external justifications for her actions, essentially shying away from admitting her own desires. This was in stark contrast to the rumored boisterous and domineering persona, and Kristoff sensed that she was rather inclined to go with the flow, awaiting others to make decisions on her behalf. To be candid, Kristoff relished orchestrating matters for others, particularly enjoying the sight of individuals compelled to accept his arrangements. However, he did not wish to impose this approach on Liliana. He desired his fiancée to acknowledge her own thoughts and even ambitions. Disagreement with his views was inconsequential. Being capricious mattered even less. He possessed ample confidence to navigate their differences. What mattered most was that she understood having her own opinions was not a transgression, and expressing them was even less so. Given their status and position, it was impossible to retreat into a secluded existence, avoiding stirring any resentment. Far more intolerable than the fear of losing everything was the notion of having no one inquire about her perspective, passively observing as both she and her territories became mere marbles manipulated at others' whims. However, one must heed the therapist's advice. Liliana responded with a hint of unease. "I shall not inconvenience anyone, rest assured. I am aware of that," Kristoff replied, gazing into Liliana's eyes. "But what I wish to comprehend is your own thoughts on this matter." After a prolonged silence, as the melody approached its conclusion, he finally heard her softly utter, "I wish to be like everyone else." That was sufficient, as a reward for her admission of her true feelings. Christophe resolved in his mind to speak with her brother later. During intermission, while awaiting Liliana as she prepared, he had a servant deliver a message. Liliana remained uncertain about whether her earlier spontaneous expression of gratitude towards Christophe was positive or negative. In her heart, such sentiments should be fleeting. However, Christophe evidently held a different perspective. Since that day, he had consistently sought excuses to send Aunt Maxim away, and upon bidding her farewell, he would smilingly remind her, "Do not forget, you have yet to thank me." Initially, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, but as the instances multiplied, it became akin to the customary gesture of kissing one's hand upon parting. Today was no different. The man inclined slightly towards her, prompting her to rise on the tips of her ballet-slippered foot and gently nuzzle his cheek with the tip of her nose in the foyer. Noting his immobility, she sighed inwardly, lifted her chin, and allowed her lips to brush against his face, her eyes silently questioning if this was sufficient. It was all rather stringent, leaving no room for casual indifference. Liliana mentally scoffed at this, waiting for him to kiss the back of her hand before bidding him good night. "I still have a few words to exchange with your brother." However, Christopher did not follow the script she had envisioned. Instead, he gazed past her, saying, "You should rest now." Turning to follow his gaze, she discovered that Florent had appeared on the staircase at some point. Since Aunt Maxim had arrived, Florent had not personally entertained Christopher. He had even made a point of remaining upstairs in the evenings, which surprised Liliana. "Good night." While still contemplating this, Christopher took her hand and kissed it. Although she had no idea what business they could possibly discuss at such a late hour, she adhered to the proprieties, bidding both men good night before ascending the stairs accompanied by a maid. She was somewhat curious about their conversation, but surrounded by maids, she had no opportunity to eavesdrop. "I recall there was nothing of great urgency to discuss with you at this hour, Lord Lancelot." After Liliana departed, Florent finally spoke. "Please, I apologize, Lord Snowwhite." Christopher chuckled. "However, what can I do when my fiancée has an overly meticulous brother? In my attempts to amuse her, I must also seek her brother's permission. Let's be brief." Dismissing all servants, Christopher turned to the white-haired youth seated across from him. "I know the true reason you hesitate to allow Liliana to consume the disguise potion." That expression reflected disbelief in his words. Christopher narrowed his eyes and continued languidly, "Do you need me to describe the true color of her eyes?" Now, there was a hint of belief. The room's atmosphere chilled momentarily. Christopher raised his gaze to Florent. "Calm yourself. I did not uncover this through any special means. If I intended to exploit it for some ulterior motive, do you truly believe I would be sitting here discussing it with you? I am sincere, as your sister's future husband, wishing to propose an idea." Christopher looked at Florent. "She desires to participate in the ball like everyone else. Have you not been preparing for that ball all along?" Florent furrowed his brow. "She wishes to change her hair and eye color, don a mask, and become unrecognizable to others." Christopher patiently explained to the young gentleman, "Your sister longs to use magic like everyone else. Even a small trinket that creates an illusion would bring her joy for a long time. Do you not know this?" "You should not regard such a perilous item as a mere toy to give to her," Florent replied. "She may harm herself or others. I am truly grateful that you refrained from seizing that little trinket." Christophe chuckled. "My dear Snow White, I shall not regard my future wife as a child in need of constant supervision, nor will I confine her within an untouchable glass box, banishing all potential dangers to the far reaches. Quite the contrary, a flower that cannot withstand a little tempest cannot thrive on the shores of sails. We digress. I have no siblings, so I do not wish to interfere with your role as a brother. In exchange, do not intrude upon how I interact with her as a husband." Christophe asserted, "Let us cooperate. I assure you, she will remain blissfully unaware of what she is being asked to consume each day." "Fiancé," Florent corrected, "you are not yet wed. Had we truly tied the knot, I would not be sitting here seeking your counsel," Christophe remarked with a hint of irony in his smile. "To be fair, dear Snow White, how should she address you?" Chapter 45. Birthday 2. Lancelot was undoubtedly insinuating that Liliana was not of Snow White's bloodline. Florent's demeanor grew cold. Although his attitude had been distant from the outset, this matter was hardly a secret. The question was, what else did this individual know? Since being sent to Rianoka, Liliana had been continuously consuming a disguise potion that turned her eyes red, a practice that had persisted for 15 years. Even during times of poisoning or injury, she had not ceased. How could Lancelot possibly know the true color of her eyes? Did he possess further knowledge? Or had the leak originated? Florent did not subscribe to the notion that whispers from Sales were omnipresent. Such unsettling tales were mere fabrications. If the Lancelot family sought to extend their reach to the north, they would first have to withstand the bitter cold there. I failed to see the purpose of such actions. After listening to Lancelot enthusiastically outline his plans, Florent pursed his lips. She had already accepted the reality of not being able to drink the potion. Why complicate matters further? The significance lies in her desire to be like everyone else on that day. Kristoff replied, though merely a ruse, it fulfills her wish. In my view, you are simply substituting your own deception for mine. Florent averted her gaze to the lamp on the table, noting no distinction. I have never regarded my actions as more noble than yours. Dear Snow White, Kristoff stated calmly. Regardless of the reasons, deceit is always deceit. When circumstances cannot be altered, all I can do is bring her a measure of joy. I take full responsibility for any consequences this may incite, he added, though I perceive everything to be manageable. Posing no risk, Florent smirked slightly, wondering from where this sense of assurance stemmed, as he wore an expression of knowing everything. Yet, any probing he conducted here could validate Lancelot's suspicions, and it was entirely possible that this conversation was a trap set by Lancelot to uncover the truth of Liliana's origins. It is hardly surprising that this individual engages in such conduct. Just a few days ago, news arrived that Sales had taken control of several large rocky islands near their northwestern border. Prior to this, the entire Sales knightly order had stood idly by while the Knights of the Merid faction ascended those islands, allowing them unrestricted access for several years. Moreover, each summer, they dutifully tended to the area that had effectively fallen under the control of the minor nobility allied with Merid. While many believed that the Lancelot family was indifferent to these desolate islands, opting to relinquish them to others to avoid conflict, a moderate-scale sea beast attack befell that very maritime region just days ago. It was only after all the facilities on the islands had been utterly destroyed that the knights under Lancelot as banner arrived, regrettably announcing that no survivors were found on those islands. Before Lancelot himself returned to the capital, his loyal retainers stationed there delivered a compelling speech at the palace. The Duke expressed his profound regret, having pondered for 3 days and nights without comprehending why a group of individuals, nearly devoid of dominion over wind elements, would venture to such a harsh environment where only a few rocky outcrops were available for use. It is worth noting that even the Knights of Sales, who have long dealt with the sea, might meet a watery demise with the slightest misstep. The Duke's brother, the father of the young Duke, a figure revered by Sales subjects as a guardian, ultimately found eternal rest in the depths of the ocean. The people of Sales harbor a deep reverence for the sea. It is indeed unfortunate that we failed to impart this reverence to the unsuspecting outsiders who ventured there. Whether this incident was the brainchild of the current Duke of Lancelot or Kristoff Lancelot himself remains unclear, and various accounts abound regarding whether the inhabitants of those islands faced an attack from sea beasts or humans. After all, no survivors remained to confront the Lancelot Knights, and the truth could be easily fabricated. No noble family dared to claim the belongings and remains meticulously gathered by the Lancelot Knights, and the Ryan family remained silent throughout. Predictably, for the next several years, Merid would temper its ambitions toward the southern sea. Florent contemplated this matter more deeply than those merely observing the spectacle. He believed that this incident resolved a long-standing debate between his father and several military retainers regarding who currently held control over the Lancelot knightly order. Previously, Florent had concurred with his father's view that the Lancelot Knights had long been under Kristoff Lancelot's dominion, without any transfer of power occurring during the summer inspections. The recent actions of the knightly order and the seamless coordination with Lancelot's travels to and from Sales undoubtedly served as a compelling affirmation of his father's perspective. Despite wielding significant military power at the border, the appearance was maintained of being overshadowed by the family head, remaining in the capital with little authority over matters. Florent began to harbor doubts about the true nature of the relationship between Lancelot and his nephew, questioning whether the rumors of their animosity were merely a grand performance staged for outsiders, particularly the royal family. This individual, seated across from him with an expression of utmost sincerity, claimed that all his actions were solely to bring joy to his sister. Florent found it impossible to believe a single word. In his eyes, Lancelot's sweet talk was merely a ploy to charm the naive and innocent Liliana, enticing her to rise on tiptoe to plant a kiss upon his cheek. However, should Aunt Maxim think there was nothing inappropriate about such an act, he, as her brother, had no grounds for objection. If Liliana were truly his sister, he would never entrust her to someone like Lancelot. Yet her marriage was not within the purview of the Snowwhite family. The Emperor's arrangement was merely a reflection of the long-standing closeness between the princely family and the Lancelots. During the era of the Old Dynasty, they had been allies for many years due to a shared secret, and there had always been familial ties between the branches of both houses. In reality, he and Christophe Lancelot held no substantial difference in status. Although his father had declined the title of duke conferred by the Emperor, no one would treat the Snowwhite family differently on account of such a rank. In the face of tangible territories and mineral wealth, hollow titles held little significance. What was he contemplating? Ferland widened his eyes slightly. Why would he compare himself to that Lancelot? Was he entertaining the notion of keeping Liliana by his side, thus sparing her the need to change her surname? Madness. Ferland exhaled. This was not his own thought. It was merely a remnant of the peculiar question Liliana had once posed to her maid. Initially, Ferland intended to reject Christophe's proposal, but then he recalled that the ball was scheduled for the last day of November. The day indicated on the note his mother had affixed behind the mirror, Liliana's true 17th birthday. They had never celebrated her on that day. For over a decade, she had been commemorating her birthday as Liliana Snowwhite in July, even though that age symbolized adulthood for women in the kingdom. Very well, Ferland said slowly, persuading himself that this was not a concession to Lancelot, but merely a means to fulfill one of Liliana's birthday wishes. Yet his plan was decidedly crude. He would make alternative arrangements. Chapter 46, 6 o'clock. Liliana felt that recent events had unfolded with remarkable smoothness, each aspect aligning seamlessly with her expectations. A life of orderly, methodical routine was the life she had always yearned for. First came the preparations for the ball for Ryla, each task completed on schedule, and modifications to the details had not hindered progress. The style she had chosen seemed to please Ryla, and within her wardrobe and jewelry box lay the perfect accessories to complement them. There remains a potion. Although not every creation proves useful, the black-haired, brown-eyed elixir that she ultimately crafted alongside Rella exhibited remarkable efficacy, earning them commendations from the professor for their evident aptitude in this art. After applying the ointment bestowed by the Crown Prince for over 20 consecutive days, the scars on her own arm had faded to leave merely a faint trace. When she delivered the final adjustments of the dance gown and mask to Rella yesterday, Rella, in the dormitory, completely eradicated those scars. The light magic was truly wondrous. She felt no discomfort at all, merely gazing in astonishment as her arm transformed back to its pristine smoothness. "I feel nothing," Rella remarked. "This level of magic no longer induces fatigue in me." However, the perfection of the results instilled deeper concern within Liliana. She drew Rella close and whispered for a while, confirming that this ability was known only to a certain elderly gentleman at the orphanage and herself, and that it had not been used indiscriminately. Liliana felt a slight sense of relief. This ability undoubtedly held significant potential. Its immense utility, coupled with a mythic aura, could easily entangle Rella in tumultuous conflicts. While the Snowwhite family might offer some sanctuary, it would inevitably preclude Rella from leading the life she desired, one that was truly her own. It was quite a predicament. Liliana perused her notes, realizing that many matters required attention following the ball. The initial intent of relaxation seemed to have vanished, and she felt time slipping away, for the semester at the Capital Academy was fleeting. Fortunately, she had promised Aunt Maxim to spend the winter in the capital, which meant she could celebrate the new year alongside Rella. Meanwhile, Florent was to return to Renoka in mid-December, and the northern lands were already blanketed in snow. This winter appeared particularly significant for Florent, as he would occasionally receive visitors at the estate. During mealtimes, Liliana listened to their conversations with Florent regarding his plans to lead the nightly order on the winter patrol alone this year. Setting aside the considerations that loomed after the ball, one must live in the present. Liliana's preparations for the ball proceeded smoothly. Although she had sent Megan to the academy to assist Rella with the intricate garments and ornaments, Kate managed everything on her end with remarkable efficiency. After leaving Kate at home, Liliana categorized her personal affairs, allowing Kate to take the lead on matters pertaining to the household. Over the course of a month, even without Megan's steady presence, Kate rarely exhibited a flustered demeanor. In fact, her commanding voice proved highly effective in directing the other maids in the command room. The gowns for the ball were cut and styled in a manner far more elaborate than everyday attire. Yet throughout this month, Liliana donned a different gown from her wardrobe each day, managing to avoid wearing the same gown twice in over 30 days. Now she's become quite indifferent. Unlike at the beginning, when she could not help but kick her feet as she walked, now, regardless of the long mop trailing behind her, she can glide forward with a languid, ethereal gait, just as Aunt Maxim demands. Timing is impeccable. Upon seeing the other, Kristoff and Liliana simultaneously share this thought. Liliana feels the timing is perfect because the man appears to have just arrived downstairs, and she has not kept him waiting long. Kristoff thinks this as he glances at his pocket watch, confident he has ample time to execute his trick. He takes a moment to appreciate the sight of the girl approaching him in her deep blue gown, moving slowly as she carefully navigates the staircase, supporting herself to avoid a fall and maintain her poise. When she finally stands before him, extending a hand, Kristoff distinctly hears Liliana exhale a sigh of relief. This evokes memories of their first meeting, a mere 2 months prior, when she too was cautious. But her attentiveness was directed towards him rather than the serene expression she now wears upon reaching him. "Good evening," he says, smiling as he kisses the back of her hand, his gaze lingering on Liliana's still crimson eyes. There is a tinge of regret that Aunt Maxim is not present to interrupt. He currently has no excuse to request a kiss upon her cheek, fragrant with sweetness. Each day at noon, Liliana consumes a potion that alters her appearance for the entirety of the day. Her therapist likely aims to slightly extend the potion's efficacy to prevent her true eye color from being revealed due to fluctuations in the timing of her doses. Typically, a person would experience considerable discomfort during such overlapping periods of effect, yet perhaps due to years of acclimatization, or perhaps Liliana perceives it as mere afternoon fatigue. She shows no doubt about her appearance since her amnesiac intoxication. With Fran's approval, the potency of the appearance-altering potion she ingested today has been adjusted to last 6 hours, meaning by 6 in the evening, her eyes will revert to their original hue until her next dose. The clock ticks merrily forward, granting Kristoff 15 more minutes. Meanwhile, Rila, with Megan's assistance, has donned all her garments and jewelry. The jingling of trinkets adorning her is quite unfamiliar. She frowns at her reflection in the mirror, feeling as if she is gazing upon a completely unrecognizable face, reminiscent of her initial arrival. The maid interprets her frown as dissatisfaction with her ensemble. As Megan deftly arranges the headpiece that had flown back with a toss of Rila's hair, she explains that once the appearance-altering potion is taken, the dark jewelry will no longer appear out of place, becoming beautiful accents against her flowing black hair. Rila retrieves a small vial of thick, dark potion from her bag. Until now, she had yet to derive any pleasure from this event. The thought of Liliana, who must endure the same plight each day, sitting like a marionette before the mirror, subjected to the whims of others while donning such intricate gowns, filled her with a profound sense of hardship. With her raven hair and deep brown eyes, Ryra had chosen these colors to reconnect with her true self. To her, the bizarre neon lights and billboards bore no distinction from the enchanted potion in her hand, which shimmered with a peculiar glow due to its magical essence. Reminding herself not to lose herself amidst the opulence and clamor that did not belong to her was a daily necessity for the girl who had ventured far from home in pursuit of knowledge. And even now, she remained steadfast in this endeavor. The potion, when consumed, felt akin to sipping a bowl of unboiled herbs. Ryra recalled the memory of tasting it during class. She unscrewed the cap, grimacing as she poured the liquid into her mouth and swallowed it whole. Meanwhile, Chlorelaine had arrived at the appointed rendezvous with Ryra. He stood at the base of the flower bed, gazing up at the lofty statue of the divine. The once barren flower bed had been transformed in anticipation of the esteemed visitor, adorned with rare plants nurtured by the elements extracted from magical ore. Circles of red and gold encircled the divine at the center, resembling a magnificent red carpet or a grand bonfire. Thanks to the firestone beneath the soil, the warmth here was reminiscent of a pleasant spring day. Many girls, clad in splendid yet somewhat flimsy dance gowns, noticeably slowed their pace as they passed through, resulting in a far larger gathering around the flower bed than before. In addition to Chlorelaine and Ryra, it was evident that others had chosen this location for their meetings. Occasionally, elegantly dressed individuals adorned with masks brushed past him. He overheard a girl whispering to her companion, speculating about his identity, while others paused to inquire his name. Upon learning he was not their intended dance partner, they would gracefully bow and depart. Under the combined influence of masks and illusion potions, everyone had momentarily become a stranger today. Chapter 46. 6 o'clock, too. The opulent carriage came to a slow halt at the academy's entrance, greeted by a throng of people. The prince, with his fiery red hair, joyfully leaped down, a rose crafted from gold leaf pinned to his attire. Prepare to follow royal tradition by placing it in the hair of his dance partner later. Your Highness, still searching for his partner, as per the descriptions provided by Elena Carl, was called by another individual. Turning, he discovered it was his prospective sister-in-law, unchanged in appearance and unmasked. Good evening to you. Good evening, he replied, his lips pursed beneath the mask. The prince held a certain disdain for Betamod, as she often approached him during the most crowded moments at the academy, compelling him to kiss her hand before the gaze of onlookers. While he didn't mind exchanging pleasantries with her, such occasions were typically rare opportunities to converse with Ryra Green. A mere bow and glance, and that young lady would vanish once more. Uncertain of what color Rilla Green's hair and eyes would transform into tonight, the crown prince mused whether he would recognize her at first glance. The masquerade ball, a stroke of genius, was certainly not a conventional idea conceived by Uncle Roots, who had served the royal family dutifully for a lifetime. Rather, it was entirely the crown prince's proposal. Observing the attendees around him, all transformed into unrecognizable figures, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Your Highness, might I be so fortunate as to share the first dance with you tonight? Miss Maud's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Although she had not received an invitation, she had walked closely beside him, her tone tinged with melancholy. Andrew remains under house arrest and has yet to secure permission from the king and queen to attend. Thus, I must come to this ball alone. You need not attend at all. Apart from the freshmen, aren't he other students here by choice? The crown prince replied, puzzled. Perhaps you might invite someone else who lacks a partner. I believe my brother would not mind, especially since you seem unbothered by his dancing with other women. After a brief silence, the woman smiled again, saying, I heard that His Majesty would be present today. It has been quite some time since Andrew last saw the king. As his fiancé, I ought to extend his regards. Did you not visit the palace just yesterday? The crown prince inquired, bewildered. Additionally, did the palace attendants not inform you? Until you are formally wed to my brother, you cannot refer to the king and queen as your majesties. It is against protocol. Please refrain from such titles in the future. And tonight, do not address me as your highness either. I have gone to great lengths to disguise myself. And should you call out, everyone will recognize me. Do not follow me. Instead, take this time to inquire if others still seek partners. I have already accepted Miss Carl's invitation and cannot dance the opening waltz with you. The crown prince had spotted a glimpse of champagne color in the distance, Elena Carl's characteristic hue, which they had exchanged beforehand. He waved cheerfully, bidding farewell. The setting sun elongated the figure of the young man, who now ambled leisurely toward the palace, bidding adieu to the day. The dusk did not diminish the palace's radiant splendor. As long as its inhabitants wished, they possessed countless means to bathe the imperial city in everlasting brilliance. Maria Edwards felt fortunate that they had not yet done so. Since her arrival at the palace, she had relished watching the sun slowly dip into the valley, eagerly awaiting the night to eclipse the light, submerging all equally in its embrace. Granted permission to attend the Academy's ball, the Empress Dowager even proposed that she share a carriage with the Crown Prince. Perhaps news of the earlier incident at the palace gates had finally reached the elderly woman's ears. Subsequently, Andrew Prince visited a few more times, but the Empress Dowager no longer insisted that she confront him, whether the restrictions imposed on him had been relaxed. Maria did not concern herself with. The ball was set to commence shortly, yet she remained clad in the garb of a court attendant. Rising from her seat, Maria prepared to retrieve the story she intended to read by the Empress Dowager's window that evening. She lifted her hand, but could not resist lowering her gaze to the letter resting upon the table. She turned once more to gaze at the meticulously arranged dance gown, with matching jewelry elegantly displayed on the table. If she were to commence her preparations now, she might just manage to catch the opening dance. But would that person, who had not received her response, wait for her, as mentioned in the letter? The woman bit her lip, recalling that her expression, unlike that of other noble maidens, did not evoke a sense of pity. Rather, many of her expressions rendered her already unremarkable visage even more peculiar. Maria seemed to hear the distant ticking of the clock tower, urging her to make a decision. Her breath quickened as she retrieved the storybook, using the bookmark to find the last part she had read yesterday. Many in the palace had praised her for her composure beyond her years, yet she was still young, unable to fathom why the elderly, who had outlived their husbands and sent off their eldest sons, suddenly found solace in illogical romantic tales. Maria had little affection for these stories. She believed they merely recounted how handsome suitors and beautiful maidens lived happily ever after. The women in these tales could be impoverished, humble, or even debauched and wretched, yet the majority possessed enchanting beauty. Even if they were not initially so, they would eventually find a way to lift the curse of ugliness and return to their original splendor. Maria recalled years ago, when she was still an audience to such tales, sitting with her sister as their mother narrated a story of a princess and a prince. In the tale, there was a creature covered in scales, who encountered the princess beset by beasts in the wild. Upon first seeing him descend from the heavens, the beautiful girl fainted, mistaking him for the beast's leader. Upon awakening, she found herself in the presence of a prince who told her he had bravely slain all the monsters. As in all stories, the princess and prince lived happily ever after. Yet, the fate of the scale man was never mentioned at the story's conclusion. Had he quietly departed? Might he have been slain by the prince, also perceived as a beast? After all, he had been the first to arrive, attempting to rescue the princess. Young Maria attempted to voice her questions, but her words were drowned out by her sister's laughter, who mocked her for focusing on the repugnant creature in a tale of a prince and princess. What if he truly emerged from the depths of the sea as a monster? They jeered. "Mother, my sister Maria does not wish to marry Lord Flant. She desires to wed the scaled beast." As she matured and began to comprehend the sorrow reflected in her mother-esque gaze, she once stood beneath the statue of the Holy Spirit, asking the bishop during her prayers, "Is beauty a prerequisite for love? Love is beauty. Love creates beauty, Miss Edwards." The bishop replied at that time, "If you refer solely to physical beauty, aside from the eternal Holy Spirit, all mortals shall decay and grow old, and the love and hate of the world shall likewise fade away. Only the pure souls acknowledged by him can continue to shine brightly before ascending the steps to meet the Holy Spirit." The distant chimes of the clock resonated clearly in her ears, and the woman made a resolute decision. She hastily swept all her jewelry boxes into the drawer, hung her dance dress back in the wardrobe, and then habitually took the letter, placing it back into its original envelope before tucking it away into a box deep within the drawer. The envelopes within were few, yet all bore the same handwriting. Tonight held no grand ball. For the woman, it was merely another evening to weave stories. Chapter 46. 6 o'clock, 3, as the second chime echoed. The crown prince arrived precisely before his partner, following the completion of the basic courtesies. He tore the rose from his button and raised his hand to pin it in his partner's hair. "It does not compliment my attire this evening," Elena Kahl exclaimed, covering her head as she cautiously stepped back several paces. In preparation for her perfect appearance tonight, she had immersed herself in the dressing room since the moment she awoke. To ensure her gown was in its most exquisite state, she had subsisted on little more than a few vegetables for the past week, and now she felt dizzy from hunger, perceiving the crown prince, masked in brown, as though he were adorned with a sizzling platter of roasted meat, his hair cooking it to perfection. All her efforts must not be squandered in these final moments before the opening dance. "But this is a family tradition," the crown prince replied, brandishing the gold leaf flower beside Elena's head. Indeed, all her accessories this evening were predominantly cool-toned, and the flower seemed rather oversized for her delicate features, appearing quite out of place atop her head. "Isn't tonight meant to be about casting aside our titles and enjoying the ball equally with everyone?" Elena blinked. "You wish for me to refrain from addressing you as your highness. If you are not a prince tonight, why adhere to princely traditions?" Quite intriguing, the crown prince mused, tossing the gold leaf rose to a nearby attendant, who caught it as it disintegrated into fine golden strands in the air, only to solidify into a solid gold piece upon landing in the attendant's heavily gloved palms, still exuding warmth. "I believe we shall have a splendid time tonight," he said merrily, extending his arm to Elena. Allow me to properly invite this enchanting lady to partake in the opening dance." "Of course," Elena responded enthusiastically, placing her hand upon the back of the crown prince's hand. "I have yet to learn your name, but your mask and hair have left a lasting impression on me." Should we enjoy a delightful evening together? Do share your name with me before the stroke of midnight. The Crown Prince blinked, reveling in the moment. Such a game should only last for a while. Elena mused beneath her mask, contemplating the prospect of engaging in it for an entire evening. The maid, breathless, trailed behind the swift-moving Miss Green, unusually devoid of her customary composure. She watched in trepidation as the jewels on the girl's head seemed to bounce. Regardless of which fell to the floor, even if Miss Liliana would not rebuke her, Megan would consider it her own fault. She might consider adopting a firmer stance, at least allowing Miss Green to linger before the mirror a while longer, so that her flowing black tresses would not cascade so carelessly over her shoulders, nor entangle themselves in the delicate tassels of her earrings. At last, the maid exhaled in relief, hastening to assist the girl in arranging her cloak, only to watch in astonishment as she gathered the hem of her floor-length garment into a bundle, cradling it in her arms. O divine powers above! The maid took a deep breath, raising her gaze to the statue of the goddess perched high above, beseeching forgiveness for her powerlessness. She had done her utmost. Rayla paused, suddenly confronted with a grave realization. She had forgotten to inform Krull of her current appearance. Thus, in the midst of the sonorous chimes, she found herself blindly clutching her cloak, uncertain even if Krull had consumed the potion for disguise, since they had agreed to be each other's dance partners. They had not conversed about the ball again. Although she held little interest in the festivities, Rayla despised tardiness. The time spent preparing had far exceeded her expectations, leaving her in a state of anxious urgency. Alas, these garments appeared so fragile. Rayla felt they severely hindered her progress. To avoid ruining such fine attire, she slowed her pace considerably, eventually resorting to gathering all the trailing fabrics in her arms, lamenting the potential for dirt to tarnish their light hues. The distance from her tower to the flower bed had allowed her to adjust to the shoes upon her feet, though her big toes still throbbed slightly, as she had never worn such pointed footwear. Even though Liliana had kindly advised the shoemaker to forego heels, she still felt a pinch. She abandoned the notion of remedying her discomfort. One moment the pain subsided, the next it returned anew. She would address it after the ball. "Where are you headed?" As the third toll of the bell resonated, Rayla, invigorated and prepared to ascend the flower bed with her cloak and gown in tow, felt a hand grasp her wrist from behind. The grip was perfectly firm, allowing her to pivot without losing her balance. You found me." The familiar voice immediately eased her anxiety. With one hand still cradling her garments, she used the other to fan herself, perplexed by the heat of the gathering. Too many people. "I suggest we climb up and then remove our masks. This way, I can see far and you'll spot me easily." "You and I chose the same color," Rayla remarked, observing Krull's transformation into a figure with black hair and deep brown eyes. For a moment, she felt a sense of disorientation, especially as his features remained unchanged. A part of her mind questioned if something was amiss with her own eyes. "I didn't keep you waiting too long, did I?" "Not all. I've just arrived." Krull extended his hand, guiding Rayla down from the higher tier of the flower bed. "You may set your garments down, with me here. Do you still fear that dust will settle upon your dress?" Indeed, Rayla scratched her head, often finding herself struggling to shift her mindset and forgetting the ease with which magic could resolve her dilemmas. At this moment, Megan could no longer bear it. She quietly sidled up to Rayla, adjusting the diamond hairpiece that had been askew. "Is he suggesting that I link arms with him?" Rayla pondered over Crowell's actions, observing that the girls around her were similarly walking alongside their partners. "I shall not tread upon your gown." As she watched the girl tugging at the hem of her long dress, Crowell couldn't help but chuckle. "Although I seldom attend balls, you may rest assured that I am a gentleman of decent standing. I had thought you spent your days engaged in such activities." Mimicking the girls around her, Rayla placed her hand upon Crowell's arm. Some indeed relish such gatherings. Noticing the conflicted expression of a nearby maid, Crowell reached out, gently adjusting Rayla's wayward bangs, tucking her stray locks behind her ear, and then assisting her in untangling her ear cuff's tassel, which had ensnared itself in her long hair. "It is too noisy for my liking, and my presence or absence makes little difference. I would rather pursue my own interests." So close, Rayla blinked. Yet with Crowell arranging her earrings, she dared not move, for those ornaments appeared fragile and easily damaged. As the final chime of the clock approached, and Crowell took a step back, nodding to indicate that all was well, Rayla mentally counted the seconds. "Are we running out of time?" Chapter 46. 6 o'clock, 4. Will we be late? The tolling of the clock, though a tad muffled, indicated that the last chime was imminent. The man beside her exhibited no signs of urgency. Instead, he guided her toward the parlor. Do you not wish to alter your appearance like the others? Christopher's attire today bore similarities to his usual garb, albeit adorned with embellishments that complemented her dress. His black hair and deep blue eyes suggested he had no intention of using a disguise potion. However, the book stated that currently, the only means to temporarily alter one's appearance was through potions. With wide eyes, Liliana looked curiously at the man. It also mentioned that elemental magic capable of direct transformation was non-existent, mere deception. She had looked it up. He truly could not lie to her. But Christopher, a master of social finesse, maintained his calm demeanor, responding, "Indeed, yet some truths remain unwritten in publicly accessible tomes." This was indeed true. For instance, the rumored invisibility spell passed down only to the heirs of the Snowwhite family has likely been coveted by countless individuals since the era of the old dynasty. Hundreds of years have elapsed, and even now, no one can fully elucidate its principles. Its existence remains a topic of idle debate among the board. How reasonable, Liliana nodded, realizing her own narrow-mindedness. Yet, unease soon crept in within her understanding. That which was not documented in books was either dubious and potentially perilous or family secrets not meant for casual revelation. Is such magic freely wielded? It is quite secure. Indeed, it is merely a trinket acquired by chance. I have used it a few times before, and if I do not utilize it today, the magical or within will naturally deplete. Kristoff patiently reassures her, for he has time on his side. It is just unfortunate that it can only slightly alter the color of one's eyes. This assertion resembles her attempts to persuade Cinderella to adorn herself with those finished jewels at the ball. Liliana intuitively senses that Kristoff is not being entirely truthful. You wouldn't have sought someone out to create this device for me simply because I cannot consume the potion, would you? That seems rather cumbersome, considering it is merely a ball, which is unnecessary. She too wishes that her artisans could fulfill all her requests within a few days. Kristoff finds her imagination amusing. Such thoughts must never reach the ears of their craftsmen, for if they were aware of the expectations placed upon them, they might hastily pack their belongings and depart for distant lands that very night. A medieval version of purchasing a standing ticket for an overnight train ride. Liliana, feeling somewhat embarrassed, extends her hand to touch the tip of her nose. Indeed, she lacks any concept of the design and production cycle of these magical devices, as their lessons have only covered the identification of various magical ores. How should I cooperate? Liliana sits beside Kristoff with an unusual air of propriety. Having yet to consume the transformation potion, her understanding of metamorphosis remains simplistic, akin to the polyjuice potion in Harry Potter. She recalls the unpleasant flavors associated with those potions. And although Cinderella remarked that the transformation felt negligible, she still experiences a twinge of anxiety. Do not be afraid, Kristoff reassures, donning a ring that a servant casually retrieved from the collection on his right hand, employing it as a disposable prop to alter her eye color. He gently cradles Liliana's face with that hand, encouraging her to gaze up at him, softly stating, "You will not feel a thing. Just wait a moment." Kristoff glances at the clock in the parlor. The final chime of the evening is imminent, though there may be a slight variance. He has faith in the skills of the apothecary at Snow White's estate. He observes the girl nod obediently in his palm, allowing him to manipulate her as he wishes. He can see himself reflected in her eyes, which are currently filled with his image. "May I blink?" Liliana inquires softly. "Yes," he replies gently, feeling her earrings brush against his hand, imparting the customary coolness of gems and metals. Yet, the warmth of her skin against his palm, coupled with the gentle breath she exhales upon his wrist, evokes a remarkable sensation. Upon receiving permission, Liliana closes her eyes, hearing yet another distant toll of the clock. Perhaps it is merely a psychological effect, but she experiences a slight dizziness. The color remains red. It is indeed too challenging to expect the potion's effects to be precisely timed to the second. Unconsciously, Kristoff begins to count the seconds, until the final chime fades away. Neither speaks, one eagerly awaiting the magic, the other calmly orchestrating the deception. 12 seconds. Liliana once again closed her eyes, and when she opened them this time, Kristoff beheld a pair of emerald green eyes that shimmered brilliantly under the overhead light, their hue slightly lighter than he remembered, perhaps a trick of memory, for it had merely been a fleeting glance. He found himself at a loss to articulate how the color of her eyes transformed her visage, nor could he fathom why this transformation elicited a sense of joy within him. This time, she did not flee from his presence in a panic. Instead, she remained quietly and obediently ensnared in his embrace, her softly curling hair cascading over her shoulders, rendering her akin to a small, oblivious creature ensnared in a trap. Utterly unaware of her surroundings, yet lifting her glistening eyes to regard the approaching hunter, he suddenly yearned to draw nearer to her, though he could not decipher the reason behind this impulse. This longing seemed to arise from the void, an unexplainable desire that bore no rationale or objective. It was reminiscent of that day when Liliana had first pressed her lips to his cheek, causing an inexplicable itch along the healed scar trailing down the back of his neck. A moment of blindness enveloped him, akin to straying into an unfamiliar labyrinth, lost amidst the maelstrom of a storm, ensnared by threads that unexpectedly emerged from a trap, indiscriminately ensnaring the hunter who came to assess his prey, only to realize that these were not mere threads, but her hair entwined around his fingers. Fortunately, in the next instant, he regained his senses. "Are you ready?" he heard Liliana ask with anticipation, as if she believed this too was part of the enchantment. Despite his breath lingering upon her nose, she did not flinch. "Ready." He released her and stood, unfamiliar emotions coursing through him. Why had he last felt such anxiety? It seemed an eternity ago, now forgotten, for such feelings were unnecessary, burdensome sensations that ought to be discarded. Celsus did not require a lord who felt trepidation. Christoph? Liliana longed to summon a maid from outside to procure a mirror, to glimpse her current appearance. Yet the peculiar expression on the man's face caused her to anxiously glance at the ring upon his hand, wondering if it were truly a legitimate form of magic. Christoph felt his hand grasped and looked down to see Liliana frowning as she attempted to remove the ring, a prop of deception, from his finger. Her hand, so small in contrast, barely reached past his palm to his first knuckle when fully outstretched. Liliana lifted her gaze, and at that moment, she saw Christoph had regained his usual calm demeanor. It was merely a strange gust of wind, Christoph thought, as he allowed Liliana to link her arm with his. Nothing had truly altered, and everything continued along the path he had anticipated. In the distant Celsus, the day's labor concluded. Fishermen laden with the day's catch sailed the vibrant, sun-kissed shallows. They wore smiles, as always, singing sea shanties to dispel the weariness of twilight. Beyond the sea, I behold my beloved. The vast distance renders me hesitant. Yet, the sea breeze caresses my face, whispering like a siren, urging me to swiftly soar to her side, even if I were to plunge into an infinite abyss. Oh, even if I were to descend into that boundless chasm. Chapter 47. The New Ball. 1. Cinderella felt that her 2-month sojourn at the Capital Academy had afforded her considerable exposure to the world. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, transformed into a ballroom, she was taken aback by the ostentatious display of the nobility. She vividly recalled Mr. Bond's lamp, which lay unused on his bedside table, adorned with intricate designs. Initially, Cinderella assumed the lamp was merely broken and thus abandoned. Later, she overheard Aunt Susan mention that it was an ancestral lamp made of magical or a luxury beyond the means of common folk, and so it remained a mere ornament. Aunt Susan often lamented, urging Mr. Bond to either store the lamp properly, put it to use, or if all else failed, sell it, lest someone sneak into his abode to steal it. Despite her words, one day, after returning from the market outside the city, Aunt Susan excitedly presented a small stone to Cinderella, claiming it was something she had found by the city walls, wondering if it could be used for Mr. Bond's lamp. At that moment, Cinderella, lacking understanding, reached out to touch the stone, which suddenly emitted a brilliant glow before gradually turning to ash. Upon hearing the tale, Mr. Bond chuckled, confirming that Aunt Susan had indeed discovered fragments of magical, or otherwise, it would not have been consumed by Cinderella's mere touch. This left Aunt Susan disheartened for the entire day, sighing as she prepared meals, regretting not having scoured the area for more treasures and lamenting not having handed the stone directly to Mr. Bond. For days afterward, Aunt Susan wandered beneath the city walls, finding nothing and nearly being mistaken for a suspicious character, resulting in the confiscation of her permit to enter and exit the capital. Now, even before reaching the entrance, She beheld the radiant light streaming through the stained glass windows of the grand hall, illuminating the night sky. Each beam emanated from a high-purity magical ore, sufficient to keep an ordinary lamp aglow throughout the year. Furthermore, the metallic staircases and platforms, suspended without any visible support, the flowers blooming defiantly out of season, and the fireworks that transformed into radiant bursts of color upon gentle contact. All were extravagances that one could scarcely imagine the cost of. This was merely the realm of magical creations. Beneath her feet lay a vast expanse of soft carpet, seamless and exquisite. The walls bore elegant decorations, while the air was filled with splendid adornments adorning the attendees, reflecting the brilliance of their expensive gemstones, which, in contrast, rendered them somewhat mundane in craftsmanship. Cinderella reminisced about her childhood, when her parents had first brought her to the city. One day, it seemed that her father's long-overdue wages had finally been disbursed, and to celebrate, they ventured to the noodle shop downstairs, where her mother unusually permitted her father to take a small bottle of potent liquor. The taste of that bowl of noodles has faded from Rilla's memory. What lingers instead is the image of a nearby table where two individuals, engaged in their merriment, were munching on peanuts and sipping wine while boasting about a gleaming car parked at the entrance, claiming it belonged to a friend and was worth $1 million. $1 million, a figure that surpassed Rilla's understanding at that time. She bit her chopsticks, pondering for a long while, unable to grasp the magnitude of such a number, particularly the zeros trailing behind it. The two men, animated in their conversation, seemed to revel in their own words, and Rilla, curious, turned to her mother and asked, "Mom, why can some people afford to buy cars for $1 million while others can barely afford a meal?" Her mother promptly delivered a sharp rap on her head with her chopsticks. "Mind your own business. Is other people's money any of your concern? You're still young, yet you think so deeply. Do you think it's easy for us to provide for you? If you don't finish your food, I'll let your sister have it." Rilla blinked, her thoughts pulled back by Clower's words. Regardless of the circumstances, she stood here now, dressed as she was. And Rilla found a certain truth in Liliana's sentiment that since one had chosen to participate, one ought not to harbor regrets. Whether it was Liliana, Clower, or Elena and her friends, they were all genuinely attempting to assist her. She should not dampen their spirits. "I have learned to dance," she declared, adopting a cheerful tone when speaking to Clower. "So if you wish to dance later, I can join you. However," she added with a glance at the tips of her shoes, "I'm still getting used to these shoes. I might stumble or step on your toes, but I will do my best to avoid that." There was once a popular dance step where a woman would stand on her partner's feet, following his lead. Clower took 2 glasses of drink from a tuxedo-clad server and handed one to Rilla. "So you needn't worry at all. How dull that would be. Like a puppet being led by a man," Rilla thought, considering that such a dance step's lack of popularity was hardly surprising, being far more tedious than spinning around. In the grand hall, nearly everyone donned masks, and for a moment, Rilla found it challenging to distinguish one person from another. Yet, she quickly recognized the figure at the center of the crowd with fiery red hair as the crown prince, recognizable by his signature silly laughter. The petite girl with silvery gold hair standing beside him must be Elena. Rilla longed to greet Elena, but hesitated, not wanting to draw the crown prince's attention, and thus refrained. Has Liliana not yet arrived? Rilla scanned the room, noting a surprising number of individuals with hair dyed in lighter hues, even pure white. In a short span, she spotted 5 or 6, exchanging glances without any intention of approaching one another. Liliana would undoubtedly recognize her instantly, given that her entire ensemble had been arranged by Liliana herself. It seemed her brother had already made an appearance, but remained outside the hall. She overheard a few girls discussing him, noting that he appeared to be without a dance partner. The girls engaged in a fierce internal debate, contemplating whether to boldly inquire about joining him, while others regretted having already secured partners in advance, wishing they too could have the chance to try their luck. As Liliana fretted over the possibility of being late, Rayla suddenly sensed a momentary stillness enveloping the surroundings. Following the gaze of the crowd, she wondered why they were all looking at them. Noticing the collective attention directed towards her, Liliana felt an unsettling wave of anxiety beneath her mask. She instinctively grasped Kristoff's arm. "Are we late?" This marked their inaugural appearance as a couple in a social setting following their engagement. Kristoff, maintaining his composure, replied, "Considering your previous injury and my matters in the capital, we are indeed a bit delayed." "Ah, indeed," though she was merely an unremarkable phone noble. The man by her side was a genuine figure of prominence. With the realization that the gazes were not intended for her, Liliana felt a sense of relief. She endeavored to discreetly scan for Rayla, only to find herself encircled by several unfamiliar individuals. She made a valiant effort to cast a glance towards Rayla, hoping her companion would catch it. What happened to the notion of discarding their identities? The individuals approaching them promptly removed their masks to introduce themselves, first greeting Kristoff and then extending their salutations to her. Liliana had no choice but to remove her own mask, handing it to Megan, who had silently returned to her side, and she politely responded to their greetings while maintaining a smile. They exchanged a few pleasantries before donning their masks once more and retreating, leaving her and Kristoff to face a new wave of well-wishers. It appeared that Kristoff had relatives within this academy, and Liliana struggled to keep up with the introductions, the complexity of which made her long for the simplicity of childhood memories, like recalling that her father's father was called grandfather, while her mother's mother was grandmother. Chapter 47. The Newcomer Ball, 2. In contrast, the relationships within the Lancelot family seemed somewhat more straightforward, perhaps due to the younger generation being out of the academic realm. Liliana noted that the most enthusiastic greetings came from Kristoff's maternal relatives. After attending to the relatives, there were also lesser nobility from the surrounding territories. With the Lancelot introductions nearly concluded, she realized, to her surprise, that the opening dance had yet to commence, yet her smile was already beginning to feel weary. Some of these individuals she encountered regularly at the academy, but they never took the initiative to greet her. It was evidently Kristoff's presence that made the difference. Liliana sighed inwardly, casting a glance at the man beside her. He truly possessed a remarkable ability to engage in conversation with anyone. She suspected he could even strike up a dialogue with a trash bin from her former laboratory. Recalling an article about a queen who developed facial expression disorders from years of smiling, Liliana seized the opportunity while turning to fetch a drink, indulging in a few exaggerated expressions. I asked if you wanted to rest in the carriage for a while. It's not every day you find yourself in such a setting. Many people will want to make an appearance. Kristoff observed Liliana, who was nestled in a corner, making faces at her goblet, and approached her, saying, "Would you like to retreat to the lounge for a moment? I passed by earlier. It reeked of medicine." Liliana wrinkled her nose in disbelief. Why would anyone be brewing medicine in the lounge? Kristoff remained silent, realizing that the prevailing trend of frailty among the aristocracy had indeed reached this group of unmarried ladies. Unbeknownst to Liliana, the act of dancing until intermission only to sip a perfectly warmed medicinal soup, followed by comparing the rare herbs used within, had become a form of entertainment among the noble women. Could one indulge in reckless feasting and also drink potions indiscriminately? After listening to Kristoff's explanation, Liliana found it utterly astonishing. She believed that the concoctions in this world were exceedingly bitter, reeking of unboiled traditional Chinese medicine, and wondered how anyone could force themselves to consume it without ailment. Of course not. Do not emulate that. Kristoff gently squeezed Liliana's hand. Last month, an explosion had occurred in the residence of a royal earl, reportedly instigated by his wife who had insisted on brewing precious herbs without the confirmation of a healer. It turned out to be mere unseeded fireberry fruits. I know that. A little can turn your hair red. The leaves are quite spicy, the roots bitter, and boiling the unseeded fruits at high temperatures can lead to an explosion. Recently, in preparation for a disguised potion, the herbal knowledge of everyone had risen significantly, and Liliana was no exception. There were no casualties, I hope. Are you referring to the Earl's wife? She, of course, emerged unscathed, Kristoff replied, though the fate of the servants in the kitchen remained uncertain. It was evident that the ignorance of the mistress had led to peril, while it was the servants who suffered the consequences of her directives. Liliana sighed heavily, feeling even less inclined to visit the lounge. As if heralding the arrival of an important figure, Liliana followed the gaze of the crowd towards the grand hall's entrance. At that moment, both conversation and music ceased, the distinct sound of metal armor clashing resonating from beyond the doors. A sense of déjà vu washed over Liliana, altering her expression as she began to piece together the identity of the visitor. Rumors had circulated since the preparations for the ball began, suggesting that His Majesty the Emperor would grace this year's gathering with his presence, which was undoubtedly why this ball was more extravagant than those of previous years. "We shall need to pay our respects shortly," she heard Kristoff whisper in her ear. Liliana nodded, mentally preparing herself for the audience with the emperor. She glanced down at the rose brooch adorning her gown, a piece she had specifically requested Kate to pin for her, and had Megan check for any imperfections in less visible areas. One could only say that Kristoff's familiarity with the emperor surpassed Liliana's expectations. She had assumed they would approach the emperor in a queue, similar to how they had greeted Kristoff upon their arrival, hoping that his elevated status would afford them a more favorable position. However, to her surprise, after the collective bow from the assembly, the emperor, with a benevolent expression, surveyed the room before extending a greeting to the crown prince who had stepped forward, then turned his gaze towards them. Could it be that this was the very reason Kristoff had chosen not to wear a mask? Chris, my dear child, stepped forward alongside Kristoff under the watchful eyes of the assembly. Liliana held her breath, reminding herself to refrain from any faux pas at this critical moment. She heard the emperor's resounding voice, surprisingly bypassing the customary pleasantries and engaging Kristoff in a casual tone, remarking on how he had been exceedingly busy of late, even neglecting to share tea with an old man like himself. My aunt is unwell, and as a younger member of the family, I must make a trip back. Kristoff responded, adding that he had brought this year's royal tea from winter for the emperor to savor. Ah, that is a fine treat indeed. This year's weather has been peculiar, with both the queen and the empress dowager falling ill. All present must take care of their health, the emperor declared, casting his gaze around the room, causing those met with his eyes to bow their heads in agreement, with Liliana dutifully following suit. They exchanged a few more words. Was this a display of the closeness between the two families? Yet, those in attendance were primarily children still unacquainted with the true power of their lineages. Was it necessary to perform for such an audience? Liliana found herself perplexed and hesitant to interject, feeling like a mere ornament on Kristoff's arm. However, the emperor's attention soon shifted to her, and he inquired about her well-being in a warm tone. Liliana felt a twinge of anxiety, for her aunt had instructed her on the formalities of an audience with royalty. Yet the current atmosphere seemed to deviate from that protocol. Do not be so reserved. Your father was once my classmate, forging a deep bond here, the emperor continued, and Liliana sensed she had not erred, for his demeanor remained jovial and approachable. It has been many years since I have seen you brought to the capital to meet us elders. While his words were kind, the underlying reality of her humble origins made them resonate oddly in her ears. Naturally, Liliana only dared to ponder this internally. Upon receiving the emperor's permission, or rather, his request, she lifted her gaze. From the myriad of rumors, she had gleaned that he was a ruler adept in the art of intrigue and exceedingly diligent. He appeared vibrant, yet the hollows beneath his eyes and the deep creases on his forehead belied his vigor. The emperor claimed to have been a contemporary of the Marquis of Snowwhite, suggesting a mere 4-year age difference. Yet he appeared significantly older than the Marquis. Had she unwittingly committed another faux pas? In that fleeting moment of eye contact with the emperor, Liliana caught a glimpse of a strange emotion in his gaze, one that felt discordant with the previously relaxed atmosphere. For a brief instant, it seemed the emperor wished to avert his eyes from her. Child, do you fancy this brooch? At last, she heard a new query. Your Majesty. I adore it, she replied, releasing a breath of relief. Indeed, donning the rose brooch bestowed upon her by the royal family had proven to be a judicious choice. That is well. The emperor's demeanor remained unchanged, which led Liliana to question whether what she had just witnessed was merely an illusion created by the opulent and dazzling light of the hall. He turned his attention back to Christopher, saying, My dear Snow White, you must cherish this only daughter of yours. The two of you should get along amicably. This remark was made lightly, and Liliana felt relieved that most people likely did not hear it. As she considered the gazes of all those who had come to greet her, she pondered how they might perceive someone like her, who had received such privileges through a false identity. Unbeknownst to her, she had increasingly found it difficult to separate her identity from that of Liliana Snowwhite. Well, the elders, are present, so they cannot fully enjoy themselves, she mused. Reflecting on our youth, we always despised the presence of stuffy old folks at such gatherings. Even exchanging a few whispered words with a dance partner felt uncomfortable under their watchful eyes, didn't it, Charlotte? The emperor did not linger for long. After greeting a portion of the newcomers and the conclusion of the opening dance, he affectionately patted his youngest son's shoulder before departing alongside Principal Roots. Chapter 47. The Newcomer Ball 3. This emperor seemed rather amiable, displaying a demeanor towards his son reminiscent of an ordinary family. Although she had no real understanding of what an ordinary family in this world might look like, Rila observed everything that transpired from the moment Liliana entered until the emperor departed. She contemplated what it would be like to be in Liliana's position, smiling graciously at a throng of individuals clearly seeking to forge connections, all the while adhering to various formalities. Perhaps after graduation, she could whisk Liliana away. They could find a place far removed from such convoluted relationships and protocols, cultivate a few acres of land, and tend to the local animals. After all, she had some knowledge of farming, and with the aid of magic, living a self-sufficient and secure life should not pose a problem. In that scenario, there would be no Liliana Snowwhite, nor Rila Green. They would simply be themselves, she thought. But in an instant, she dismissed this sudden notion as overly naive. Beyond Liliana, there were also the residents of the orphanage. How large of a plot would she need to sustain Aunt Susan and Mr. Bond? A secluded and undisturbed area would often be plagued by wild beasts, and this world harbored monsters she had never laid eyes upon. Nearly 1/8 of their 4 years had already passed. By that time, would she truly possess the capability to protect this vast number of people behind her? Without strength, leading them away could, in fact, bring them harm. And then there was Klaus. Rila glanced at the man beside her. If she were to elope with Liliana, would she still be able to invite him to their secluded haven? Or would they be cut off from each other forever? Such a thought felt disheartening. Thus, human connections can be a troublesome thing, ensnaring one like a spider's web. Before the opening dance, many individuals were weaving through the crowd, removing their masks to greet one another. Ryra perceived that Crowell was indeed, as he claimed, disinterested in the revelry. He led her upstairs, treating her to a delightful array of delicacies, allowing her to gaze out through the floral window at the view beyond. She had never before stood at this vantage point to overlook the Capital Academy. Moreover, she spotted Crowell's distant relative, the fiancée of the Grand Prince, easily recognizable as she wore neither a mask nor altered her hair and eye color. It seemed she was eager to converse with the emperor, having squeezed her way to the front, only to have the emperor turn away, seemingly oblivious to her presence. After all, she was the daughter-in-law of the eldest son. It was perplexing to consider how the emperor had just shown such warmth toward the crown prince, and even toward Liliana and her fiancé. Ryra found it exceedingly odd. Even in rural settings, one as patriarch would typically maintain a facade of fairness. Surely, the emperor understood such a fundamental principle? Alas, one cannot become distracted while dancing. Realizing she had strayed from the rhythm of those around her, Ryra cast an apologetic glance at Crowell, uncertain whether he noticed through the imposing mask she wore. After several dances, Liliana felt fatigued just as a handful of individuals approached to encircle them. She quickly expressed to Christophe her desire for a brief respite, taking a drink with her as she ascended the stairs, where she then spotted Florent seated nearby. At this point, nearly half the attendees had discarded their masks. The cumbersome accessories proved somewhat bothersome during the dance, either constricting the face or slipping down the nose. Liliana was unaware of when Florent had entered the hall, nor did she know if he, like Christophe, had simply chosen not to don a mask or if he had relinquished it to a servant. She noticed many young ladies circling Florent, some audacious enough to invite him to dance. I did not take the disguise potion today, not for the reasons you might think. Rather, I was concerned that my partner would fail to recognize me and believe I had not awaited her arrival. To avoid any awkwardness, Liliana planned to approach after Florent had declined yet another girl. She overheard him say, "I have no objections to such festivities. It appears everyone is thoroughly enjoying themselves." Which is a splendid notion, Miss Maud. Miss Edwards cannot attend? After the girl departed, Liliana approached, initially thinking Florent might assume she was yet another girl seeking to dance with him and would dismiss her without a glance. However, as she neared, Florent reached out, taking the alcoholic beverage from her hand and replacing it with juice. "Ah," Florent replied simply, explaining that he had been waiting at the academy's entrance until he received a letter from Maria, sent from the palace. "I sincerely apologize, Florent. I hope I have not dampened your spirits, and wish you a delightful time today." Florent, unsure whether it was the Empress who had prevented Maria from leaving the palace or whether Maria herself had chosen not to come, observed as Liliana took a sip of the juice he had provided, her face contorting in response to its tartness. "You must sip from this." He instructed Liliana to grasp the rim of the cup, which held a vibrant red fruit, and take another sip. It was still somewhat tart. Liliana gazed longingly at the alcoholic beverage still held by Florent, which was effervescent and bore a striking resemblance to cola, the closest thing to soda she had encountered here. "I am of age," she murmured softly, noticing that Florent did not yield it to her. "Joseph is allowed to have a drink at the banquet." "Your face is already flushed," Florent frowned. "If your physique were as robust as Joseph's, I would be indifferent to your libations. Moreover, strictly speaking, she was not yet of age. As her mother's note indicated, she was born on November 30th, 245, and there remained a significant stretch of time before 11 o'clock. That was from dancing, Liliana protested. Having discovered that the drink resembled cola, she had only taken 3 or 4 sips since sitting beside Florent. It was implausible that such a minuscule amount of alcohol could affect her. If she had known, she would have sought out Rilo with it first. Rilo would surely share her delight, for who could possibly disdain cola? "Do you not dance?" As she sat there, another masked girl peered curiously in her direction. It was evident that Florent was quite the popular figure, although he was on amicable terms with Miss Edwards. No formal engagement had been established. Presently, Florent was undoubtedly one of the most sought-after bachelors in the kingdom. Florent turned to look at Liliana, who was observing her surroundings with keen interest through her verdant eyes. He nearly forgot that her eyes were supposed to be of that hue, for he had been a child when she arrived in Renoka. Was Liliana hinting for him to invite her to dance? Florent paused, glancing downstairs where Lancelot was surrounded by several individuals, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Was she feeling lonely because of that? No one would criticize him for accompanying her in a dance, yet according to custom, the next tune would likely be a faster melody. And Florent worried that Liliana might struggle to keep up. "Ah, beautiful, lovely, unfamiliar maiden," Florent mused, when suddenly a burst of flame appeared before Liliana. "Do not inquire of my identity. I merely wish to ask, dear lady, may I have the honor of dancing with you? I have not brought my permission ring today." Liliana stifled a laugh, displaying her hands to the masked prince. "See, it is futile to ask me to dance. What ring? I am but a wandering bard, and we are not acquainted." The youth beneath the mask blinked, having chosen amber eyes for the day. "If you refuse me, it will only render this evening dull in my eyes. Ah, I, the unworthy suitor of such a lovely lady, may as well vanish into the chilling winds outside." "Enough, enough," Liliana interjected, fearing that if he continued, he might burst into song with the music. She quickly stood and linked her arm with his. "What of your dance partner?" "She has gone to the lounge, claiming she needed to take medicine. Odd, for she appears quite healthy to me." The crown prince, in high spirits, eagerly led Liliana towards the dance floor, expressing his fondness for the next tune, lamenting how unfortunate it would be to miss it. "She wouldn't mind if you took me for a dance, would she?" Liliana was uncertain of the exact nature of the relationship between the crown prince and his partner. What is there to mind? Who dances solely with their opening partner throughout the entire ball? The crown prince remarked, "Do you mind Christopher dancing with other ladies?" Liliana paused, having never considered this aspect, but quickly retorted, "Not at all." However, she recalled tales from university days of disagreements at weekend dances organized by the institution, where disputes escalated into physical altercations, after which such events ceased to occur. "I must admit, I've been unwell for quite some time, and my dancing skills are rather lacking," Liliana stated. She was taken aback when, following the soothing and elegant melody, a fast-paced tune immediately ensued, causing her heart to race. That's what makes it fun. If everyone dances the same way, it's no different than watching marionettes. The crown prince chuckled, pulling her closer. "Let us go." Chapter 48, Undercurrents 1. Leaning against the railing while sipping cola, Liliana reflected that agreeing to dance with the crown prince was perhaps the gravest error she had committed thus far that evening. She felt utterly overwhelmed. By the third piece, Liliana sensed her thoughts had ceased altogether. She was merely a spinning top in the crown prince's grasp. Had it not been for Christophe's timely intervention, the crown prince would have eagerly led her into the next dance, which promised to be even more frenetic than the first. Almost instinctively, Liliana broke free from his hold and rushed to seize Christophe's arm, imploring him to whisk her away from this terrifying spectacle. She was utterly exhausted, yet the thought of the rest area being filled with potentially explosive concoctions deterred her from seeking refuge there. Megan, the maid, discerned that her mistress was losing her desire to move. After obtaining Liliana's consent, she left the hall to prepare the coachman for an immediate departure. Liliana did indeed feel the urge to return and rest, as the ball had, by this point, lost its novelty and allure in her eyes. She felt it was merely a gathering of familiar and unfamiliar faces engaging in conversation, establishing and maintaining relationships. Few, like the Crown Prince, seemed to genuinely relish the joy of dancing. "I will fetch something to drink," she mused, staying by Kristoff's side meant enduring a barrage of conversationalists. And she noticed Florin had descended, yet still showed no inclination to dance, surrounded by several individuals, revealing that even heirs face their own challenges. Liliana contemplated seeking out Rayla for some fun, but observed that Rayla still had remarkable stamina on the dance floor. Thus, she resolved to find more cola. To her dismay, the place she had previously acquired cola was now entirely empty, indicating that others also deemed it a delightful refreshment. Undeterred, Liliana thought to herself that more would surely be replenished, or perhaps there were other sources available. After describing the taste of her beverage to a visibly overwhelmed attendant, Liliana decided to relieve him of his duties and made her way to the highest platform nearest the hall. The music from the dance floor below seemed to echo the latest trends, and it appeared that few, like her, intended to dine so close to midnight. The floating platforms were sparsely populated, with the uppermost level housing only Liliana. After a lively search among countless goblets, she finally discovered her prize. A grand clock behind her, powered by intricate gears, slowly moved its hands, casting shifting shadows across the dazzling interior of the hall. Looking up, the ornate patterns of the dome, usually obscured, became even more indistinct under the blinding lights. Gazing down, she beheld elegantly dressed men and women circulating below. As the chilled beverage bubbled in her throat, Liliana leaned against the railing and mused that this was indeed the greatest joy of the evening. She noticed a young lady seeking to dance with Kristoff, who at that moment appeared unencumbered by admirers. The girl seemed to be the same one who had previously attempted to engage Florent. However, Kristoff seemed to decline her invitation. Glancing in Liliana's direction after the girl departed, Liliana raised an eyebrow, wondering why she should care about his dancing with others. Redirecting her gaze, she indulged in the delightful sight of her own ensemble prepared for Rayla. Rayla had changed partners, now dancing with a classmate who was often shy due to his lack of magical prowess, and spoke in a soft voice. It seemed that the only remaining masked attendee was the Crown Prince, displaying an inexplicable dedication to the tradition. Judging by Ryla's apparent enjoyment, Liliana felt reassured in her role as her fairy godmother. Yawning, Liliana turned to glance at the clock, which was nearing 11 o'clock. Typically, she would be preparing for bed at this hour, yet this ball was set to continue until midnight. It appeared that, aside from her, nearly everyone else was reluctant to leave early. She shook her head at the opulence surrounding her. While such scenes were not particularly remarkable, thoughts of Ryla's words lingered in her mind, conjuring images of the slums beyond the city gates, and with the weather growing colder by the day, snow seemed imminent. Leaving her with a heavy heart, Liliana planned to host a charity event themed around blessings for the Queen among the noble young ladies after the ball concluded. Leveraging her status for the cause, she had completed the basic planning, but considering her previous experience was limited to organizing a New Year's Eve party for the graduate committee, she intended to consult Kristoff for his insights and guidance. She had carefully considered Kristoff's previous remarks. He had essentially warned her that assisting the commoners on royal grounds might be perceived as an attempt to curry favor with the populace at the expense of the crown. Thus, she resolved to approach the matter from a different angle, rather than acting in her own name. She would spread the initiative among the noble young ladies of the academy and then facilitate contributions through the orphanage. Surely, even the emperor with his suspicions could not find fault in the charity extended to his wife. It remains uncertain whether the world holds any truth in the notion of accumulating virtue and merit. Nevertheless, she is determined to assist Rayla in exploring the sacred texts for traces of light magic, while simultaneously seeking any plausible excuses or justifications that may be of use. The exuberance of everyone is truly remarkable, as yet another upbeat dance tune begins. Liliana cannot help but marvel at how some individuals seem to have been dancing for hours without pause. Magic is indeed wondrous. Take, for instance, the platform beneath her feet, which hovers effortlessly in midair. Liliana is unable to discern whether it is the result of gold elemental magic or wind elemental magic. Her experience in elemental magic classes has been primarily participatory, with scant theoretical instruction. She can only observe those around her, as they attune themselves and manipulate the elements. No matter how Ryla describes it, Liliana struggles to intuitively grasp the sensation of resonating with the surrounding elements, as if she has been deprived of a sense compared to others. According to Ryla, under certain conditions, she can even perceive the elements around her directly, a skill that Liliana envies deeply. Liliana gazes upward at the multitude of suspended magical crystal lamps, their brilliant illumination allowing her to catch glimpses of a dark bluish mark even with her eyes closed. She perceives these entirely magic-dependent constructs as rather perilous. Should the magic suddenly fail, would they not plummet and injure someone? Did you hear that sound? Ryla abruptly halted in the dance floor, furrowing her brow as she inquired of her new dance partner. She had noticed this classmate from the very beginning, who had stood at the edge of the dance floor, mustering the courage to invite Miss Mode only to be declined, and thereafter remained somewhat dejected. Just as Miss Mode approached, requesting Crowl to accompany her for a few dances, Ryla generously declared that they could dance as they pleased, approaching the boy to ask if he would join her for a dance since they were classmates. The number of commoners in their class was few, although the boy hailed from a wealthy merchant family. A stark contrast to her own background, she felt compelled to assist, undeterred by social status. However, their lack of synchronicity was evident. Ryla was even slightly taller than the boy, and her abrupt halt nearly caused her to collide with another dancer. The boy appeared bewildered, and upon noticing Ryla's serious demeanor, he seemed to finally recognize that something was amiss, as many around them began to glance curiously. Something was indeed amiss. Words such as absence, depletion, and void surged into Ryla's mind, contrasting sharply with the myriad elements she could sense around her, which seemed to have been suddenly siphoned away. Breathing became labored, her vision blurred, and Ryla felt as though the very ground beneath her was quaking, creating the illusion that the earth would soon dissolve into nothingness. A cacophony of sounds enveloped her. The howling ceased, replaced by the overwhelming noise of footsteps and shouting that seemed to recede into the distance, leaving Ryla questioning if she was experiencing tinnitus. "Are you all right?" Upon witnessing the boy, who had been dancing with her, flush and gasping for breath, Ryla instinctively sought to lead him to a more open space. Yet in the next instant, the resplendent grand hall was shrouded in darkness, enveloping everyone in an abyss of night. Chapter 48, Undercurrent de Danger. Instinct compelled Ryla to evade, to escape from this perilous realm. Yet, the young man appeared to be on the brink of losing consciousness. Should she employ healing magic? No, this was not a matter of illness. It was a lack of oxygen. Ryla herself sensed the thinning air, struggling to peer into the darkness toward the door. Had someone deliberately closed it? She recalled that the grand hall's doors were shut only after the opening dance, and no one had raised any objections. It seemed merely customary. "Hold on." Ryla called out to the young man. If he were to faint, his weight would completely bear down upon her, and she was uncertain whether she could endure it. "Ryla, follow me." She felt Crawl pushing through from a direction, attempting to pull her away from the dance floor, but the crowd was dense. "Don't pull me. There is someone here on the verge of fainting." She felt herself jostled multiple times, one of her shoes slipping off, the sensation of suffocation still looming. Ryla shouted, "Watch your step. Can anyone conjure a bit of light?" It was absurd, a wielder of light magic yet unable to create a source of illumination. Fire? But with so many people around, Ryla doubted her ability to control the flames. More critically, she was struggling to breathe. Lack of oxygen. To ignite a fire in such a situation would undoubtedly exacerbate the peril. What on earth was happening? A monster invasion? An attack? Ryla's mind was a tumult of confusion, more chaotic than the last time she encountered a mudslide outside the city. Then, she had known that her only chance of survival was to outrun the oncoming torrent, but now she was utterly oblivious to the source of danger. And Liliana. She suddenly recalled that Liliana was on the uppermost platform above. She had just caught a glimpse of her while spinning in the dance floor. "Where are you going?" Ryla pushed the young man towards Crawl and strained to navigate in the opposite direction. She heard Crawl shout, "You take care of him. I'm going to find my friend." Amidst the screams surrounding her, Ryla had to raise her voice, which only intensified her sense of suffocation. And she needed to ascend to direct the chaos. If this tumult continued, they would harm one another. They needed to find a way to break the windows. "Don't you feel the difficulty in breathing? Careful." As Ryla pressed forward toward the staircase, guided by memory, she was suddenly yanked by an outstretched arm from beside her. Narrowly avoiding a flying object that nearly struck her. The crowd had descended into chaos. In their desperation to escape, some began to recklessly unleash magic. That person pulled her into their embrace, shielding her from the throng with an arm, sternly instructing, "Don't run about." "Mr. Snowwhite, what brings you here?" The young man, with his striking white hair, was easily recognizable even in the darkness. Ryla widened her eyes, locking gazes with his crimson pupils, bewildered as she observed his grip on her wrist. "Aren't you searching for your sister? She seemed to be alone upstairs just moments ago." At this moment, Ryla had nearly acclimatized to the darkness, yet she remained unable to discern the expression on Florence Snowwhite's face. His grip on her arm showed no sign of relinquishment. He realized, in an instant of dawning horror, that Ryla Green was his biological sister. Otherwise, he would not have abandoned Liliana to seek her out immediately. A sudden chill ran down her spine as she felt she had underestimated many of the people and events surrounding her. However, this was not the time for contemplation. Ryla heard the sharp sound of shattering glass. The wind swiftly engulfed the entire hall, and a pale blue lightning illuminated the entrance. For a fleeting moment, both Ryla and the others felt a rush of fear, but they soon recognized it as a guiding force. The howling wind burst open the grand doors, prompting everyone to move towards the exit. Ryla took a deep breath of the rushing air, feeling a slight cleansing of the turmoil within her chest. "Make your way outside the hall swiftly, but do not run about recklessly. The royal knights and the mages from the tower will arrive shortly," Florin insisted, still holding her tightly. "Absolutely do not act on your own accord. I will search for Liliana." Before she could respond, Ryla heard screams nearby. Something had collapsed. What had fallen? Despite her attempts to remain calm, Ryla felt her scalp tingle and her heart race. She sensed small particles continuously cascading onto her head. Suddenly, her vision cleared somewhat. Yet rather than feeling relieved, a wave of terror surged within her. The surrounding walls trembled, and the heavy stone tiles that had once constituted the ceiling transformed into a fine dust, the cause of which Ryla could not ascertain at that moment. However, she looked up and beheld the moonlight streaming through the gaping holes of the damaged roof. The floating staircases, platforms, and arcane stone lamps had vanished. All that remained was a barren section of the roof, now missing a chunk. She had just been above it. This sight transcended her comprehension, causing her to forget whether her words would be drowned out in the chaos. She quickly regained her composure and nodded fervently. "I promise you, go quickly." The situation was dire. Many had collapsed, exhibiting symptoms akin to that of the boy she had entrusted to Crowell, particularly the attendants and maids. Some nobles blatantly disregarded their plight, trampling over the unconscious bodies with grotesque expressions. Others stumbled in the confusion, tripped by those beneath them, their screams and cries echoing as chaos spiraled out of control. Fire! Ryla was startled by the slender, yet fiercely burning fuses, causing many to halt in their tracks. Much like her, the golden adornments embedded in the hall's walls swiftly morphed into liquid, entwining with the flames as they surged towards the panicking crowd. Overwhelmed by fear and burns, the majority stood frozen. Any further use of magic to attack others within this hall will result in punishment in the name of the crown. The voice of the crown prince resonated from above, and he spoke no falsehood. He truly possessed the ability to soar. A fierce flame blazed in his hand, and for what seemed like the first time since knowing him, Ryla did not see a smile upon his face. "All those still conscious, grasp the golden threads at your side. They shall guide you from the hall." The crown prince surveyed the room until his gaze fell upon Ryla Green, who looked utterly astonished. With a sense of accomplishment, he puffed out his chest and winked at the girl, seemingly oblivious to how this gesture undermined the authority he had just commanded. "Disrupt the golden threads, chaos incarnate. I do not mind turning you to ash before you exit the hall." Ryla was uncertain of the principles by which these intricate golden threads provided guidance. Yet with the prince soaring above and the threads in hand, a semblance of order began to emerge amidst the chaos. Ryla heard the sobs of more than one girl. Many were clad in long skirts that trailed upon the ground, and in such circumstances, a moment's inattention could lead to a tumble. Some had already fallen, sustaining cuts from the delicate golden threads. A chill enveloped Ryla. It seemed all the magical ores within the hall had lost their potency, and the temperature was rapidly aligning with that outside. Meanwhile, ice walls slowly crept over the stone floor of the hall, extending outward like scaffolding. layer upon layer ascending until they reached the ceiling. While this action exacerbated the indoor chill, it also brought a measure of comfort to many, who no longer rushed toward the exit, fearing they might be buried beneath the rubble at any moment. My apologies, the recent tremor was my doing. I have widened the main entrance a bit, so do not panic. Ryla thought she perceived Clowel's voice. With me here, the hall shall not collapse, dear Count Snowwhite. Perhaps you could dispel this enchantment. Many young ladies are dressed too lightly. A semblance of order began to take shape. Not all of these nobles were inept. Ryla sighed with relief, clutching the hem of her gown to her chest, and sincerely urged the surrounding young women to do the same. If a stampede occurs, many could lose their lives. At this moment, no one is concerned with your legs. Do not let your smooth, fabric capes fall to the ground. Those who tread upon them will slip. Her tone was stern, and those already in a state of fright and confusion, desperately seeking family or partners, began to flock to her like fledglings seeking shelter, even crossing the boundaries of the golden threads, gathering around her in tears, heeding her commands. All right, remain here. It should not be long before someone comes to retrieve you, or alternative arrangements are made. Ryla guided a dozen individuals from the dance floor to the entrance of the hall, comprising noble young ladies as well as some attendants and maids who had not lost consciousness. If you feel cold, huddle close together. I do not advise you to leave on your own. No one knows what has transpired, and there may be dangers nearby. Staying here, at least in numbers, offers strength. Even if something were to occur, your chances of survival would be greater. Where are you going? Ilena asked anxiously as Ryla began to move back into the hall. I have not seen Liliana. Rira replied that she had only promised Florent that she would be at the door, but she had not agreed to return. Wait a moment. Ilena interrupted her and then loudly inquired of the other girls. Did any of you encounter Miss Snow White or see her with anyone during the time you just left the auditorium? The girls shook their heads in unison. I will accompany you, Ilena remarked, mimicking Rira by gathering her long skirt and tying it up in her arms, to come out only to go back in again. Complained Marbella Doug, who had hurriedly run out of the lounge alongside Ilena, her brow furrowed, yet she moved closer to Ilena, indicating her desire to join the venture. You all cannot come in with me. What purpose would that serve? Rira observed the dozen or so girls, driven by a herd mentality, insisting on following her back, feeling a sense of helplessness as she looked around, seeking someone to temporarily entrust them to. Chapter 49. From the moment the auditorium lights extinguished to the emergence of a void at the rooftop, this event appeared almost simultaneous to many. However, for Liliana, it was a profoundly protracted experience. Her last clear memory was of leaning over the railing, gazing up at the magical mineral lamps. As she watched, a line from a poem about reaching for the stars unexpectedly sprang to mind, although it seemed like an utterly unrelated juxtaposition of imagery. Reciting it at that moment struck her as rather amusing. With this thought, she reached out toward the sky, of course grasping nothing, for even from the highest platform, she remained quite distant from those magical mineral lamps. This arrangement was evidently due to the presence of the kingdom's youngest cohort of magicians below, even high-purity magical minerals. Amidst such a dense gathering of individuals possessing elemental sensitivity could only provide illumination for an entire evening due to the accelerated loss of elements. Only she, Liliana, seemed unaffected by these phenomena. She mused with self-deprecation. Even if she were to grasp all those magical minerals, she suddenly experienced an odd sensation. The music that had been swirling around her ears abruptly faded away. Had she perhaps become inebriated? She glanced down at the goblet in her hand. She had not consumed much, as she had sipped cautiously, fearful of losing composure due to her unfamiliarity with her body's tolerance for alcohol. Liliana widened her eyes, clearly observing the dark liquid in her goblet diminishing slowly, its surface visibly descending until all the liquid evaporated entirely. This process did not cease. She noticed the glass itself was also evaporating, starting from the part her fingertips touched, disappearing in a strange and delicate manner, much like the beverage. She felt her palm empty. For a moment, she could not discern whether she had released the remaining part of the goblet or if it was falling due to the absence of support. Yet it did not meet the ground. Liliana watched as it completely vanished into the air before touching the platform beneath her feet. Her mind insisted that what she witnessed was not real, yet her eyes protested such a judgment. This distortion sent shivers down Liliana's spine. Something felt amiss, yet the faint, Cheerful music continued to play in her ears. Although she stood still, it was as if an invisible wall separated her from everything around her. Liliana glanced around in panic, noticing that others on the platform, like herself, appeared to be frozen in time. No, they were moving, still engaging in conversation and sipping their drinks. But their actions unfolded with excruciating slowness, reminiscent of the sloth working at the DMV in Zootopia. Liliana attempted to speak, only to find herself utterly voiceless. This sensation was not new to her. Memories of an incident atop the Academy's hill flooded back. The surrounding sounds were muffled and distant, save for the incessant ticking of clock. It felt akin to waking abruptly in the middle of the night, only to be acutely aware of the clock's ticking in the living room, so clear that it threatened to disrupt her slumber. The ticking drew nearer, echoing like a drumbeat, like a heartbeat. A chilling realization dawned upon Liliana. It bore a striking resemblance to the slow, deliberate footsteps approaching from behind her. She yearned to turn and see what lay behind her, yet found herself incapable, that sensation of being drained and utterly exhausted enveloping her once more. She felt as if the only part of her that could still move was her head. If her hands relinquished their grip on the railing, she would surely collapse. Her vision darkened. Liliana could not discern whether this was a change in her surroundings or a physical anomaly. Struggling, she lifted her head and was met with a sight that nearly made her retch. The opulent, luminous fixtures crafted from magical or had vanished, replaced by a chaotic mass of round particles, densely packed and writhing in disarray. They resembled swarming insects, or perhaps a grotesque hand formed from thick, entwined limbs, rushing toward her with alarming intent. "Stay away, do not come near me, vanish." Liliana instinctively bowed her head and shut her eyes tightly. The incessant ticking that had haunted her ears suddenly ceased, replaced by an eerie silence akin to being submerged in a vacuum. A wave of breathlessness overwhelmed her. This sensation was eerily familiar. She realized she had neither been besieged by countless insects nor captured by some colossal being. Cautiously, she opened her eyes a fraction, and amidst her labored breaths, she lifted her gaze once more. Her vision returned to normal. Was it all merely an illusion? No. Liliana's eyes widened in horror. Those magical lamps, once beyond her reach, now hovered within her grasp, slowly drifting toward the revelers on the dance floor below. The speed was relative at this moment. Everyone in the dance floor moved at an agonizingly slow pace, which meant that in their world, these objects might be plummeting as if they were ordinary heavy items. Danger loomed. Though she knew it was futile, she still yearned to extend her hand in a desperate attempt to intervene. Why was she unable to voice her concerns? It felt as if she had been severed from her surroundings. Liliana caught sight of Rayla, who remained blissfully unaware, gracefully maintaining her dance. Entirely oblivious to the impending peril just moments away, those opulent yet heavy chandeliers poised to descend upon her. Liliana emitted a silent scream as everything that could inflict harm vanished into thin air. Time itself seemed to slow, as if the universe had narrowed down to her solitary existence. Light was gradually being engulfed by darkness. Yet at that moment, Liliana felt as though she had suddenly acquired the ability akin to night vision. Her gaze was filled with a flurry of particles for but an instant, before her widened eyes reflected an abundance of magical ore. Only the ore remained, while the exquisitely crafted, art-like heavy metal chandeliers had seemingly disappeared. All the magical ore visibly shrank, transforming into dust that drifted downward. Before Liliana, they disintegrated into ashes, reminiscent of a once thriving empire now crumbling from within, still standing yet on the brink of collapse. The grand, decaying dust fell upon the heads of those below, who were bewildered and unaware of the chaos unfolding. Liliana was oblivious to the fact that the ashes of the magical ore would not reach the ground. They were dissipating into the void at an astonishing pace. She stood merely on a platform several stories high. Her first instinct was to ensure Rayla's safety. Then she noticed Florent, straining to leap towards Rayla, having shielded her from some unseen threat. Oddly, while certain aspects were vividly clear, others were shrouded in ambiguity, distorting the entire world in Liliana's perception. It is said that in moments of crisis, one's initial reactions can unveil many secrets. Florent, it turned out, was aware that Rayla was his biological sister. However, Liliana could not process this revelation further. Her mind and senses were engulfed in chaos, bombarded by an overwhelming influx of external information that her cognition struggled to process. It appeared that Rayla was safe. Crowlin was nearby, along with the Crown Prince and many others striving to protect her, ensuring she would not come to harm. Rayla possessed light magic. The heroine would not perish, surrounded by boundless love. No, that was not right. It was real. Rayla's voice echoed once more in her ears. And suddenly, her auditory senses were filled with a cacophony of sounds. Liliana felt herself resynchronized with the world, hearing the distant screams and cries. The crowd had descended into panic. She needed to take action. Positioned high above, it seemed she could finally project her voice. She wished to use her vantage point to provide some semblance of guidance amidst the turmoil. However, unexpectedly, she felt her body lose its support. The railing vanished, and her mind drew the conclusion just as her body became aware of its loss of balance, lurching forward. If she were to do nothing, she would inevitably plummet from this platform, towering at least 4 stories high. She needed to take some action, anything at all, even as the narrow platform's perspective grew dimmer, as Liliana feared she might faint. Yet, she soon realized she was still capable of movement. It was everything around her, even the light that had vanished. She surveyed her surroundings, unable to discern whether she was indoors or outdoors. Glancing down at herself amidst the thick darkness, she could barely make out the contours of her body, unable to ascertain whether she was properly dressed. How had she arrived here? Confusion enveloped her completely. She endeavored to recall what had transpired, initially convinced she was awake, for dreams seldom afford a coherent flow of memory. However, the absurdity of it all left her hesitant to draw conclusions. Yet, this was a world of magic where anything was possible. Summoning her courage, Liliana shifted slightly, only to realize she seemed to have lost her sense of touch. She felt nothing beneath her feet, nor could she determine whether it was warm or cold. In truth, she felt disconnected from her limbs, with no surrounding references to gauge her situation, as if she were ensconced in utter void. Had she already met her demise? Liliana could not ascertain how long she had been lost in her thoughts. Amidst the emptiness, even time lost its significance. Yet perhaps it was a blessing, as she had experienced 2 deaths without feeling pain. She began to ponder whether closing her eyes and reopening them might transport her to a new realm. Remaining in this space, she realized that closing her eyes bore little distinction from keeping them open, if she had once harbored a sense of physicality. She now felt reduced to mere consciousness. She attempted to speak, but no sound emerged, surrounded by complete silence. Like a black hole, Liliana drew a parallel with her rudimentary astronomical knowledge, uncertain of the sensations one might experience within such a phenomenon. With nothing to be done, she resolved to reflect on the events that had transpired in the Grand Hall, for remaining idle served little purpose. Liliana seated herself, freely swaying her legs, and, to her astonishment, she could once again vaguely perceive her body. Did the happenings in the hall have any connection to her? The anomaly began with the goblet in her hand. This scene felt familiar, reminiscent of a time when objects had vanished from her grasp. Specifically, the ink bottle that had been toppled, staining her fingers, yet remained elusive. Thus, her vision was now filled with chaotic, swirling particles, reminiscent of what she had witnessed in the mountaintop cabin, initially attributing it to the dizziness that had clouded her perception. So, could it be that the magic which had incited the shrieks and the ensuing chaos in the Grand Hall had been her doing? The sole point of intersection between the cabin and the hall was Liliana Snowwhite herself, as Megan had already departed to find the stable boy. Was there an unknown presence involved? It was a possibility, but for the moment, she chose to set aside such unprovable speculations. The original protagonist is an ordinary civilian devoid of magical abilities. Ultimately, this conclusion stems from the body's complete inability to sense elemental forces, a trait uncharacteristic of nobility. If this premise is fundamentally flawed, then the railing I was gripping has vanished. Does everything I touch simply disappear? No, I have not even made contact with the luminous magical stones, yet they too have vanished. To what extent does this disappearance extend? In this current state, could it be a consequence of everything around me ceasing to exist? What are the people in the hall? Have they also vanished? Liliana gasped, as though an invisible, emaciated hand with sharp nails had suddenly grasped her heart in the darkness. A surge of intense fear rekindled her sense of breath, and she began to feel a chill, particularly in her feet, as if she were walking upon ice. She sensed a coarse texture beneath her left palm. It was as if someone had suddenly ignited a small light in the darkness. Liliana felt tears welling in her eyes from the abrupt illumination. After a struggle to discern her surroundings, she nearly screamed. Behind her lay a jagged, gaping hole, while her feet dangled precariously above a polished stone archway. Her body was caught in a delicate balance, on the verge of shattering. Liliana compelled herself to survey her surroundings. Though her vision remained dim, she surmised that she was still in this world, suspended high above. Was she atop a building? The sound of the wind grew increasingly vivid, and her perception of the environment sharpened. Liliana froze in place, her only instinct to grasp the fabric sliding down her shoulders. Many embellishments from her gown had vanished, including the belt and various ties, and the wind whipped her layered skirts upward. Were there still others alive? Had she harmed them? Would anyone discover her in this place? Was Rala safe? Yet, she dared not peer into the abyss nor glance to the other side. As her senses awakened, fatigue and helplessness surged through her nerves. Merely maintaining her current posture felt arduous. She should be atop the grand hall, with her surroundings gradually coming into focus, confirming her precarious situation. Should she stand? But what if she lost her balance? The height would be trivial for Kristoff. He could fly and effortlessly bring her back to the ground upon discovering her presence. But was he still alive? The intensifying wind compelled Liliana to instinctively tug harder at her gown, which felt as though it were freezing her. In that moment, she sensed what felt like fine sand accumulating between her fingers and beneath her nails. She struggled to swallow, momentarily releasing her hand from the stone and raising it before her. Liliana could not discern whether it was her hand or her vision that trembled. Her hand, too, was adorned with countless grains of light-colored sand slipping through her fingers, their hue strikingly similar to that of the rooftop's stonework. Lightning flashed. A storm was brewing. Liliana felt an overwhelming surge of sounds crashing into her ears, beyond the whispering wind, the heavy rumble of thunder, and the distant voices of people conversing. Beneath her, besides the chill, there was a soft yet coarse sensation, akin to the feeling of treading upon a sandy beach. A gentle, warm breeze enveloped her, and her body experienced the sharp sting akin to being thrust into warm water after a prolonged chill, causing tears to stream forth uncontrollably. Someone was approaching her through the wind. No, don't come closer. Liliana shook herself, desiring to cry out, yet only a faint whisper escaped her lips. She watched helplessly as Kristoff drew nearer, devoid of any joy or impending relief. Fear once again clawed at her heart. He was coming for her, to save her. But would he, upon touching her, vanish into thin air like an ink bottle, a goblet, or the stone tiles of the grand hall as ceiling? Chapter 50. Accomplice 1. Kristoff was one of the first in the grand hall to sense the anomaly. The wind element was omnipresent, and, as a wind mage, being attuned to the fluctuations of the surrounding air was instinctual. Furthermore, he was among the few at the ball who possessed independent command over the knightly order and combat experience, granting him a more acute awareness of the changes around him. Kristoff perceived that the wind elements in the hall had been suddenly siphoned away for some unknown reason. Siphoned, not vanished, for in the realm of elemental magic, wind was stable, merely transitioning from one location to another. The last time he felt such suffocation was when a beast, as massive as an island, had swallowed him whole. An experience far from pleasant. The man reacted swiftly. Having not been in the center of the dance floor, he dashed toward the nearest stained glass window, while many were still dazed, and without hesitation. He shattered the exquisitely patterned glass with a candlestick he had hastily grabbed from a nearby table. At that moment, all the magical mineral lamps in the hall extinguished, and Kristoff realized the gravity of the situation exceeded his expectations. The wind elements outside the hall were also significantly diminished. Under his guidance, a gust finally managed to breach the opening, taking far longer than usual, yet it sufficed. As he directed the wind blades to shatter more windows, more air surged in through the breaches. Even with visibility hindered by darkness, the wind conveyed ample information. He took a fleeting moment to survey the unconscious bodies sprawled on the ground, victims of an elemental barrier that had either failed or was too weak. Clearly, an attack had just transpired here, executed in a manner beyond comprehension, unheard of and unseen. Simultaneously, Kristoff undertook multiple actions. He He continued to guide the wind to force open the grand hall doors while summoning lightning to illuminate the doorway. On the floating platform, a few individuals remained, with Liliana positioned atop, undoubtedly gripped by fear. However, amidst the chaos below, her elevated perch provided a semblance of safety. An unsettling howl echoed through the cavernous hall, revealing to Kristoff that the space was devoid of life. The darkness enveloping the hall was not due to the failure of the magical crystal lamps, but rather the complete disappearance of them. Along with them vanished the uppermost platform itself. Not only the magical lamps were lost, without his wind to rely upon. Those platforms that floated through the power of magic now depended solely on his command of the wind. This wind also carried the sounds from beyond the hall, mournful cries emanating from the library as heavy objects fell with a devastating force, causing the ground beneath his feet to tremble momentarily. He felt a suffocating sensation wash over him. Liliana's words, "I felt suffocated," abruptly invaded his thoughts, the vanished lamps, the lost platform, the missing ink bottle. Without a moment's hesitation, Kristoff soared through the shattered window. Before departing the hall, he lifted the struggling Charlotte Prince with the wind. If the Crown Prince found himself overwhelmed in such dire circumstances, it was certain that others present would ponder whether to pledge their loyalty to this new ruler in the future. Kristoff discerned that at least the denizens of the magic tower would not arrive swiftly, for the ancient structure, high and intricately designed, was visibly leaning. The turmoil, there was no less than that here. The entire Capital Academy had succumbed to darkness. The man harbored a wild speculation. Perhaps all the magical crystals in this region had just failed in that fleeting moment. The chaos within the hall stemmed from the extinguished lamps, and the resounding crash in the library likely originated from the lift mechanisms. Not to mention the magic tower. These were all reliant on magical crystals. The magical array had also been compromised. Kristoff was not wearing the permit ring he had received from the Crown Prince, and the clouds above had amassed a significant amount of lightning elements, poised at his command. Such elemental fluctuations should have triggered alarms, yet no sharp sounds reached his ears. What influence had befallen the distant palace, and had the city walls withstood any repercussions? The true target of the night remained an enigma, not something Kristoff could afford to ponder at present. The affairs of the capital would naturally be addressed by the royal family. His immediate goal was to locate Liliana and employ every means to dismantle those who had abducted her. How dare some believe they could repeatedly inflict harm upon his future wife, escaping unscathed beneath his very eyes? The man slowly surveyed his surroundings, fury crashing against his chest like monstrous waves against rocky shores. The fierce winds surged in all directions, billowing his cloak like a flag. This anger was not solely for Liliana. Kristoff felt his breath quicken. The night's irregularities were not the result of any known elemental magic. They bore a striking resemblance to the legendary annihilation. It was likely responsible for the demise of his father and Lancelot, the former head of the family, and could potentially lead him to a watery grave. Could these attacks be directed at him? Was Liliana merely ensnared by that paper marriage contract? The fervor to unearth the truth and seek vengeance coursed through Kristoff's veins, electrifying his mind and stirring the stormy elements in the clouds above. He soon discerned an anomaly. Atop the hall's roof lay a peculiar spot, untouched by the winds, or rather, it was not that the winds could not reach it, but that the elemental currents in the vicinity were mysteriously dissipating, obscuring his understanding of the situation there. How audacious to brazenly occupy the hall's heights. Relishing the chaos one has instigated, Kristoff quelled the tempest around him, for he had yet to be consumed by fervor. He had to consider Liliana, who might also be held captive there, unaware of her perilous circumstances. A hasty action could jeopardize her safety. The distance from his current position to the dome of the hall was minimal, and the elemental fluctuations he had just conjured would have surely alerted a sorcerer of that caliber to his presence. Thus, Kristoff bypassed any further tests and proceeded directly toward it. However, Kristoff was unprepared for the sight that greeted him atop the hall's roof. There were no unfamiliar faces nor unseen beasts, only a solitary woman standing against the backdrop of the night. Though her figure flickered in the dense darkness, there was no mistaking her identity. She was indeed Liliana Snowwhite. They were not far apart, and Liliana was scanning her surroundings, yet she seemed utterly oblivious to his presence. Her gaze was vacant, lacking direction. She appeared completely unaware of the peril she was in, slowly traversing the slick, arc-shaped roof with barely enough space for a single person to stand, perilously close to a gaping hole that had mysteriously appeared atop the hall. Instinctively, Kristoff yearned to cradle her teetering form with the wind, but in the next moment, he realized that the winds could not approach her. Surrounding her were elements beyond the wind, including the thunderous energy brewing in the clouds, now slipping from his control, surging toward her only to vanish at her side. Yet he was gradually reclaiming dominion over the elements. Kristoff sensed that the layer of space where all elements dissipated around Liliana was receding. Under her influence, the lightning wove a dense cage around her, delineating that very area as most of the lightning was consumed. A small fraction redirected downward toward the Grand Hall's walls under Kristoff's guidance. In a scene that would have rendered most delicate noblewomen faint, Liliana's expression remained remarkably serene. She even seated herself. The winds were inching closer, now capable of stirring her long hair and skirt. The deep blue fabric of her gown brushed against her bare feet and calves, while her light-colored hair, freed from its adornments, danced freely. The intense lightning illuminated her neck and the shoulders draped in her flowing gown, casting an eerie yet enchanting ambience over the tableau. Chapter 50. The Accomplice, too, due to the premise that Liliana possessed no magical abilities. No one had ever suspected that she might be the cause of the alarm raised at the Summit Lake incident. However, Liliana's lack of magical talent was precisely the singular flaw in Kristoff's speculations regarding her lineage. Prior to this revelation, his explanation was that the current emperor had ascended the throne hastily after the death of his elder brother. The emperor's first child, the Grand Princess Mari Princess, had been the subject of scorn due to her negligible elemental control, which provided ammunition for the factions opposing the queen's commoner origins. With such a sister in the picture, it seemed odd yet not entirely implausible that Liliana, who could not even sense elements, would be at the center of scrutiny. Indeed, he had never intended to wed some mysterious impostor from the Snowwhite family. His betrothed was the emperor's concealed daughter, a girl lacking any magical aptitude. Hidden away in the Snowwhite household for her protection, and unrecognized as a princess due to the unique circumstances of her birth. She might have been a twin to Mari Princes, or perhaps a child of another branch of royalty, born around the same time and serving as a substitute for her. Kristoff was steadfast in this conclusion, convinced by the striking resemblance in eye and hair color between Liliana and the queen herself. Had they all been mistaken? Could it be that Liliana possessed magical talent, one that transcended the ordinary elements, perhaps explaining why she had been unable to sense them previously? Kristoff carefully assessed Liliana's current state. He felt no fear of the destruction she exhibited. It was indeed unfamiliar magic, astonishing even to the aristocrats accustomed to life in the capital. However, to garner a place in his memories, she would need to raise the entire capital academy along with the adjacent royal palace to ruins. Of course, such a ranking was crude. He had no inclination to devise a metric to compare the vast ocean with the opulent royal city. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Only mere minutes had passed since he had exited the auditorium, yet it felt as if ages had elapsed since he had danced with Liliana in that resplendent hall. The entity encircling Liliana, continuously diminishing yet voraciously consuming the surrounding elements. Was it truly the fabled annihilation? What was the connection between Liliana and these forces? Did they bend to her like the elements did? Or had she acquired such power? Was there a direct correlation between her abilities and his father's demise? Kristoff swiftly dismissed the last question. Liliana was merely 17, and when his father had passed, she had been but a child of 6 or 7. Even if she had somehow manifested above the sea, at that age, surrounded by constant vigilance, her absence, even for the briefest moment, would have been immediately noted. Even if the emperor were aware of the slightest possibility that his youngest daughter possessed an unknown yet formidable magical talent, he would never consent to her marriage into the Lancelot family. The most prudent option, undoubtedly, would be to seek a diminished nobleman, one entirely under the control of the royal family, to serve as her husband, ensuring that she and her descendants remained firmly within the royal grasp. It would be far more prudent than to sequester her in the distant north as a blemished secret, only to hastily wed her to the south as the daughter of Snow White upon reaching marriageable age, with no intention of ever acknowledging her. Similarly, Snow White ought to remain entirely oblivious to such matters. Although the old Marquis possessed a lofty character that shunned intrigue, he would never refuse the Emperor's meager taxation in the north. if he had sensed that Liliana harbored such abilities. Even if he had no intention of bestowing her upon his own son, he certainly would not idly relinquish her to the Lancelot family. The absence of any opposition to the union between him and Liliana, and the palpable eagerness to expedite it, suggests that neither the astute emperor nor the ever-watchful Snow White family were aware of Liliana's potential. This is hardly surprising, for he himself had discerned no such hint during their interactions over the past 2 months. Liliana, too, remained entirely ignorant of her capabilities, a conclusion that Kristoff had momentarily drawn. Previously, on the mountaintop in the Lake District, her distress and helplessness while subjected to the knight's brutality, the joy that lit up her eyes when he gifted her something, and her excitement before their departure as she confirmed her changed eye color in the mirror. All these emotions, if feigned, would not have led her to sit so naively atop the Grand Hall's roof, unaware of his approach. She must also be completely uninformed about her origins. His deliberate act of handing her the permission ring was also an attempt to observe how she would interact with the Crown Prince. It appeared that there were no barriers between them, and their joyful dance together this evening attested to that. As the wind brushed against her skin, Liliana, noticeably trembling, lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, no longer staring aimlessly into the void, but clearly seeing him. "Do not come closer, it is dangerous." Her weak whisper was carried to his ears by the wind. The tears in her eyes sparkled in the flickering light of the surrounding thunderstorm. At that moment, Kristoff let out a long sigh. This was the familiar Liliana he knew, her character unchanged, even when nearly fainting on the mountaintop. She still worried about the maidens within the tower, and now, on the verge of collapse, she remained concerned about the potential harm she might cause him. He understood that myriad possibilities existed, each requiring validation through facts and evidence. One cannot afford to be swayed by emotions. His mother's emotional decisions had led to his abandonment, rendering him an orphan. It's all right. However, he temporarily relinquished further arguments, reflections, and speculations, approaching her while erecting a barrier of wind to restrict her movements. He thought to himself that her current state and appearance should not be visible to those already departing the auditorium. "Do not fear, it is I." He could no longer sense any anomalies surrounding Liliana. Those entities that would consume elements had vanished. "I speak truthfully. You might disappear as you evade my gaze," he remarked, as the girl flinched away, compelling him to constrict the wind barrier further, enclosing her within it like a cage. With another step forward, he would be able to touch her. But now, that was no longer the case. He grasped her trembling hand, akin to grains of fine sand slipping through their palms, realizing that the breach in the Grand Hall was also her creation. To soothe her, he removed his gloves and placed his hand against hers once more, intertwining their fingers. See, nothing has transpired. Yet moments ago, she had appeared bewildered and confused. Thankfully, she did not resist when he lifted her into his arms, the chill causing her to curl into a small ball within his cloak. That was just a moment ago. It had already concluded. Kristoff surveyed the surroundings once more, ensuring no third party lingered on the rooftop, and then closed his eyes. She had yet to shut her eyes, but Kristoff needed to buy time. He sensed someone approaching from within the auditorium. In an instant, dozens of lightning bolts struck from the sky, shattering more stones from the Grand Hall's ceiling amidst a resounding crash, obscuring the traces she had left with the magic of thunder elements. The girl, frightened, tightly closed her eyes in his embrace, clearly believing the lightning was aimed at her. Enough. He felt that Liliana's condition was not suitable for lengthy discourse, and he attempted to convey their position using the simplest of words. "We are now accomplices in the destruction of the hall." Chapter 51. Leverage 1. All classes and scheduled activities at the academy were temporarily suspended, and the students residing within the academy were equally dismissed. Although Ryla was perplexed, she did not forget to gather various necessities for the relief center from her dormitory, preparing to carry them back in large and small bundles. What had transpired? This was the question everyone posed following the unexpected interruption of the ball. However, Ryla had no means of obtaining further information regarding the incident. This unforeseen event had even set Cloud busy as he departed that evening with several knightly figures, seemingly summoned to assist at the Magic Tower. That night, their arrival was timely. The night search only encompassed the present students and their noble partners, and under Ryla's guidance. The typically chattering noble girls tied their long gowns and began to tend to the unconscious attendants and maids with an air of earnestness. The girls utilized their gossiping skills to great effect, and soon, most of the servants were claimed by their masters, leaving behind primarily those retained by the academy. According to the knights, the turmoil this evening was not confined to the hall. Chaos erupted in numerous locations, creating a veritable maelstrom. At the behest of the crown prince, they reluctantly agreed to oversee the temporarily unattended lower servants, allowing Ryla to return to her dormitory with a semblance of peace. However, the following day, she received a notice requesting her temporary departure from the academy. Ryla, feeling anxious, touched the precious jewelry she had hidden within her garment. Unsure of what to do with those valuables left at the academy, and even more apprehensive about bringing them back to the relief center, especially since Liliana had not dispatched anyone to retrieve them. Ryla was aware that Liliana had been safely located, seemingly taken directly by her fiancé. Just as she had managed to persuade the group of noble ladies not to follow her, she encountered Florent descending from the rooftop, having dispelled a spell, his expression grave and his complexion quite poor. The number of people still present in the hall had dwindled, and with the assistance of upperclassmen skilled in wind magic, the unconscious individuals were being gradually transported outside. As Ryla approached, she witnessed the crown prince stumbling past her, narrowly avoiding a fall. Before addressing Florent, Chris asked me to convey a message. He has found Miss Snow White and is taking her home to consult a healer. She is unharmed, merely frightened like the others. Florent nodded in acknowledgement, then raised his gaze to the now motionless clock in the hall. Following his line of sight, Ryla noted that the colossal clock appeared to have malfunctioned at the moment of the incident. It was now well past midnight, yet it still indicated just after 11 o'clock. Miss Green, the crown prince turned to her, his earlier command in the hall having been quite timely, so Ryla found herself less inclined to avoid him as usual. Instead, she met his gaze, awaiting his next words. "This must be your shoe," he said, rummaging through his cloak to produce a shoe, which he handed to her. "Put it on. It is quite chilly outside." "Thank you," Ryla responded, surprised that the crown prince had gone to the trouble of retrieving a shoe for her. She took the slightly misshapen shoe and squatted down to put it on. "Ah, how can you put on a shoe in front of us? You ought to have us turn away," he exclaimed, immediately averting his gaze, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks. "Miss Green, such behavior hardly aligns with the decorum of a lady. I am but a commoner. What decorum should I uphold?" she retorted with a smirk, standing upright once more. Walking without the discomfort of one shoe missing was indeed preferable. Once she returned to her dormitory, she could tend to the sore spots on her feet. Today, it seemed no one would mind the use of magic for healing. "I shall escort you back. You may leave the rest to them," Florence said, surveying the surroundings. "Those needing to return to the Northwest Tower, follow me." It was evident that Florent was well aware of her identity and where she resided, causing Ryla to feel a wave of frustration. Although this gentleman is unlikely to have the same fanciful notion as Liliana about falling in love with his own sister, the revelation of this identity certainly complicates her desire for a life of freedom in the future. "This matter is entrusted to you, Sir Snow White." The crown prince nodded. It was a relief that Coraline had been dispatched to assess the damage to the magical tower and was not by Rella's side. However, he himself could not depart, as the royal knights here awaited his orders. "I believe my father will soon summon a group to the palace, and your assistance will be required." Of course, Florence signaled Rella to follow him. Their journey was silent, as other students accompanied them. Rella overheard their hushed discussions about the events of the night, with each speculation more outrageous than the last. Some claimed that the beast which had previously attacked Liliana had resurfaced from beneath the great lake atop the mountain. "Do not worry. Knights will be stationed here tonight." Once they reached the lower level, Florence spoke to her. "However, the royal family is likely to seal this area soon. Please prepare your belongings. I will send a carriage to escort you to our residence for your temporary stay. Liliana will be delighted. I hope you will not decline." "Miss Green, I must respectfully decline, Lord Snow White." Rella's mind was in turmoil, realizing that the Snow White family was aware of her identity and whereabouts. She needed a place to gather her thoughts, and it had been a considerable time since she visited the orphanage. Moreover, Liliana surely needed rest as well. She would find another opportunity to pay her respects later. Florent did not press the matter, but as a compromise, he offered to send a carriage to take Rella to the orphanage. Rella instinctively lowered her gaze. The effect of the disguise potion had worn off, and she avoided meeting the stares of two pairs of crimson eyes. Rella felt a twinge of awkwardness. Upon reflecting calmly, she realized she had underestimated these high-born nobles. She had paraded about with eyes identical to his without considering that he might discern her true identity. Was it arrogance typical of modernity, or merely her own obtuseness? Should she express gratitude? After all, had he not intervened in the hall, she would have surely suffered injury. Although with light magic, a little blood would not be a grave issue. Florent was unaware of this. He must have rushed to her side out of a protective instinct for his sister. Liliana, are you not going to fetch her? Rella sought to change the subject. Is it permissible for her to stay at her fiancé's residence at such a late hour? It is already quite late. I've sent her personal maid to the Lancelot estate to look after her. The young man stiffened slightly. He seemed reluctant to discuss Liliana at this moment. Please, rest now, Miss Green. Chapter 51. Leverage 2. Oh, right. Rella recalled another important matter, the borrowed jewelry. At the moment chaos erupted, she had hastily removed all her valuables and stuffed them into her fitted clothing. She felt uneasy leaving these items out of her sight, and bringing them back to the orphanage felt even more worrisome. The best course of action was to return them to their rightful owner now. Please wait for me. It will not take long. Despite embodying the essence of a man, and even though the man before her was her full-blooded brother, Rayla had not reached the point of shamelessness where she would dare to reach in her chest in front of Flant. These exquisite pieces of jewelry were lent to me by Liliana. I have accounted for them all, and here is the list. As Rayla descended from her dormitory, Flant awaited her presence. She placed the intricately crafted and weighty boxes into her well-worn burlap bag and handed it to Flant, urging him to take a look. You need not return them. Keep them, he replied, not even glancing at the contents of the bag. Consider it a gift for you. These belong to Liliana. You cannot decide to give them to me on her behalf. We agreed that these items were merely borrowed for the ball. Rayla forcefully thrust the bag into Flant's embrace, insisting, just confirm it. I shall return now. In truth, Liliana herself did not possess the authority to bestow the assets of the Snowwhite family upon others. Flant could indeed act without her consent. This was not a matter of their familial bond. Typically, noble women could only carry away a dowry upon marriage. Aside from that, jewelry and garments did not constitute their property unless explicitly granted in their name. Such rules were strictly enforced in families of modest means. Conversely, in their household, anything given to Liliana was considered hers. Anything she desired, as long as it was not excessively extravagant, essentially belonged to her. She could gift or discard as she pleased, and no one would object. As a young girl, her whims would not even equate to a fraction of the nightly budget, especially with the substantial annual tax exemptions provided by the royal family covering her indulgences. However, the pressing matter for Rayla was not whether she desired these jewels. Flant needed to write to his father promptly, informing him of the events that transpired that evening. Should he also relay his unfounded speculations to his father? Flant hesitated, lifting his gaze to the horizon, struggling to fathom that after such a chaotic night, the capital was greeted by a serene and peaceful dawn. Tonight, many would undoubtedly find themselves unable to sleep, Kristoff mused. He had long advocated for severe repercussions against the royal knight who had harmed Liliana on the mountaintop. Yet he found himself unable to justify that stance entirely, especially considering that the Academy's alert was likely instigated by Liliana herself. Meanwhile, the instigator of the two disturbances, Liliana, lay soundly asleep on his bed. The bed was spacious, yet she had cocooned herself tightly, gradually inching closer to him in her slumber, her innocent face resting against his arm that lay over the edge of the bed. Gazing at her face, which was smaller than his hand, he gently traced her brow with his fingertip, causing Liliana to frown and turn her head away, her thick locks cascading into his palm. Observing her petite earlobes and the delicate neck that seemed so fragile it could snap with the slightest pressure, she appeared nothing more than a pampered young girl. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Kristoff would have thought that anyone claiming the tumult of the night was solely instigated by Liliana would surely be inebriated and speaking nonsense. The maid from the Snowwhite household was promptly summoned, and one could only remark on the young master's meticulousness, as he did not forget Liliana's disguise potion even in such tumultuous times. However, Kristoff did not allow her to remain in the room. After Megan administered the potion to Liliana, he instructed her to head downstairs. The entire floor had been cleared by Kristoff, and no one could ascend without his permission. In truth, he ought not to be in the same room with her. nor should he so recklessly allow Liliana to lean against him. It was apparent that she lacked the ability to control the unknown elements surrounding her, and no one could predict whether she might again lose her composure. Thus, he wished to avoid having Liliana linger in the capital under such unstable circumstances, yet heading directly to the countryside tonight would attract undue attention. Once the palace summoned him the following day, he would find a suitable moment to discuss with the Emperor and Florence Snowwhite, suggesting that Liliana had suffered 2 shocks in a short span, and the family physician recommended a brief retreat to a tranquil location, to which they could take her to the countryside villa for a while. The Emperor would likely not refuse. He nodded, and the young master of the Snow White household could say little more. As dawn approached, Liliana had fallen asleep in his arms without stirring. He summoned a trusted physician, who determined she was merely fatigued with no significant issues. He then prepared a remedy for her cold in the kitchen. For the moment, all appeared calm, with no other unusual occurrences. Kristoff resolved to close his eyes for a brief respite, but scarcely had he done so when he felt a sudden lightness in his arm. Upon opening his eyes, he found Liliana had sat up abruptly, glancing down at her hands and surveying her surroundings. At that moment, she began to crawl towards him, her eyes sparkling with intensity as they met his gaze. Kristoff would never admit that, for a fleeting moment, he felt a twinge of fear. "May I speak freely?" she inquired, pausing at a distance from him. Kristoff nodded in response. "How long have I been asleep?" she asked again. "A few hours. It is not yet fully dawn," he replied. "Was anyone injured last night?" She hesitated, biting her lip and failing to continue. "There were some injuries, but no fatalities, and most were due to the chaos among the crowd." Kristoff succinctly recounted the events in the hall. "I cannot reassure you that this had nothing to do with you. But you surely did not intend for such circumstances to arise, did you?" Liliana shook her head like a rattle drum. It was already late November, yet there was no fire in the hearth. After sitting up for a while and feeling a chill, she pulled the blanket around herself once more and cautiously inched closer to the chair where Kristoff sat, gently inquiring, "Do you believe me?" Her memory was somewhat muddled. Having taken a nap, she struggled to distinguish which events had truly transpired. Had Kristoff actually said that they were accomplices, or was it merely a figment of her dreams? In the softly lit bedroom adorned with candles, Liliana observed the man nodding slowly in the flickering light. Eagerly, she reached out a hand, only to retract it hastily. Recalling the events of the previous night, "Can you keep what happened last night a secret?" Though she was uncertain how much Kristoff had seen or discerned, his words, "You must not have done it on purpose," indicated that he had at least narrowed the suspects down to her. Of course, Kristoff displayed no hesitation. Liliana evidently had yet to comprehend the implications of her abilities, prompting her to pose such a naive question. At that moment, no one desired to conceal the matter more than Kristoff. Should her powers come to the attention of the royal family, their engagement would surely be annulled by the Emperor, and Liliana would be swiftly betrothed to an obscure minor noble. The royal family might even allocate a nominal territory near the capital for her husband, employing various means to keep Liliana and her children firmly under their control. The mere thought of Liliana marrying another was profoundly unsettling. If that day were to arrive, he would not hesitate to eliminate the presumptuous noble attempting to claim her from him and whisk her away to cells, postponing any negotiations with the royal family. This was his rationale for the strange emotions that had suddenly surged within him, unable to bear the notion of her legendary abilities falling so easily into the hands of Prince. "So I possess magic, do I?" The girl leaned in closer, her eyes now devoid of anxiety and fear, sparkling with excitement. Kristoff had indeed prepared a basket of comforting words to reassure her of his belief, but it seemed that the moment had already passed. For now, it appeared to be true. After a brief smile, Kristoff's demeanor turned serious. He needed Liliana to understand the gravity of her abilities. There was much still to uncover. "I will keep this matter confidential for you. More importantly, you must also keep it to yourself and learn to control it. Do not expose it easily. You should sense that what you accomplished tonight is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary elemental magician. Such prowess. Does that imply he cannot accomplish it?" Liliana glanced down at her hands, which were now immaculate, delicate, and soft, clearly having been attended to by a maid during her slumber. As she contemplated crossing her legs, she recalled that the other person was not Rila, and thus, adopting such an unrefined posture was rather inappropriate. Therefore, she remained seated and inquired, "But how am I to learn?" First and foremost, you must understand the reasons for the emergence of those phenomena. Then, engage with them, resonate with them, and harness their power for your own use. I believe this bears a resemblance to what you've studied in your elemental magic class. Though he was entirely oblivious to the Academy's methods for teaching elemental magic, Kristoff declared, "I intend to take you to the countryside villa, where the land is vast and sparsely populated. You may experiment there without the concern of harming anyone." "What if I were to harm you?" Kristoff was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated Liliana's concern. He chuckled and reached out to pat her head, which was wrapped in a blanket. "To injure me, you would need to possess a modicum of true skill. I look forward to it." Liliana pondered for a moment, trusting Kristoff to keep her secret. If her magic were as rare as Rilla's abilities, its manifestation would inevitably attract fervent competition. As the future Lord of Searles, Kristoff had no reason to relinquish her easily. He spoke of their complicity, and Liliana felt that she could only rely on him for the time being. It would be best for as few people as possible to know of this matter. If possible, she would even wish to conceal it from Kristoff. Yet in the heat of the moment, her mind could not fathom the multitude of future implications. It was foreseeable that if she wished to dissolve their engagement and part ways, Kristoff, driven by pure self-interest, would certainly not let her go without a struggle. However, this was not entirely negative. Liliana soon realized that throughout her time in this world, she had adhered to others' arrangements regarding her identity. This was the first instance where she possessed leverage of her own. With this leverage, she could participate in or even organize negotiations herself. Many matters no longer required her to passively accept everything that came her way, setting aside the unique magic in the engagement. The truth of her and Rilla's identities destined them to be embroiled in certain disputes. Having a modicum of destructive power at her disposal provided a sense of security. Having agency was paramount. It was indeed a remarkable sensation. Having fully accepted the reality that this body could not wield magic, her understanding was completely overturned overnight. A myriad of emotions surged within her as she gazed at her hands. Excitement, exhilaration, yet also trepidation and unease. To articulate it, Liliana had always favored playing support or healer roles in games. Even in single-player modes, she would only choose characters capable of self-healing. She was the type who would immediately restore her health if her hit points dipped below 2/3. If it were possible, she wished to exchange places with Rilla, believing that Rilla would undoubtedly relish the ability to obliterate her surroundings with mere thoughts. Yet, this also implied that their roles would be reversed. She would assume the duty of safeguarding Rilla. No longer is she a helpless muggle waiting in place for others to rescue her. She is transformed into a mysterious sorcerer who can make anyone who dares covet her radiant light magic vanish into thin air. When shall we embark? After pondering, Liliana felt Kristoff was right. The pressing matter at hand was to comprehend how to control her abilities. Otherwise, this power would not merely serve as a bargaining chip, but rather as a perilous nuclear weapon, capable of causing harm to herself and others at any moment. What is the matter? Kristoff seemed even more anxious than her. He was slightly concerned about his own villa, which housed numerous 3-century-old artifacts. He wondered if they would suffice for Liliana's whims. To be honest, her eager demeanor was far more captivating than her previous frail self, likely due to her possession of what seemed to be dark magic. It was certain that no lord would be indifferent to such a phenomenon. While Liliana was probably not connected to her father's demise, she might very well be the key to understanding dark magic and obliteration. Perhaps, through her abilities, he could unravel the mystery surrounding his father, Lancelot, who had perished in haste beneath the depths of the ocean. Yet in this moment, he yearned to coax her back to sleep. After all, their return was well past midnight, and she had hardly slept a few hours. However, her restless state made it impossible for her to doze off, and soon she would open her eyes and steal a glance at him. He suddenly felt compelled to whisper to the girl beside him, who was unable to sleep due to excitement, "You are destined to be my bride." Liliana froze, utterly bewildered by his unexpected declaration. She took a few short breaths, then swiftly curled up under the covers, shutting her eyes tightly. How amusing, Kristoff thought, as he straightened up with a smile, and he too closed his eyes. Perhaps it would be wise to find an excuse to hasten their union. First, to avoid the possibility of lengthy dreams, and second, while it was common to take a brief rest during the summer tour, he preferred the comfort of his own bed in his bedroom. Chapter 52. The Peace Prize. 1. The following days were not kind to Liliana. It was not merely due to the lack of care at the villa in the countryside, but rather because she would awaken from nightmares as soon as she fell asleep. Upon reflection, she realized that her ability to sleep soundly on the night of the incident in the hall was a result of her mind and body being utterly exhausted by the inexplicable magic that had emerged. In truth, it was akin to being unconscious. Since her arrival here, the dreams she recalled upon waking were solely filled with memories from her previous world. She perceived this as a manifestation of her subconscious. Despite having lived here for nearly half a year, she still found herself longing for her parents in the stillness of the night, pondering how they were faring in their current lives. However, those dreams that once allowed her to briefly reclaim her identity, filling her with fleeting joy upon waking, had been tainted by the events that had transpired. For several consecutive days, Liliana dreamt of living a mundane life in a bygone world. In the next moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of dissonance with her surroundings, as if time and space themselves were unraveling her senses. When she turned back, she beheld her parents, classmates, and friends gradually vanishing into the void, akin to a delicate goblet slipping from her grasp, or the slow dissolution of fallen magic or in a fine dust. Terrified, she would awaken, gasping for air, yet the weight upon her chest remained unrelieved. Realizing her existence in this new realm, she feared that this suffocating sensation heralded a loss of control over her powers. Only after confirming that her presence had not disturbed those around her did she succumb to a profound weariness, as drowsiness began to envelop her once more, leading to another awakening from the nightmare. This cycle repeated several times throughout the night, and when the early winter sun finally crept over the windowsill, Liliana would exhale in relief. Although she lay comfortably in her warm bed, the season seemed to fade from her mind. She felt as though she had endured countless sleepless nights in a laboratory, with every part of her being out of sorts. The events of that day had taken Liliana entirely by surprise, and the implications behind them utterly overturned her self-perception, rendering her reaction to many things that night rather dulled. Especially when she learned from Kristoff's personal attendant that various facilities within the academy had suffered varying degrees of damage. Even the magic tower had been fully evacuated for urgent repairs. The fear that gripped her replaced the exhilaration of gaining power, becoming the prevailing sentiment within her. She recalled her earlier conversation with Rila, where they had exchanged views on the Crown Prince. They both perceived him as a child entrusted with the button of a nuclear bomb, and if he ascended the throne retaining such a temperament, it would spell disaster for the kingdom. Yet, despite his childish nature and innocent ignorance of the world's sufferings, the Crown Prince could still exercise control over himself. Liliana pondered that if the prince were likened to a child, then her own condition resembled an utterly naive infant nestled among a multitude of nuclear buttons, blissfully unaware that a mere movement of her limbs could yield irrevocable consequences. Such a state could not be permitted to persist. Merely witnessing loved ones vanish before her eyes and dreams instilled a visceral ache within her heart. She knew that should such a tragedy occur in reality, even concerning strangers, she would never forgive herself. No excuse of unintentionality would suffice to absolve her. She would forever dwell in the shadow of having become a murderer. Yet, self-pity served no purpose. Liliana was no stranger to danger. Rather, her expertise thrived on the edge of peril. Those exquisite, specially approved chemical reagents posed immense threats to the safety of herself and others with the slightest miscalculation. Her employer always imparts a few words of wisdom to every student who steps into the laboratory for the first time. Although the specific phrases have faded from her memory, their essence remains vividly etched in her mind. One must always maintain clarity, harbor a sense of reverence, discern where dangers lie, and comprehend how to circumvent them. What Liliana must now accomplish is undoubtedly encapsulated in that last directive: to understand and to clarify. On this day of experimentation, the endeavor met with failure. December 3rd, at the Lancelot family's estate on the outskirts of the capital, Liliana furrowed her brow, resting her chin upon the table as she reflected on the day's experiments. Unconsciously, she prodded her chin with a quill, the slight stings serving to rouse her from drowsiness. She endeavored to focus, attempting to replicate results while also practicing her equestrian skills. Fatigue weighed heavily upon her, rendering her susceptible to distraction. Now, she dared not entertain errant thoughts. For the first page of her experimental record bore a preliminary conclusion. The peculiar phenomena were intricately connected to her own ideas. seemingly embodying what the locals referred to as elemental manipulation. What crucial element had she overlooked? Liliana pondered the reasons behind the stagnation of her experiments over the past few days. The commonalities between the two mishaps were dismally scant. She had even considered her sustenance. Yet today, Kristoff had failed to induce any change in the magical or concealed within the woods. Initially, she had kindly advised Kristoff to keep his distance, suggesting he fly high with his horse to avoid the repercussions of her grand attempts. Yet, as she dejectedly declared the endeavor hopeless, he soared above, laughing nonchalantly, which incited a desire within her to retrieve a piece of magical ore and hurl it at his face. Her actions, she sighed, had been quite comical. There was little she could do. Today, she had first danced in circles around a basket of magical ore, then sat staring at them for an extended period. Ultimately, in a fit of resignation, she picked up a twig and, in a theatrical manner reminiscent of her memories, recited incantations a few times, only to be met with silence. Evidently, spells from different magical realms were not interchangeable. Surely, there was something that had been overlooked. However, as she gazed at the densely written 3 pages, which detailed a comparative analysis of events from that day at the mountaintop lake and the swar, the only commonality was her presence. Liliana did not allow herself to feel disheartened by the failures of the past 2 days. What a jest! After all, she hailed from a background of experimentation. While she might not possess the caliber for top-tier publications, she certainly had the qualifications for those of lesser repute. Regrettably, the energy-draining activities of the day had failed to grant her the restful, dreamless sleep she had hoped for that night. Megan now had to invest several times her usual effort to conceal the dark circles beneath Liliana's pale cheeks. Fortunately, Liliana had concocted an excuse about her discomfort with the change of environment, preventing the maid from perceiving any further abnormalities. "Miss Liliana," she heard Megan call from outside the door, "the Countess Novak requests your company for a walk." Yet, Liliana, utterly exhausted, felt disinclined to move. Her face fell in response. As I gazed out the window, the sky had succumbed to darkness. Wasn't my aunt particularly averse to the cold? Why then would she venture out at such a late hour? It appeared that her presence here was a result of an agreement between Kristoff and Florent. Even with a prior engagement, residing alone at her fiancé's estate before the official marriage could easily invite scandal. Hence, Kristoff had decided to bring her aunt along for companionship. Their excursions were merely framed as opportunities for Liliana to learn horseback riding, thus temporarily shaking off the following servants and Aunt Maxim. Aunt Maxim's supervision was exceedingly strict. Upon returning from riding, Liliana's first task was to change clothes under her watchful eye, essentially ensuring she bore no peculiar marks. "You will thank me later," Aunt Maxim asserted. It was clear she misinterpreted Liliana's melancholy as a grievance regarding my interference with her romantic rendezvous. Raising her chin, she tapped her cane against the ground and remarked, "Men are no different from bears drawn to honey. Yet when they have had their fill, they will depart. If you wish to keep them lingering at your door, do not overwhelm them with too much at once. Let them go. There are not only bears in this world, and my existence is not solely to serve them honey." Liliana retorted inwardly as Aunt Maxim continued. However, today was not the day to debate these matters with her aunt. Liliana's mind was still engrossed in replaying every detail from the past 2 days. Chapter 52. The Peace Prize, too, if the abilities showcased at the ball were not reproducible. Merely a rare, ephemeral magical experience. They ought to have at least informed her of its expiration, or clarified where she might recharge her chances in the pool, or directed her to the entrance of the dungeon where the coveted drops resided. She would willingly toil through the night. "Is the young Duke not staying here tonight?" Liliana, lost in thought, heard her aunt inquire. Kristoff had accompanied her throughout the tour 2 days prior, and their stroll yesterday. "It seems he had some pressing matters to attend to. He returned after dinner," Liliana replied. "Ah, indeed. He, like your brother, must learn to stand on his own." Aunt Maxim resumed her admonitions. "You are not to marry an ordinary man, nor can you behave like those women who are solely preoccupied with acquiring fine garments and jewelry. I need not mention sales. Do you grasp the magnitude of our Anoka, its population, its primary industries, and the respective tax revenues? Surely you do not know that, as expected, your brother bears all burdens alone, and you younger siblings have not considered sharing any of it. Do not bow your head. The daughter of Snow White must hold her head high wherever she goes. That is his duty to shoulder. He is the heir, entitled to the title, while you're not. Thus, you may live comfortably. But once married, it is a different matter. As the wife of a lord, you must embrace the role of the mother of that land. His honor and disgrace are intertwined with yours. He has bestowed upon you wealth and luxury. And through storms and trials, you must bear the burden alongside him, ensuring they do not perceive you as merely a delicate flower nurtured in comfort. Such words ought to have been conveyed to you by your mother. Fate has been unkind, depriving her of witnessing the growth of you 3 siblings. Joseph bears the closest resemblance to her, a cruel twist of destiny. Accompanied by attendants, Liliana and her aunt ambled down a path illuminated by magical mineral lamps. The onset of early winter was palpable, with the ground strewn with brittle, fallen leaves, and perhaps tomorrow would bring the first snowfall of the year. Your demeanor has become markedly more docile than before, yet do not be overly gentle. You must not comply with every whim he presents. I am not merely cautioning you to remain grounded before marriage, avoiding being swayed into a dizzying submission. You must understand that, regardless of circumstances, you have been raised in Ryunoka, quenched by the glacial waters therein. The divine will always regard you as one of their own. She only spoke of growing up, omitting the details of your birth, a testament to her precise choice of words. Liliana nodded with a lowered gaze, contemplating. Previously, she had perceived the original occupant of this body as a mere commoner, finding little significance in tracing her true lineage or searching for biological parents. In this quasi-medieval era, the likelihood of discovering even a grave was slim. However, the original had possessed magic, and not just any magic, which naturally piqued curiosity regarding the origins of her abilities. At that moment, Liliana recalled an incident at the academy, where she had inadvertently wandered into a classroom and an elderly man mistook her for someone named Catherine, though the surname, oddly pronounced, eluded her memory. Could this be a clue? To avoid forgetting this matter, upon returning to her chamber, Liliana dipped a quill in ink and inscribed the name Catherine in her memorandum, encircling it with a question mark. This villa was expansive, yet lacked a proper library. Liliana's quest for knowledge had grown. Beyond Ryla's light magic, she sought understanding of her own enigmatic powers, uncertain when the academy would reopen. She meticulously concealed her densely written experimental records in a hollowed-out tome she had brought, securing it within a bedside cabinet before preparing for her ablutions. The words spoken by her aunt during their stroll haunted Liliana that night, robbing her of even the chance for nightmares. Sleep eluded her, for she understood that her aunt was undoubtedly imparting a warning. Should a rift arise between the Snowwhite and Lancelot families, she, Liliana, must align herself with the Snowwhites, lest she betray the very land that nurtured her. How vexing, Liliana mused, pulling the blanket over her head. Once she masters her mysterious magic, she envisioned a future with Ryla, soaring far and wide, playing the dual heroines in this magical realm, intervening when injustice arose, and departing without a trace, leaving behind only a mystique that would render these tangled matters insignificant. As for the princess role, let those who desire it take it. She wished to avoid such a perilous dilemma altogether. Perhaps one day, when her magical prowess reaches unparalleled heights, she will find herself seated at a table, a serene smile gracing her lips, hands clasped together, declaring, "Peace is of utmost importance. Harmony among all is truly the greatest good." Should anyone dare to stir trouble, she would respond with resolute power, averting any moral quandary while exuding a certain coolness. Who knows, she might even etch her name into the annals of history, earning a Nobel Peace Prize. If only it were that simple. A heavy sigh escaped Liliana. Firstly, the fact that Christopher harbors no fear of her suggests that her abilities, while rare, have not elevated her to a status of equality beneath the might of an atomic bomb. What would be his reaction if she chose to compromise? Would he feel disillusioned by her decision? Unconsciously, she has set her identity as his wife, all due to his incessant proclamations, his insistence, his repetitive declarations. Yet, it is only natural, even when she was a mere commoner devoid of magical talent. Christopher had made it abundantly clear that the notion of breaking their engagement was never entertained. She even suspects he has already contemplated the number of children they might have, and perhaps has even prepared names based on their genders. Feeling a warmth in her cheeks, likely from the stuffiness of her blanket, Liliana emerged from her cocoon. Might Christopher, in light of this, hasten their wedding date? For the past few days, her thoughts have oscillated between her experimental endeavors in this pressing concern. From his perspective, to harness her power through the existing engagement would be the most pragmatic and secure approach. But what are her own thoughts? Liliana sat in the darkness, questioning herself. Can she truly accept all these arrangements, becoming Christopher's wife, the mother of his children, and subsequently sharing a unified fate, intertwined in glory and disgrace? Is she prepared to embrace the responsibilities of a lord's wife, connecting her destiny with that of the loyal subjects across vast lands, collecting their allegiance while shouldering their fates? Will she calmly accept the entirety of this world as design? After inexplicably acquiring what seems to be a formidable power, can she continue to live within the fairy tale bubble forged by wealth and authority, evolving from a noble's faux daughter to a genuine wife, a true mother, and then, with a sense of entitlement, conclude her life in such a manner? What does my existence signify for this world? Did the world choose me? Or did I choose the world? This line, once a favorite from a beloved sitcom, now lingers in her mouth, devoid of the humorous scene she once cherished, replaced instead by a weighty feeling. The girl took a slow, deep breath, feeling her heartbeat gradually steady. In this moment, she made a decision of her own. The next question is how to seize the opportunity to express her thoughts and feelings, how to confront the myriad changes that may lie ahead. She surveyed the surrounding darkness once more, ultimately returning her gaze to her empty palms. Indeed, the most pressing matter remains to ascertain the conditions for the revival of that mysterious magic. At this point, she cast aside all her fears regarding this unknown power. For regardless of the decisions she made or the choices she faced, whether to protect others or to defend herself, she required strength. Chapter 53. Controlling Variables. 1. The experiments of the following days, unsurprisingly, ended in failure. It would have been remarkable had they succeeded. Liliana found herself devoid of inspiration, casting her net wide in hopes of serendipity. She began to entertain the notion that Kristoff's initial hypothesis about the dates held some merit. The man believed that the event atop the mountain occurred on September 30th, while the ball was to be held on November 30th. From these two dates, it was inferred that Liliana could either manifest her abilities only at the end of the month or on the Day of Radiance. Liliana had previously countered this assertion, deeming it nonsense to draw conclusions from merely 2 data points. Yet now, her aimless attempts yielded no new insights. The relentless nightmares and lack of sleep had visibly soured her temperament. Before yesterday's experiment concluded, in a fit of frustration, she had kicked a basket of magical ore, only to find it unmoved while her toes throbbed painfully, nearly bringing her to tears. Kristoff said nothing about her outburst, but he did not utter the usual warning from days prior, that he could not guarantee she would be supported by the wind should she fall behind. Instead, he simply vanished into the woods on the wind. This rather blunt training method proved surprisingly effective for Liliana. Within just a few days, she had managed to ride her horse back to the forest's edge at a leisurely pace, although she still occasionally clung to the horse's neck in fear. This action elicited no response from Kristoff, only a dwindling breeze at her feet, as if she would be left behind if she did not keep up. Naturally, Kristoff would never truly abandon Liliana. He meticulously circled in the wind, counting how many times she embraced the horse's neck each day, pondering what small reward he might craft for her once she overcame this quirk. Where we headed? Today was a splendid day. The winter sun cast a gentle warmth upon Liliana, inducing a sensation that she could drift in a slumber with her eyes closed. Yet, recalling the nightmares that awaited her in sleep, she compelled herself to sit upright on the horse. Kristoff varied the experimental grounds daily, but today he did not soar above as usual. Instead, he shared a horse with her, heading in the opposite direction from the dense woods, their surroundings gradually opening up. Liliana even spotted several servants from the Lancelot estate. Today we shall rest. Kristoff's hand covered the back of Liliana's hand, guiding the reins as he succinctly announced the day's plan. However, Liliana turned to glance at the man. Thanks to his rigorous training, she had grown less fearful of such minor movements on horseback. Just yesterday, you mentioned that His Majesty had ordered Snow, her father, her uncle, and Duke Ryan to the capital to deliberate on pressing matters. While Kristoff did not explicitly state the subject of their discussion, Liliana could easily surmise that it likely pertained to the unidentified sorcerer who had instigated a terror attack near the palace. Regardless of whether they would be deliberating over the commotion Liliana had caused, this year's tax revenues or simply looking toward the future side by side. The arrival of these elders in the capital meant that neither Liliana nor Kristoff could continue to linger in this villa. Kristoff was not required to personally oversee the winter patrols of sales, thus he did not need to return to the territory in mid-December to prepare, as Florent did. Yet, as the future lord, he felt it necessary to return to the domain to celebrate the new year with his subjects. Liliana's itinerary was still undecided. Her aunt seemed to hope that Liliana would remain in the capital to spend the winter with her, though the elderly woman adamantly refused to acknowledge such a notion. In any case, Liliana's time to conduct her experiments here was limited, and with no progress in sight, she lacked the leisure to ride around with Kristoff. Wouldn't it seem too leisurely? As she no longer needed to control the horse. Liliana felt her eyelids growing heavier and had to find a topic to rouse her spirits. She recalled Kristoff mentioning that the nobles in the capital were in disarray. Many were eager to pack their belongings and retreat to their relatives' territories, fearing their own homes might become the next collapsing magic tower. Numerous students from the academies were also being sent back to their parents' lands with the royal family's tacit approval. Liliana felt a twinge of concern. Would they suspect that your calm demeanor stemmed from knowing the truth? Am I not fleeing the capital with my wife in fear? Kristoff chuckled, asserting that had he not returned to sales to preserve the reputation of the Lancelot family, he would presently be trembling in the Duke's manor, guarded by the knightly order. Again, it was about the wife. Liliana sighed inwardly. Even if she corrected him that they were not yet wed, he would undoubtedly continue to assert it with conviction. She glanced around, uncertain of Kristoff's intentions for their rest today, wondering if they might have the opportunity for a meaningful conversation. This villa was not the opulent castle with an endless garden that Liliana had envisioned. The architecture here displayed a notable disparity in age. Her residence with her aunt appeared considerably newer and more exquisite compared to the numerous stone structures, nearly obscured by moss and vines. This place had once served as the last bastion for the Lancelot family before assisting the prince in capturing the old dynasty's capital. According to the agreement, the land still belonged to the Lancelots, although they could no longer station knights there in any significant numbers. Kristoff's words confirmed Liliana's suspicions that many aspects of this place resembled a fortress. Perhaps deliberately so, the area is characterized by its dense vegetation, with various animals roaming freely in the woods. Although Christopher mentioned that he typically regards this place as merely a larger hunting ground, Liliana surmised that such a location could easily conceal a substantial portion of a knight's order, not to mention the numerous hidden underground chambers that might lie beneath their feet. Their destination was a verdant slope, still vibrant with life even in early winter, where the sunlight gracefully illuminated the picnic blanket arranged by the maids. Liliana was already savoring the sweet aroma of desserts and flowers. Amidst this delightful ambience, she felt increasingly drowsy. However, the assortment of beverages on the table evidently did not include coffee, though she and Christopher had previously discussed the merits of cola for their rigorous experiments. Even after consuming it to the point of flushing her cheeks, cola had failed to revive Liliana's spirits. Is there truly no way to transform my eyes to green? Liliana pondered her experimental methods. After the man had freed the horse to graze, she looked up and inquired. You mentioned that the mechanism is akin to the principles of the disguise potion. Therefore, allow me to partake in the disguise potion, just a dose sufficient for 1 or 2 hours. Even if it proves harmful, I can rely on Rella's healing magic as a safeguard. Liliana felt emboldened to conduct some audacious experiments. Chapter 53. Controlling Variables 2. I have already stated that the color of your eyes bears no relation to that incident from the previous night, Christopher patiently reiterated, having repeated this several times. You have concocted disguise potions yourself and are aware of the foundational herbs and transformation ingredients involved. If those ordinary herbs could elicit such powerful magic, alchemists would not shy away from this line of work. No, such matters cannot be generalized. Certain commonplace elements, when cleverly combined, may yield unexpected effects. Liliana believed Christopher lacked a scientific approach to experimentation and firmly insisted, I deem this attempt necessary. If the young master from the Snow White household were present, he would undoubtedly mock Christopher for the trouble caused today by his earlier actions. Christopher sighed, recognizing that meticulous planning could not always anticipate unforeseen circumstances. This was not his first encounter with such matters, yet he was surprised by Liliana's remarkable stubbornness. which was uncharacteristic of her usual indecisiveness. Christopher also considered the possibility that the potion provided to Liliana by the Snowwhite family might pose a risk. Given Flance Snowwhite's character, it was utterly improbable that he would entrust the preparation of the disguise potion to the apothecary from the Lancelot family. Flance had even protested after the Emperor had consented to allow him to take Liliana for a respite in the countryside, arguing that it was improper for her to reside at his estate before their formal marriage. In response, Christopher promptly suggested inviting Countess Maxim Novak to accompany Liliana at the villa, which silenced the young master. The estate is sufficiently vast, allowing Liliana to utilize the excuse of learning to ride horseback in order to slip away from her maiden aunt. Their plans remained unaffected, with the sole dilemma being that Liliana had reverted to a state in which she was utterly incapable of wielding magic. To ascertain whether the potion provided by the Snowwhite family was merely a common disguise elixir, Kristoff discreetly appropriated a small portion of the potion when the maid was not looking and entrusted it to his apothecary. Upon concluding that it was merely a simple disguise potion, the apothecary even sampled a bit himself, reinforcing the initial assessment. In truth, Kristoff had harbored little doubt regarding the potion's integrity prior to the tasting. If the Snowwhite family possessed a potion capable of entirely suppressing a mage's innate abilities, they would never remain docile in the barren northern territories, shielding the royal family from the harsh elements. Contemplating how to substitute the potion without alerting the maid, Kristoff considered how to concoct an excuse for Liliana to consume the new potion after she expressed her satisfaction. While a method existed, he feared that a single dose might prove insufficient, leading to further experiments and an endless web of deceit, eventually exposing the ruse. Henceforth, Kristoff resolved to refrain from lying to Liliana lightly, a lesson he gleaned from this experience. On that day, atop the academy, you did not undergo any transformation, did you? Kristoff shifted his perspective, returning to his original line of thought. Identifying commonalities between the two unforeseen occurrences was preferable to these tangential pursuits. How about we think forward? Having already recounted the events of the past 2 days in detail, Kristoff now sought to divert Liliana's attention from the potion, casually inquiring if she recalled anything particularly unusual that had transpired the day before. With the alarm momentarily abated, Kristoff observed as Liliana, deep in thought while sipping water, provided him a sense of relief. In truth, everyone experiences a phase of being unable to control their abilities. Steering the conversation toward the potion, Kristoff was poised to achieve his objective for the day. He reached out to gently smooth the wind-tousled strands of Liliana's hair, noting her wan visage, which even the maid's diligent grooming could not conceal. This was entirely normal. The girl lifted her gaze to meet his, evidently intrigued by his words. He continued, "When I was a child, barely 2 years old, the old captain often recounted this tale. Father was absent from the estate, and no one knew how I had flown from the bedroom to the bell tower. My mother and all the household servants were at a loss, for as I wept, I summoned lightning that sent the surrounding trees crashing to the ground. No one dared approach. Ultimately, it was the old captain who arrived to rescue me from the rooftop. It is said that the scar on his hand was earned that day. Upon my father's return, my mother joyfully informed him that I could fly. Yet in truth, I was not able to control my flight smoothly until at least a year after that incident. Moreover, during my childhood, I frequently unwittingly summoned lightning that shattered the windows of my room." Kristoff's original intention was to comfort the anxious Liliana, but as he spoke, memories of his mother accompanying him through those stormy nights flooded back. After all these years, he rarely recalled her visage so vividly, or the lullabies she sang to soothe him to sleep. He had never felt fear from the shattering windows or the lightning that momentarily illuminated the room. Perhaps because he was cradled in his mother's embrace, or because she had always assured him that these occurrences were merely proof of his potential as the future heir of Searles, a notion he thought he had long forgotten. Thus, the events that had transpired merely signified that our Liliana was indeed a formidable sorceress. Kristoff remained oblivious to the fact that his gentle tone mirrored that of his mother whispering in his ear all those years ago. It mattered little that he could not currently command those forces. They had been nestled within him for 17 years, perhaps merely wishing to remain hidden a while longer. "Did you arrange all this to comfort me?" he heard Liliana softly inquire. Yes and no. He wished to discuss another important matter with her, but he was not eager enough to bring it up just yet. Thank you, Liliana murmured as she gazed at the lush, soft grass at her feet, realizing for the first time that Kristoff, too, had childhood embarrassments. Imagining the man he had become, she found it rather amusing. I wonder, have you never worried? Liliana continued softly. Worried about what? Kristoff assumed she referred to their previous conversation. Did I hurt you? No, Liliana hesitated, but decided to press on, aware that this was a rare, relatively light-hearted atmosphere. If she continued to evade the topic, she feared she might never have a better opportunity. If one day you find yourself at odds with the Snow-White family, and I do not stand by your side, you would regret all you have done for me. Wouldn't you? Liliana considered this a serious subject, yet to her surprise, the man chuckled lightly. He laughed several times before responding. Indeed, there have been many women caught between their husbands' and brothers' families in the past. But I assure you, should it come to a confrontation with the Snow-White family, your choice would matter little. People weave stories by attributing family disputes to a beautiful woman, for that is what draws listeners in. But I possess those powers now. Liliana retorted, somewhat displeased, attempting to remind Kristoff that she was not merely a decorative vase. Perhaps she could influence matters after all. Then I shall exert great effort to win your favor, ensuring you stand with me, he replied in a light-hearted tone, leaving Liliana uncertain whether he was jesting or revealing his true sentiments. I shall plead with you, my dear, for the sake of all the wonderful moments we have shared, for all I have done for you, and for the sake of our children, do not turn against me. Lilian felt her earlobes flush fiercely upon hearing Kristoff's words. Taking a deep breath, she finally mustered the courage to voice a thought that had long lingered in her mind but remained unspoken. What if we don't have children? If I never marry you? Chapter 54. The Fox's Wheat Field. 1. Silence enveloped them. The smile on the man's face remained unchanged. Yet Lilian sensed an undercurrent of tension. For a moment, she could hardly discern how long the stillness persisted. It was imperative to articulate these thoughts. Amidst the gradually clarifying rhythm of her heartbeat, Lilian struggled to convince herself. Without clarifying these sentiments, she and Kristoff were akin to two individuals ensnared by the vague bonds of engagement, drawn together for inexplicable reasons, becoming increasingly entangled, and ultimately, rendering separation a painful endeavor that would leave deep scars. She could not fault Kristoff. She too had succumbed to the mire of habit. Yesterday, as they bid farewell, she instinctively rose on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek before uttering goodnight, only to turn and realize he had not sought her gratitude. She was becoming increasingly reliant on him, yet his kindness was rooted in their engagement. Once, Lilian had nothing, not even the option to refuse. She had drifted aimlessly. But now, the future brimmed with myriad possibilities. However, in every conceivable scenario, Lilian wished to avoid making this man feel that she had exploited her status as his fiancée or manipulated the affection he harbored for his future wife. Merely contemplating such a notion filled her with distress. Thus, certain words needed to be articulated. Kristoff, she thought, this silence is stretched on too long. What is he contemplating? Has my probing failed? Perhaps it is time to initiate a fallback plan, to claim she was merely jesting? In truth, Kristoff was not pondering at all. His mind had gone blank. Colloquially speaking, it had crashed, unable to process any further thoughts. In all his anticipations, he had considered the possibility of the Marquis of Snow-White retracting Lilian's marriage to him. He had contemplated the Emperor's potential change of heart regarding their union. He had even entertained the fantastical notion of a legendary demon whisking Lilian away as a cherished kin. Yet, the one possibility he had never considered was that Lilian herself might be unwilling to marry him. Was there truly anyone more suited to be her husband than he? To possess territory, he holds an extensive ancestral estate that stretches infinitely, bordered by the sea, to attain renown. He is on the verge of becoming one of the very few dukes in the kingdom to wield complete dominion over his lands, to command authority. He is the undisputed ruler in sales, and beyond its borders, he concedes only to the imperial family at his discretion to accumulate wealth. The treasury of the ducal estate brims with countless gold coins, and the tally of antiquities and jewelry under his name is so extensive that the financial officers labor tirelessly, faces drawn in despair, to complete the inventory before the new year. When it comes to prowess, he has led his knights into numerous battles. Though they pale in comparison to the territorial conquests of his forebears, he remains unmatched among his peers, and he scarcely regards his accolades from the Academy's competitions. viewing the defeat of his contemporaries as a trivial achievement. What more is there to consider? His visage is certainly not lacking. Everyone praises him for inheriting the best traits from his parents, and each summer, as the patrol sets forth, songs composed specifically for him resound. With a new one each year, before his engagement, he was a sought-after partner at balls, with ladies flocking toward him like vibrant butterflies eager for a dance. Could it be that the daughter of the prince finds the son of Lancelot unworthy? Christopher blinked, slowly recalling events from long ago. At that time, having just turned 15, the queen endeavored to match him with Princess Mary, urging him to invite her for a dance on her birthday. Princess Mary had exhibited a rather indifferent demeanor, and he paid it little mind, for she was already 18, and it was natural for her not to regard him as an adult, despite his considerable height. Could it be that Liliana has already captured someone's heart? Do not let your thoughts wander. No, I must clarify. I currently harbor no affections for anyone, nor have I contemplated marrying another. Just then, he heard Liliana's anxious voice, urgently explaining as she grasped his hand and gently shook it, urging him to focus on her face. As a person, have you never considered that perhaps one day you might encounter your true love, your destined counterpart? As a person? Christopher echoed, puzzled by her words. Let me put it this way. If it were not for His Majesty's marriage contract, would you even regard my existence? With her words laid bare, Liliana's heart steeled itself for the forthcoming inquiry, repeating to herself that there was no turning back. You need not lie to me, nor even respond. Just do not deceive yourself. There is nothing to deceive about. He would undoubtedly care, for she was the emperor's daughter concealed within the Snowwhite family. Regardless of their relationship, he would remain attentive to her affairs. You would not care. Without this contract, I would merely be one of many unremarkable noble girls to you, and you would decline my invitation to dance just as you do to others at the ball. This statement is flawed. Typically, prior to engagement, he would not decline a woman's invitation to dance, as some women, when filled with joy, may struggle to discern which words are appropriate. At times, their exuberance is overwhelming. He would only dance a few times with them out of courtesy when necessary. But if a woman of exceptional status, like Liliana, sought his company, he would gladly oblige her as many dances as she desired. However, should you encounter someone, whether it be love at first sight or a gradual affection, you will undoubtedly spot her amidst the crowd. He could indeed see her distinctly in a throng of elegantly dressed women, always able to identify her by the satisfied expression on her face as she savored her favorite drink, engaging in laughter with those around her, all while subtly observing if he was dancing with anyone else. A single day without seeing her would render you longing for her presence, making that day feel akin to enduring an entire 3 years of autumn. Though he had never waited through 3 autumns, these past few days had been delightful, as he could see her daily without having to contend with the displeasure of Florence Snowwhite. One night, he was granted leave from the palace, and despite the late hour, he ventured forth into the night, leaving the capital behind. Unconsciously, you would yearn to draw closer to her, wishing to engage with her more, as if time itself quickened in her presence. Each moment of intimacy would envelop you in a dizzying sweetness, akin to a little fox frolicking through a golden wheat field swayed by the wind. It is a tale from the world of Rianoka. Perhaps it conveys that she evokes the most beautiful memories of your life. Christophe recalled the peculiar urge to kiss her as the clock struck 6 before the ball. Yet he would not dwell on what she reminded him of. Rather, he would occasionally contemplate her glistening, gem-like green eyes. Even in the absence of a betrothal, let alone a formal engagement, even if the entire world sought to prevent your union, you would resolutely decide to be with her. If a dragon seized her, you would slay the beast. If a dark lord imprisoned her in a dungeon, you would vanquish him. Deep within, you would wish to marry her, not due to external pressures. Do you see how beautiful this notion is? His first aim today was to comfort Liliana, who had been fraught with anxiety and fatigue due to the lack of progress over the past several days. His second intention was to express his desire to wed her in the spring of next year. Had this winter not felt so rushed, he would have wished to resolve this matter even before the year concluded. Is this what you call love? Christophe pondered slowly, questioning whether merely contemplating these small matters constituted love without any action taken. Chapter 54. The Fox's Wheat Field. 2. Indeed, your inquiry holds great value. This question encompasses many perspectives. Yet, I believe that words can deceive, actions can be feigned, but thoughts remain the most challenging to counterfeit. Liliana felt a surge of joy when Christophe responded to her lengthy discourse, and most importantly, he did not appear to be angered by it. Judging others often relies on external appearances, yet self-inquiry necessitates a profound introspection. Having spent so much time together, she believed that both of them deserved a beautiful love. They were vibrant youths basking in the sunlight, still young, with a luminous future ahead. As Liliana began to summarize her thoughts, she proposed that they transcend the constraints of their engagement. She mused that she was no longer the useless individual she once perceived herself to be. She possessed secrets that required his discretion, and in return, she was willing to assist him in various endeavors, beginning with their partnership. However, Liliana soon realized that Christophe seemed to have ceased listening. His expression was disconcerting. Upon her gentle touch on the back of his hand, he abruptly withdrew, confusion and alarm flickering in his eyes. Was this the reaction one would expect from a man of his character? Liliana found herself equally perplexed. Their gazes locked in a silent exchange. Had she inadvertently uttered something inappropriate? I do not need to hear such things from you, Christophe eventually responded, breaking the silence as he averted his gaze towards the distant trees, now mere silhouettes. I believe you've indulged in too many romantic tales while unwell, Liliana. What I require is a wife. A wife, she pondered, implying that anyone would suffice. It was merely a matter of circumstance that the emperor had betrothed her to him. This response was one she had anticipated, for to a man wholly consumed by the pursuit of power, family was merely a symbol. Yet, after their time together, Liliana did not perceive Christophe as a frigid individual. His resolute declaration caused a subtle ache within her heart. Initially, as Liliana had suggested, he merely regarded the emperor's arrangement as acceptable. The emperor had his own agenda, and he too had his considerations. But now, could he truly accept marrying someone other than the woman before him? Christophe grappled with confusion, detesting the sensation. He preferred his mind to remain orderly, capable of delivering precise responses without delay. Christophe, you have always treated me kindly, and I appreciate that you have endeavored to share the things I wish to know. Even matters you found inconvenient to disclose. You spoke to me with honesty instead of deception or concealment, for which I am profoundly grateful. Liliana inhaled deeply, intending to express her thoughts with calmness, yet she found her eyes growing misty and sore for reasons unbeknownst to her. Therefore, if you wish to harness, or even exploit, this power of mine that may or may not resurface, I find no issue with it. You have rescued me twice and have done so much for me. As long as your requests do not veer into the realm of the morally reprehensible, I would willingly assist you. Thus, you need not bind me through marriage. I fear that unions forged on the basis of mutual benefit ultimately dissolve due to conflicting interests, and I sincerely wish to avoid such an outcome with you. I wish for your happiness, and I also yearn for my own. I hope that everyone around me, all those who have shown me kindness, experience a fairy tale-like conclusion. Although I recognize that this may be nothing more than a fanciful dream, Liliana stated earnestly, yet if we are to dream, why not aspire to the most splendid one? Are you suggesting that in desiring to wed you, I must, in addition to the customary expectations, also offer you my love? Liliana was taken aback by Christophe's question following her lengthy discourse. Well, you previously mentioned that if you wish to receive love from me, you would need to give more in return. The only thing that could equate to love, I suppose, is love itself, Liliana mused, tilting her head slightly. In other words, should you decide to marry me, it must mean that you have fallen in love with me. Christophe finally unraveled Liliana's logic. In his view, love was not an essential component of marriage, yet he feared that for Liliana, her notion of love served as a prerequisite for her union. If I refuse this exchange, you imply that we can still engage in transactions regarding your power and your secrets in the future. With this thought, his reasoning flowed effortlessly, as this was a familiar domain for him. You would, out of our mutual understanding, appropriately lessen the demands placed upon me and incline your stance in my favor. Liliana fell silent for a moment before gently nodding. Instead of feeling relieved by Christophe's comprehension, an inexplicable sadness welled within her, stirred by his calm tone. How self-absorbed. She mocked herself inwardly. She had truly entertained, if only for a fleeting moment, the hope that she might be deemed special in the eyes of this man. Regarding this new proposal, I require time to contemplate it, Christophe replied. He did not erupt in anger. Rather, he remained largely unresponsive. However, prior to that, I believe it is essential for you to continue residing here to practice control over your magic. That is our mutual understanding, is it not? Liliana hastily nodded, feeling the sweat pooling in her palms, though it was not merely the brilliance of the sun above that caused it. On their way back, they did not share a mount. Kristoff leisurely walked beside her, carried by the wind. They continued to discuss the events of the past 2 days, speculating about the causes of the mysterious phenomena. Everything seemed unchanged from before. The man prepared to return to the capital, advising Liliana to rest well. Perhaps by the next radiant day, changes would manifest. Liliana refrained from attempting to rise on her toes to kiss his cheek, instead bidding him farewell with the customary etiquette of a noble woman. Suddenly, the tranquil courtyard was swept by a gust of wind, rustling the piles of leaves that the servants had yet to clear away. Liliana understood that Kristoff had departed. She exhaled deeply, watching a wisp of white mist disperse into the air. The clarity of winter's sunny weather is fleeting, and now the once azure sky had become cloaked in heavy clouds. If only life could be archived. Liliana found herself unable to suppress the occasional childish thoughts that flitted through her mind. She was acutely aware that her conversation with Christopher today would undoubtedly alter the course of many things, perhaps akin to the flapping of a butterfly's wings inciting a tempest. As she bid him farewell, she couldn't help but ponder what it would be like to accept a serene life with him in the future, marrying and raising children together. However, she had made her choice, opting for a path defined by negotiation. Even if it meant drifting further away from Christopher, she could not afford to regret her decision. No regrets. The girl lifted her chin, maintaining her dignified posture as she ascended the staircase, her alabaster fingers brushing against the cold steps. In any world, one must first become the master of their own fate before possessing the capacity to engage in love. Chapter 55, Illusion 1. Liliana prepared to write another letter to Rella. Just after departing from the capital, she had sent Rella a brief message to update her on her situation, alleviating any potential worries, while also expressing a desire to learn more about the events that transpired in the auditorium that evening. However, Rella had yet to respond. It was now December 7th, and the academy had not mentioned when classes would resume. Liliana harbored serious doubts that they would not simply extend the winter break. After all, most people would likely return to their own territories to celebrate the new year, and there was no extensive high-speed train network to facilitate travel here. Upon hearing that even the magic tower had been disrupted due to her actions, Liliana was reluctant to inquire about the extent of the damages she had caused. Regardless of the amount, she certainly could not afford to compensate for it. Thus far, no one had suspected her involvement, nor had anyone sought restitution from her. Consequently, she was unaware that the losses incurred at the magic tower that night did not even top the list of damages. The most severely affected was undoubtedly the magical elevator in the Kaleidoscope Library, which had suffered catastrophic failure due to the sudden ineffectiveness of the magic or atop the building, causing the main apparatus to plummet to the ground. Fortunately, a wind mage from the tower was conducting maintenance at the time, preventing any casualties. Setting such matters aside, Liliana was already in agony, merely tallying her own losses. All the jewelry she had worn to the ball, including many clasps on her belt and gown, her shoes, and even her stockings, which had concealed a stun gun, had vanished without a trace. Had she known, she would have attended the ball barefaced. After all, the original owner's visage was quite pleasing, and she could have easily carried the attire without adornments. Liliana felt tears of frustration welling up. Selling those items to share with those impoverished souls living in slums during the harsh winter would have been a noble gesture, yet they had simply disappeared, and she could not blame anyone but herself. Florent had taken the time to write her a letter, urging her not to dwell on the disappearance of those items, assuring her that he would have them all replaced. It seemed that Megan had conveniently forwarded a copy of the inventory to Florent while organizing the list. Liliana replied, graciously declining the offer, explaining that many of the pieces were heirlooms from the Snowwhite family, and even if replicated, new items could never fully capture the essence of the originals. Besides, it would waste money. She advised that the matter of the brooch need not be a concern. Due to her inquiry regarding the potential repercussions of losing the Royal Rose brooch, Florent took the time to respond with a letter, suggesting that if she truly cherished that particular design, he could seek out the artisans who craft jewelry for the royal family to recreate it. His assertion was that the sovereign would not refuse such a request and might even bestow upon her an additional reward. However, Liliana hastily declined the offer, recognizing that the royal gifts were merely granted in consideration of their esteemed status. She promptly penned a letter to her brother, emphasizing that she harbored no avaricious intentions. In her correspondence with Florent, Liliana refrained from discussing any matters pertaining to Sarah's identity. The notion of writing about such sensitive information felt precarious, and she was uncertain whether Florent was aware that she was privy to this secret. The mere thought of articulating it felt convoluted. Nevertheless, she resolved not to dwell on it, acknowledging that it was not a matter of great consequence. Eventually, he would learn the true identity of his sister, and perhaps it was preferable that he discovered it sooner rather than later. In this instance, Liliana sought to write to Sarah with the intent of confirming something of great significance. Christophe had previously urged her to reflect on whether any peculiar events transpired on the eve of the ball and the mountain incident, and this indeed sparked new insights for Liliana. She recalled that the day prior to the ball, she had visited the academy to deliver items for Sarah, and notably, she had also shared a night with Sarah on the eve of the lake incident, having invited her to stay over in her dormitory. While this was not particularly unusual, given that they often attended classes together, it was noteworthy that Sarah had employed light magic to erase the remnants of scars from her arm the day before the ball, undoubtedly marking a special experience. Thus, the question requiring validation was whether Sarah had discreetly utilized light magic on her during their previous overnight stay. Liliana remembered that she had fallen asleep first, and at that time, Sarah had yet to disclose the secret of light magic to her. Therefore, it was entirely plausible that Sarah had quietly performed the magic without her awareness. This hypothesis filled Liliana with excitement. However, she realized that much of this content could not be explicitly conveyed in her letter. Consequently, she wished to express her desire to meet with Sarah in person. Should Sarah not respond to this letter, Liliana planned to seek her out at the orphanage. Christophe was unlikely to object to her undertaking. Following that day, their exchanges dwindled significantly. Aside from accompanying her during her experiments with the magical ore, Christophe no longer lingered in the villa. One day, after concluding her experiments, Liliana took the initiative to engage Christophe in conversation, mentioning a civilian market she believed was located in the outskirts. He indicated that as long as she was accompanied by a knight, she was free to explore the market. It seemed that visiting the market would pose no issue, and a return to the capital to visit the orphanage would be equally acceptable. Although Christophe had yet to provide a response regarding her considerations after their conversation, he maintained the decorum expected in noble interactions, not appearing cold. He even resumed their previous banter, yet he refrained from broaching the subject of their engagement once more. This is his habitual manner of engaging with others, akin to how he can converse with anyone at a ball without making them feel uncomfortable. Liliana understands this well. You seem distracted today. I shall unceremoniously reclaim that ring. A voice whispers in his ear. Christophe stands rooted in place, his cold gaze surveying the inferno that envelopes him from all directions, a fiery web of chaos. The crackling flames, whipped by the wind, twist an awkward angle before collapsing to the ground, struggling briefly before extinguishing. TSK, I thought I could find a loophole. Not disheartened by the failed ambush, the crown prince wipes the sweat from his brow and approaches Christophe, scrutinizing his expression. After a moment, he suddenly asks, "Hey Chris, what troubles you?" "I have no worries." Christophe reflexively denies, then shifts his gaze towards the crown prince's face. The boy's cheerful demeanor bears a striking resemblance to Liliana's, which irks him, prompting an immediate withdrawal of his gaze. "Shall we try again, Your Highness? I can accompany you today. Did you have a quarrel with Miss Snowwhite?" The crown prince tilts his head inquisitively. This fellow, Christophe, sometimes finds it challenging to define the crown prince's character. While he might be deemed exceptional, at 17 he still exhibits childish and capricious behavior. Yet, if labeled mediocre, his magical prowess is unparalleled, accompanied by an odd, acute sensitivity at times. "Do not fret, Your Highness. I get along very well with Miss Snowwhite." He certainly would not confide his troubles to this child. Sharing them might result in the royal phoenix statue atop the palace being aware of the potential upheaval in his engagement with Liliana by the following day. "Look, you even refer to her as Miss Snowwhite, yet claim everything is fine." The crown prince's expression grows serious as he places a hand on Christophe's shoulder. "Was truly amiss." Chapter 55, Illusion 2. If Your Highness has the leisure for such concerns, perhaps you should tally the number of ministers in the capital who have suffered losses. Christoph wishes to steer clear of such discussions, shifting the topic. Following the ball, the emperor decreed that all nobles and ministers must investigate whether they had incurred any damage at home, citing a desire to assess the extent of the attacks. Consequently, many hurriedly reported that their homes had been ravaged, with numerous items missing. The list submitted varied widely, yet without exception. The places that had suffered damage were those housing important documents. The list predominantly included vital trade dealings and ledgers, which the royal family would scrutinize every few years. Each prior examination had led to individuals losing their titles or even being imprisoned for failing to provide satisfactory explanations to the emperor regarding the discrepancies. Liliana is utterly unaware of how many in the capital rejoiced due to the unintentional magic she unleashed that fateful night. Those individuals likely indulged in fine wines while tossing their unresolved debts into the roaring fireplace, subsequently enjoying the sweetest slumber they had experienced in years. The emperor expressed no particular sentiment towards these reports, yet his keen eyes undoubtedly scrutinized each list and memorized every name. The kingdom has operated for over 2 centuries, resembling a colossal machine assembled from countless mismatched gears and components from the very beginning. No one understands better than the sovereign seated upon the throne the subtle creaks and irregular vibrations emitted by this mechanism. Each sound signifies the corrosion of numerous parts and the accumulation of grime upon an entire set of gears. Yet, it continues to function. If one were to hastily implement changes, even if the initial intent were merely to replace a seemingly inconsequential component, the reluctant parts would cling tenaciously to the wheel with all the rust that could adhere, binding themselves to surrounding elements and persuading them to inflict pain upon every probing finger. The consequence of such rash actions would be a bloody mess for the would-be repairer, with the rebellious parts scattered and the once operational machine reduced to a pitiful state, emitting a shrill wail of agony far more acute than its previous faint dissonance. What is there to tally? It is all falsehoods in any case. The crown prince continued to smile, winking as he mused that every winter seems destined for calamities. Yet this year should witness a significant reduction. So, what indeed are you quarreling about? The topic remained unresolved, and the crown prince lost all interest in competing with swords, choosing instead to sit and observe his curious companion. Miss Snow White, so gentle and lovely, how could this possibly be your fault? Is this what blood ties entail? Even in ignorance, one instinctively pays attention and seeks to protect. It may also be that he was predisposed to assumptions due to prior knowledge. Christoph set aside his sword, refraining from responding to the crown prince's conjectures. His own troubles were not significantly related to Liliana's expressed reluctance to marry him. It should be noted that on that day, Liliana had spoken extensively, and his subsequent responses were purely instinctive, his thoughts consumed with, "Is this love? Is this truly it?" Thus, according to Liliana's standards, had he already fallen for her? Unlike his father, who sought to plant flowers from her homeland in various locales of sales for her sake, though her so-called homeland was not her birthplace, he harbored no such intentions. He certainly did not share his mother's despairing sentiment of wishing to perish should she die. Rather, he would strive to ensure her safety with all his might. In caring for Liliana, he had also indulged in reading a few romantic tales alongside her, vowing towards the direction of sales that he had never contemplated forsaking his territory and family for her, like the hollow-brained men within those stories. Yet, Liliana resolutely declared that those trivial, minute thoughts were indeed love, and her gaze revealed her yearning for everything she had described. This assertion left him bewildered and even helpless. Christoph had anticipated that Liliana would seek affection from him, for she was a girl fond of romantic tales, keeping 1 or 2 books by her bedside for her maid to read to her when she fell ill. Desiring love is a simple endeavor. He can adopt any affectionate guise she yearns for, allowing her to bask in the illusion of being cherished. Yet, Liliana rejects his deceit. She gazes earnestly into his eyes and asserts that one's thoughts are the most challenging to deceive. In that fleeting moment, Christoph sensed a disquieting vulnerability as her gaze pierced through his soul, compelling him to instinctively avoid eye contact with her in their subsequent encounters. Christoph endeavored to dismiss her words from his mind, but they would occasionally infiltrate his thoughts like a siren's enchanting song. He could even hear his own mocking voice echoing nearby, taunting him. "Are you not just like those trivial romantic figures, consumed by thoughts of a woman? Hey, Christoph, as a proper gentleman, You must not allow a lady to shed tears on your account. As he prepared to depart the palace, the crown prince stood on the steps, adopting a serious tone akin to that of an elder brother, stating, "You see, I've been utterly bored these past few days. Yet I do not wish to keep you from your own affairs. Hurry back and apologize to Miss Snow White." Kristoff recalled that he had indeed told Liliana that she needed to consider her proposal, yet he had failed to provide any response thereafter. "You're quite protective of her." Kristoff chuckled, habitually adopting a jesting tone. "I thought you would be displeased with her for not returning the ring." "Well, I don't know," the crown prince replied. "I find Miss Snow White delightful. I keep pestering her for the ring, and she isn't upset. She even takes me to her art appreciation classes. She's rather interesting." The prince ran his fingers through his hair, expressing a twinge of envy for Snow White, who had both a brother and a sister. "If only I weren't the youngest child. You have no idea. After the ball, I am followed by a legion of admirers wherever I go, and it drives me to distraction. That is the king's well-intentioned concern." Kristoff remarked, yet he speculated that the crown prince's childishness was not unconnected to the excessive protection afforded by the emperor and empress over the years. "Your Highness, this is where I must take my leave. I can only go this far. Who knows when I shall be permitted to exit the palace?" "Farewell, Kristoff." The crown prince waved his hand, only to notice Kristoff lingering, turning back with a contemplative expression, as if he had more to convey. He promptly approached, eager to listen. "Have you ever contemplated whom you might one day fall in love with?" Kristoff uttered this question with considerable awkwardness, particularly regarding the word love. He regretted it almost immediately. Had the inquiry been directed at Charlot Prince rather than Swen Rydell, the laughter of that scoundrel would echo throughout the entirety of Sealis. Chapter 55. Illusion 3. The crown prince displayed a look of confusion, yet he relished Kristoff's irreverent manner of addressing him. After a moment's thought, he remarked, "I find a matter of love rather uninteresting, for I have forgotten the last time my father and mother dined together." The mother of the crown prince is the first commoner to ascend to the position of a royal consort within the kingdom. This, of course, was only made possible through the relentless efforts of his father, who compelled the royal family to begrudgingly accept a woman devoid of any noble lineage as the wife of a future duke who would wield no real power. According to the royal succession laws established decades prior, their offspring were destined to be mere earls, with subsequent heirs relegated to the title of viscount, and so on. It was evident that the descendants infused with their common blood would be incapable of shouldering significant responsibilities. It was predictable that within a few generations, this line would dwindle, allowing the royal bloodline to maintain its esteemed and untainted heritage through such purification. No one anticipated that the crown prince of yesteryear, now the emperor's elder brother, would meet an untimely demise before marriage, leaving no heirs behind. The kingdom was on the brink of witnessing a woman of common origin ascend to the role of empress. And for most nobles, even the mere act of extending ceremonial gestures towards a woman devoid of noble blood was akin to demanding that they, in their esteemed positions, bow low and offer fealty to a commoner, an utterly unacceptable proposition. However, rebelling against such a circumstance, thereby forfeiting the opulent life of ancestral privilege, seemed an unwise trade-off. These nobles lacked the courage to shed blood or sweat for their convictions, opting instead for a simpler and more comfortable solution. What could be easier than attacking a woman who possesses nothing but the love of her husband? They need not consider her family or her influence. She was merely a target, and her daughter, born with a modicum of magical talent that slightly exceeded that of commoners, was cast as a stone hurled at her. They sought to discard her, to replace her with a woman of noble lineage as their new empress. Only then could they expect loyalty from a throne. They exerted high-pressure tactics on the young and unremarkable new emperor. This transpired before the birth of the crown prince. He had no knowledge of the minute details from that time. Rather, his arrival marked the end of a protracted struggle, allowing his mother to finally don the heavy and resplendent crown of an empress with certainty. The tales that later reached Charles Prince were predominantly about how deeply his father cherished his mother. Amidst the tempestuous clamor, the young emperor steadfastly shielded his wife and children, never wavering, never contemplating forsaking them. Yet, what he witnessed was a fade of connection between his parents. His father remained perpetually silent, while his mother appeared distant and detached. The love that the nobles later extolled, which underwent a dramatic transformation post his birth, was something Charles had never personally witnessed. He felt only the singular attention of his parents directed toward him. At times, he even sensed that perhaps they had channeled too much of their emotions solely onto him, particularly his mother, whose love felt overwhelmingly abundant and burdensome. Why not share some of that affection with his father? Why not extend a portion to his elder sister and brother? If the most steadfast and legendary love that ever existed culminated in such a conclusion, Charlotte found it utterly devoid of meaning. Two individuals who never laid eyes on one another throughout the day were hardly more significant than those ever-present attendants who clung to one's side like shadows. However, upon further reflection, she realized she was not her father. Even if she were to encounter a common girl in the future, thoughts of Rilla Green's strikingly beautiful face, accentuated by her spirited eyes, and her unabashedly loud voice danced in her mind. This girl would undoubtedly differ entirely from her mother, perhaps even providing a spark of interest. Anything would be preferable to languishing within the palace. Anything would do. Stretching languidly, her bright blue eyes sparkled as they turned toward the contemplative man nearby. Has any maiden sent you a message for me? If she could persuade my father to allow me to venture out, I might temporarily entertain a fondness for her. I shall keep an eye out for you, your highness. Hearing such youthful words from the crown prince, Christopher chuckled. Then, if you'll excuse me, I shall take my leave. Wait, you haven't explained why you pose such questions. The crown prince gazed enviously at Christopher, who departed the royal city without any hindrance. The northern wind howled, tousling the golden hair of the young man as he turned, humming a tune, and walked briskly toward his mother's palace. Charlotte, have you been obedient today? Each day, the woman confined to her sickbed would inquire. I haven't gone anywhere, mother. The crown prince seated himself beside his mother, observing her struggle to swallow the medicinal concoction fed to her by a maid. No amount of potion could salvage the woman's already waning complexion. Her once beautiful visage now bore the prominent cheekbones of excessive emaciation, and her eyes, like a drying spring, had lost the luster of youth. Yet, in the eyes of the young man, his mother would forever symbolize all that was beautiful in the world. That's right, Charlotte. You must be cautious, for someone wishes you harm. Your mother has heard whispers. The woman, resembling a marionette, moved her face with effort. Her neck, once long and graceful like a swan, was now etched with fine lines. Her tone sharpened with the weight of her words. Those matters are undoubtedly aimed at you. That bastard who covets your throne seeks to do you harm. Mother, the crown prince gasped, rising abruptly. He grasped her hand tightly, steadying her shoulders to prevent her from collapsing in her agitation. You must be mistaken. Nothing has transpired. Look, I am right here before you. Do not deceive me. You wouldn't dare deceive me, Charlotte. You are my only hope. You cannot betray me. Tears welled in the woman's eyes, her gaze wild with despair, before she suddenly calmed, reaching out gently as if to soothe an infant's cheek. In a hoarse whisper, she murmured, my darling, my Charlotte, you need not worry about anything. You need not fear, for your mother is here. Yes, mother, just focus on regaining your strength. There is nothing else you need to concern yourself with. The crown prince let out a sigh of relief as he cast a stern glance around the room, surveying the maids to discern who had leaked the information. There was no need to worry. The queen mother would certainly eliminate that wretched interloper, Charlotte. The woman continued speaking as if she had not heard her child's response, asserting that the queen mother would eventually deal with her, and that her precious child need not concern himself with anything but to obediently listen. The mother had become muddled, often uttering incomprehensible phrases. After finally calming her down and coaxing her to take her medicine, the crown prince rose to his feet. Who informed the queen mother about the events of the ball that night? He inquired, furrowing his brow at the kneeling headmaid. If you seek to court death, you need only come directly to me. There is no need for such convoluted speech. Your Highness, no one dares defy your will. The head maid trembled, recounting that the matter had come to light when the soon-to-be crown princess visited that day and noticed the torches around her flickering violently. It was likely that the soon-to-be crown princess had unwittingly mentioned it. His Majesty will surely inquire further. The soon-to-be crown princess would not dare to disobey. That Betamot. The crown prince kicked the nearby carpet in frustration. Until she formally marries my elder brother, she is not to visit the queen mother again. She is forbidden from entering the palace at will. If she comes, simply inform her that the queen mother is resting. Do you understand? Yes, we shall obey your command. The crown prince seldom showed anger, but precisely because of this, no one wished to provoke him during his wrath. Henceforth, unless summoned by His Majesty. Miss Maud would not be permitted to step foot in the Queen's palace. His good mood was shattered in an instant, and the crown prince stormed away. The first snow of the year swirling down upon his golden hair, melting at the warmth of his skin. Yet, he himself was uncertain of his destination. The expansive palace, which could easily confuse anyone else, felt to him like a narrow and opulent cage. "Ah, I recognize you. You are the personal maid of my grandmother." Amidst the thickening snowfall, he suddenly spotted a woman gazing up at the sky. "Why are you not by the Queen Grandmother's side?" Chapter 56, 1. The letter sent to the asylum had yet to receive a response, and Liliana felt a flicker of concern. However, the page who delivered the letter reassured her that all was well at the asylum. The administrator mentioned that Miss Green had sequestered herself in her room, engrossed in her studies. Due to her propensity to become irritable when disturbed, the letter was forwarded by her guard, who had been informed that it was a correspondence from Miss Liliana Snowwhite. Upon receiving Miss Green's reply, it would be hastened to Snow White without delay. A guard? Rayla has a guard now. Was it sent by Florent? Liliana pondered, finding the reasoning plausible. After all, Florent was unaware that the chaos in the capital stemmed from her half-sister's machinations. In times of turmoil and uncertainty, protective measures for Rayla were, of course, prudent. "It's nothing. It's merely the wait until nightfall," she resolved in her heart. "If there is still no news by the day after tomorrow, I shall certainly make my way to the asylum." After writing to Rayla, she temporarily abandoned her chaotic experiments, as Christophe was also absent today. She spent the day in her room perusing several books brought from the Snowhawk estate. Among these, 2 were religious texts borrowed from the Kaleidoscope Library of the Academy. Doubting the connection between her magical abilities and Rayla's light magic, she resolved to endure the obscure language and phrases of these tomes and delve into their challenging content. Soon, she realized that failing to bring along those 2 hefty reference volumes was a grave mistake. The books appeared rather antiquated, containing numerous words that surpassed the original owner's vocabulary. What was the extinguishing of the ebbing flow? What had vanished? The language of this world bore a resemblance to English in structure, allowing many words to be inferred through roots and affixes. Liliana felt as though she was back in high school, struggling to decipher meanings, with at least 5 unfamiliar words in every sentence. Others had traversed realms, unlocking extraordinary powers, yet here she was, having finally grasped a semblance of magic but unsure how to wield it, pitifully revisiting her high school days. Liliana, seething internally, bit down on her quill, inadvertently reversing it in her grip and tasting the ink from the nib. "Is Annie not going out for a walk tonight?" Upon hearing Liliana cough and sputter in the room, Megan hurried in with a towel and a cup for rinsing her mouth. When Liliana posed her question, she replied, "Miss, the clouds outside are heavily laden. It may snow." "Ah, snow." Although Joseph's letter mentioned that many areas of Rianoka had already been blanketed in snow since early October, the original owner had lived there for over a decade and should have been accustomed to it. However, the girl, having lived in a southern city until college, had only recently experienced the joy of building snowmen, holding a certain ritualistic reverence for the first snowfall of each winter. As dusk approached, the feeble sunlight had long since vanished behind thick clouds, which hung low enough to seem as though one could reach out and pluck them. Yet the wind was gentle, sporadically tapping against the window panes. Liliana waited for a while, but upon seeing no snow, she decided to descend the stairs, lest she delay dinner with Auntie. Auntie preferred silence during meals, so Liliana had to be especially cautious not to create loud clattering with the cutlery against the plates. They had just finished the first dessert when the elderly woman cast a sharp glance at Liliana, inquiring, "After all these days, have you not reconciled with the young Duke?" Liliana paused, her hand suspended in midair, poised to take a fork for the small cake from the servant, unsure whether to let him go or halt him. As other servants with desserts awaited their turn, "Nothing has transpired between us. What reconciliation is there?" Liliana endeavored to respond to Annie's question in a tone that sounded casual and natural, feeling she was not lying, for after all, they had reached a sort of understanding that day, perhaps. "Do you think Annie has never been young?" The elderly woman cast a sidelong glance at her, previously so inseparable, now parting without even a gentle kiss on the cheek. "What, pray tell, has transpired?" Liliana felt a flush creeping across her cheeks as she surveyed the surrounding servants, all of whom averted their gazes, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding conversation. Yet, She found it impossible to ignore the very living beings around her while discussing her private affairs with her aunt. Nothing significant had occurred. It was merely that the Duke of Lancelot was due to arrive in the capital soon, and the young Duke had been busier than usual. Indeed, she fervently added, meeting her aunt's gaze, the young Duke had even accompanied me for a ride yesterday. Were there any discord between us, he surely would not have come. Very well. If you believe all is well, then so be it, said the elderly woman, refraining from further inquiries. With a delicate constitution, she had little appetite for pastries laden with chilled fruits, and instead watched as Liliana indulged. She continued, remember, you have your father and elder brother behind you. Enduring indignities in silence will only invite disdain upon our family. Truly, her aunt was a woman of great familial pride. However, we remained within the Lancelot estate, surrounded predominantly by their household servants. Was it appropriate to speak thus? Liliana nodded, while scrutinizing the expressions of the servants, discovering they exhibited no unusual reactions. After dinner, Aunt Maxim returned to her quarters, lamenting her leg pain, and Liliana was delightfully surprised to witness the first snowfall outside the capital. Large, delicate flakes floated lazily from the night sky, blanketing the courtyard in a thin layer of white. In an era where the magical stone lamps were a luxury only the nobility and a few affluent merchants could afford, the sky remained untainted by light pollution, revealing a pure, deep blue-black expanse. The snow here was likely pristine as well. Surely, it would not be amiss to catch a flake on her tongue. Wrapped in a fluffy cloak by Megan, Liliana stood at the windowsill with her mouth agape, only to have the gust of wind sweep away her hopes. Simultaneously, a flake that landed on her forehead melted and trickled into her eyes, causing a slight sting. I shall enter shortly, she thought. Megan, having grown up in Renoka, likely held no fascination for such mundane snowfall. Liliana desired to linger a while, urging Megan to check if Miss Green had sent any messages. The estate took on an air of profound stillness at night, and the snowfall deepened this tranquility. Liliana reached out her hand, and a small flake was gently blown into her palm, a perfectly hexagonal, intricately patterned snowflake, which filled her with joy. She gazed at it for some time until the warmth of her gloved hand melted it away. In such weather, one ought to gather with friends indoors, cranking up the heating, ordering barbecue delicacies, or perhaps hot pot delivered discreetly to heat in a low-wattage electric pot, while they huddled together, critiquing the latest dramas or variety shows. Suddenly, Liliana squinted up at the sky, sensing that the snowfall was not the only thing above. It felt as though someone, from afar, was watching her. Chapter 56, 2. Thus, Kristoff trod through the wind and snow, occasionally surveying the world beneath him from his lofty perch. Were he in sails, he would have brought along his falcon. The magical tower supporting the magic circle was still under repair, rendering the capital as aerial defense almost non-existent. Kristoff suspected that his conspicuous traversing through the skies would go unnoticed. The man gazed at Liliana, swaying on the terrace, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind. Having spent her childhood in the northern lands, where snow blanketed the earth for most of the year, she appeared delightfully enchanted by the snowfall. She had lost her memory. Perhaps it was indeed her very first snowy day. Kristoff reminisced about the first time he beheld snow, standing with his mother in the ducal residence, which was then the Marquisate, awaiting his father's return. A torrential summer downpour engulfed sails, and to the young child, it felt like a harbinger of his father's delayed triumph. In his recollection, his mother possessed only modest magical prowess. Like many noble marriages, theirs was fraught with concern over elemental conflicts that could tarnish the elemental dominance cultivated over generations. Uniting families of the same elemental affinity often led to tragic offspring, and the mortality of gifted female mages during childbirth compounded these worries. Thus, the ancient magical lineage of Lancelot sought noble women with minimal magical abilities as suitable brides for their heirs. Consequently, Kristoff had always considered the grand outcry by some elder nobles to abolish the queen as a farcical spectacle he had not witnessed firsthand. Everyone knew that the talents of the offspring bore little relation to their mother's magical capabilities. The mediocre gifts of Princess Mary and Prince Andrew likely stemmed from their father, who was not the originally designated heir of the royal lineage and possessed limited potential. Yet what did it matter? The farce unfolded, with a few jesters brandishing their banners while the majority sat quietly in the audience, whispering seemingly inconsequential remarks. The entrenched old guard sought to probe the new emperor's limits, who, lacking the formidable presence of his elder brother, risked appearing weak and acquiescent. Should he be so easily swayed? The other nobles could spread their wings unfettered for decades to come, perhaps even entertaining ulterior motives. In essence, the queen was merely a stone cast by the old aristocrats towards the emperor, while their daughters became the stones directed at the queen. No one cared about the feelings of the stones. They were merely targets in their eyes. Having pondered too far into the future, Christoph promptly reined in his thoughts. After all, his father had also been a mere spectator in those times. Let us return to that rainy day. On that day, his mother, wearied by his incessant cries, toiled to transform the raindrops from the sky into delicate snowflakes. As he matured, he often questioned the veracity of his memories. For his mother hailed from a moderately sized noble estate near Millet, a lineage that had never produced a water element magician. Yet, he distinctly recalled that fateful day when the torrential rain appeared to suspend in mid-air, the indistinct streaks of rain suddenly crystallizing into sharp clarity before his eyes. Each rounded droplet, imbued with the scent of the sea, gradually transforming into delicate flakes of snow that drifted down upon his head. Perhaps his mother had merely transmuted a single raindrop into a flake of snow, or she might have attempted the feat only to fail. All that followed could simply be a child's fantasy born of love for his mother. After all, at that time, the most unassailable fortress for him was not the impenetrable web woven by the nights, but the embrace of his mother. Why did memories of that day resurface whenever he beheld Liliana? He was discovered. Christoph met Liliana's gaze in the air. In the garden of his home, he had no need for disguise, yet he had not entered through the front door and only realized he had flown to the guest house upon sighting the structure, having previously contemplated his conversation with the crown prince before departing the palace. Through the swirling snow, the girl initially appeared wary, but upon recognizing him, she offered a smile and waved. Christoph descended gracefully onto the terrace of Liliana's room, the gentle breeze perfectly whisking away the snow that had settled on her cheeks and cloak, save for the few flakes caught in her eyelashes. Arriving so late, was there something of great importance? Sensing that the guest house was anything but ordinary, possibly concealing secrets, and noting that the man had taken an unusual route, seemingly wishing to evade notice, Liliana felt a flicker of curiosity. Indeed, there was nothing of significance. Christoph could not articulate why he found himself there. Due to the commotion created by Liliana, many had sent their wives and children to nearby relatives, causing the capital's once vibrant social scene to dwindle considerably, with the festivities leading up to the new year devoid of even a single wine-tasting event. I have yet to respond to your previous proposal, he recalled. So that was the matter. Liliana felt a wave of nervousness, instinctively clutching the cloak before her. Regrettably, she had yet to replicate that mysterious magic, and under such circumstances, it would not be surprising if Christoph declined her offer of collaboration. Who could say whether she had simply not found the method yet, or if she would never find it at all? You know, I intended to discuss our wedding date with you that day, Christoph ventured. For Liliana's timing in expressing her objections to their betrothal seemed too fortuitous. He even suspected she had perceived the silk and the emerald crown, once worn by his mother, concealed beneath the floral adornments in the box he had prepared. The silk had been procured by his cousin, nestled within the box alongside the emerald crown as a gift for their meeting. The ancestors of the Lancelot family, once persecuted by the church during the era of the Old Dynasty for their dominion over the element of thunder, were exiled to several desolate islands scattered across the sea. Within their family rituals, one could discern many echoes of common folk customs. In sales, it is customary for fishermen's wives to tie their own hair ribbons around their husbands' arms before they set out to sea. It is said that amidst the tempests, this ribbon would guide the husbands back home. This practice later evolved into a wedding tradition where both parties adorn each other's arms with delicate bands during the ceremony. Liliana found herself momentarily speechless. She had merely assumed that Christoph would soon broach the subject of their engagement. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that all his preparations that day were meant to earnestly discuss the wedding date with her. Yet, knowing this would not alter anything, after a pang of guilt, she felt a sense of relief. For at least she was not in a position of having hastily agreed to a date with Christoph only to later retract it. I must express this. Regardless of the decisions we make, our engagement must endure for a considerable time to come, Christoph stated. I understand, Liliana quickly affirmed. clarifying that her intention was not to abruptly request the royal family to annul their engagement. Although she did not grasp the intricate entanglements behind this peculiar engagement, she was certain it was intertwined with certain interests. I merely wish for you to comprehend my current sentiments. At this juncture, it is far better to be forthright than to leave you feeling that I have taken advantage of you in any way. You take advantage of me? Kristoff nearly chuckled, but quickly realized that Liliana's expression was one of utmost seriousness. As he summoned the wind to disperse the nearby snow, only the remnants of melted snowflakes adorned her hair. Liliana? At that moment, they both heard a suspicious voice from the corridor, an elderly woman inquiring. Who are you speaking with? It seems I hear a man's voice from your room. Startled, Liliana dashed into the room and swiftly drew the curtains. No, not at all, she stammered, fabricating a lie to her aunt. I was merely gazing at the snow. There is nothing remarkable about it, because I'm feeling quite sorrowful. In truth, I had a fierce quarrel with the young duke, and he has not come to see me today, so what you just heard was me crying. The countess was evidently not easily deceived. The man perched atop the roof heard the sound of the curtains being drawn, and the elderly woman clearly conducted a meticulous inspection of the room, both inside and out. After a while, the sound of the door being closed echoed. Kristoff listened as Liliana stealthily returned to the terrace, lowering her voice to call out to him. Chris, where have you been? Chapter 56, 3. Kristoff descended from the roof once more. Perhaps due to the pretense of weeping, her eyes were glistening again, but her face bore an expression of triumph for having successfully evaded the scrutiny of her elder. He felt as though he had not gazed so earnestly and closely at her face in quite some time. So what is your decision? Liliana recalled vividly what they had been discussing before her aunt's interruption, and to elicit his answer, she leaned closer to him. You are aware that the tales inscribed within books are fabricated, are you not? Kristoff uttered a remark that diverged from his expectations. Is the kind of love you speak of truly so significant to you? The affections you describe may not always yield favorable outcomes. They can, at times, invite dire consequences. Yet, I have also witnessed instances where love has borne good results. Liliana reminisced about her blissful childhood, recalling moments of joy as she strolled through the park, her left hand clasped in her father's and her right in her mother's. However, that is not the crux of the matter. At least in the grand tapestry of life, love is not an absolute necessity. I have encountered much chaos, yet I understand that the allure of books lies precisely in their portrayal of realities that elude our existence. Perhaps some live solely in pursuit of an ideal love. Everyone has their own aspirations, and I do not pass judgment. Nevertheless, I perceive myself as not belonging to that ilk. While such love is undoubtedly splendid, its absence does not render existence unbearable. This contradicts your previous assertions. Kristoff could vividly recall every word Liliana had spoken that day. After all, those sentiments had been swirling in his mind incessantly, impossible to dismiss. You seem to believe that if anyone were to wed you, they must offer you love. That is a misunderstanding. Liliana, akin to correcting her junior colleagues on misconstrued concepts during a meeting, spread her hands. What I described to you that day was merely an ideal state, becoming partners with one's destined soulmate. The probability of such occurrences is minuscule. I do not imply that I must find someone who fulfills every criterion I hold dear to consider marriage. To be honest, in the past world, it was one thing for my biological parents to urge me toward matrimony. Now, in this new realm, there's no need to don such shackles anew. Of course, Liliana felt that such views might be somewhat avant-garde for Kristoff, who was born into nobility and had an actual title to inherit, though she refrained from voicing this thought. My emphasis lies on possibility. Can you grasp that? Liliana continued. Our betrothal was determined by His Majesty. I doubt he sought your opinion, or mine, before making this decision. I cannot help but ponder the potentialities of my life. Perhaps those alternatives would ultimately prove more straightforward than accepting this bestowed marriage. Yet, I believe I would feel more at ease, for regardless of the outcome, it would be my own choice, not dictated by another. I previously lacked the standing to express such thoughts, as I relied entirely on you to sustain my existence. I possess no skills and can offer you nothing in return. I can only proceed one step at a time. I cannot, in my state of having nothing to offer, expect you to wager your future on my behalf, only to reap the benefits while you bear the risks. Surely, you would not consent to such a venture, fraught with loss and devoid of gain, would you? Kristoff gazed at Liliana as she concluded her thoughts with a sigh. Her cheeks puffed up, a gesture she seemed to favor when vexed, rendering her even more endearing. Indeed, he had yet to discover a moment when she was anything but charming. Well, at present, I possess merely a semblance of magic, which is yet to be fully manifested and is hardly a substantial asset. Liliana raised her gaze towards him, her eyes sparkling with determination. Nevertheless, I am confident that I shall uncover the requisite conditions. I believe that since such thoughts dwell within my heart, it is imperative to share them with you now. Rather than allowing you to arrange the wedding date, make all the preparations, and then abruptly inform you of my desire to retract. How unfair that would be to you. Today, Liliana articulated her views with far greater fluency than on the previous occasion, having pondered these matters repeatedly in her mind over the past few days. Now, as she expressed herself, her conviction was unwavering, free from the interference of bizarre emotions. Kristoff suddenly felt that he might have never truly understood Liliana Snowwhite. After all, in his perception, she was a delicate being, one who constantly required attention and protection. A woman so fond of depending on others that he felt compelled to cultivate her independence and assertiveness. He needed to prepare extensively to ensure that when he was not by her side, she could stand on her own, unaffected by external influences, particularly those from the royal court, and refrain from making decisions that would harm the interests of cells. The radiance she exhibited on this snowy night reminded him of the evening she gazed at her hands, filled with delight at the prospect of possible magic, leaving him with a sense of unfamiliarity. This newfound brilliance even momentarily obscured his discomfort regarding the potential of Liliana Snowwhite becoming another's wife, compelling him to ponder whether, should he acquiesce to her proposals, he might witness a more alluring facet of her character, one that she had never alluded to in her lengthy discourses, wherein his presence seemed entirely absent from her envisioned future. Kristoff greedily hoped that within her future possibilities, he would find a place. Really, upon confirming Kristoff's agreement to her proposals, Liliana's eyes widened with astonishment. She sensed that she would ultimately persuade this man, though she had not anticipated such ease. What is this formality? Kristoff observed as Liliana extended a hand from her cloak, grasping his and shaking it up and down. This signifies an agreement. Liliana continued to shake hands with Kristoff with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, in public, I shall diligently continue to fulfill my role as your fiancé. Just let me know where I need to cooperate. The sound of an elderly woman's cough echoed down the corridor, sending a chill down Liliana's spine. She knew this was not merely due to the snow that had crept into her collar. She shifted her grasp on Kristoff's hand, gently pushing him toward the windowsill. Let's leave it at this for today. Good night. This is my villa, Kristoff muttered, feeling constrained in a manner he had never experienced before. He cast a glance at the girl, feeling a tinge of regret. At least now, with the farewell, her sweet breath would not grace his cheek. Nonetheless, overall, his spirits were considerably brighter than they had been within the palace walls. Merely a day without sight of her, yet it feels as though I have awaited her presence for 3 autumns. This statement is indeed quite intriguing. Chapter 57. The Guardian. 1. Liliana penned her first letter to Rayla, which Rayla opened but chose not to respond to. She felt reassured merely knowing that Liliana was safe. As for the events of that evening, she had little additional information to provide. At present, Rayla found herself seated in a bustling marketplace on the outskirts of the capital. A fierce wind swept through, toppling various stalls and tousling her recently styled hair, which she had carelessly altered with a kitchen knife. "Child, could you fetch me some regrettas from over there? I noticed some vendors selling them this morning. It is rare to find such fresh herbs in this season." She heard Mr. Bond calling her name and promptly rose to acknowledge him, accepting a small handful of copper coins from his hand. The day following the ball, Rayla returned to the orphanage in a carriage belonging to the Snowwhite family, laden with numerous packages. She received a warm welcome from everyone. They appeared unaware of the significant events that transpired the previous night, merely puzzled by the sudden imposition of a curfew on the common folk, and were equally baffled by Rayla's unexpected return. Upon discovering that she had brought back a multitude of items, excitement spread among the children, and they eagerly shared the news. Rayla, with an air of authority, distributed the provisions while using a touch of magic to intimidate a few of the older children, warning them against taking anything from the younger ones. The contents extracted from the dormitory drawers seemed plentiful, yet they were swiftly allocated. Rayla ascended to the attic with her modest bag of belongings, only to be nearly dazzled by the decor within. A vast bed dominated the cramped space, draped with ostentatious curtains. Her makeshift shelf, constructed from planks and bricks, had vanished, replaced by a large cabinet that clashed with the surroundings, effectively blocking the window. Additionally, the entire attic was carpeted, although the decorator evidently overlooked the draft and leaks, as a sizable section of the carpet had already succumbed to mold and discoloration. Outside her door stood a young man with a freckled nose and red hair. "You must be Miss Rayla Green." He greeted her boisterously. "I am Andy Pierce, tasked with ensuring your safety and the security of your belongings." "What is the meaning of this? Did Florence Snowwhite arrange this?" Rayla inquired, stepping back and crossing her arms in cautious inquiry. "Who sent you?" "Lord Viscount Brown. During your time at the orphanage, I have followed your and Mr. Virian's instructions. Please, if you have any requests, do let me know." "And who is Virian?" Rayla pointed toward her room. "Did that Viscount arrange this as well?" "Yes, Miss Green." This young man continued to speak at such volume, seemingly unfazed by fatigue. "Should you have any grievances, I can relay them to Mr. Virian, and he will promptly attend to your needs. You need not remain here. I can enter on my own." Rayla furrowed her brow, as if she could wring water from it. "Are you here every day?" she questioned. "Of course, Miss Green, it is my duty. Ensuring your safety is also my responsibility." With another shout, Rayla felt that he would inevitably bring down the dilapidated stairs of the attic with his incessant calls. If he were not stationed here, someone might sneak in like a rat, pilfering the various items meticulously prepared by the noble Viscount for Miss Green. She had only been away for 3 months. Yet such a transformation had taken place. Rayla tossed her bag onto the bed, causing a tremor that sent countless dust particles cascading from the enormous curtain. She waved her hand, beckoning the wind to carry them out the window. As she opened the empty wardrobe, a musty odor akin to that of the carpet wafted forth. The glass shards, stones, and scraps of silk that she had once collected from the children at the orphanage were nowhere to be found. "My dear child, let me see you. This noble residence is indeed remarkable. Just look at your face. It is far fairer than before, and you have gained some weight." Aunt Susan's incessant chatter greeted her. "Surely, you arrived in a grand carriage? The wolf painted on its door looks formidable. Have you befriended any young lords, particularly those yet to marry?" "The last one, Lord Ryan, seemed quite fine. Has he become engaged?" Rayla was about to interrupt Aunt Susan to inquire about Mr. Bond, wondering if he had left the city to procure supplies, when a tall, slender, middle-aged man approached, flashing a grin that revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Esteemed Miss Green, I apologize for the lack of formal welcome. Are there any aspects of your bedroom's arrangement that do not meet your satisfaction?" "Oh, it is Mr. Varian." Aunt Susan's tone noticeably cooled as she waved dismissively at the man. "He is now responsible for the orphanage and its various affairs." "And Mr. Bond?" Rayla looked around, only now realizing that the courtyard was considerably more disheveled than before. Mr. Bond used to dedicate at least 1 day each week to weeding, as a certain furry weed would invariably sprout, causing red bumps to bloom on the arms and legs of the children who played about. That individual, unfit to fulfill the guardian's duties, had been dismissed by the Viscount, a leniency afforded due to his long years of service. The middle-aged man swayed uncomfortably as he spoke. "Miss Green, you must be hungry. I will have the kitchen prepare lunch and deliver it to your bedroom." "Miss Green," as Rayla approached with a less than pleasant expression, the man widened his eyes and began to stutter. Do you have any instructions?" "You mean the Viscount?" Rayla turned to Aunt Susan for clarification. "Lord Brown, Hans Brown." "The Viscount." Aunt Susan had not yet finished speaking when the middle-aged man interjected. "That Brown, he dismissed Mr. Bond? His reason was that Mr. Bond had not fulfilled his role as the guardian of the orphanage. What a farce. Just look at how messy this courtyard has become. And over there, the broken pole. It was never like this when Mr. Bond was in charge." "Indeed, how true." Aunt Susan suddenly interjected loudly, wiping the corners of her eyes with her soiled apron. They had expelled Mr. Bond without so much as allowing him time to gather his belongings, casting everything from his room out the back door, leaving one to wonder if that cherished lamp had been broken. "Be silent. Is lunch ready? Who has granted you, you harpy, the right to prattle on here?" The middle-aged man turned to Aunt Susan, instantly adopting a condescending demeanor. "Return to your kitchen now. Dare to utter another word, and see what happens." Rayla felt her hands tremble with fury as she seized the man's collar. "Apologize. Such a significant incident at the asylum, and I was left completely in the dark. What has she been doing?" dancing in finery with that crowd of nobles. Why has no one written to inform me of these matters? Chapter 57. The Warden too, Miss Grin, everything is at the behest of the Lord Viscount. I came here solely by his directive. Virian observed the young girl's fiery red eyes, which seemed to ignite the very air around them, creating an illusion of heat. This girl was no ordinary character. She attended the capital S Academy, and Lord Brown had specifically instructed to treat her with utmost respect. Indeed, she might very well be yet another illegitimate daughter of Lord Brown, though such noble bastards were numerous. One could only speculate if she would eventually be acknowledged and married off to a powerful husband, transforming into a lady of high standing. She must not be easily offended. Where have you sent Mr. Bond? You are the new warden, are you not? Rayla tightened her grip on the man's collar. Answer my question, then apologize to Aunt Susan. And finally, clear the yard of those weeds and broken poles. And no, Miss Grin, I am not of such lowly status. It's merely that there is currently no suitable candidate for this position, which I am temporarily occupying. I shall comply with your requests, but please, do not set my clothes ablaze. My wife just made this for me, and today is the first time I am wearing it. You have yet to answer my question. Rayla's teeth ground together audibly. I truly do not know where Matthew Bond is. I swear on the holy image. That fellow has not returned since he left the asylum. Release him. I know where he is, Aunt Susan declared, emboldened by Rayla's support. Casting a proud glance at the middle-aged man. Come, let us speak in the kitchen. I shall repeat myself. If you continue to follow me, I will set your hair alight. Rayla shouted back at the young man with red hair, trailing her like a shadow. I am not some noble damsel requiring special oversight, nor do I need monitoring. I shall not be courteous to you, but if you find yourself in danger, the Lord Viscount shall not spare me, the young man stammered, his face redder than his hair. His family had served the Brown family since his grandfather's time, and if he failed in this task, he would surely not fulfill his father's hopes of becoming the first male servant candidate for the young Viscount, potentially even leading to their expulsion from the Viscount's estate. Without a letter of recommendation from her master, they would find it nearly impossible to secure employment in any other noble household. With a forlorn expression, Perce nearly fell to his knees before the irritable young lady, pleading, Miss, if it pleases you, feel free to tousle my hair, should it not suffice. I can fetch firewood from the kitchen for your amusement. Rella huffed in the biting wind, feeling a throbbing pain at her temples. This man before her resembled a pitiful, clinging dog, and her earlier threats were mere bluster. He, too, was a commoner scraping by in a noble household. How could she possibly wield magic to bully him? Miss Green, the gentleman you seek, Mr. Bond, is not at home. Despite having knocked on the door herself, she was greeted with an overly cheerful announcement of his absence, as though she were blind and deaf. Aunt Susan had mentioned that Mr. Bond now eked out a living selling concoctions on the outskirts of the city. Yet, as winter approached, apart from the nobles cultivating out-of-season herbs using costly magical devices, the naturally grown herbs had withered away. Mr. Bond spent considerable time seeking means to acquire his ingredients, while Aunt Susan occasionally smuggled meals from the soup kitchen, waiting until nightfall for his return. Rella did not mind waiting in the cold until dusk, but Andy Perce, clad in a rather fine yet inadequate little outfit, began to chatter his teeth after a brief while. What a nuisance, she thought, surveying her surroundings. This area resembled the impoverished districts near the soup kitchen. The houses facing the main street were freshly painted and gleaming, while those deeper in the alleys grew increasingly cramped and varied in age. Mr. Bond's new residence was modest in size, yet its cleanliness stood out, lacking the clutter typical of other homes, adorned only with an assortment of potted plants. The presence of guards in the capital had evidently increased. Once, armored figures were seldom seen in such neighborhoods, yet on this day alone, she had encountered 3 while riding. Miss Green, where shall we go next? Seeing Rella finally on the move, Perce cheerfully inquired, gathering the charcoal remnants from the ground. Though her temper was sharp, her heart was generous, as evidenced by her using magic to conjure warmth for him in his cold state. Watching her perform such effortless feats, it was hard to believe she was of common birth. She seemed far more capable than the children of several viscounts. I intend to smash your employer's window, Rella replied sternly, having resolved to obtain a permit from Aunt Susan in the morning and seek out Mr. Bond at the market. You'd best pretend you didn't hear me. Go wherever you wish. Employer? You cannot mean Lord Brown, Perce exclaimed in shock. I assure you, I have quite a few tasks ahead of me. You claim that you were sent by Brown to protect me. Consider this. I possess magic. While it may not be particularly formidable, it suffices to deal with ordinary individuals, whereas you lack such abilities. Ryla crossed her arms and stated that if I were to encounter a danger I could manage on my own, you would only be a hindrance. Conversely, if I faced a problem beyond my capabilities, do you truly believe your chances of survival would be high? Should misfortune befall me, Brown would certainly expel you and your entire family. So I ask you, if we both were to encounter calamity, do you think Brown would spare your family? If you choose not to accompany me, even if you were to be sent away, your family would gain an extra laborer for the fields, which is preferable to your parents suffering the loss of a child in their old age. Do not take offense at my directness. I speak for your own good. Ryla leaned against the filthy railing nearby. You are but a laborer. I do not wish to intimidate you. The decision rests with you. Fields? Their family had served as the Browns' household servants for generations. What ancestral lands could they possibly have? And what land would there be for them to farm? The land belongs to the nobility. If the lords were displeased, those of common birth would find no refuge and would be forced to wander into the wilds, where beasts and magical creatures roam unchecked. Yet, aside from this, Miss Green's other words seemed to carry some weight. This entire afternoon, I had not run as swiftly as Miss Green, nor could I withstand the cold as she did. My consumption of the bread she shared had not aided me in any way, and I had mistakenly directed us off course with misplaced confidence. With nowhere to go, I would return to the orphanage and assist Aunt Susan with her tasks. I would find a time to sell the items in my room for some coin. If neither of us mentioned it, no one would be the wiser. Ryla waved her hand dismissively. Enough. If you made up your mind, then leave. Do not follow me tomorrow. Chapter 57. The Guardian 3. But please do not smash the window of the noble. Pierce observed the girl's reluctance to accompany him and felt compelled to inform her of the noble's formidable reputation, warning that crossing him would lead to dire consequences. Yet, he instinctively sensed that this would be of little use. After a moment's thought, recognizing her kindness towards him, he quickly devised a better argument. The noble has been away for several days. If he were to break a window, he would undoubtedly return in a fury, unleashing his wrath upon us servants. Ryla had no intention of actually breaking the noble's window. She was merely expressing frustration. Such childish methods of retaliation had been abandoned since her middle school days, as the potential rewards were minimal while the risks were considerable. For a noble with countless windows in a single estate, such actions would be utterly inconsequential. The following day, Ryla woke early, collecting the shopping list from Aunt Susan for the market. She carefully stowed her copper coins in a close-fitting pouch and donned the thick coat sewn for her by Aunt Susan. After entrusting Pierce to Aunt Susan for assistance, she quietly slipped out the back door. She had coordinated her story with Aunt Susan and Pierce. Should anyone inquire, she would be reading in her room, and anyone daring to disturb her would face her wrath. She anticipated that the lanky individual she had intimidated the previous day would not dare to provoke her again. The sky was shrouded in heavy, ominous clouds, and the air was so frigid that each breath felt as if it drew in shards of ice. The line of those waiting to leave the city had formed a lengthy queue, while the number of knights and guards near the city gates had significantly increased. They demanded that anyone entering or exiting the city surrender all their possessions for inspection. Indeed, the events of that day were quite grave. Rayla, dutifully standing at the end of the line, listened intently to the conversations around her. She discovered that fragments of the occurrences at the academy had spread beyond its walls, though the accounts seemed to consist of mere shards of truth interwoven with wild speculation and exaggerated details. Many noble carriages, in a hurry to leave the capital, disrupted the inspections, and none dared to protest against the brazen queue jumping of these elite. Look, the noble lords are fleeing with their wives and children. One man remarked to his companion, "You don't believe me? Something terrible is about to happen." Rayla overheard, as he coughed, continuing, "I know someone who has connections. He works for the Duke of Lancelot and is supposedly the Lord's personal servant. I heard that the Lord, terrified, took his fiancée, and returned directly to his estate." This topic piqued the interest of many, and Rayla listened closely, aware that most of their claims were mere fabrications. Liliana's letter had stated that her fiancé merely took her to a garden near the capital to unwind. These nobles were behaving like frightened rabbits, unaware of how many homes were being abandoned. Liliana was wise to distance herself. She was so fragile and lacked magical abilities, so it was prudent to remain as far from danger as possible. The upheaval at the relief house had distracted Rayla, causing her to forget her intent to investigate the events of that fateful night at the academy. Yet, as she observed the carriages hastily departing the capital, a sense of impending crisis enveloped her in the biting early winter wind. Thus, it became imperative to find Mr. Bond quickly and advise him against venturing into the wilderness for herbs. Safety was paramount. Besides the copper coins given by Aunt Susan, Rayla had collected some sparkling, gem-like objects from her room's bed and drapery, which she hoped to sell at the market, intending to give all the proceeds to Mr. Bond. "Child, what brings you here?" Finding Mr. Bond amidst the colorful canopies of the bustling market took Rayla considerable time. Upon seeing her, the old man appeared quite pleased, rising from his small wooden stool. Though his expression shifted momentarily, was it true what they said? Had something grave occurred? "Ah, these are but minor injuries, nothing to worry about." After Rayla procured the ingredients Aunt Susan needed, Mr. Bond had already packed up his herbal stall, which was almost instantly occupied by other vendors. Upon returning to his residence, Rayla first tended to the numerous wounds on his hands. The old man gazed at her with kind eyes. "Child, the atmosphere is fraught with anxiety. Do you know what has truly happened?" Ryra stepped outside to retrieve the pots and pans from a cart. She had become quite adept at utilizing water element magic for her daily cleaning tasks. While assisting Mr. Bond with these household chores, she casually informed him of some unusual occurrences at the academy, urging him to remain vigilant and avoid deserted areas. This was a significant matter. To instigate an attack in a place as prestigious as the capital's academy was nothing short of a blatant provocation against the majesty of the sovereign. Ryra made a concerted effort to conceal all critical details, yet Mr. Bond displayed profound concern. "You must exercise caution, child. What if it were directed at you?" Ryra paused momentarily, for she had not considered the possibility of the threat being aimed at her. After all, only Mr. Bond and Liliana were privy to the secret of her light magic, and she regarded both as absolutely trustworthy. It should not be the case. Reflecting on that day, she recalled feeling no targeted attack. In fact, she had sensed the sudden extinguishment of the hall's illumination, and the ensuing chaos was merely a result of the attendees' own actions. If someone had intended to strike her, they could have easily abducted her during the darkness, unnoticed for some time. "It's all right. I can protect myself." Unbeknownst to her, in this new world, she had gained many who cared for her. Even Ryra, accustomed to solitude, could not resist such warmth. With the academy's indefinite closure, she resolved to assist at Mr. Bond's stall. "We have studied the fundamentals of herbalism, and I have brought back several books to review." "You were expelled? Such a significant matter, and you didn't inform me." Speaking of the apothecary stall reminded Ryra of the elderly being forced to leave the relief center. She murmured, "Had you confided in me, I could have helped you confront that Viscount for an explanation." Mr. Bond laughed heartily. "Child, our relief center is nominally part of the church, yet it is entirely under the control of Viscount Brown. What would you possibly demand from him?" "Well, look at this. The kind-hearted individuals who assisted me in finding this place have done well. In the past, I secretly concocted potions to sell for money. Now, everyone can call me Apothecary Bond, fulfilling a long-held wish. When spring arrives, I intend to cultivate some easy-to-grow herbs beneath the staircase. Should any of the children at the relief center fall ill, I will return to assist." Mr. Bond patted his knee, casting a warm gaze upon the girl, who remained silent with her head bowed. "You need not concern yourself with such trivial matters, Ryra. You have a bright future ahead, unworthy of offending those noble gentlemen for someone like me, whose half a body resides in a coffin. What use is a future for one who cannot even protect their family?" Ryra furrowed her brow. Even after finding Mr. Bond, she felt a lingering anger that refused to dissipate. Her frustration compelled her to stamp her foot, causing the old floorboards to creak under the strain. Chapter 58, The Saint One. In the days that followed, Ryra found herself exceedingly busy. Upon discovering that the newly appointed manager, Virian, was utterly incapable of managing her, she boldly ventured to the market each day to assist Mr. Bond. In the evenings, she gathered all the children from the orphanage, attempting to impart lessons within the church. Of course, these were not lessons in magic, but rather the most rudimentary literacy instruction. Ryla exchanged the luminous stones she had pried from the curtains of her room at the market for various items, most of which she used to purchase herbs from Mr. Bond. Additionally, she procured a smooth wooden board and a type of stone that could leave powdery traces upon it. However, the children did not take to her lessons. Their seats felt as uncomfortable as if they were perched atop cacti, making it impossible for them to remain still for even 10 minutes. They feared Ryla, and thus refrained from any unruly behavior. Yet this did not imply that they could grasp the knowledge she endeavored to impart. Several evenings passed, and Ryla prepared a small test. To her dismay, she discovered that even the little girl sitting at the front, who had been obediently gazing at her, could not recognize the first line of the alphabet she had crafted in imitation of the old world as customs. Oddly enough, Andy Pierce showed a keen interest. He would hum the alphabet song Ryla had taught the children while working, eagerly answering her questions. Though he already knew how to read, what was there for him to boast about to the little ones? Miss Green, however, could not fathom why Ryla was so adamant about teaching these children to read. The red-haired youth understood a few simple words because he had to run errands for the Lord and the young ladies. Without literacy, relying solely on the dazzling crest to deliver messages would lead to numerous errors. Yet, these orphan children might never possess a book of their own. Learning such skills seemed utterly futile. Nevertheless, he dared not voice his confusion to Ryla, for the children's lack of cooperation had already displeased her. He did not wish to provoke her ire, lest he face a scolding from Mr. Virion, which could result in him being confined to the orphanage for life if Mr. Virion reported him to the Viscount's estate. Ryla, however, did not relent. She tore down the curtains from her room and sold them at the market for some coin. This time, she refrained from generously gifting the various trinkets she acquired to the children. Instead, she announced that those who could master her alphabet would receive a reward. Remarkably, this initiative yielded immediate results. The children lined up eagerly before Ryla, vying to take her test. However, Ryla soon realized that these little rascals were essentially deceiving her. They had merely learned to sing the alphabet song in order. When asked to identify the letters out of sequence, they could not recognize a single one. Upon realizing they could not fool Ryla, they devised a scheme where each child would memorize a few letters and then prompt one another. Ryla initially considered turning a blind eye, but discovered that the day after receiving their rewards, the children had completely forgotten what they had barely managed to stutter out the previous day. Why do they fail to comprehend that reading can alter one's destiny? Why cannot they exert just a little more effort? Frustration left Ryla fuming even while assisting Mr. Bond during the day. In her middle school years, after classes, Ryla would accompany her mother to set up a stall on the pedestrian bridge. A small stool paired with a portable lamp powered by 2 AA batteries served as her makeshift study desk. Aside from the numbing discomfort of prolonged squatting and the winter chill that threatened frostbite, Ryla found the experience of selling on the street rather enjoyable. The bridge was far brighter and more spacious than their shared living quarters, and she learned the art of enticing customers for various vendors. Unaware that such skills would one day prove useful in another realm, Ryla swiftly devised a more efficient method. She requested a large pot from Aunt Susan, one that was seldom used due to its tendency to stick and impart a burnt flavor to the food. She relocated it to Mr. Bond's medicine stall and began scavenging discarded refuse from the market, using a couple of bricks to construct a rudimentary stove. Employing elemental fire magic, she commenced boiling water to distribute freely to those around her. Gathering firewood for a brief blaze was not particularly challenging, yet ensuring a steady flame amidst the biting winter winds in an exposed marketplace, without igniting nearby materials, proved considerably more difficult. Mr. Bond typically prepared his potions at home before selling them at the market. In the frigid air, the steaming water and swirling wisps of vapor served as the finest advertisement. Even those uninterested in purchasing potions were drawn to seek a bit of hot water to stave off the cold. In no time, the medicine stall was besieged, leaving Ryla unable to assist Mr. Bond. She had to maintain the flames beneath the bricks while continuously drawing water from the air to replenish the pot, all the while ensuring order by pouring hot water into an array of peculiar containers. If only Florence Snow White were here, he could effortlessly vaporize liquid water into the air as a material for his magical arrays, thus eliminating the need for fire altogether. Ryla sighed, lamenting her inadequate talent in these basic elemental magics. The act of distributing hot water soon transcended Ryla's mere intention of attracting customers. A sorcerer is capable of manipulating both fire and water elements, appearing to be of humble origins, swiftly garnered attention for her benevolent act of providing warmth through water. News spread rapidly throughout the outskirts of the capital, and within days, Ryla would be immediately recognized upon her arrival at the market, encircled by eager crowds. People yearned fervently for the warmth of water, free of charge, and began to voice new requests. Noticing the empathetic gaze of the young sorceress, they rushed to unveil their plights, particularly those who had come from slums. They displayed their festering frostbite, limbs mottled with bruises and devoid of sensation, and even pressed gaunt children, barely clinging to life, into her arms. They surrounded her, confining her, grasping her tightly, and unleashing hoarse cries and pleas. It was the saint. The saint had arrived. Those unable to reach the young mage joined in the clamoring. The Holy Spirit reincarnated to bless us. Holy Spirit, have mercy. Memories of the cunning and struggles from her years in the countryside flashed through Ryra's mind. She was not unfamiliar with such scenes. Yet the multitude of hands reaching out to her sent a chill down her spine. She understood that if she did not take action, she would likely be overwhelmed by the lesson of enmity born from kindness, potentially dragging Mr. Bond down with her. With a determined grit, she maneuvered through the crowd like a nimble badger, and as she did, a small mound of earth rose beneath her feet, startling those nearby and keeping them at bay. Who is being morally coerced here? I am no saint, she declared, standing atop the mound with her hands on her hips, addressing the shivering crowd in the cold wind. There has never been a savior. We must rely on ourselves. However, Ryra's proclamation elicited no agreement or support. She realized that the crowd was uninterested in anything beyond a modicum of comfort to endure the winter. Her earth magic had driven away those who sought to entrap her for more, while the rest continued to silently queue before her cauldron. Yet, she could not ignore the children, barely clinging to life in their mother's arms. An idea took shape in her mind. As she handed water to a child's mother, she feigned concern and gently touched the frostbite on the child's face, discreetly administering a touch of life-saving magic. These children were languishing due to cold and hunger, and their mothers would naturally attribute any improvement in their spirits to the warm water rather than any miraculous healing. Although this attempt went undetected, Ryra dared not offer further healing. Should rumors of the miraculous properties of her water spread, it would spell trouble. Moreover, Ryra found it necessary to impose stricter regulations, limiting each person, regardless of their container, to a maximum of 3 generous ladles of hot water from her cauldron. She had learned that some who came with large vessels were not genuinely caring for families, but were instead reselling the water to passers-by on the nearby streets, while it still retained some warmth. If they could not sell it, they would simply discard it. Some even took the water to the slums, attempting to peddle the now-cold liquid to those unable to secure clean water, squeezing out meager coins from the helpless, incurring no cost, merely running errands. Yet, not all was grim. Many vendors who set up stalls at the market would gather around Ryra's cauldron to warm themselves during breaks, often leaving her and Mr. Bond with small tokens of gratitude, rendering her need to bring bread from the relief center unnecessary. One day, as the market was closing, a man resembling a hunter was left with some unpurchased game meat. He decided to offer it to Rella for roasting over the fire. The sizzling fat emitted a tantalizing sound, and the aroma of the meat masked the unpleasant odor of burnt feathers that had not been completely plucked. At that moment, another person approached, inquiring if he could exchange a handful of seeds, akin to rice grains, for a taste of the roasted meat. Rella consented and kindled another fire to boil water for porridge, attracting more weary souls who had toiled throughout the day and were now ravenous. Each contributed whatever remnants remained from their sales, transforming the porridge into a hodgepodge. The roasted meat was accompanied by several dusty tubers and fruits, while those lacking any provisions scavenged through the refuse for materials to sustain the fire. A chaotic assortment of ingredients was tossed into a large pot, and miraculously, it culminated in a thick, bubbling porridge. A woman, resembling a farmer, deftly removed the decayed parts from the fruits at the bottom of her basket, squeezing out juice to glaze the enticingly colored roasted meat. The tubers, charred and dusty, had cracked open, revealing their pale insides, and a single bite could scald one's mouth. That day, Rella lingered at the market until nearly curfew, her continuous use of fire elemental magic and the occasional discreet application of light magic leaving her utterly fatigued. She sat beside the fire, observing as everyone shared their food while conversing in various peculiar accents. Amidst the chatter, someone produced a 3-stringed instrument and began to sing, and Rella, somewhat bewildered, found herself swept into the queue of dancers, joining in a circle dance accompanied by a medley of discordant harmonies and whistles. Shall we take action, my dear Marquis? In the corner, away from the revelry, the light was cleverly distorted by moisture, creating a concealed space. A young man with white hair observed from afar, but withdrew his gaze upon overhearing two figures clad as commoners inquiring. When he received news of his sister being surrounded by common folk at the market, Florent was deeply concerned. He set aside everything and rushed to the outskirts, only to find, in this spontaneously organized market shunned by nobles, his sister wearing the most radiant smile he had ever seen upon their reunion. Rella was not clad in the heavy winter dress he had discreetly provided through various means. Instead, she was dressed in a man-s attire that was tattered and filthy. The flames she conjured flickered and sputtered, sending sparks flying into the air, and amid such surroundings, Florent felt that his sister appeared more at ease and joyous than at any noble ball. In the past, he would have felt a pang of sorrow and guilt at her ease of contentment, but now he found himself puzzled as to why. After having experienced the grandeur of opulent halls, she still cherished these incongruous elements of her true identity. Let it be for now, Florent remarked. This place is crowded and chaotic. Take great care of her. Should any misfortune occur, bring her back at any cost. What about the young servant sent by the Viscount Brown to watch over the lady? A woman inquired, frowning. A mere commoner, unworthy of concern. Should he encounter any troubles, perhaps he could be treated with the same care as that venerable gentleman. Ferland replied, acknowledging that his current role was to safeguard Rilla and everything she cherished, whilst ensuring that Miss Green remained oblivious to their existence. Two sisters, neither of whom could be considered a source of ease. Today proved to be a day fraught with both headache and heartburn for Liliana Snowwhite. Setting aside matters regarding Rilla for the moment, he harbored grave suspicions that Christopher Lancelot was privy to some significant information. The more anxious Lancelot appeared before the Emperor about the events of the ball, the more Ferland perceived it as an attempt to conceal the truth. Why was he so eager to whisk Liliana away from the capital, even seeking the Emperor's counsel to silence Ferland? Was it truly merely a desire to provide Liliana with a reprieve? Ferland was deeply skeptical. Furthermore, Lancelot's actions were nothing short of brazenly indicative of his considerable knowledge regarding Liliana's lineage. In the future, this man might very well exploit Liliana's heritage for the benefit of Searles. If Liliana were to remain a daughter abandoned by her own father, devoid of magical prowess, then even if Lancelot were to marry her, it would merely serve to further entwine him with the royal family. The princes and Lancelot had been close allies since before the kingdom's establishment. They were not in need of such a familial connection, and thus her father was of no consequence, perhaps even wishing to expedite Liliana's marriage. Yet, Ferland recalled his own conjectures. Although he had deliberated extensively, he had no intention of disclosing them to his father at this moment. If the events of that night were indeed related to Liliana, Ferland wished for it all to be mere coincidence. He would prefer the kingdom to harbor an enigmatic and powerful sorcerer rather than see Liliana ensnared in the intricate web of power struggles. In such conflicts that determined the rise and fall of families and the fate of territories, none would care for her feelings or thoughts. She understood nothing, and even someone like Lancelot, with his foolish infatuation, would ultimately cause her profound harm. By the fire, Rilla took a few sips of what was handed to her. Claimed to be a warming concoction, she had not anticipated it to be strong liquor. Even a mere sip ignited a fiery, acrid sensation that spread through her throat, momentarily warming her cheeks and alleviating her fatigue. This life was rather pleasant, was it not? Mr. Bond smiled as he took the leather pouch from her grasp, his gaze fixed upon the intensely burning flames. Now, you need not worry about this, old man, do you? Not enough. What does this signify? Rilla lifted her gaze to the sparks soaring into the sky, her eyes ablaze with a fervor surpassing that of the flames. Why was it that some, despite exhausting every effort, could only possess a bonfire on the outskirts of the city, while others could dance upon floors paved with magical or through mere bloodline? In such inequity, you still find yourselves singing hymns of praise to the divine. If deities truly exist, why do they permit such occurrences? She did not lower her voice. Many who heard her words silently distanced themselves from her. They had forgotten that just during the day, they had called this girl a saint, and they had also forgotten the joy they had shared while dancing together moments ago. They feared her utterances, worried that her words might incite the wrath of the omniscient deity, and that the divine retribution she might incur could extend to themselves. However, these individuals did not include Mr. Bond. The elderly gentleman remained calm as he gazed into the fire and softly remarked, "Child, although I have spent many years in the asylum, I sometimes ponder if perhaps God does not truly love humanity. The so-called compassion of the divine is merely a figment of human longing for care and salvation. Perhaps God is selfish, desiring only that the world operates solely according to his will. We must take our leave now, child." The old man rose, observing the girl, whose expression still radiated indignation, before shifting his gaze toward the city gates, now shrouded in darkness. He sighed gently, "Otherwise, we shall not make it back to the asylum before curfew." Chapter 59. The Third Party. 1. During the day, in preparation for the market outside the city, after boiling water all day, she would gather the reluctant children in the evening for lessons. This rendered Rella's current life even busier than during her time at the academy. Often, she returned home too late for dinner. Fortunately, Aunt Susan would leave some food in her room, though she devoured it ravenously, only to find her stomach growling with hunger in the middle of the night. The asylum did not afford the same indulgence as the academy. If one person consumed more, it meant another would eat less. Yet her stomach had grown accustomed to a full meal at night, which Rella found quite disconcerting. She frequently tossed and turned until the early hours, finally drifting into slumber, even in her dreams, anxiously searching for food. "Miss Green, your letters." On this day, upon her return, she heard the spirited report from the red-haired youth, who also mentioned having sung the letter song with the children twice after dinner. Indeed, adhering to the principle of making the most of resources, Andy Pierce had become Rella's appointed teaching assistant. If she was occupied too late, he would review previous lessons with the children of the asylum. Without Rella's magic as a deterrent and lacking sweet rewards in his pockets, Pierce's tenure as an assistant was rather arduous. Nevertheless, he found joy in the endeavor. Overall, Rella was quite pleased with Pierce's assistance. Save for one minor detail, the boy was rather rigid in his thinking. When instructed to perform one task, he would do just that, never adapting to the second. This compelled Rella to invest considerable time explaining, leading her to increasingly contemplate peering into his mind to uncover the circuitry within. For his approach to tasks resembled that of a less-than-intelligent artificial intelligence from a bygone era. "Thank you." Rella noticed the familiar handwriting on two envelopes, one from Chloe and one from Liliana. She retrieved a soiled bundle from her pocket and handed it to Pierce, saying, "Aunt Susan mentioned that some children's clothes need mending. I found this on the ground today. It feels quite thick. Please ask if it can be used." "All right." Pierce carefully took the object that resembled animal fur, Miss Green. The person who delivered this letter mentioned that Miss Snowwhite hopes for your prompt response. "Once you have written your reply, simply hand it to me, and I shall deliver it during the day." "Understood. Thank you." This individual has been rather pleasant to interact with over the past few days, although the Viscount surely compensates him. Rilla is not accustomed to instructing others in such a manner. She inquired, "Do you require warm clothing? If I come across something suitable at the market, I can purchase it for you, as it would be significantly cheaper than in the city." "Oh, no need, no need. My garments are all made by my mother," Pierce replied, slightly embarrassed, scratching his head. He felt unworthy of Miss Green's assistance in acquiring clothing. "I possess winter attire. You need not worry." "Then why are you not wearing it?" Rilla sometimes noticed Pierce shivering in the cold wind, despite him only donning a thin coat that resembled a formal jacket. She assumed he couldn't afford a thicker winter coat. "Ha ha!" Pierce felt even more bashful. After a moment of hesitation, he blushed and confessed. "The girl I admire said I look best in this outfit." "Oh, is the girl you fancy at the asylum?" Rilla's eyes widened in surprise. "No, not at all. She's a maid working alongside me at the Viscount's estate." "Oh dear, this is not something I should disclose to your esteemed self." Pierce flailed, hastily waving his hands. "You mustn't mention her to anyone." Actually, you probably shouldn't know who she is. Brother, you are currently residing at the asylum. Even if you dress like a flower, that girl wouldn't know," Rilla teased, realizing he was smitten. "If you catch a cold, because you refuse to wear the warm clothes your mother made for you. I cannot say whether that girl would care, but I'm certain your mother would be distressed. Furthermore, I am not at all esteemed," Rilla reiterated before closing the door. "I am just like you. There is no need for formalities between us. How many times must I say this?" Pierce gazed at the door, which had been emphatically shut before him. Noble ladies were certainly not permitted to close doors in such a rude manner. They typically did not need to do so themselves, as their maids would discreetly handle everything. However, The young man believed that Miss Green was a woman deserving of respect, and he sincerely wished to address her with honorifics, regardless of her social standing. He recognized the emblems on the two envelopes specifically intended for Miss Green. One depicted the falcon of the Lancelot family, while the other bore the forest lion of the Ryan family. Before these two families, even a viscount would tread carefully. Particularly, the esteemed Miss Liliana Snowwhite appeared to be the future Duchess of Lancelot, with both her family and that of her fiancé being exceptionally formidable. The fact that she could use her fiancé's family crest prior to their official marriage indicated the depth of her fiancé's affection for her. Having worked more frequently at the Viscountess' estate and eavesdropped on the conversations of noble ladies, Peirce deduced that a noble woman's post-marriage circumstances are jointly determined by her husband's affection, her family's influence, and the capabilities of her progeny. Miss Snowwhite, who has yet to marry but has already captured the attention of many, is undoubtedly the object of everyone's admiration. However, Peirce holds a deep respect for Miss Rilla Green, not merely for her association with such illustrious nobility. After promising Miss Green that he would not follow her, the young man found himself unable to shake off his concerns, fearing he had not fulfilled the orders of the Viscount. For several consecutive days, he discreetly trailed Miss Green, anxious to ensure that she did not wander into perilous situations. His suspicious behavior nearly led to his apprehension by the royal knights near the city gates, but fortunately, a passing couple intervened on his behalf. He observed the girl, impatiently tapping on wooden boards to instruct the children at the orphanage in their letters, and he witnessed her wielding magic amidst a throng at the market. These scenes evoked a peculiar, indescribable sensation within him. In that moment, he could not grasp her thoughts and found her actions rather eccentric. Yet simultaneously, he felt he was witnessing Miss Green radiate an ethereal glow. This luminescence flowed from her eyes, enveloping her entire being, stirring within him an almost uncontrollable urge to join the crowd that hailed the saintly maiden. However, Miss Green preferred not to be treated like the noble gentleman, and Peirce could do nothing but comply. As an ordinary servant, his existence was defined by obedience. His father had been a footman, and his mother a maid. Their fervent aspiration was for him to rise above his station, to become the esteemed personal servant of the young Viscount, and perhaps one day marry the beautiful and virtuous maid. With greater qualifications and the trust of his master, he might even ascend to the role of steward. Beyond this, he could scarcely envision a brighter future. Each day, Peirce would dutifully offer prayers before the sacred statue at the orphanage, beseeching blessings for his parents, his master, and the woman he cherished. Recently, he had begun to include Miss Green in his supplications, hoping she might attain a future worthy of her brilliance. One could not help but wonder why such a remarkable young woman, endowed with magic and studying at the prestigious Capital Academy, resided in such a dilapidated establishment as the orphanage. Chapter 59. The Third Party, 2. In the room, Rilla was busily opening letters, starting with one from Liliana. Did Liliana wish to meet her to discuss something of great importance? Could it pertain to that fateful evening? After all, Liliana had access to far more nobility than Rilla did. A wave of excitement surged through Rilla as she retrieved her quill, contemplating whether to seek Mr. Bond's counsel the following day. Should he acquiesce, they could arrange to meet at his current residence, a tranquil setting with a reduced likelihood of eavesdropping. Next, she picked up the letter from Crowell, which spanned only half a page. It merely stated that he had been occupied day and night within the magic tower, but would visit her once matters here settled. Rilla instinctively felt the urge to retort. She was not an invalid requiring special visitation. Yet it had indeed been several days since she had last seen Crowell. The events of that day unfolded with such suddenness that they did not even have the chance to bid farewell. Eilina Carl and Mabella Doug had meticulously taught her the etiquette of expressing gratitude to her dance partner before the ball concluded, knowledge she acquired yet failed to employ. Thus, she took up her pen to write a letter to Crowell, informing him of her well-being, her current endeavors teaching children to read at the Relief Center, and assisting at a market in the outskirts, hoping he would not tire himself too much amidst his busy schedule, assuring him that there was nothing pressing that required his attention here. Upon receiving Mr. Bond's consent, Rilla swiftly penned a reply to Liliana, arranging a time and place for their meeting. What I must convey to you is somewhat intricate. It necessitates recounting previous events. The day following her correspondence with Liliana, The two girls convened in a secluded yet well-kept old mansion in the capital. To ensure safety, they conversed in their native tongue aside from specific terms from this world. Nevertheless, Ryla meticulously surveyed the surroundings of the second floor and employed magic on the windows and doors to prevent eavesdropping. After completing these precautions, Ryla gazed at Liliana, anticipating her words, sensing the significance of their conversation today, as the hue of her companion's face was not merely a result of the warmth of her tea. "You deceive me," Ryla exclaimed, her initial reaction to the truth behind Liliana's encounter with the beast being one of indignation. "You were bullied and concealed it from me." "Listen to me," Liliana stammered, overwhelmed by Ryla's imposing presence. "I have my reasons. This matter pertains to the royal family. If I had divulged it during the city's tumult, would that not have placed you in peril? And that expletive? Who orchestrated this? Where is he now? How shall we deal with him?" Ryla bombarded her with questions. Everyone's attention has shifted to the events of the ball, so this matter has been temporarily set aside. It was only because the storm has passed that I felt compelled to share the truth with you. Liliana hastily redirected the conversation. "This is not the crux of my visit today. It is merely a prelude to what I must reveal." Still incensed, Ryla rationalized that Liliana's previous misfortune might have been unforeseen. However, human malice was utterly infuriating. The thought that she had been practicing magic in the nearby grove could have meant Liliana would not have been bullied had she accompanied her that day. Perhaps the knight's words were not entirely erroneous. Rushing to the window and door to ensure that Megan was occupied in the kitchen and that no one was eavesdropping, Liliana gestured for Ryla to come closer. In hushed tones, she whispered into Ryla's ear, "I must tell you, that alert was most likely instigated by me. And the events of that night at the ball were also my doing." Liliana swiftly covered Ryla's mouth, shaking her head. As the shock in Ryla's eyes gradually subsided, Liliana slowly nodded to her before lowering her hand. "Didn't you claim to be an ordinary person devoid of magical abilities?" Rella inquired, urgency lacing her voice as she leaned closer to Liliana. "I had always believed so," Liliana replied, her tone tinged with anxiety. A multitude of pressing issues loomed before them, each demanding resolution one by one. Today, however, the matter requiring clarification was centered around the night of September 29th. "Did you perform any extraordinary actions upon me?" Liliana's gaze was fervent as she awaited Rella's response, oblivious to the peculiarity of her own words. "Such a distant memory? Didn't we merely converse for a while, before both drifting off to sleep?" Rella was perplexed. To clarify, Liliana recognized the vagueness of her words. To jog Rella's memory, she rolled up her sleeves. "The day prior to the ball, you assisted in healing this scar, did you not? I wish to ascertain whether you engaged in any similar actions on September 29th. Rella followed Liliana's train of thought, sensing that Liliana herself was bewildered by the phenomena, seeking to uncover the triggering conditions. After reflecting for a moment, she furrowed her brow, their crimson eyes locking in mutual understanding. In an instant, Rella perceived a surge of elation in Liliana's gaze. "That day, because you mentioned your body had been poisoned, I simply wanted to check if you had fully recovered." "I knew it." Liliana nearly leapt with joy, instead opting to clench her fist in a bid to contain her exhilaration. This sensation was akin to witnessing experimental results align flawlessly with expectations, each data point harmoniously distributed around the fitted curve, and receiving an acceptance notice for a meticulously revised paper. You must demonstrate it on me once more. I wish to validate this hypothesis." Wait, hold on. Let us not rush into it." Just as she spoke, Liliana reconsidered, retracting her hands behind her back, ensnared in a fresh wave of trepidation. If Rella's light magic indeed triggered her own enigmatic powers, how could she explain this to Christopher? "If you believe your fiancé to be a trustworthy individual, he is already aware of your circumstances. Knowing mine should pose no difference." Rella did not dwell on this. No, it is entirely different." Liliana paced anxiously. "We must retain some cards close to our chest. I shared this secret with Christopher out of necessity. He witnessed my actions atop the chapel roof. Moreover, I require his assistance in providing a safe environment for experimentation. However, you are in a different position. Your interests are not intertwined with his, and you possess a firm grasp over your own abilities. There is no need to involve you. At the negotiation table, there exists neither good nor bad, only the weight of interests. For your safety and personal freedom, we must remain vigilant." is not a matter of trust. Rather, we must prepare for the worst to avoid being left entirely at a disadvantage in the future. Liliana's words were convoluted, and while Rella struggled to fully comprehend, she sensed a semblance of wisdom in Liliana's reasoning. Liliana appeared to possess a deeper understanding in this regard, and thus, Rella resolved to heed her counsel. Chapter 59. The Third Party 3. Shall we set this matter aside for now? The destructive power of your magic is so immense that it cannot be utilized in the woods where I typically practice light magic. Did you not mention that those nobles are returning to their homeland for the new year? After a moment of contemplation, Rella proposed, if you can remain here instead of accompanying them back, we could seek opportunities for experimentation at that time. We could simply say you wish to embark on an excursion to a secluded area. Would they object? It certainly isn't that simple. Yet there is some merit to your suggestion. Liliana scratched her head, acknowledging that evading the maid and the knight would prove challenging. But it would undoubtedly be easier than conducting verification under Kristoff's watchful gaze. That royal knight, does he possess any inkling of the truth? At that moment, Rella recalled the coded message Liliana had asked her to investigate, the term bastard. If you wield magic, according to the genetic laws of this world, your body must not be of pure commoner lineage. Could that scoundrel be aware of your biological parents, hence resorting to such derogatory language? If the clues regarding your parents were uncovered, the origins of your magic, as well as its usage and control, would likely become clear. Having previously been preoccupied with the lead concerning Catherine, Liliana had not considered the royal knight's angle at all. She paused for a moment, then, filled with excitement, stood up and vigorously shook Rella's hand. Blind Sage, you've uncovered a significant point. The advantage of multiple minds is indeed remarkable. Had I been left to contemplate alone, I might have fixated solely on Catherine. Liliana promptly shared the lead about Catherine with Rella, expressing her intention to seek out that elder once the academy reopened, and asked Rella to keep an eye out for the woman who bore a striking resemblance to her, as she might share a profound connection. Absolutely. Clowell has been assisting at the magic tower these past few days. Perhaps that old man has some recollection. I shall find a way to inquire about it. What is the matter? Rella noticed that after a brief surge of excitement, Liliana had grown quiet again, her lashes lowered, and her demeanor appeared to have soured. I am pondering, Liliana furrowed her brow. If bastard implies illegitimacy, does that not suggest that I might be a love child? Consequently, my biological mother could very well be a mistress? Liliana began to feel a wave of discomfort in her stomach, the earlier exhilaration having vanished without a trace. The distress of having just arrived in this world and suspecting that Liliana Snowwhite might be the illegitimate daughter of the Marquis, Snowwhite resurfaced. That is a possibility. Rella nodded in agreement with Liliana's speculation. Both girls fell into silence, whether in the city or the countryside. The identities of a mistress and an illegitimate child are laden with original sin, signifying familial discord, conflict, pain, anger, deceit, and betrayal. I must say, using these two girls' bodies feels rather unjust at times. They were living their lives peacefully, only to be suddenly occupied by us. Yet, we did not act with intent. If the situation were reversed, it might be deemed somewhat equitable. However, if they have perished, we find ourselves powerless. After a while, Liliana softly expressed her thoughts, admitting that she was unsure why she felt compelled to voice such sentiments at that moment. It was merely that the silence felt somewhat oppressive, and she sought to fill the void with words. Thus, I resolved that should I ever uncover any desires of Rayla Green, I would endeavor to fulfill them. Rayla nodded in agreement with Liliana's sentiments, yet I must confess that I am not inherently virtuous. If her wishes were to clash too drastically with my own inclinations, I could not reconcile myself to accommodating someone whose very existence remains uncertain. This predicament, as you see, is indeed convoluted, yet it was predestined before your arrival. It is an inescapable reality. Rayla scratched her head, and if you were to inquire about my thoughts in the world that once was, I would candidly admit that I believe that treacherous individuals deserve to be cast into the mire together. When the foundation is flawed, so too shall the structure be. A bad seed cannot yield a good flower, and the offspring of a fickle man and his mistress are unlikely to amount to anything worthwhile. I believe it is inappropriate to entirely disassociate oneself from such matters, even as we borrow the guise of another. However, there is no necessity to bear the weight of such transgressions or to feel unduly burdened by them. I find that unwarranted. Rayla shrugged her shoulders. suggesting that once we ascertain the identities of your biological parents, we might explore avenues for recompense. For instance, if the legitimate wife were to strike you, you might allow her to vent her frustrations through a few blows, and should you feel fear, I would accompany you. We could tend to any wounds upon our return. However, if she were to seek your life, we would certainly not acquiesce. Let us not dwell upon whether the original Liliana deserved to perish or what sin she may have committed. You are not the original Liliana, for you were raised by your own mother and father. Rayla's expression turned serious as she remarked that our first 20 years were nourished by the provisions of our biological parents, with no sustenance derived from that mistress, nor a single coin from the faithless man. As you stated, we have no reason to seek recompense for a life that is not ours. Rayla's words brought Liliana considerable solace. She had harbored similar thoughts, but feared that such reflections might subconsciously serve to justify her less than reputable identity. Upon further contemplation, it became evident that there are myriad possibilities. Even as a bastard child, one could find oneself in various situations. Liliana recalled a tale she had once encountered. The Song of the Wood Sparrow, where a noble maiden evidently bore the fruit of her illicit union with a shepherd before marriage. Though merely a narrative, art is born from life, and it is conceivable that similar circumstances could occur in reality. Consider, an unmarried noblewoman's unexpected pregnancy would undoubtedly be a scandal of considerable magnitude for her family. Concealing the child within another household post-birth would seem a logical course of action. Furthermore, even if this body's biological mother were the third party, another question arises. Was her involvement consensual? In a world where the disparity between noble and commoner is stark, could a highborn individual wielding magic truly violate the will of a beautiful common maid? If such a scenario were to unfold, would the victim and her child still be subjected to the moral scrutiny of society regarding marriage? Well, what I mean is, don't overthink it. The truth is already determined, and we can worry about it once we know the whole story. After listening to Liliana's analysis, Rayla found it quite reasonable. Let's see what clues we can gather and piece the facts together. Otherwise, pondering is futile. It feels rather reminiscent of an immersive script murder mystery, Liliana murmured. What is that? Rayla asked, finding the term somewhat familiar, as if she had heard her roommate mention it. It's nothing much. Just that the circumstances we find ourselves in are far more complex than anticipated. Liliana recalled Rayla's experiences from childhood to the present and knew she would never focus her attention on such time-consuming and costly amusements. Isn't that the truth? Speaking of which, I just remembered I have something to tell you. Rayla slapped the table. Your brother must be aware of my identity. Chapter 60. The Swan. 1. Why are you still so unfazed? Rayla observed Liliana's calm demeanor and felt a tinge of frustration, especially after being momentarily blindsided by the new information Liliana had just shared. I saw him upstairs. He was there to protect you. Liliana, engrossed in recounting her own adventures, had overlooked this detail and corrected herself. He is your actual brother, so stop referring to him as my brother. Rayla pouted. She held no ill feelings towards Snowwhite, but she dreaded the day he might come drumming and parading to take her back home as a young lady, which would shatter her dreams of a life of freedom. Speaking of the future, Rayla turned her gaze to Liliana. The new revelations today sparked a sudden idea within her, though, in truth, this notion had lingered since her arrival in this world. She had previously deemed it unattainable, mere folly. Hey, listen, Rayla straightened her posture, addressing Liliana with a serious expression. You possess magic now, and it's quite formidable. You might not realize it, but there's still a curfew in the capital. Most importantly, they have yet to suspect you. Liliana felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment, responding, if I could verify that your light magic is a necessary condition for triggering my abilities, that would be rather advantageous. It would mean I could control it, preventing any more accidental rampages that could harm others. Right? Rayla said, dragging her chair closer to Liliana's, locking eyes with her. So, do you have any thoughts on this? What thoughts? Liliana replied, a hint of confusion in her voice as she gazed into Rayla's eyes, sensing the turmoil within. My magic, while it sounds rare, can only heal. Healing can save one person, a few people, or even a group, but ultimately, it only benefits a small fraction of individuals. Rayla spoke slowly, vivid images flashing before her mind of the scenes she had witnessed at the outdoor market over the past few days. The people queuing for a cup of hot water, the children who seemed on the brink of losing their breath, intertwined with the opulence of that grand hall that night, fueling a persistent anger within her, an anger directed at everyone, and at herself as well. Your magic is different. She gazed at Liliana's tiny palm. Although their bodies were of similar age, Liliana's hand appeared significantly smaller, delicate and fair, with slender fingers that seemed fragile enough to suffer injury with the slightest pressure. It was hard to fathom that a formidable force capable of wreaking havoc lay concealed within such a diminutive form. You possess far greater abilities than I do. You are capable of great deeds. Do you comprehend what I am implying? Huh? Initially bewildered, Liliana gradually began to grasp the insinuation made by Rella. She was taken aback, wanting to rise, but Rella firmly grasped her arm, her tone fervent. I certainly do not mean to imply that you should undertake everything alone. We shall do this together. Do you not perceive the pervasive injustice and absurdity surrounding us? Liliana stammered. Yet, I am not merely having a whimsical thought. I have consistently felt since my arrival that something must be done, yet my abilities are insufficient. As you mentioned, a moment's negligence could lead to being ensnared by those individuals, forced to serve them, for that light magic has not bestowed upon me the means for self-preservation. Rella, trembling with excitement, continued, but now, with you here, if your thoughts can truly make various things vanish, what do we have to fear? Liliana's eyes widened, her breath quickening, her hand trembling in Rella's grasp. You cannot possibly mean, she spoke in a feeble tone, this place operates under a rather archaic system, one we all recognize as the source of immense suffering for so many. They are being exploited. A person should not be destined for a lifetime of privilege or oppression based solely on the luck of their birth. Correct? Rella tightened her grip on Liliana's hand, asserting that whether one soars as a dragon in the sky or wallows as a worm in the dirt, at the very least, they ought to be granted the opportunity to choose. You have acknowledged that you believe the current crown prince, if he maintains his character, will not make a good monarch in the future. Rella pressed on. Do you not feel despair for the commoners here? The future hinges on the gamble of how long the current emperor will live, and whether the future emperor can alter the fate of a nation relying on the timely maturation of a child, with no one knowing if he will grow in a positive or negative direction. Do you wish to persist in such a world? I do not. It is not as simple as it may appear. Liliana sensed Rella's tone was grave, and she felt a chill. Yes, I have uttered those words, but the crown prince is not a bad person. Who cares if he is good or bad? The feudal, hereditary, and aristocratic systems are inherently flawed. Rella asserted. He is a beneficiary of the status quo. Your fiancé, my biological brother, they may be exalted, yet that does not alter the fact that they are beneficiaries. While this may be true, Liliana was apprehensive about Rella's words being overheard. Rella's emotions had evidently escalated, perhaps forgetting that Megan was still downstairs. For several months, I pondered my future endeavors. Everyone spoke highly of that academy, urging me to enroll, and so I did. Upon my return, after a few months, I found myself only more infuriated. Now, however, I believe I have discerned my purpose. With her hands resting on the small table, Ryla regarded Liliana with a serious expression and posed a question. Shall we together dismantle this oppressive regime that exploits the common people? Liliana felt her pupils quiver, as the conversation veered far beyond her expectations, leaving her with a tingling sensation at the nape of her neck. Her thoughts were a chaotic jumble, rendering her incapable of articulating a coherent response. Although Ryla did not specify her intentions, she mentioned the crown prince, Christoph, and Florent, indicating her intention to oppose the royal family and the current aristocracy in power. Liliana was well aware of the absurdities Ryla spoke of. Otherwise, she would not have taken to drafting charitable proposals following the unforeseen chaos of the ball. Now, this plan must have entered its next phase. This was the method Liliana had chosen, to seek within the confines of the established order a means to assist those in need. Yet, Ryla was suggesting that they, armed with an unknown power, should not only overturn what seemed to her a relic of the past, the table, but also demolish the very house, beginning with its load-bearing walls. The implications of such actions were beyond Liliana's overloaded mind to fathom. She instinctively felt that it was reckless and undoubtedly disastrous. Previously, when she considered herself a powerless individual devoid of magic, she might have passionately echoed Ryla's fervor, believing that even if they spoke behind closed doors, their feeble efforts could not yield any substantial change. But now, she hesitated to affirm anything Ryla said. With her crimson eyes blazing like an intense flame, Liliana feared that any sign of agreement on her part might prompt Ryla to drag her into an assassination plot against the royal family the moment she grasped how to wield her mysterious magic. It was imperative to restrain her and elucidate why such an approach was overly radical. This was the conclusion her mind reached. Yet a torrent of conflicting thoughts surged within her. If she voiced her dissent at that moment, would Ryla not be displeased? Given Ryla's unwavering resolve, her refusal might alter the close bond they shared as compatriots. Liliana loathed her own disposition more than ever. She had an innate tendency to align with her friends' viewpoints, deriving a sense of security from the perceived solidity of their friendship, which could easily be construed as a desire to please. Once she realized that those opinions were ones she could not endorse, particularly when they contradicted those of her closest companions, a wave of fear and unease washed over her. She dreaded that expressing her thoughts might jeopardize the stability of her relationships. To her, Rayla was undoubtedly the person closest to her in this world. The mere thought of presenting her objections to the engagement in front of Christopher had required considerable mental preparation, and she had no idea how many times she had steeled herself to arrive at today's outcome. She could still vividly recall the days when Christopher withheld a clear response, where she found herself waiting and simultaneously constructing a psychological framework to process the anxiety stemming from the changes she had initiated. However, this matter was of great magnitude. Acting impulsively could lead to unforeseen repercussions, not just for the two of them, but potentially for countless others entangled in the disaster. Liliana bit her lip repeatedly, ultimately shaking her head. "I believe this cannot be done," she said with great difficulty. "What is it?" The sudden voice of Florent snapped her back to reality, and she realized that she had been absent-mindedly attempting to bring a fork devoid of food to her mouth, an action she had apparently repeated more than 3 times according to Florent's expression. "Youngsters are all like this," Aunt Maxim remarked earlier, expressing her fatigue from a long day returning from the countryside, her leg pain flaring up, which deterred her from dinner. Yet, she relished sitting at the table, watching the younger generation dine, sharing her insights while warming herself by the fire, contemplating the chaos of their interactions whether present or absent. Liliana forced a sheepish smile, deciding to play along with Aunt Maxim's assumption that her distraction stemmed from longing for Christopher. It would be inappropriate to inform Florent that her younger sister was attempting to recruit her to overthrow him, a proposition she had rejected, leading to an unpleasant parting. "Did you quarrel with that fellow?" "Why?" Liliana was taken aback by Florent's fixation on the matter. His expression momentarily reminded her of Rayla's stubbornness from earlier in the day, stirring a knot of discomfort in her stomach. "Could you two not resemble each other so much?" Liliana hesitated to fabricate a lie, knowing Florent was quite serious-minded. It wouldn't do to stir up trouble for Christopher, even though she believed he could handle it deftly. Nevertheless, she resolved to avoid casting any unwarranted aspersions upon him. With a deep breath, she lowered her head, adopting a coy demeanor. "Oh, some matters between engaged couples are best left unexamined, dear brother. It would be quite embarrassing to discuss. In any case, we have already reconciled." The effect was immediate. Florent ceased his inquiries. Liliana had completely grasped the fact that he responded better to gentle persuasion rather than pressure, especially regarding matters of love and relationships. Yet her heart felt heavy, leaving her with no appetite for the exquisite food before her. If she wasn't careful, the image of Rayla's disappointed gaze would resurface in her mind. "I understand. You have succumbed to those nobles, choosing to stand by their side," Rayla finally remarked, her voice devoid of anger, only tinged with disappointment. "It's nothing unusual. Many struggle throughout their lives simply to attain a better existence. I once believed that my life's ambition was to ensure our family would no longer toil in the hills, to establish a home in the city. Yet now, without lifting a finger, you have already become a person of high standing. It is in your interest to resist change." "That is not the case." Liliana shook her head. "If I merely desired a comfortable life, I would not risk inciting Christopher's ire by contesting our engagement. Rayla, hear me out. I've already spoken to Chris, and I assumed you would agree, considering we have glimpsed a better world. I'm not one to believe our existence is flawless, but I have emerged from the mountains, tirelessly pursuing education. Though challenging, it has never reached the point where I doubted my survival through a winter." Rayla, unwilling to hear Liliana's explanation remained fervent. For the first time, Liliana noticed moisture in Rella's eyes. I thought you would understand. Perhaps I do not know you as well as I believed. Honestly, even in that world, our lives were completely disparate. What I hold dear might be precisely what you scorn and deride. We have merely arrived in this world by chance. That does not signify we are kindred spirits. Alas, the very situation she feared had come to pass. Liliana, in a fluster, desperately sought to clarify that her refusal was not to defend noble interests. Yet her frantic attempts only muddled her words. Rella, lacking the patience to hear more, insisted on sending her away. Their commotion caught the attention of Megan below. In the presence of the maid, Liliana could say no more, leaving Rella with a parting remark. Let us revisit this topic when everyone has calmed down. As the carriage rolled away, her mind conjured at least 3 compelling arguments she had overlooked earlier. Y&T, I thought of those sooner, she mused, urging the driver to turn back towards the alley, only to find a formidable lock on the cottage door. She considered rushing to the relief house, hoping to wait for Rella's return, but recalled Rella's prior statement about her daily excursions to the outskirts, without having informed Florent of her departure from the city. Insisting the coachman pursue the route outside would surely be met with refusal. Liliana intended to remain at the relief house, biding her time for Rella. But today happened to be the day for distributing relief meals, and the area was teeming with people. Sir Williams, her protector, gently yet firmly guided her away from that intricate setting, advising Miss it would be wise to refrain from entering. He escorted her directly home. Fuming, Liliana contemplated leaping from the carriage, yet she realized that her obstinacy would yield no success. First, she could not escape the knight's grasp, and second, should she injure herself, the maid would bear the brunt of it. She could only sulkily pound her head, resenting its inability to operate at a swifter pace, lamenting that she could only parrot. It's not like that, it's not like that. When would she be able to cast aside her timidity and embrace the myriad transformations brought forth by her own decisive choices with greater audacity and composure? Habits are hard to change, and at least for the time being, she could not alter her nature. All she could do was to mend the situation after the fact. Regret, after all, was of no use, she mused. To persuade Rayla to accept her perspective, mere words would not suffice. She needed to arm herself with ample and detailed factual evidence to bolster her arguments. If she felt cowardly, then she would let the data speak for itself. Thus, Liliana chose to return to the Snowwhite estate today, intending to utilize Florent's library. Although the library in the capital was merely a miniature version in comparison to the Marquis's estate, it did possess a variety of books. After residing outside for several days, Kate, who had remained at the estate, was overjoyed to see her return and clung to her throughout. Liliana also noticed that upon entering the library, Megan quietly withdrew as she observed Kate's presence. Had Megan gone to report to Florent? Previously, Liliana had sensed that Megan would occasionally seek opportunities to leave, especially when Florent was home. Florent, being well acquainted with her circumstances, certainly had means of keeping informed. Given Florent's busy schedule, it was implausible for him to maintain constant attention on her. He must have his ways to learn about trivial matters. Liliana had never expressed dissatisfaction regarding this. She believed Florent was not the sort to intrude upon her private life. It was already a blessing that he did not resent her occupying her sister's position. Such a life, surrounded by a throng of servants, inherently lacked privacy. Moreover, the original owner appeared to have a rather irritable temperament. And with so many people in the capital, gossip abounded. If Florent wished to ascertain whether she was causing trouble daily, placing someone by her side was the most convenient method. However, now, the matters she wished to keep from Florent were increasingly numerous. Initially, it was only Rayla's light magic, but now it had expanded to encompass her own mysterious magic, the collaborative agreement she had reached with Christopher. And any significant endeavor Rayla wished to involve her in would pose considerable trouble should Florent become aware. Liliana now found it impossible to travel without a maid. This excursion to the countryside mansion did not include the Knights of the Snowwhite Order, likely a result of negotiations between Christopher and Florent. Thus, it was evident that while the presence of knights could be negotiated, the attendance of maids was a non-negotiable baseline. In this scenario, she had 2 choices: either to continue evading Megan in all secretive encounters with utmost caution, or to consider fully incorporating Megan as her own, although replacing her with another maid was also an option. However, Megan was practically a flawless maid. And could a new maid truly be trusted? The timing was not opportune. Although the exact date was unknown, the Marquis of Snowwhite should already be en route to the capital when he and Florent returned to Rionodka, leaving Liliana and her aunt to celebrate the new year in the capital. What would be the likelihood of success in discussing matters with Megan? How vexing it is, with chaotic matters intertwining like a tangled thread, each capable of inciting significant change. Before her lay a stack of thick tomes. Yet Liliana could only contemplate using them as a means of self-inflicted frustration. Reflecting on her life since her arrival here, lying on a bed, consumed by nothing but eating and sleeping, a bitter smile graced her lips as she found herself unable to discern which existence was preferable. Do you truly think of him so? The voice of Florent suddenly resonated from behind her. She had grown accustomed to such disturbances, no longer startled by their moderate intensity. Nevertheless, she felt a flicker of surprise within her heart as she turned to face him. Chapter 61, 1. Where has Kate run off to now? The fleeting thought of nurturing Kate as a confidant before leaving Snow White's household was swiftly discarded by Liliana, for the young girl exhibited far too much volatility, losing herself in joy far too easily. She required further growth before being entrusted with such responsibilities. Liliana found herself momentarily speechless. The library bore no clock, making it difficult for her to gauge the duration of her aimless musings, and she remained oblivious to the conversation between Megan and Florent. Longing is indeed a mysterious phenomenon, having manifested itself during meals, and this moment was no exception. Liliana raised her hand to wipe away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. After all, they had spent the past few days together, allowing for spontaneous meetings. Is it not true that you agreed to stay in the capital for the winter, just to spend a few more days with him? Florent inquired as he settled into another chair. Shouldn't he have been taken aback, or changed the subject, or simply departed? Liliana blinked in surprise. No. After my brother returns to Rionodka, Chris will soon be preparing to head back to sales, and he won't be able to stay longer. I merely wish to keep my aunt company. She is quite lonely here. Have you forgotten that this year is a leap winter? Florent posed this question, intending to probe whether Liliana's stay in the capital was a request from Lancelot, and if it still bore any relation to the peculiar attack during the ball. Megan had mentioned that during their days in the countryside, Liliana frequently rode with Lancelot, and as she had not accompanied them, she was unaware of their activities. Evidently, prying into the details of his sister's interactions with her betrothed was not the conduct befitting a virtuous brother. However, as this matter pertained to whether the assailants were connected to Liliana, Florent disregarded propriety, observing Liliana's innocent gaze directed at him, as if she had completely forgotten that this winter would extend an additional month. This notion began to seem absurd to him. What extra winter festivities? The terms Florent used were unfamiliar to Liliana, who could only venture to infer their meanings from the sound she heard. Had the capital's academy ceased to teach such matters? Florent had presumed that with the semester's progression, the curriculum would sufficiently bridge the knowledge gaps resulting from Liliana's amnesia. Did you not encounter any of that in your studies? Liliana had not attended school for many days, and she felt somewhat struck by Florent's astonished tone. Lowering her gaze, she recalled that he had indeed mentioned words with similar phonetics, which were absent from her vocabulary. She had merely assumed it was a descriptor for winter and had not given it much thought. It was understandable, Florent reflected. She had spent a considerable time bedridden due to an injury and had often expressed her desire to return to school, which he had opposed. Was she angry? With her head down, he could not discern her expression. Leap winter could indeed be interpreted as a holiday, occurring only once every 24 years. Florent took a piece of paper and, utilizing a quill that did not require constant dipping in ink, elicited Liliana's envy. Every 6 years, a year with 13 months would emerge, typically following the order of leap spring, leap summer, leap autumn, and leap winter. However, historical records indicated instances where leap summer was expected, but the duration of winter was extended instead. Oh, that sounds akin to the leap month in the lunar calendar. A form of correction? She mused. The calendar was computed based on 360 days, yet the actual revolution around the sun took approximately 365 days, necessitating the adjustment of the surplus days into the 6th year. It was hard to judge the efficacy of such a method. Having lived here for so long, Liliana found the fixed 30-day months and 10-day weeks convenient, as it allowed for an easy recollection of the date based on the day of the week, so orderly. She realized that more than a month remained before the new year. No wonder she had not heard Christopher mention returning to sales. It was always her aunt speaking of the impending new year. She assumed her classmates had all been taken back to their territories and would not be returning, which led her to believe the new year was approaching, especially since she lacked a proper calendar. Liliana then paid close attention as Florent provided supplementary lessons. Although the various territories of the kingdom largely adhered to a unified calendar, the significance attached to January 1st varied among regions, each possessing its own interpretation of the new year, which did not necessarily align with the first day of the calendar year. The Ryan family has long enjoyed the favor of the church since the era of the Old Dynasty. Even though the church's influence has waned in contemporary times, the mired region under Ryan's governance still upholds numerous religious customs, placing great importance on the sacred day of January 1st, the birth of the divine. The most significant festival in Rhinoc occurs at the end of spring when the glaciers melt and streams begin to flow serenely across the highlands, heralding the end of the prolonged winter and the imminent arrival of a brief warmth. People emerge from their winter refuges, rejoicing under the sun. The grandest celebration in sales takes place at the transition from late summer to early autumn, when the storms that shroud the sea subside, and the vast ocean regains its tranquility. Numerous fishermen eagerly set out to sea, returning with bountiful catches, and it is said that they revel in boisterous feasts right on the beaches and streets. As the capital, the heart of the kingdom, the royal family, as leaders of the nobility, hosts banquets during these festivals to extend hospitality to the nobles and kin residing near the capital. However, they do not possess any particularly significant customs of their own. If one were to be mentioned, it would be the coronation anniversary of each emperor. This year, on your first independent winter patrol, you encountered a leap winter. Is that not a concern? Liliana gazed down at her rudimentary notes, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Winter patrol? What does that have to do with leap winter? Florent did not grasp Liliana's line of reasoning. Liliana thought she might be falling into a cognitive trap. Surely, such an extended winter would not lead to an increased emergence of more ferocious beasts. There was no such pattern, Florent observed, seemingly indifferent to her concerns. He even frowned, asserting that he could outperform Lancelot at the age of 19, so there was nothing to worry about. No, brother. Do not engage in childish rivalry at such a time. What do you have to compare with Christopher? Although Florent firmly stated that the leap winter bore no difference from a typical winter patrol, Liliana felt a momentary surge of panic. Why did she and Ryla arrive just in time for the rare leap winter that occurs every 24 years? Why did Florent insist on leading the nightly order on this winter patrol alone this year? She felt a foreboding sense that something was bound to happen at this juncture. Thus, please prioritize safety and do not underestimate the situation. The flag has been raised, yet Liliana realized that there was little she could do. Rather, it would suffice if she refrained from causing chaos. It was imperative to swiftly verify the triggering conditions of the mysterious magic. That feeling of helpless frustration crept back into Liliana's heart, especially as she recalled her earlier disagreement with Ryla, one of the key conditions she had speculated upon. She felt a sigh welling up within her, but resolutely turned her gaze toward the hefty tomes on the table. Did you have a disagreement with Miss Green today? Liliana was startled by Florent's sudden question, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. It must have been Megan who reported her unsettling encounter with Ryla, especially since, by the end of the day, she had been nearly driven out by Ryla. Liliana quickly came to this realization. In retrospect, it is evident that Florent has never concealed his awareness of her myriad affairs. Liliana even felt that if she were to express her discomfort at this moment, he would cease such behavior, for Florent has always exuded a sense of gallantry. Nevertheless, she refrained from doing so. His chivalry, however, does not extend to the household staff. He had once unhesitatingly and with a hint of compassion suggested that Kate be sent back to Renoir, ostensibly for a promotion, but in truth, it would amount to house arrest. Liliana feared that her impulsive words might subject Megan to a similar fate. She is, after all, a soft-hearted person. What could she do? Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by two maids diligently attending to their duties without complaint, and in the Marquis's residence. They were the only ones with whom she could converse. After months of close companionship, Megan and Kate had become inextricably linked to her life. She found it impossible to disregard their futures or sever ties with them without remorse. Why not let Florent continue this conversation? Surely, he would inquire about the nature of their quarrel, and today's remarks from Ryla are better left unknown to him. Otherwise, he might suffer the same stomachache that keeps her awake at night. Thus, Liliana resolved to divert the topic with a gentle remark. Do you not find it somewhat distant to always refer to her as Miss Green? When she noticed Florent's gaze shift toward her, she realized her objective had been accomplished. She had not divulged any extraneous information. After all, whether he was aware that she was cognizant of his knowledge was merely a layer in their web of suspicions. I'm not much younger than Miss Green, she added. After a brief pause, she heard Florent respond in an unusually stilted tone. Using overly familiar terms may cause her discomfort and lead to misunderstandings with others. Oh, brother, I sympathize with your plight. Liliana sighed inwardly, contemplating the tangled web of relationships that would be a pity not to document. Surely, you do not intend to finish all these books in one night? Florent interjected, shifting the subject as he picked up a book from the pile in front of him and examined its cover. What do you wish to know? If I recall correctly, I can tell you directly. This implied that he had read these books before. Liliana swallowed, feeling a genuine admiration for him. What prompted your sudden curiosity about these matters? Florent inquired, sensing the diverse and probing nature of her questions. Because my aunt said that I must not merely remain docile at home. I should become a woman who stands beside her husband, weathering storms together, lest the people of Sales look down upon the daughter of the Snowwhite family. This grandiloquent excuse had been premeditated before seeking Florent's assistance, and Liliana replied fluently, I believe my aunt's words hold great wisdom. Having experienced amnesia, there's a plethora of knowledge I must reacquaint myself with and learn anew. Listen to your aunt's words as mere advice. No one expects you to adhere to them. Should Lancelot prove so inept as to require you to fret over such matters, you are perfectly free to return to Renoir like your aunt. As Ferland sifted through the thick tomes, seeking to confirm the accuracy of his recollections, he remarked, in Rienoka, no one would burden you with such worries. I believe that participation in these matters is indeed a positive endeavor, although he was merely seeking an excuse. Liliana felt a twinge of concern regarding Ferland's all-encompassing nature. Would he not tire himself excessively in the future? He possessed extraordinary magical talent, yet that did not imply he could effortlessly manage the myriad of responsibilities that awaited him. If your future wife wishes to assist you in shouldering some of these burdens, would you refuse her? Liliana inquired, recalling Miss Maria Edwards, who exuded an air of grace and intellect. She pondered whether there had been any developments between Miss Edwards and Ferland recently. Ferland hesitated, while Liliana maintained a calm gaze upon him, intrigued by the romantic perspectives of the younger nobility. I have not given such matters any thought for the time being. Ferland ultimately chose to evade the topic, which left Liliana somewhat disheartened. The ensuing hours passed in silence, both engrossed in their respective volumes. When encountering unfamiliar words, Liliana would consult Ferland, who generously provided extensive explanations. It was undeniable that Ferland possessed the makings of an exceptional teacher. His voice was clear and engaging, unlike the monotonous tones of the aging professors who often lulled their students to sleep. Thank you so much, good night. Although a portion of their checklist remained unchecked, Liliana began to yawn, her efficiency visibly waning. Wisely, she opted to resume her scholarly pursuits another day. As she gathered her belongings to leave, she heard Ferland call out to her from behind. Liliana noted that he seemed fond of stopping people after farewells, a habit she wondered if he extended to everyone. She turned back, carrying the magical or lamp, only to find that the young man showed no inclination to depart. It appeared he intended to linger for quite some time. It's nothing, Ferland finally said, just rest early. Liliana felt a flicker of confusion, but nodded in response. You too, brother. Yet, she ultimately refrained from suggesting, why not return to Rienoka with me? Ferland lowered his gaze, realizing that as his eyes skimmed the pages of the book in his hands, not a single word lingered in his mind. He contemplated that her winters would likely be spent in Sales, a place where snow was a rarity throughout the year. He was taken aback by the irritation this realization stirred within him, yet he hesitated to explore the root of such vexation. After a day filled with emotional upheaval and an evening of relentless study, Liliana soon succumbed to slumber. The maid, having checked all doors and windows, gently closed the door behind her, enveloping the room in a tranquil darkness. The girl's breathing grew long and steady as she instinctively buried herself beneath the covers, only to emerge moments later, gasping for air due to the lack of oxygen. This evening remains a snowy night. The fireplace within the room burns fervently, its gentle crackling akin to a perfectly calibrated white noise, casting subtle ripples into her sweet, dark dreams. Gradually, the world of her dreams begins to unveil clearer. More complete contours. Liliana has yet to open her eyes, yet she knows precisely what awaits her upon doing so. Nothing but the sumptuous, heavy drapes, and an array of meticulously arranged cabinets tended to by maids, filled with items she has long since grown weary of. Outside the window, the melodious chirping of birds breaks the stillness. How can these birds still find the joy to sing in the winter of Renoka? The girl furrows her brow, tightening the soft, warm blanket around her. Despite its comforting embrace, she feels as though she bears the weight of 1,000 pounds, suffocating her. Another day is poised to commence, and she is reluctant to open her eyes. Such noise. Chapter 62, 3. Uncertain of how much time has elapsed. Liliana finally opens her eyes. Without needing to gaze into a mirror, she is aware that her face bears hollow, indifferent red eyes. The room outside has unknowingly brightened. Although no sound penetrates the lavish drapes, she perceives the thudding of her heart and the rhythm of her breath as if they might shatter her eardrums. This is the evidence of her existence, and she loathes it. Must they inquire whether I am present in this room? Is it truly necessary? They are fully aware that I have been lying here all along, never having left. Why feign such pretense? If I were to shatter this object before her, would she reveal any other expression? Oh, but I've already done so. Even if it were to crash upon her head, she would remain unperturbed, like a mere puppet. What do I desire today? I am uncertain of what I still wish for. After all, any request will be fulfilled. If I were to declare that I wish to set this place ablaze, would they be shocked upon hearing such a proclamation? No, undoubtedly not. Everyone would merely perceive me as throwing tantrum. How amusing, to wish to ignite a fire in a place flooded with water. The noise is unbearable. Lying in bed, I envision myself as a puppet, capable of reaching into my chest to extract a heart fashioned from ruby, only to hurl it out the window, shattering it into fragments. I lie here, imagining this space as small and narrow, my coffin, and I can scarcely breathe. No, if I were truly deceased, I would not breathe. Would that not bring a sense of relief? Would the weight upon my chest vanish forever? Would they mourn my inability to open my eyes again? Would they commission another ruby in a futile attempt to revive me? My fiancé, would he rush from afar to place a kiss upon my still soft cheek? Perhaps then I would awaken, only to tell him, "Take me away. I wish to leave with you now." Will his reply arrive today? How I yearn for the one thing left to hope for. To receive his response sooner, perhaps I should rise and pen another letter. Why am I crying? Where do you see me weeping? I am clearly laughing. Are you not always urging me to find joy? I am so delighted now. Why this expression of terror? Yes. Go ahead and report it. Inform them that I have begun to shatter things once more, be it father, brother, or younger sibling. Bring them here. It is so noisy. So noisy. Please quiet down. It is far too silent, a silence that feels suffocating. I am but a puppet, and Liliana is an emotionless doll. When honey is mixed with something else, it blossoms into beautiful flowers. Lovely flowers. No one is coming. I know they will not arrive. After all, it was merely a candlestick that was broken. Soon, a new one shall be delivered. They despise me. Brother, I have been obedient today. I even copied 3 whole pages like Joseph. Why can I not receive some praise too? I wish for a nickname. I have thought of one. Call me Lillian. Does it sound nice? Brother, where are you going? May I accompany you? I promise I shall not get lost again. I will stay close to you. Can I hold your hand? What have I done wrong? Outside, the snow falls heavily, and something is thudding against the window. Is it a monster seeking to devour me? Quickly, I must hide under the bed covers, concealing myself well. There is nothing here. Please leave. Please depart. I shall sing to myself beneath the covers, humming sweetly about sugar and milk. La la la. May beautiful flowers bloom. Do not cry, do not cry. Mother is right here. But where has Mama gone? I must run, flee from this place to find Mama. Run, run with all my might, for many terrifying monsters are in pursuit, the wind howling in my ears. I dash past one door, then another, down one flight of stairs, then another, countless veils becoming traps that seek to ensnare me. I can run no more. Yet the monsters continue their chase. A fork in the path appears. I will follow the birds in the sky. They shall guide me to Mama. Your Highness, how could you allow her to escape? What if Her Majesty discovers it? Do you wish for death? Your Highness, please return with us. Your mother is not in those places. Your mother, of course, is Her Majesty. You are weary. Let's take you back. What are they saying? It is utterly incomprehensible. She yearns to bite deeply into the flesh of the woman who restricts her movement, but one person releases her while another clutches her tightly. The little girl emits a helpless wail amidst the encirclement. When honey is mixed with something else, it blossoms into beautiful flowers. Lovely flowers. Miss Snow White possesses such a beautiful voice. Liliana lowers her head, discovering she is seated before a table adorned with various desserts and beverages crafted from apples. She glances around. In the blossoming courtyard, there is but this one table, and across from her sits a man whose face is obscured by a hood. His voice is deep and resonant, as if it were transmitted through a layer of metal into her ears. She had heard that voice before, but when exactly? The girl felt a wave of confusion wash over her. As she drifted into a haze, all the scenes began to sway softly and eerily like waves. Yet she instinctively accepted the sight before her. What is it that you wish to convey to me? She heard herself speak in a tone of utter indifference. If you do not speak, I shall summon the guards to deal with you. Do you comprehend the consequences of offending the future Duchess of Lancelot? I am aware. My lady, I certainly am, the man chuckled mockingly. But what if you are unable to become the Duchess? What nonsense are you spouting? Liliana sprang to her feet, her anger rendering her unable to maintain her usual composure, and she shouted at the man. Enough! I shall make this absurd statement the final utterance from your lips. The esteemed Marquis Snow White has found his biological daughter. Her roar abruptly ceased, the man's words coiling around her heart like a venomous snake. The esteemed young Duke Lancelot is to wed the true Miss Snow White, not some base, illegitimate child. I do not understand what you are saying. Liliana felt as if all her strength had drained away. She could not even comprehend the meaning of the last word. She sensed that she had become a true puppet. Immobilized as she watched the man approach, his hand gripping her chin, leaving her with no choice but to press her lips tightly together. No, you understand, don't you? You do not realize what you are, do you? I have been here for so long, yet no one has noticed because your father, your brother, they all desire someone to do this. I am merely here to fulfill everyone else's wishes. Is that so? This man is sent by her father and brother because they have found the girl, and thus she is no longer needed. So exhausting, so. It is. Her father is not her father, her brother is not her brother, and Chris is not her Chris. Liliana has nothing. She is not even Liliana. I'm merely a puppet. I wish to extract the ruby heart from my chest and cast it out of the window. This time, they need not remake the ruby for me. My distant lover will not rush to kiss the corners of my lips. The girl slowly parted her lips in that moment. It seemed she glimpsed the man's eyes hidden beneath the hood, those murky eyes flickering with a hint of confusion. Perhaps she could seize this opportunity to break free and seek help from others. Yet she did not move, for she believed no one would come. The sickly sweet taste, like that of a decaying apple, slid down her throat. Many things in her vision became blurred, flashing before her like pages of a picture book being turned backward. Then she suddenly began to struggle violently, her red eyes wide open, as she caught sight of the end of her vision. A little girl trapped among a group of adults. Weeping heart-wrenchingly, she forcefully pushed away the man who had restrained her and stumbled towards the young girl, shoving past everyone in her path. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of her mouth, staining her pristine white dress. Yet the little girl did not recoil in fear. Their fiery red and vibrant green eyes locked in mutual gaze. Mama, the small girl sobbed, reaching out her tiny hand into the void towards her. I am not your mother. She crouched down, attempting to embrace the self she had been years ago. She lifted the little girl into her arms, feeling as though she bore no weight at all. Indeed, she herself felt as if they could soar through the clouds together. Let us search for Mama. A cacophony of voices echoed behind her, calling out for Liliana Snow White, a name that was not her own. Clutching tightly to her younger self, she ran forward without a glance back, towards a radiant place, perhaps where her mother awaited, or perhaps an empty void, yet she cared not. Many memories, long forgotten and faded by the passage of time, scattered before her like fallen leaves in the wind. A nursery rhyme, only a vague melody and a few lyrics lingering in her mind, finally transcended the river of time, ringing clearly in her ears. The voice was so gentle, so bewildered, so sorrowful. Do not cry, do not cry. Milk mixed with honey, a sprinkle of Ithawa, cast upon the sunlit path, will bloom into beautiful flowers. My darling, do not cry, Mama is right here. Without hesitation, she crossed through that luminous place. In that moment, the girl felt neither floating nor falling, amidst the thick, profound darkness. A soul as light as hers brushed past her. She reached out towards the light, as if at its end. She glimpsed a figure she had not seen in many years. Liliana abruptly awoke, gasping for breath. The vividness of the dream blurring her grasp on whether she was entering a new scene or had returned to reality. She distinctly felt a liquid sliding down her throat. The instinct for survival compelled her to break free from the person before her. She thrust her hand in her mouth, pressing down on her tongue, desperate to expel whatever she had swallowed. Chapter 63, Book Club 1, Miss Snow White, Long Time No See. As she was lost in thoughts of her morning reverie, someone approached to converse. Liliana forced herself to refocus, greeting the girl who had come to speak. How are you, Miss Liliana? Elena Carr inquired with a concerned gaze, observing the rarely present Liliana at such a private social gathering, though her demeanor appeared less than favorable. Truth be told, she had no idea where Liliana had vanished to that night at the ball. Perhaps she had been whisked away by her fiancé, which was hardly surprising, given that the Duke of Lancelot could indeed fly. To be honest, she was not well. Liliana recalled the nightmare from this morning. Although the dream's contents wavered like ripples on the surface of water the moment she opened her eyes, the sensation of poison being forced down her throat remained hauntingly vivid. Confused between dream and reality, she abruptly pushed Megan away and rushed to the side to retch. In truth, she had been in a deep slumber, and after the therapist's visit, it was concluded that the warmth of the room had caused her discomfort. The windows were opened for ventilation, and the kitchen was instructed to prepare a refreshing drink to soothe her throat. As Megan, having received no response from Liliana, considered feeding her some water with a spoon, Liliana suddenly awoke, her demeanor overly reactive. In that moment, she neglected to inquire if Megan was hurt. Upon realizing it had been a dream, she hastily dashed to where she could find paper and a pen, attempting to jot down the dream's content, but it proved too difficult. What had felt like an intensely real and tremulous experience before waking faded into obscurity within mere seconds. Liliana perceived her dream as lengthy, yet could barely recall a fragment of it. With clammy hands gripping a quill, she ultimately inscribed just 2 words, hood and night, accompanied by what seemed to be a series of rhyming phrases, though the specific words eluded her memory. As she hovered between sleep and wakefulness, she found it challenging to discern the perspective from which she viewed the dream. Most of the time, she felt like Liliana herself, but occasionally, she perceived everything from a third-person vantage point. In that hazy state, she was certain that the voice of the one who administered the poison to Liliana was familiar. It belonged to the royal knight who had assaulted her atop the mountain. Was this nightmare a manifestation of her conversation with Rella during the day, or perhaps a recollection from the original owner's final moments? She could not draw a definitive conclusion. Yet it was the first time she had dreamt of anything related to this world since her arrival, leading Liliana to deem it necessary to preserve the possibility of retaining the original owner's memories. Beyond the dazzling array of clothing and jewelry, and a drawer full of letters addressed to Christopher, there appeared to be no other written materials left by the original owner. Inquiring about the original owner's reputation yielded little more than descriptions of her as domineering, capricious, and fond of extravagant garments and jewelry, particularly hair ornaments. The emotions from the dream lingered in her mind, and since awakening, a weightiness settled upon her heart, rendering her breathless even in a room with all the windows thrown open. However, to inform the maid that she would be surrounded by the therapist all day might result in her missing the upcoming Radiant Day experiment. Time was of the essence, and the more tasks she wished to undertake, the more Liliana grasped the wisdom in Rella's decision to refrain from direct acknowledgement of the Snow White family. Her own movements were too cumbersome, especially since Florent was excessively meticulous, requiring her to seek his approval for even the simplest of outings. Liliana could hardly contain her impatience, and, rather than waiting for a servant to deliver her message, she boldly approached the door of Florent's study. However, she soon realized that he was not always present there. He could be practicing his swordsmanship, receiving visitors, or otherwise occupied. It was akin to a scenario where one's employer insists that a particular project's accounts must be submitted by afternoon, or else the deadline would be missed. Yet, despite numerous trips to the finance office, the person in charge of the reimbursement forms is nowhere to be found, leaving one in a state of vexation, as others suggest returning the next day. The individual returning from the relief center indeed brought back disappointment, and Rilla was angered, refusing to see her. A wave of anxiety washed over Liliana, but she reassured herself. She knew that Rilla had been busy at the market on the outskirts of the capital. Tomorrow would be the day of radiance, and she resolved to first visit Kristoff's villa to see if any peculiar magic might manifest. Should nothing transpire by tomorrow, she would directly seek out Rilla to clarify her thoughts and intentions. Given their long-standing companionship, it was natural for them to quarrel. However, prolonged silence would inevitably breed a rift, akin to a small cut on the skin that, while capable of healing, could become infected if neglected. This wisdom on relationships was something Liliana had gleaned from her parents, and she believed it equally applicable to friendships. Determined not to squander her time today, she attended a small reading gathering hosted by the headmaster's wife in the afternoon, where she encountered several classmates who had not yet returned to their estates. This marked Liliana's first experience at such an event. Her purpose was not to engage in reading per se, but she felt obliged to follow the host's lead and partake in the proceedings, which were rather simple and elegant. Everyone gathered around the hearth, taking turns to share their recent literary explorations and reflections. Once this round was complete, they were free to enjoy refreshments and converse, the atmosphere remaining quite relaxed due to the gathering being exclusively for women. It was precisely because of this female-only invitation that Liliana found herself present. She perceived that these young noblewomen were well informed about the latest gossip and hoped to discreetly inquire if anyone had any recollection of the name Catherine. Directly asking would be too overt, considering the protagonist's lineage was hardly a secret. Instead, she opted to locate a book featuring a character named Catherine on the shelves, initiating conversations with others and, in a casual manner, probing for information. While caution is undoubtedly prudent, such a careful approach severely hampered her efficiency. She found herself standing there, listening to others excitedly recount tales of Miss Catherine and Lady Catherine, stories that clearly bore no relevance to her own circumstances. She absorbed a plethora of melodramatic gossip, her initial reaction being one of amusement, wishing to share these peculiar anecdotes with Rilla. As she was not accustomed to such gatherings, she attracted considerable attention, and the conversation inevitably meandered back to encounters with magical beasts. Following this discussion, the topic naturally shifted to the events of the ball that evening, leaving Liliana, the instigator of the matter, feeling quite uneasy. She seized an opportunity to excuse herself and stepped over to the window ledge for some fresh air. It is indeed necessary to pay a visit to the royal knight. In her struggle to recall the fragmented remnants of her dream from the morning, Liliana made this resolution. She gazed at her hands. Ever since that fateful night, she had instructed her maid to refrain from allowing any valuable items to adorn her. Naturally, the prince's permission ring was not on her finger. Chris had previously mentioned that the reason he could not reach the knight was due to the royal family's confinement to the prince. Was there any possibility of a solution? When she had expressed confidence in Chris about safeguarding the ring until the ball, he had laughed heartily, his expression suggesting disbelief in her capability. Despite such expectations, he had still entrusted the ring to her, perhaps believing it was inconsequential even if the prince were to reclaim it. Could she leverage this ring to negotiate an audience with the knight? Liliana deemed it worthwhile to attempt, as she pondered how to arrange a meeting with the prince. She was interrupted by a remark from Miss Elena Carl. She recalled that at the ball, Miss Carl was the prince's partner. She wondered how well they knew each other privately. To her surprise, Elena replied that she had no real interactions with the prince, and that day she had merely approached him on a whim to inquire if he needed a dance partner. To her delight, he had smiled broadly and eagerly accepted. The image of the prince's sunny, cheerful face appeared before Liliana. Matters of romance seemed rather premature for this young man. The words of the vested interest spoken by Rayla echoed in her ears, causing her heart to flutter. She shook her head, striving to refocus on the matter at hand. Chapter 63. The Reading Club, too. Remaining in such a remote location was not ideal. Liliana followed Miss Carl back to the hearth, where she overheard a conversation among several women. One of the youngest ladies, her face partially concealed by a fan, giggled softly. It's fortunate that Andrew is unable to accompany me due to his house arrest. If he were here, he certainly wouldn't neglect his dance partner like His Highness the Prince. He would protect me closely. The prince has much room for growth. That statement is rather peculiar. Elena interjected, her eyes filled with confusion. Everyone was aware of the circumstances. Many had begun to attack one another out of fear. Had it not been for the prince's timely intervention to maintain order, it was likely that neither of us would be standing here unscathed. I believe His Highness acted quite rightly. He displayed the qualities of a future monarch. Elena turned to the others who had been listening to their conversation. If he had merely come to attend to me, I would have felt disappointed. Previously, she had only heard of Count Karl's eldest daughter being exceptionally wise, capable of managing her father's territorial affairs with great efficiency before her marriage. The headmaster's wife, who had been listening to Elena speak, smiled, indicating the Count's consistent excellence in educating his children. Miss Elena was certainly destined for great achievements in the future. Oh, I find myself lacking in comparison to my sister. My mother often remarks that I am oblivious to what can and cannot be said, cautioning that one day my own words may lead to my downfall. Indeed, Elena's subsequent remarks succeeded in silencing everyone present. She glanced around, innocently seeking the gaze of her close friend, wondering if her previous statement was indeed one that should remain unspoken. Following that, Elena and I assisted several individuals, while Mabella Doug endeavored to steer the conversation back on course, asserting that Miss Ryla Green is truly admirable. Each time I contemplate her humble origins, I am left astounded. Indeed, Liliana had not heard from Ryla the myriad details that unfolded in the hall after the ball. Thus she curiously tuned into the conversations of the noble young ladies, observing that many of them expressed agreement, even admiration. Though somewhat fierce, her presence proved fortuitous at that moment. I penned a letter to my father regarding Miss Green, and he remarked that she embodies the spirit of a knight. Were she to reside within his domain, he would surely bestow upon her a medal of honor. Elena continued, sharing that he also stated that if Miss Green were to encounter any difficulties in her life at the academy, our family, the Karls, would be willing to extend our assistance. Once the investigation into this matter concludes, those who offered help at the ball shall receive rewards from Michelle. The principal's wife unexpectedly mentioned Principal Root's name, and Liliana found herself momentarily taken aback. To think that in such a moment, one could still consider others. You are all such good children. Seizing the rare opportunity presented by the occasion, Liliana conducted her own little inquiry. Do these noble ladies and young women have an interest in participating in charitable endeavors? However, the results of her inquiry proved disappointing, echoing Kristoff's sentiments, as they all expressed that their husbands, fathers, and brothers would surely provide funding for the relief houses in their respective territories. Surely, that should suffice for the impoverished to endure the winter. No? Furthermore, Liliana uncovered a new dilemma. These women were not keen on broaching the subject of money, nor did they wish to discuss commoners, let alone poverty and famine. It seemed that in their minds, directly addressing financial matters was a crass act, and commoners were of no concern to them. Were it not for Liliana's outwardly noble status, they might have excused themselves from the conversation altogether. Miss Snow White, why must we discuss such grim matters? They murmured behind their fans, their meticulously drawn brows slightly furrowing. In my view, should not those commoners reflect upon their unfortunate circumstances? Why do others not suffer from a cold? Surely, they must not be diligent enough. That simply will not do. Should we continue to bestow charity upon them, they will become even less inclined to work. Indeed, their presence on the outskirts of the capital only serves to vex His Majesty. Why not return home? Surely, they could kindle a fire there, could they not? Ah, she had committed a grave error. Liliana tightened her grip on her skirt. She should have realized that these nobles do not regard themselves as akin to those living in the impoverished outskirts. In their hearts, sentiments of compassion and empathy, which arise from genuine understanding, predominantly exist only among their own kind. To most nobles, those in the outskirts of the capital might be deemed less significant than a rare and endearing creature. I believe they are mistaken. Does cruelty cease to exist simply because it is unspoken? My father often reminds me to remember how many knights perish for the glory we enjoy today. Otherwise, our honor may wither away with forgetfulness. Elena shook her head vigorously at Liliana, and several girls nodded in agreement, appearing somewhat intrigued by her words. However, there is something that Miss Snow-White might not be aware of. Not every noble family possesses an inexhaustible supply of magical or like the Snow-White lineage. While everyone here may seem outwardly splendid, there are indeed those who struggle to make ends meet. Their parents go to great lengths to adorn their daughters beautifully, hoping they will marry into grand families like your brothers, ensuring generations of comfort. Such young ladies certainly cannot spare funds for the common folk. It is not that they do not wish to, but perhaps the garments and jewelry they wear are borrowed from relatives by their fathers or brothers. Elena spoke earnestly and loudly, causing several faces in the room to exhibit complex expressions. Liliana noticed a woman, after a few minutes, stand up to bid farewell to the headmistress, claiming she felt unwell and needed to rest. From the fan design on her face, it seemed to be the same woman who previously remarked on the Crown Prince's need for growth. Miss Carl is quite amiable, Liliana thought, observing the intricate expressions on Elena's and Carl's faces. What should she do? She now found herself sharing the same concerns as Elena's mother, worrying that if Miss Carl continued to speak so candidly, one day her words might lead to dire consequences. Although she had not acquired any information about the suitable Catherine today, Liliana had not returned empty-handed. She realized two things. First, Catherine is a rather common name, making it difficult to search solely by name. She must quickly engage with that elderly individual. Second, she deemed Rayla's notion of causing a ruckus too radical, while her own idea of simply taking food from the table seemed overly naive. She could not even convince herself, let alone persuade Rayla. "My lady, you should rest early today," Kate remarked, noticing Liliana still hunched over her book late into the night, concerned about her meeting with the young Duke the following day. Yes, sleep is indeed necessary. Liliana closed her book and looked toward her bed, wondering if she might dream another peculiar dream like the one from yesterday. Chapter 64. The Skirt in the Wind. 1. Duke Lancelot, Duke Ryan, and Marquise Snow-White are about to travel to the capital to answer the Emperor's summons. This news has spread throughout the capital, becoming one of the most talked-about subjects among the nobility. The palpable excitement among the crowd suggests that the last gathering of the heads of the four prominent families occurred quite some time ago, leading many to exchange furtive glances, conveying the unspoken notion that significant events are on the horizon. The visit of the three patriarchs, whose authority ranks just beneath that of the emperor, to the capital is evidently far from the simplicity of sending their children to school. Arriving too early may appear overly subservient and eager in response to the royal summons, while arriving late could imply an air of arrogance and neglect. The three distinguished figures at the center of this matter may be experiencing their own concerns. Yet speculation among the onlookers is rife, with many undoubtedly laboring intensely over this development. The Snow-White estate has undergone a remarkable transformation, adorned with deep-hued curtains, heavy family crests, and exquisite sculptures of snow wolves, all elements reminiscent of a marquis's residence, now gracing the corridors and hallways. A contingent of male and female servants from Rianoka has already arrived, with their duties meticulously coordinated by the butler, Hawk, as per Florence's directives. This arrangement has filled Hawk with pride as he energetically directs the staff, reveling in the fact that these individuals were recently in the employ of Mason. His demeanor has shifted, taking on the airs of a marquis's chief steward, in stark contrast to the lively Snow-White estate. The Lancelot residence, situated in the outskirts, could be likened to a desolate realm, devoid of life and echoing the sentiments of "no bird dares to fly, and no path bears the trace of man." Liliana felt she could almost hear the soft whisper of snowflakes touching the ground. "Is there something on my face?" she pondered, as today Kristoff rode a horse, moving gracefully alongside Liliana at a leisurely pace, reminiscent of a gentle breeze. "Won't you be receiving Duke Lancelot?" Liliana recalled Florent at the breakfast table, meticulously unwrapping an exceptionally thick stack of letters, most bearing the family crest from Rianoka. In comparison, Kristoff appeared rather indifferent. Despite rumors of tension between the Lancelot uncle and nephew, such a lack of concern about appearances seemed rather unsettling. "The reception can wait until my uncle arrives at the capital. Specialized tasks should be entrusted to those suited for them, lest we tire ourselves out." After their conversation by the window that day, Liliana felt her interactions with Kristoff returning to their familiar rhythm, providing her with a sense of comfort. He would not arrive prematurely, He intended to take a detour to visit Lady Aniston, his cousin. Liliana found it peculiar that Christophe spoke of his cousin with such ease and natural affection, despite their strained uncle-nephew relationship. Was it possible that the dynamics of cousinly affection could coexist with such discord? This train of thought led her to ponder the possibility of a theatrical performance within the family, where they might play their parts in a grand drama of familial discord for the outside world, while secretly digging pitfalls for one another. While such behavior may seem unimaginable for others, it appeared entirely plausible for Christophe Lancelot, almost reasonable in its absurdity. At the reading gathering, Liliana chanced upon a tale regarding Christophe's recent expedition to Sales, where he fortuitously tidied several islands. She mused that had he lived in her former world, his fortune might hinge upon the circumstances of his rebirth. Perhaps achieving the status of a duke would be contingent upon that. Yet attaining the mantle of a leading actor seemed entirely plausible. Today marked the first resplendent day following the ball. Although heavy snowflakes danced through the air, Liliana and Christophe ventured into the depths of the garden's forest to ascertain whether the emergence of the mysterious magic was indeed linked to the date. Christophe, throughout their journey, used the wind to sweep away the accumulated snow from the ground and treetops, rendering Liliana's experience akin to traversing a completely transparent tunnel, where a dreamlike panorama unfolded overhead. After experiencing an odd dream, she felt a slight discomfort indoors, but upon arriving here, her spirit was refreshed and her breath flowed with ease. The Crown Prince, Christophe mentioned, had been quite displeased lately, confined within the palace. When Liliana inquired about His Highness's recent activities, Christophe regarded her with curiosity, questioning the sudden interest in that individual. He is, after all, a friend, and your relationship seems rather amicable, he remarked. Liliana tilted her head, recalling how during their conversations, the prince often spoke of Christophe in a manner that suggested he regarded him as an elder brother. It's perhaps best not to consider him as such, Christophe replied, his brow furrowing. He pondered the possibility of Liliana remaining in the capital for the winter. Although Sales did not place great importance on the new year, he would surely return with his uncle to make an appearance at the Duke's New Year banquet, where the royal family hosted several nobles of the capital. If you encounter Prince Andrew, keep your distance. Liliana felt a shiver at Christophe's evident disdain for the prince, recalling that this very prince was the one who had arranged a betrothal and had invited numerous married and unmarried noble women to dance at his residence. Excluding men from the invitation, she quickly nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the gravity of the warning. However, her resolve faltered. Concerned that the elemental magic of wind might interfere with her efforts, Liliana declined Christophe's offer to create a wind tunnel shielded from the snow. She fixated on the basket of magical ore laid before her, snowflakes cascading upon her head. After attempting commands ranging from disappear to vanish and other exclamations of frustration, employing the official dialect of Prince's speech, accented Renocan vernacular, English, and Chinese, she even strained to produce a few phrases in French and Japanese. Yet the magical ore stubbornly remained, unmoved and untouched. The endeavor was a complete failure. The hypothesis regarding the verification of the resplendent day was temporarily dismissed, although she retained a theory regarding the last resplendent day of each month. Liliana instinctively felt that the hypothesis concerning the stimulation of light magic by Rila was far more credible. On their return journey, Liliana did not remain idle. She gingerly probed Christophe about the possibility of him taking her to meet the Crown Prince, nearly exposing her true desire to meet that royal knight. It is uncertain what she meant by her final remark regarding the prince's recent ennui. I have found myself equally bored gazing at these stones, and thus I inquired casually whether she had managed to persuade Christopher. Liliana perceived that Christopher was adapting to their partnership with remarkable swiftness, subtly laying traps for her. Had she any alternative, she would have preferred not to engage in any exchange of interest with Christopher. Her initial impression had not been mistaken. Beneath the affectionate veneer of a fiancé, he was merely a ruthless individual, capable of devouring others without leaving even the remnants of their bones, all while wearing a disarming smile. I've been pondering this over the past few days. On the return journey, Christopher posed a question. Had I not accepted your proposal and insisted that, regardless, I would make you my wife according to our engagement, what would you have done? Chapter 64. The Skirt in the Wind, 2. Liliana contemplated briefly before responding. I can only say that I fulfill my duty to inform you. For me, all my unease springs from your unwavering commitment to treating me as your future wife, despite your awareness of my reluctance. If you were to use coercive measures knowing my sentiments, you must be prepared for the day I might break free from your grasp. After all, my current inability to resist does not imply I will remain so forever. It seems I made the right choice, the man remarked, a relaxed smile gracing his features, leaving Liliana momentarily perplexed about his true thoughts. Yet, from a negotiation standpoint, I must inform you that your excessive sincerity may ultimately lead to your detriment. I would prefer to conceal something, but having revealed all my cards, it is perhaps wiser to be forthright. Liliana sighed audibly, casting a glance at the man, sensing no ulterior motive in his words. He was genuinely attempting to educate her in the art of negotiation. Although she was not a seasoned player, she was not naive enough to leave herself without an escape route. Her ace in the hole was Rella. Liliana considered her current dynamics with Christopher, realizing that merely playing mind games against him held little promise of success. Given his upbringing, he had likely developed an uncanny ability to navigate complexities, making direct confrontation a fool's errand. However, she also recognized that the naivete of a novice could be advantageous. In Christopher's eyes, she undoubtedly radiated an aura of weakness. If she were to present herself as utterly sincere, eager to share everything, and even desperately seeking his protection, he might not suspect that she retained any secrets. It was akin to having a kitten at home. If it were to conceal its toys in various corners every day, you would become curious about their whereabouts, searching the room in hopes of unearthing its treasures. Yet, if it joyfully presented its myriad of toys upon your return, inviting you to play, you might never suspect that it had secretly stashed its favorite bottle cap beneath your bed. After all, in your eyes, it is merely a foolish yet undeniably charming little kitten. What malice could such a creature possess? Liliana has always believed that stereotypes possess a dual nature. While they may not bode well for groups, they can, when wielded wisely at the individual level, serve certain purposes. She herself has undoubtedly embarked on a journey from which there is no easy retreat. As long as she can safeguard Ryla, she deems it worthwhile. Ah, Ryla. Liliana sighed again, hoping that their plans for tomorrow's market excursion would unfold smoothly. Today, shall we test the waters of speed? She suddenly heard the man propose with considerable enthusiasm. What? But it is a snowy day. The soil in the forest seems to have hardened into a solid mass due to the persistent snow, and the horses' hooves clatter loudly against it. Earlier, while she was focused on a magical, she nearly slipped and fell flat on her face. Thus, her current pace on horseback could barely be described as faster than a snail's crawl. If you can keep up with me under these conditions, you will have essentially mastered horseback riding, the man asserted earnestly. I believe in your capabilities. Should you catch up to me, I shall grant you a reward. Such a phrase seems somewhat impolite when referring to a partner. Nonetheless, when discussing partners, Kristoff's tone remained playful. If you manage to catch up, you may request anything of me at any time. How does that sound? Are there any stipulations? Liliana perked up, tightening her grip on the reins and securing her feet in the stirrups. Certainly, you cannot ask me to betray sales, nor to marry another woman. Nor can you make demands, such as requesting 3 additional requests. Beyond that, I reserve the right to know the intent behind your request. Kristoff, finding Liliana's interest piqued, smiled and declared, I seldom offer such generous terms to others. Shall we give it a try? Liliana hesitated for half a second before nodding vigorously. Although the stipulations seemed rather burdensome, acquiring such an assurance would be undeniably advantageous. Then you must provide me with a written note of what you just stated. Stamped with your family seal. Is this not cheating? Liliana stared in astonishment at the man's rapidly retreating silhouette, still reeling from his recent words. I mentioned that I rarely offer such generous conditions. Kristoff's voice carried clearly on the wind into Liliana's ears, but of course, it must come with a degree of challenge. Onward. Liliana leaned forward and patted the horse's neck, urging it to run. To be honest, after several days of practice, Liliana still found herself unaccustomed to riding sideways. Previously, she had asked Kristoff if she could mount like a man, to which he had not objected. However, the delicate skin on the inner sides of her legs was alarmingly sensitive. She attempted it once, and then abandoned the idea. for if her aunt were to see any bruises or scrapes in such a delicate area, she would not have enough time to explain herself to the elderly woman. She spent quite a while persuading the horse to run at a more stable speed. As the cold wind whipped against her, it elicited a slight sting on her exposed skin, while her gloved hands were already drenched in perspiration. The man had long since vanished from sight, and Liliana, in a heightened state of tension, meticulously guided the horse forward. Initially, she aimed to follow a snow-free path leading away from the dense forest, but her lack of skill caused the horse to veer off course. By the time she clumsily managed to bring the horse to a halt, they had already ventured a considerable distance into the snow. This, in itself, attested to her commendable speed, and Liliana wryly comforted herself as she cautiously maneuvered the horse to turn around amidst the thick branches of the jungle. At that moment, she did not feel fear. Firstly, she believed she was not far from the snowless road and would soon find her way back. Secondly, she subconsciously felt that Kristoff would not truly abandon her entirely, and he might have already halted the horse outside the forest, leisurely observing her from above. However, after riding for a while longer, a sense of unease began to creep into Liliana's heart. The secluded forest appeared more primal than the wooded area surrounding the marquee of Renoka's estate, which featured a lake. Stripped of most of its foliage, the stark branches resembled twisted fingers reaching toward the sky, while the heavy snow blanketed the ground, obscuring most distinguishing features and leaving her uncertain of how long she had been traversing these woods. At that moment, Liliana felt grateful to be mounted on a warm, gentle creature, which occasionally snorted and was of a decent size. Otherwise, her heart would be racing at least a third faster than it currently was. She had no pocket watch, and she was unaware if horses, too, might wander in circles when a rider loses their sense of direction. Yet, she truly believed she had not spent that long halting the horse. Had she really strayed so far from the path? Kristoff? She was not the type to be recklessly confident, believing she must obtain what was asked of her. Rather, she had always considered the hope to be rather slim. Now, sensing something amiss, she instinctively called out, "Can you hear me? I seem to have lost my way." Receiving no response, the gentle breeze that once tousled her loose hair had vanished, replaced by the howling cold wind that swept through the trees. "Stay calm. There is nothing to panic about. I am still within Lancelot's estate. What could possibly go wrong?" Liliana reassured herself as she gently patted the horse's neck, adjusting its direction while trying to ascertain her surroundings. However, she dared not wander aimlessly. She removed the largest hairpin secure in her hair and, while allowing the horse to proceed slowly, attempted to mark her path on the trees they passed. Unfortunately, these trees were venerable and sturdy, their bark gnarled and tough. With Liliana's slight strength, her efforts to strike the trees were akin to scratching an itch, only dislodging a few flakes of snow from the branches. At this moment, wearing an outfit reminiscent of a Christmas tree proved advantageous. Liliana shook her head vigorously, dislodging the snow that had clung to her face, and began to untie the hairband from her braid. Fortunately, mounted on her horse, she found it manageable to reach for branches of suitable thickness to secure the ribbon. With a marker in place, Liliana felt considerably more at ease. As she surveyed her position relative to the previous marker, searching for another appropriate branch to attach her hairband, the nearby thicket quivered. The horse remained remarkably calm. Although Liliana was quite startled, she refrained from instinctively grasping its neck and instead tightened the reins, prepared to steer the horse in another direction at a moment's notice. In a sense, she felt as though she was embarking on an adventure. Chapter 64. The Skirt in the Wind, 3. To her relief, it was merely a deer. Liliana exhaled deeply. In this forest, she had encountered numerous animals, most of which bore a striking resemblance to those from her previous world. Some even exhibited characteristics of two different species. Though it was possible that her limited experience had skewed her perception, perhaps corresponding species existed in her former world that she simply had not encountered. The animals in this realm appeared to be generally larger. She had seen dragonflies nearly the length of her arm. The deer before her, a male, seemed substantially larger than those she remembered. One of its antlers had broken off, rendering its head conspicuously unbalanced. It appeared to be somewhat distressed, walking at an angle while flicking its tail uncomfortably, seemingly oblivious to Liliana's presence. She marveled at how creatures in this area could be so unguarded around humans. Christopher had previously mentioned that this forest served as a hunting ground, albeit devoid of particularly fierce predators. The most common inhabitants were a type of duck raised for sport, ensuring that any nobles invited to hunt would not return empty-handed, regardless of their archery skills. While there was a certain charm in spotting a deer deep within the woods, she prudently maintained her distance from the seemingly spirited creature. Despite its precarious antler, a collision could leave her and her horse with severe injuries. At this juncture, Liliana was utterly unaware of the direction she was heading. With a limited number of hairbands in hand, aimlessly wandering was not a wise course of action. She attempted to let her horse find its own path, but it seemed rather young, lacking the wisdom of an experienced steed. After allowing it some freedom, Liliana realized the forest was growing denser, a clear indication that she was veering off course. The day was overcast, otherwise, observing the sun could have provided some sense of direction. "Christopher?" She called once more. "Please, spare me the trickery. I surrender, all right? If you wish for me to find my way out of this forest, could you offer me a hint?" After wandering aimlessly for some time, she noted the dwindling number of hairbands in her grasp, and the surroundings remained eerily silent. Liliana began to feel a sense of unease, as she perceived Christophe to be a person who maintained a delicate balance in all matters, even if he intended to tease her. The considerable distance they had just traversed was enough to amplify her anxiety over the potential severance of their connection. Eager to see Christophe, she felt her breath quickening, while internally admonishing herself to remain composed. Yet, the unsettling voice within her grew increasingly louder. The desire to return to Christophe's side overwhelmed her, be it a request or an agreement. She simply did not want to be left alone in such a place. Suddenly, she sensed her steed becoming agitated beneath her. Gripping the reins tightly, she halted its attempts to throw her off. The once cacophonous whispers of the dense forest around her fell silent. A shiver ran down Liliana's spine, reminiscent of the peculiar sensation she had experienced at the ball. Her initial instinct was to leap off the horse, but it seemed she did not immediately touch the ground. Instead, she felt as though she had stepped into a pit perfectly sized for her. Her vision darkened abruptly, only to brighten again in a way that nearly brought her tears. As she continued to fall, the realization of her suspended state startled Liliana. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped her senses, and before she could even scream for help, it felt as if she had collided with a soft wall of air. What a relief! She was saved. In an instant, Liliana fell silent, but the man who had caught her from the air appeared quite unsettled. He inquired, "How did you end up in the air?" "Huh?" Liliana was perplexed by Christophe's question. Wasn't it obvious that he had picked her up because she was lost? Christophe furrowed his brow, clarifying that he had not flown high. He swiftly brought her back to the ground, explaining, "I indeed wanted you to find your own way out of the woods, but I noticed that the wind could no longer sense your presence. And then I saw you plummeting from a distance." "Huh?" Liliana glanced around, her mind racing back to those strange sensations. She felt a surge of energy. "How far was not far?" "About the length of an arm," Christophe interjected, observing her as she studied her own small arm. "My arm. You should descend vertically right here, and we can make a conspicuous mark at this spot." Liliana instantly forgot her fear, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After 10 days of feeling lost, today had brought her an unexpected stroke of serendipity. In her exuberance, she neglected to maintain basic politeness with Christophe, unconsciously adopting the tone of a senior instructing a junior. "Before I ascended, I dismounted my horse. Can you use the wind to sense where my horse is?" "I can, but it seems it was quite startled and has run off. I can only determine the location where you vanished from the wind based on my memory." Without the need for further elaboration, Christophe understood what Liliana wished to confirm, bringing her great comfort. "If you only need the location, we need not exert ourselves so much. Do not cause any destruction to the site." Although the man did not explicitly state it, Liliana sensed that he intended to use wind or lightning to obliterate the trees near the 2 points, making them conspicuously visible in the air. She hastily interjected, "We are conducting an experiment, and the surrounding environment has a significant impact. Do you have any idea how many experiments fail merely due to a change in the test tube?" "Well, you probably don't. But this pain would certainly be familiar to Cinderella. Why does she have such an affinity for the term experiment? Did she come across it in some book?" Every time Christophe heard Liliana solemnly utter that word, he found it amusing. She was undoubtedly unaware that those who frequently flaunt such terminology are often charlatans claiming to be adept in the art of alchemy, those who linger in the alleys, boasting of their ability to turn stone to gold, conjure lightning without magic, and so forth, gaining a considerable following among the common folk for a time. Eventually, the most notorious among them was imprisoned in the royal dungeon for offending the crown, and thus, the art of alchemy and storm conjuration fell into obscurity. This was all a matter of years prior to his birth. In any case, Christoph offered his cloak, and Liliana contributed hers as well. Following Liliana's directives, the two cloaks were respectively tied at the locations of her disappearance and reappearance as markers, and they ascended back into the air. Christoph, even you cannot teleport such a distance in a second, can you? Though looking straight down from such a height made her legs feel weak. Liliana declined Christoph's suggestion to embrace him. She raised her thumb and then rotated 90 degrees, estimating the distance between the dark cloak and the light cloak, which fluttered like flags in the wind. If you can do it, then forget I said anything. After all, just months ago, she had eagerly compared his speed to that of a Boeing 747 in her mind. Perhaps I could have done it, but at that time, I often acted on instinct without a clear awareness. The man spoke in a nonchalant tone, uttering words that sounded rather cruel. So, do you believe it was your magic that transported you from your cloak to mine? It is quite possible, considering you claim to have lost track of me while I reappeared in silence, my vision dimming. Without the cloak, Liliana felt a chill, a shiver creeping across her neck. Yet the tremor in her voice was not due to the cold. It was reminiscent of the events from the ball, was it not? Moreover, there was a glaring point that had been consistently overlooked. Our attention had been fixated on the vanishing objects. Liliana furrowed her brow, recalling, when you found me, I was already on the roof of the hall, yet my vivid memory halts at the moment the railing disappeared as I was about to fall downstairs. How did I transition from inside the hall to outside?